Chapter 1, Traveling Through Time and Being Picked Up. It's over. It's over. It's over, ah. Su Yunfeng groaned and rolled his throat, thinking to himself that he was doomed. He clenched his teeth tightly and his body trembled uncontrollably. There was a sharp stone the size of a fist under his back. Due to the friction, his skin was broken and bright red blood was oozing out. He was in so much pain that he wanted to scream out, but all his movements were restricted, including the ability to speak. In this way, the back-and-forth friction and painful torture lasted for 3 hours. Is this what it means to be in pain and happy at the same time? He thought so in his heart. He is from Blue Star and a time traveler. 3 hours ago, he traveled through time and space to the body of a person with the same name as him. He was seriously injured and died in his previous life, and he just happened to take over the severely injured body. But before he had time to integrate and digest the memories of his previous life, suddenly a beautiful woman fell from the sky and hit him. Wrong. She was wearing a veil and her face could not be seen. However, Su Yunfeng could tell from her figure and voice that she was definitely a great beauty. The tips of the woman's ears were red, and something seemed to be wrong. Just when he was about to make an awkward opening remark of "Hello, beautiful lady," the other person's jade hand slapped him several times in the air like lightning. Su Yunfeng was stunned on the spot, and the words that were about to come out of his mouth were blocked back. He was imprisoned and lost all ability to move. Just when he thought his time travel journey was about to end before it even began, the other party picked him up and flew quickly into a cave in the distance. Then, a ridiculous scene happened. 3 whole hours, 6 hours. God knows how he managed to survive. At this moment, the woman stood in front of him, looking down at him, her eyes full of coldness and murderous intent. Gurgle. Looking at the murderous look on the woman's face, Su Yunfeng couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and suddenly an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Really? The next moment, the woman drew her sword. With a clang sound, the long sword drew a cold light in the air and was instantly placed on Su Yunfeng's neck. He felt a chill on his neck as the sword tip touched his skin. The immense fear made Su Yunfeng's scalp tingle. As long as the other party exerts a little force, you will be finished. Su Yunfeng's eyelids were twitching and he was furious. I have seen people who abandon their lovers after having sex with them, but I have never seen people who kill to silence them afterwards. I finally got the chance to be a time traveler, but ended up dying before I could show my talents. Is there still justice in the world? Is there still law? Coming to a strange world, I didn't even have the chance to say a word. Is there any other time traveler who was more miserable than him? Hit the ball. A cold light flashed in the woman's beautiful star-like eyes, and at the same time, she exerted a little force with her arms. All the hairs on Su Yunfeng's body stood up instantly. This moment, Su Yunfeng's heart was beating like a motor, unable to slow down at all. He clearly felt the palpitations of death. However, in this situation, he could do nothing. Damn it, let's fight. The worst that can happen is I'll die, but in 18 years I'll be a good bird again. Su Yunfeng was filled with anger and thought to himself, if I'm afraid of you, I'm not a man. His eyes rolled and he stared fiercely at the woman in front of him. His eyes were filled with many emotions, including anger, grievance, and the stubborn determination to die rather than surrender. The woman's beautiful eyebrows raised slightly, and the strength in her hands increased a little. Oh, you look like you've suffered a great injustice. You don't want to live anymore, right? I'll grant your wish. The woman's voice was pleasant to hear, but it was terribly cold, like 10,000-year-old ice, cold and ruthless. Seeing Su Yunfeng's expression, the woman immediately became angry. She, Shinaoxue, the dignified leader of Lingxiao sect and a powerful martial emperor, was given away for nothing. She is obviously the biggest victim. However, the man who took her virginity was so ungrateful and looked angry and aggrieved. He got the advantage but still acted pitifully. Thinking of this, Shinaoxue's murderous intent suddenly increased. In an instant, the temperature of the entire cave seemed to drop by more than 10 degrees. Su Yunfeng's heart was pounding wildly, and he felt a great sense of horror, as if the black and white impermanents were waving at him and saying that they were short of one player in the landlord game. Although he couldn't see Shinaoxue's face clearly, he was sure that her face must be cold and frosty at this moment. A sense of despair rose in Su Yunfeng's heart. There was no hope, it was all over. He could clearly feel that the sword had cut through his skin and was about to sever his aorta in the next moment. It's over. It's over. Su Yunfeng screamed in his heart that he was going to die. Just when he thought he was going to die on the spot, Xiaoxue suddenly had a change of heart and moved the sword away. Fuck, this woman is so scary, I almost couldn't hold it in and peed on the spot. Su Yunfeng had cold sweat on his forehead, he was breathing heavily, and his heart broke at the same time. Xiaoxue's gaze moved slightly and fell on Su Yunfeng's thigh. There is a blooming rose that is particularly eye-catching. At this moment, her eyes became extremely complicated, with many emotions intertwined with each other. With a click, a thumb-sized porcelain bottle fell to the ground next to Su Yunfeng. These pills can heal your injuries. In the end, Xiaoxue couldn't bring herself to do it. Instead, she gave Su Yunfeng the healing pills. However, she warned him coldly, if you dare to reveal a single word about what happened today, I will kill you. Su Yunfeng was overjoyed when he heard this. Although the other party's tone was a little cold, his meaning was very clear. She wasn't going to kill him. At least, I don't plan to kill him again for now. Fuck, my life is saved. Su Yunfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the hairs on his body that were standing on end suddenly stopped and softened. He couldn't speak and could only blink frantically to show that he definitely couldn't say a word. Xiaoxue slapped her palm in the air, releasing some of Su Yunfeng's restraints and allowing him to speak. I promise not to reveal a single word. After he was able to speak, Su Yunfeng immediately began to promise with a solemn oath, almost swearing to the heavens. I hope you keep your promise. Xiaoxue said something, turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, Su Yunfeng called her from behind. Miss, my name is Su Yunfeng. I live in Xianyang City. I have a house, land, and quite a bit of savings. What's your name and where are you from? When I get back, I'll come to propose in person. Su Yunfeng is responsible for his actions. Although, he is passive. But this woman is already his, so he has to give her a legitimate status. In fact, he had another consideration, which was to find a powerful backer. Xiaoxue retracted her steps and frowned slightly. She turned around to look at Su Yunfeng and said coldly, when you become stronger, ask this question again. She naturally saw through Su Yunfeng's qualifications. It cannot be said to be mediocre, it can only be said that it has no qualifications and can be directly classified as waste. It is impossible for such a person to become powerful. Therefore, the two of them were destined to never have the chance to meet again, let alone propose marriage. Su Yunfeng blinked. He naturally knew that the woman was refusing. However, he did not give up, so he said again, don't worry, girl, I will definitely become stronger, but you have to give me an address. Lingxiao sect. Xiaoxue revealed the name of the sect. She didn't think that Su Yunfeng's qualifications allowed him to enter Lingxiao sect, so what would be the harm even if she told him the address? Su Yunfeng repeated it silently in his mind several times and memorized it firmly. Miss, I will definitely go to Lingxiao sect to find you, please wait for me. Su Yunfeng thought about it, isn't it just a sect? What's the big deal? He is a time traveler. With his qualifications, can't he enter a small sect? At this time, he had not yet completely integrated the memories of his previous life and had no idea how poor his aptitude was. Xiaoxue raised her eyes slightly when she heard this, but her tone remained cold as she said, let's talk about it after you enter Lingxiao sect. Xiaoxue was just about to leave when Su Yunfeng stopped her again. Girl, I didn't perform well just now. Actually, I can try again. Chapter 2 Destiny Return System. Xiaoxue's eyes suddenly lit up. With a cold snort, he didn't give Su Yunfeng a chance to speak. He flew out of the cave in a flash. When she came out of the cave, she stood in the void and looked back at the cave. The veil on her face fluttered, making it impossible to see her face clearly. However, at this moment, there was an inexplicable and complex light flashing in her eyes. She is the leader of Lingxiao sect. When she was hunting down an evil cultivator, she was ambushed by the other party and poisoned with Hawan powder. Although he killed the evil cultivator in the end, he himself was poisoned. Where can she find someone to detoxify her in this desolate mountain? Besides, she hates men. She might as well die than to find a random man to detoxify her. She had already prepared herself for the poison to explode, but unexpectedly she discovered this seriously injured Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng was more handsome than Panin, and Xiaoxue changed her mind immediately. It seems that it is not impossible. So she imprisoned Su Yunfeng, took him into the cave, and detoxified him. After taking a deep look at the cave, she finally turned into a long rainbow and disappeared into the sky. In the cave, Su Yunfeng was dumbfounded. "Beauty, you can leave if you want, but please release the restraints on me." "Fuck, a woman who doesn't recognize me when she lifts her skirt." Su Yunfeng secretly complained in his heart. However, this woman should be very strong. If I can find her as my backer, I think I can save myself decades of hard work. Before he even figured out what this world was like, Su Yunfeng had already decided to live off his wife. Ding, system binding successful. Just then, an electronically synthesized female voice suddenly sounded in Su Yunfeng's mind. When he heard the word system, his eyes suddenly lit up and his heart beat violently. The time traveler's golden finger has finally arrived. Su Yunfeng was overjoyed. He eagerly checked the system information. The name of this system is the Destiny Return System. You can bind to a person of destiny, and the bound person's improvement in cultivation or acquisition of props and items can be returned to the host with a reward of at least 10 times and up to 100 times. In other words, the bound person becomes his tool. Ox and horse system? I like. Su Yunfeng laughed wildly in his heart. Now that we have a system, who the hell still needs to practice? Cultivation is something that only tools can do, he just needs to lie down. But where can we find this destined person? Su Yunfeng frowned and pondered his future plans. Ding, the newbie gift package has arrived, do you want to open it? While Su Yunfeng was thinking, the system's voice sounded again in his mind. I was suddenly delighted. Open. Ding, the novice gift package has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the realm-breaking pill. Host, have you taken the realm-breaking pill? Take it. After Su Yunfeng said these two words, he opened his mouth and a pill with a strong medicinal fragrance fell into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and turned into a huge amount of spiritual power that flowed into his dantian. Boom boom boom. Second level warrior. Third level warrior. Realms are divided into 9 levels: warrior, martial master, martial spirit, martial patriarch, martial king, martial emperor, martial reverend, martial saint, martial emperor, martial god, divine king, divine emperor, divine lord, quasi-emperor, and great emperor. Note, the protagonist upgrades in leaps and bounds, and many realms are just transitions. Su Yunfeng's cultivation level soared like a rocket, and it didn't take long for him to reach the 9th level of warrior. He slowly opened his eyes, an expression of shock and surprise on his face. Another hour passed. The restraints on him were automatically lifted, and during this period of time, he had completely integrated the memories of his previous life. He knew from his memories of his previous life that he was the young master of the Qianyang Su family. He has been spoiled and uneducated since childhood, and is good at eating, drinking and gambling, and has a very bad reputation. He is a notorious waste and evil young man in Qianyang City. He started practicing at the age of 3 and has been practicing for 15 years. Now he is 18 years old, but he is still a first-level warrior. It can be said to be the waste among wastes. The waste has reached the grandma's house. Unexpectedly, in just half a day, he soared from the 1st level of warrior to the 9th level of warrior. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. Now, whoever dares to call me a loser will be smashed in the head with one punch. He clenched his fists, which were filled with explosive power, and his heart was filled with unprecedented confidence. Brother, don't worry. I will definitely help you avenge your hatred, and I will help you take care of your fiancé. He learned from his previous life's memories that he had a fiancé named Tang Shuiyuan. He was now looking forward to meeting his beautiful fiancé. According to the normal script, this fiancé is most likely the destined one. After all, isn't that what templates are all about? After integrating the memories of his previous life, he also knew what happened to him. It turned out that someone had lied to him that there was a magical herb in Pingwu Mountain that could cleanse the bones and marrow and improve aptitude. So, he, who had been ridiculed for 15 years, hurried to Pingwu Mountain with a few guards. However, when they entered Pingwu Mountain with great enthusiasm, they were attacked by powerful men in black. Several servants died on the spot, and he was hit in the chest by a punch from one of the men in black. After he fell unconscious, the men in black threw him into a bottomless valley, where he fell to death. Although I didn't see the appearance of the man in black in my previous life, I clearly remembered those sinister eyes. He was confident that if he saw those eyes again, he would be able to recognize them immediately. Su Yunfeng sat up with difficulty. The burning pain on his back made him hiss and hiss. Without any hesitation, he picked up the bottle of healing medicine beside him and poured it into his mouth. He wasn't worried about any problems with the pills. If that woman wanted to kill him, she would have done it just now. Why bother tampering with the pills? The pill melted in his mouth and then turned into pure spiritual energy that traveled throughout his body. Su Yunfeng was slightly surprised. The healing effect of this pill was very powerful. In just a few moments, he felt no pain in his whole body, and his broken bones healed again. A quarter of an hour later, he stood up and stretched his body, and he was back to normal. TSK, that woman must be someone extraordinary, otherwise she wouldn't have such a powerful elixir. Su Yunfeng thought happily in his heart. The bigger the woman's background and the stronger her power, the more valuable it is for him to eat her as a gigolo. At this time, his clothes were tattered, his hair was unkempt, and he looked extremely miserable. After finding a place to wash up, his storage ring was taken away by the man in black. He couldn't even change his clothes and could only continue to wear tattered clothes. 3 days later, a magnificent and majestic city appeared in his sight. The city walls are tall and solid, standing tall like a giant steel dragon. Standing under the city wall, there is a strong sense of oppression. After passing through the heavy city gate, we entered the city smoothly. Looking around, Su Yunfeng's eyes were full of excitement. The pavilions, towers, carved beams, and painted buildings are extremely beautiful, and everywhere is full of ancient charm. It was even more majestic than the backgrounds of the ancient costume dramas he had seen on TV. He took a deep breath of fresh air, and a long-lost sense of comfort rose in his heart. Finally, I've escaped the 996 work-life cycle. From now on, I'm free. Gulanfang, Daihalu, one-stop service, here I come. He cheered in his heart. It was all because he was exploited so badly in his previous life that he never enjoyed life properly. He was very excited to suddenly come to such an environment. Oh, isn't this the good-for-nothing Su Yunfeng? Just then, a voice that was clearly provocative and teasing came from behind Su Yunfeng. Chapter 3 The fiancé comes to the door. He turned around and looked over, his eyes narrowed slightly. He saw a man dressed in luxurious clothes and with extraordinary temperament, surrounded by a group of people, walking towards him step by step without recognizing any relatives. The man waved a folding fan slowly in his hand and said jokingly, "Oh, you are really a waste." He pretended to be surprised, but his expression was full of amusement. The man shook his head and sneered, "Su Waste, you have been kicked out of the Su family and have become a beggar. Come on, bark like a dog, and I'll give you a copper coin." As he said this, he casually threw a copper coin over. The copper coin hit Su Yunfeng's body, then fell to the ground, making a ding-ding sound. Su Yunfeng's eyes flashed, and he quickly found the information of this person from his previous life's memories. Then he sneered and said, "I thought it was someone else." It turned out to be Yang Wei, who couldn't get up anymore, incontinence. There are 4 major families in Xianyang. In addition to the Su family, there are the Yang family, the Zhao family, and the Tang family. These 4 families are collectively known as the 4 dragons of Qianyang. It is a well-deserved big family. Among the 4 major families, the Yang family is the most powerful and influential. As the second young master of the Yang family, Yang Wei often humiliated and bullied Su Yunfeng. He was particularly concerned about his name and hated it most when people said he could not get better. But, today, Su Yunfeng, the notorious loser in Xianyang City, actually laughed at his name in public. Can he bear it? Being arrogant and domineering, he naturally couldn't swallow this humiliation. After all, the opponent was just a useless scumbag at the first level of martial artist. Yang Wei's expression suddenly darkened, his eyes flashing with cold light as he said fiercely, "You useless piece of shit. You're courting death." Su Yunfeng was so bold today that he actually dared to laugh at him in person? How the hell did he have the courage? You are simply asking for death. Anyone who dares to laugh at me must die. Yang Wei's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he waved his hand to give orders to the guards behind him. Break his limbs for me. This young master will castrate him with his own hands today. If anyone dared to laugh at him, he would make Su Yunfeng completely useless, both in terms of cultivation and body. The guards behind him received the order and quickly surrounded him. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 people surrounded Su Yunfeng. The commotion here had already attracted the attention of passers-by, and the area was already crowded with people. One is the waste of the Su family, and the other is the second young master of the Yang family. Neither of them is a good person, and people around them are happy to see them fighting each other. Su Yunfeng, who was surrounded with no way to retreat, did not panic at all. Instead, a playful sneer appeared on his face. just relying on a bunch of you trash, you dare to attack me? Everyone couldn't help but despise him when they heard this. You still have the nerve to call others trash. You, Su Yunfeng, are the famous trash in Shenyang City. However, the next moment, everyone's eyes widened, their jaws almost dropped to the ground, and their mouths were opened so wide that a goose egg could be stuffed in. Su Yunfeng just raised his hand and slapped him. With a pop sound, one of the guards was blown away and fell into the crowd with a bang. He twitched twice and lost consciousness. Immediately afterwards, there were several more pop sounds. All the young family guards were dealt with by Su Yunfeng in the blink of an eye. Everyone was stunned. Is this still the timid and useless Su family member who never fights back? How come he suddenly became so powerful? Yang Wei frowned deeply when he saw this. He also never expected that the loser Su Yunfeng would dare to fight back and become so strong. It was simply unforgivable. But he is not worried. If he took action personally, he would definitely break Su Yunfeng's 5 limbs. With a loud boom, the energy fluctuations of the 5th level of warrior instantly burst out from Yang Wei, and the powerful aura swept in all directions, and his pretentiousness index was directly maxed out. He stared at Su Yunfeng sinisterly and said angrily, "Trash will always be trash. Don't even think about escaping from my grasp today." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he slapped Su Yunfeng with a palm filled with anger. Yang Wei attacked with all his strength. He wanted to take down Su Yunfeng with lightning speed. If it were in the past, Su Yunfeng, a first-level warrior, would definitely not be able to escape his attack and could only passively take the beating. However, Su Yunfeng's cultivation level is now far superior to Yang Wei's, so he naturally does not take Yang Wei's attack seriously. Su Yunfeng's eyes flashed and his body moved instantly. He arrived first and grabbed the back of Yang Wei's head, then pressed it down hard. There was a muffled bang sound. Before Yang Wei could figure out what was going on, his head was pressed into the ground. Then, Su Yunfeng kicked him hard in the crotch. Bang, bang. Ah ah ah. 2 crisp sounds rang in everyone's ears, like the sound of an eggshell being broken. At the same time, the next second, Yang Wei's miserable wail was heard. Su Yunfeng didn't even give Yang Wei time to wail in pain. He stepped heavily on his back and said coldly, "Do you still want to break my 5 limbs? I was bullied in the past because of my poor cultivation, but it's different now." His cultivation level is already higher than Yang Wei's, so who would still be bullied by that guy? "You useless thing, I will never let you go. I will definitely wipe out your entire Su family." Yang Wei's face was distorted as he roared angrily, his words filled with murderous intent and resentment. Su Yunfeng laughed when he heard it. He stepped on the bend of Yang Wei's knee and then stepped down hard without mercy. Crack! Ah 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 ah. Yang Wei howled in pain, veins popped out on his forehead, and the muscles on his face began to tremble with pain. His legs were broken. "You're such a fool. You still can't figure out the situation and you still dare to threaten me. You really have a pig's brain." Crack! There was another clear sound of bone fracture. Ah ah ah. Yang Wei screamed in pain. The pain made his eyes go black and he almost fainted. Su Yunfeng showed no mercy and broke both of Yang Wei's arms. Just right, not more, not less, all 5 of Yang Wei's limbs were broken. "Remember, next time you see me, it's best to take a detour." Su Yunfeng stepped on Yang Wei's head, and Yang Wei's face sank into the ground again. Ah ah ah. Yang Wei could only vent his impotent rage. "I originally wanted to bully that loser Su Yunfeng for fun like I did before. As a result, all his limbs and face were lost here." His heart was filled with endless hatred and resentment, and he silently vowed to torture Su Yunfeng 1,000 times. Su Yunfeng no longer cared about Yang Wei's life or death, and left with a wave of his sleeves. Su Fei. How did Su Yunfeng become so powerful? After Su Yunfeng left everyone's sight, the onlookers finally reacted. Su Yunfeng's performance today completely shattered the image he had in everyone's mind. He no longer looked like a waste at all. At this time, Tang Shuayuan and his father Tang Jinyuan were rushing to the Su family. Tang Shuayuan had a cold expression on her face, like a high and mighty, cold and holy white lotus, looking down on everyone. Su Yunfeng returned to the Su mansion, took a comfortable hot bath, and changed into a brand new white brocade robe. He touched his chin and looked in the mirror. He was very satisfied with the appearance of his body. "Master, the master wants you to go to the reception room." Just then, a maid's voice was heard from outside the door. Su Yunfeng frowned slightly. He had just returned and someone came to his door? Is there a distinguished guest? He opened the door and asked the maid. The maid quickly bowed her head and replied respectfully, Master, it's Master Tang and Miss Tang who are here. Su Yunfeng raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly in his heart. I originally wanted to find an opportunity to visit my fiancée, but she came to me on her own initiative. I don't know what level of destiny Tang Shuayuan is. He felt a faint sense of anticipation in his heart. Chapter 4 Broken Engagement. I learned from the system that there are many types of people with destiny. The system gave him the ability to observe the destiny and fortune of others. Everyone's luck is different, and it will be marked with different colors in the system. Available in black, white, orange, cyan, blue, purple, red and gold. Among them, white represents ordinary people, and most people's luck is in this category. People with red destiny can turn danger into safety when in danger. They are blessed by heaven and can at least become overlords in a certain area. As for gold, let alone. This type of people are above all others, pushing their way forward. No difficulty can stop their growth, and they will eventually become the strongest in the world. They are the best people of an era and the representatives of an era, and are destined to be very rare. Su Yunfeng discovered that the current system can only bind 5 people with destiny, so he naturally has to cherish them and not bind everyone he sees. His goal is to bind the red or even golden destiny person. As for those below red, he won't consider them for now. Reception Hall. Su Yunfeng's father Su Tianqing's face did not look very good. Brother Su, what do you think about this? Tang Jinyuan looked at Su Tianqing and asked with a slight smile on his face. Su Tianqing glanced at Tang Shuayuan. In fact, he was very satisfied with his daughter-in-law. The relationship between the two families has always been good. However, no one expected that the Tang family father and daughter would come to cancel the engagement today. Because, in a few days, people from Lingxiao sect will come to Qianyang City to select disciples. With Tang Shuayuan's talent and cultivation, she will most likely be selected. As long as you enter Lingxiao sect, you will soar to the sky. However, her fiancé Su Yunfeng turned out to be a complete loser and seriously held her back. The two are destined to be from different worlds. She, Tang Shuayuan, has a better future. Why should she hang herself on Su Yunfeng, a waste? What's more, she didn't have much good feelings towards Su Yunfeng. It would be better to kill her than to let her, a gifted girl, marry a loser. So, she persuaded her father to come to the Su family to cancel the engagement. Su Tianqing said calmly, as long as Yunfeng agrees, I have no objection. Just then, a figure walked in from the door. It was Su Yunfeng. Several people glanced over. Tang Shuayuan frowned slightly. Su Yunfeng seemed to give her a different feeling. However, I couldn't tell what the difference was at the moment. When she was looking at Su Yunfeng also locked his eyes on her at the first moment. But soon, Su Yunfeng looked away. This made Tang Shuayuan frown even more. In the past, as long as she was present, Su Yunfeng would never take his eyes off her. However, today, Su Yunfeng's gaze stayed on her for only 3 seconds. Moreover, she also noticed that a hint of disdain and disappointment flashed in Su Yunfeng's eyes. Su Yunfeng's attitude made her feel very uncomfortable. The reason why Su Yunfeng looked away was because he was really disappointed. I originally thought that Tang Shuayuan, as my fiancé in the previous life, should be the one destined by heaven. He came with high hopes, but ended up disappointed. Tang Shuayuan is a person with orange luck, which can only be said to be slightly better than ordinary people. She is too far away from the red and gold that he wants to bind to, so he lost interest after just one look. Father, Uncle Tang. Su Yunfeng saluted the 2 elders respectfully. Then he smiled at Tang Shuayuan and said, Shuayuan, long time no see. Although she was not the destined person he wanted to be bound to, she was his fiancée in his previous life after all, and she was also beautiful, so there was no need to be too distant from her. After all, he had sworn to take care of his fiancée in his previous life. Tang Shuayuan nodded slightly without saying anything. Su Yunfeng didn't care about it. Father, what is the matter that you called me here for? Su Yunfeng looked at his father and asked. Su Tianqing sighed slightly and said, let your Uncle Tang tell you. At this time, Tang Jinyuan stood up and laughed, my dear nephew, Uncle Tang, I won't beat around the bush. I'll just say it straight. Today we are here to cancel the engagement. Break off an engagement? Su Yunfeng was slightly stunned, then looked at Tang Shuayuan. Tang Shuayuan said, "You and I grew up together, so we can be considered childhood sweethearts. However, I truly don't have any romantic feelings for you. If we force ourselves to be together, neither of us will be happy." Having said that, she looked up at Su Yunfeng and said in a firm tone, "So, let's cancel the engagement. It will be good for you, me, and everyone else." Tang Jinyuan also spoke up and said, "Yes, nephew, a forced melon is not sweet. Uncle believes that you will definitely find a girl better than Xue Yuan." Su Yunfeng sneered in his heart. What's the saying that a forced melon is not sweet? Isn't it just that he is a waste due to his poor qualifications and is not worthy of Tang Shuayuan? Anyone who is not blind can see this little trick at a glance. Since Uncle Tang and Miss Tang have both said so, I also feel that love cannot be forced, so let's cancel this engagement. When Su Yunfeng finished saying this, the three people present were shocked. Tang Shuayuan never expected that Su Yunfeng would agree so easily without even showing any emotion. This was completely different from what she had imagined. You know, from childhood to adulthood, Su Yunfeng has spent a lot of time and effort on her. He can be said to be her most loyal bootlicker. However, when Su Yunfeng said those words just now, there was no extra expression on his face. At this moment, Tang Shuayuan felt very uncomfortable. It shouldn't be like this. When Su Yunfeng heard that the engagement was to be cancelled, Shun Ti burst into tears and refused to agree no matter what. How could you agree so casually? Su Yunfeng wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of his fiancée. If she was not the one he wanted, what was the point of her being beautiful? What he wants is not a pretty vase, but a useful tool. Anyone who wants a worthless vase can take it. Brother, it's not that I don't help you take care of your fiancée. It's that your fiancé wants to break off the engagement, but I'm not going back on my word. Su Yunfeng thought so in his heart, without any psychological burden at all. After breaking off the engagement, he no longer had a fiancé and no longer had to spend energy taking care of her. This is a good time to use your energy to find your destined person. Why not? Ha, my dear nephew is indeed sensible. Tang Jinyuan laughed. He originally thought that it might take some time and effort, but he didn't expect that the other party would agree so easily. He clasped his fists towards Su Tianqing and said with a smile, "Brother Su, since both young people have no objection, let's call it a day." Su Tianqing was also stunned. Why did his son agree so readily? He knew that Su Yunfeng was deeply in love with Tang Shuayuan. But since his son has already agreed, he has nothing to say. In that case, let's just forget about it. Thank you, Uncle Su. Tang Shuayuan bowed slightly and smiled faintly. No matter what, the purpose of coming here today has been achieved, and the big stone in my heart has finally been put down. From then on, she had nothing to do with that loser Su Yunfeng. She, Tang Shuayuan, can now pursue a better life. Brother Su, since this matter has been settled, we will not disturb you any further. We will take our leave now. Tang Jinyuan and his daughter prepared to leave. Etc. At this moment, Su Yunfeng suddenly called out lazily to the father and daughter. Chapter 5 I, Tang Shuayuan, will definitely make you regret it. Etc. At this moment, Su Yunfeng suddenly called out lazily to the father and daughter. The three of them were stunned and looked at Su Yunfeng, confused. Tang Shuayuan was afraid that he would regret it, so she frowned slightly and said dissatisfiedly, "You have already agreed to cancel the engagement, do you want to regret it?" Su Yunfeng smiled faintly. Regret? How could I regret it? He came to Tang Shuayuan, stretched out his hand, and said calmly, "Since the engagement has been cancelled, return the gift I gave you." All three of them frowned. Tang Shuayuan looked up at Su Yunfeng in disbelief, her eyes full of anger, and shouted, "Su Yunfeng, are you still a man? How dare you ask for something back that you gave away?" Su Yunfeng had a calm expression, even with a hint of coldness on his face. "I don't need the other things, but you have to return the Qingshuang sword and the 100-year blood Ganoderma to me." He had spent a huge amount of money to buy the Qingshuang sword to please Tang Shuayuan. If he gave it to the bound person with destiny, the profit would be even higher. The same goes for the 100-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum. He lowered his head slightly to look at Tang Shuayuan, and said calmly, "These two things are my gifts to my fiancée. Now that we have broken off our engagement, you have to return them to me." Tang Shuayuan was so angry that her body was shaking. She stared at Su Yunfeng angrily, her eyes seemed to be spewing fire. This lickspittle man actually dared to treat her like this. She felt annoyed and angry, and was extremely unhappy. Tang Jinyuan didn't expect Su Yunfeng to be so shameless. With a hint of anger, he said in a deep voice, "My dear nephew, a man should be magnanimous. How can you take back what you have given away? How can our two families get along in the future if you do this?" Su Yunfeng chuckled. "Uncle Tang, that's not right. It was you and my father who made the engagement, and now you're calling it quits? You don't keep your word, Uncle Tang. Where has your composure gone? Also, have you ever considered how our two families will get along in the future when you come to cancel the engagement? I just want to get back what belongs to me. Is that wrong?" This one sentence left Tang Jinyuan speechless. "I still say the same thing. I can give up other things, but these two things must be returned to me." At this time, Su Yunfeng's tone became much colder. Since the other party doesn't give him face, why should he consider their feelings? Tang Jinyuan's face darkened slightly. He knew that breaking off the engagement would not be so smooth. It turned out that Su Yunfeng had already thought of a countermeasure. "However, on second thought, compared with my daughter's future, these two material possessions are nothing." He snorted coldly, then said, "Shui Yuan, return the Qingxuang sword and the blood Ganoderma to him. From now on, the Su and Tang families will have nothing to do with each other. If my daughter enters the Lingxiao sect, her career will soar to new heights, and the status of the entire Tang family will also rise. I'm afraid the Su family will come to please them crying, and then they will make the Su family pay the price for what they did today." Tang Shuiyuan's face looked extremely ugly. The blood Ganoderma is easier to deal with, as she hasn't used it yet and can hand it over. However, she had already refined the Qingxuang sword into her own natal weapon. If it were to be separated, her cultivation would certainly be damaged. In a few days, Lingxiao sect will start recruiting disciples. At this critical moment, if her cultivation is damaged, it will be extremely disadvantageous to her. "Why, you don't want to return it?" Su Yunfeng sneered and spoke coldly. Hearing Su Yunfeng's sarcasm, Tang Jinyuan's anger was immediately ignited. "Shui Yuan, what are you waiting for? Return the things to him. When you enter Lingxiao sect, they will know how foolish their actions today were." When Su Yunfeng heard the words Lingxiao sect, a figure flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Isn't this the sect where that mysterious woman belongs?" After searching through my memories of my previous life, I only knew that Lingxiao sect was the largest sect within a radius of 10,000 miles, and there was no other information. He planned to go back and ask his stepfather again. At this time, Tang Shuiyuan bit her lower lip tightly, and her eyes looking at Su Yunfeng were full of coldness and resentment. Tang Shuiyuan gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "Do you really want to do this?" Facing the furious Tang Shuiyuan, Su Yunfeng shrugged indifferently and sneered, "Do you think I'm kidding you? All right, remember the humiliation you inflicted on me today. One day, I, Tang Shuiyuan, will make you regret it." Tang Shuiyuan was filled with rage, almost bursting out of her eyes. Tang Shuiyuan remembered today's shame. After she entered Lingxiao sect, she would make Su Yunfeng and the entire Su family regret it. Su Yunfeng remained calm and was not frightened by Tang Shuiyuan's words. Although Tang Shuiyuan has a certain amount of luck, it is unlikely for her to stand out in the powerful Lingxiao sect. Besides, whether you can get in or not is another matter. Want him to regret it? Ha ha ha. It's a pipe dream. Then, Tang Shuiyuan used her skills to forcibly peel off the Qingxuang sword. Her breath also dropped a lot. Tang Jinyuan finally woke up. If I had known that my daughter had refined the Qingxuang sword into her natal weapon, I would never have asked her to return it. However, it is too late now. Tang Shuiyuan's aura has weakened a lot, and her cultivation has also declined. He began to worry about the selection in a few days. At the same time, his hatred towards Su Yunfeng and the Su family grew even stronger. Remember everything your Su family did today. One day, I will make you pay it back 100-fold. After leaving behind some harsh words, Tang Jinyuan helped the pale-faced Tang Shuiyuan out of the Su family. After putting away the Qingxuan sword and the blood Ganoderma, Su Yunfeng was in a good mood. He was not worried at all about Tang Jinyuan's intimidation and did not take it to heart at all. After the Tang family father and daughter left, he asked, "Father, what's the situation with Lingxiao sect's disciple selection?" Su Tianqing was pleased with his son's actions. He felt that his son had finally grown up. So he said with a smile, 3 days ago, an envoy from the Lingxiao sect came to inform us that they would be selecting a group of disciples in Shenyang City. Through Su Tianqing's explanation, Su Yunfeng quickly understood. but his brows were slightly furrowed. 3 days ago? Is that such a coincidence? He muttered to himself. Lingxiao sect has never selected disciples in Qianyang City before, so why are they here suddenly? On the other side, the Tang family father and daughter, who had just left the Su mansion, happened to run into the Yang family's large army. Brother Yang, what are you doing? Tang Jinyuan asked in surprise. The four major families rarely mobilized a large force, but now, the Yang family brought hundreds of people, and it was obvious that something big was happening. Yang Lin, the head of the Yang family, said with a cold expression, Su Yunfeng severely injured my son. I am going to the Su family to seek an explanation. When the Tang family father and daughter heard this, they were both stunned. Su Yunfeng beat Yang Wei seriously? How is that possible? They were very clear about Yang Wei's cultivation level, which was the 5th level of warrior. In contrast, Su Yunfeng is only at the 1st level of martial arts. How could Su Yunfeng seriously injure Yang Wei, who was 4 realms higher than him? Tang Shuayuan said in disbelief, Uncle Yang, are you mistaken? Su Yunfeng is just a loser, how could he hurt Yang Wei? Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's face turned even colder. It is true that Su Yunfeng is a waste, but it is also true that his son was injured by Su Yunfeng. Doesn't that mean that his son is worse than trash? Humph, how could I be wrong about this? After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to the Tang father and daughter, and brought his men to block the gate of the Su family. The Tang family father and daughter were also confused, so they stayed to see what was going on. Anyway, they would never believe that loser Su Yunfeng could seriously injure Yang Wei. Su Yunfeng, get out here. Yang Lin was now shouting angrily in front of the gate of Su mansion. His voice was very loud, and with the blessing of spiritual power, it penetrated the entire Su mansion in an instant. Chapter 6 Bound to the Daughter of Destiny. Su Yunfeng, get out here. Yang Lin's voice was very loud, and with the blessing of spiritual power, it penetrated the entire Su mansion in an instant. Su Yunfeng in the reception room naturally heard it as well. His eyebrows raised slightly, knowing that the person who came to punish him had arrived. Su Tianqing was confused. He recognized that the person who was calling out was Yang Lin, but he seemed very angry. Yunfeng, have you offended the Yang family? Su Yunfeng nodded after hearing this and gave a brief account of the matter. Su Tianqing stared at his son in disbelief, then asked, Tell me the truth, what realm are you in now? The 9th level of warrior. Ah, good, you are worthy of being my son, Su Tianqing. Su Tianqing burst into laughter when he heard this. The wrinkles on his face disappeared instantly and he seemed to be 10 years younger. Everyone said that his son was a waste, but they didn't expect that Su Yunfeng was just developing secretly and pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. He was in a very good mood and stood up directly from the position of the head of the family. He waved his sleeves and said domineeringly, Let's go and meet the Yang family. Soon, Su Yunfeng and his father arrived at the gate. At this time, the gate of the Su family was surrounded tightly by hundreds of Yang family members, as if they were afraid that Su Yunfeng would run away. Yang Lin stood alone at the front, his face was cold and gloomy, and his eyes were full of anger. Yang Wei's broken hands and feet could be healed, but Su Yunfeng actually poisoned him and crippled him, making him lose the ability to carry on the family line. Yang Lin couldn't swallow this humiliation. I must kill Su Yunfeng today and avenge my son. Seeing Su Yunfeng show up, Yang Lin's eyes instantly turned cold, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but take action. Su Yun Feng. Yang Lin gritted his teeth and called out Su Yunfeng's name. Su Yunfeng looked indifferent and smiled faintly, Uncle Yang, long time no see. Yang Lin snorted coldly, Who is your uncle? Today, I'm here to avenge Yang Wei. Castrate yourself, don't force me to do it myself. Ha, what a big tone. Su Tianqing smiled coldly and looked at Yang Lin with a cold look, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Yang Lin, are you too confident? Yang Lin raised his eyebrows and snorted, Su Tianqing, it was your son who killed my son first. Today I am just here to seek justice. Is that wrong? When these words were spoken, everyone watching was shocked. Yang Lin's son was actually crippled by Su Yunfeng? How is that possible? Su Yunfeng is a waste among wastes, how could he possibly destroy Yang Wei? At this time, someone in the crowd whispered, It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Su Yunfeng crippled Yang Wei, breaking all his limbs. The people around were even more confused. The Tang family father and daughter were also nearby. When they heard these words, a wave of emotion suddenly rose in their hearts. Tang Shuayuan raised her head and looked at Su Yunfeng again, her brows furrowed even more tightly. Could it be that he has been hiding his strength all this time? She was very clear about Yang Wei's cultivation level. The fact that Su Yunfeng was able to cripple Yang Wei showed that his strength was above his. Isn't Su Yunfeng a waste? This thought suddenly popped up in her mind, and she was shocked. In front of the gate, Su Tianqing's eyes suddenly became sharp. Yang Lin, don't think I don't know. Your son often bullies Yunfeng. I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and yet you come here to accuse us first? Who gave you the courage? As he spoke, a majestic aura burst out from his body. If you want to settle the score, then today we will settle the score for you and see who should give the final say on how your son has bullied Yunfeng over the years. Yang Lin frowned. He knew that Yang Wei had bullied Su Yunfeng. He also found out everything that happened today. It was still his son who wanted to play a trick on Su Yunfeng, but in the end, he was defeated by the other party. But so what? Yang Wei is his son. What's wrong with his son bullying others? That's because the other party is not strong enough, so we just bully them. However, if anyone dares to bully his son, he will definitely not tolerate it. The key point is that his son's 5 limbs were crippled, which made it even more difficult for him to swallow this anger. The main point is that my son can bully you, but you cannot bully my son. Su Tianqing, do you want to provoke a war between the two races? Yang Lin shouted loudly. He only wanted to avenge his son and did not want to provoke a fight between the two tribes. If the two clans fight, no matter who wins or who loses, both clans will be hurt. At that time, the other two clans will take the opportunity to grow and become stronger, which will not be a good thing for him. Su Tianqing snorted coldly and said domineeringly, so what? If anyone dares to touch my son today, I, Su Tianqing, will kill him. You. Yang Lin didn't expect Su Tianqing to be so decisive, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. At this moment, 2 figures appeared in the sky in an instant, cutting through the sky. Su Yunfeng looked up and his eyes instantly locked on the woman in white in the air. The woman had long hair draped over her shoulders and a slender figure. Although she wore a thin veil that prevented her true appearance from being seen, it still couldn't conceal her cold and noble temperament. The corners of her eyes are slightly upturned, like 2 petals of blooming peach blossoms, giving people a sense of extreme beauty. There was a gleam of light in her eyes, revealing a captivating brilliance. Just one look at her made one fall deeply in love with her, unable to extricate themselves. Su Yunfeng was ecstatic. It's not because of how good a woman's figure and temperament are, or how charming her eyes are. It was because the other party was actually a person with golden destiny. After searching high and low for something, it comes to you effortlessly. I was originally worrying about how to find my destined person, but I didn't expect to meet a person with golden luck so soon. System, bind this person. Without any hesitation, Su Yunfeng directly issued an order, instructing the system to bind this woman. Ding! Binding successful. Soon, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. At the same time, the information about this woman also emerged in his mind. Name, Qiu Hongyue. Cultivation, Wuzong 5th level. Constitution, Heavenly Demon Holy Body Unawakened. The Holy Demon Body. Su Yunfeng frowned slightly without leaving any trace. This physique doesn't sound like a good thing. However, the other party's luck is the highest gold level. Moreover, looking at Qiu Hongyue's appearance, she has nothing to do with devil. But what if the other party has a special physique? Su Yunfeng didn't care. The only thing he cares about is the benefits the other party brings to him. Fairy Qiu, Envoy Shen. Everyone in the field exclaimed in surprise. In the void, Qiu Hongyue and Shen Yichen stood side by side, with a little light lingering around them and a powerful aura spreading out. Greetings to Fairy Qiu, Envoy Shen. No one dared to be negligent. Even Yang Lin, who was furious, put away all his emotions and bowed respectfully. Su Yunfeng just pretended to do it. What he has to do now is to wait quietly for the other party to improve his cultivation and then have the feedback on himself. As for the rest, he doesn't care. Xiao Yuehan glanced around below and said calmly, "What do you all mean?" Chapter 7 Giving Gifts to the Daughter of Destiny. Xiao Yuehan glanced around below and said calmly, "What do you all mean?" Her voice was very pleasant, like the sound of nature, light and graceful, but also like the ice and snow in the cold winter, exuding a kind of lofty coldness, lacking some of the worldly atmosphere. Su Tianqing clasped his fists and said, "Fairy Qiu, this is what happened." As Su Tianqing spoke, everyone understood why the Yang family had mobilized so many troops. After hearing this, Qiu Hongyue frowned slightly, and a cold voice sounded. It's understandable that he was injured because he was not as skilled as his opponent. In addition, he had previously bullied young master Su Yunfeng, so Yang Wei deserved it. Her words undoubtedly declared Su Yunfeng not guilty in public. When Yang Lin heard this, anger immediately ignited in his heart. After all this trouble, my son deserves it? His 10 fingers were creaking, and his knuckles were turning white from the force. Qiu Hongyue's gaze fell on Yang Lin and she said calmly, "Are you convinced?" Yang Lin suppressed his anger, gritted his teeth, clasped his fists and said, "I'm convinced. How can I not be convinced? Although he is from the Yang family is the leader of the 4 major families in Qianyang City and is very powerful. However, his powerful strength is only limited to Qianyang City. Compared to the Lingxiao sect, a behemoth that has stood for tens of thousands of years, the Yang family is nothing. Does he dare to talk back or say no? I dare not. In that case, you should all retreat and prepare for the selection competition in 3 days." Qiu Hongyue spoke again, her voice still cold, without any emotion. "Yes." Yang Lin turned around and looked at Su Yunfeng deeply, then left in disgrace with the group. Everyone could see that Qiu Hongyue was biased, but no one was stupid enough to say it out loud. In the crowd, the Tang family father and daughter were completely stunned. Especially Tang Shuiyuan, she never expected that Fairy Qiu from Lingxiao sect would actually speak up for Su Yunfeng. When did they have a relationship? Tang Shuiyuan is quite confident about her appearance, but when facing the superior Qiu Hongyue, she can't help but feel inferior. Although I didn't see Qiu Hongyue's true appearance, her aura completely overwhelmed her. At this moment, she felt even more indignant. It turned out that Su Yunfeng had hidden so many things from her. Damn Su Yunfeng, you hid it so well. After everyone around him had dispersed, Su Tianyun clasped his fists again and said sincerely, "More fairies, please help me out." Su Yunfeng also clasped his fists to express his gratitude. He was a little confused. Fairy Qiu was obviously helping him. But why should I help him? The two of them had never met before. The key point was, what could he do that was worthy of her help? At first he thought it was due to system binding, but it was quickly denied. The system only has binding and return functions, and does not have the ability to influence other people's emotions and judgment. If it's not because of the binding, then what is it? Su Yunfeng was puzzled. But it's better this way. At least from this point of view, Qiu Hongyue doesn't hate herself. In the future, there will be opportunities for contact and the benefits can be maximized as much as possible. I just seek truth from facts and handle things impartially. No need to thank me. Qiu Hongyue spoke softly, her eyes swept over Su Yunfeng, and her eyebrows raised slightly. Is this the person Master instructed us to pay special attention to? Apart from his outstanding appearance, his qualifications are extremely poor. Qiu Hongyue already had an impression of Su Yunfeng in her mind. 3 days ago, after Master returned to the sect, he instructed that Qianyang City would be included in the selection of outer disciples this time. Moreover, he specifically told her to take special care of a man named Su Yunfeng if necessary. Until now, she still didn't understand why her master cared so much about someone with such mediocre qualifications. She even suspected that Su Yunfeng was her master's illegitimate son. At this time, Su Yunfeng clasped his fists and sincerely invited, "Two envoys, why don't you stay at my Su family for the next 3 days?" Qiu Hongyue was about to refuse, but Shinichen next to her readily agreed. Shinichen sent a voice message, "Junior Sister Qiu, we've been deep in the mountains and forests for the past few days and we're really tired. It's a good opportunity to rest here. You don't want to stay in a deserted place every day, do you?" Both of them have high status in the sect and usually have their own courtyards. During the past few days, they have been stationed in the wilderness, and Shinichen has long been impatient. Su Yunfeng's request hit the mark exactly what he had in mind, so he agreed without any hesitation. Oh well. Shinichen had already agreed, so she couldn't object anymore and finally agreed. "Please, both of you." Su Yunfeng personally led the way and introduced the two into the mansion, then ordered the servants to serve the best wine and food. Soon, a table full of delicious food was ready. "Mortal food, please don't mind the 2 messengers," Su Yunfeng explained, and then filled the wine glasses for Shinichen and Qiu Hongyue. Shinichen picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Alas! I haven't tasted anything earthly in a long time. It's fresh to try it occasionally. Shinichen laughed. Xiao Hongyue shook her head slightly, picked up the wine, gently lifted a corner of the veil, and took a sip. Su Yunfeng also smiled and said, as long as the two envoys are satisfied, I have also prepared a small gift for you too. As he spoke, he took out two carefully wrapped gift boxes. Shinichen's eyes lit up. The moment the gift box appeared, he felt a surge of spiritual power. Although he was anxious in his heart, he put on a righteous look on his face. Are you trying to bribe us? It's unfair, Envoy Shen. Su Yunfeng immediately cried out that he was innocent. Then he explained, how dare I offer bribes? That would be a disgrace to the noble reputation of the two envoys. I'm thanking you two on behalf of the hundreds of people in the Su and Yang families. Shinichen's eyebrows jumped when he heard this, and he said, oh, with interest. Su Yunfeng continued to explain, if the two families had really torn their faces and started fighting, many people would have died. The two envoys spoke out and prevented a bloodshed, saving hundreds of lives. Their merits are immeasurable. This isn't just Su Yunfeng's personal thanks to you two, but it's the gratitude of hundreds of people. Please accept it, otherwise, the hundreds of people from the Su and Yang families will feel guilty. Su Yunfeng opened the lid of the gift box at the right time. Each of the two gift boxes contained 100-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum. A gleam of light flashed in the depths of Shinichen's eyes. The 100-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum also has a great appeal to him. Alright, this envoy will reluctantly accept the kindness of those people. Shinichen didn't hesitate and took the 100-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum. Xiao Hongyue was speechless for a while. He had a deeper understanding of Su Yunfeng. This person has poor talent, but he is quick-witted and has good eloquence. Fairy Cho, please accept it. Just as Xiao Hongyue was thinking about it, Su Yunfeng came to her personally with a gift box. Xiao Hongyue glanced at Su Yunfeng, and a hint of doubt flashed in the depths of her eye sockets. Chapter 8 Hundredfold Return, Cultivation Soars. Xiao Hongyue glanced at Su Yunfeng, and a hint of doubt flashed in the depths of her eye sockets. She was really surprised that this person was so close to her and his eyes were so clear, without any distractions. You know, even if she is wearing a veil, she is still very attractive to men. Just like Shinichen next to her, when he looked at her, deep greed would be revealed in the depths of his eyes. Although it was hidden well, it could not escape her eyes. There are many more people like Shinichen in the sect, and their looks make her very uncomfortable. But today, this guy with extremely poor qualifications looked at her with no fluctuation in his eyes, which was really unexpected. Fairy Cho, please accept this. This is a token of love from hundreds of people. Seeing that Xiao Hongyue did not move, Su Yunfeng smiled and spoke again. Thanks. Xiao Hongyue took the gift box and said softly. Su Yunfeng smiled and said, Fairy Chiu, you don't have to be polite. You saved hundreds of lives. This little thing is nothing. It's a pity that in our mortal world, there is nothing else that can catch the eye of a fairy. Compared to the world of cultivation, the quality of things in the mortal world is naturally much lower. The 100-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum is a rare and priceless item in the secular world. But in the eyes of practitioners, it is just a 100-year-old spiritual plant. Ding! Xiao Hongyue obtains a 100-year-old blood Ganoderma, and returns it a hundredfold. The host obtains a 10,000-year-old blood Ganoderma. Hearing the system prompt, Su Yunfeng smiled, a happy smile. A hundredfold return, isn't that coming? Although the 100-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum is precious, the 10,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum would probably make even the bigwigs in the cultivation world jealous. After the meal, he personally led the two to the luxurious guest room. He also kindly instructed the servants to prepare hot water for the two of them. After returning to his room, he began to think about his next plan. The system has rules and restrictions. If the items returned by the system are given away again, there will be no return. However, there is no explicit provision that derivatives cannot trigger a return effect. He decided to combine this 10,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum with other medicinal herbs to make a pill, and then give it to Xiao Hongyue to try out the effect. I'm a fucking genius. Su Yunfeng couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up in his heart. If it could trigger the system's return effect, it would be perfect. Only by snowballing can the benefits be maximized. On the other side, after bathing, Xiao Hongyue took out the 100-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum and began to refine and absorb it. Her cultivation has reached the peak of the 5th level of Wuzone, and she only needs one final push to break through to a higher level. Originally, I planned to wait until the disciple selection was over before returning to the sect to make a breakthrough. However, the 100-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum she obtained today could just help her break through. Boom! An hour later, a powerful aura burst out from her body, and she broke through to the 6th level of Wuzone. Ding! Xiao Honyue breaks through to the 6th level of Wuzone, 50 times the return. The host's cultivation level is raised to the 5th level of Wuling. Su Yunfeng sat up with a somersault and all sleepiness disappeared in an instant. He felt his body filled with powerful energy. He actually jumped directly from the 9th level of warrior to 2 major realms and soared to the 5th level of martial spirit. Fuck, the feeling of lying flat is so good. The plan must be accelerated. Having tasted the sweetness, Su Yunfeng secretly made up his mind. The next day, Su Yunfeng left home early and headed to Wanbao Pavilion. He doesn't know how to make elixirs, but there are people in Wanbao Pavilion who do. Soon, he arrived at Wanbao Pavilion. Hey, Mr. Su, long time no see. The shopkeeper of Wanbao Pavilion was a middle-aged woman who still had some charm. When she saw Su Yunfeng coming in, she immediately went to greet him with a smile. What happened yesterday is known to the whole city, and no one dares to underestimate Su Yunfeng anymore. The shopkeeper's attitude was more respectful and polite than before. Su Yunfeng nodded and said straight to the point, I want to refine some pills and I need the best alchemist. The shopkeeper smiled upon hearing this and said, Don't worry, sir. All of our alchemists are experts. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Take me to see it. Su Yunfeng was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. Then, the shopkeeper led him to the alchemy hall of Wanbao Pavilion. The shopkeeper called an old man over and introduced him to Su Yunfeng. This is our Wanbao Pavilion's 4th grade alchemist, Dan Chen. Su Yunfeng glanced sideways slightly. Wanbao Pavilion is indeed a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are everywhere, even a 4th grade alchemist is there. You know, alchemists are extremely noble in the entire continent. A 4th grade alchemist can receive extremely high treatment in any sect. Alchemists are ranked from grade 1 to grade 9. The higher the grade, the higher the quality of the pills they refine, with fewer impurities and better effects. What kind of elixir does my lord need to refine? At this time, Dan Chen asked. He is the manager of the alchemy hall of Wanbao Pavilion and also the highest level alchemist in Wanbao Pavilion. Once he is asked to go out, it must be because there are extraordinary elixirs to be refined. I have a 10,000-year-old blood Ganoderma that needs to be refined into a pill. Before Su Yunfeng finished speaking, Dan Chen's eyes suddenly lit up and his expression became excited. Sir, do you really have a 10,000-year-old blood Ganoderma? 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum is relatively rare, and 10,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum is even rarer. The reason why Dan Chen was so excited was that he also needed a 10,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum to make the elixir. He searched for many years but couldn't find it. Finally, he had to give up and join Wanbao Pavilion, preparing to spend his old age in peace. I never expected that the young man in front of me said that he had a blood Ganoderma lucidum that was 10,000 years old. How can I not be excited? Su Yunfeng keenly noticed the change in Dan Chen's mood, and his heart suddenly brightened up. The time to take advantage of him had come. So he said, It's not convenient to talk here, let's find a place to talk in detail. Dan Chen nodded quickly upon hearing this. Yes, sir, what you said is very true. Please follow me. Afterwards, Dan Chen led Su Yunfeng to a secluded room. As soon as he sat down, Dan Chen couldn't wait to ask again, Master, do you really have a 10,000-year-old blood Ganoderma? Su Yunfeng didn't waste any time and took out the blood Ganoderma lucidum directly. Yes. Dan Chen held the blood Ganoderma lucidum excitedly, his body trembling with excitement. The deep wrinkles on his face seemed to have disappeared a lot at this moment, and his whole spirit instantly improved. With this 10,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum, Dan Chen will definitely be able to recover to his peak state. Sir, can you sell this pearl blood Ganoderma to me? Su Yunfeng smiled secretly in his heart. This old guy really didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. With a wave of his hand, the blood Ganoderma was directly taken back into the system space. Dan Chen took out the certificate and immediately said anxiously, Sir, I really need this 10,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum. Please name a price. I want your alchemy manual, your experience in alchemy, and your recipe. Su Yunfeng didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his needs, which was really a big ask. Dan Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this, a look of hesitation on his face, and said, "Sir, if you want to learn alchemy, you can take me as your teacher. I will definitely teach you everything I know without holding back." Su Yunfeng smiled faintly when he heard this, and then stood up. He laughed and said, "Since you are not sincere, then just pretend I never said anything. I think many people are willing to make such a deal with me. Are you kidding me? Become a disciple? His aptitude is so poor that even if he refines pills for 100 years, he probably won't be able to break through to the second level. Pure waste of time. If he had this much time, wouldn't it be nice to go to a brothel and listen to music? Sir, don't leave." When Dan Chen saw that Su Yunfeng was leaving without any hesitation, he immediately became anxious and quickly stood in front of Su Yunfeng. "Why, do you still want to use force?" Su Yunfeng glanced at Dan Chen calmly and continued. "I'm not afraid to tell you that I have some connections with the Lingxiao sect. There are 2 Lingxiao sect envoys in the mansion right now. If you attack me, you can imagine the consequences." Chapter 9 Meeting my ex-fiancée Tang Shuayuan again. Dan Chen's heart skipped a beat. If Su Yunfeng insisted on leaving, he did think about using force. However, after hearing these words, his thoughts were immediately extinguished. With his current ability, he is not enough to fight against Lingxiao sect. "Okay, I promise you." After considering it over and over again, Dan Chen finally gritted his teeth and agreed. However, Su Yunfeng said calmly, "You agreed, but I regret it." "What?" Dan Chen cried out in surprise, and immediately felt unwell. It was obvious that he had exerted great perseverance and finally gave in, but in the end, the other party disagreed. Su Yunfeng saw all of Dan Chen's reactions, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. At this time, he said again, "I think that your things are not worth a 10,000-year-old blood Ganoderma. What do you want?" Dan Chen didn't want to miss this opportunity. After all, he had waited too long and his lifespan was almost up. If I miss this opportunity, I may never encounter the 10,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum again in this life. 1/3 of a plant. Su Yunfeng spoke calmly and gave his price. "No." Dan Chen almost jumped up. 1/3 of a plant was not enough for him to refine that kind of elixir. "Half a plant, this is my bottom line." He stopped beating around the bush and directly stated his bottom line. Su Yunfeng didn't bargain anymore and agreed on the spot. He also added a sentence with a hint of threat in his words. "What you provide must be flawless. I intend to present it to an elder of the Lingxiao sect. If there is any flaw, you will not be able to escape the Lingxiao sect's pursuit, even if you are at the ends of the earth." "Of course, I still disdain to do such dirty things," Dan Chen said. Afterwards, Su Yunfeng took out the 10,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum again. He casually threw it to Dan Chen and said, "I want the realm-breaking pill. I'll refine as many as you can from half a blood Ganoderma." At the same time, Dan Chen also handed over a jade slip. The jade slip contained the alchemy manual and insights he had gained for most of his life, as well as a large number of alchemy recipes. "No problem. Although the broken mirror pill is difficult to refine, I happen to have quite a bit of experience." Dan Chen held the blood Ganoderma lucidum in his hand, a smile on his face, and agreed casually. "By the way, I only have blood Ganoderma here. You can find a way to get the other herbs yourself. I will come to get the pill tomorrow." "Oh shit." Dan Chen was completely stunned. This guy actually got it for free, only got half a blood Ganoderma lucidum, and I have to pay for the rest myself? He felt that he had suffered a huge loss this time. Su Yunfeng was in a good mood, having made a lot of money. Even if the final elixir could not trigger the system's return effect, he still had Dan Chen's alchemy manual in his hand. "Give these things to Qiu Hanyue. As long as she learns a little bit, she can gain a lot of alchemy experience and skills. By then, you can make pills by yourself and have enough food and clothing, so there is no need to look for an alchemist. Shopkeeper, bring out the oldest spiritual plant you have. I'll buy it." After coming out of the alchemy hall, Su Yunfeng went straight to the shopkeeper who still had some charm. After hearing this, the shopkeeper complimented him, "Mr. Su, you are so lucky. We just happened to deliver 100-year-old qi condensing grass." "Oh, really?" Su Yunfeng couldn't help but sigh that his luck was simply too good. The shopkeeper quickly took out the 100-year-old qi condensation grass, and suddenly, the spiritual energy around him became richer. Qi condensing grass contains a large amount of spiritual power, which is of great benefit to practitioners. It is especially useful for those whose realm has fallen due to external factors. Mr. Su, we are old acquaintances. I won't make money from you. Just give me 50,000 gold coins. The shopkeeper laughed so hard that his body shook and his face was full of ups and downs, just like Big Bad Wolf meeting lazy sheep. Just when Su Yunfeng was about to bargain, two figures came in from outside. One of them was his ex-fiancée Tang Shuiyuan. The other person is the second son of the Zhao family, Zhao Hao. Su Yunfeng snorted, swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue, and threw 50,000 gold coins to the shopkeeper. Spirit-gathering grass. Just as he took the spirit-gathering grass, a cry of surprise came from the door. Tang Shuiyuan looked at the spirit-gathering grass with a burning gaze, and then shouted, Su Yunfeng, can you give me this spirit-gathering grass? It's very important to me. Because she forcibly stripped off the Qingxuan sword yesterday, her realm dropped. It was a good opportunity for him to come to Wanbao Pavilion today to try his luck and see if there were any elixirs or spiritual herbs that could quickly restore his cultivation. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the door, he saw the spirit-gathering grass in Su Yunfeng's hand. Moreover, the spiritual energy surrounding this spirit-gathering grass was surging, far exceeding any other grass she had ever seen. She concluded that this spirit-gathering grass was at least 100 years old. If she could obtain it, her injuries would be completely healed, and her cultivation would even be able to reach a higher level. Su Yunfeng smiled coldly in his heart, and then ruthlessly refused, I'm sorry, I also need this spirit-gathering grass. Su Yunfeng doesn't like Tang Shuiyuan. He gave her his whole heart in his previous life, but in return he was rejected by her. She even threatened him when she broke off the engagement, asking him to regret it. He. A woman like this, no matter how beautiful she is not Su Yunfeng's type. Su Yunfeng has no good feelings towards Tang Shuiyuan at all. Tang Shuiyuan opened her mouth, but she didn't expect Su Yunfeng to reject her. In the past, as long as she said a word, Su Yunfeng would be thrown in front of her like a dog and try his best to please her. But everything changed. Su Yunfeng became strange, unkind, and stopped licking her. This made her frown deeply, and the huge sense of disparity made her feel very uncomfortable. Su Yunfeng, please name your price. I don't want this qi condensation herb anymore. When Zhao Hao saw Su Yunfeng's refusal, he immediately stood up and said with a cold and arrogant look on his face. His talent far surpasses Su Yunfeng, and he is a famous genius in Shenyang City. If they were not from the same four major families, he would probably never have had any contact with Su Yunfeng, a loser. In his heart, Su Yunfeng was complete trash and waste, and had no right to talk to him at all. If it weren't for Tang Shuiyuan's sake, he wouldn't even bother to look at Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng laughed jokingly, alright, my spirit-gathering grass costs 100,000 gold coins a year, 100 years, that's 10 million gold coins, bring the money, I'll give it to you with both hands. The shopkeeper next to him felt ashamed after hearing this. She was already a profiteer, but at this moment, she felt that compared to Su Yunfeng, she was just a completely insignificant younger brother. How dare you say 10 million gold coins right out of your mouth? Su Yunfeng, are you really trying to trick me? 10 million gold coins, why don't you just go and rob them? Zhao Hao was extremely angry, and his rage instantly rose to his head, and he spoke in a very concise manner. 10 million gold coins, even if you sell the entire Zhao family it wouldn't be worth that much. It was obvious that Su Yunfeng just didn't want to sell it to him. Ha, so what if I'm playing a trick on you? Can you still complain about the world? Su Yunfeng showed no fear at all. Instead, there was a hint of sarcasm on his face as he admitted it directly. Zhao Hao was so angry that his blood pressure soared and his eyes seemed to be spewing flames. Tang Shuiyuan also looked at Su Yunfeng in disbelief. I was thinking, how dare he? How dare a loser like him make fun of Zhao Hao? You know, Zhao Hao and Yang Wei are completely on different levels. Just because Su Yunfeng was able to seriously injure Yang Wei doesn't mean he is qualified to challenge Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of warrior, and he was one of the best among his peers. How dare he, Su Yunfeng? Su Yunfeng, you're looking for death. Zhao Hao unleashed his powerful cultivation without reservation on the spot. Chapter 10 If you don't have the ability, why are you pretending? Su Yunfeng, you're looking for death. Zhao Hao unleashed his powerful cultivation without reservation on the spot. He stared at Su Yunfeng intently, his eyes filled with anger, and said coldly and fiercely. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the spirit-gathering grass, then kneel down and kowtow to apologize. For the sake of the Su family, I won't make things difficult for you. If not, don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Yunfeng sneered when he heard this, stretched out his index finger and hooked it at Zhao Hao. He jokingly said, "You, come here." Zhao Hao was so angry that smoke came out of his head. His breath had reached its peak and he was almost unable to control the urge to hit Su Yunfeng. Seeing that things were about to get out of control, Tang Shuayuan immediately stood up and said, "Su Yunfeng, as long as you sell the spirit-gathering grass to me, I'm willing to pay double the price. I really need it." Su Yunfeng glanced at Tang Shuayuan coldly and said indifferently, "Humph, brainless woman, I am the young master of the Su family, do I need your money? It's none of my business if you need it." "You." Su Yunfeng directly confronted Tang Shuayuan so much that she couldn't say a word. Her beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent, and she stared at Su Yunfeng angrily. Su Yunfeng's attitude towards him was completely different from before. In the past, he was a dedicated and responsible licking dog, but now, he doesn't even give her any face, let alone lick her. The huge sense of gap made her even more irritated and angry. "Shuayuan, why waste your time talking to a loser like him? Once I take him down, he'll surrender." Zhao Hao is extremely confident in his own strength. He is a warrior of the 9th level, a leader among the younger generation. Could it be that he can't even defeat the waste of the Su family? Absolutely impossible. So, he didn't waste any time talking. Instead, he flashed and took action. He slapped Su Yunfeng with his palm, intending to take him down with lightning speed. Su Yunfeng had a sarcastic look on his face and mocked, "What? You're going to rob me just because you can't come up with 10 million gold coins? Why are you pretending to be so arrogant when you don't have any money?" Su Yunfeng's words were like a knife, stabbing Zhao Hao's heart. Damn, who the hell is such an idiot that he would spend 10 million gold coins to buy a spirit-gathering grass? Besides, he really doesn't have 10 million. Zhao Hao was filled with anger and power, and this attack contained all his strength. He wanted to suppress this waste Su Yunfeng in one fell swoop. One is to show off in front of Tang Shuayuan. The second is that he wants to teach Su Yunfeng, the loser, a lesson. This loser actually dared to make fun of him and humiliate him in public. So infuriating. The shopkeeper was horrified. If a fight broke out in the store, she would be the one who suffered the loss. Just when she was about to stop it herself, someone moved faster than him. Su Yunfeng's figure flashed, and then he kicked Zhao Hao in the belly. Zhao Hao was knocked away by a huge force and finally fell heavily on the street outside the store. What's going on? Zhao Hao couldn't believe it. He, a master of the 9th level of martial arts, was actually knocked away by a kick from Su Yunfeng, a loser? He can't accept it. How could he lose to a loser? Tang Shuayuan opened her mouth wide and looked at Su Yunfeng in disbelief as he walked out of the shop step by step. All this was so magical that she even felt like she was dreaming. When did that useless Su Yunfeng become so powerful? She couldn't understand why Zhao Hao, who was fighting with all his strength, was kicked down with just one kick. Su Yunfeng walked past Tang Shuayuan without even looking at her, treating her as air, which made Tang Shuayuan feel deeply humiliated. Zhao Hao struggled to get up from the ground, holding on to his shaky body, staring at Su Yunfeng with eyes full of hatred and resentment. "Su Yunfeng, you're looking for death." At this moment, Zhao Hao was like a mad lion, biting anyone he saw. He is Qianyan's genius and is about to become a disciple of Lingxiao sect. How could he be defeated by a loser? Although this is the fact, he just doesn't believe it. Absolutely don't believe it. The anger in his heart erupted like a volcano, and it exploded with a boom and rushed straight to the top of his head. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, which was to press Su Yunfeng to the ground and rub him hard to wash away the stain just now. The crisp sound of pop shocked all the onlookers around. Su Yunfeng's figure flashed, and the next moment he appeared in front of Zhao Hao, then swung his hand and slapped him. This slap made Zhao Hao see stars and his head buzz. He couldn't tell the directions for a moment. Zhao Hao was also slapped to the ground. His mouth was full of blood and all his front teeth were missing. At this moment, he was completely confused. If that kick just now was because he underestimated his opponent, he would have suffered a loss. How do you explain this slap? He had clearly prepared for defense, but the other party slapped him lightly. He didn't even have time to hide. "Su Yunfeng, you're looking for death." Zhao Hao, who had lost his front teeth, began to speak with a lisp. He turned around and looked at Su Yunfeng fiercely, his eyes filled with boundless anger. Su Yunfeng laughed and then stepped on his face. With a bang, Zhao Hao's face was stepped directly into the soil. Are you fucking mentally ill? You've been beaten like a pig's head and you still dare to threaten me. Do you believe I will make you the second Yang Wei? When Zhao Hao heard this, he immediately fell silent. He had heard about Yang Wei's story. It was because he provoked Su Yunfeng that his 5 limbs were crippled. He doesn't want to become a dead eunuch. Humph, wouldn't it be better if you behaved earlier? Su Yunfeng stepped on Zhao Hao's head and sneered condescendingly. If you want to show off, you have to have the ability to show off. If you don't have the ability, what are you showing off for? You're just a stupid dog. Zhao Hao's heart was about to explode with anger, but he didn't say a word in rebuttal. I was afraid that Su Yunfeng would really kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Tang Xueyuan finally reacted and immediately walked quickly to Su Yunfeng. He angrily shouted, Su Yunfeng, what are you doing? Let Zhao Hao go. Su Yunfeng glanced at her, then looked at Tang Xueyuan as if she were an idiot and snorted, Idiot! Who does this woman think she is? How dare she speak to him in such a tone? It's absolutely amazing. I won't lick you anymore, idiot. What right do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? Tang Xueyuan was so angry that her face turned pale in an instant. She never thought that Su Yunfeng would dare to insult her in public. The anger in my heart immediately ignited. Unable to bear it any longer, she shouted, Su Yunfeng, how dare you insult me? Su Yunfeng smiled indifferently, then waved his hand and slapped the other person in the face. What's wrong with scolding you? I dare to hit you, woman, know your place. You are no longer my fiancé. I can hit you if I want to. What can you do to me? Tang Xueyuan covered her burning cheeks, her heart filled with resentment and shame. Every word Su Yunfeng said hit her heart so hard that it almost stopped beating. 2 idiots. Su Yunfeng snorted, then turned around and left, not bothering to look at the 2 of them again. Su Yunfeng, for today's shame, I, Tang Xueyuan, will make you pay 100-fold. Staring at Su Yunfeng's departing back, Tang Xueyuan gritted her teeth and swore secretly in her heart. Zhao Hao also wanted revenge. He also secretly vowed to cut Su Yunfeng into pieces and trample him under his feet. After returning to the Su mansion, Su Yunfeng quickly knocked on Qiu Hongyue's door. Who? A cold voice came from the room. Su Yunfeng didn't care about Qiu Hongyue's attitude. He was just a little cold. It didn't matter. Take your time and watch me warm him up. Fairy Qiu, it's me, Su Yunfeng. Chapter 11 Send the fairy alchemy skills, and be promoted to a first-class alchemist in the blink of an eye. Fairy Qiu, it's me, Su Yunfeng. A moment later, the door creaked open, and Qiu Hongyue, wearing a veil, asked, Mr. Su, is there anything wrong? Su Yunfeng smiled slightly and said, I apologize for disturbing you, fairy. Please forgive me. As he spoke, he took out a jade slip and handed it over, saying, Fairy Qiu, this is a jade slip passed down from my Su family's ancestors. It records some methods of alchemy cultivation. As Su Yunfeng spoke, he secretly observed the changes in Qiu Hongyue's expression. When he mentioned the word Dan Dao, he clearly noticed that the other person's eyebrows twitched slightly. Although it was very subtle, it did not escape his eyes. He knew there was a chance and was immediately overjoyed. We mortals no longer possess this talent and perseverance. Rather than letting the pearl gather dust, we might as well give it to the fairy. Please don't refuse. This is a small token of our Su family's appreciation. Thank you for saving us yesterday. Qiu Hongyue was slightly surprised. She said softly, this gift is too valuable. Besides, I already received a thank you gift yesterday. Su Yunfeng quickly interrupted her next words and said sincerely. Yesterday, that was a thank you gift from the Su family and the Yang family. Today, this is our Su family's thank you gift. Please don't refuse it, fairy. If so, fairy, consider me, Su Yunfeng, as your friend, then please accept it. Without waiting for Qiu Hongyue to refuse, Su Yunfeng took her hand and placed the jade slip in her palm. The action was so fast that before Qiu Hongyue could react, Su Yunfeng had already turned and left. At the same time, his voice came. If you need anything, Fairy Qiu, just ask. Just treat the Su family as your own home. Qiu Hongyue looked at Su Yunfeng, who was walking away, then looked down at the jade slip in her hand, and a slight blush appeared on her face. It's a pity that such beautiful scenery is covered by the veil. She rubbed her wrist slightly. This was the first time in her life that a man had held her hand. That feeling made her heart beat faster. She clenched the jade slip in her hand, closed the door of the room, and began to study it. She also dabbled in alchemy and was quite interested in it. But when she was in Lingxiao's sect, her master asked her to improve her cultivation first and then study alchemy. After all, generally speaking, alchemy is only a supporting role. If you want to gain a foothold in the world of cultivation, you still need to be strong yourself. She placed the jade slip between her eyebrows, and a green light flashed. In an instant, a large amount of knowledge about alchemy appeared in her mind. Xiao Hongyue opened her red lips. She was shocked. The information recorded in the jade slip was so detailed, and it also contained a large amount of experience and insights, which was undoubtedly extremely precious to her. He actually gave me such a precious thing? The image of Su Yunfeng appeared in Xiao Hongyue's mind. Except for the poor qualifications, everything else is pretty good. She didn't even realize it, but the impression of Su Yunfeng in her mind was getting better and better. Afterwards, she immersed herself in studying alchemy. I have to say that her talent is truly incredible, and coupled with her detailed experience and insights, she has no obstacles in understanding. The other side. Su Yunfeng returned to the room, closed the door with a bang, then lay down on the bed, ready to enjoy the feedback from the system. Ding! Xiao Hongyue obtained a primary alchemy inheritance, and it will be returned a hundredfold. You will also obtain a top-level alchemy inheritance. Su Yunfeng frowned slightly. With his current qualifications and understanding, the top-level alchemy inheritance was useless. Forget it, let's keep it for now, maybe it will be useful in the future. An hour later, the system prompt finally sounded in my mind. Ding! Xiao Hongyue studied the Tao of alchemy and gained a lot of experience and insights. He reached the entry level and received a 50-fold return. The host gained a lot of experience and insights and was promoted to a first-grade alchemist. At this moment, Su Yunfeng felt as if his soul was floating up. His mind was filled with countless knowledge and experiences about alchemy, as if he had practiced it countless times and was extremely proficient in it. Another hour passed and the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Xiao Hongyue is practicing alchemy. Through practice, she has gained a lot of experience and insights, and has initially reached the level of a first-grade alchemist. 50 times the reward will be returned. The host has gained a lot of experience and insights, and has been promoted to a first-grade peak alchemist. Su Yunfeng felt comfortable all over. This is what it means to truly lie flat. Just lie in bed and wait quietly for the upgrade. This feeling of taking off is so cool. As expected of a person with a golden destiny, this understanding is simply incredible. In just 2 hours, he has already reached the level of a first-grade alchemist. Su Yunfeng was filled with emotion. This is the difference between people. He also studied the contents of the jade slip, but in the end, he didn't gain any understanding at all. As a result, others became first-class alchemists in just 2 hours. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel thief. He has already recognized his own qualifications, which are terrible and only suitable for lying down. Just as he was waiting for the next wave of feedback, there was a knock on the door and the voice of a maid was heard outside. Master, the master asks you to go to the hall. Su Yunfeng reluctantly got up from the bed and went to the hall. He glanced around and couldn't help but frown slightly. Because he saw some elders who rarely showed up. It must be no small matter to alarm these old guys. Father! Su Yunfeng bowed to Su Tianxing, the head of the family. What's the matter with calling me here? He was keenly aware that everyone in the hall was looking at him. It seemed as if I had become the protagonist inexplicably. Before Su Tianxing could speak, the elder Su Qingshan next to him couldn't wait to stand up. He asked softly, Yunfeng, have you ever heard Yang Wei? Su Yunfeng frowned. The fact that he had injured Yang Wei was already known to the whole city. Su Qingshan, as an elder of the Su family, actually asked this question. There must be something hidden behind it. Have. He nodded lightly. Su Qingshan asked again, did you hurt Zhao Hao? Have. Su Yunfeng nodded again. It had only been a short time since Zhao Hao was beaten, but the news had already been passed back. He keenly smelled the scent of conspiracy. Su Qingshan asked again, did you hurt Tang Shuayuan? Elder Qingshan, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. You're not tired of asking, but I'm tired of answering. Su Qingshan was slightly stunned, then nodded. The smile on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by cold anger. He shouted angrily, Su Yunfeng, you've made enemies everywhere and caused great losses to the Su family. Today, we will remove you from your position as young patriarch. Yes, Su Yunfeng is not worthy of being the young master of the Su family. A useless person, how can he be worthy of the position of young patriarch of the Su family? Give it up as soon as possible and let someone more capable take it. Several elders followed suit. Their expressions were extremely excited and angry, as if they had dug up his family's ancestral graves. Su Yunfeng smiled coldly in his heart. It turned out that they wanted to remove him from the position of young master of the family. He thought it was no big deal. He glanced at Su Qingshan and asked calmly, excuse me, elders, who do you think is qualified to be the young master? Chapter 12, dismiss me? Slap him in the face. When Su Qingshan heard this, a bright light flashed in his eyes. He straightened his chest and spoke eloquently, of course the position of young patriarch belongs to the most capable. Whoever is the strongest should take the position. Having said that, he paused slightly and glanced at everyone in the hall. Then, he said loudly in a sonorous and powerful voice, looking at the younger generation, Su Kai is the undisputed leader and should be the young master. Su Kai, Su Qingshan's grandson. The strongest among the younger generation of the Su family, now at the age of 19 he has reached the 8th level of warrior. Yes, I think Su Kai is the most suitable. I agree. Only by handing the family over to capable hands can the family continue to prosper. I agree. No one else is qualified except Su Kai. It was still the elders who jumped the most fiercely who spoke up and expressed their support. The other elders who had not spoken frowned slightly. Judging from the development of the family, the position of head of the family should indeed be given to someone capable. However, according to the ancient custom of succession, Su Yunfeng is the next head of the family. Su Tianqing sat in the seat of the patriarch, with no expression on his face. He already knew Su Yunfeng's cultivation level, so he had a good idea of what to do and naturally had nothing to worry about. Who the hell is Su Kai? A mere 8th level warrior dares to challenge my son. Ha, he doesn't know what's good for him. Su Tianqing had been annoyed with these old guys for a long time, and he took this opportunity to completely shut them up. So, from beginning to end, he did not speak to stop it. At this time, Su Kai stood up at the right time. His body was straight, tall and strong, half a head taller than Su Yunfeng. The powerful aura of an 8th level warrior was faintly revealed, as if he was deliberately showing off. Su Kai wore a bright smile on his face, then humbly clasped his fists and said sincerely and confidently, thank you all for your support, elders. If I become the next head of the family, I will definitely lead the Su family to a higher level. Su Yunfeng frowned slightly, and a pair of eyes came to his mind. So it was you who killed my previous life. Su Yunfeng quickly confirmed that Su Kai was one of the men in black who killed his predecessor. There is no doubt that he is the mastermind. The purpose is also very clear, which is to get the position of young master of the family. Su Tianqing only has this one son. If he dies, there will be no such thing as a legitimate son. Su Kai is the strongest among the younger generation. With the support of everyone, he will naturally become the young head of the family. However, this sure thing was ruined by him, a time traveler. Su Kai, who was restless, took advantage of the fact that he had offended the other 3 families as an excuse to gather a group of old men to remove him from the position of young master of the family. Haha, that's a good calculation. Su Yunfeng sneered in his heart, but he was not panicked at all. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are nonsense. A mere warrior of the 8th level actually dared to show off in front of him. Who gave him the courage? Su Yunfeng said with a faint smile on his face, Elder Qingshan is absolutely right. The position of young patriarch should indeed be given to the most capable person. When everyone heard this, they already had the answer in their hearts. Su Yunfeng admitted defeat and withdrew voluntarily. Su Qingshan, Su Kai and others were overjoyed. They never expected that Su Yunfeng would be so easy to talk to and agreed directly, which was far beyond their expectations. Su Qingshan said with a smile, since Yunfeng is so sensible, from today on, the young master of the Su family will be. Elder Qingshan, which year did you hear that I agreed? Before Su Qingshan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Yunfeng, and the smile on his face froze instantly. However, he was not angry. Instead, he frowned and asked, Yunfeng, you have already said that the position of young patriarch should be held by the most capable. Is there anyone in the Su family who was more suitable than Su Kai? Su Qingshan is well aware of the strength of the younger generation of the Su family. He was quite confident in Su Kai's strength, and no one of his generation was stronger than him. Oh, really? Su Yunfeng said slowly, why do I feel like I can slap Su Kai away with just one slap? Upon hearing this, Su Qingshan and the others were stunned at first, and then they couldn't help but burst into laughter. I thought to myself, you are just a piece of trash, yet you dare to speak such nonsense? You can slap Su Kai away with just one slap. I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet. Su Yunfeng knew from their expressions and laughter that these old guys didn't believe him at all and never took him seriously. But that's true, who told him to be a waste in the eyes of others? So he slowly walked up to Su Kai. He raised his hand and slapped Su Kai in the face. A crisp pop sound echoed throughout the hall. Su Kai's body was blown away like a cannonball, and then hit the pillar heavily. Everyone was shocked and stopped laughing. He stared blankly at Su Yunfeng, who was standing tall in the field, with countless questions in his mind. When did trash become so powerful? After a moment, Su Qingshan finally came to his senses and quickly came to Su Kai and helped him up. He turned around, glared at Su Yunfeng, and shouted in dissatisfaction, Su Yunfeng, what are you doing? You all don't believe I can slap him away, I'm just proving it to you, what else can I do? Su Yunfeng shrugged helplessly and spoke in a light and nonchalant tone. Su Kai was furious. He pushed Su Qingshan away and staggered to his feet. Two flames of anger shot out of his eyes as he stared at Su Yunfeng. He gnashed his teeth and said viciously, Su Yunfeng, you loser dare to hit me? Su Yunfeng raised his eyebrows and sneered disdainfully, isn't it obvious enough who the loser is? Everyone understood the meaning of this sentence. It was obvious that Su Yunfeng was mocking Su Kai. You are looking for death. Su Kai instantly became furious, and his anger level reached the maximum. His eyes turned red instantly, and with a boom sound, a powerful aura burst out. He moved his body and rushed towards Su Yunfeng. The fierce attack made everyone around feel a little nervous. He is worthy of being the strongest among the younger generation. Even a warrior at the 9th level cannot resist such an attack. However, the next moment, everyone's eyes almost popped out and their jaws dropped. Su Yunfeng casually stretched out his right hand and slapped him. The sound of bang resounded throughout the hall again. Su Kai's body was suddenly blown away, and his direction was abruptly changed, and he finally hit the hard wall. He was confused, and so were the others. If the previous slap was because Su Kai was caught off guard, then what about this slap? It was clearly he who initiated the attack, but he was slapped away by the other party. Everyone is clear about it. The strongest among the younger generation of the Su family is not Su Kai, but Su Yunfeng, who has always been called a waste. Su Yunfeng flicked his wrist, glanced at the group of elders who had just danced happily, and said disdainfully, I told you that you have no brains, but you still don't believe it. If I were useless, able to cripple Yang Wei and injure Zhao Hao, then I think each of you must be suffering from Alzheimer's disease and should be laid off as soon as possible. The faces of the elders who had supported Su Kai just now suddenly turned red. After Su Yunfeng said this, they finally reacted. Let us not talk about Yang Wei, let us just talk about Zhao Hao. He has reached the 9th level of martial arts, but he was injured by Su Yunfeng. From this point, it can be seen that Su Yunfeng's strength has surpassed the 9th level of warrior. It's ridiculous that they are still trying to seize power here. Su Tianqing felt very happy. In the past 10 years, he had never felt happier than today. I've been holding in my anger for more than 10 years, and today I finally let it out. Who dares to say that his son is a waste? Who dares to covet the position of young master? It feels so good to let out this frustration. I don't accept it. Su Kai climbed up tremblingly and shouted hysterically. I am the strongest among the younger generation of the Su family. Only I am qualified to be the young master. You are a piece of trash. How can you be so worthy? Chapter 13 Xiao Hongyue's powerful move to kill. I am the strongest among the younger generation of the Su family. Only I am qualified to be the young master. You are a piece of trash. How can you be so worthy? Su Kai's almost roaring roar echoed in the hall. His mentality exploded and he couldn't accept it. All the elders who had supported him just now kept silent. They have already faced the reality, only Su Kai is still struggling. Su Yunfeng snorted coldly, flashed in front of Su Kai, and kicked him in the stomach without mercy. Su Kai suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and his body hit the wall again. The whole hall shook and a lot of dust fell. How dare you yell? Su Yunfeng stepped on Su Kai's head and slammed his face hard on the floor. You know, murdering the young master is a capital crime. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar, and only Su Qingshan turned pale. He knew that the matter was most likely exposed. When Su Tianqing heard this, his expression changed drastically and he stood up suddenly. Yunfeng, Su Kai wants to murder you? Su Yunfeng chuckled. More than just thinking about it, they've already put it into action. My going to Pingwu Mountain was part of their conspiracy. Luckily, I was lucky enough to survive. Otherwise, I would have already turned into a cold corpse. Bang! Upon hearing this, Su Tianqing became furious and crushed the armrest of the seat with one hand. Su Kai, you dare to murder my son. You deserve to die. As he said this, he slapped Su Kai in anger, wanting to execute him on the spot. Su Qingshan was very anxious and quickly dodged and used his skills to block Su Tianqing's attack. Master, there must be a misunderstanding. You can't just listen to Su Yunfeng's one-sided statement. Huh, are you saying my son is lying? Su Tianqing snorted coldly, and a huge pressure crushed directly towards Su Qingshan. The latter immediately coughed up blood, and his body was instantly blown away by the powerful force. But at this moment, Su Yunfeng took action. He just exerted a little force with his foot and stepped down, and Su Kai died instantly. Everyone was shocked. Is Su Yunfeng serious? Kai'er! Su Qingshan screamed. Seeing his grandson die with his own eyes, his heart was filled with boundless anger and resentment. Su Yunfeng, I will kill you. Su Qingshan roared with resentment, instantly jumped up and rushed directly towards Su Yunfeng. However, at this moment, a white shadow appeared in an instant and slapped Su Qingshan in the air. With a bang, Su Qingshan was knocked directly to the ground. The huge impact force shattered the floor tiles into countless pieces. Everyone looked up and saw a woman in white gracefully landing on the ground and standing next to Su Yunfeng. It was Qiu Hongyue, the envoy of Lingxiao sect. Everyone was slightly stunned. They never expected that Fairy Qiu would suddenly take action. However, from this point it can be seen that the relationship between her and Su Yunfeng is extraordinary. The elders who had just agreed to remove Su Yunfeng looked extremely ugly, secretly hating themselves for being so stupid and why they supported Su Kai. Not to mention them, even Su Yunfeng was a little surprised. He was already ready to reveal his true strength, but Qiu Hongyue actually took action. This was something he never expected. Thank you for saving my life, Fairy. Su Yunfeng reacted quickly and immediately bowed to Qiu Hongyue, expressing his sincere gratitude. Qiu Hongyue nodded slightly. No need to thank me, it's just a small favor. She was originally studying alchemy when she suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation here. Always keeping her master's instructions in mind, she rushed over immediately. Just then, he saw Su Qingshan about to kill Su Yunfeng. How can this be tolerated? Master repeatedly told me to take care of Su Yunfeng, so how could he let him die in front of him? Without any hesitation, she attacked with lightning speed. Thank you, Fairy Qiu, for saving my life. Su Tianqing also walked over quickly to express his gratitude. Qiu Hongyue nodded slightly and said, you guys can handle the rest by yourselves. After she finished speaking, she flew away, like a stunning swift. Everyone looked at her leaving back, feeling extremely emotional. This is a disciple from a big sect. He can easily wipe out an elder from a family with just a wave of his hand. The gap in strength between aristocratic families and sects is evident. The only thing left to do was to clean up Su Qingshan's remnants, but Su Yunfeng was not interested in these. He left early and then knocked on Qiu Hongyue's door. It's me, Su Yunfeng. With a creak, the door opened. Qiu Hongyue, dressed in white and wearing a veil, walked out. What's the matter, Master Su? Qiu Hongyue's voice was still cold, like ice in winter, without any warmth. But Su Yunfeng didn't care. He smiled faintly and said sincerely, I am here to thank the fairy for saving my life. Qiu Hongyue shook her head slightly. I told you, it's just a small favor. Besides, you also taught me the cultivation method of Dan Dao. You don't owe me anything, so there's no need to thank me. Su Yunfeng shook his head and said, let's put it this way. The alchemy method is to thank the fairy for her kindness last time. I will definitely repay her for saving my life this time. I'll lay a trap here first, so that I'll have a reason to give it to her when I get the breakthrough pill tomorrow. Su Yunfeng already had a plan in mind. He spoke softly. The fairy has lived in the Tianshan fairyland for a long time and may not be familiar with the customs of the mortal world. Today is the annual temple fair, and I dare to invite the fairy to enjoy the lanterns with me. Xiao Hongyue was about to refuse, but Su Yunfeng didn't give her a chance and continued. Actually, I also have selfish motives. I have offended the Yang, Zhao, and Tang San families. They all want to kill me. I am afraid of being killed by them, so I shamelessly asked the fairy to go with me. Xiao Hongyue's sudden rescue just now made him have some guesses in his mind. From the initial rescue to the sudden action now, it undoubtedly shows that Xiao Hongyue seems to be intending to help him. As to whether it was ordered by someone, it is still uncertain. This time it was just a simple test. He wanted to see whether Xiao Hongyue cared about his life or death, so he deliberately emphasized that he had offended 3 families and was afraid of their revenge. Really? After hearing this, Xiao Hongyue's eyebrows frowned slightly. Although the movement was subtle, it did not escape Su Yunfeng's eyes. Xiao Hongyue just said, "You don't have to go. Just stay at home and you won't be in danger." This is indeed a good idea. Staying at home and not going anywhere is naturally the safest. However, Su Yunfeng was determined to find out the truth today. He just said helplessly, "To be honest, I have a reason to go." Xiao Hongyue's brows wrinkled noticeably. Finally, she sighed helplessly, then said calmly, "In this case, I will accompany you for a walk." "Thank you, fairy." Su Yunfeng's face suddenly showed joy and he quickly expressed his gratitude. However, he frowned slightly in his heart. It seems that his guess was correct. Xiao Hongyue was worried about his life safety. But judging from her eyes, it was not her intention, but more like she was ordered to do so. Su Yunfeng thought about it for a long time, and finally his mind settled on that mysterious woman. Considering that Lingxiao sect suddenly came to Qianyang to recruit disciples, he understood a little. It seems that woman has a high status in Lingxiao sect. Su Yunfeng thought secretly. Chapter 14 Fairy, why are your ears so red? As the sky gradually darkened, Su Yunfeng and Xiao Hongyue arrived at the temple fair. The place is decorated with lights and people are coming and going. It is very lively. Su Yunfeng was always observing the changes in Xiao Hongyue's expression. He saw some excitement and curiosity in her eyes, and he could conclude that this was Xiao Hongyue's first time attending such a temple fair. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. In fact, the reason for calling Xiao Hongyue out was, firstly, to test whether there was someone behind her, and secondly, to promote the relationship between the two. If the relationship between the two has reached a certain level, Xiao Hongyue will accept whatever he gives. Wouldn't that mean she can directly max out the system? This is his ultimate goal. By then there will be no need to find all those messed up reasons to force things on her. This is a long-term investment. Therefore, Su Yunfeng had already arranged people to prepare some measures. At this time, Xiao Hongyue's gaze lingered on the stall not far away for 2 more seconds, and Su Yunfeng naturally understood what she meant. He strode directly to the stall, knocked on the table, and asked, "Boss, how much is a string of your candied haws?" 2 strings for 5 coins. When Su Yunfeng heard this, his brows immediately raised. "You profiteer, you sell candied haws so expensively." When the boss heard this, he immediately shrank his neck and was about to change his words to say 2 cents a string. As a result, before he could speak, Su Yunfeng spoke first. He just said, "Will you sell me 3 strings for 10 cents? The boss was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then quickly tore off 3 candied haws and handed them over. "Sir, here are your 3 strings of candied haws." Su Yunfeng took the candied haws, threw 10 coins on the table, turned around and left happily. The candied haws shop owner quickly put away the 10 cents on the table, fearing that Su Yunfeng would go back on his word. Su Yunfeng returned to Xiao Hongyue with the candied haws, handed her 2 strings, and said with a smile, "It's my treat, here you go." Xiao Hongyue's gaze condensed slightly, and an inexplicable light flashed in the depths of her eyes. If you lift the veil, you will find that her cheeks are slightly flushed. I just looked at it, I didn't want to eat it." For the first time, Xiao Hongyue's voice showed some emotion. Su Yunfeng secretly laughed in his heart. These fairies who are high and mighty cannot bring themselves to lose face, and are the typical example of those who suffer in spite of their dreadful desire for face. He ignored Xiao Hongyue's refusal and directly grabbed her hand and stuffed 2 strings of candied haws into her hand. I'll just eat one." Xiao Hongyue didn't expect Su Yunfeng to be so overbearing and force it on her without even getting her consent. However, 2 strings of candied haws were indeed a bit too much for her to finish. Su Yunfeng laughed and said, "It's okay. We have money. If we can't finish 2 skewers, we can just eat one and throw the other away." As he spoke, he had already bitten off a piece of syrup-covered ice fruit and started chewing it. So sweet. He said sincerely that at least, it was countless times more authentic than the candied haws he had eaten in his previous life. You should eat it quickly, it's really delicious. Xiao Hongyue hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't bear to throw away a single string. She gently lifted a corner of the veil, took a small bite, and the mouth was filled with sweet taste. She had never eaten such delicious food since she was a child. Thank you. Xiao Hongyue said softly to Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng waved the candied haws in his hand and said indifferently, these are just little things. If you like them, I can buy them for you. He can open a candied haws shop now. Because the system just returned him 200 strings of candied haws. Xiao Hongyue's eyes couldn't help but curl up, as if she was very happy. She suddenly said, your bargaining method just now was very strange. Su Yunfeng looked bewildered, really? Isn't this how you bargain? The corners of Xiao Hongyue's eyes curved even more sharply, and it was obvious that she was smiling. At this moment, Su Yunfeng slapped his forehead. Yelled, I'm a pig. He. Xiao Hongyue actually laughed out loud, this was the first time. She smiled, and Su Yunfeng smiled in his heart too. He is such a smart person, how could he make such a low-level mistake? If he did make a mistake, the only reason would be that he did it on purpose. When dealing with a girl who grew up in the mountains, it is very necessary to add a little humor occasionally. If you make the other person happy, won't the relationship between the two of you naturally become closer? However, he looked heartbroken and turned around to ask his boss for the money back. However, just as he was about to leave, he felt his clothes being pulled. Turning around, who else could it be but Xiao Hongyue? Xiao Hongyue's eyebrows curved, and she said softly, you don't have to go, the boss has already run away. Oh my god, what a profiteer. What a profiteer. I must report him. Su Yunfeng's angry and annoyed look made Xiao Hongyue laugh a few more times. She covered her mouth slightly with her veil, suppressed her smile and said, how can others be considered unscrupulous merchants? It's obviously you who can't bargain, yet you blame others for it. You are such a weird person. Su Yunfeng saw that his goal had been achieved, so he waved his hand and said, forget it, let's just give him a bargain. Having said this, his eyes suddenly fell on Xiao Hongyue. With a gentle smile on his face, he said with heartfelt emotion, 10 cents can earn a fairy a smile, it's a win-win. When Xiao Hongyue heard this, a strange light flashed in her eyes. She only felt her cheeks slightly hot now, and she was secretly glad that she had a veil to cover herself, otherwise she would have been laughed at by this guy. It's a pity that no matter how well she hides, there will always be mistakes. Su Yunfeng smiled secretly in his heart and asked in a puzzled manner, fairy, are you cold? Xiao Hongyue was slightly stunned and didn't understand why Su Yunfeng asked this. It's the end of summer and the heat hasn't dissipated yet, so how could it still be cold? Besides, those of them who practice cultivation are not afraid of the severe cold at all. She shook her head and said, it's not cold. Su Yunfeng's gaze fell on the tip of her ear, and he frowned and asked in confusion, if you are not cold, why are your ears so red, fairy? Ah. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Hongyue screamed in surprise and quickly covered her ears. It was not until this time that she felt that her ears were hot and very hot. Obviously, Su Yunfeng was not talking nonsense, her ears were indeed red. She could imagine how embarrassing she was just now, and couldn't help feeling a little shy. Ah, fairy, there are still many good things here, come here quickly. When she was thinking about how to break this awkward situation and how to face Su Yunfeng. But I heard Su Yunfeng's voice coming from a distance. It turned out that he had already left. Xiao Hongyue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She pinched her ears, then silently recited the heart purification technique to calm all her emotions. After a moment, she returned to her cold and aloof fairy appearance. But even she might not have noticed. The corners of her eyes were slightly curved, with a hint of an upward arc. Fairy, look, these are so beautiful, do you like them? Chapter 15 Fireworks. Su Yunfeng is the kind of shameless person who dares to say anything. He glanced sideways at Xiao Hongyue and asked with blinking eyes. Xiao Hongyue swept her eyes across him, pure as water, clear as spring water, without a trace of distracting thoughts. Then, she set her eyes on the hairpin in Su Yunfeng's hand. The hairpin is ivory white and is decorated with an exquisite white butterfly. There was a flash of surprise in Xiao Hongyue's eyes. She grew up in the mountains and rarely came into contact with these worldly objects. She usually uses a simple peachwood hairpin to style her hair. This butterfly hairpin, with its elegant color and exquisite shape, is exactly the type she likes. Su Yunfeng's eyes moved. From the slightly changing look in Chiu Hongyue's eyes, he had already made up his mind. "Boss, I want this hairpin." Su Yunfeng's voice woke Chiu Hongyue, who was thinking. The boss immediately laughed and said, "This young man has really good taste. This hairpin, called the Spirit Feather Hairpin, is the best item I've ever found." As the boss spoke, he glanced behind Su Yunfeng, and then his eyes lit up. He complimented her, "Sir, you bought this for your sweetheart, right? This feather hairpin is especially suitable for this fairy's pure and unworldly temperament." The vendor didn't care about anything and just praised the product profusely. Anyway, no matter how nice it sounds, Su Yunfeng couldn't help but twitch his lips after hearing it. "I thought to myself that this boss is really a good salesman. If it were in the previous life, he would have won many sales titles. Sir, this spirit feather hairpin is a rare item. I won't make any money from you. I'll sell it to you at cost, 999 gold coins." Su Yunfeng's eyelids twitched twice. I cursed in my heart, "Damn, this guy is such a profiteer. The cost is probably only 0.9 gold coins, and you sell it to me for 999 gold coins. Isn't this faster than robbing a bank?" If Chiu Hongyue hadn't been around, he would have definitely overturned the stall. However, he was buying things for Chiu Hongyue now, so he naturally couldn't be stingy. With a bang, a purse fell heavily on the table of the stall. Su Yunfeng said generously, 1,000 gold coins, no need to change. Then, he turned around with the hairpin in his hand, looked at Chiu Hongyue and said, "Fairy, this hairpin suits you very well. I give it to you." Before she could open her mouth to refuse, Su Yunfeng took the initiative and inserted the hairpin into Chiu Hongyue's thick hair. Then, Su Yunfeng took a step back, a look of surprise in his eyes. "Nice," he praised sincerely. This statement is really not false. This Lingyu hairpin and Chiu Hongyue are really a perfect match. After putting on the Lingyu hairpin, even though Chiu Hongyue was wearing a veil and could not see her face, she could still imagine her beauty. Su Yunfeng took out a bronze mirror from his storage ring and held it in front of Chiu Hongyue. "Fairy, look, I didn't lie to you, it's really beautiful." Chiu Hongyue saw her appearance in the bronze mirror and found that she was even more stunning with the embellishment of the Lingyu hairpin. Her eyebrows curved slightly, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Which woman in the world doesn't love beauty? Fairies are no exception. The more beautiful the fairy is, the more she loves beauty. "Thank you." Chiu Hongyue spoke softly, and although her words were light, Su Yunfeng could hear the emotions contained in them clearly. He couldn't help but smile in his heart. One step closer to my ultimate goal. Afterwards, Su Yunfeng took Chiu Hongyue to visit many places and played all kinds of lantern riddles. Su Yunfeng really showed off. Especially those riddles and couplets, which were completely effortless for him, a time traveler. Except for his lack of qualifications, he is good in everything else. He knows how to take care of people and is very talented. Chiu Hongyue's evaluation of Su Yunfeng once again rose a lot. She had not noticed that her originally frozen heart seemed to be slowly opening up. "Fairy, I'll take you somewhere," Su Yunfeng said mysteriously. Then, under the leadership of Su Yunfeng, they came to a quiet hillside. Standing here, you can have a panoramic view of the entire temple fair. The place is decorated with lights and people are bustling about, creating a festive and lively atmosphere. There is a sense of looking down on all the mountains. Bang! Sudden. A firework rose from the ground, dragging a long tail up into the sky, and then exploded with a bang. Gorgeous fireworks exploded, and stars filled the sky, illuminating the night. Colorful spots of light reflected into Chiu Hongyue's beautiful eyes, and under the veil, she slightly opened her red lips. There was unstoppable surprise in his eyes. Bang bang bang! Then, a large number of fireworks rose into the sky and exploded, bursting into gorgeous flowers. It illuminates the night sky and also illuminates Chiu Hongyue's beautiful eyes. Everyone at the temple fair was attracted by the beautiful fireworks. They all exclaimed in surprise. In all these years, no one has ever set off fireworks at the temple fair. This is the first time, and it is the most brilliant one. Some couples unknowingly huddled together tightly, enjoying this unforgettable scene together. On a small hill, Chiu Hongyue covered her lips through her veil. She was nervous and delighted. She had always been busy with cultivation and had never seen such a beautiful scene. For a moment, these gorgeous paintings were deeply imprinted in her mind, and even after many years, she had never forgotten them. Su Yunfeng glanced sideways at Chiu Hongyue, with a slight smile on his face. He knew that Xiao Hongyue had deeply remembered this scene tonight. It was worth it that he bought all the fireworks in Qianyan City and put on this fireworks show. The fireworks show lasted for a full hour. After everything was over, everyone was still reluctant to leave. There was even a mist in Xiao Hongyue's eyes, which was a sign of happiness and joy. "Fairy, does it look good?" After Xiao Hongyue's mood calmed down a little, Su Yunfeng spoke with a smile on his face. Xiao Hongyue wiped the corners of her eyes, looked at Su Yunfeng and whispered, "Is this what you prepared?" "Ha ha ha, the fairy is indeed very smart." Su Yunfeng laughed. However, his words undoubtedly admitted that the fireworks show was his work. How so? There was a glint of light in Xiao Hongyue's eyes. She looked at Su Yunfeng, her rosy lips gently opening and closing under her veil, and her voice was no longer as cold and ruthless as before. In just 4 short words, her words were filled with emotions she had never expressed before. Su Yunfeng smiled slightly and said, "It's worth it to be able to win the fairy's smile and leave some impression in her heart. Many years later, the fairy can still occasionally remember that there was a person like me." After hearing this, Xiao Hongyue looked at Su Yunfeng quietly for a while without saying anything. She shifted her gaze away and returned it to the sky where the fireworks had just exploded. Her eyes became deep, and I don't know what she was thinking. Su Yunfeng was so happy that he took off in his heart. This temple fair performance has basically achieved his initial goal. The next step is to boil the frog in warm water and take it slow. Chapter 16 The diligent cultivation of the Destiny Girl. Su Yunfeng's lying down and upgrading. After returning to the Su mansion, Su Yunfeng lay on the bed, ready to have a good sleep. However, an hour later, the system's prompt woke him up. Ding! Xiao Hongyue studied and practiced alchemy, gained a lot of experience and insights, and became a first-grade alchemist. 50 times the return, the host gained a lot of experience and insights, and was promoted to a second-grade alchemist. Su Yunfeng sat up suddenly, his heart beaming with joy. He just took a nap and was promoted to a second-grade alchemist. The feeling of becoming stronger even while sleeping was simply too great. Xiao Hongyue is really hardworking. She's still studying so late at night. Her spirit is commendable. You study slowly, I'm going to lie down and sleep. Su Yunfeng lay down again, in a good mood, and soon fell asleep. An hour later. Ding! Xiao Hongyue studies and practices alchemy, gaining a great deal of experience and insights. Returned 50-fold. The host gains a great deal of experience and insights, and his alchemy skills increase significantly. Su Yunfeng opened his eyes slightly and muttered vaguely, "What a good classmate." Then, I fell asleep again in a daze. The other side. Xiao Hongyue is still practicing alchemy. She wanted to quickly upgrade to a 5th-grade alchemist so that she could refine the marrow cleansing pill and change Su Yunfeng's qualifications. Even she herself found it incredible. Why do I feel such urgency and drive in my heart? In the end, she attributed all this to repaying Su Yunfeng's favor. After all, he not only taught her the method of Dandao practice, but also bought her things and took her to see an unforgettable fireworks show. She felt that she should do something for Su Yunfeng. For example, changing his qualifications so that he can practice. Through continuous study and repeated practice, her alchemy skills are also growing rapidly. Until the sky turned pale, the night passed quickly. Her alchemy skills have reached the peak of the 1st level. Su Yunfeng sat on the bed in a daze, and then he was ecstatic. In just one night, he had reached the peak of the 2nd level. If he continued like this, his level would get higher and higher, and then he would be able to refine a large number of pills and give them to Qiao Yuehong to obtain higher level pills. Just thinking about it makes my heart surge. So what if I have poor qualifications? Anyway, I'm not the one practicing. After packing up, he went out to Wanbao Pavilion. According to the agreement, he will come to get the realm-breaking pill today. He went straight to the alchemy hall, where Dan Chen had been waiting for a long time. Su Yunfeng frowned. Dan Chen looked exhausted, as if he had exerted too much effort and his body was about to collapse. "Where's my realm-breaking pill?" Su Yunfeng didn't waste any words and directly asked for his own pills. Dan Chen took out a thumb-sized white porcelain bottle, opened the cork, and immediately a refreshing elixir fragrance filled his nose. Just one sniff and you'll feel the hairs all over your body relax and feel extremely refreshed. Why is there only one? Su Yunfeng frowned. To be honest, he didn't believe that half of a 100,000-year-old blood Ganoderma was used to refine only one realm-breaking pill. His eyes instantly became sharp and he looked at Dan Chen. Dan Chen chuckled and explained, "Sir, one pill is already quite a few. This is a third-grade realm-breaking pill. Even for a warrior at the martial sect level, it's enough to advance one realm." Su Yunfeng frowned suddenly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The overwhelming momentum instantly pressed down on Dan Chen. "Old man, you are a fourth-grade alchemist, how come the pills you refine are only third grade? Don't try to fool me, or I'll tear down your alchemy hall." Su Yunfeng's words were cold and harsh. His eyes fell fiercely on Dan Chen, as if he wanted to see through him. Dan Chen swallowed secretly in his heart. He thought to himself that this young man's cultivation was not high and his strength was not strong, but he gave him a strong sense of oppression. "Sir, I really didn't fool you," Dan Chen quickly explained. "A 10,000-year-old blood Ganoderma is extremely rare in the world. It needs to be combined with other medicinal herbs of the same age to achieve perfect harmony. However, the medicinal herbs here are at most 1,000 years old, which is far from enough. In order to successfully condense the pill, I can only settle for the next best thing and lower the grade of the pill." Su Yunfeng frowned slightly when he heard this. The jade slip given by Dan Chen did mention that when refining the elixir, the age of the medicinal material should not differ too much, otherwise it will reduce the chance of making a successful elixir. To make up for this loss, lowering the quality of the pill is the best way. He is now a second-grade alchemist, so naturally he understands the taboos in alchemy. However, he found it hard to believe that he only got a third-grade realm-breaking pill for half a blood Ganoderma. "Tell me, where did you use the other blood Ganoderma?" He stared at Dan Chen with scorching eyes and spoke sharply. Dan Chen was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Su Yunfeng to see through the trick so easily. "I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. When an alchemist tries to fool people who don't know how to make an elixir, he always succeeds." However, Su Yunfeng pointed out the key point as soon as he opened his mouth, which made him shocked and confused for a moment. "I secretly thought, does this kid know how to make pills?" Dan Chen looked embarrassed and hesitated for a long time, but finally told Su Yunfeng the whole story in the face of Su Yunfeng's angry eyes. It turned out that half a blood Ganoderma lucidum was not enough for the kind of elixir he wanted to refine. So, yesterday he tricked Su Yunfeng and acted first and reported later. Now the matter is done and nothing can be changed. Su Yunfeng wanted to tear the old guy to pieces on the spot. "Slow down, sir, please slow down," Dan Chen shouted hurriedly. He had not recovered yet. To be honest, he was no match for Su Yunfeng in terms of cultivation. His old arms and legs really couldn't withstand Su Yunfeng's torment. "Humph, old man, what else do you have to say?" Su Yunfeng grabbed his collar, lifted up his shriveled body, and said viciously. "Well, consider it as a favor I owe you. If you need me in the future, I will definitely help you," Dan Chen said quickly. Su Yunfeng curled his lips and said disdainfully, "With you being like this, what's the point of me asking for a favor from you? I might as well send you to the afterlife and let go of the anger in my heart." "Sir, please slow down," Dan Chen immediately shouted. "Actually, I come from an alchemy family, but later on something unexpected happened that turned me into this. With the gift of your 100,000-year-old blood Ganoderma, I will be able to recover in no time." Su Yunfeng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "Really? Absolutely true." Su Yunfeng was thinking silently in his heart. If what Dan Chen said was true, then it would not be impossible for Dan Chen to owe him a favor. From a long-term investment perspective, this deal is not a loss. But I'm afraid that old guy Dan Chen is lying. Why should I trust you? Su Yunfeng stared straight into Dan Chen's eyes, trying to find some clues from his eyes. "I can swear to heaven." "Oh, really? Then swear a blood oath to me." Su Yunfeng raised his eyebrows, then loosened Dan Chen's clothes and asked him to swear a blood oath. Dan Chen felt unwell. He was just talking casually, but the guy opposite him took it seriously. However, he still made a vow. "Although I feel a little reluctant, I have to bow my head when I'm under someone's roof. This is my token. If you need help in the future, activate this and I will be able to sense it and be transported to your side." Su Yunfeng took the token directly and put it away casually. He said lightly, "I will trust you for once." After saying this, he did not linger any longer and turned around to leave the alchemy hall. After Su Yunfeng left, Dan Chen showed a sly smile on his face, like an old fox. He took out a porcelain bottle containing 2 fourth-grade realm-breaking pills. He, ginger is still spicy with age. However, before he could finish his joy, the space beside him began to tremble, and then a suction force sucked him in. In a flash, the surrounding scenery has changed. Looking up, the person standing in front of him was Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng was quick-witted and snatched the porcelain bottle from his hand. "Ha, old man, you're playing dirty tricks on me. I'm your ancestor." Chapter 17 Sending the Destiny Girl a breakthrough pill, her cultivation soars. Su Yunfeng was quick-witted and snatched the porcelain bottle from his hand. "Ha, old man, you're playing dirty tricks on me. I'm your ancestor." At this moment, Danchen finally reacted. Damn, this guy Su Yunfeng actually activated the token, and he was directly teleported to his side. The fourth great realm-breaking pill in his hand was also taken away. "Sir, please leave one for me, just one." Dan Chen was also a ruthless character. Without saying a word, he threw himself to the ground and hugged Su Yunfeng's feet. She wiped her tears and snot on Su Yunfeng's clothes. "Fuck you, you old bitch." Su Yunfeng was too lazy to argue with him and just threw a porcelain bottle to him. "Take the pills and get out of here. Don't get your clothes dirty." Dan Chen happily picked up the porcelain bottle, opened it, and felt sick. It's that third grade realm-breaking pill. Looking back, Su Yunfeng had disappeared without a trace. What a huge loss. Dan Chen's cries of grief could be heard from far away. After returning to the Su mansion, Su Yunfeng knocked directly on Xiao Hongyue's door. The freshly made breakthrough pill must be used to test its effect. If this action can get a return reward from the system, then you can start the infinite brushing mode. "Fairy, it's me." In the room, Xiao Hongyue raised her eyebrows slightly, and then returned to normal. With a creak, the door opened. Su Yunfeng did not go in, but just stood outside the door as usual. "Sir, do you have something to ask me?" Xiao Hongyue spoke softly, but her voice was no longer as cold as before and was much gentler. Su Yunfeng smiled slightly in his heart. It seems that everything I did yesterday has slowly begun to change Xiao Hongyue. He hid his thoughts and said, "Fairy, this is the elixir I bought from Wanbao Pavilion. I wonder if it will be of any use to you." As he said this, he pulled out the cork of the porcelain bottle. Suddenly, a rich fragrance of elixir came out, and just a light breath made people feel comfortable all over. This is a realm-breaking pill. Xiao Hongyue recognized the pill at a glance and was shocked. "Really? The people at Wanbao Pavilion told me that this elixir is very precious. I thought it might be helpful to the fairy, so I bought it." Su Yunfeng now looked like a newbie who knew nothing, speaking with a bewildered look on his face. Without waiting for Xiao Hongyue to speak again, Su Yunfeng stuffed the pill into her hand. "This elixir is my way of repaying the fairy for saving my life yesterday. Please accept it now. It's too expensive." Before Xiao Hongyue could finish her words, she was interrupted by Su Yunfeng. He looked at Xiao Hongyue with burning eyes and said sincerely, "Fairy, I know what you mean, but my talent is mediocre, and it would be a waste to keep this pill. Since it is useful to you, I will give it to you to repay you for saving my life. If you consider me your friend, please don't refuse." "But..." Su Yunfeng shook his head and said softly, "Fairy, there is no need to feel any burden. As I said yesterday, many years from now, as long as you can occasionally remember me as your friend, I will be satisfied. I won't disturb the fairy's rest anymore. I'll take my leave." Some things should be said to the point. Su Yunfeng felt that today's activity was almost over, so he stopped immediately, turned around and left without any reluctance. Looking at Su Yunfeng's gradually receding back, Xiao Hongyue's eyes became extremely complicated. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever been so kind to her except her master. In just 2 days, Su Yunfeng not only taught her the art of alchemy, but also gave her the realm-breaking elixir. Most importantly, he also gave her an unforgettable fireworks night. She really enjoyed the fireworks last night. At that time, she was really happy. From childhood to adulthood, I have never been happier. Just wait, I will definitely change your qualifications. Xiao Hongyue tightly grasped the porcelain bottle in her hand and swore secretly in her heart. Then, she closed the door and began to refine the realm-breaking pill. Su Yunfeng had happily returned to the room. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Xiao Hongyue obtained a 4th grade realm-breaking pill, and the reward is tenfold. The host obtained a 5th grade realm-breaking pill. Tenfold return. Su Yunfeng frowned slightly, but he was still very excited. Although it is only 10 times, this business is still a sure win. After all, it is a secondary processing product of the system, so it is very good to be able to return it. There's also a 4th grade realm breaking pill. I need to find a reason to give it to her. To be on the safe side, Su Yunfeng only gave Qiu Hongyue 1 realm breaking pill. Even if the system doesn't refund you, you 1 lose everything. It has now been verified that you can get a tenfold return from the system. Then, I have to find a way to send the remaining 4th grade breakthrough pill to Qiu Hongyue. Ding! Qiu Hongyue breaks through to the 7th level of Wuzong and returns tenfold. The host's cultivation breaks through to the 3rd level of Wuzong. Not long after, the system prompt sounded again. Qiu Hongyue's cultivation level broke through, and Su Yunfeng's cultivation level also reached the 3rd level of Wuzong. Su Yunfeng sighed comfortably. The feeling of riding a rocket is really comfortable. In just a few days, he soared from a loser at the 1st level of martial artist to a master at the 3rd level of martial arts. I'm afraid that in the entire cultivation world, no one can improve faster than him. As his realm improved, he also understood that if he relied solely on Qiu Hongyue, his improvement speed would gradually slow down. The best thing is to bind more people with golden destiny like Qiu Hongyue. However, it is probably unrealistic to find such a person in a short period of time. After all, people with golden destiny cannot gather together. I can only wait until I go to Lingxiao sect to see if there is such a person. Time flies and another day has passed. Su Yunfeng found a reason and gave Qiu Hongyue another 4th grade breakthrough pill. At the same time, he also received a 5th grade realm breaking pill returned by the system. Ding! Qiu Hongyue breaks through to the 8th level of Wuzong and returns tenfold. The host's cultivation level is raised to the 9th level of Wuzong. Su Yunfeng felt very happy. It was simply a few levels higher. His current cultivation level has surpassed Qiu Hongyue. Then, he took a 5th grade mirror breaking pill. The pill melted in his mouth, and the surging energy gathered in his body, quickly breaking through the barrier. With a loud boom, his cultivation level directly broke through the peak of the 9th level of the martial sect and reached the realm of martial king. After taking another realm breaking pill, his cultivation level broke through again and soared directly to the 2nd level of martial king. Comfortable. Su Yunfeng felt a power he had never felt before. At this moment, every cell in his body was filled with explosive power. This feeling filled him with strong self-confidence. Chapter 18 selection begins, strong debut. Time passed in a flash, and the 3 days were up. Today is the big day for Lingxiao sect to select disciples in Shenyang City. As the most powerful sect within a radius of 10,000 miles, Lingxiao sect is naturally very strict in selecting disciples. If you want to enter Lingxiao sect, you must go through layers of strict screening. Those who participate in the selection must be under 20 years old. Those over 20 years old are not eligible. Shenyang City is extremely lively today, even more lively than during the Chinese New Year. Just because Lingxiao sect wants to recruit disciples here. People from all over the place rushed over overnight, and even young people from surrounding cities came to try their luck. This selection is extremely important for the 4 major families in Shenyang City. If one becomes a disciple of Lingxiao sect, the status of the entire family will rise, and it will be improved by more than 1 level. The most nervous family was the Yang family. The Yang family is the most powerful family in Shenyang City. However, if people from other families were selected, their position as the largest family in Shenyang might be lost to others. This is not something they want to see. Fortunately, there are also strong people among the younger generation of their Yang family. At this time, people from the 4 major families scattered to the 4 corners of the square, quietly waiting for the selection to begin. Su Yunfeng arrived at the scene early. Several malicious gazes fell on him. Looking over, I saw Yang Wei, Zhao Hao, Tang Xueguan, and the others. Su Yunfeng just chuckled at these people's reactions and didn't take them seriously at all. With his current cultivation level at the martial king realm, is he still afraid of a few warriors at the 9th level? Funny. I feel cheap if I look at it for a second. Yang Wei's eyes were filled with anger and resentment. At this time, he was still wrapped in bandages and his injuries had not yet healed. Today, I came to the scene despite the pain in my body, just to see with my own eyes the scene of Su Yunfeng being crushed and rubbed. Next to him stood a tall and handsome young man. This is his elder brother Yang Jizu. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely avenge you. Yang Jizu patted Yang Wei on the shoulder and spoke in a firm and confident tone. Thank you, brother. What Yang Wei wants to do most now is to castrate Su Yunfeng. His brother had promised him that if he met Su Yunfeng in the ring, he would castrate him. Let Su Yunfeng also have a taste of what it's like to be a eunuch. On the other side, Zhao Hao also had a gloomy look on his face. A few days ago, I was beaten by that loser Su Yunfeng. After returning home, he reflected on his mistakes, turned his grief and anger into motivation, and broke through to the martial artist level in one fell swoop. This time, he wanted to severely defeat Su Yunfeng in the ring and avenge what happened that day. In the direction of the Tang family, Tang Shuayuan's eyes flickered, but there was no longer the raging anger from that day in her eyes, instead there was doubt. She really couldn't understand why this waste Su Yunfeng suddenly became so powerful. Moreover, 2 days ago, at the temple fair, he saw Su Yunfeng and the high-ranking fairy Qiu from Lingxiao sect together. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Later, she found out. It turned out that the fireworks all over the sky were created by Su Yunfeng. Women are generally more sensitive, and her first reaction was that Su Yunfeng was trying to please Qiu Hongyue. However, after knowing this, she felt even more uncomfortable. Su Yunfeng was clearly her lapdog, but now he turned around and licked someone else. There is a feeling that something of mine has been robbed. At this moment, a graceful figure in white appeared in the sky. Her white clothes fluttered, and her beautiful figure moved slightly, making her as dazzling as the nine heavens' mysterious lady descending to the mortal world. She landed gently and gracefully on the judge's seat on the high platform. Immediately afterwards, another terrifying aura instantly swept across the entire square. He was also dressed in white, and he flew across the square like lightning, finally landing on the referee's seat. Qiu Hongyue and Shen Yichen are here. Indicates that the selection is about to begin. Those who participated in the selection couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and a tense atmosphere quickly spread. After Qiu Hongyue sat down, she glanced at Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng smiled at her. Qiu Hongyue's heart skipped a beat and she quickly looked away. Let's get started. Qiu Hongyue spoke lightly, regaining her usual aloofness, her voice as cold as a snow-capped mountain that had not melted for thousands of years. Shen Yichen waved his long sleeves, and a powerful force swept across the entire arena. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, sweeping over everyone in the audience. Everyone, I am Shen Yichen, a disciple of Lingxiao sect. Today is the day when Lingxiao sect is recruiting disciples. Anyone under the age of 20 is welcome to participate. Having said that, his tone suddenly became sharp. However, if any casualties occur during the competition, all consequences will be borne by each party. Hearing this, many people frowned and felt nervous. Especially some people with low strength have begun to back off. They want to join Lingxiao sect, but they don't want to lose their lives. Shen Yichen's words made most of the people give up. These people are all people with low strength who come here to try their luck. As a result, I became a spectator directly. Now, I declare that the selection competition begins. As Shen Yichen finished speaking, the scene suddenly became lively. The selection rules have long been clear. Simply put, it is an elimination system. First, there was a melee among all parties, until only 10 people were left and then they fought 1v1 alone. Finally, the 3 strongest people were selected. Contestants, please come on stage. As the host finished speaking, several figures jumped onto the stage. Many people frowned, and some who were planning to give it a try stopped abruptly. Because those who jumped onto the ring were undoubtedly strong men, and the weakest one was at the 8th level of warrior. No one is weak. Those of them who went there just to make up the numbers would be treated as sitting ducks. Who is stupid enough to go and get beaten in this situation? As a result, the vast majority of people who had originally come to participate in the selection gave up. People from the 4 major families in Qianyang City began to move. Zhao Hao, Zhao Yi, Yang Jizu, Tang Shuayuan, and others jumped onto the stage one after another. After going on stage, their eyes all turned to Su Yunfeng. Everyone seemed to be waiting for him to take the stage. Su Yunfeng smiled faintly, stood up from the chair, and kicked his legs slightly. In an instant, his body shot out like a cannonball with a bang. Then his body drew an arc in the air, and finally fell straight onto the ring with a bang, firmly sinking into the ground like an iron nail. As he fell, the entire arena trembled. Everyone's heart trembled. Especially Tang Shuayuan, she looked at Su Yunfeng with disbelief. The others also frowned slightly, as if they all felt Su Yunfeng's power. Su Yunfeng turned to look at Zhao Hao and others, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Everyone, don't be surprised, because you will be even more surprised later. Chapter 19 slaps the arrogant Zhao Hao in the face. Su Yunfeng turned to look at Zhao Hao and others, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Everyone, don't be surprised, because you will be even more surprised later. Hump, Su Yunfeng, who do you think you are? You are nothing but a waste. The one who spoke was Zhao Hao. He has endured it for a long time. He couldn't wait to pin Su Yunfeng to the ground and rub him to avenge the slap in the face he received that day. Today, I, Zhao Hao, will avenge the humiliation I suffered that day. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hao burst out with all his cultivation. The powerful energy fluctuations made those warriors at the 8th or 9th level tremble in their hearts. First level martial artist. These people were terrified. They originally had some confidence, but now they all wilted like eggplants hit by frost. What the hell? Others have reached the martial arts master level. They can be knocked over with just a slap. I give up. I give up too. All of a sudden, many people voluntarily admitted defeat and jumped off the stage. In the end, only people from the 4 major families of Qianyang City were left on the ring. At this moment, Zhao Hao was full of strong confidence. Useless Su Yunfeng, what do you have to fight me? Zhao Hao had been holding the anger in his heart for too long, and today, he finally found an outlet to vent it. The moment he finished speaking, his body began to move. A residual shadow was left on the spot, and then he swung his palm and slapped Su Yunfeng hard on the cheek. This is how Su Yunfeng humiliated him a few days ago. Slap in the face. Today, he wants to repay the debt with a tooth for a tooth, take revenge in the same way, and wash away the shame on his body. He had wanted to give this slap for a long time, the kind he had been thinking about day and night. Bang! Finally, a crisp and loud slapping sound was heard on the ring. Immediately afterwards, a figure was thrown out. Boom! The figure flew out of the arena and hit a stone pillar heavily, causing it to collapse with a loud bang. Only at this point did everyone understand. The person who flew out was Zhao Hao. Su Yunfeng stood straight without moving. People from other places were fine. Although they were surprised, they were not too shocked. However, the people in Qianyang City are different. Su Yunfeng's reputation as a waste has been around for more than 10 years, although it has changed over time. However, many people do not believe things that are not seen with their own eyes. However, today, at this moment, Su Yunfeng gave his people a heavy blow. Facts have proved that he is not a waste. The vast majority of people in Qianyang City were shocked beyond words by this scene. At the Su family, Su Tianqing was in high spirits and couldn't stop smiling. As expected of my son, Su Tianqing, he's quite strong. The other elders of the Su family echoed and praised Su Yunfeng's strength. Su Tianqing felt very happy. In the referee's seat, Xiu Hongyue frowned slightly. My mind is also full of questions. She knew that Su Yunfeng had poor qualifications, but she had never imagined that the other party possessed such impressive strength. Originally, she planned to find a backdoor for Su Yunfeng alone. Now it seems that I was worrying too much. With Su Yunfeng's strength, there is no problem for him to enter the top 3. Thinking of this, she felt an inexplicable joy in her heart. The Zhao family was stunned at first, and then their faces were filled with astonishment. Zhao Hao is a martial artist level warrior and the top fighter of the younger generation, but he was slapped away by Su Yunfeng. This is too unbelievable. On the ring, Tang Xueyuan and others were stunned. Originally they were prepared to see Zhao Hao teach Su Yunfeng a lesson, but in the end, the opposite happened. Su Yunfeng was not punished, but Zhao Hao was slapped and sent flying. Su Yunfeng shook his wrist, glanced sideways at Tang Xueyuan, Yang Jizu and others, showing a mouthful of snow-white teeth and smiled harmlessly. You guys come together, I'm anxious to go home and take a nap. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Arrogant. Too arrogant. He actually wanted to deal with everyone by himself, which simply showed that he didn't take the other candidates seriously. Shinichen in the referee's seat frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. This kid is even more arrogant than him, that's enough. However, considering that we have arranged exclusive services for you these few days, I will let you be a little arrogant. Xiu Hongyue next to her was wearing a veil and her expression could not be seen clearly. However, some clues can still be seen from her eyes. I saw the corners of her eyes slightly raised and her brows slightly wrinkled, as if she was worried. Ha, you have the demeanor of my youth. Su Tianqing said with a hearty laugh. Today, he can be said to be proud of himself. After just this one battle, who would dare to say that his son Su Tianqing is a waste? More importantly, with Su Yunfeng's strength, he will definitely enter the Lingxiao sect. In this way, the status of the entire family will also be greatly improved. He glanced at Tang Jinyuan opposite him, whose face was full of astonishment, shock, and deep regret. Seeing Tang Jinyuan's expression as if he had eaten a fly, Su Tianqing felt refreshed. Humph, you'll regret breaking off my son's marriage to death. The people from the 4 major families reacted differently. Except for the Su family, the other 3 families were in mixed feelings and full of worries. On the stage, Su Yunfeng scratched his ears and said calmly, "Are you going to fight or not?" Tang Shuayuan bit her lower lip tightly, her brows furrowed. He felt even more resentful towards Su Yunfeng. It was not until today that she truly saw Su Yunfeng's strength. It turns out that for the past decade or so, he has been pretending to be crazy and stupid to hide his strength. Damn it, he even lied to his fiancée. If she knew he had such ability, she would never break off the engagement. Although she had no romantic feelings for Su Yunfeng, this kind of relationship could be cultivated slowly. However, fate is fickle. Just as she broke off the engagement, Su Yunfeng showed his extraordinary strength, which hurt her a lot. Just as she was daydreaming, Zhao Yi and Yang Jizu beside her started to move. Boom! Boom! 2 powerful auras instantly burst out from them, and the powerful auras formed invisible energies that swept across the entire arena. On the ring, everyone's clothes fluttered and their long hair flew, as if they were in the middle of a storm. Su Yunfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he chuckled, "You two are really good at hiding things." At the same time, there were bursts of exclamations from the audience. Zhao Yi and Yang Jizu are stronger than Zhao Hao. They have reached the 3rd level of martial arts. Su Yunfeng, I admit that I underestimated you, but today you are destined to be stepped on. Zhao Yi's voice was cold and filled with resentment. Zhao Hao is his biological brother, and has been slapped in the face by Su Yunfeng again and again. As his older brother, it is up to him to settle the score. That's right. At the same time, Yang Jizu also spoke forcefully and angrily, "Today, I will avenge my brother's severed limb." Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, just come at me. Su Yunfeng waved his sleeves domineeringly and shouted coldly with disdain. Court death. Zhao Yi and Yang Jizu shouted at the same time, and their bodies instantly rushed towards Su Yunfeng like a rock spreading its wings. Chapter 20 I became stronger because you broke off the engagement. Court death. Zhao Yi and Yang Jizu shouted at the same time, and their bodies instantly rushed towards Su Yunfeng like a rock spreading its wings. The 2 of them formed a pincer attack from the left and right, vowing to teach Su Yunfeng a lesson. Facing the 2 people's unreserved and powerful attacks, Su Yunfeng's expression did not change at all. I just saw him standing there quietly with his tall figure. When Zhao Yi and Yang Jizu's attacks were about to arrive, both hands suddenly moved at the same time. The next moment, he grabbed Zhao Yi and Yang Jizu's heads with his 2 hands respectively. Then, he exerted force with both arms, grabbed the 2 men's heads and slammed them towards the middle. Bang! A dull sound was heard, reaching everyone's ears. On the ring, Zhao Yi and Yang Jizu were both bleeding from their heads and had collapsed on the ground like dead dogs. At this moment, their heads felt like they were exploding, they were in pain and dizzy, and their eyes were full of stars. After a moment, he completely fainted. Everyone in the audience was shocked. I originally thought there would be a battle of equal strength. As a result, Su Yunfeng just waved his arms and it was over. Being able to do this shows that Su Yunfeng's strength has far surpassed Zhao Yi and Yang Jizu. In the referee's seat, Xiao Hongyue's slightly wrinkled brows completely relaxed, and the corners of her eyes slightly raised into a beautiful arc. At first, she was really worried that Su Yunfeng would be injured. Unexpectedly, Su Yunfeng's fighting power was much stronger than she had imagined. If it were in the past, she would have wondered why his qualifications were so poor but his strength was so strong. However, at this moment, she had no such doubts in her mind. Because, unknowingly, Su Yunfeng's position in her heart has changed. Perhaps, even she herself may not have noticed it yet. After dealing with Zhao Yi and Yang Jizu, Su Yunfeng's gaze fell on Tang Shuayuan, who was shocked and unbelievable. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you still want to go?" Tang Shuayuan came back to her senses immediately, and she looked at Su Yunfeng with a complicated look. "You've been hiding it so well. For so many years, even I, your fiancé, have never known your true strength." Tang Shuayuan did not answer Su Yunfeng's words, but expressed her resentment. If she had known Su Yunfeng's strength earlier, she would not have broken off the engagement, let alone stood on the opposite side now. It's all Su Yunfeng's fault. He was the one who deceived her. Su Yunfeng chuckled. If I say that I became stronger because you broke off the engagement, would you believe me? Upon hearing this, Tang Shuayuan's face suddenly darkened. She wouldn't believe such nonsense. She just thought that Su Yunfeng was deliberately mocking her. Su Yunfeng waved his hand and said indifferently, "Forget it, there is nothing to talk about between us. Let me ask you again, do you want to fight or not?" Tang Shuayuan was holding a lot of resentment in her heart. She swallowed hard, gritted her teeth and said unwillingly, "I give up." Even Zhaoyi and Yang Jizu, who were at the 3rd level of martial arts, lost, so how could she, a 9th level martial artist, win? With Tang Shuayuan admitting defeat, the elimination match officially ended. Su Yunfeng deservedly topped the list. As for the next qualifying round, there is no need to continue. At this time, Xiu Hongyue spread out her figure and flew directly above the ring. "I declare that the Lingxiao sect's disciple selection is over, and the winner is Su Yunfeng." Then, she looked at Tang Shuayuan and said, "You have also advanced." Tang Shuayuan was stunned for a moment, then she was overjoyed and immediately clasped her fists and said, "Thank you, messenger." The reason why Tang Shuayuan was also selected as a finalist was mainly because the other two had already fainted and suffered severe brain injuries. It would take them at least a year or two to recover. She couldn't wait here for them to recover. In addition, Su Yunfeng has been shortlisted, so she can put her mind at ease. As for the others, it doesn't matter who is shortlisted. Pack your bags and return to the sect with us tomorrow. Xiu Hongyue made the final decision and directly confirmed the finalists for this selection competition. Su Yunfeng clasped his fists towards Xiu Hongyue, and then returned to where the Su family was. "Good boy, you are worthy of being my son, Su Tianqing." Su Tianqing punched Su Yunfeng on the shoulder, his face almost breaking with laughter. At this moment, everyone in the Su family was extremely excited. They never imagined that the useless young master was so strong that he crushed everyone. At this time, no one still remembered Su Kai and Su Qingshan. They had long forgotten them completely. On the other side, Tang Jinyuan also looked excited. He had originally given up any hope, but in the end, his daughter was inexplicably shortlisted. From now on, the status of his Tang family will be different. It's a pity. It would have been much better if I hadn't cancelled the engagement with the Su family. How about talking to Su Tianqing and resuming the engagement between the two families? He looked towards the Su family and thought secretly in his heart. As for the Yang family and the Zhao family, the faces of these two families are as black as the bottom of the pot. Originally, Zhaoyi and Yang Jizu were both dark horses and had a 100% chance of being shortlisted. But the plan was ruined by this kid Su Yunfeng. Not only did he fail to avenge himself, but he was also seriously injured and lost the opportunity to enter the Lingxiao sect. It was really a huge loss, not only for the wife but also for the army. Not long after, everyone dispersed, and Su Yunfeng followed the group back to the Su family. If you want to go to Lingxiao sect, you still need to prepare some daily necessities. However, all those things were left to the servants. Su Yunfeng went directly to the Su family's warehouse. "Fenger, take whatever you want. I'm happy today, so I'll let you take whatever you want." Normally, Su Tianqing is not so generous. He was really happy today. His son had brought honor to him and the entire Su family. So what was the big deal if he took just a little bit of something? But the next moment, his face darkened. Hey, brat, what are you doing?" I originally thought that Su Yunfeng was just picking a few good things, but it turned out that this kid collected everything he saw, especially those old spiritual plants, which were swept away by him. The entire Su family doesn't have much, it's the Su family as savings. Su Tianqing's heart was bleeding. "Didn't you tell me to take it?" Su Yunfeng curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Su Tianqing was so angry that he staggered. He quickly pushed Su Yunfeng out of the warehouse and quickly closed and locked the door. "I did let you take it, but I didn't tell you to take everything you see. Can you use up all the things you took?" Su Tianqing's good mood disappeared in an instant. He stared at Su Yunfeng's storage ring, wishing he could snatch back the things he had just taken. However, in the end he did not do such a shameless thing. "If I can't use it all, I can give it away," Su Yunfeng said indifferently. He really took these things to give as gifts. Some can be given to Xiu Hongyue, and some that Xiu Hongyue doesn't need can be kept as backups and given to other destined people when the time comes. He is making plans for the future. He knew very well that entering Lingxiao sect did not mean he could rise to the top. These large sects have many rules and strict hierarchies, and an ordinary disciple cannot get many resources for cultivation. Chapter 21. A woman 3 years older than a man holds a golden brick, a woman 30 years older than a man gives him a kingdom. Su Yunfeng immediately jumped back a step, away from his angry old father. He retorted, "Dad, your idea is wrong." When Su Tianqing heard this, his eyes suddenly focused and he raised his hand to slap the prodigal son again. Su Yunfeng quickly explained, "Don't rush to hit me, listen to what I have to say first." "Humph, just tell me now. If you can't give me a clear answer, I'll punish you." Su Tianqing didn't hit him again. He retracted his slap, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and stared at the prodigal son with a bad look. Su Yunfeng coughed twice before saying, "Dad, think about it, I'm new here. If I want to avoid being bullied in the sect, do I need to do some things?" "You don't want your son to be bullied in the sect and have to endure humiliation, right?" In fact, in this world, besides strength, connections are also very important. The more people you make friends with, the wider your path will be. When you encounter difficulties, there will always be a few people who can help you, right? Su Tianqing frowned slightly, thought about it in his mind, and it seemed that what he said made sense. For a moment, he couldn't find any point to refute. As an old father, he naturally doesn't want his son to be bullied outside. Finally, Su Tianqing placed his right hand on Su Yunfeng's shoulder, looked at his son who had been controversial since childhood, and said earnestly, "Fomer, your father doesn't ask for great wealth and honor, nor does he ask for you to rise to the top overnight. I just hope that you can be safe and sound. When you're out and about, you must keep a low profile. If you encounter an opponent you can't handle, use your brain. If you can't fight head-on, try using underhand tactics. In short, the process isn't important, the result is what matters. Besides, you are already an adult, so your requirements are not high. Just find a saint as your wife. Of course, an elder is also fine. He is just a little older, but he is more powerful. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than a man will bring him gold bricks, a woman 30 years older than a man will give him the kingdom, and a woman 300 years older than a man." "Hey, brat, I haven't finished talking yet, why are you leaving?" Su Tianqing couldn't help but get angry when he saw his son running away. When Su Yunfeng completely left his sight, the serious expression on Su Tianqing's face instantly turned into a smile. He laughed and scolded, "Stinky boy." Su Yunfeng was secretly shocked when he left. His cheap father seemed quite normal at first, but things changed as he talked. He was too lazy to listen and just ran away. He was afraid that his cheap father would ask him to marry someone else's grandmother. "Take a walk early. If you have this much time, wouldn't it be nice to find Xiao Hongyue and develop some feelings for her?" Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Hongyue, who was practicing, opened her beautiful peach blossom eyes. At the same time, Su Yunfeng's voice came from outside the door. "Fairy, it's me." Xiao Hongyue's eyes curved slightly, then she stood up and walked to the door, opening it with a creak. What caught my eye was Su Yunfeng's sunny and handsome face with a gentle smile. At this moment, Xiao Hongyue's heart inexplicably beat twice. She suddenly found that the more she looked at Su Yunfeng, the more pleasing he was to the eye and the more handsome he looked. Before she could ask, Su Yunfeng took the initiative to invite her. "Fairy, I will be returning to the sect tomorrow and may not be back for long. I want to go out for a walk, so I specially invite you to come with me. Fairy, you also know that I injured the people from the Yang and Zhao families today. They must hate me to the core. If I go out alone, they might retaliate against me. But when I think about the fact that I've lived here for more than 10 years, I feel reluctant to leave and I really want to take one more look. Of course, if it's inconvenient for you, Fairy, just pretend I didn't say anything." With just a few words, Su Yunfeng blocked Xiao Hongyue's retreat. He was certain that Xiao Hongyue cared about his safety. At the same time, it is understandable that a young man who is about to leave his hometown would want to take a few more glances at his hometown if we appeal to his emotions and reason with him. No matter what the reason is, Su Yunfeng's request is not excessive. Good. Xiao Hongyue nodded slightly. In fact, even if Su Yunfeng didn't say this, she would agree. Somehow, these past few days, she felt very happy being with Su Yunfeng. It was an experience she had never had before. Originally, she felt a little regretful. If she returned to the sect, she might not have such an opportunity to be alone together. As a result, Su Yunfeng came to the door at this time. It just goes with the flow. "Thank you, Fairy." Su Yunfeng clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude with a sincere look on his face. The two of them left the Su mansion and joined the crowd. Xiao Hongyue grew up in a sect and seldom came to the secular world. When she occasionally went down the mountain, she would sleep in the wild and basically had no contact with bustling towns. That night at the temple fair, it was her first time walking through the streets with so many people around. However, today feels different. The temple fair is held at night and the lights are dim. It is daytime now, the sun is shining, and everything is so clear. Su Yunfeng had integrated the memories of his previous life, so he naturally knew which places in Shenyang City were fun, so he specifically led Xiao Hongyue there. He also told a few jokes from time to time, making Xiao Hongyue, the cold fairy, giggle. Now, he is telling Xiao Hongyue the story of Calabash Boy Saves Grandpa. So, the old man and the snake demon were originally a loving couple, but those 7 unfilial grandsons insisted that the snake demon had captured their grandfather, and they all tried every possible means to sabotage him. Su Yunfeng's main focus is secondary creation, and he does whatever comes to his mind. However, the effect is considerable. At least it made Xiao Hongyue laugh so hard that she was shaking with joy. The 1,000-year-old icebergs have melted. Those beautiful peach blossom eyes were full of water, and there were many emotional fluctuations that had never appeared before. Fairy, guess what the final outcome is? At the end, Su Yunfeng deliberately left a suspense and asked Xiao Hongyue. Xiao Hongyue thought for a moment, then slowly said, her red lips parted from beneath her veil, Grandpa is a human, and the snake spirit is a demon. They are not from the same world, and they will definitely be separated in the end. Fairy, you are wrong. Su Yunfeng shook his head and said seriously. In the end, the old man and the snake spirit lived happily together. They had a happy and fulfilling life. They also had many little snake babies. The 7 grandchildren would call them daddy whenever they saw them. Xiao Hongyue was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and laughed. How could this be possible? How could a human and a snake possibly give birth to a baby? Su Yunfeng said righteously, love is great. It knows no distinction between high and low, and no distinction between races. Since 2 people love each other, why should they be separated? People who love each other should be together. People who love each other should be together. Xiao Hongyue savored this sentence secretly, but it was already deeply imprinted in her heart. The sky gradually darkened and the day passed quickly. Just then, unknowingly, the 2 of them came to a small valley in the suburbs. There were very few people here, and since it was nightfall, there was no one else around. It's getting late, let's go back. Xiao Hongyue spoke softly. She had a lot of fun today, and she laughed more than she had in the past 10 years combined. The strange and bizarre stories that Su Yunfeng told her made her giggle from time to time. But a good day always passes quickly. It seemed like it happened in the blink of an eye, and I didn't feel anything at all. Su Yunfeng grabbed her wrist and led her into the small valley. Fairy, follow me. Chapter 22 A belated engagement, who cares? Being grabbed by Su Yunfeng's wrist and feeling the warmth from his palm, Xiao Hongyue instinctively wanted to break free. However, that warm feeling made her feel safe and comfortable, and for a moment, she was reluctant to break free. Su Yunfeng held her wrist and they walked into the small valley one after another. Slowly, spots of light appeared in the surrounding grass. Immediately afterwards, more and more light spots emerged and slowly flew out from the grass. Thousands of fireflies flew out, like little stars. In just a short moment, the entire valley was dotted with these light spots. The soft light illuminated the entire valley and also illuminated the eyes of the 2 people. What a nice view! Xiao Hongyue's heart trembled violently. She had never seen such a beautiful scene. Her eyes were fixed on this dreamlike scene. Under the veil, her crystal red lips were slightly opened, and her eyes were full of amazement and joy. Fireflies danced lightly around them, as if it were a gorgeous dream woven by nature. Xiao Hongyue couldn't help but stretch out her hand, and a firefly gently landed on her fingertips. The picture is beautiful and quiet. It's like the most beautiful fairy tale. No one had the heart to break this beautiful moment. This night is destined to be engraved in her heart forever. Early the next morning, Su Yunfeng got up early. In fact, he finally fell asleep in the late night. My mind is filled with the dancing figure of Xiao Hongyue under the light of fireflies. Although she was wearing a veil, her extraordinary beauty could not be concealed. Su Yunfeng admitted that he was a little moved. His purpose has become somewhat corrupted. She washed herself carefully and put on a brand new white brocade dress. Standing in front of the mirror and looking at himself, he was still as handsome as ever. Afterwards, accompanied by Su Tianqing and a group of elders, they once again came to the square where yesterday's competition took place. Today, they will set out from here and head to Lingxiao sect. Wherever Su Yunfeng looked, he saw Qiu Honyue, who possessed an extraordinary temperament. Qiu Honyue happened to be looking over here, and in an instant, their eyes met. Su Yunfeng smiled slightly, but Qiu Honyue's heart trembled, and she quickly looked away like a frightened rabbit. Soon, people from the Tang family also arrived. Good morning, Brother Su. Tang Jinyuan was in a good mood. Seeing that Su Yunfeng and others had arrived early, he brought everyone from the Tang family over. His eyes scanned Su Yunfeng back and forth for a while. But in his heart he thought, why is this boy's temperament so good? Why didn't I notice it before? On the other side, Tang Shuayuan frowned and was also a little shocked. Because he felt that Su Yunfeng today was like a different person, completely different from before. It's not too late, Brother Tang. Su Tianqing laughed and clasped his fists, saying that both of them were old foxes, and it was common for them to act out any situation, something they could do easily. At this time, Tang Jinyuan looked at Su Yunfeng. With a hint of dissatisfaction, he said half-jokingly, "My dear nephew, you have kept this from us so badly. If I had known that Su Yunfeng had this ability, why would I have cancelled the engagement? It's too late to regret now." Su Yunfeng smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Tang, what are you talking about? I have always been like this. It's just that you lack a pair of eyes to discover the truth." This statement is clearly a satire on Tang Jinyuan and Tang Shuayuan's blindness. Tang Jinyuan's expression changed slightly, but he did not lose his temper. Instead, he laughed and said, "My dear nephew, you are absolutely right. It is we who failed to keep our eyes open." Having said this, he suddenly changed the subject. "My dear nephew, you and Shuayuan have been childhood sweethearts, growing up together. We all know that you two have a deep bond, so, uncle, I take back my previous words about breaking off the engagement. Our two families are still engaged." Tang Shuayuan, who was standing by, bit her lower lip tightly, feeling her face burning. It was they who proposed to cancel the engagement, and now it is also they who are resuming the engagement. It's only been a few days and the slap in the face came too quickly. When she learned that her father wanted her to resume her engagement with Su Yunfeng, she initially refused. As the eldest daughter of the Tang family, she still has to maintain her dignity. If you want to revive the engagement, Su Yunfeng has to speak first. However, after Tang Jinyuan's analysis, she finally gritted her teeth and agreed. Now looking back, Su Yunfeng is not that bad. Su Yunfeng would buy her whatever she wanted, and he would try every possible means to please her. He was also handsome. The key is that he is very strong. In all aspects, Su Yunfeng is very good. It's all because he had hidden his strength before, which led to them making wrong judgments and wrong decisions. The two of them resumed their engagement, and she was actually secretly happy in her heart. After hearing this, Su Yunfeng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I sneered secretly in my heart. I broke off the engagement when he was useless, and now that he has shown his strength, I want to revive the engagement. What a wishful thinking. There is no such good thing in the world. Who cares about a belated engagement? Uncle Tang, I am now devoted to the Tao and have put aside my personal feelings. Women will only affect the speed of my cultivation, so let's forget about this engagement." After these words were spoken, Tang Jinyuan's face showed surprise and embarrassment. Originally, according to his expectations, as long as he proposed to resume the engagement, Su Yunfeng would be ecstatic and even call him father-in-law on the spot. However, the facts were completely opposite to what he imagined. Not only did Su Yunfeng not look happy, but his words were a little cold and disdainful. He sighed secretly in his heart. But he still put on a brave face and said again, "Nephew, would you like to reconsider it?" Su Yunfeng shook his head firmly without any hesitation. "I've thought it through a long time ago. Uncle Tang, please don't waste your time. It was you who broke off the engagement, and it was you who wanted to revive it. I feel ashamed for you. How can you have the nerve to speak up?" Su Yunfeng secretly despised him in his heart. Moreover, even if he wanted to find a girl, was Tang Shuayuan qualified? Qiu Honyue could crush her to pieces with just one finger. Tang Shuayuan next to her bit her lower lip tightly, her face flushed red as if bleeding. Finally, she couldn't help herself and cried out, "Dad, stop talking. Who wants to renew the engagement with him?" After hearing his daughter's words, Tang Jinyuan stopped talking about this topic. He was completely certain that the engagement between the Su and Tang families could not be restored. "I can only blame myself for being foolish and listening to my daughter, and missing out on such a good son-in-law. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of loss. My dear nephew, I will no longer ask about the matter between you and Xue Yuan. After a moment, Tang Jinyuan looked at Su Yunfeng and spoke again, his tone extremely sincere. After you enter the Lingxiao sect, can you help take care of Xue Yuan since you grew up together? Su Yunfeng laughed when he heard this and said, Don't worry, Uncle Tang. If anything happens to her, I will do my best to help as long as I can. Accidents can be big or small. In his eyes, apart from life and death crises, everything else is trivial. Why do I need his help with such trivial matters? Don't blame him for being too ruthless, just blame Tang Xue Yuan for being a hard and stinky stone. His predecessor had been with her for more than 10 years but hadn't been able to gain any favor from her. Su Yunfeng didn't like such a woman. Humph, who wants your care? Tang Xue Yuan snorted coldly, feeling angry. Chapter 23 Qiu Hongyue, I will definitely let you stay in the sect. Humph, who wants your care? Tang Xue Yuan snorted coldly, feeling angry. She secretly swore that she would make Su Yunfeng regret his actions and then beg her to renew the engagement. You kid! Tang Jinyuan glared at his daughter. Then he turned to look at Su Yunfeng again, smiled slightly, and said, Uncle, thank you for being here, nephew. Su Yunfeng nodded. Just then, Qiu Hongyue, wearing a veil, walked over. She was dressed in flowing white clothes, her long hair fluttered slightly, and every movement she made was so graceful, like a fairy who had fallen into the human world. Are you ready? She spoke softly, her voice as cold as ever, lacking any worldly flair. She was asking, but her eyes were on Su Yunfeng. Ready and ready to go. Su Yunfeng replied with a gentle smile on his face. Qiu Hongyue nodded slightly, then made a hand gesture, and the three-finger Xianzhou in her hand suddenly emitted a mysterious light and then soared into the sky. Swish! The three-fingered mysterious boat quickly enlarged and eventually turned into a huge flying boat 10 feet long. Runes flashed around it, making it look mysterious. She lightly tapped her toes, and her perfect body suddenly rose from the ground, turning into a stunning leap onto the flying boat. You guys come up too. Her cold voice came from the flying boat. Su Yunfeng and Tang Xue Yuan waved goodbye to their family members and then jumped onto the flying boat. The flying boat is very large and there is a row of houses on the deck. It's a long journey, so you can choose a house of your own choice. Thank you, fairy. Su Yunfeng picked a room at random, pushed open the door and went in. Tang Xue Yuan snorted and then found a room away from Su Yunfeng to stay in. The energy of the flying boat comes from spirit stones. As long as there are enough spirit stones, it can keep flying. Time passed quickly and soon it was evening. Su Yunfeng pushed open the door and walked out. He saw a white figure sitting quietly on the edge of the boat. Walked over and then sat down. Why don't you go and rest, fairy? The white figure was none other than Qiu Hongyue. Qiu Hongyue looked at the starry night sky and said softly, Do you think the stars in the sky will meet? Meeting. Su Yunfeng answered decisively without any hesitation. Qiu Hongyue withdrew her gaze and looked at Su Yunfeng in confusion, as if waiting for his next answer. Fairy, let me tell you the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl. Time quickly came to the early morning of the next day. The stars in the sky have disappeared, replaced by a light blue sky that stretches as far as the eye can see. At this time, they had arrived at the outskirts of Lingxiao sect. Su Yunfeng noticed that there were quite a few flying boats gathering here. Apparently, the disciples that Lingxiao sect recruited from other places also returned. Soon, the flying boat arrived at a huge square in the front mountain of Lingxiao sect. At this time, tens of thousands of people had gathered in the square, and the noise was endless. Su Yunfeng frowned slightly, and doubts arose in his heart. Although Lingxiao sect is a large sect, it is not possible for it to recruit tens of thousands of disciples at one time, right? As if seeing his confusion, Qiu Hongyue explained, These are the people who have passed the preliminary selection. To truly enter the Lingxiao sect, they still need to pass 2 rounds of tests. Which 2 rounds? Su Yunfeng asked. Given the relationship between him and Qiu Hongyue, it wouldn't be difficult for him to know the test questions in advance. Qiu Hongyue did not hide it and said, Quality and Dao Heart. Oh no, it's over. Su Yunfeng was completely dumbfounded. Qualifications? He has the qualifications of a ghost master, and I'm afraid he will be eliminated in the first round. Fuck, I worked so hard for so long and it's nothing. It was all for nothing. He couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. Seeing Su Yunfeng's face darken slightly, Qiu Hongyue covered her mouth and chuckled a few times. Su Yunfeng rolled his eyes and said dissatisfiedly, "Fairy, are you making fun of my poor qualifications? But it doesn't matter. As long as I can earn a smile from the fairy, my poor talent has realized its greatest value." Even at this time, Su Yunfeng still didn't forget to tease her. Qiu Hongyue's eyes curved slightly, then she stopped smiling and explained further. Qualification and Dao heart do not need to be met at the same time. Qualification is only one aspect, and Dao heart is also very important. Therefore, as long as you pass any one of the tests, you will pass. Su Yunfeng was delighted when he heard this, thinking there was still hope. So he coughed twice and humbly asked, "Fairy, how do you test the Dao heart?" Qiu Hongyue pondered for a moment, then said, "It's actually very simple. It's just climbing a mountain. As long as your physical strength meets the requirements and you have a strong willpower, it should generally be no problem." When Su Yunfeng heard her speaking so casually, the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. Although she said it lightly, it was definitely not simple. It's like two students, a top student and a poor student, doing the same problem. The top student said that this question was too simple and he could solve it even with squinting his eyes. The poor student said, "Fuck, who made these questions? They are so damn difficult that I can't even understand them." Su Yunfeng keenly grasped the key information. Does your physical strength meet the requirements? To be honest, although his current body looks strong, it is actually just some muscles for show and does not have much strength. Most likely it is not up to standard. He frowned slightly. There was no hope for his aptitude, but willpower was easy to say. After all, as a 996 office worker, he had a good ability to withstand pressure. However, physical strength is a bit of a problem. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head and he thought of something. Without saying a word, he took out a jade bottle from the storage ring and handed it to Qiu Hongyue. "Thank you for your explanation, Fairy. This is a small token of my appreciation." Before Qiu Hongyue could figure out the situation, the jade bottle had already fallen into her hands. "What are you doing?" A rare hint of coquettishness appeared in Qiu Hongyue's eyes. Su Yunfeng smiled secretly in his heart. It seemed that the ice and snow goddess had melted. On his face, he said righteously, "This is to thank the fairy for the information she just revealed to me. I feel that it is of great help to me, so I would like to express my special thanks to the fairy." Qiu Hongyue stamped her feet lightly, revealing some of the demeanor of a young woman. "Those are things that everyone knows. They're not secrets at all. You don't need to." Before she finished speaking, Su Yunfeng took over. He spoke softly, with a hint of helplessness, "Fairy, you also know that my aptitude is extremely poor. As for the Dao heart test, I am not completely confident." Having said that, he raised his eyes slightly and looked into Qiu Hongyue's eyes. He whispered sincerely, "Perhaps I may not pass the test. If I fail, this thing can be regarded as my last gift to the fairy. It would be a waste to keep it with me anyway. We may not have the chance to meet again in the future, so it's good to keep a memory of you. What do you think?" Under the veil, Qiu Hongyue's red lips opened slightly, but she didn't say a word for a long time. When he heard Su Yunfeng say that they might not meet again in the future, his heart couldn't help but twitch, and a sense of loss and bitterness rose. The scenes of the past few days kept appearing in her mind, and her hand holding the jade bottle tightened unconsciously. "Fairy, I'm going down first. If I fail the test, we'll say goodbye." After Su Yunfeng finished speaking, he jumped off the flying boat. Qiu Hongyue grabbed the air with her hands, wanting to call him, but in the end she didn't say anything. "Don't worry, I will definitely let you stay in the sect," Qiu Hongyue said secretly in her heart, and then her figure flashed, turned into a white light, and rushed into the sect. She wants to go find her master. Chapter 24 Hundredfold Return, True Dragon Blood Essence. "Don't worry, I will definitely let you stay in the sect," Qiu Hongyue said secretly in her heart, and then her figure flashed, turned into a white light, and rushed into the sect. She wants to go find her master. Since the master had asked her to take care of Su Yunfeng, the master would definitely not watch him leave like that. Ding! Qiu Hongyue obtains a drop of dragon blood essence, which is returned a hundredfold. The host obtains a drop of true dragon blood essence. Su Yunfeng, who landed in the square, was overjoyed. "Fortunately, I collected a drop of dragon blood essence in the family warehouse, which came in handy. Otherwise, relying on this weak body, it is unlikely to pass the test." He found a slightly remote place and began to absorb and refine the true dragon's blood essence. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes again, and two rays of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. After refining the true dragon's blood essence, his physical body has reached a terrifying level, and ordinary swords and guns can no longer hurt him. Small Lingxiao sect, I don't believe I can't enter. At this time, he was full of confidence. He scanned the tens of thousands of people in the audience one by one, trying to find the person of destiny. According to normal practice, when such a large sect selects disciples, there will most likely be geniuses. Red. Suddenly, he found a person with red luck. Looking closely, he couldn't help but frown slightly. The other party was a young man with a handsome face and spotless white clothes. The man has an upright posture, sharp features, and a hormonal charm that has a strong impact on girls. However, he felt that there seemed to be something sinister in this person's eyes. Although it was hidden well, it did not escape his eyes. Moreover, he also noticed that when this man faced beautiful girls, he was full of confidence and the corners of his mouth would involuntarily twist into a scary arc. He doesn't like this guy. This was his first impression of this person. Keep me as a backup for now. When we can't find anyone else, I'll bind you. He felt uncomfortable at the thought of dealing with such a person. He would never bind anyone unless it was absolutely necessary. I solemnly declare that the protagonist will not be bound to any male, all are destined women, please feel free to consume. Then, he carefully looked at everyone present. Except for this guy, all others were below red. Su Yunfeng immediately lost interest. I can only place my hopes on joining the sect. Soon, the elders of Lingxiao sect announced the start of the test. Due to the large number of people, the test was divided into several channels and carried out simultaneously. The qualification test is very simple. It is to use a stone that can evaluate qualifications to determine whether the person being tested has the qualifications and whether he is good or bad. Among tens of thousands of people, the vast majority have average qualifications, and few have extraordinary qualifications that can attract the attention of the elders. However, this is normal. What would happen if everyone's talent was beyond belief? At this moment, a test channel not far away suddenly burst into a brilliant light that shot up into the sky. The test stone emitted a dazzling light that shot straight into the sky. At the same time, there were bursts of exclamations. Su Yunfeng knew without even looking that it must be the person with red destiny. He was the only one present who could have caused such a stir. Such a movement directly attracted the attention of the elders, and some elders even flew out from the sect. 9 Sun Body. Excellent talent. Because they were too far away, Su Yunfeng could only vaguely hear these few words. What's your name, kid? A supreme elder who flew in from the inner part of the sect asked while stroking his white beard. Replying to the elder, my name is Yi Chen. The grand elder nodded slightly and said, would you like to take me as your master? Thousands of people at the scene cast envious glances at him. He was noticed by the Supreme Elder after only the first test, which made others envious. This means that this guy named Yi Chen skipped all the procedures. He jumped from a selector to an inner disciple, and was also the direct disciple of the Supreme Elder. Who wouldn't he be jealous? To be honest, Su Yunfeng was extremely envious. There's nothing we can do about it. It's because others are destined to be together. There is no comparison, no comparison. Disciple is willing. Master, please accept my disciple's greetings. Yi Chen is also a decisive person. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Okay, from today on, you are my, Xiaoyan's, direct disciple. Then he rolled up his sleeves and flew directly into the sect with Yi Chen, leaving behind countless envious eyes. After the interlude, the test continued. But there was no one like the one just now. Even if 1 or 2 people with better qualifications appeared occasionally, they did not cause much sensation. Without exception, Su Yunfeng was eliminated. His qualifications were surprisingly poor, and he had already prepared himself mentally, so he didn't feel disappointed. You'd better go back as soon as possible, this place is not suitable for you. At this moment, Tang Shuayuan came to his side without knowing when, and spoke coldly. Su Yunfeng raised his eyebrows and glanced back at Tang Shuayuan. None of your business. Tang Shuayuan's expression darkened immediately, and she snorted coldly, let's see how long you can keep your stubbornness. Su Yunfeng didn't bother to pay attention to her. He found a quiet place to sit down and waited for the second round of tests. As a super sect, Lingxiao sect does not accept people with just a little bit of qualifications. The first round of qualification tests only screened out 500 people. These people had relatively good qualifications and did not need to participate in the second round of tests and could directly become outer disciples. All others will need to take a second round of testing. The first round of testing lasted half a day. After it ended, an elder immediately arranged a second round of testing. The mountain on the right leads directly to the Tongtian peak of my Lingxiao sect. Start climbing now. There is no time limit. The first 1,000 people who reach the peak will become outer disciples, and the next 1,000 will become menial disciples. The rest who fail will be sent back to their respective cities. Start now. At the command of the presiding elder, tens of thousands of people in the square immediately moved, rushing towards Tongtian Peak like a tide, fearing that if they were a step slower, they would be overtaken by others. Su Yunfeng stood up slowly. He was not in a hurry to climb the mountain. This kind of test of physical strength and willpower does not guarantee that whoever starts first will finish first. Those who rush to the front often become the sacrificial guinea pigs. His gaze turned towards the high steps to the sky. He saw Tang Shuayuan in the crowd, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Although Tang Shuayuan's luck is slightly better than that of ordinary people. However, anyone who can get to this point must have some luck. Therefore, among this army of tens of thousands, she was also very ordinary and had no advantage at all. Su Yunfeng dusted himself off, then walked slowly towards the heavenly stairs. The moment he stepped onto the stairs to heaven, he frowned. Because, at this moment, he felt the pressure on his body suddenly increase, as if a 1,000-pound stone was pressing on him. Fortunately, he had already refined the true dragon blood essence and prepared it in advance. Otherwise, he would have been crushed and eliminated. Look at the people around. Some young and foolish people just rushed up without thinking. As a result, he was crushed at the first step and couldn't even get up. At the same time, in Lingxiao sect, Xiu Hongyue had already arrived at the door of Master's room. Chapter 25 Sir, do you want to see what I look like? At the same time, in Lingxiao sect, Xiu Hongyue had already arrived at the door of Master's room. However, Master was in retreat. Now she was a little panicked. It was clearly just a matter of Master's word, but Master chose to go into seclusion at this time. Yes, you can go find Elder Xiao. In desperation, she thought of the sect's supreme elder, Xiao Yan. Elder Xiao Yan usually takes good care of them and their sisters. One reason was because of my master, and the other was because Elder Xiao Yan was indeed a very kind person. Without any delay, he flew directly towards where Elder Xiao Yan was. Soon, Xiu Hongyue arrived at where Elder Xiao Yan lived. At this time, Elder Xiao Yan's face was flushed, he was laughing heartily, and he was looking at the young man in blue in front of him with satisfaction. Disciple Xiu Hongyue greets Elder Xiao. Xiu Hongyue bowed respectfully to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan stroked his white beard and laughed. Xiao Qiu, how come you have time to come see me today? Disciple has something to ask of you. Oh? Is there something you can't solve? Where's your master? Xiao Yan raised his brows slightly and asked. Replying to the elder, Master is in seclusion, so I have no choice but to come to you for help. Xiu Hongyue said truthfully. How can I help you, old man? Xiao Yan accepted a disciple with extraordinary talent today. He was in a good mood and didn't ask too many questions. He got straight to the point. Xiu Hongyue glanced at the young man in blue and frowned slightly. It's okay. He's my new disciple, Yi Chen. Just ask if you have anything to say. Hearing this, Xiu Hongyue spoke softly. To be honest, elder, a friend of mine didn't pass the first round of the test because of his poor aptitude. If he hasn't passed the second round, I beg you to be flexible and accept him as an intern. It's easy. What's your friend's name? I'll just say hello to them. This kind of backdoor dealings are not taboo and actually happen every time we recruit disciples. For these senior executives, it is just a simple sentence. So, Xiao Yan didn't think much about it and agreed directly. Thank you, Elder Xiao. Xiu Hongyue bowed deeply to Xiao Yan. Then he said, his name is Su Yunfeng. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan took out a communication jade slip and sent a message to the elder who was in charge of recruiting disciples. Okay, I've already made my announcement. Even if your friend fails the second level test, he will still be recruited as an outer disciple. Thank you, Elder Xiao. Xiu Hongyue felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Now she was relieved, Su Yunfeng would stay no matter what. She finally felt that she had done something useful for Su Yunfeng. After thanking him again, she flew away and went to the scene to check on Su Yunfeng's condition. Yi Chen's eyes were burning as he stared at Xiu Hongyue's back until she disappeared from view. He turned around and clasped his fists, saying, "Master, who is this senior sister?" Xiao Yan naturally saw something in Yi Chen's eyes, so he reminded him, "Her name is Chiu Hongyue, but don't set your sights on her. Disciple will remember master's teachings." Yi Chen was speechless. He agreed with his mouth, but he didn't care in his heart. With his talent, handsome looks, and sweet talk, no woman could escape from his grasp. He has never failed in this series of punches. The other side. The first group of people who rushed up to the heavenly steps had their faces turned extremely ugly after just a few steps, and their heads were covered with beads of sweat. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to move forward. Being caught off guard, many of them were overwhelmed by the sudden pressure and were eliminated. The people who followed became prepared after seeing their reaction and began to climb the mountain in an orderly manner. Su Yunfeng walked up the steps slowly, step by step, without any discomfort at all. He secretly felt lucky that he had refined the true dragon's blood essence and enhanced his body's toughness and strength. Otherwise, he would have been one of the losers. He maintained a good pace, neither fast nor slow, just like normal mountain climbing. It is at this speed that it has surpassed the vast majority of people. Fuck, what's wrong with this kid? Why does he look so relaxed? One tester was sweating profusely, panting, and feeling a little out of breath. Su Yunfeng walked past him calmly without stopping. It shocked him badly. As time went by, Su Yunfeng's height continued to increase, and more people were left behind by him. Before he knew it, he looked back and saw no one behind him, nor anyone in front of him. In the next moment, the scene before his eyes suddenly changed. At this time, he was no longer on the heavenly steps, but had come to a peach blossom forest. "Sir, come here." Before he could figure out what was going on, a fragrant breeze suddenly blew over him, and a bold and unrestrained woman in strange clothes had already wrapped her arms around his neck. Su Yunfeng frowned slightly, and he understood in his heart. This is what is called a test of willpower. It depends on whether you can resist temptation. If you get lost in these gentle places, you will fail. He just tore off the woman's arm without any mercy and kicked her. The woman fell to the ground, looking aggrieved and pitiful, and her appearance turned into Tang Shuiyuan's. Su Yunfeng didn't even bother to take a second look and just slapped him. The woman was thrown away again. The next second, the woman's appearance changed again and turned directly into Chiu Hongyue's appearance. Her white clothes were as white as snow, her skin was fair, a thin colored veil was draped on her face, and her pair of watery peach blossom eyes looked at Su Yunfeng with a smile. "Sir, do you want to see what I look like?" The woman's voice sounded, and it was exactly the same as Chiu Hongyue's, but her words lacked the coldness and were more teasing. To be honest, Su Yunfeng was a little eager to lift the veil of Chiu Hongyue and take a look. He had this idea when he was watching the fireflies on fireworks night. But I finally held back. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. It's not that he is not bold enough, but for the sake of long-term planning, a little impatience will ruin a big plan. He came to the woman again and gently reached out to Kai Sha. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the palm of his hand. With a bang, it went straight through the woman's body. The woman's body turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the scene before his eyes changed again, and he instantly returned to the heavenly steps. That's it? Su Yunfeng curled his lips. You want to test him, an old cadre, with just this little thing? Chapter 26 Pass the test and find faults. Next, it was smooth sailing. Apart from a slight increase in pressure, nothing else went wrong. For a body that has been baptized by the blood and essence of a true dragon, this little pressure is nothing. He moved neither fast nor slow, always maintaining a steady pace. Well, this kid is pretty good. The elder who presided over the selection stroked his beard and nodded. At the same time, the sound transmission jade slip on his body lit up. After reading the information inside, the elder who presided over the selection raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not say anything. It seems that this situation has become common and is not surprising. Another hour passed, and Su Yunfeng finally reached the end of the heavenly stairs. There is a huge square in front of us. When we come here, we can finally see the magnificent gate with the 3 words Lingxiao sect engraved on it. Congratulations on becoming an outer disciple of Lingxiao sect. The outer sect elders have already been waiting here, and these new outer sect disciples will be under their jurisdiction. Afterwards, Su Yunfeng registered his name and received his own identity token. From this moment on, he officially became a member of Lingxiao sect. Su Yunfeng? Your name is Su Yunfeng? The registration elder narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Su Yunfeng in surprise. Because not long ago, he received a message from the presiding elder, asking him to recruit a man named Su Yunfeng into the sect. As a result, no one expected that the first one to come up would be this special recruit. Su Yunfeng nodded and replied, "Elder, I am Su Yunfeng. Is there any problem?" The elder quickly laughed and said, "No. Wait here for a moment. I will take you all to the outer disciple area when the time comes." "Yes." At this moment, a white figure flew over. It was Qiu Hongyue. Seeing the disciple token in Su Yunfeng's hand, she finally felt relieved. A back door had already been found, and even if Su Yunfeng failed the test, he would be specially recruited. Unexpectedly, he passed the test successfully and was the first person to reach the top of the mountain. Qiu Hongyue was happy in her heart, because this way, the two of them would have the chance to meet again in the future. Fairy. Su Yunfeng took out the disciple token in his hand and shook it, saying, "I am glad to have fulfilled my mission. Have I not disappointed the fairy?" Qiu Hongyue's eyes curved up. She was not only not disappointed, but was actually surprised. However, there were outsiders around, so she felt embarrassed to act too familiar for fear of gossip. She nodded and said, "From today on, you are a disciple of the sect. Call me senior sister." "Okay, senior sister." Of course Su Yunfeng did as he was told. Senior sister is naturally closer than fairy. The eyelids of the outer sect elder beside him twitched a few times. I became even more curious about Su Yunfeng. Just now, the elder greeted and showed special care, and now Qiu Hongyue has taken the initiative to show up. Moreover, judging from the conversation between the two, they seem to be very familiar with each other. You know, as the sect leader's personal disciple, Qiu Hongyue's status and position are clearly there. The key point is that Qiu Hongyue is notoriously cold and indifferent. She looks cold to everyone she meets and won't even look at them. However, things seemed a little different for this new outer disciple with extremely poor qualifications. He quickly looked away, looked at his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose, pretending that he saw nothing and knew nothing. Listen less and watch less about this kind of thing. By evening, when the sun had set, the second round of testing finally ended. There will be 1,000 outer disciples and 1,000 menial disciples. The rest who fail will be sent back to their respective cities along the same route. Su Yunfeng glanced around the crowd and did not see Tang Xueyuan among the outer disciples and menial disciples. His gaze turned to the crowd of people who had been eliminated. Soon, he saw Tang Xueyuan with a distraught look on her face. Tang Xueyuan seemed to sense something and looked over. Just as he saw it, Su Yunfeng withdrew his gaze. At this moment, she felt extremely regretful and ashamed. During the first round of testing, she had arrogantly advised Su Yunfeng to give up, and even wanted to show him some disrespect. However, this is the result. She failed the test, but Su Yunfeng became an outer disciple. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. God is deliberately playing tricks on her. Su Yunfeng didn't look at Tang Xueyuan again. Since Tang Xueyuan had failed the test, they were destined to never have any contact in the future. At this time, the outer sect elder came out and said in a loud voice, "First of all, congratulations to everyone on becoming outer sect disciples. Everyone's information has been registered and synchronized with your identity token. The identity token contains introductory resources for everyone. Please keep it safe." At the same time, the identity token contains the sect's rules and some other clear information. Everyone needs to read it carefully. Now, outer disciples, follow me. I will take you to the area where the outer disciples are. Under the leadership of this outer sect elder, 1,500 outer sect brothers set off in a mighty procession. After arriving at the destination, all the disciples were arranged with accommodation. The conditions are just okay, at least it's not a dormitory with multiple people. Each disciple has his or her own room. Although it is a bit small, it is at least a private space. For a social animal like Su Yunfeng, this is completely acceptable. After entering the room, he began to study the information on the identity token. The sect rules were naturally placed at the end, after all, they were long and tedious. He learned. Outer disciples do not have their own master. Every 3 days an elder will give a sermon, and it is up to each individual whether to listen or not. As for the skills, there are several simple basic skills recorded in the identity token. However, Su Yunfeng had no desire to practice at all. No, it's not that he doesn't want to practice, but it's useless even if he practices. My aptitude is too poor. Learning this simple skill is too difficult and thankless. I am too lazy to waste my time. If you want to obtain more advanced skills, you have to exchange them for sect contribution points. Sect contribution points require disciples to complete corresponding tasks in exchange. In addition, there are mandatory requirements for outer disciples. At least one task must be completed every month. If it is not completed for 3 consecutive months, the outer disciple's qualification will be revoked and he will be demoted to a menial disciple. At the same time, outer disciples have an opportunity to be promoted to inner disciples every year. As long as you pass the test, you can be promoted to an inner disciple, enjoy more resources, and have a dedicated master. After making the bed, Su Yunfeng prepared to rest. Bang! However, at this moment, the door of the room was suddenly kicked open from the outside. The wooden door, which was not very strong to begin with, was kicked apart. At the same time, a fierce-looking, bearded man walked in arrogantly, carrying a big wooden stick. Behind him were more than a dozen outer disciples. They all held sticks in their hands and looked at Su Yunfeng with a joking look on his face. Su Yunfeng was indeed a little surprised. He didn't expect that such a large and formal sect like Lingxiao sect would have a sect overlord. Boy, hand over the entry resources. From now on in the outer sect, I, Wang Ba, will protect you. If not. With a bang. Wang Ba placed the wooden stick in his hand heavily on the table with an extremely arrogant attitude. It looked like he was going to take action if Su Yunfeng said even a little no. He looked extremely arrogant, as if he didn't take anyone seriously. Those who don't know would think this is not Lingxiao sect, but a bandit den. Chapter 27 teach Zhongba a lesson and fight back against looting. Su Yunfeng did not take the initiative to cause trouble. He just wanted to quietly bind himself to the man of destiny and then lie down and upgrade. However, that doesn't mean he is afraid of trouble. If someone picks on him for no reason, he will definitely not show mercy. Fix the door and get out. His tone was not harsh, but it was filled with a bone-chilling chill, and the temperature around him seemed to drop a little at this moment. However, Wang Ba didn't take it seriously at all. He arrogantly raised one foot and stepped heavily on the stool. His eyes were full of mockery as he said jokingly, "Oh, you're quite arrogant. You even want me to fix the door. Believe it or not, I can tear down this shabby house of yours and no one will dare to say a word." Su Yunfeng's eyes were sharp, and his tone became even colder and heavier. "I say again, fix the door and get out." Wang Ba didn't expect that this new disciple would be so stubborn and wouldn't respond to any advice or persuasion. He has been in this business for so long, but he has never met anyone who repeatedly gives him the cold shoulder. His anger immediately rushed to the top of his head. With a bang. He kicked the stool away and shouted angrily, "If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you." Before he finished speaking, he swung the smooth and thick wooden stick in his hand and hit Su Yunfeng. "Today, I will let you know who is the boss of the outer sect." Wang Ba swung the wooden stick and smashed it down hard. The force was so great and the speed was so fast that one could actually hear the sound of the stick breaking through the air. Court death. Su Yunfeng is not someone who would suffer losses. Since these people have already taken action, there is nothing more to say. Fists are the real law. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his body flashed, and he arrived in front of Wang Ba in the blink of an eye. Make a fist and punch out. In an instant, it hit Wang Ba's chest heavily. Bang! A dull sound suddenly rang out, accompanied by Wang Ba's painful wail. Ah ah ah. Wang Ba's tall body flew backwards and was instantly blasted out of the room like a cannonball. With a thud, it hit the ground heavily, splashing up a cloud of dust. It's not over yet. Su Yunfeng took advantage of the situation and followed him out directly. As soon as Wang Ba landed, before he could react, he was hit by another violent storm and was beaten so hard that he screamed in pain. You dared to hit me." Wang Ba, who was beaten black and blue, finally got a chance to catch his breath, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was immediately met with an even more violent beating. Su Yunfeng stepped on his mouth and looked down at him condescendingly. He said in a cold and disdainful voice, "You still dare to be stubborn now." Wang Ba's men were about to come up to rescue them, but Su Yunfeng suddenly turned around and gave them a cold look. "Whoever dares to come here, I will kill him." After these words were spoken, the dozen or so people dared not move anymore. "Go fix the door for me. If you can't fix it, no one will be able to leave today." Su Yunfeng glanced at the dozen or so people and spoke coldly and domineeringly. A dozen people looked at each other, and finally did as they were told in dejected manner. Not long after, the door was repaired, and even the stool that was kicked away in the room was returned to its original place. Hand over your storage bags and storage rings, or I'll break your legs. Su Yunfeng's eyes were sharp, and his words revealed a ferocity that made people's backs chill. His gaze swept over the dozen or so people. Boy, don't go too far. Wang Ba spoke vaguely, but before he could finish his words, Su Yunfeng's feet sealed his mouth again, and he could only let out a woohoo wail. Say one more word, and I'll break your stinky mouth. Su Yunfeng's voice was still cold and fierce. Wang Ba suddenly fell silent. A wise man will not suffer a loss in front of him. He will kill you after you recover. He thought so in his heart. So, more than a dozen people reluctantly handed over their storage bags and storage rings. It's not that they don't want to resist, but the boss has been beaten into a pig's head. If they go up, they will most likely be killed. Why should they get beaten? Also, transfer your contribution points to me. Hearing this, Wang Ba was dumbfounded. He was about to say something harsh, but he found that his mouth was still sealed by the sole of his shoe. He was furious, but who the hell was the bad guy? When they robbed, they only took the entry-level resources of the new disciples, but this kid turned out to be even more ruthless than them. Not only did he take their storage bags and storage rings, he even took their sect contribution points. What a beast! In the end, they transferred all the contribution points and their identity tokens and learned that this new disciple, who was even more vicious than them, was called Su Yunfeng. Go away, and remember, it's best not to mess with me. In the end, Su Yunfeng didn't do anything to them. At most, he beat Wang Ba half to death. After all, the sect rules clearly stipulate that if you kill a fellow disciple, the lighter punishment is to have your cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect, and the heavier punishment is to pay with your life. He didn't want to enter the sect today and be driven down the mountain tomorrow. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of other disciples. After all, the rooms were not far apart. Some new disciples who had been robbed by Wang Ba were dumbfounded. I thought to myself, we're both new disciples, so why is he so awesome and me so useless? Su Yunfeng, just wait for me. Wang Ba walked away dejectedly with the help of his younger brothers, but he was already madly resentful of Su Yunfeng in his heart. Having been in the outer sect for so many years, he can act so arrogantly without restraint, so he must have someone backing him up. Since he can't solve it, let the big shot behind him deal with this guy. Then I will avenge today's revenge. Time, it won't be long. After Su Yunfeng returned to the room, he began to check the spoils. Apart from some spirit stones, there are also some low-level spirit plants, which are of no use to him. Find an opportunity to give it to Qiu Hongyue. He thought so in his heart. It doesn't matter if the level is low, as long as Qiu Hongyue is willing to accept it, he will be able to get a spiritual plant that is 100 times higher level in a blink of an eye. As for spirit stones, low-level spirit stones will become high-level spirit stones. Then, you can use high-level spirit stones to exchange for high-level spirit plants and treasures, which is equivalent to the secondary use of system items, and you can get at least 10 times the rebate. It's exciting to think about it. But the key point now is, where to find the second person of destiny. Qiu Hongyue is only one person after all. No matter how strong he is only on a single line. It is not as fast as upgrading multiple lines at the same time. Thinking of this, Su Yunfeng slapped his forehead. I have a pig brain. He suddenly remembered that he did not have Qiu Hongyue's jade slip for transmitting messages, nor did he know where she lived. He had no way to send the things on him away. Next time we meet, I'll definitely ask her to leave a sound transmission jade slip. The night passed in a flash. On the second day, Su Yunfeng got up early, washed up and went out. He planned to ask someone about Qiu Hongyue's residence and cash in the things he had as soon as possible. Just as he arrived at the square and was about to find someone to ask, a group of people came towards him. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw Wang Ba, who was bruised and battered, in the crowd. Next to Wang Ba was a young man dressed in luxurious brocade clothes and with an extraordinary demeanor. Wang Ba bowed and nodded to him, and it was obvious that he was his backer. Chapter 28 Teaching Chenggang a lesson, gaining a lot. When some old disciples saw this group of people, they all avoided them for fear of getting into trouble. As old people, they were very familiar with this young man in brocade clothes. His name is Chen Gang. He is Wang Ba's backer and a bully in the outer sect. Many of his disciples had suffered severe beatings from him. Some disciples even reported the matter to the elders, but there was no response. Instead, he suffered crazy revenge from Chen Gang. Over time, everyone knew that Chen Gang was someone they couldn't afford to offend because he had a protective umbrella. So, when they saw Chen Gang, they all ran away. The group of people quickly came to Su Yunfeng and surrounded him, as if they were afraid that he would run away. Brother, it was him. He was the one who injured me and stole our resources and contribution points. Wang pointed at Su Yunfeng angrily, his eyes almost spitting fire. Chen Gang looked at Su Yunfeng and said with disdain, "Kid, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Return all the resources and contribution points now, then kneel down and kowtow to apologize, and let my brothers vent their anger, and then let this matter be settled." Chen Gang's eyes were full of disdain and contempt. He spoke in a lazy and arrogant tone, not taking Su Yunfeng seriously at all. Su Yunfeng chuckled out loud. Facing a group of people alone, he was not panicked at all, and even felt a little excited. This person is indeed stronger than Wang Ba and others, but he is only at the first level of Wuzong. He is now at the level of Martial King, and it is not easy for him to be defeated. He also used the system to hide his true cultivation level. If he hadn't hidden it, these guys probably wouldn't dare to attack him. So, the world of cultivation is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you are weak, you will be bullied. He looked at Chen Gang and said calmly, "What if I don't?" Chen Gang raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a disdainful smile, "If you don't want to, I will beat you until you are willing." Pa! Suddenly, Chen Gang's body flew out horizontally and crashed into the crowd. At the same time, a crisp and loud slapping sound reached everyone's ears. Su Yunfeng had no idea when he had passed through the people surrounding him, came close, and slapped him. "Like this?" Su Yunfeng blew on his hands and said jokingly. Everyone was stunned. They didn't see clearly how Su Yunfeng moved. In the last second he was still encircling the opponent, and in the next second he directly slapped the opponent's coach away. This speed is simply too fast. Chen Gang was confused, and when he realized what was happening, he was immediately furious. "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me?" Chen Gang roared hysterically, and at the same time, a powerful aura burst out from him. His eyes were almost spitting fire, filled with hatred, and he gnashed his teeth, as if he wished to tear Su Yunfeng into pieces. "You're dead, you little bastard. How dare you hurt this young master's handsome face?" Wang Ba and others quickly surrounded him and helped Chen Gang up. "Boss, are you okay? Roll." Chen Gang slapped Wang Ba in the face, and the latter fell to the ground. He was now filled with rage and wanted to slap anyone he saw. Su Yunfeng didn't waste time talking to him. He just dodged and quickly appeared in front of Chen Gang. Before Chen Gang could react, he was grabbed by the collar and slapped in the face. There were many people in the huge square, but at this moment, the only sound that could be heard was the sound of Chen Gang being slapped in the face, as loud as firecrackers. Some new disciples secretly compared themselves with Su Yunfeng in their hearts. If it were them, they would probably be the ones who got beaten. However, the old disciples all opened their mouths wide, their faces full of disbelief. Then there was a feeling of comfort. The outer disciples have suffered from Chen Gang for a long time. Today, Chen Gang was finally dealt with. How could they not be happy? Su Yunfeng grabbed Chen Gang and slapped him wildly. In just a moment, the left half of Chen Gang's face began to swell up. Half of his teeth were knocked out and his nose was bleeding. It was a horrible sight. "Now, hand over all your storage bags, storage rings, and contribution points to me, or he will be your fate." Su Yunfeng picked up Chen Gang with one hand, lifted him up high and displayed him in front of everyone. Chen Gang never thought that he, a grown man, would be lifted up so high. His younger brothers were all pale and looked terrified. Now that their boss had been beaten, what kind of trouble could they possibly cause? Finally, under Su Yunfeng's sharp and cold gaze, he handed over his storage bag, storage ring and contribution points. Wang Ba's heart was bleeding. "Damn it, I got robbed once last night and again today. Why the hell am I so unlucky? No matter how much you cry or how much you hate, you still have to pay what you owe." Su Yunfeng kicked Wang Ba away with a flying kick. "Useless thing, the sect has been supporting you, but you don't even have any contribution points. Do you think you are worthy of the sect's cultivation of you? You parasites should be expelled from the sect." Wang Ba was almost crying. The contribution points were emptied last night, so there is no point in having any more. "Roll." Su Yunfeng swung his hand and threw Chen Gang out. At the same time, he warned again, "I'll say it again, don't mess with me. Wang Ba and others quickly reached out to catch Chen Gang, preventing him from falling to the ground again. Chen Gang looked extremely awkward at this time. The right side of his face was normal, but the left side was swollen beyond recognition. Many people thought of beating his right cheek to make it swollen as well. Symmetry is what makes things look good. Wang Ba and others carried the half-dead and dizzy Chen Gang and ran away in shame. After a moment, someone started applauding. Immediately, more and more people applauded, and soon the whole square was filled with thunderous applause. At this time, an old outer disciple came over quietly. "Brother, you beat up Chen Gang today, but you helped us vent our anger. However, I still want to remind you, senior brother, to be careful recently. Chen Gang has a strong backing. If you beat him up today, he will definitely not let it go." Su Yunfeng nodded and said, "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother." Although he was a little worried about Chen Gang's background, he didn't care much. After all, he also has a backer, that is the person behind Xiu Hongyue, the woman who picked him up. That woman should have a high status in Lingxiao sect. This is his confidence. "Senior brother, I'm asking about someone. Do you know where senior sister Xiu Hongyue lives?" Su Yunfeng asked. Upon hearing this, the senior brother was slightly stunned and looked at Su Yunfeng with a look of slight surprise. "Junior brother, do you know her?" Su Yunfeng nodded. "We are friends." Hiss. The senior brother took a deep breath and looked at Su Yunfeng with a hint of admiration. You know, Xiu Hongyue is a popular figure in the entire sect. It's not just because she is the sect leader's disciple, but more because of her cool and unique temperament that has fascinated countless male disciples. Over the years, countless people have tried to get close to her, but were ruthlessly ignored. Everyone knows that apart from the elders, the only people who can talk to Xiu Hongyue are probably her three senior sisters. Thinking of her three senior sisters who each had their own strengths, the senior brother suddenly lost his soul. If Su Yunfeng hadn't shaken him back to reality, who knows how long he would have stood there like an idiot. "Brother, you haven't answered my question yet?" Chapter 29, The First and Second Most Powerful Outer Sect Skills. The senior brother laughed awkwardly twice. Said, "Junior brother, this senior sister Qiu's residence is in the inner sect, the core disciple area. We outer sect disciples can't go there at all." Su Yunfeng raised his eyebrows slightly and took the ball. He couldn't go find Xiu Hongyue even if he wanted to, so he could only wait for her to come to him. It's really unpleasant to have a full warehouse but not be able to take the initiative. Thinking of this, he looked melancholy. After sending this senior brother away, he went to the sutra repository. The 2 counter robberies earned him a lot of contribution points. He planned to pick out a better martial arts book and trick Xiu Hongyue into practicing it the next time he met her. After arriving at the sutra repository, he frowned slightly. The sutra library is divided into 3 floors, from bottom to top, corresponding to outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples respectively. He is now an outer disciple and can only choose the skills at the first level. The tall bookshelves are filled with books, and each book represents a kind of martial arts. It has to be said that only a super large sect like Lingxiao sect can be so wealthy and powerful. If it were an ordinary small sect, even if it had a dozen or so skills, it would have to hide them. There was a recliner at the place where the martial arts techniques were copied, and a fat elder with a mustache was taking a nap with his eyes squinted. Su Yunfeng did not choose the martial arts method himself, but came to the elder. Obviously, asking the elder directly would be much easier than searching randomly on his own. So he bowed respectfully and said sincerely, "Elder, I am a new disciple from the outer sect. May I ask which is the most powerful technique here? Anyway, since I have Xiu Hongyue, the girl of destiny, to help me practice, I naturally have to choose the most amazing martial arts." The elder didn't even raise his eyelids, but opened his mouth slightly and said, "Go inside, the 5th row, the second line, the first one is it." "Thank you, elder." The corners of Su Yunfeng's mouth rose slightly. Isn't this much faster than finding it himself? Soon, he arrived at the location the elder mentioned and found the martial arts book. However, when he saw this technique, he was completely dumbfounded. The great method of attaining enlightenment through the dual cultivation of yin and yang. Damn, it's a dual cultivation method that makes people blush and their hearts beat fast. Su Yunfeng exploded on the spot. At this moment, does he dare to give this technique to Xiu Hongyue to practice? I'm afraid he will be hacked to death on the spot. TSK, this illustration is actually in color. The author really knows how to have fun. Before he knew it, he had opened the cover and started reading. Of course, it's impossible for him to understand it with his qualifications, but it doesn't matter. You can't understand the text, and you can't understand the pictures either? Bah! Hooligan! Just as he was enjoying the sex, a woman's voice suddenly came from the side, cursing him and spitting at him. Junior sister, don't pay attention to this kind of person. He doesn't look like a good person and he thinks about dirty things all day long. Next to the woman was a dark-skinned man with an ordinary appearance, whose gaze lingered on the color picture for 3 seconds. Oh, you shrimp-headed man, you want to see but you don't dare to see, what kind of person are you? The shrimp head here means drooping. Su Yunfeng's words directly touched the man's heart, and the latter immediately got furious. Who the hell is that shrimp-headed man? Who the hell wants to see this? Tell me clearly what you mean. If you don't even think about leaving. Su Yunfeng closed the book, put it back where it belonged, and glanced at the man indifferently. Tell me what's wrong with you. You're not a shrimp-headed man. Prove it to me. The dark-skinned man suddenly choked. Damn, how do I prove something like this? Do I have to perform it on the spot? Why, you can't prove it? Su Yunfeng's eyes moved downwards a little, and he said sarcastically. You're skinny, your face is haggard, your lips are dry and cracked, your eyes are dull, your steps are frivolous, and you look like you're seriously overdrawn. To call you a shrewd man is flattering you. At most, you're a 3-second man. The dark-skinned man's face flushed red instantly. He wanted to retort, but he was powerless. The woman next to him glanced at the dark-skinned man, snorted, and turned away. The dark-skinned man immediately chased after him. Junior sister, don't listen to his nonsense. You know, 3 seconds is not my limit. 5 seconds is my peak. Junior sister, don't walk so fast. Wait for me. Cut. Su Yunfeng snorted disdainfully. These self-righteous guys are suffering for their own sake. This method could have improved my condition, but I just couldn't bring myself to look down on myself, like an idiot. Su Yunfeng naturally did not choose to copy this technique. He returned to the copying area and humbly asked the elder. Excuse me, elder, what is the second most powerful technique here? The elder still had his eyes closed, rocking his rocking chair slightly as he said calmly, it's right next to the most powerful technique. All right. Su Yunfeng returned to the same position and picked up the book next to the great method of attaining the Tao through the dual cultivation of yin and yang. This is a sword training technique called heaven-shattering sword technique. Su Yunfeng didn't even look at the contents inside, and took it away to make a copy. What's so good about it? He can't practice it anyway with his qualifications, so he just doesn't even look at it. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and picked up the most powerful martial arts book. I've contributed a lot recently, and my mentality has become a little inflated. I always feel uncomfortable if I don't spend it all. He found a legitimate reason for himself. Then he took the 2 books of martial arts to the rubbing place. Boy, are you sure you want to copy these 2 techniques? At this time, the elder finally opened his eyes and asked. Su Yunfeng nodded affirmatively. Thank you, elder. The elder glanced at Su Yunfeng, then took 2 jade slips from the side and made rubbings of them. Soon, the 2 martial arts techniques were copied into the jade slip. After leaving the sutra library, Su Yunfeng happily came to the mission hall. Now that I can't contact Xiao Hongyue, I might as well complete this month's mandatory tasks. I'm just lying down anyway. Reading too many comic strips is harmful to your health. As soon as he entered the mission hall, a fist shadow hit him in the face. Su Yunfeng's heart sank, and he quickly turned his head to the right. The fist brushed past the hair by his ear. At the same time, he kicked the man in the belly. The man was kicked and flew backwards immediately. Only at this time did Su Yunfeng see clearly who attacked him. He grinned slightly and said disdainfully, "Who was it I thought it was?" It turned out to be the shrimp-headed man. The person who attacked him was none other than the shrimp-headed man who was ridiculed in the sutra library. His name was Cao Sheng. Cao Sheng originally came to take on a mission, but happened to see Su Yunfeng walking towards him. So he laid an ambush early, preparing to launch a sneak attack, take the enemy by surprise, knock them down, and vent his anger. But he never expected that the opponent's reaction was so quick. Not only did he avoid his sneak attack, but he also kicked him away. Cao Sheng got up from the ground and launched another attack in an instant. Su Yunfeng's eyes turned cold. He had shown mercy just now, but this idiot man still didn't repent. He groaned secretly, then kicked out, hitting the shrimp-headed man's vitals directly. Bang! Bang! Nothing at all. Chapter 30 Use the same tactics as the enemy and kill them in return. Bang! Bang! Nothing at all. All the male disciples in the mission hall immediately clamped their legs together, feeling a gust of cold wind and a faint sadness. Cao Sheng was kicked out hard and hit the wall of the mission hall. Fortunately, the wall was blessed with runes, otherwise there would have been a huge human-shaped hole in the wall. Cao Sheng fell to the ground, curled up like a cooked shrimp. At this moment, his eye sockets were about to burst, his eyes were bulging, veins on his forehead were bulging, and his face was full of endless pain, which was chilling to look at. Su Yunfeng came in front of him, looked down at Cao Sheng, and said indifferently, "There's no point in keeping it anyway, so I might as well break it down and rebuild it. Remember to thank me later." After saying that, he didn't even look at Cao Sheng, as if nothing had happened, and started checking the tasks on the taskbar. However, he did not notice that Cao Sheng's eyes were filled with boundless hatred. The strength of outer disciples is generally low, so the difficulty of the tasks set for them is naturally not too great. Most of them are low-level tasks such as hunting low-level monsters to obtain monster pills, or picking spiritual plants. After looking for a long time, Su Yunfeng casually took on the task of picking 100 plants of Yang Xinko. Lingxiao sect was originally located in the 10,000 mountains. He did not set out blindly, but instead grabbed his senior brother from the outer sect. The 10,000 mountains are so vast that finding a tiny Yangxin grass is like looking for a needle in a haystack, which is time-consuming and laborious. So he simply asked these experienced senior brothers directly. They are all experienced people and naturally know where it is easier to find what they need. "Excuse me, senior brother, where are the easiest places to pick the nourishing heart grass?" "Hey, junior brother, you've come to the right person. I'm a well-known expert on all things missions." Without saying a word, Su Yunfeng took out a few low-grade spirit stones and stuffed them into his hands. He knew very well that no matter in which world, human relationships and social skills are indispensable. "Please tell me, brother." Seeing Su Yunfeng being so sensible, the senior brother was in a good mood. So he pointed him to a place called Tianjian Valley. After obtaining the location information, Su Yunfeng quickly flew out of the sect. Just after he left, the smile on the face of the senior brother who had received the benefit quickly disappeared, replaced by a sinister look. He took out the sound transmission jade slip and said, "Su Yunfeng has already gone to Tianjian Valley." The other side of the jade slip. Chen Gang's face was wrapped in white gauze, revealing only a pair of vicious eyes and two upturned nostrils. After being beaten by Su Yunfeng, he has been holding a grudge against him and secretly vowed to make sure the other party is killed without a complete body. It is forbidden to kill fellow disciples within the sect, but what about outside the sect? It is not uncommon for disciples to die while performing their duties. Therefore, he arranged people in the mission hall early on to wait for Su Yunfeng to fall into the trap. Unexpectedly, Su Yunfeng was fooled so quickly. "This time, I must tear him into pieces." Chen Gang gritted his teeth, and two extremely cold rays shot out of his eyes. It is said that after Su Yunfeng left the sect, he flew towards Tianjian Valley. However, he is not fast. At this moment, there was a slight sneer on his face. The senior brother who had just pointed out the location to him hid very well, but the cold light that flashed in his eyes still did not escape his eyes. It is obvious that there is something wrong with Tianjian Valley. Just as he was about to leave, he happened to meet a few outer sect brothers who had just returned from their mission. These people have been out for a few days and don't know what happened in the sect in the past 2 days, so their words are more trustworthy. In Tianjian Valley, there is no such thing as nourishing heart grass. It is clearly a monster's lair. Moreover, it is a place that inner disciples are reluctant to touch easily. At this moment, he already had some guesses. In the entire sect, he only had a grudge against Wang Ba's group, and it was obvious that he was being targeted by that group. If you rashly enter the Tianjian Valley, you will definitely encounter monsters. Even if you manage to escape, the people who have been lying in ambush outside the valley will definitely kill you. That's really painstaking. Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for killing you first. Su Yunfeng sneered in his heart, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. His body stretched out, his speed suddenly increased a lot, and he flew quickly towards Tianjian Valley. At this time, Chen Gang's men had received his message and were moving quickly towards Tianjian Valley. Tianjian Valley, viewed from the sky, looks like a huge valley split by a sword. It is U-shaped, with cliffs on 3 sides and only one entrance. Isn't he just a new outer disciple? Is it really necessary for us to intervene? Outside the valley, in a hidden treetop, two outer disciples were talking in low voices. As members of Chen Gang's interest group, they naturally knew what had happened in the past 2 days. Don't underestimate that new guy. He must have some special abilities to be able to injure the boss. We just need to wait for him to come out of the valley and give him the finishing blow. Another outer disciple stared at the entrance of the Sword Valley, waiting for Su Yunfeng to come out. Two brothers, do you know how to get to the King of Hell's palace? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind them. The two were suddenly horrified and were about to turn their heads, but they saw their respective bodies falling to the ground helplessly. At this time, their heads and bodies were already separated. Die. They died here without even seeing each other. Su Yunfeng walked out from the darkness. He has already killed several such people. After dealing with these two people, all the ambushers around were also cleared out. He took away the storage bags of the two people, but he did not take the contribution points, which might arouse suspicion. After all, if the contribution value skyrockets just by going out, there must be something fishy going on and it cannot stand up to scrutiny. He picked up one of the sound transmission jade slips and sent out a message along with his voice. Boss, we've already dealt with that guy. We also found a 50,000-year-old rejuvenation grass, but it's been targeted by others. We're requesting support. The address is... In Lingxiao sect, Chen Gang was in a good mood after receiving the news. Very satisfied with his strategy. Isn't Su Yunfeng a very powerful guy? If you dare to go against him and hurt him, you will only end up dead. Wang Ba, take a few people with you and bring me back the 50,000-year-old rejuvenation grass. Rejuvenation grass is an important material for refining rejuvenation pills. 50,000-year-old rejuvenation grass is rare. If it is presented to the people above, it will definitely be a great achievement. Yes, boss. Wang Ba and a few others quickly rushed to the designated place. Soon after, they arrived at their destination. Wang Ba frowned. There was not a single ghost around, so where could there be any rejuvenation grass? However, just when he became alert, it was too late. A powerful force instantly enveloped them, making them unable to move, and then a figure walked out from the darkness. Su Yunfeng? Aren't you dead? Wang Ba's eyes were filled with horror, and he looked at Su Yunfeng in disbelief as he walked towards them step by step. Su Yunfeng sneered sarcastically, those rotten fish and shrimps think they can kill me? Wang Ba's eyes suddenly turned red with anger, and he suddenly woke up. You killed all our people? Su Yunfeng remained silent, his eyes flashing with cold murderous intent. Don't worry, you'll see each other again soon. Chapter 31 The Insidious Woman. Don't worry, you'll see each other again soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword appeared in his hand. Immediately afterwards, the ghost began to move quickly. Puff puff puff. In just a blink of an eye, Wang Ba and the people who came with him all fell in a pool of blood. Su Yunfeng showed no mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Being kind to your enemies is the greatest cruelty to yourself. After taking their storage bags, Su Yunfeng quickly left the scene. Using the same trick again would alert the other party. I would kill a few of them first to collect some interest, and then deal with Chen Gang when I have the chance. This time he did not stop, but flew directly to the moon-watching slope in the east, where the Yangqing grass was picked. Help, help, is there anyone who can help me, help? At this moment, Su Yunfeng suddenly heard an urgent cry for help, and he quickly looked over. I saw a pretty woman wearing the sex clothes running away frantically, and behind her, a black tiger more than 10 meters long was following closely. The woman's clothes were torn in some places, and a hint of white could be seen occasionally while she was running away. It was obvious that she had fought a fierce battle with this evil black tiger, but unfortunately she was defeated and retreated. At this moment, the black evil tiger suddenly jumped, and its huge body soared into the air, casting a large shadow. With a bang, it fell in front of the woman. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and bit the woman. The woman was extremely desperate and screamed in horror. Just as the black evil tiger was about to bite her, a figure suddenly appeared and punched the black evil tiger directly on the forehead. The huge body of the black evil tiger was hit hard and was directly knocked back. Roar! The black tiger roared to the sky. The food that was about to reach its mouth was gone, and it was very angry. It opened its mouth and bit towards Su Yunfeng, its sharp teeth flashing a cold light. Su Yunfeng snorted coldly and advanced instead of retreating, his fists falling like raindrops. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere, and the black tiger whimpered a few times and then became completely silent. The woman's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she immediately came up to Su Yunfeng and thanked him. "Thank you for your help, senior brother." "My name is Wang Lingshan. May I ask your name, senior brother?" Su Yunfeng has already taken out the black evil earth tiger's demon pill. Although this is not his mission, there is no harm in keeping it. He collected the demon pill and replied, "My name is Su Yunfeng." Wang Lingshan nodded, and then continued, "Senior brother has a profound cultivation level. Lingshan would like to ask for a favor." Seeing Su Yunfeng frowned, Wang Lingshan immediately told him what happened. It turned out that not far ahead was the black tiger's lair, where there were 2 spiritual fragrant fruits that were about to mature. Wang Lingshan provoked the black evil tiger because she wanted to get the Lingxiang fruit. In addition to this one, there is an even more ferocious black tiger in the nest. "Brother, if you are willing to help, you and I will each have one after we accomplish this." Wang Lingshan looked at Su Yunfeng with hope on her face. With her own strength, she is no match for the black evil tiger, so she plans to recruit Su Yunfeng to join her. Su Yunfeng thought about it and realized that the Lingxiang fruit is actually a relatively rare spiritual fruit. It is the main material for refining Lingxiangdan. If I could get one, I would give it to Chiu Hongyue, which would be a way to bring the 2 of them closer. "Okay, lead the way." Seeing Su Yunfeng nodded in agreement, Wang Lingshan was overjoyed, and a barely perceptible gleam flashed in the depths of her eyes. Soon, the 2 arrived outside the black tiger's lair. You can smell a rich fragrance from a distance. "Brother, the Lingxiang fruit will soon be ripe." Wang Lingshan pointed at the 2 bright red Lingxiang fruits in the nest and exclaimed. Without wasting any time, Su Yunfeng took action directly. Suddenly, the tiger roared to the sky. This black evil tiger is more ferocious than the previous one. Even though Su Yunfeng is at the martial king level, he does not dare to be careless. The other side. While Su Yunfeng was leading the black tiger away, Wang Lingshan flew directly into the nest and quickly picked 2 spiritual fragrant fruits. She glanced towards Su Yunfeng with a sarcastic sneer in her eyes, and quickly flew away. At the same time, her giggling sound was heard, with indifference and ridicule in her voice. Su Yunfeng then realized that he had been fooled. Wang Lingshan never thought of sharing the Lingxiang fruit with him. He was used as bait. A surge of anger rose in his heart, and he snorted coldly, swinging his fist and punching the black evil tiger on the forehead. The huge body of the black evil tiger was smashed directly into the ground. Without even a second glance, he flew up and chased after Wang Lingshan. He was extremely fast and decisive. In the blink of an eye, he blocked Wang Lingshan's way and slapped her in the face. Before Wang Lingshan could figure out what was going on, she was slapped hard and sent flying, her body falling straight down from the sky. "Aha!" Wang Lingshan instinctively let out a series of shrill screams. She never expected that Su Yunfeng would move so quickly. In the last second she was still laughing at the other person's stupidity, and in the next second she was slapped hard in the face by the other person. She was almost driven crazy. He quickly circulated his spiritual power and stabilized his body. "Su Yunfeng, you dare to hit me, do you know who I am?" Wang Lingshan yelled hysterically and looked over with eyes spitting fire. However, as soon as she looked up, a big hand appeared in front of her, and without any hesitation, it grabbed her neck. In an instant, a strong sense of pressure came from the neck. A strong feeling of suffocation came over her instantly, and Wang Lingshan's heart suddenly turned cold, and she felt a bone-chilling fear. Bang! Su Yunfeng didn't say anything and slapped her in the face. Wang Lingshan's face was swollen like a pig's head. There is no trace of the charming look she had just now. "Su Yunfeng, you little bastard, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I am an inner sect disciple and Wang Tang's biological sister." Wang Lingshan shouted angrily, and at the same time her heart was filled with fear. However, as long as she revealed her identity, her brother Wang Tang, she believed that no one would dare to do anything to her. What's more, Su Yunfeng is just a small outer disciple. However, what she got in response was a loud slap in the face. Wang Lingshan was completely stunned. How dare he? He clearly knew her identity, so how could he dare to hit her? At this moment, she only felt the big hand pinching her throat tighten a little, and breathing became extremely difficult. Let go, my brother is Wang Tang." Wang Lingshan struggled desperately, but could not get rid of Su Yunfeng's big hand. There was a cold glint in Su Yunfeng's eyes. Since the situation between them had come to this point, it was impossible for the other party to let it go given his temper. Thinking of this, he suddenly increased the strength of his hands, determined to kill Wang Lingshan directly. In the deep mountains and old forests, who would know that it was Su Yunfeng who did it? Anyway, I have already killed several outer disciples, so what does it matter if I kill one more inner disciple? What's more, it was he who saved Wang Lingshan's life from the jaws of the black evil tiger. It has allowed her to live a little longer. At this time, Wang Lingshan could no longer breathe. Her eye sockets were about to burst, her eyeballs were bulging, and there were clearly visible, winding and twisting blue veins on her forehead. Die! Su Yunfeng squeezed hard with his palm. Let go of my sister, you little bastard. However, at the last moment, an explosive and fierce sound approached rapidly from behind. At the same time, a powerful attack came directly towards his vest. Chapter 32 Then you castrate yourself. At the same time, a powerful attack came directly towards his vest. Su Yunfeng didn't hesitate at all. He turned around instantly and used Wang Lingshan's body to block in front of him. With a bang. The attack that was originally intended to hit Su Yunfeng hit Wang Lingshan squarely. Wang Lingshan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff. The cheeks that had turned purple due to suffocation turned pale in an instant. Younger sister. Wang Teng didn't expect that his sudden attack was discovered by the other party, who used Wang Lingshan as a shield. For a moment, he didn't dare to act rashly. Let go of my sister. Wang Teng exuded a powerful aura, and he was actually a true martial king at the 5th level. Su Yunfeng frowned secretly, the other party's cultivation was higher than his. Moreover, he must have more methods than him. If a real fight breaks out, he will have no advantage. However, by releasing Wang Lingshan, he would lose the hostage, and Wang Teng could attack him even more unscrupulously. So, when he heard Wang Teng's angry roar, he did not move. Brother, save me. The shadow of death just now made Wang Lingshan feel like she had been to the underworld. Now that her brother is here, she sees hope of survival. She tried her best to call for help. Hearing Wang Lingshan's weak cry for help, Wang Teng's breath suddenly became sharp, and he stared at Su Yunfeng with cold eyes. Let my sister go, or I'll tear you into pieces. Su Yunfeng sneered and lifted Wang Lingshan high up in the air. He said fearlessly, if you dare to say another word, I'll crush her to death. As he spoke, he slightly increased the strength with which he was pinching Wang Lingshan's hand. Wang Lingshan suddenly started coughing uncontrollably, kicking her legs wildly, and looked like she was severely suffocating. Elder brother. Wang Lingshan's eyes turned white, and the movements of her hands and feet became weaker and weaker, as if she was about to suffocate to death. Stop, stop. Wang Teng was immediately filled with rage, but he didn't dare to speak nonsense anymore. He could only suppress the anger in his heart. What do you want me to do in exchange for letting my sister go? Wang Teng gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. Su Yunfeng sneered, first, put away your arrogance, and then speak to me politely. Wang Teng did as he was told immediately. He felt extremely depressed. Wang Teng was a prominent figure in Lingxiao sect, and had never suffered such humiliation. However, now that his own sister is in the hands of the other party, he has no choice but to give in for the sake of his sister's life. He lowered his posture and his voice was no longer as arrogant and manic as it was at the beginning. As long as you release my sister, I will agree to any conditions you ask. He tried his best not to get angry and spoke in a low voice. Then castrate yourself. Wang Teng was completely dumbfounded. Damn, I have never seen such a cruel person. He asked him to castrate himself right away. He gritted his teeth secretly, wishing he could tear Su Yunfeng apart with his own hands right away. Tisk, didn't you agree to all the conditions? Why are you so troubled by such a small matter of 1 or 2 inches? Su Yunfeng sneered. Su Yunfeng's words made Wang Teng almost vomit blood on the spot. Damn it, is that just a small matter of 1 or 2 inches? It doesn't hurt your waist to talk while standing, right? Erase the mark on your storage ring and throw it to me. Su Yunfeng didn't want Wang Teng to really castrate himself. It didn't make any sense to him. He just wanted to ridicule him. After all, Wang Teng was very arrogant just now. Wang Teng took off the storage ring with a painful feeling, then wiped off the mark on it and threw it over. Su Yunfeng relaxed his grip slightly, allowing Wang Lingshan to breathe, and then said coldly, erase the mark on your storage ring as well. Wang Lingshan breathed in the air in big gulps, her heart filled with fear. After hearing Su Yunfeng's words, he did it without hesitation. Now, you, step back 5 miles. After collecting the storage rings from the two, Su Yunfeng said to Wang Tang. If you dare to touch my sister, I, Wang Tang, will kill you even if it means you're at the ends of the earth. Wang Tang gritted his teeth and said harshly. Su Yunfeng frowned suddenly and pinched Wang Lingshan's hand hard. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Lingshan suddenly started coughing violently, and breathing became extremely difficult again. I just told you to be polite when talking to me, didn't you hear me? Su Yunfeng stared at Wang Tang with a cold gleam in his eyes, and his voice was cold and domineering, without a trace of warmth. Stop, 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 I'll retreat immediately. Wang Tang put away his arrogance and retreated quickly, not stopping until he was 5 miles away. He was filled with rage, but had no place to vent it, and felt so frustrated that his lungs were about to explode. Wang Tang remembered today's revenge. After waiting for Wang Tang to leave, Su Yunfeng slapped Wang Lingshan several times. You bitch, you can get along well with me, but you have to plot against me. You have a pig brain. If they followed the agreement and gave each of them a Lingshan fruit, they might even become friends. It's just that this woman was too greedy, she deserved to be slapped in the face. At this time, Wang Lingshan's face had swollen like a pig's head, and her original appearance was completely unrecognizable. Finally, Su Yunfeng threw her away and instantly dived into the woods below. If Wang Tang hadn't caught him, Wang Lingshan would have just killed him. However, since he had seen it, if he killed Wang Lingshan, he would not be able to return to the sect, and he might even have to pay with his life. Losing one's life for a moment of pleasure is obviously not a good deal. He thought he should be patient for now and then find an opportunity to get rid of the other party. Today, the two sides have completely torn their faces apart. He didn't think that Wang Tang and Wang Lingshan would give up and would definitely find a way to deal with him. Aha! Su Yun Feng. I'm going to kill you. I, Wang Lingshan, swear to tear you into pieces and scatter your bones to ashes. Wang Lingshan, who was freed, was completely furious and roared hysterically. Wang Tang rushed over immediately after hearing the sound. However, Su Yunfeng had already disappeared, and it was impossible to take revenge on the spot. Brother, you must avenge me and kill that little bastard. Wang Lingshan's eyes were filled with endless anger and resentment. Sister, don't worry, I will kill him with my own hands. Wang Tang's eyes were extremely cold, and there was boundless murderous intent surging in them. A mere outer disciple not only beat his sister, but also forced him to this extent. He could not swallow this. He must avenge this grudge. On the other side, Su Yunfeng picked 100 plants of Yangqing grass. The mission has been completed, but he is not in a hurry to return to the sect. God knows whether Chen Gang, Wang Tang and others are waiting for him to fall into their trap along the road he must take. I couldn't contact Xiu Hongyue and felt very unsafe. He planned to stay outside for 3 to 5 days before going back. So, he changed into ordinary clothes and went to the nearest town. He first went to Quihangla to listen to the folk songs of that era. The overall feeling is pretty good, crisp and pleasant, and it cultivates sentiment. It's just that the singer's flute-playing skills are a bit lacking, and there are some minor flaws. Chapter 33 Peach Blossom Luck? By the time he came out of Quihanglu, it was already evening. We came to an inn called Huaman Lu and ordered a table full of delicious food and wine. Waiter! Su Yunfeng snapped his fingers and shouted. The inn waiter immediately ran over. This is a fat sheep, and one person actually ordered a large table of food and wine. Let us not talk about how much you can earn, because that's the boss's business. Just talking about the delicacies on this table, he couldn't finish them all by himself, so what about the rest? The rest are naturally those who work as waiters and waitresses. This table is full of their restaurant's signature dishes, which are very expensive and taste great. On ordinary days, it is already very good to be able to eat 1 or 2 things, but now there is a whole table full of them, and the waiter is already drooling. It has been a long time since I met a fool like Su Yunfeng who is stupid and has a lot of money. Sir, what can I do for you? The waiter bowed and nodded to Su Yunfeng with a very respectful attitude. Su Yunfeng pointed to the opposite side of the inn, where there was an old beggar with disheveled hair and ragged clothes. Go and call him in. Ah? The inn waiter looked in the direction Su Yunfeng pointed and immediately saw the old beggar begging for food. What? Go! Su Yunfeng's face turned serious and he pretended to be a little angry. The inn waiter took one look at the table full of delicious food and his heart began to bleed. However, under the pressure of Su Yunfeng's eyes, he still went out happily to call the old beggar. I don't know what he said to the old beggar, but the old beggar raised his head slightly and glanced at Su Yunfeng. Then, he stood up tremblingly, holding on to a crooked branch. The waiter immediately covered his mouth and nose. The sour smell of the old beggar was very intoxicating. In his previous life, Su Yunfeng couldn't bear to see the miserable plight of these old men and women. When he saw this situation, he was overwhelmed with sympathy. Sometimes, even if you know that the other person might be a scammer, you still have to lend a helping hand. As soon as he entered the store, he saw the old beggar, so he ordered a table full of delicious food, just to give the homeless old man a full meal. There is no other meaning, it's purely sympathy at work. The old beggar staggered along the tree branch and followed the waiter into the inn, then came to Su Yunfeng. Uncle, please sit down wherever you want. You can eat as much as you want from this table. If you can't finish it, you can pack it up and save it for the next meal. Hearing this, the inn waiter shed tears secretly. I originally thought I could get a good meal, but in the end, I'm afraid there won't be even a fish bone left. When the old beggar heard this, a glimmer of light flashed in his cloudy eyes. Thanks. The old beggar's voice was hoarse, as if he had not spoken for a long, long time. The old beggar didn't hesitate to sit down and started eating right away. Chopsticks were unnecessary as it was faster to eat with his hands. After a hearty meal and a feast, the old beggar, who looked like a starving ghost, finally burped. Even Su Yunfeng was secretly surprised. Although this old beggar looked thin and weak, he had a really good appetite. There was a table full of food, but he didn't even take 2 bites, and it all went into the old beggar's stomach. Thank you, sir. I haven't had such a full meal in many years. The old beggar, who had eaten and drunk his fill, spoke much more fluently, although his voice was still hoarse. Su Yunfeng waved his hand indifferently. You're welcome. It's just a small favor. I can't finish it all by myself anyway. One more person means one more pair of bowls and chopsticks. The old beggar laughed heartily and said, Sir, you are truly open-minded. There are very few people like you nowadays. By the way, you will stay here tonight. The waiter has already arranged a room and hot water for you. Su Yunfeng spoke. I have to admit that the old beggar's smell is indeed a bit strong. I guess he hasn't taken a bath in several years. Even Su Yunfeng was a little bit drunk. Upon hearing this, the old beggar immediately clasped his fists to express his gratitude. Young master, you have treated me well. I have nothing good to offer you in return. I will just help you read your face. Oh? The old man can also read faces? Su Yunfeng was slightly surprised. No matter how you look at it, this old man is just an ordinary beggar, but he can actually tell fortunes. However, he shook his head secretly. Expressed doubts about the old beggar's physiognomy. If he really had that ability, at least making a living would not be difficult. How could he have ended up as a beggar begging on the street? He did not spoil the old beggar's mood. He straightened his long bangs on his forehead and revealed his entire face. Then please help me take a look, old man. The old beggar's originally cloudy eyes became clear, and he looked at Su Yunfeng's face intently. After a moment, the old beggar revealed a look of deep doubt, and said, How could it be? How could it be? Old man, how about it? Can I get a wife with my face? Su Yunfeng laughed jokingly. The old beggar nodded and said, Of course I can marry her, and I will have a romantic encounter soon. Oh, really? Su Yunfeng smiled and didn't take it seriously. Have you had any romantic luck recently? This doesn't stand up to scrutiny. His relationship with Qiu Hongyue is far from reaching that point. As for the woman who picked him up, she is nowhere to be found. How can he be said to be lucky in love? The old beggar nodded affirmatively. I can't see the old man far away, but I can still predict a few things in the past few days. Ha, then I'll take advantage of the old man's good words. Su Yunfeng laughed and said, Just take it as a joke. After chatting for a few more minutes, the two went upstairs and into their respective rooms. Su Yunfeng took a shower and had nothing to do, so he went to bed early. On the other side, the old beggar frowned and muttered, Why can't I see through it? It's strange. At the same time, 100 miles away from the town, a beautiful woman was chasing several disciples of the Hahuan sect. Her name is Lin Xian, and she is the third disciple of the leader of Lingxiao sect. She was just passing by here, and happened to see several disciples of the Hahuan sect about to attack an ordinary woman. With her overflowing sense of justice, she picked up her sword and attacked without a word. However, these disciples of the Halwan sect were cunning. They did not fight her head on and just ran away. After chasing them all the way, they have arrived in the wilderness. At this moment, those Halwan sect disciples suddenly stopped running. Instead, he turned around and looked at Lin Xian with a smile, his eyes full of evil. Lin Xian frowned, and the long sword in her hand drew a cold light in the night sky, and killed him instantly. Her cultivation level is higher than these people, and she is also blessed with Lingxiao sect's top-level skills. The combat effectiveness is naturally off the charts. The long sword in her hand was like a flash of lightning, slashing straight towards one of the Halwan sect disciples. The Halwan sect disciple slightly turned sideways and easily avoided Lin Xian's attack. Lin Xian frowned, feeling incredible. This sword contained her 10th level of power, and the opponent's cultivation was originally lower than hers, so why did he dodge it so easily? Chapter 34 Peach Blossom Luck Comes True. Haha, don't you think it's incredible? The disciple of the Halwan sect laughed and looked at Lin Xian with a passionate gaze. It was like a hungry wolf staring at a lamb, full of aggression. I'm not afraid to tell you, we deliberately lured you here. We spent a lot of Halwan powder and Hualing powder along the way. However, to have a beauty like you, it's worth spending any amount of medicine. At this time, Lin Xian discovered that the spiritual power in her body was being lost and her strength was rapidly declining. No wonder the opponent dodged the sword just now. It's not that she is not strong enough, but that she was poisoned by the Hualing powder. This poison is colorless and odorless, and can cause the spiritual power in the practitioner's body to dissipate uncontrollably until there is no spiritual power left. Spiritual power is the main source of energy for practitioners. Without spiritual power, practitioners will not be able to activate their skills. What shocked her even more was that the other party actually used Halwan powder. In other words, she has been infected. Mean. Lin Xian's face was as cold as frost. She instantly swung out a sword with all her strength. The huge sword light immediately slashed towards several disciples of the Halwan sect. Humph, a dying struggle. The Halwan sect disciple did not resist and simply dodged. In their opinion, this was Lin Xian's last struggle. After this strike, this beautiful girl will fall completely into their hands. After Lin Xian swung out the sword, she flew away without stopping at all. Staying here will only lead to being defiled by these guys. If that's the case, I might as well die. She wanted to rush back to the sect as soon as possible and ask her master for help. Master has great magical powers, and I believe there is a way to help him remove the toxicity of the Halwan powder. Humph, you can't run away. There was no way the people from the Halwan sect would let her escape like that. He chased after her in an instant, determined to capture Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt very bad, the effect of the medicine had begun to take effect. She gritted her teeth and ran as fast as she could. However, the people from the Halwan sect were also very fast and were chasing her closely. Soon, the outline of a city appeared in front of us. Lin Xian gritted her teeth, frantically circulated the remaining spiritual power in her body, and flew towards the city at high speed. Several disciples of the Halwan sect became anxious. This is already the territory of Lingxiao sect. If Lin Xian were allowed to escape into the city, it would attract the attention of Lingxiao sect's disciples, and that would be troublesome. Therefore, she must be captured before she enters the city. Otherwise, everything you just did will be in vain. Use all your strength to prevent her from escaping into the city. One of the Halwan sect disciples shouted. The others did not hold back either, and all attacked, launching one attack after another towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian has almost reached her limit. The spiritual power in her body was about to run out, and she could imagine the consequences if she didn't escape into the city. So, she gritted her teeth and ignored the attacks from behind, sprinting towards the city at full speed. Puff puff. The attack hit her, causing her to cough up 2 large mouthfuls of blood. However, Lin Xian also took advantage of the huge thrust generated by the attack and jumped over the tall city wall and entered the city. Fortunately, she was wearing protective soft armor, otherwise these attacks would have been enough to cause her to be seriously injured and faint on the spot. Hateful. Several people from the Halwan sect were immediately furious. The cooked duck flew away, benefiting others. They didn't dare to enter the city because several figures were flying towards them. They were people from Lingxiao sect. Several people took a fierce look at the direction where Lin Xian disappeared, turned around and flew away unwillingly. The other side. Lin Xian flew into the city and had no idea of the direction. The poison in her body has taken effect and almost all of her spiritual power has been lost. His body shook and he fell directly from the air. Su Yunfeng, who was sleeping soundly, opened his eyes drowsily and was about to get up to see what had happened. Before he could fully open his eyelids, he felt a pain in his neck, and then his vision went black and he passed out. Fuck, it's over. In the moment before he fainted, he seemed to see a golden light. It was not until noon the next day that Su Yunfeng opened his eyes again. He seemed to have had a dream last night. However, at this moment, his brows frowned again. A blooming red rose caught his eye. Fuck, no way? Su Yunfeng wailed. He was picked up again. The key point is that he suffered even more than last time. Last time at least I felt a sense of participation, even if it wasn't too much. But this time, I didn't feel anything at all. What a big loss. Coming to his senses, he finally understood why he had back pain. If he had not refined the true dragon blood essence and improved his physical fitness countless times, he would have died on the spot. He quickly found some nourishing and invigorating pills and took them, and the pain all over his body was finally relieved. Damn, another guy who lifts up his skirt and doesn't recognize me. Su Yunfeng was extremely angry. If he were asked to evaluate this experience, he would give it a score of 0 without hesitation. I seemed to see a golden light before I passed out. Could it be the Golden Destiny person? Thinking of this possibility, Su Yunfeng's heart began to beat wildly. Before Qiu Hongyue could be captured, he was captured by another Golden Destiny person. What the hell is going on? He simply washed up and quickly went out to find the old beggar. The old beggar said he was lucky in love. I just wanted to hear it for fun, but it turned out to be true. There's something about this old beggar. He muttered to himself and soon arrived outside the old beggar's room. I knocked on the door, but there was no response. I pushed the door open and looked, but the old beggar was nowhere to be seen. Come down from upstairs and find the waiter. Waiter, where is the old beggar? Sir, he left a long time ago, didn't you know? Su Yunfeng wanted to punch him twice. If I knew, why would I ask you? Do you have nothing to do after eating? No wonder he can only be a waiter all his life, asking stupid questions. Young shopkeeper, come here for a moment. At this time, another inn-waiter shouted. Su Yunfeng was stunned for a moment, then frowned and looked at the waiter in front of him. The waiter scratched his head embarrassedly and said honestly. The old innkeeper promised to marry the young lady to me yesterday and let me inherit this inn. Roll. Su Yunfeng became unhappy instantly. Chapter 35. If I say you are the murderer, then you are it. The next few days were calm. Su Yunfeng lived a very comfortable life, drinking and listening to music during the day and lying down to sleep at night. In order to prevent what happened that night from happening again, he specially set up a formation in the room. As for the old beggar, he seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth and never appeared again. It was not until 7 days later that Su Yunfeng finally decided to return to the sect. Of course, to be on the safe side, he changed back into the clothes of an outer disciple of Lingxiao sect, and then joined a team of disciples who had completed their mission and were returning to the sect. Even if Wang Tang and his men ambushed him halfway, they would have to think twice before taking action. At this time, the outer sect of Lingxiao sect. Chen Gang had removed the gauze wrapped around his face, and his face had returned to normal and was no longer swollen, but it was as black as the bottom of a pot. There has been no news since Wang Ba left, and the sound transmission jade slip has not responded at all. It wasn't until the 3rd day that he sent people to look for it. As a result, he found that Wang Ba and others had already died. Later, it was discovered that all the people who were ambushed outside Tianjin Valley were also killed. There is no need to think about it, all this was done by Su Yunfeng. Bang! Chen Gang grabbed the teacup in his hand and threw it hard to the ground, breaking it into pieces in an instant. All his men were so frightened that they dared not breathe. Chen Gang gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with an extremely vicious look. He has been dominating the outer sect for so many years and has never suffered such a loss. Chen Gang vowed not to be a human being until he had avenged this grudge. Has that little bastard come back yet? Chen Gang asked with gritted teeth. Not yet. Our people are keeping an eye on him. If he comes back, they will send a message immediately. Okay, keep an eye on him, I'm going to kill him. Also, keep an eye on the bodies of Wang Ba and the others. When the time comes, I will make sure that little bastard will never be able to stand up again. Chen Gang said viciously. killing fellow disciples is a big taboo in the sect. For minor offenses, one's cultivation will be abolished and expelled from the sect. For serious offenses, one will pay with his life. Su Yunfeng killed so many of his people, he will definitely be severely punished, and no one can save him. The other side. The inner sect of Lingxiao sect. Wang Lingshan smashed an exquisite vase in anger. Ever since she was almost crushed to death by Su Yunfeng that day, she hated Su Yunfeng to the core and always wanted to kill him. However, since that day, Su Yunfeng has never returned to the sect. The people my brothers sent out didn't get any news about him. This left Wang Lingshan filled with anger but with nowhere to vent it. Her temper became extremely violent and she often smashed things. "Brother, has that little bastard come back? I want to kill him with my own hands," Wang Lingshan said fiercely. Wang Tong shook his head with a gloomy face and said, "Not yet, but I have someone keeping an eye on him. As soon as he comes back, I will personally take action and capture him." "Don't worry, sister." There was a cold murderous intent in Wang Tang's eyes. Su Yunfeng was already on his kill list. A mere newly promoted outer sect disciple actually dared to treat them and their sister in such a way. No matter what, they could not swallow this evil. At this moment, his voice transmission jade slip lit up. "The little bastard is back." After receiving the message, Wang Tong stood up with a sinister and ferocious expression on his face. "Brother, I want him dead." Wang Lingshan immediately became excited. She was eager to see Su Yunfeng being tortured and killed by his brother. The more badly Su Yunfeng was abused, the more relieved she felt about the anger in her heart. Chen Gang also received the news at the same time. Without saying a word, he led a large group of people to block the enemy. Su Yunfeng followed a group of disciples and swaggered into the gate of Lingxiao sect. As a result, after walking a few steps, he was surrounded by a group of people. Then, Chen Gang walked out of the crowd, stared at him with resentment, and shouted viciously, "Little bastard, you are finally back." Su Yunfeng remained calm, looking at Chen Feng with disdain and sarcastically saying, "What's the matter? Are you itching for a beating again?" Upon hearing this, Chen Gang became furious. He is the bully of the outer gate area, and he has always been the one bullying others. As a result, a few days ago, he was severely slapped in the face by Su Yunfeng in public and was robbed. It was really a great humiliation. Chen Gang's face was gloomy and he snorted coldly. "Don't be so arrogant, you little bastard. You'll be in trouble soon." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and immediately his younger brothers came over carrying more than a dozen corpses. Su Yunfeng took a glance and raised his eyebrows slightly. These were the corpses of Wang Ba and others whom he had killed. At this moment, a long rainbow flew across the sky and finally landed between Su Yunfeng and Chen Gang. It was the outer sect elder, Jin Chuanli. Jin Chuanli glanced at the dozen or so corpses on the ground, his expression suddenly darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. At this time, Chen Gang clasped his fists and said, "Elder, these people are all outer disciples. They all died at the hands of Su Yunfeng. Elder, please administer justice." Jin Chuanli turned around and looked at Su Yunfeng, his eyes instantly turned cold, with a hint of murderous intent emerging. He said in a cold and deep voice, "Su Yunfeng, you killed your fellow disciples and seriously violated the sect's rules. Do you know your crime?" With a poochie sound, Su Yunfeng laughed on the spot. He could tell at a glance that the two were in the same group. No wonder someone reported to the elders that Chen Gang was bullying his fellow disciples. In the end, Chen Gang was fine, but the person who reported him was sought after. It turns out that they had been colluding with each other for a long time. Su Yunfeng shook his head secretly. A large sect like Lingxiao sect had many internal problems. Elder Jin and the others immediately frowned, looking puzzled. At this time, Su Yunfeng can still laugh? What are you laughing at? Elder Jin's face darkened, and he said solemnly, "You slaughtered your fellow disciples and yet you still managed to laugh. You have no remorse. Today I will clean up the mess for our sect." "Clean up the house?" Su Yunfeng laughed out loud twice. Then, he suddenly stopped laughing and looked at Elder Jin. His burning eyes made Jin Chuanli's brows twitch involuntarily. Su Yunfeng suddenly asked loudly, "Excuse me, Elder Jin, have you ever seen me kill a fellow disciple with my own hands?" Jin Chuanli said in a deep voice, "No." "If that's not the case, then how did you determine that I was the murderer? Why are you going to clean up the mess with such outrageous talk?" Su Yunfeng's words were sonorous and powerful, and every word fell into everyone's ears, awakening them. Jin Chuanli was slightly stunned. He had never met an outer disciple who dared to question him so loudly in person, and he suddenly felt angry. Humph, even though I didn't see it, Chen Gang and the others are witnesses. If they say you're the murderer, then you are. Ha ha ha. What a man. They say I'm a murderer, and I am. What a fair and impartial outer sect elder. Su Yunfeng laughed wildly, showing no respect to Jin Xuanli as a disciple would show to an elder. The other party is about to kill him, so what respect is there for him? Su Yunfeng's eyes fixed, and without any retreat, he met Jin Xuanli's sharp eyes. Elder Jin, just based on what you said, I can report you to the sect for unfair treatment and for transferring benefits between you and Chen Gang. Just based on one sentence from the other party, you determined that I was the murderer? What kind of elder are you? Are you an elder of the Lingxiao sect, or an elder of Chen Gang alone? Is it the sect that distributes resources to you, or is it Chen Gang who distributes resources to you? Chapter 36 Lin Xian's Domineering Rescue. Su Yunfeng's few words left Jin Xuanli speechless. The outer disciples who were watching nodded one after another, thinking that what Su Yunfeng said was absolutely right. If these elders were not in cahoots with Chen Gang, why had Chen Gang and his companions been bullying the outer sect disciples for so many years and had never been punished? These elders are Chen Gang's umbrella of protection. They just dared to think but not to speak. Today, Su Yunfeng, the new outer disciple, actually dared to expose their interest relationship in public. It was really bold. Every word touched their hearts. Humph, Su Yunfeng, stop being so unreasonable. If it wasn't you who killed these people, who else could it be? Seeing that Elder Jin was unable to speak for the moment, Chen Gang naturally had to stand up and speak. Su Yunfeng heard this and laughed sarcastically. I said you killed him. When Chen Gang heard this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This little bastard has a really poisonous mouth. You're talking nonsense. These people are my subordinates. Why would I kill them? Am I crazy? Su Yunfeng shrugged and scoffed, who knows? Maybe you've taken a fancy to their Taoist partner and want to take him for yourself, so why not kill them? Oh my god. Chen Gang was so angry that he suffered internal injuries. Damn, this guy is so unreasonable and doesn't play by the rules at all. Elder Jin, I am now reporting Chen Gang for killing my fellow disciples. I ask Elder Jin to take charge of my deceased fellow disciples. Su Yunfeng looked at Jin Xuanli with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Elder Jin suddenly came to his senses and said with a sullen face, how can you conclude that Chen Gang killed someone based on your own words? As soon as these words were spoken, Jin Xuanli felt that he had been cheated. As expected. The next second, Su Yunfeng attacked directly. Elder Jin is truly our good elder. Chen Gang's words are evidence. He convicted me without asking any questions. My words have become my own and cannot be counted. You are really blatantly hypocritical. I have reason to suspect there's some hidden deal between you and Chen Gang. Therefore, I request that the sect conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Every word of Su Yunfeng's was powerful and every sentence made sense, like a huge bell, striking people's hearts. Jin Xuanli's expression turned extremely ugly. He did have a deal with Chen Gang. Once it was confirmed, his position as an elder would be over. Even if it was, the people behind Chen Gang probably wouldn't be able to save him. Thinking of this, a murderous intent suddenly arose in his heart. I shouldn't have given Su Yunfeng the chance to speak just now. I should have taken action immediately and wiped him out. There was no reason to do it anymore. It's too late to regret. We bear witness. At this moment, a voice came from afar and quickly arrived at the scene. It was Wang Tang and Wang Lingshan, brother and sister. After the two men landed, they looked directly at Su Yunfeng, with a strong murderous intent hidden deep in their eyes. They are Wang Tang and Wang Lingshan, brother and sister. They are both inner sect disciples. Wang Tang is extremely powerful and is considered a well-known strong man in the inner sect. I haven't heard that there's any feud between them and Su Yunfeng. As soon as the brother and sister appeared, some people began to talk in low voices. Wang Tang gave Su Yunfeng a vicious look, snorted coldly, and then clasped his fists towards Jin Xuanli and said, Elder Jin, my brother and I can testify that Su Yunfeng is indeed the murderer. Moreover, he almost killed my sister to silence her. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Chen Gang already had a grudge against Su Yunfeng, and Elder Jin was indeed unfair. Therefore, almost everyone stood on Su Yunfeng's side, believing that he was innocent and was being wronged. However, Wang Tong and his sister suddenly stood up and accused Su Yunfeng, which made them feel shaken. Yes, I testify that Su Yunfeng wanted to kill me. Wang Lingshan also added gloomily, if my brother hadn't arrived in time, I might have died in his hands. Traitor, what else can you say? Today, I will clean up the mess for our sect. This time, Elder Jin did not hesitate at all and took action directly to strangle Su Yunfeng. His figure flashed, his body suddenly violently moved, and he rushed towards Su Yunfeng. A powerful pressure erupted from his body, instantly overwhelming the entire audience. Su Yunfeng was naturally the first to be hit. He was directly locked by Jin Chuanli's aura and couldn't escape. Xiao Nima. Su Yunfeng cursed in his heart. Jin Chuanli wanted to kill to silence the witness. However, facing the powerful pressure from Jin Chuanli, who was at the martial honor realm, he had no power to resist at all. Seeing Jin Chuanli's big hand getting closer and closer to him, the shadow of death instantly enveloped him. At this moment, he truly felt the palpitations of death. Stop! At this critical moment, a clear and delicate cry was heard, and at the same time an attack was launched towards Jin Chuanli. Jin Chuanli frowned, gritted his teeth, and was determined to take the blow and kill Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng was furious, because the old dog Jin Chuanli was determined to kill him. He used the 12 levels of his power to resist, but facing an attack that was much stronger than his, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, and it was completely ineffective. The woman in the air was horrified and without any hesitation, she quickly offered a token. A martial emperor level pressure erupted instantly, sweeping across the entire venue. Everyone suddenly felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them, extremely heavy. Jin Chuanli's body suddenly stopped, and a hint of horror and great regret flashed in his eyes. Just a little bit to kill Su Yunfeng. However, under this extremely powerful pressure, he couldn't do it. His body was slammed directly into the ground, creating a human-shaped deep pit. Su Yunfeng was gasping for air, his face and back covered in cold sweat. The feeling of his life hanging by a thread was really fucking unpleasant. Then, his eyes blurred and a red figure stood in front of him. Su Yunfeng frowned slightly at first, then he was ecstatic. The Golden Man of Destiny. Without any hesitation, he directly ordered the system to bind. Ding! Binding successful. Name, Lin Xian. Cultivation, Martial King 5th level. Physique, Heavenly Heartsword body unawakened. Lin Xian turned around to look at Su Yunfeng, frowned slightly, and asked, "Are you okay?" A hint of surprise flashed in Su Yunfeng's eyes. I saw this girl with bright eyes, white teeth, skin whiter than snow, delicate and charming, a small and straight nose, thin and moist red lips, and exquisite and perfect facial features that were like a masterpiece of God. It is so beautiful that it makes your heart tremble. Su Yunfeng had lived 2 lives as a human being, but he had never seen a woman as beautiful as a fairy. Moreover, at this moment, the distance between the two was so close that he could almost smell the unique fragrance of the woman. However, now is not the time to admire beauty. Su Yunfeng immediately collected his thoughts and sincerely clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "I'm fine. Thank you, senior sister, for saving my life." Lin Xian's slightly frowned brows relaxed slightly, and she nodded with Chen Gang, Wang Tong, and others all looked unhappy. No one expected that Lin Xian would suddenly take action and use the powerful power bestowed by the sect leader. "Senior sister Lin, what do you mean?" Wang Lingshan snorted in her heart. Chapter 37 Sister, I need your help with a technique. She is also considered a beauty, but she cannot be compared with Lin Xian at all. The difference is too big and there is no comparison at all. She was very upset, so she spoke in a questioning tone. Lin Xian frowned slightly. In fact, she had no idea what was going on. "I just felt something in my heart and came out to take a look. As a result, I happened to see Jin Chuanli trying to kill Su Yunfeng, so I took action." In fact, she didn't expect that the man she knocked unconscious was also a disciple of Lingxiao sect. "I thought we would never meet again, but after just a few days, we met here." Her mood was extremely complicated. Now that Wang Lingshan asked her this, she really didn't know what to say. At this time, Su Yunfeng recounted what had just happened. After learning the whole story, Lin Xian looked at Chen Gang and others with a hint of coldness in her eyes. Elder Jin is unfair and unconvincing. I will report this to the law enforcement hall and have a thorough investigation. Having said this, she glanced at Chen Gang, Wang Tong, and his sister and snorted coldly. During this period, if anyone dares to hurt this junior brother again, I, Lin Xian, will not be polite. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Especially Chen Gang, Wang Tong and others, they were secretly biting their teeth. With Lin Xian's words, few people in the entire sect would dare to attack Su Yunfeng. After all, Lin Xian has a special identity and strong strength. Come with me. Lin Xian said something to Su Yunfeng, then turned into a long rainbow and flew away. Su Yunfeng grinned at Chen Gang and the others, then quickly followed them. A bamboo forest. Lin Xian stood there, her fiery red dress could hardly hide her flawless and graceful body. At this moment, she was like a blooming rose, extremely beautiful. Su Yunfeng secretly marveled at how there could be such a beauty in the world. But what is important now is not to appreciate Lin Xian's beauty, but to give her a gift. He stood behind Lin Xian, bowed respectfully and thanked her again. I am Su Yunfeng, thank you again for saving my life, senior sister. Then, he took out the qi condensation grass, lingxiang fruit and some other things from his storage ring, held them in both hands and placed them in front of Lin Xian. Sister, I cannot repay you for saving my life, so please accept this small gift. Lin Xian looked at Su Yunfeng, and a complicated and unclear expression flashed in her beautiful eyes. In the end, it seemed like he had made a great decision. Her thin lips opened slightly, and she whispered softly, actually, we. Third senior sister. Just as she opened her mouth, a cold voice came from the air. They both looked up at the same time and saw Qiu Hongyue, dressed in white clothes as white as snow. He didn't know from where he got the news that Su Yunfeng was being targeted, so he rushed over immediately. However, when he arrived, the person had already left. Later she found out that it was her third senior sister Lin Xian who rescued Su Yunfeng. She finally felt relieved. So, she followed the direction someone pointed her to and came here. As expected, third senior sister and Su Yunfeng were both here. Qiu Hongyue's white skirt fluttered, and she landed beside Su Yunfeng in a flash, and began to examine him eagerly. At the same time, he asked worriedly, how are you? Are you hurt? Su Yunfeng smiled slightly. Judging from Qiu Hongyue's behavior, the relationship between the two was getting closer and closer. He shook his head slightly and said, thanks to the senior sister's help, I am fine. Otherwise, I would not be able to see you, senior sister. Qiu Hongyue then turned around and said to Lin Xian sincerely, third senior sister, thank you for saving me. Lin Xian frowned slightly. She had never seen Qiu Hongyue so concerned about a man. After looking back and forth between the two of them for a while, he had some guesses in his mind. What I wanted to say just now, I can't say now. After all, junior sister and this man have a special relationship. At this time, Su Yunfeng asked in surprise, senior sister Qiu, is this senior sister your third senior sister? Qiu Hongyue nodded affirmatively and introduced, well, this is my third senior sister, Lin Xian. You can just call her senior sister Lin from now on. Su Yunfeng laughed in his heart. I never expected that Lin Xian was actually Qiu Hongyue's senior sister. With this relationship, there will definitely be many opportunities for the two to meet, so it will be much easier to give her gifts. The dual line era has officially begun. Su Yunfeng could already imagine the super cool scene of himself lying down and upgrading. Although I was very happy in my heart, I couldn't show it on the surface, otherwise I might be misunderstood as a pervert. He secretly put away his thoughts, looked at Lin Xian and asked, Sister Lin, what did you want to say just now? Lin Xian smiled slightly, and suddenly it was like a breeze blowing on her face. Su Yunfeng just felt that this was the most beautiful smile he had ever seen in his 2 lifetimes. Nothing. I wanted to say that there's no need for us to be too polite. After all, you're my junior sister's friend. Lin Xian's voice is very nice. Unlike Qiu Hongyue's naturally cold voice, her voice is more down to earth and warmer. Su Yunfeng immediately said, that won't do. Let's put it this way. You saved my life. If you don't accept these things, I won't be able to sleep or eat. Qiu Hongyue also understood Su Yunfeng's intention. He also advised, senior sister, please accept it. If you don't accept it, junior brother will definitely not be at ease. As someone who has been through it, she knows it very well. When they were in Xianyang City, Su Yunfeng gave her a lot of things. Okay, thank you very much, junior brother. Lin Xian did not refuse anymore. Although these things were not precious, they were still a token of her thoughtfulness. Besides, since her junior sister said so, she couldn't refuse. After receiving the things, Lin Xian chatted for a few more words and then left. In the bamboo forest, only Su Yunfeng and Qiu Hongyue were left. Senior sister, I've missed you so much these past few days. Su Yunfeng is thick-skinned. As long as he is not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Junior brother, you must stop talking nonsense. Upon hearing this, Qiu Hongyue immediately lowered her head shyly and spoke hesitantly. Although her face was covered by a veil, the tips of her ears were already red. Senior sister, your ears are red again. Su Yunfeng said it deliberately, which made Qiu Hongyue extremely shy and she immediately covered her ears. Senior sister, can you give me one of your sound transmission jade slips? Otherwise, I won't be able to contact you when I want to talk to you. Qiu Hongyue glared at Su Yunfeng coquettishly, her glare hitting the very heart of his heart. It felt like an electric shock, a tingling sensation. The 1,000-year-old iceberg has melted. Su Yunfeng sighed secretly in his heart. Qiu Hongyue took out a jade slip for transmitting sound and handed it to Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng took it with a laugh, rubbed it in his palm for a while, and looked like he couldn't let it go. This made Qiu Hongyue feel embarrassed again. Su Yunfeng did not tease her any further. He knew when to stop and that impatient people cannot eat hot tofu. So, the subject changed. Senior sister, I've been practicing a certain technique recently. As you know, my aptitude is very poor, and I'm slow to comprehend it. So, I would like you to help explain and understand it in depth. Talking about business, Qiu Hongyue also suppressed her shyness and asked curiously, what kind of martial arts? Chapter 38 It's over. It's over. Heaven collapse sword technique. Qiu Hongyue pondered for a moment, frowned, and said, I have never practiced this kind of technique. Su Yunfeng thought to himself, it would be better if I had not practiced before. If I had practiced before, how could I expect to receive any feedback from you? So before Qiu Hongyue could finish her words, he said, Senior sister, you are very talented and learn things quickly. This heaven collapse sword technique is just a low-level technique practiced by outer disciples. You should be able to comprehend it quickly. After you comprehend it, you can teach it to me, right? Qiu Hongyue thought about it and felt that Su Yunfeng was right. Moreover, when he thought that the two of them could take this opportunity to meet more often, he couldn't help but feel a little happy. Okay, I'll go to the sutra library and make a copy later. Qiu Hongyue nodded in agreement. Sister, there's no need to bother. I've already made the copy. As Su Yunfeng spoke, he took out a jade slip, which was exactly the martial arts technique copied from the sutra library. He handed it over and added, Senior sister, you can slowly understand it. I'm not in a hurry. Qiu Hongyue put the jade slip into the storage ring and then assured him, Junior brother, don't worry, I will understand it as soon as possible, and then I will teach you. Yeah, okay, thank you, senior sister. Su Yunfeng nodded repeatedly, his heart already filled with joy. This is the benefit of having a good relationship. With just one word, the other party will obediently help you practice. If not, without the painstaking efforts of those few days, how could we be able to ask for it today? By the way, senior sister, I'm not familiar with the sect yet. Can you show me around? How could Su Yunfeng miss such a good opportunity to be alone? Naturally, he had to find a reason to pester Qiu Hongyue. Qiu Hongyue agreed without thinking. Well, the sect is very big. I'll take you to familiarize yourself with it. Actually, I mainly want to go see where you live, senior sister. The day passed quickly. Su Yunfeng also wrote down the location of Qiu Hongyue's courtyard as he wished. However, he is now an outer disciple, and without someone to guide him, he cannot enter the inner sect at all. Junior brother, in 3 months you will have the opportunity to be promoted from an outer sect to an inner sect. You must work hard. Before leaving, Qiu Hongyue suddenly said this. The look she gave Su Yunfeng was like the ripples on the lake surface caused by the autumn breeze, her eyes filled with anticipation. Su Yunfeng nodded seriously and assured firmly, Don't worry, senior sister. I have confidence. After parting, Su Yunfeng returned to his residence. All we have to do now is wait for the summons from the sect's law enforcement hall. Although he was the one who killed the person, he was not worried. There are no witnesses or physical evidence, but he can be convicted just by his mouth. Besides, he has a backer. Not to mention the person behind Qiu Hongyue, even her senior sister Lin Xiyan was at least on his side. Today, Lin Xiyan suddenly came to his aid, even resorting to the methods of the martial emperor realm, which really surprised and puzzled him. The two of them had never had any interaction before, so it was unexpected that she was willing to spend so much money. After thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what was going on, so he simply gave up thinking about it. However, he still kept it in mind. Some things are beyond common sense, always true and false, and cannot be trusted completely. We must always be vigilant and on guard. Otherwise, when you are sold out by others, you will still be happily helping to count the money. After a quick wash, he checked the system space. I gave Lin Xian some things, and the system's refund has already arrived. He pondered for a while. He was only a second-grade alchemist now, and he was still a little short of the necessary skills to maximize the effect of these returned items. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go to the Sex Alchemy Hall tomorrow and ask them for help with the processing. After thinking about what to do next, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time, his mind filled with Lin Xian's breathtakingly beautiful smile. Fuck, am I possessed? He simply gave up sleeping and took out the copy of The Great Method of Attaining Enlightenment Through the Dual Cultivation of Yin and Yang from his storage ring. I want to use the colorful, lively and interesting atmosphere of life to dispel the image of Lin Xian in my mind. He placed the jade slip between his eyebrows, and the information in the slip instantly flooded into his mind. However, the next moment, he became furious and jumped up instantly. Oh my god, it's over. It's over. The jade slip in his hand did not contain any dual cultivation method to achieve enlightenment, but the genuine heaven-shattering sword art. In other words, the jade slip he gave to Qiu Hongyue contained the color version of the method of attaining enlightenment. Fuck. Su Yunfeng felt numb all over. He wanted to slap himself twice. Why was he so obsessed with copying the dual cultivation technique? Now he has ended up making things worse. His image in Qiu Hongyue's mind would probably collapse immediately. Without saying a word, he took out Qiu Hongyue's jade slip and immediately sent a message. Senior sister, have you rested? He didn't dare to directly say that there was something wrong with the technique, nor did he want to miss the opportunity to ask Qiu Hongyue to help him practice. Therefore, he chose to ask indirectly and first asked Qiu Hongyue whether she had started practicing. If you've already seen it, you're done. At this moment, he was very nervous and couldn't help swallowing secretly. Soon, the sound transmission jade slip lit up, and Qiu Hongyue replied. Junior brother, not yet. I just imprinted the technique in the jade slip into my sea of consciousness and am preparing to practice. Click. Su Yunfeng immediately sat up straight as Tom Cat. Qiu Hongyue has already read the skills in the jade slip? However, the other party's tone seemed to be unchanged, just like usual. What was going on? Shouldn't he be excited, angry, and shy? Why isn't he reacting at all? Is my charm that great? Su Yunfeng secretly denied it in his heart. Although he is handsome, elegant, suave, and loved by everyone, and flowers bloom wherever he goes. However, he was not so narcissistic as to win over a cold and fairy-like figure like Qiu Hongyue in just a few days. He could see that Qiu Hongyue had begun to have some feelings for him, but it was far from reaching the level where the feelings could go deeper. Su Yunfeng coughed twice, sorted out his thoughts, and then sent another message. Senior sister, is this technique profound? I just took a look at it. It's not too difficult. I can learn it in about 3 days. Then I'll teach you. Soon, Qiu Hongyue replied to the message. Su Yunfeng listened to the extremely pleasant voice in the jade slip, but his brows were twisted into a knot. He was a little confused about Qiu Hongyue. Even though he knew it was a dual cultivation technique, he was still so calm. Not only did he not blame him, he even said he would teach him. It's very confusing. Could it be that she has already fallen in love with him? Su Yunfeng showed a look of deep thought. Just as he was lost in thought, the sound transmission jade slip lit up again, and Qiu Hongyue sent another message. Junior brother, you have a good rest. I'm going to practice. Su Yunfeng frowned deeply. According to his understanding in his previous life, these words had some meaning of reporting. Could it be that Qiu Hongyue is someone who appears cold on the surface but is actually passionate? But it doesn't look like it? Su Yunfeng's head felt like it was going to explode, and he still had no idea what was going on. After this episode, his mind was full of questions, and Lin Xian's appearance faded away. While he was half asleep, the system's reminder sounded in his mind. Ding! Qiu Hongyue has practiced the Heaven Collapse Sword technique, gaining a large amount of experience and insights. The reward is tenfold. The host has gained a large amount of experience and insights, reaching the entry level. Chapter 39 A strange combination of circumstances. Su Yunfeng suddenly opened his eyes. My mind is full of question marks and disbelief. What the hell is going on? What Xiao Hanyue practiced was not the dual cultivation technique, but the serious heaven collapse sword technique. Damn, am I dreaming? He slapped himself without hesitation. Hiss. It hurts. Not dreaming. What Xiao Hanyue practiced was indeed the heaven collapse sword art. But what about the one in his hand? Fuck, it's a mess, it's all a mess. Su Yunfeng cursed inwardly, pulled the quilt over his head, and simply stopped thinking about anything and went to sleep. When a person dies, nothing matters anymore. After a moment, the system voice sounded again. Ding! Lin Xiyan gained a great deal of insights and experience from watching the great method of yin-yang dual cultivation to attain the way, which was returned 50-fold. The host gained a great deal of insights and experience, and has achieved a thorough understanding. Oh my god! Su Yunfeng instantly shot up like a spring. At this moment, all sleepiness disappeared. It's not because he has a lot more insights and experiences about the Dafa of enlightenment in his mind. It's not surprising that he suddenly became an experienced driver. But, why the hell, is the Dharma Assembly of Enlightenment at Lin Xiyan's place? The key point is that the other party not only watched it, but also practiced it. It's simply outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. Su Yunfeng was in a state of madness. He felt that his brain was like a pig's, a mess, and he had lost the ability to think. Lin Xiyan, easy to get started? This sentence suddenly popped up in his mind. However, thinking of his contact with her today, Su Yunfeng shook his head secretly. Although Lin Xiyan has more worldly airs than Xiao Hanyue, she still looks like a fairy who is high above everyone else and keeps strangers away. Su Yunfeng himself didn't believe that she was easy to get started with. He stroked his chin, his eyes flickering as if he was weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, his gaze became firm. He decided to find an opportunity to test it out. If Lin Xiyan had any hidden attributes, it would be a good thing for him. Time goes back to the late afternoon. After Xiao Hanyue and Su Yunfeng parted ways, they each returned to their own residence. As soon as Xiao Hanyue returned to her yard, she saw the figure of her third senior sister Lin Xiyan. The courtyards of several junior sisters were adjacent to each other and they often visited each other, so Xiao Hanyue was not surprised. Third senior sister. After Xiao Hanyue landed, she shouted with a slight smile. Only in front of her master and several senior sisters would she reveal this expression that outsiders could not see at all. Of course, there is another person, that is Su Yunfeng. He is the only lucky one besides these people. Junior sister, sit down. Lin Xiyan smiled slightly and nodded, then filled the empty cup opposite with hot tea. Xiao Hanyue sat down, slightly lifted her veil, and took a sip. At this time, Lin Xiyan asked with a smile and curiosity, Junior sister, has junior brother Su seen your face? Xiao Hanyue immediately lowered her head slightly, shook her head, and said softly, no. Not everyone can see her appearance. So far, only the master and several senior sisters know what she looks like, and these people are all women without exception. Apart from her, no one else has ever seen her true appearance. A hint of subtle surprise flashed in the depths of Lin Xiyan's eyes. Then he asked, you and junior brother Su have a good relationship. Have you known each other for a long time? Xiao Hanyue held the warm teacup, a hint of joy showing between her brows. Obviously, Lin Xiyan's words reminded her of some good memories. No, we just met when I went to Qianyang City to recruit disciples last time. Oh, really? Lin Xiyan raised her pretty eyebrows slightly. It seems that the two have not known each other for long, or even very short. But I've never seen you treat a man like this. Lin Xiyan pondered for a moment and then spoke again. Are you treating him? Before Lin Xiyan finished speaking, Xiao Hanyue suddenly looked up at her. There was a hint of panic and pleading in his eyes, as if he was asking his senior sister not to continue. Forget it, I'm just asking casually. You guys should know your own business. Having said that, she stopped dwelling on the topic. However, she felt mixed emotions. It can be seen from Xiao Honyue's eyes that she is indeed somewhat moved by Su Yunfeng. It's just that she is too shy to admit it, perhaps because she is afraid of being rejected by the other party. Lin Xiyan frowned slightly and sighed inwardly. Why, it has to be the person that junior sister likes? He raised his head and drank the tea in the cup in one gulp, then looked at Xiao Honyue and said, junior brother's aptitude is very poor. If you want to change, you need at least an 8th grade marrow cleansing pill. Upon hearing this, Xiao Honyue nodded slightly in agreement. I know, so I am also learning Dan Dao now. After hearing this, Lin Xian became even more certain of Qiu Hongyue's feelings for Su Yunfeng, and she felt inexplicably sad. He asked me to learn a technique today. Once I learn it, I will teach him. Qiu Hongyue took out the jade slip. The jade slip emitted a faint fluorescence, which reflected in her eyes like starlight. What technique? Lin Xian asked curiously. The sky collapse sword technique. Qiu Hongyue said truthfully. Oh, it's a pretty good technique, one of the best in the outer sect. Lin Xian nodded, took the jade slip from Qiu Hongyue's hand and said, I have practiced this technique before and have some experience with it. I will help you annotate it so that you can practice it faster. Thank you, third senior sister. When Qiu Hongyue heard this, she was immediately delighted. With the guidance of my senior sister, my cultivation speed will naturally be greatly increased. It was originally going to take 7 days, but she was confident she could master it in 3 days. On the other side, Lin Xian placed the jade slip between her eyebrows, ready to imprint her own insights into it. But at this moment, her eyes suddenly widened and she looked incredible. The snow-white, crystal-clear face without a trace of flaw also showed a touch of brilliant red. Lecher! Lin Xian blushed and said something angrily in her heart. Senior sister, is there any problem? Seeing Lin Xian's abnormal reaction, Qiu Hongyue frowned and asked worriedly. No problem. He immediately withdrew his divine consciousness, held the jade slip in his hand, and said, I suddenly remembered that I happen to have an annotated jade slip on me. As she spoke, she took out a jade slip from her storage ring. Let me see if it's this one. She placed the jade slip between her eyebrows and quickly imprinted the Heaven Collapse sword art and its annotations into it. Okay, this is it. Just practice according to this and I guarantee you'll get twice the result with half the effort. Qiu Hongyue took the jade slip with joy. Thank you, senior sister. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth moved imperceptibly. After chatting for a while, Lin Xian left. After returning to her courtyard and washing up, she sat in front of the bronze mirror with her wet long hair. Her peerless beauty was reflected in the bronze mirror. At this time, her cheeks were as red apples. In addition, she had just finished a shower, and her delicate face was steaming, looking absolutely flawless and as delicate as a baby's. Ha, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Lin Xian took out the jade slip that contained the engraving of the Great Law of Enlightenment, and her face turned even redder, as if it was about to bleed. The skills in the jade slip had been completely imprinted in her mind. The thought of those colorful pictures filled her with shame and indignation. However, her curiosity made her continue reading. Anyway, no one knows. She comforted herself in this way. We have to find an opportunity to test Su Yunfeng. If he is really a pervert, we must make him pay. At the same time, she was thinking secretly in her heart. Chapter 40, The Frustrated Law Enforcement Hall Disciple. Time quickly came to the next day. Su Yunfeng got out of bed with 2 big dark circles under his eyes, and his eyes were full of scarlet bloodshot. All night long, the system prompts in my head never stopped. After Qiu Hongyue's diligent practice for a night, his Tianbeng sword technique has reached the level of perfection. This is something to be happy about. But on the other side, things are not quiet either. The great method of cultivating yin and yang to attain the way has also shamefully reached a superb level. He's just speechless. Lin Xian spent the entire night studying the Tao realization method. God knows how Su Yunfeng spent that night. Anyway, when I woke up in the morning, my eyes became panda-shaped and swollen and uncomfortable. Bang! At this moment, the door was kicked open heavily from the outside, and the door frame that had just been repaired broke again. 2 disciples with ferocious faces stood at the door, holding their heads high and looking at Su Yunfeng with their 4 nostrils. Su Yunfeng raised his eyebrows and glanced at the 2 of them coldly. The 3 big words Enforcement Hall were embroidered on their clothes, which was very conspicuous. Obviously, they were disciples who came to take him to the Enforcement Hall. Are you Su Yunfeng? One of the disciples from the Law Enforcement Hall looked over with disdain and arrogance, and let out a characteristic cold snort through his nose that was turned upwards. In the sect, the status of the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall is very high. They hold real power, not just a title. Therefore, usually, they always act superior to other disciples. Su Yunfeng covered his face coldly and frowned. Has this sect been at peace for too long? All kinds of unhealthy tendencies are here, and they are rampant in their own nest? Fix the door for me. Su Yunfeng stared at the 2 people at the door, his eyes flashing with a sharp cold light. Since no one came to rectify the evil tendencies in the sect, Su Yunfeng didn't mind being the first to take action. Being low-key does not mean being tolerant all the time. Being tolerant will only make others think that you are easy to bully, and they will bully you even more unscrupulously. Humph, we are from the law enforcement hall. Who the hell do you care? Fix the door for me. If you don't, I'll break your dog legs today. Before Zhang Quang, a disciple of the law enforcement hall, could finish his words, he was retorted by Su Yunfeng in a cold, sharp, and somewhat domineering voice. The two were stunned at first, and then laughed at him with disdain. Ha, you've only been here for a few days, and you don't even know who it is, right? One of the disciples from the law enforcement hall raised his head, looked down on Su Yunfeng, and said arrogantly, "Boy, do you know these three?" He pointed to three bright and eye-catching words in front of him. Law Hall. We are disciples of the law enforcement hall. How dare you yell at us? The arrogant attitude of the disciples of the law enforcement hall when they spoke was even more arrogant than that of Chen Gang, Wang Tun, and others. There was no trace of fellow disciples' affection in his eyes, only contempt and viciousness. Su Yunfeng didn't say anything, he just picked up the stool next to him and smashed it over. Before the two people at the door could react, they were hit hard by the bench. The huge force made them both fall to the ground. How dare you pretend to be a senior from the law enforcement hall? Su Yunfeng shouted loudly, picked up a bench and started beating it wildly. Fuck, we are law enforcement. One of them reacted and was about to open his mouth to refute, but the stool was welded to his face the next moment. He was beaten black and blue, and his teeth were all over the floor. In a short while, the two disciples from the law enforcement hall were beaten into pig heads and didn't even recognize their mothers. The people around were terrified. Su Yunfeng is an ox. He is so reckless that he even dares to beat up people from the law enforcement hall. It's outrageous. You dare to hit us? The disciples of the law enforcement hall, who had a chance to catch their breath, were furious and roared angrily at Su Yunfeng. On ordinary days, other disciples would look upon the people from the law enforcement hall with awe and respect. Not to mention the outer disciples, even the inner disciples and core disciples would be polite when they met them. However, today, an outer disciple who had only been here for a few days pressed them to the ground and rubbed them. How can I swallow this? What's wrong with beating you? Don't think I don't know. You are Qin Gang's men, pretending to be brothers from the law enforcement hall and coming to cause trouble for me. Today I will show you the consequences of bullying an honest man like me. Su Yunfeng said this and swung up the stool and started beating them violently, making the two men cry out for their parents and wail continuously. Fuck, that's awesome. He's a role model for our generation. He dares to fight against people from the law enforcement hall. He's awesome. The outer disciples who were watching felt secretly happy when they saw the disciples of the law enforcement hall being beaten up. I've long been fed up with these guys, looking down on them with my nose in the air and looking down on their arrogance. Today I finally hit the wall, it's so satisfying. At this moment, a fiery red figure flew in the sky. It was Lin Xian. Seeing the scene in front of her, her brows suddenly frowned and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. What are you doing? Su Yunfeng stopped after hearing Lin Xian's words, and threw the stool in his hand aside. He straightened his chest and said, Senior Sister Lin, these two guys pretended to be brothers from the law enforcement hall and came to tear down my door early in the morning. I just wanted them to fix my door, but they not only laughed at me, but also attacked me. Fortunately, I am more skilled, otherwise, I would have been beaten by the two of them. Please ask Senior Sister Lin to make the decision for me. Lin Xian's expression suddenly darkened and her voice became cold when she heard this. He looked at the two pig-headed disciples on the ground and asked in a cold voice, Is this true? During this period, Su Yunfeng was carefully observing Lin Xian's every move. He really wanted to find any clues about Lin Xian's hidden attributes. But, he was disappointed. From beginning to end, he never saw even a hint of abnormality in Lin Xian's behavior or eyes. That's strange. He said secretly in his heart. The law enforcement hall disciple who was beaten so badly was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. The two of them spoke quickly, but their words were seriously leaking out. Senior Sister, we are the real disciples of the law enforcement hall. We are not pretending. This is our identity token. The two of them quickly took out their identity tokens to prove that they were real and not imposters. Lin Xian knew the truth from the falsehood with just a glance of her spiritual sense. She turned her head slightly to look at Su Yunfeng, and her expression relaxed a little. Upon seeing this, Su Yunfeng immediately cried out that he was innocent. Senior sister, I really didn't know they were real disciples of the law enforcement hall. I just woke up when these two guys kicked down my door without any reason. Their attitude was extremely arrogant. How could they be the gentle brother from the law enforcement hall? Our Lingxiao sect is a large and powerful sect, and the quality of our brothers and sisters is outstanding. These two people are obviously not like that. They didn't even use ID tokens to prove their identities. I thought they were looking for trouble, and that was it. After saying this, he shrugged innocently. The disciples of the law enforcement hall immediately retorted, "No, we did say we were from the law enforcement hall," but he wouldn't listen. Su Yunfeng snorted and said sarcastically, "You guys just point at the 3 words on your clothes and say you're a senior from the law enforcement hall. I write the word sect leader on my clothes, and that makes me the sect leader, right?" This one sentence left the two of them speechless. Chapter 41, Senior Sister, have you practiced the above technique? They are used to acting arrogantly in their daily lives, and the 3 words Falun Gong Tang on their clothes are a symbol of power. No one has ever asked them to use an ID token to prove their identity. Besides, they hadn't even thought about it. After hearing this, Lin Shiyan snorted coldly at the 2 disciples from the law enforcement hall. "You acted recklessly and were at fault first. You deserve to be beaten. Why don't you apologize to your junior brother?" Ah! The 2 were immediately stunned. Not only do they not say anything after being beaten, but they also have to apologize to the person who beat them? What's the reason for this? So, it's all our fault? Was this beating for nothing? Ha! Didn't you hear? Lin Shiyan's eyes turned cold, and the 2 of them instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, shivering. Lin Shiyan's identity is special, so even though they are disciples of the law enforcement hall, they dare not act rashly. He could only swallow his anger and apologize to Su Yunfeng obediently. "Senior sister, they kicked my door down. It's not safe for me to sleep at night. I need them to fix it for me." Su Yunfeng suddenly came over and said something. It seemed like an ordinary sentence, but in fact, he was deliberately testing Lin Shiyan. It depends on how tolerant she is of herself. When the 2 disciples from the law enforcement hall heard this, they were immediately furious and wanted to tear Su Yunfeng apart on the spot. Oh shit. We were the ones who were beaten, and we were the ones who apologized. As a result, you still want us to repair the door. Don't go too far. Lin Shiyan nodded, thinking it made sense. So he said coldly to the 2 people from the law enforcement hall, "Junior brother is right. If you destroy other people's things, you should fix them. You too should fix the door and then return to the law enforcement hall. Junior brother will take you there personally." Ah! The 2 were confused again. There's something wrong with the plot. Why are they always the ones who get hurt? Why, do you have any objections? Lin Shiyan glanced at them, and they felt a chill down their spines and nodded repeatedly. No, we'll fix the door right away. The 2 of them crawled over to repair the door, fearing that Su Yunfeng would make some more excessive demands. Su Yunfeng frowned slightly in his heart. He really couldn't understand Lin Shiyan. Even though she was Zhou Hongyue's senior sister, she seemed too nice to him. "Junior brother, come with me to the law enforcement hall." At this time, Lin Shiyan turned to look at Su Yunfeng and spoke lightly, with an imperceptible strange light flashing in the depths of her eyes. "Yes, senior sister." Afterwards, Lin Shiyan stretched out her body and flew towards the sect, with Su Yunfeng following closely behind. After a while, there was a hilltop. Lin Shiyan's red figure descended. "Senior sister, this doesn't seem to be the law enforcement hall, right?" Su Yunfeng also landed and looked around. "This is a deserted place, not even a ghost." Lin Shiyan turned around, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and looked at Su Yunfeng with a faint cold smile. "Do you have any improper thoughts about my junior sister?" Lin Shiyan's first sentence confused Su Yunfeng. "Have." He quickly weighed the options and answered without hesitation. "If I say no, I will seem hypocritical." A smart woman like Lin Shiyan must have noticed something. Lying would not only fail to cover up the truth, but would also leave a bad impression on her. It's better to admit it openly. Your motives for approaching junior sister are indeed not pure. Lin Shiyan's voice became a little cold, and there was a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Obviously, he was quite unhappy with Su Yunfeng's answer. Su Yunfeng, however, did not take it seriously. Instead, he said righteously, a gentleman loves a beautiful lady. I naturally admire a fairy-like person like Senior Sister Chiu. Having said that, his eyes instantly fell on Lin Xian's pretty face, and his expression became a little hot. For a beauty like Senior Sister Lin, even I, a junior brother, can hardly suppress my admiration for her. Last night, I decided to test Lin Xian's attributes. I took the opportunity to tease her boldly and observe her reaction, so as to formulate future combat strategies. He is indeed a lecher. When Lin Xian heard this, a blush suddenly appeared on her face, and she glared at Su Yunfeng in embarrassment. Hiss. Su Yunfeng felt as if he had been electrocuted. The charm of this glance is worth more than 1,000 words. It is completely indescribable and can only be understood but not expressed in words. He even had an illusion. He felt that Lin Xian had him in her heart, even like a jealous and coquettish little wife. However, I discarded this idea in an instant. How is that possible? They just met yesterday and haven't even spoken a few words to each other. How could the other person have him in their heart? This kind of thinking is very dangerous. It can easily lead people astray and lose their normal judgment ability. It must be curbed. He coughed twice to hide his emotions. Senior Sister Lin, what I said is true. Even if you say I am a pervert, I will admit it. After all, Senior Sister is so beautiful. I feel extremely honored to be scolded by Senior Sister. Lin Xian's cheeks became even redder. I thought to myself, how can this person be so shameless and keep saying such shameful things? She didn't dare let Su Yunfeng continue speaking, fearing that he would say even more vicious and cruel words. He took out a jade slip from his storage ring and threw it over. This is the technique you gave to your junior sister. Su Yunfeng immediately caught it with both hands, and then scanned it with his spiritual sense. My goodness, if this isn't the great method of dual cultivation to attain enlightenment, then what else could it be? Now, I suddenly understood what I hadn't figured out all night. It's not that Chiu Hongyue wasn't angry, but that she didn't get this skill at all. Lin Xian intercepted the opportunity halfway. Sister Lin, I said I took the wrong one. Do you believe me? Su Yunfeng smiled awkwardly and forced an explanation. Poof. Lin Xian crossed her arms and looked at Su Yunfeng with disbelief in her eyes. Su Yunfeng was not angry. A flash of inspiration came to him and he blurted out a sentence. Senior Sister Lin, have you practiced the above techniques? Ah! Lin Xian, who had been humming, suddenly exclaimed, and her face quickly turned red. Deny immediately. No, how could I possibly practice this kind of technique? Don't talk nonsense, it's absolutely impossible. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, as if her thoughts were exposed. She didn't dare to look Su Yunfeng in the eye. It's getting late, let's go to the law enforcement hall. Lin Xian didn't want to stay with Su Yunfeng any longer, so she immediately changed the subject, then spread her pretty figure and flew away. Su Yunfeng looked at Lin Xian's fleeing back, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, revealing a wicked smile. He put his hands in front of his mouth and shouted at the top of his lungs, Senior Sister, your red face betrays you. Ah! Lin Xian, who was in mid-air, suddenly trembled, her heart started to panic, and she fell straight to the ground. Su Yunfeng was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He flew over in an instant and caught it steadily. As smooth as silk. The eggs are generally tender. There is also a unique fragrance. Su Yunfeng's hands were filled with a heavy feeling of happiness. Senior Sister, why are you so careless? Su Yunfeng lowered his head slightly and looked at Xiang Lin Xian, who was extremely ashamed and angry, with a triumphant smirk on his face. Only then did Lin Xian realize that he did it on purpose. Then she raised her fist and punched him in the chest a few times. Asshole, I'll let you do whatever you want, I'll let you do whatever you want. Su Yunfeng laughed and said, Senior Sister, have you ever heard of a saying? What? Lin Xian stopped her pink fist and asked in confusion. Chapter 42 Don't be offended by this. What? Lin Xian stopped her pink fist and asked in confusion. Su Yunfeng laughed and said, beating is love, scolding is love, beating and scolding at the same time is like falling in love. Lin Xian's face looked like it was painted with a layer of blood-red paint, and water was almost dripping out. She broke free from Su Yunfeng's arms in an instant. You scoundrel! Her body was trembling, and she pointed at Su Yunfeng and said you for a long time before finally uttering a complete sentence. Su Yunfeng laughed heartily and said, "Thank you for the compliment, senior sister." Lin Xian felt unwell. I have never seen such a shameless person. She snorted, turned around and left, not giving Su Yunfeng a chance to speak again. Her little heart was beating so hard that it seemed like it was going to burst out of her throat. The scene of that night came to mind. She held her wildly beating heart tightly, trying to calm her emotions. However, the more I tried to suppress it, the clearer it became in my mind. No, she's the one junior sister likes, I can't steal her away. Finally, she thought of Qiu Hanyue. This trick really worked, and the throbbing in my heart gradually subsided. By the time she arrived at the law enforcement hall, she had completely returned to her former self, without any sign of abnormality. Su Yunfeng naturally stopped teasing her. Some things were only suitable to be discussed privately. At this time, the law enforcement hall was already full of people. There were more than a dozen bodies covered with white cloth on the ground. Seeing Su Yunfeng come in, everyone looked over. Chen Gang, Wang Tong and others had hatred and coldness in their eyes. They were determined to kill Su Yunfeng no matter what. Facing these unfriendly looks, Su Yunfeng laughed indifferently and said, "Good morning, brothers. Stop staring at me like that, or you'll pop your eyeballs out." Everyone in the law enforcement hall was stunned. This guy really doesn't suffer any loss. Others just attack with their eyes, but he fights back directly with sharp words. Chen Gang was furious. He stared at Su Yunfeng fiercely and said with gritted teeth, "Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. Brother Chen, please stay away from me. You talk nonsense and your breath is foul." Su Yunfeng immediately covered his mouth and nose, moved 2 steps to the side, and looked disgusted. When Chen Gang saw this, he suddenly felt a surge of anger rising to his head, and he was about to lose control of his primordial power. Damn, this guy has such a poisonous mouth. That's enough. Just then, a majestic voice came from the high platform, and at the same time, a powerful pressure instantly swept towards Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng's expression changed. He raised his head and looked coldly at the elder of the law enforcement hall who was sitting firmly on the high platform. This old guy actually used his aura to suppress him and make him kneel down. Impossible. Fortunately, he had already refined the true dragon blood essence earlier, and his body was already unusually strong. Otherwise, under this pressure, I would probably kneel down at the first moment. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, drawing a sharp red streak in the air, and finally spilled onto the ground with a pop, leaving a scarlet patch. Chen Gang, Wang Tong and others felt extremely relieved when they saw this scene. The anger he felt from Su Yunfeng's verbal attack just now was instantly released. "Elder Qi, what do you mean?" Lin Xian's face turned cold instantly. She dodged and stood in front of Su Yunfeng, staring at Qi Rui on the platform with cold eyes. Qi Rui glanced at Lin Xian and said calmly, "He disrespected the law enforcement hall. I am trying to make him understand the rules here." Su Yunfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and straightened his tall body again. "Humph, no wonder the sex atmosphere is so bad. It turns out that the top beam is crooked and the bottom beam is crooked. Sooner or later, the Lingxiao sect will be dragged down by termites like you. Since others are deliberately trying to mess with him, why should he save face? At worst, he will not stay in Lingxiao sect anymore. Damn it, Su Yunfeng can't stand this bullshit." "What did you say? Say it again if you dare." Qi Rui's face suddenly darkened, as black as the bottom of a pot. I originally wanted to give Su Yunfeng a warning, but the other party just managed to hold on. He was already a little embarrassed, and the other party even dared to call him a parasite in public. I was extremely angry. Under normal circumstances, he would have killed the other person with a slap. However, Lin Xian was present today, and the other party had a special identity, being the sect master's personal disciple. He was not so arrogant as to kill a disciple in front of Lin Xian. Su Yunfeng straightened his chest and stood in the middle of the field as straight as a nail, staring straight at Qi Rui on the podium, without any dodging or fear in his eyes. He shouted in a voice as resounding as a bell, "I'll say it again, you are the parasites of the sect. Sooner or later, Lingxiao sect will be defeated by people like you." Qi Rui slammed his big hand on the table. He was furious and said, "How dare you?" Su Yunfeng sneered and said sarcastically, "Why, I said it right, and you're so angry that you're embarrassed." Lin Xian said with a cold face, "Elder Qi, as an elder of the law enforcement hall, is this how you act? Putting pressure on an outer disciple without asking any questions? If I report this to Master, you'll be scolded." When Shi Rui heard this, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Lin Xian's master is the sect leader. Not only is he powerful, but he is also very protective of his people. If you offend Lin Xian here, you will definitely be in trouble. After a little thought, Shi Rui snorted secretly and sat back in his seat. Su Yunfeng, someone reported you for killing a fellow disciple. Do you plead guilty? Since the secret approach doesn't work, let us do it openly. These dozen or so bodies are the best evidence. Someone had already warned him that Su Yunfeng could not leave the law enforcement hall. Naturally, he had to try every possible means to kill Su Yunfeng, otherwise he would have a hard time reporting to his superiors. I didn't kill anyone, why should I confess? Su Yunfeng stood in the center of the hall, and his rebuttal was so powerful that it made people's eardrums buzz. The victim's body is right in front of you, and you still dare to quibble? With a bang. Shi Rui slammed the table hard and shouted angrily. Su Yunfeng sneered. Just based on a few corpses, you say I killed someone. What evidence do you have? If I follow your logic, I can say that everyone in the Lingxiao sect could be the murderer, including you, Elder Qi. Humph, you don't repent. Shi Rui shouted coldly, then glanced at Chen Gang and others. Chen Gang understood immediately and stood up, saying loudly, I can testify that it was Su Yunfeng who killed Wang Ba and the others. As everyone knows, Wang Ba and Su Yunfeng had a feud, so he took advantage of Wang Ba and the others being out on a mission and killed them. Did you see it yourself? Before Chen Gang could finish speaking, Su Yunfeng interrupted him coldly. Chen Gang choked and immediately said, although I didn't see it with my own eyes. Su Yunfeng chuckled. He glanced at Chen Gang with disdain and said sarcastically, after all, you didn't see it with your own eyes. Are you just guessing? I didn't see it with my own eyes, but you have a motive to kill. Oh? So if he has a motive, he's the murderer? Su Yunfeng's brows jumped and he snorted, according to your logic, all of us outer disciples are murderers because they have long wanted the bully Wang Ba dead. I can testify that you are the murderer. At this moment, Wang Lingshan suddenly stood up and spoke loudly. She has tolerated Su Yunfeng for a long time. I wish I could kill the other person right away. When else would we take this opportunity to kick someone when they are down? That's enough, you brainless, stupid woman. Su Yunfeng started scolding Wang Lingshan on the spot, which instantly broke her defense and almost broke her teeth. Chapter 43 Walking on the Edge of Life and Death. You dare to scold me? Wang Lingshan was furious, her chest heaving violently, she was extremely angry. Su Yunfeng didn't even bother to say a word to this idiot and just threw out a photo stone. This was the agreement he and Wang Lingshan reached when they secretly recorded it. When he noticed that there was something wrong with the woman's eyes, he became more cautious. Sure enough, it was used. Wang Lingshan was stunned when she saw the picture in the photo stone. She never expected that Su Yunfeng was so insidious and had recorded the scene between the two of them so early. The expressions of everyone present changed. Just now, Wang Lingshan stood up to testify shamelessly, but ended up getting herself involved. Everyone understands. The reason why she jumped out to give false testimony was to kill Su Yunfeng. You are despicable. Wang Lingshan's hands were shaking violently as she pointed at Su Yunfeng. Mean? Su Yunfeng sneered and shouted, if I hadn't saved you, you would have become a piece of shit. Not only are you ungrateful, but you're also playing tricks on me. At this point, he stared fiercely at Wang Lingshan and asked loudly, who is despicable and who is shameless? Wang Lingshan was shocked by his momentum and stepped back repeatedly. She stammered for a long time but couldn't utter a single word. At this time, Wang Lingshan's brother Wang Teng stood up. He said in a cold voice, it is true that you wanted to kill my sister. Su Yunfeng didn't refute this time. Instead, he nodded in acknowledgement and said with a playful smile, I did want to kill her, but did I kill her? Isn't she standing in front of you now? Is thinking about it illegal? Is thinking about it a crime? Is thinking about it a violation of the sect's rules? You want to kill me now. Does that mean you have also violated the sect's rules? Wang Teng's face suddenly turned dark. He didn't expect Su Yunfeng to be so sharp-tongued. He shouted, but you've already started. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have killed my sister. Did I kill her? Su Yunfeng glanced at Wang Teng and said sarcastically. I'm just teaching her a lesson. Are you so sure I'll kill her? Do you have any evidence? Show it to everyone. This. Not only was Wang Tang speechless, but everyone present was speechless for a moment. Su Yunfeng snorted disdainfully, "Don't smear me without evidence, or I'll sue you for defamation." Wang Tang and Wang Lingshan were so angry that they almost vomited blood on the spot. So, neither of the two parties could prove it. This is nonsense. This is nonsense. Qi Ruwei shouted angrily, and the whole audience fell silent. Elder Qi, if you want to convict me, please produce evidence. Su Yunfeng didn't give Qi Ruwei any face and spoke indifferently. If Elder Qi can't produce convincing evidence and convicts me, I, Su Yunfeng, will not accept the charge. Even if I bring the case to the sect master, I will sue you for abuse of power and favoritism. Qi Ruwei was determined to kill Su Yunfeng here today, so how could he let him go so easily? He shouted in a deep voice, "The bodies on the ground are the evidence, and Chen Gang and the others are witnesses. You have no right to quibble." Having said this, the aura on his body instantly locked onto Su Yunfeng. Then he snorted coldly, "Today, I will clean up the sect." He had just secretly received the message, telling him to go ahead and do it. As long as he killed Su Yunfeng, nothing else would be a problem. As for Lin Xiyan and the sect master, someone will naturally come forward to settle it. I still don't believe it. Can the sect leader make a fuss about killing a mere outer sect disciple? After receiving the message from the backstage, Qi Ruwei no longer had any hesitation or burden. While he suppressed Lin Xiyan, he attacked with thunder and killed Su Yunfeng directly. "Qi Ruwei, how dare you!" Lin Xiyan shouted in panic, her face full of anxiety. She never expected that Qi Ruwei would actually dare to take action. She wanted to rescue, but she was suppressed and imprisoned, unable to move. He could only watch as Qi Ruwei's powerful skills smashed towards Su Yunfeng. "Su Yunfeng!" Lin Xiyan shouted, her eyes filled with anxiety and worry. Chen Gang, Wang Tang and others were all delighted. "Aren't you, Su Yunfeng, very powerful? Isn't your tongue very sharp? Now let us see how you resist." In the face of absolute strength, all empty talk is useless. Su Yunfeng's face turned pale. Qi Ruwei was determined to kill him. The difference in their cultivation levels was too great, and his whole body was suppressed, so he couldn't move at all. Hateful. Su Yunfeng was extremely anxious. However, in a blink of an eye, Qi Ruwei's powerful attack was already in front of him. The next moment, it was about to hit his head. "There's nothing I can do. There's really nothing I can do." Su Yunfeng was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch Qi Ruwei's big hand getting closer and closer to him. In this world, strength is ultimately what counts. Without strong strength, you are like an ant and can be slaughtered at will. If you use your mouth to explain things to others, they will use their fists to let you know what the truth is. A huge pressure came towards him, carrying with it a strong palm wind, which cut his skin painfully. Death is just around the corner. Stop. At the critical moment, a cold and anxious cry came from outside the hall at a rapid speed. At the same time, a powerful and desperate aura swept across the entire hall in an instant. At this moment, everyone felt a chill down their spines. Some weaker disciples couldn't even stand steadily and collapsed to the ground. Qi Ruwei was the first to be hit. This powerful force swept directly towards Qi Ruwei. The latter's body was instantly blown away, and with a bang, the tables, chairs and benches on the platform were smashed to pieces. Immediately afterwards, a white figure flew in quickly. It is the red moon in autumn. At this moment, her face was full of anxiety. As soon as she came in, her eyes were fixed on Su Yunfeng. She flashed to Su Yunfeng's side, her beautiful eyes full of concern. "Are you okay?" Su Yunfeng was breathing heavily. It was impossible to say that nothing happened. At the very least, it puts tremendous pressure on us psychologically and mentally. In that brief moment just now, half of his foot had already stepped into the underworld. Fine. Su Yunfeng secretly let out a long breath. If Qiu Hongyue had arrived half a second later, he would have been torn to pieces. Qiu Hongyue originally wanted to check it herself, but she was too shy to do it in front of so many people. Junior sister. The restraining force on Lin Xiyan also disappeared as Qi Ruwei fell. Qiu Hongyue nodded and said apologetically, "Senior sister, I'm late." Lin Xiyan shook her head. Bang! There was a sound of broken wood hitting the ground from the platform. Everyone looked up and saw Qi Ruwei, who had been blown away, struggling to get up from the ground. "Qiu Hongyue, what are you doing? Don't think that just because you are the sect master's direct disciple, you can do whatever you want. This is the law enforcement hall. Qi Rui was extremely angry. It seemed that he was about to beat Su Yunfeng to death, but in the end, he failed at the last second. That's right, Senior Sister Chiao, this is the law enforcement hall, a place where the law is enforced impartially. You are disregarding the sect's rules and disrespecting the law enforcement hall. Chen Gang was the first to stand up and agree. Under normal circumstances, he would not dare to speak so loudly to Chiao Hongyue like this. However, today is different. This is the law enforcement hall. Even though Chiao Hongyue is the sect master's direct disciple, he has to abide by the rules here. Humph, what a fair and impartial law enforcement. Chiao Hongyue threw up her snow-white long sleeves, and her whole temperament changed instantly. She stood in front of everyone like a 1,000-year-old iceberg, and her whole body exuded a biting coldness. Let me ask you, do you have any solid evidence to prove that Junior Brother Su committed murder? Just based on your words, you sentenced Junior Brother Su to death. Is this what you call impartial law enforcement? From what I see, you guys are trying to use this opportunity to kill Junior Brother Su, right? Chiao Hongyue's 3 consecutive counterattacks left Chen Gang and others speechless, and they couldn't utter a word for a while. Chiao Hongyue waved her hand, and a jade slip suddenly appeared in the void. Chapter 44 Chapter 44 The Domineering Sect Leader. Immediately afterwards, a cold voice with a hint of anger came out from the jade slip. Elder Qi, you have served as an elder in the law enforcement hall for so many years. It is time for you to retire. Starting tomorrow, you will stay in your cave and enjoy your old age. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience could hear a pin drop. No one dared to say a word. Elder Qi is the powerful elder of the law enforcement hall and holds a high status. However, the voice in the jade slip came from the sect leader. Who among them dared to object? Master, I refuse to accept this. I have dedicated myself to serving the sect for so many years. You cannot treat me like this. Qi Rui suddenly panicked. If he didn't have the position of elder of the law enforcement hall, he would just be an ordinary elder without any real power, the kind who would just sit back and wait for death. After enjoying the feeling of being in power for so many years, he would naturally be unwilling to give it up. What's more, he has offended many people over the years. Without the status of the elder of the law enforcement hall, many people are likely to seek revenge on him. Snort! The voice in the jade slip snorted coldly in an instant, and the temperature of the surrounding space seemed to drop by several degrees. Everyone couldn't help but shiver, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. If you don't want to, pack up and get out of here immediately. In the jade slip, the voice of the Lingxiao sect's leader was extremely cold and filled with an unrivaled majesty that could not be disobeyed. Qi Rui's face changed drastically. He opened his mouth but ultimately couldn't utter a single word of no. In the hall, no one dared to breathe. The sect leader was so overbearing that he stripped Qi Rui of his position as law enforcement elder with just one sentence. Not to mention these little scums. If the sect leader is unhappy, he might slap them into pieces with just one slap. Qi Rui's body shook a few times, and at this moment, his heart sank. Just like a deflated balloon, all the strength in my body was gone, and I seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. Although he was unwilling, he was unable to resist. The sect leader's strength was there, so he could only accept his fate. Afterwards, the sect leader's voice was heard again from the jade slip. Lang Emo said, as for your accusations against outer disciple Su Yunfeng, there is no solid evidence, so let's drop the matter. The sect leader has spoken personally, who dares to object? Although Chen Gang and others were unwilling, they did not dare to go against the sect leader's wishes and left in disgrace. A trial specifically targeting Su Yunfeng ended with the strong intervention of the sect leader. Su Yunfeng was not killed, but Qi Rui, the elder of the law enforcement hall, was dismissed from his position. The turn of events was beyond everyone's expectations. I have no idea why the sect leader would suddenly intervene. In the end, everyone blamed this on Chiao Hongyue. After all, the sect leader is Chiao Hongyue's master, and Chiao Hongyue and Su Yunfeng have a close relationship. The courtyard where Chiao Hongyue lives. Su Yunfeng once again thanked Chiao Hongyue and Lin Xian for saving his life. By the way, I took this opportunity to give away a lot of things. It's a pity that these are just small things and don't bring him much practical value. The only thing that is somewhat useful is that the quality of the spirit stone has become higher. Junior brother, I have already comprehended some of the heaven collapse sword techniques, and I will teach you now. Chiao Hongyue was accustomed to receiving gifts and did not refuse. Then, she took the initiative to speak and said that she wanted to teach Su Yunfeng swordsmanship. Su Yunfeng was naturally happy. Although he now understood more deeply and more than Xiao Hongyue, how could he miss such an opportunity to bring the two closer together? Moreover, during the coaching process, touching hands is not considered a foul, right? At this moment, he was like a newbie with surprisingly poor qualifications, acting as if he knew nothing at all. Xiao Hongyue personally took charge and taught step by step. Of course, some physical contact between the two is inevitable during this process. Xiao Hongyue was a little shy at first, but later on, she got used to it. Lin Xiyan sat on the stool next to her, supporting her delicate and round chin with both hands, watching the two people practicing sword. A trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes, and she sighed quietly in her heart. Junior sister, why do you have to like him? Time passed in a flash, and it was not until the evening that Su Yunfeng left with a feeling of reluctance. After returning to my residence, I washed up and went to bed early to rest. Ding! Xiao Hongyue has cultivated the heaven collapse sword technique and has reached the minor success stage. The reward is tenfold, and the host has reached the major success stage. What a hardworking and beautiful girl she is! Su Yunfeng exclaimed sincerely. At this moment, his understanding of the heaven collapse sword technique was already extremely thorough, as if he had practiced it for decades. Any moves can be easily mastered. With this set of skills, his combat power increased significantly. Ding! Xiao Hongyue has practiced the heaven collapse sword technique, gaining a great deal of insights and experience. The reward is tenfold. The host has gained a great deal of insights and experience. Ding! Lin Xiyan watched the Tao Enlightenment Dharma and gained a great deal of insights and experience, which was returned 50-fold. The host has reached the pinnacle of mastery. Ding! Xiao Hongyue has cultivated the heaven collapse sword technique and reached the achievement realm. Tenfold rewards will be returned to the host. The host has reached the founder realm of the technique. Damn it! Su Yunfeng's eyes widened. What kind of person is this who doesn't fit in? What the hell is Lin Xiyan doing? After testing the opponent a little today, he concluded that he was easier to conquer than Xiao Hongyue. At least, the two of them had only met twice, but their hands were already filled with fragrance. As for Xiao Hongyue, they have never officially held hands until now. However, he felt that Lin Xiyan was a little strange and seemed to have a special feeling for him. There are some clues in her eyes. As for what kind of emotion it was, he couldn't put it into words for the moment. The second day. After Su Yunfeng went out, he went straight to the Dan Hall. There are many ways to obtain elixirs. For example, you can directly exchange it with the sect contribution points, but the price is surprisingly high. Another option is to provide the materials yourself and ask the alchemist on duty to help you refine the pills. The alchemist will charge you 30% of the refined pills as a reward. Soon, Su Yunfeng successfully entered the classroom through his identity token. Junior brother, do you want to exchange pills or refine them? A pretty-looking senior sister from the Dan Hall asked. I'll provide the materials and refine the pills myself. Su Yunfeng collected so many storage rings, especially the storage rings of Wang Tang and his sister, which contained many spiritual plants. Yesterday I gave them all to Xiao Hongyue and Lin Xiyan. Now, the spiritual plants on his body are of many kinds and of high age. Senior sister, I want to refine some realm-breaking pills, Zhuyan pills and other elixirs. The higher the grade, the better. Su Yunfeng said. Upon hearing this, senior sister Dantang smiled slightly and said politely, Junior brother, can I take a look at your materials first? Sure. Su Yunfeng responded, then took out some materials and placed them in front of senior sister Dantang. Senior sister Dantang was immediately shocked. 100,000-year-old qi condensation grass. 100,000-year-old Yangchun flower. There are also top-grade spiritual fragrance fruits. The woman looked at the pile of high-level spiritual plants in front of her, and her little mouth opened so wide that it was big enough for an egg to fit in. She had been in the Dan Hall for so many years, but this was the first time she saw someone come up with so many high-level spiritual plants. Brother, come with me. I will take you to see the elder. She didn't dare to be careless, after all, these were high-level spiritual plants. Chapter 45 First Battle with Yichen. Su Yunfeng followed her into the Dan Hall and met Elder Liafeng of the Dan Hall. When he saw that they were all old spiritual plants, Liafeng lost his composure. Even though he was an elder of the Dan Hall and had seen countless spiritual plants and medicinal herbs, I have never seen so many spiritual plants that are over 100,000 years old at one time. Boy, where did you get these things? Li Feng asked. Su Yunfeng had already thought of an excuse and said directly, I accidentally fell into a cave a few years ago and got it by chance. In this world, there are all kinds of opportunities. There are many stories about people surviving a fall off a cliff and picking up stunning beauties. It's reasonable for him to accidentally pick up some old spiritual plants, right? Li Feng nodded lightly, basically trusting his statement. Elder, I want to refine some realm-breaking pills into Zhuyin pills, and refine the other materials into healing pills. Li Feng put forward his own request. At this stage, if you want to quickly improve your cultivation, the fastest way is to use the breakthrough pill. However, this realm-breaking pill has some limitations, and it will become ineffective if you take too much. Okay, come and get it in 3 days. Elder Li Feng rubbed his hands and looked at the pile of materials with his eyes shining. Senior sister, is there an alchemy furnace here? I want to make some pills myself. After coming out from Li Feng asked senior sister Dan Tang. The senior sister from the Dan Hall immediately gave him a surprised look and asked in shock, Junior brother, you can also make pills? I understand a little. Su Yunfeng scratched his head and said. He is now a peak-level second-grade alchemist, and is more than capable of refining some low-end pills. The materials I just gave to Elderly to make the elixir were returned to him by the system, and when the time comes, the effect of the elixir will be returned up to 10 times. I am using other materials to refine some low-end pills, but I can get a hundredfold return. He took a two-pronged approach, pushing Qiu Hongyue and Lin Xian's cultivation while taking drugs himself. Under the guidance of the beautiful senior sister, they soon arrived at the alchemy hall. There are rows of alchemy furnaces here, and senior brothers and sisters who practice alchemy usually practice here. Su Yunfeng looked at the rows of alchemy furnaces and nodded in satisfaction, then he walked towards the empty space over there. At this time, he just walked past an alchemy furnace. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The alchemy furnace next to him suddenly exploded, and thick black smoke spread instantly, accompanied by a strong and pungent smell of burning. Everyone was shocked and looked over. Cough, cough, cough. A figure quickly rushed out from the black smoke. It was Su Yunfeng. But he looked extremely embarrassed now. His face was covered in black ash, as if he had crawled out from the bottom of a pot. His facial features were no longer visible, and only a pair of bright eyes could be seen. His hair was like weeds, a tangled mess. And his clothes were already tattered, blown into pieces of broken strips hanging on his body. Fortunately, his body is relatively strong, otherwise, the explosion just now would have seriously injured him. An unknown anger rose in his heart. The furnace exploded not earlier or later, but just when he walked in front of it. It was obvious that someone was deliberately making trouble for him. Sorry, I couldn't control the heat. At this moment, a laughing voice came into his ears from the side. Su Yunfeng looked over with a cold face, but saw that the other person was wearing luxurious clothes, but there was not a speck of dust on the clothes. Su Yunfeng's eyes suddenly fixed. Yi Chen. This person was none other than Yi Chen, who had caused a sensation during the disciple selection that day and was also the person with the red destiny. What do you mean by not controlling the heat? It was clearly intentional. Otherwise, how can the clothes be spotless? Su Yunfeng sneered in his heart. He asked himself if he had ever provoked the other party, but if the other party wanted to deal with him, then he would naturally not be polite. So what if Yi Chen is the direct disciple of the Supreme Elder? Su Yunfeng wiped some of the black dust off his face, then smiled at Yi Chen. The next moment. Bang! A crisp and loud slap sounded throughout the hall. The defenseless Yi Chen was slapped to the ground. He was completely stunned. Since becoming Shayan's personal disciple, his status has been very high. When other people saw him, they all treated him with respect and flattery. The reason why they targeted Su Yunfeng was not for anything else, but because of Qiu Hongyue. He had already found out that Qiu Hongyue and Su Yunfeng had a close relationship. There were even rumors that someone had seen the two of them touring the sect together. This made Yi Chen feel very uncomfortable. He thought Su Yunfeng had stolen his woman. In his mind, only a genius like him is worthy of a fairy like Qiu Hongyue. Who is Su Yunfeng? He was just a worthless outer sect disciple and was not worthy of standing with Qiu Hongyue. Today, he happened to be refining medicine in the alchemy hall, and he met Su Yunfeng walking in front of the alchemy furnace given to him, so he deliberately detonated the furnace. The purpose is simple. The goal is to kill Su Yunfeng. As a result, the opponent's body was strong, and although he was blown to pieces, he was not injured, which was beyond his expectation. Now he was slapped in the face by Su Yunfeng in public. His chest was instantly filled with explosive anger. Su Yunfeng, you're looking for death. Yi Chen became furious the moment he realized what was happening. The slap caused half of his face to swell up and two of his teeth to fall out. Not only was he injured, but he also lost face in front of many people. The anger in my heart gathered in my chest like a volcano, and then erupted in an instant. His body shot up like a spring. At the same time, there suddenly appeared in his hand a long sword flashing with cold light. The long sword made a buzzing sound, and then drew an extremely cold light in the air, and slashed towards Su Yunfeng fiercely. This sword contained all of Yi Chen's anger. He was determined to kill Su Yunfeng with his sword. His eyes were fierce, his face was angry and distorted, and the tangible murderous intent directly enveloped Su Yunfeng. Seeing this, Su Yunfeng snorted coldly, showing no fear at all. The next moment, the Qingxuang sword appeared in his hand, and he instantly performed the Tianping sword technique. Dang! 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 The sword shadows were dim and the cold light was emitting everywhere. The long swords in the hands of the two men kept colliding, and the harsh sound of metal collision resounded throughout the alchemy hall. Everyone stepped back, not daring to get close. Who is this person? He can actually fight Yi Chen back and forth without losing the upper hand. They naturally knew the high-profile Yi Chen. He is the direct disciple of the Supreme Elder Shaoyan. However, Su Yunfeng is unknown and few people know him. He is the new outer disciple, Su Yunfeng. Someone recognized Su Yunfeng and answered like this. Everyone was shocked. One is the direct disciple of the Supreme Elder and is extremely talented, and the other is just a newly initiated outer disciple. There is a huge gap between their status, but they fight back and forth. In fact, they felt incredible. When did outer disciples become so powerful? At this moment, Elder Li Yifeng also arrived at the scene after hearing the news. He did not speak out to stop the fight between the two. Instead, he watched the scene with great interest, with a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. It's really eye-opening for an outer sect disciple to be able to practice the sky collapse sword technique to such a level. Li Yifeng recognized the sword technique used by Su Yunfeng at a glance. It is the second most powerful Tianbong sword technique in the outer sect rankings. Chapter 46 Yi Chen, he broke. However, what he never expected was. In just a few days, Su Yunfeng was able to comprehend this set of sword techniques to such a superb level. It was truly incredible. Even though he was an elder and thought he knew this set of sword techniques very well, he was still far from understanding as much as Su Yunfeng. Tisk, weird? Li Yifeng's eyes became deep, and he looked at Su Yunfeng carefully. Soon, he discovered that the other party's qualifications were extremely poor, and he was at the bottom of the outer sect. With such poor talent, how could he comprehend this sword technique to such an extent? Even the knowledgeable Li Yifeng was confused. He would not be surprised if the extremely talented Yi Chen could comprehend the sky collapse sword technique to this extent. After all, Yi Chen's aptitude is indeed very strong, far surpassing 99% of the sect's disciples. However, this kind of thing happened to an outer disciple with surprisingly poor qualifications. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Humph, the fun is almost over. Su Yunfeng snorted coldly, shook the Qingxuang sword in his hand, and instantly knocked Yi Chen's sword away. Immediately afterwards, the Qingxuang sword was placed directly on Yi Chen's neck. Yi Chen is indeed extremely talented, and his cultivation is the same as his, having reached the second level of the Martial King realm, which is the same realm as him. However, his heaven collapse sword technique had already reached the founder's level and was extremely powerful. Yi Chen can't compare to him. The reason why he fought with Yi Chen for such a long time was simply to take the opportunity to practice. Now, he felt that he had practiced enough and there was no need to play with Yi Chen anymore. The Qingxuang sword was placed on Yi Chen's neck, and Yi Chen suddenly dared not move. His face looked extremely ugly. It was really shameful that he, the direct disciple of the Supreme Elder, lost to an outer disciple. He stiffened his neck, gnashing his teeth and threatening, "If you dare to touch a hair on my head, my master will not let you go." Yi Chen was sure that Su Yunfeng would not dare to do anything to him. The sect's rules do not allow fellow disciples to kill each other. What's more, he is the direct disciple of the Supreme Elder and has a strong background. The two combined give him the confidence to be so stubborn. Snap. 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 Su Yunfeng smiled coldly, and the blade of the Qingxuang sword slapped Yi Chen's swollen face. You're still being stubborn now, aren't you? Su Yunfeng made a move instantly, and the Qingxuang sword in his hand quickly drew out dazzling sword beams. When he stopped moving, Yi Chen's long hair had completely fallen off, leaving him with a big bald head. Even his eyebrows were shaved. Puff. Some people couldn't help but almost laughed out loud. Yi Chen is indeed handsome and is a handsome guy who has fascinated thousands of girls. However, that also requires external conditions to support it. Now he has become bald and has no eyebrows, which makes him look extremely funny. Even Li Yifeng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Yi Chen's current appearance is really funny, and people can't help but laugh after seeing it. You dared to pick my hair. Yi Chen was instantly furious. He had always been complacent and proud of his appearance. However, today Su Yunfeng shaved all the hair on his head, and his handsomeness instantly turned into joy in the eyes of others. Anger was running wildly in my heart. I'm going to kill you. Yi Chen shouted loudly and was about to attack Su Yunfeng, but the other party's movements were faster than his. He kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying backwards. There was only a loud clang. Yi Chen's body hit hard against a furnace that was refining medicine. Bang! There was a loud bang, accompanied by a cloud of black smoke rising. The alchemy furnace exploded, just like when he attacked Su Yunfeng just now. Ah, my Hawan pill! The senior brother who was refining the elixir knelt on the ground and screamed in pain, his face full of regret and sadness. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Chen crawled out of the smoke coughing violently. At this moment, he looked extremely miserable. If he hadn't put up the protective shield at the critical moment, he would not have been able to climb out. Yi Chen's entire head was covered in pitch-black carbon ash. His clothes were tattered and hung on him like curtain strips. Su Yunfeng, I'm going to kill you. Yi Chen struggled to get up from the ground and stood up tremblingly. Everyone's attention was instantly focused. All the female disciples screamed and turned their heads away. Because the Hawan pill had already been successfully refined, all that was left was to start the furnace, but Yi Chen ended up crashing into the furnace and it blew up. All the pills shattered into powder and were absorbed into Yi Chen's body. Now the medicine is taking effect. At this time, Yi Chen's eyes were extremely red, caused by anger and the effect of drugs. Su Yunfeng took a quick glance and then laughed disdainfully. Turns out he's just a little bastard. At this time, Yi Chen also realized something, looked down, and his head suddenly exploded. His body shook violently for a few times, his vision went dark, and he fell straight down face down. Crack! A crisp sound of broken bones was clearly heard by everyone. All the male disciples present gasped in unison. Damn, it hurts just listening to it. Yi Chen howled miserably, and the sound made everyone's scalp tingle. Li Yifeng had no choice but to take action. He slapped Yi Chen in the air, knocking him unconscious while he was howling. Then he picked up Yi Chen and flew away quickly. However, some sharp-eyed people still noticed it. Yi Chen, he is broken. Senior sister, is there a place to bathe here? Su Yunfeng put away the Qingxuang sword and asked the shocked senior sister from the Dan Hall. Upon hearing this, senior sister Dan Tang nodded immediately. Yes, junior brother, come with me. Not long after, Su Yunfeng washed up, changed into a new set of outer disciple clothes, and returned to the alchemy hall again. As soon as he appeared, dozens of eyes looked at him. Su Yunfeng didn't care at all. He just found an alchemy furnace and started making medicine. Although he was a second-grade alchemist, this was his first time to truly make an elixir. At the beginning, he put the materials in carefully, but later he became careless and threw them into the furnace at random. 2 hours later, a happy smile appeared on his face. It's done! When he opened the furnace, a furnace of fragrant qi-gathering pills appeared neatly in front of him. Second grade high level. At this moment, the voice of Elder Li Yifeng suddenly sounded beside him. I don't know when, he had come to Su Yunfeng. Boy, you can actually make pills, and you've already reached the peak of the second grade. Li Yifeng looked at Su Yunfeng in surprise, his eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. Lucky, lucky. Su Yunfeng gave a perfunctory answer while quickly putting away the qi-gathering pill from the furnace. Although the quality is a bit low, it is still useful to Qiu Hongyue at the moment. If the quality is not good, quantity can make up for it, and quantitative change will lead to qualitative change. Boy, are you willing to take me as your master? Li Yifeng stared at Su Yunfeng with burning eyes and suddenly said. Although Su Yunfeng's qualifications were extremely poor, he always felt that this guy was not simple. It's not something you see with your eyes, but something you feel in your heart. No. Su Yunfeng refused without even thinking. Chapter 47 Whoever dares to bully you, I will be the first to not forgive him. Li Yifeng was stunned when he heard this. You know, his status in the entire Lingxiao sect is very high. Countless disciples wanted to become his disciples. However, so far, he has only accepted 3 direct disciples. Today, he took the initiative to propose to accept Su Yunfeng as his personal disciple, but was rejected without hesitation by the other party. Logically speaking, he should be annoyed and furious. However, at this moment, he did not have these emotions in his heart, but was very curious. How could Su Yunfeng, a mere outer sect disciple, refuse the opportunity to ascend to the sky in one step? Boy, as long as you become my disciple, your status will not be lower than that of Yichen. Why do you refuse? Li Yifeng asked curiously. Su Yunfeng smiled slightly and said, Elderly, have you ever heard a saying? Li Yifeng's eyes flashed, and he was obviously interested in Su Yunfeng. So, he asked more curiously, what did you say? Su Yunfeng didn't keep the secret any longer and said, once a teacher, always a father. Yes. Li Yifeng said with a frown. This sentence is so familiar, how could he not have heard it before? But what does this have to do with your disagreement with taking me as your master? He still couldn't figure out what the relationship was between the two, so he asked with a frown. Su Yunfeng cleared his throat and said to Li Yifeng, Elderly, how about I skip the apprenticeship process and just acknowledge you as my father? Li Yifeng felt numb all over. I finally understand why this kid refused to become my apprentice. This is what he was planning. Ha ha ha. Li Yifeng was not angry. Instead, he laughed and said, You are a good abacus boy. I am afraid that I can hear it from a distance of 10,000 miles. Su Yunfeng didn't blush or feel nervous. His main point was, I'm not embarrassed, it's you who is embarrassed. He shrugged and said, Elderly, just tell me, does what I said make sense? There is some truth in it, but it's a twisted logic. Li Yifeng was too embarrassed to expose Su Yunfeng's little thoughts. This guy actually set his sights on him. Elderly, do you have children? Su Yunfeng came in with the determination to climb up the big tree of Li Yifeng. I have lived an upright life, how could I have a child? Li Yifeng stroked his beard and said. Su Yunfeng curled his lips and said, A bachelor is a bachelor, what's the point of being open and aboveboard? Elderly, we are all men, why beat around the bush? You stinky boy, your mouth really stinks. Li Yifeng smiled and said, You are a man who suits my temperament very well. I can consider your suggestion. When Su Yunfeng heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. There's hope. He did not rush to interrupt, but waited for Li Yifeng to say the second half of the sentence. Because the second half of the sentence is the most important and crucial. At this time, Li Yifeng said, If you can break through to the level of a third-grade alchemist within 3 months, I will accept you as my adopted son. Okay, it's a deal. Su Yunfeng did not hesitate at all. The moment Li Yifeng finished speaking, he responded. Isn't he just a third-grade alchemist? It's so simple. Believe it or not, I'll show you a breakthrough tonight. As long as I go back and find Xiao Hongyue and ask her to practice alchemy, won't the upgrade be a simple matter? If it really doesn't work, he can persuade Lin Xiyan to practice as well, as he still believes that he can't get promoted. Kid, don't be too happy too soon. Although it seems that there is only one step between the peak of the second level and the third level, it actually requires tremendous effort. Many alchemists are stuck at this level for years or even decades. Having said that, Li Yifeng straightened his chest, stroked his short beard and said proudly. I'm not afraid to tell you that it only took me 3 months to reach the third rank from the peak of the second rank. This is one of the shortest times ever. Su Yunfeng's eyebrows jumped slightly, and he immediately put on an expression of admiration, and then he flattered Li Yifeng in the face. Li Yifeng was very pleased with the flattery and was in a good mood. Su Yunfeng was overjoyed. Okay. The stronger you are, the better. I like a strong backer. In the world of cultivation, cultivation is the first factor, and connections and support are the second factor. With these two approaches, Su Yunfeng didn't believe that anyone would dare to provoke him at the risk of his life in the future. Next, he refined several batches of qi-gathering pills, and all of them succeeded without fail, and all of them were of high-grade second-grade quality. Li Yifeng couldn't help but nod repeatedly when he saw this. It was just because Su Yunfeng's technique was so skillful that he couldn't help but compare it with his own back then. Very much like his youthful style. After coming out of the court, Su Yunfeng did not return to his residence, but sent a message to Qiu Hongyue. Soon, Qiu Hongyue appeared in front of him. Her white clothes are as white as snow, her figure is slim, her eyebrows and eyes are crystal clear, and she is as beautiful as two gems. Every time I see the autumn red moon, it is so beautiful, like a fairy walking out of a painting. Wow, senior sister, is that you? After seeing Qiu Hongyue, Su Yunfeng exclaimed in surprise. Qiu Hongyue didn't understand what was going on and couldn't help but frown. Worried, junior brother, what's wrong with you? Su Yunfeng circled Qiu Hongyue twice, looking her up and down, left and right carefully. He was surprised and said, Sister, after not seeing you for one night, you are more beautiful and have a better figure. Such earthy and low-level words can only be used to coax a naive little girl like Qiu Hongyue. If these words were used on Lin Xiyan, she would be hacked to death in the next second. Qiu Hongyue's cheeks flushed, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes curved into crescent shapes. It was obvious that she liked what Su Yunfeng said very much. No, I am still the same as yesterday. The sound of the autumn red moon is like a mosquito in the wheat, extremely shy. In fact, I was very happy. Su Yunfeng stood up straight in front of Qiu Hongyue and said confidently, Really, senior sister, you are more beautiful than yesterday. Qiu Hongyue felt a little embarrassed being watched so closely by Su Yunfeng, and quickly lowered her head to avoid his burning gaze. Hey, senior sister, your ears are red again. At this moment, Su Yunfeng used the same trick again and said in surprise. Ah! Qiu Hongyue immediately covered her ears to block Su Yunfeng's sight. She thought to herself that her junior brother was too shameless and always laughed at her. Every time I get teased, my face turns red and my heart beats fast. But, I can't help but like her very much. Seeing Qiu Hongyue's shy look, Su Yunfeng really had the urge to pull her down to see her beautiful face. However, in the end, I suppressed this impulse. After all, the best melon should be saved for last. If you want to get a woman completely, you not only need to get her body, but also her heart. He wanted Qiu Hongyue to take off her veil on her own initiative. Only then did it show that Qiu Hongyue truly accepted him. This day won't be long. Senior sister, this is for you. At this time, Su Yunfeng took out all the qi-gathering pills he had refined today and placed them in Qiu Hongyue's hands. Junior brother, what is this? Qiu Hongyue opened the storage bag and saw that there were more than a dozen medicine bottles. Then he raised his eyes and looked at Su Yunfeng with burning gaze. Su Yunfeng smiled slightly and said, These are all qi-gathering pills. I exchanged them from the Dan Hall. Although the grade is a bit lower, they will still be of great help to your cultivation, senior sister. Junior brother. Qiu Hongyue's beautiful peach blossom eyes couldn't help but be filled with a layer of touching tears. Su Yunfeng was so good to her, almost even better than his master. At this moment, her heart was so moved that tears couldn't help but slide down from the corners of her eyes. Su Yunfeng stretched out his thumb and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. He said softly, Senior sister, you know that my talent is mediocre, and these pills are of little use to me. Actually, I also have selfish motives. I want my senior sister to become stronger and protect me, so I won't be afraid of being bullied by others anymore. Whoever dares to bully you, I will be the first to not forgive him. When Qiu Hongyue heard that someone was going to bully Su Yunfeng, her eyes immediately stood up. Chapter 48, Senior Sister, do you know the yin-yang dual cultivation method for attaining the Tao? Senior sister, don't get excited. Seeing Qiu Hongyue's reaction, Su Yunfeng was also moved. Unconsciously, I held the other person's soft little hand. Senior sister, I will rely on you from now on. Qiu Hongyue's little hand was held, and a wave of heat rose on her face, and her heart was beating wildly. Feeling the warmth from Su Yunfeng's palm, she felt a sweetness rising in her heart. It was already evening when we returned to our residence. From a distance, Su Yunfeng discovered that the locked door was opened. His brows suddenly turned upside down, his face turned cold, and then his figure flashed and quickly passed by. When I got closer, I could see clearly that the whole room was completely destroyed. The tables, chairs, benches, bedboards, etc. were all violently smashed. There was no place to step in the messy room. There were 3 big bright red characters written on the wall opposite the door, I will kill you. The bright red color is like blood, which makes people nervous, their spines cold, and a chill rising from the bottom of their hearts. Su Yunfeng was filled with anger. He had been tolerant enough, But these people just wouldn't let him go and were determined to kill him. Okay, I'll see who kills whom. Even a clayman can get angry, not to mention that Su Yunfeng is a person who will not suffer any loss. At this time, whether it was Chen Gang, Wang Tong and his sister, or Yi Chen, they had all been included in his kill list. His room was destroyed and he had no place to live, so he could only find a place to stay for the night. Ding! Xiao Hongyue's cultivation level has broken through to the 9th level of Wu Zong, with a 50-fold return. The host's cultivation level has broken through to the 5th level of Wu Wang. Ding! Xiao Hongyue has practiced alchemy and has been promoted to a 2nd-grade alchemist. A 50-fold return is given, and the host has been promoted to a 3rd-grade alchemist. Ding! Lin Xiyan practices the Tao realization method, gaining a great deal of experience and insights. 50 times the reward, the host's Tao realization method has reached the pinnacle. The 2nd day. Su Yunfeng opened his eyes, and 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes. The increase in his cultivation brought him great self-confidence. Even though he was facing Wang Teng head-on now, he was not worried at all. At this moment, his identity token lit up and the sect released a message. After reading the information, Su Yunfeng couldn't help but sneer, and his eyes became sharp. It turned out that the sect's outer disciple ranking competition was about to begin. The top 30 will receive generous rewards from the sect. However, this is not the most important thing. Most importantly, the top 30 on the outer sect ranking will be eligible to enter the ancient ruins. If he breaks into the top 30 and enters the ancient ruins, it will be the best opportunity to kill him. Likewise, conversely, it was also his chance to strike back. So, he decided to go to the Tianbang competition. With his strength, getting into the top 30 is as easy as drinking water. A slight move is the limit of this level. Quickly rushed to the registration square. At this time, the place was already surrounded by outer disciples, all of whom had come to sign up for the battle for the heavenly ranking. The Lingxiao sect is very large, with more than 20,000 outer disciples alone. Half of the people came to register to participate in the battle for the heavenly ranking, which is more than 10,000 people. Kid, don't let me meet you in the ring, or I'll kill you. Just after Su Yunfeng finished registering, a sinister voice came from behind him. Chen Gang was holding his hands in front of his chest, his eyes filled with anger towards Su Yunfeng. I'm saying the same thing to you. Don't let me see you, or I'll kill you. Su Yunfeng showed a hint of sneer at the corner of his mouth, looked at Chen Gang and said with a hint of sarcasm. There was no fear in his eyes, but rather a bit of impatient excitement. You, just wait for me. Chen Gang gritted his teeth and said fiercely, his eyes full of murderous intent. Brother, I must kill him. Not far away, Wang Lingshan stared at Su Yunfeng with resentment, her face slightly distorted and vicious as she growled in a low voice. Su Yunfeng has become her inner demon. As long as it is not eliminated, there will be no peace of mind. Don't worry, sister. I have already made arrangements. Wang Teng's eyes flashed with ferocity as he stared at Su Yunfeng's figure, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise up to reveal a sinister sneer. Everything is under control. Su Yunfeng is dead and can't escape even if he has wings. After registering, Su Yunfeng did not sit idle, but went directly to the alchemy hall. He needs to prepare some means to enter the ancient ruins. After exchanging spirit stones for some materials, he came to the alchemy hall with ease. He just found a furnace and started to make pills. This time he wanted to make blasting pills, some poison pills and some detoxification pills. Even though his current cultivation level is already among the best among his peers. However, we must always be on guard against others, as caution is the key to success. These are all the means he prepared. Sometimes, you can't talk about martial ethics with the enemy, and the principle is to kill the other party. He is now a 3rd-grade alchemist, so the quality of the pills he refines are all 3rd grade. Fortunately, Li Feng was in seclusion helping him refine the pile of 100,000-year-old medicinal herbs. I didn't know that he had broken through to the 3rd level. He really didn't want to reveal the fact that he had broken through to the 3rd-grade alchemist so early. Too fast and it will easily arouse suspicion. Now that Li Feng is not around, he can devote himself to refining 3rd-grade elixirs. Time flies and a day has passed. Su Yunfeng refined a lot of various elixirs, of course, most of them were used to deal with enemies. As soon as he left the alchemy hall, he saw a fiery figure, it was Lin Xiyan. Senior sister Lin, are you waiting for me? Su Yunfeng walked over and smiled without blushing. Lin Xian's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and she said with a hint of pouting, "I've never seen anyone as shameless as you." "Really? Now that we've seen each other, senior sister Lin, would you like to touch me and measure how thick my skin is?" "Scoundrel!" Lin Xian broke into a mouthful and then said, "Follow me." After saying that, he flew away into the distance. Su Yunfeng smiled slightly and quickly used his skills to follow him. On a mountain peak. "You want to participate in the battle for the heavenly ranking?" Lin Xian looked at Su Yunfeng and asked lightly. "Yes, senior sister, are you worried about my lack of strength and planning to give me some special training?" Su Yunfeng said this jokingly while admiring Lin Xian's peerless beauty from a close distance. I have to say that Lin Xian is really beautiful in every aspect. Her delicate skin is as smooth as snow, her slender nose is charming and attractive, her rosy lips are sparkling and gorgeous, and her beautiful eyes are as clear and bright as stars, showing endless brilliance in every blink. Lin Xian felt the heat in Su Yunfeng's eyes, and a slight blush flashed across her cheeks. "Oomph, that's a nice thought." He snorted softly, turned his pretty face to the other side, and no longer looked directly at Su Yunfeng. "I heard that you beat up Elder Xiaoyan's new disciple?" At this time, Lin Xian spoke again. Su Yunfeng shrugged and then recounted what happened that day. Lin Xian frowned slightly. This Yi Chen is really a villain, he deserves to be beaten. Having said that, Lin Xian threw a jade slip to him. He then said, "This is a set of sword techniques that can improve your strength." Su Yunfeng quickly caught the jade slip, his face suddenly bitter. "Senior sister, aren't you making things difficult for me? You also know my aptitude. Asking me to practice the technique is a pure waste of time. I might as well sleep." "Rogue." Lin Xian blushed and said something. Su Yunfeng was confused and it took him 2 seconds to react. Yohi laughed and said, "Senior sister, you are not pure." "Nonsense, you have a dirty mind." Lin Xian also realized the problem with her words, and when Su Yunfeng teased her like this, her face instantly turned red. Just then, Su Yunfeng suddenly leaned over to Lin Xian's ear and whispered, "Senior sister, do you know the yin-yang dual cultivation method for attaining the Tao?" Chapter 49 The Prey is Hooked. Ah! Lin Xian's face became even redder, like a red apple. With her shy and panic-stricken expression, she is breathtakingly beautiful. Su Yunfeng almost couldn't help but hug her in his arms. But, think about it. Being too anxious is not only useless, but may even backfire. Sometimes, playing hard to get or being distant may be more effective. So he immediately changed the subject. "Senior sister, I have poor aptitude. Can you please teach me this sword technique?" Lin Xian suddenly felt a sense of loss. She was already prepared to be embraced forcefully by Su Yunfeng, but he withdrew at the last minute. I couldn't help but feel secretly annoyed. He glared at the other person fiercely, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Su Yunfeng naturally saw the emotions in her eyes, and smiled secretly in his heart, thinking that the prey had taken the bait. The second day. The battle for the outer sect's top ranking has officially begun. The huge training ground was already packed with people, not only outer disciples but also inner disciples came to watch the battle. Sitting on the high platform were a group of outer sect elders. Another half-hour passed before the elder presiding over the competition announced, the competition will be divided into 100 arenas. The top 100 will be determined based on the number of wins, and then individual qualifying rounds will follow. Participants will be randomly transported to a special competition space according to their numbers. Please be prepared, the competition will begin soon. As the presiding elder finished speaking, a huge ball of light lit up in the square. At the same time, the identity tokens of 200 people lit up, and the next moment, they were teleported to a special space. People outside the venue can use the imaging stone to see the scene inside. Su Yunfeng was among the first group of people. At this time, he and another outer disciple stood on the same stage. As soon as the host Jiang Lai said start, the battle started on 100 platforms at the same time. Without saying a word, Su Yunfeng slapped the outer disciple who was fighting against him out of the ring. Before the man could figure out the situation, he lost and was teleported back to the square. Immediately afterwards, someone else was teleported in to take his place. In this way, anyone who is knocked out of the ring or voluntarily admits defeat will be teleported out and then replaced by someone else. Time flies, and Su Yunfeng has won 20 consecutive games. It has attracted a lot of attention. The outer disciples were actually not unfamiliar with Su Yunfeng, especially since he had punched Wang Ba and torn Chen Gang apart with his bare hands, helping the outer disciples vent their years of resentment. Many people are optimistic about him in this outer sect ranking. At this moment, another disciple was teleported onto the stage, and the people watching outside exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Jifa. He's one of the top 10 in the outer sect, and his cultivation has already broken through to the martial sect realm. He's definitely going to be admitted to the inner sect this year. Su Yunfeng is in danger. Su Yunfeng's battle record is remarkable, but after all, he is just a new disciple who has just entered the sect. How can he be compared with Zhang Jifa, who is among the top 10 outer disciples? Many people expressed regret. Su Yunfeng's winning streak is about to end. Boy, you're a good fighter, but I advise you to admit defeat. On the ring, Zhang Jifa spoke coldly, looking at Su Yunfeng with eyes full of disdain. Su Yunfeng's eyebrows twitched suddenly. He responded not with words but with actions. His figure flashed and he rushed towards Zhang Jifa in an instant, then raised his hand and slapped the other person in the face. With a pop, the disdainful look in Zhang Jifa's eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by shock and panic. He felt an irresistible energy from Su Yunfeng. In just this brief moment, he was blown out of the ring and teleported back to the square outside. Everyone was speechless, and there was deathly silence. Those who had said that Su Yunfeng was bound to lose just now felt their faces burning and full of disbelief. Zhang Jifa, who was among the top 10 outer sect disciples, was defeated with just a slap and didn't even have a chance to fight back. Why is this guy so strong? In the distance, Lin Xian frowned her beautiful eyebrows as she watched the game. She really couldn't understand why Su Yunfeng, whose aptitude was obviously very poor, had such a powerful cultivation level. It is contradictory for these two to exist in one person at the same time. Xiao Hongyue was watching the game next to her. At this time, Xiao Hongyue clenched her fists tightly, her eyes curved into long crescent shapes, and her eyes were full of little stars of excitement and happiness. She no longer had so many thoughts in her mind. She was happy when Su Yunfeng won. Chen Gang's face looked grim. Su Yunfeng was getting stronger and stronger, and it was becoming more and more difficult to deal with him. Fortunately, just because he can't deal with it doesn't mean the people behind him can't deal with it. Swish! With a flash of light, Chen Gang's figure disappeared from the spot and was teleported to the ring the next second. His opponent was none other than Su Yunfeng, the person he hated to the core. Chen Gang was completely stunned. He wanted to tear Su Yunfeng apart with his own hands, but he didn't want to confront him head-on. Because he was no match for his opponent, he had already experienced it last time. Su Yunfeng on the opposite side was also stunned, and then he laughed sinisterly. Chen Gang, are you here to get killed? Chen Gang was naturally very angry when Su Yunfeng mocked him. However, considering the difference in strength between the two sides, he could only glare fiercely and grit his teeth. I could only swallow the pent-up anger. I give up. Chen Gang was decisive. He simply gave up and admitted defeat. There are many ways to take revenge. This way of giving away heads is not revenge, but simply giving experience to the other party. Su Yunfeng smiled faintly and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? The referee hasn't even called the start yet." Chen Gang took a few steps back and waited for the elder to shout start, then he would immediately admit defeat, otherwise he would definitely be beaten up. At this moment, the host Zhang Lai spoke, "The game begins." Chen Gang immediately shouted, "I admit it." Before he could even shout out the word lose, a fist had already hit his jaw. With a crack, his jawbone was directly shattered. Immediately afterwards, Su Yunfeng launched a crazy attack on Chen Gang. Chen Gang was unable to speak and could only let out miserable and dull cries from his throat. "Don't you want to kill me?" Su Yunfeng's fists fell like raindrops, like a torrential rain, without any ambiguity. Chen Gang is miserable at this moment. His head had swollen like a pig's, his teeth had all fallen out, and he was crying and running. "You still want to kill me like this? Who gave you the confidence?" Su Yunfeng acted quickly and smashed all of Chen Gang's limbs to pieces. When did Chen Gang become so stubborn? He still refuses to admit defeat even in this situation. Someone outside the venue was surprised and puzzled. "TSK, I think he wants to admit defeat, he just doesn't have the chance." Some people were gloating over his misfortune. Chen Gang was used to being arrogant and domineering in the outer sect, and many people had long wanted to teach him a lesson. However, over the years, only Su Yunfeng actually took action and beat the other party into a pig's head. It's really refreshing. After a while, until Chen Gang completely fainted, Su Yunfeng kicked him off the ring in annoyance. A flash of light. Chen Gang was teleported back to the square. However, his miserable condition at this time was so tragic that the surrounding outer disciples applauded. Some people even took the opportunity to go forward to check and secretly kicked it a few times. The game continues. Su Yunfeng has won 60 games in a row, becoming the biggest dark horse in this year's battle for the heavenly ranking. This guy is really good at hiding things. There was a strange light flashing in Lin Xian's beautiful eyes. Until now, none of Su Yunfeng's opponents has been able to last more than 3 moves against him. The key point is that he has not used any skills or weapons, and relies entirely on his hands. It's completely a suppression of cultivation. I must find time to test it out. Lin Xian hummed in her heart. What she didn't know was that before she could even try, she would soon lose money. Of course, this is all in the past. Chapter 50 Sister, it's so late, aren't you going to sleep? Until the end of the game, Su Yunfeng easily entered the qualifying round with a record of 100 consecutive wins. At the same time, his performance also attracted the attention of many elders, who all cast interested glances at him. However, when they saw Su Yunfeng's qualifications, they immediately sighed and looked away. For an unqualified person, no matter how excellent or outstanding his performance is now, it will be useless in the end because his room for growth is too limited. In the short term, he may have a certain advantage. But as time goes by, others will catch up, while he will remain where he is. Therefore, people without qualifications have no value at all. No matter how well you perform, it's useless. Soon, night fell and the qualifying round was scheduled for tomorrow. Su Yunfeng had not had time to clean up his residence yet, and tonight was another night of camping in the wilderness. In the middle of the night, a figure came floating over. It was still that familiar hilltop, and still that graceful, fiery red figure. Lin Xian's beautiful face looked particularly bright and charming under the light of the fire. Sister, aren't you going to sleep so late? Su Yunfeng didn't even raise his head as he turned over the roasted rabbit meat on the rack and sprinkled seasoning on it. Suddenly, the air was filled with a refreshing aroma of meat. It's none of your business. Lin Xian walked over, then bent her legs and sat next to Su Yunfeng, and asked curiously, "Can you also make barbecue?" Su Yunfeng smiled and said, "I know a lot." "Senior sister, would you like to learn more about me?" Rogue. A beautiful blush flashed across Lin Xian's face, and she uttered something at the same time. "Senior sister, let you get to know me in depth." "What do you want?" Su Yunfeng winked at Lin Xian with a wicked smile. You want to die?" Lin Xian said coquettishly, and punched the other person's shoulder with her pink fist without any pain. It looked very hard, but in fact, it was just like a tickle, very gentle. "Sister, you are very talented and knowledgeable. Let me ask you a question." After Su Yunfeng sprinkled the seasoning, he clapped his hands and said to Lin Xian with a smile, "Tell me about it." Lin Xian's eyes fell on the golden rabbit meat on the grill. She swallowed secretly and said casually, "Senior sister, when a person dies, they are called ghosts." "What are ghosts called when they die?" Su Yunfeng's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile on his face. Lin Xian rolled her eyes. "You don't even know this, junior brother, your studies need improvement." Then she explained, when a person dies, he becomes a ghost, and when a ghost dies, he becomes a demon. Su Yunfeng shook his head upon hearing this and said, "Senior sister, you are wrong." Lin Xian immediately became interested when she heard this. She looked at Su Yunfeng and said, "Tell me where I went wrong?" Su Yunfeng cleared his throat and said, "When a person dies, he is called a ghost. When a ghost dies, of course he is called a dead ghost." "Dead ghost?" Lin Xian frowned. "Alas." Su Yunfeng responded happily, feeling extremely happy. At this time, Lin Xian finally realized that she had been tricked by Su Yunfeng. "Stinky junior brother, how dare you take advantage of me?" As she spoke, Lin Xian raised her pink fist and punched Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng would not let her succeed, so he immediately ran away. The two of them were like this, he ran and she chased, and in the end, she couldn't escape even if she had wings. Suddenly at some point, Su Yunfeng suddenly braked and turned around quickly. Lin Xian didn't have time to brake and collided head-on with Su Yunfeng. "Oh my god." Su Yunfeng felt secretly happy. Lin Xian screamed, jumped up immediately, and quickly took a few steps back, like a frightened little rabbit. "Why don't you run away?" Lin Xian clasped her hands tightly in front of her body and said angrily with a red face. Oh, I suddenly remembered that the rabbit is cooked. Su Yunfeng laughed and said. Lin Xian rolled her eyes at Su Yunfeng. She knew very well that this guy must have done it on purpose. Senior sister, come and try my cooking. Su Yunfeng sat down by the fire again, then tore a rabbit leg off the grill and handed it over. Lin Xian also sat next to him in a red long dress. I took the fragrant rabbit meat, took a light bite, and my mouth was immediately filled with fragrance and smoothness. Senior sister, another pot of wine. Grilled meat and soju, you take a bite and I take a bite. As he spoke, Su Yunfeng handed over another small jar of wine. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian would definitely not drink, but today, for some reason, she took it as if possessed by a ghost, then tilted her head back and gulped down a mouthful. Ah! So spicy! So spicy! Su Yunfeng laughed and said, the wine is naturally spicy. Senior sister, I toast you and thank you for your help. Su Yunfeng also had a wine jar in his hand, and he banged it on Lin Xian's wine jar. Well, you still have some conscience. Lin Xian smiled, then raised the jar of wine and gulped it down in one big gulp. After 2 sips of soju, Lin Xian's cheeks turned pink, like blooming peach blossoms, which was extremely beautiful. What are you looking at me for? I have flowers on my face? Lin Xian glared at Su Yunfeng, who had been looking at her, and said. No, senior sister's face is more beautiful than any flower in the world. Su Yunfeng praised sincerely from the bottom of his heart. Humph, junior brother, you are so shameless. When Lin Xian heard this, she felt sweet and happy in her heart, but she snorted with a serious expression on her face. Sister, I'm wronged. Everything I said was from the bottom of my heart. I swear, if I tell even a single lie, God will punish me. Before he could finish the second half of the sentence, Su Yunfeng felt his lips get cold, and a slender, crystal-clear finger blocked his mouth. Lin Xian looked at him, her star-like eyes flashing with complex light. Her voice suddenly became soft. Don't make random vows, God will respond. Su Yunfeng is not a fool, nor is he a piece of wood. He grabbed Lin Xian's small hand with his backhand, and it felt slightly cool. He looked at Lin Xian earnestly and said from the bottom of his heart, Senior sister, what I said is the truth. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and at the same time, a feeling of tenderness arose, and her eyes became watery. The suppressed emotions deep in my heart are like a volcano, ready to erupt. However, at this moment, Xiao Hongyue's appearance suddenly broke into her mind, like a basin of cold water poured over her head, making her wake up instantly. Master, junior brother, eat quickly, it will get cold soon. Lin Xian quickly withdrew her hand, raised the jar of wine and took 2 big gulps. Su Yunfeng frowned slightly and thought to himself, what a pity. Just when they were about to win, something unexpected happened at the critical moment. From Lin Xian's expression just now, he could clearly see that the other party was already moved. However, for some unknown reason, she regained her clarity of mind in an instant at the last moment. However, he was not in a hurry. As the saying goes, good things never come too late. He believed that it would take some time before Lin Xian would completely open her heart to him. The two of them tacitly did not mention what had just happened and shifted their attention to other aspects. Junior brother, your alcohol tolerance is just right. I'm a little dizzy. After drinking more than 30 glasses of wine, Lin Xian was obviously a little drunk and her speech began to slur. Su Yunfeng shook the wine jar in front of her and said mischievously, Senior sister, what I drink is not wine, but a drink. You. When Lin Xian heard this, she was stunned, then her eyes went dark and she was completely drunk. Chapter 51 Senior sister, my legs are numb. He took out a quilt from the storage ring and carried Lin Xian under a big tree. He leaned his back against a big tree, rested Lin Xian's head on his legs, and then covered her with the quilt. Looking at Lin Xian's beautiful face, Su Yunfeng couldn't help but gently slide his hands across her delicate face. Soft and delicate, smoother than silk. Apart from this, he had no other extravagant thoughts. To say that he is a gentleman is definitely not the case, but he does have his own principles. He will not force her unless she is willing. Of course, being forced by the woman is a different matter. Senior sister, I'm warning you, don't look at me like that, be careful not to fall in love with me. Yo yo yo. Su Yunfeng's cries for mercy were heard from the woods. Senior sister, I was wrong. Let go, let go. It's about to break. Shake it off. Lin Xian snorted and said angrily, Let's see if you dare to play tricks on me again in the future. I dare not, never again, senior sister. Su Yunfeng immediately made a solemn promise, almost swearing an oath on the spot. Lin Xian then smiled with satisfaction, then stood up from the ground, raised her hands high above her head, and stretched lazily. Suddenly, the devilishly flawless figure with curves in all directions was revealed. Su Yunfeng's eyes widened and his eyeballs almost popped out. He felt a little regretful for having been worse than a beast last night. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. Lin Xian wrinkled her pretty little nose and made an eye-digging gesture toward Su Yunfeng, looking very playful and cute. Even if you dig it up, you have to look at it. Su Yunfeng was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. He didn't even blink and was not afraid of Lin Xian's threat, which had no lethality at all. Lin Xian's pretty face flushed, and she snorted, "You are such a shameless person." "Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment, senior sister." Su Yunfeng also stood up from the ground, but because Lin Xian had been resting his head on his legs all night, his legs became numb when he moved slightly. Hiss. Su Yunfeng grimaced. The numbness in his legs was really uncomfortable. What's wrong? Lin Xian immediately walked over quickly, supported Su Yunfeng and asked with a worried look on her face. Su Yunfeng smiled and said, "It's okay, my legs are just numb." At this time, Lin Xian remembered her sleeping position. She understood that Su Yunfeng's legs were numb because she had rested her head on his legs all night. "Lean against the tree and I'll give you a massage." Lin Xian supported Su Yunfeng and leaned his back against the tree, then lifted her skirt slightly, squatted in front of Su Yunfeng, and placed her hands lightly on his legs. "Is this the place?" Lin Xian asked. "A little higher," Su Yunfeng said. "Here?" Lin Xian moved her hands upwards a little and asked again. "A little more, a little more," Su Yunfeng said with a grin. Lin Xian moved her hands a little higher. "Here?" "A little further up, yes, right there." "That's all." Su Yunfeng was leaning against a big tree, grinning, and making a hiss sound from his mouth. Lin Xian squatted in front of him and gently kneaded his legs with her hands to help relieve his numbness. From a distance, it is a beautiful picture of harmonious coexistence and harmony. After half a minute, Su Yunfeng's leg numbness finally disappeared. "Thank you for your hard work, senior sister." Su Yunfeng shook his legs, and the numbness in his legs completely disappeared, returning to normal. Lin Xian shook her head and said, "It's all because of me that you became like this, so there's no need to thank me." No. How could Su Yunfeng miss this good opportunity to give a gift? So, all the pills refined the day before yesterday were packed into a storage bag and handed to Lin Xian. "Sister, I got all these things from the alchemy hall. Although they are some unconventional elixirs, it's better to be prepared. Keep them for self-defense." Lin Xian blinked her bright eyes and pushed the storage bag back. While refusing, she said, "Your cultivation is low, these things are more suitable for you." "Don't worry, senior sister, I'll get it done. You can take these first." Su Yunfeng pushed it to Lin Xian again. "No, you need it more than I do." Lin Xian pushed back again and said she didn't want anything. "Senior sister." Su Yunfeng suddenly moved his hands and directly held Lin Xian's smooth and tender hands. He looked up at Lin Xian, his eyes showing tenderness, and said softly, "Senior sister, I know you care about me, but this is my gift. If you don't accept it, I won't ask you for help in the future." Who cares about you?" "Okay, I'm afraid of you, so I'll accept it," Lin Xian said softly, then put away the storage bag. Su Yunfeng had a happy smile on his face and was also smiling in his heart. Not only did I get a little teasing, but I also received a hundredfold return from the system, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, double the surprise, and double the happiness. Still laughing? It's game time. Lin Xian glared at Su Yunfeng unhappily and said, "Come on, let's go to the venue together." Su Yunfeng laughed out loud. Soon, the two arrived at the competition square. Xiao Hanyue arrived at the scene early, and when she saw Su Yunfeng flying over, she immediately went to meet him. "Hey, third senior sister, where did you go last night? I went to look for you, but you weren't even in your room?" A flash of panic crossed Lin Xian's eyes, as if she were a thief, and she didn't dare to look directly at Xiao Hanyue. Su Yunfeng smiled secretly in his heart, then took the initiative to stand up and said, "I asked senior sister Lin to teach me how to practice swordsmanship." "Oh." Xiao Hanyue nodded slightly when she heard this. She had no doubt about Su Yunfeng's words and never thought about it in other ways. Third senior sister, thank you. Xiao Hongyue happily took Lin Xian's arm and thanked her with a smile. Lin Xian glared at Su Yunfeng imperceptibly, as if to say, "It's all your fault." It looked a bit like being sneaky in front of the queen. Su Yunfeng shrugged, indicating that he was innocent. Soon, the competition began. Today is the qualifying round for the top 100. The rules of the competition are different from yesterday. It is not a fight between disciples, but a battle between the contestants and the puppets set up by the sect. At this time, there was a puppet standing on the stage in the center of the square. Your ranking is determined by how long you can hold out under the puppet. The longer you hold out, the higher your ranking. The elder presiding over the competition said loudly, "Now, please draw lots to determine the order of your participation." Two senior sisters, I'm going to draw lots. Su Yunfeng waved to the two of them, then flew over to draw lots. When Su Yunfeng saw his number, he was stunned. It was number 1, which meant that he would be the first to go on stage. After everyone got their numbers, the host Zhang Lai announced, "The disciple who drew number 1 will come on stage." Su Yunfeng stretched out his body and flew onto the stage like a rock spreading its wings. Number 1 is actually Su Yunfeng? In yesterday's knockout round, Su Yunfeng was the biggest dark horse, winning 100 games in a row. All the outer disciples and some inner disciples already knew him. Moreover, the grudges between him and Chen Gang and others were also exposed. He can be said to be a prominent figure in the entire outer sect. Unexpectedly, he was the first to take the stage in the top 100 qualifying round. Everyone was full of anticipation, wanting to see how long he could last. I remember that the Holy Sun persisted for a full hour. Of course not. The Holy Sun is a genius that only appears once in a century. Naturally, he is extremely powerful. Some inner disciples who came to watch the fun were discussing loudly. Almost all of them praised the Son of God for being so powerful and talented. He spoke in an orderly manner, as if the Holy Sun was the only young genius in the entire sect. Lin Xian, who was not far away, naturally heard their conversation. Her face turned slightly cold and she snorted. Even Xiao Hongyue, who usually had little emotion, frowned and looked a little unhappy. Obviously, the two women had some opinions about this Holy Sun. Humph, if it weren't for him, senior sister wouldn't have been forced to go out for training. Lin Xian snorted coldly, her words filled with dissatisfaction towards the sect's Holy Sun. Chapter 52 Junior brother, please sleep here with me tonight. Elder sister has been down the mountain for over a year now. I miss her a little bit. Xiao Hongyue also said this, with a look of longing and worry in her eyes. On the ring, Su Yunfeng frowned slightly. No energy fluctuations can be felt from this puppet, it looks just like an ordinary puppet. He thought secretly that there must be some kind of formation set up to hide the aura, so its aura could not be detected. I think he must be quite strong. Su Yunfeng said secretly. Start. At this moment, the presiding elder shouted out 2 words. The next moment, Su Yunfeng and the puppet moved at the same time, and their speed was so fast that they left a trail of afterimages on the spot. Bang! A heavy muffled sound. The 2 fists collided fiercely. Su Yunfeng frowned, and a strong sense of palpitations suddenly arose in his heart. Without any hesitation, his body retreated 10 feet in an instant. Then, the wooden puppet suddenly began to twitch all over, and then with a loud bang, it exploded on the spot, and thick black smoke instantly formed a small mushroom cloud. The entire arena shook violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. If it weren't for the super strong protective magic circle set up around the arena, the huge energy aftermath would have swept across the entire square. Su Yunfeng was horrified and immediately used his spiritual power to put up a shield. However, the huge energy crushed his shield in an instant. Fortunately, his body was strong enough, and although he suffered a huge energy impact, he did not suffer fatal injuries. Junior brother! Junior brother! 2 figures, one in white and one in red, cried out in surprise at the same time, quickly rushed over, and caught Su Yunfeng, who was knocked out of the ring. Junior brother, are you okay? Seeing Su Yunfeng's pale face, Xiao Hongyue's eyes instantly became moist. She immediately took out a handful of healing pills from her body and stuffed them into Su Yunfeng's mouth. Ahem, senior sister, I'm fine, don't worry. Su Yunfeng grinned at the 2 women, but the smile looked weak. Su Yunfeng was also cursing in his heart. Some idiot designed this puppet and then punched it, and it exploded by itself. The real strength of this puppet should also be at the level of Martial King. He hadn't even used his full strength in this punch when it exploded. The enormous power generated by the self-explosion is enough to easily kill any enemy of the same level in seconds. Su Yunfeng suddenly thought of a possibility. Someone is targeting him. The puppet was specially modified and arranged to be the first to go on stage, so that the self-destruct mechanism was directly triggered. Thinking of this possibility, Su Yunfeng's eyes revealed endless coldness. The puppet exploded, and the scene was immediately in chaos. Not only the disciples watching the battle, but even the elders on the stage stood up one by one. The outer disciple ranking competition has been held for so many years, but this is the first time that a puppet has self-destructed. An elder immediately flew to Su Yunfeng to check his physical condition. "It's okay, nothing serious." Su Yunfeng sneered in his heart. If his body had not been strengthened by the blood essence of the real dragon, he would have been killed. The people who framed him wanted to kill him, they were so cruel. He secretly observed the elder's expression and did not see anything unusual in his eyes, which meant that the elder should not be an accomplice. Due to this accident, the top 100 championship was also suspended. Su Yunfeng kept wondering who had such great ability to tamper with the puppet. At this moment, his eyes suddenly focused and instantly locked onto a middle-aged woman in the elder's seat. She is also one of the elders of the outer sect. Her name is Hu Xia. At this moment, Su Yunfeng noticed the resentment and viciousness deep in her eyes. He thought about it for a moment. If he confronted and exposed the other party now, and the other party refused to admit it, there would be nothing he could do and it would only alert the enemy. He sneered in his heart, thinking that when Li Yifeng came out, Hu Xia would die. After cleaning up the scene, an elder put a new puppet in place and the top 100 competition continued. It was not until the afternoon that the competition finally ended and the rankings were announced. Since Su Yunfeng defeated the puppet, he deservedly ranked first. At this moment, he looked at Hu Xia intentionally or unintentionally, and seeing the other party's gloomy face and gritting teeth, he became more certain of his guess. Afterwards, the elders gave rewards to the top 30 people. Naturally, Su Yunfeng received the most rewards. There are 10,000 spirit stones and 100,000 sect contribution points. Tonight, Su Yunfeng did not sleep in the mountains, but was taken to Qiu Hongyue and Lin Xiyan's residence. "Junior brother, you can sleep here with me tonight. There are many empty rooms in the yard. You can choose anyone you like." Lin Xiyan pointed to the rooms around her and said. Originally, Qiu Hongyue planned to bring Su Yunfeng to her yard, but she was too shy to say it out loud. After Su Yunfeng was brought to her senior sister's yard, she regretted it again. Su Yunfeng naturally saw what Qiu Hongyue was thinking, but he did not say anything to comfort her. Sometimes, making the other person feel anxious that their man has been taken away by someone else can actually promote the relationship between the two. Not long after, Qiu Hongyue left reluctantly as she had to go back to practice. Only Su Yunfeng and Lin Xiyan were left in the yard. "Senior sister, would you like a couple of drinks?" Su Yunfeng took out 2 more jars of wine, looked at Lin Xiyan and said with a smile. "Are you trying to trick me again?" Lin Xiyan still remembers the last words she heard before she fell asleep last night. After all this time, she was drinking wine, but Su Yunfeng was drinking a drink. Thinking of this, she became angry and wanted to beat Su Yunfeng up. "Don't worry, I'm also drinking wine this time. If you don't believe me, you can try it first." As she spoke, she handed over the jar of wine in her hand. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiyan picked up the wine jar and took a sip without saying a word. "You're honest." After confirming that Su Yunfeng was drinking wine, Lin Xiyan also took another jar of wine. The two chatted and drank. Su Yunfeng would always tell a joke from time to time, making Lin Xiyan giggle. After 3 rounds of drinks, both of them were a little tipsy, so they went back to their rooms to rest. In the middle of the night, Su Yunfeng felt in a daze that there was a figure standing in front of him, but for some reason, his eyelids were heavy and he couldn't open them. He used all his strength to pull the figure over. The second day. Su Yunfeng opened his eyes. "I seemed to have a dream last night. I dreamed that I was sleeping in the same bed with Lin Xiyan. Although I didn't do anything, the feeling was so real, so chubby, just like the real thing. I got up, washed up, opened the door and walked out." After taking a look at Lin Xiyan's closed door, he did not disturb her and left quietly. Today, he is going to find Li Yifeng. It's time to find a cheap godfather. In fact, what he didn't know was that Lin Xiyan in the room was not asleep at all at this time. At this moment, Lin Xiyan, with 2 big panda eyes, pouting bright red lips, looked like a bullied person, very cute. It's a pity that no one sees such a lovely side of her. Stinky junior brother, it's all your fault. You kept everyone awake all night. Lin Xian snorted in a fierce voice. Chapter 53 Godfather, someone is bullying me. Late last night, she wanted to secretly take a look at Su Yunfeng. As a result, he was pulled up. My stinky junior brother's hands are still not honest. So she couldn't sleep the whole night. It was not until dawn that she found an opportunity to break free from the clutches of the devil and quietly return to her room. Stinky junior brother, you've taken all the advantage. Lin Xian blushed and muttered something, then pulled up the quilt to cover her head, looking extremely embarrassed and angry. Ding! Lin Xian watched the Tao realization method and gained a lot of experience and insights. The reward was 50 times the host's reward. The host reached the pinnacle of perfection. Su Yunfeng, who had just arrived at the Dan Hall, looked extremely strange. He never expected that Lin Xian would be reading comics so early in the morning. It made even an experienced driver like him feel ashamed. I secretly gave Lin Xian a thumbs up. What a hardworking and studious senior sister. Junior brother Su, you're here? As he walked into the gate of Dan Hall, the beautiful senior sister from Dan Hall came to greet him, as if she was waiting for him intentionally. Senior sister. Su Yunfeng greeted him with a smile. Senior sister Dantang chuckled softly. Junior brother Su, you're too polite. Elderly is already waiting for you in the inner courtyard. I'll lead you in. Thank you, senior sister, for leading the way. A gleam of light flashed in Su Yunfeng's eyes. The old man Li Yifeng was quite efficient. He had already been released from confinement before the 3 days were up. A moment later, he came to the backyard of Dan Hall and met Li Yifeng. Meeting Godfather. Su Yunfeng bowed 90 degrees. Li Yifeng raised his eyebrows, looked at Su Yunfeng and said, Stinky boy, don't yell too early. I told you, I'll consider it after you become a third-grade alchemist. Godfather, I have reached the 3rd rank. Su Yunfeng said with a smile. What? You're already a 3rd-rank official? Now Li Yifeng could no longer sit still and jumped up on the spot. 2 days ago, the other party was at the peak of the 2nd rank. How long has it been since he was promoted to the 3rd rank? It's really exaggerated. You know, he himself was a genius in alchemy, and it took him 3 full months to advance from the peak of the 2nd level to the 3rd level. But, what about Su Yunfeng? In less than 3 days. You little bastard, if you dare to fool me, I'll beat your ass to pieces. Li Yifeng's heart beat violently several times. If Su Yunfeng was promoted to a 3rd-grade alchemist in just 2 days, it would mean that his talent in alchemy was unique, and his future achievements were destined to surpass himself, and he might even be promoted to one of the strongest alchemists in the entire continent, and would not be weaker than those from aristocratic families with a long history. Godfather, I am an honest man and I only speak the truth. Su Yunfeng patted his chest and assured, looking like he was being the most honest person. Okay, we'll know if it's true or not once we try it. Li Yifeng didn't waste any time and directly led Su Yunfeng to an alchemy room to test his level on the spot. Su Yunfeng was naturally not afraid, because he was now a genuine 3rd-grade alchemist. Therefore, refining 3rd-grade elixirs is not a piece of cake. An hour later, a furnace of 3rd-grade qi-gathering pills was successfully refined without any failure. Li Yifeng stroked his short beard and laughed heartily. Well, little brat, I didn't expect you to be such a genius in the art of alchemy. I accept you as my godson. From today on, I will be your adoptive father. Li Yifeng was overjoyed. This wave is a sure win. When Su Yunfeng becomes successful and famous, and his reputation spreads far and wide, he, as his godfather, will naturally feel extremely proud. When you go out, you don't need to say your name. Just say you are Su Yunfeng as godfather. It will be so impressive. Thank you, godfather. Su Yunfeng was also delighted, as he had finally found Li Yifeng's support. Godfather, someone is bullying your godson. Su Yunfeng didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. He spoke directly about some things. Li Yifeng raised his eyebrows and snorted angrily. Who is it? You dare to bully my adopted son, Li Yifeng? You don't want to live anymore. Then Su Yunfeng recounted everything that happened yesterday's match without hiding anything. If I'm not mistaken, it's the outer sect elder named Hu Xia. Su Yunfeng finally shared what he had observed. Humph, a mere outer sect elder actually dared to commit a crime in public. It seems he doesn't want to continue in this world anymore. Lia Feng's face darkened and he snorted, "Let's go, Godfather will go and get justice for you. I want to see who gave her the courage." "Thank you, foster father." A cold light flashed in Su Yunfeng's eyes. "You want to kill me?" "Sorry, I'm going to kill you." Soon, the two arrived at the outer gate area. Lia Feng's status was much higher than that of the outer sect elders. With just one sentence, he summoned all the outer sect elders. "Elderly, I wonder why you called us here?" An elder from the outer sect asked respectfully. Normally, the inner sect elders would rarely visit the outer sect, let alone Lia Feng, who had a high status. Lia Feng's face darkened, and his eyes instantly became extremely sharp. He did not answer, but said in a deep voice, "Who is Hu Xia? Stand out." All the elders present immediately turned their eyes to Hu Xia in the crowd. Hu Xia's expression changed slightly, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes, but she still stood up. "Elderly, I am Hu." Bang! A loud slap interrupted Hu Xia's words. Everyone was stunned. "I don't understand why Elderly didn't ask or say anything and just started hitting people." Hu Xia was slapped to the ground, half of her face quickly became red and swollen, and bright red blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. "Elderly, why did you hit me for no reason? If you don't give me an explanation, I will definitely report it to the sect master." Hu Xia wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, stared at Lia Feng viciously, and shouted through gritted teeth. Lia Feng snorted coldly, "Don't you have any idea of what you have done? You dare to tamper with the battle for the heavenly ranking. Are you tired of living?" As he said that, he slapped Hu Xia again. All of Hu Xia's teeth were knocked out, and her hair became disheveled. She looked extremely embarrassed, and there was no trace of the aloof elder left. The other outer sect elders were suddenly shocked. An elder immediately asked, "Elderly, is there some misunderstanding here?" Lia Feng's eyes flashed with coldness and he swept over directly. The latter suddenly felt a chill on his spine, and cold sweat instantly wet his back. "Are you questioning me?" Lia Feng's voice was full of majesty and coldness, and instantly weighed down on the many outer sect elders. All the elders in the outer sect were so frightened that they dared not breathe, and lowered their heads, not daring to ask any more questions. "Hu Xia, let me ask you this, you secretly manipulated the puppet to self-destruct and harmed outer disciple Su Yunfeng. Do you plead guilty?" Lia Feng looked down at Hu Xia lying on the ground and spoke coldly. Chapter 54 Capture Chiu Hongyue and give you a big gift. "Hu Xia, let me ask you this, you secretly manipulated the puppet to self-destruct and harmed outer disciple Su Yunfeng. Do you plead guilty?" Lia Feng looked down at Hu Xia lying on the ground and spoke coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the other outer sect elders lost their composure instantly. It turned out that Lia Feng made such a big fuss just to vent his anger for Su Yunfeng. As an outer sect elder, Su Yunfeng and the others naturally knew him. On the first day he entered the sect, he beat up Wang Ba, and on the second day he beat up Chen Gang. Later, he even had a conflict with the inner disciple Wang Tong and his sister. Later, he was accused of murdering his fellow disciples, which attracted the attention of the sect leader. The sect leader not only declared him not guilty, but also dismissed Elder Chi from the law enforcement hall. Moreover, his strength is obvious to all. In the knockout match the day before yesterday, they were unstoppable and won their 100th consecutive victory. In yesterday's battle for the top 100, he even smashed a puppet with one punch. Only then did they react. It turned out that someone had secretly tampered with the puppet, causing it to suddenly lose control and explode. At that time, they were wondering why the puppet suddenly became so vulnerable. Now Lia Feng's words directly pointed out the key. "I don't." Hu Xia immediately retorted that she would never admit it, and the panic in her eyes became even stronger. She had done it very secretly, and she couldn't understand why the other party found her directly, since she was the only one who knew about it. Unfortunately, she still doesn't know it. Su Yunfeng was not killed in the explosion at that time, but her expression betrayed her. And the panic in his eyes now is enough to explain everything. Lia Feng was also an old fox, so he naturally noticed the subtle changes in Hu Xia's expression and immediately became furious. "You still dare to be so stubborn? If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeves, and immediately a cloud of white smoke enveloped Hu Xia. After a moment, Hu Xia's eyes became empty, as if she had been drugged. "In front of this old man's truth powder, you can't tell a single lie." Then, Lia Feng said in a cold voice, "Let me ask you, why are you dealing with Su Yunfeng? At this moment, Hu Xia had no expression on her face, like a mechanical puppet. She only said, because he injured Yi Chen. Li Yifeng frowned slightly. He was also present at the fight between Su Yunfeng and Yi Chen. He was the one who finally stepped forward to take Yi Chen away to heal his injuries. However, how could a direct disciple of a supreme elder get involved with an outer sect elder? He then asked, "What is your relationship with Yi Chen?" "Yi Chen is my lover," Hu Xia said expressionlessly. Wow! Her words stunned everyone present. Yi Chen had only been a disciple for a few days, and he had already taken down the outer sect elder Hu Xia. Su Yunfeng's eyelids couldn't help but twitch a few times, thinking that Yi Chen really didn't care about meat or vegetables. However, he had to admire that Yi Chen was indeed powerful. In just a few days, he took down an elder. At this time, he asked, "Why is Yi Chen targeting me?" He couldn't understand why Yi Chen always wanted to mess with him when he was an outer disciple and Yi Chen was a direct disciple, two people who had nothing in common and had no connection at all. That day in the Dan Hall, I was tricked by that kid. Because Yi Chen has a crush on Xiao Hongyue, and Xiao Hongyue is close to you. Hu Xia spoke again and revealed the key information. At this moment, Su Yunfeng finally understood that Yi Chen was planning to take advantage of Xiao Hongyue. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Hongyue was destined to be his woman. Yi Chen, that kid, actually dared to set his sights on his woman. That was too bad. Apart from anything else, just for this reason, Yi Chen must be on his kill list. Then he asked a few more questions, and soon everything became clear, including some details between her and Yi Chen. Li Yifeng raised his hand and slapped Hu Xia. Hu Xia immediately coughed up blood, her breath dropped rapidly, and finally disappeared completely. That's right, her cultivation was abolished by Li Yifeng. Take her to the law enforcement hall and deal with her according to the sect's rules. Li Yunfeng glanced at the outer sect elders beside him and said coldly, "Yes." The elders did not dare to stay any longer and immediately picked up Hu Xia and flew towards the law enforcement hall. "Thank you, Godfather, for seeking justice for my child." After everyone left, Su Yunfeng bowed deeply to Li Yifeng and expressed his sincere gratitude. Li Yifeng waved his hand and said, "You are my adopted son. These are what I should do. No need to thank me." Having said that, he looked at Su Yunfeng with a stern gaze, and asked with a smile on his face, "Stinky boy, are you close to Qiu Hongyue?" "Not bad." Su Yunfeng scratched his head and said. Li Yifeng laughed and said, "Boy, if you can catch Qiu Hongyue, your adoptive father will give you a big gift." "Godfather, senior sister Qiu and I are actually just ordinary friends." Su Yunfeng shrugged helplessly and said, "Ordinary friends?" Li Yifeng glanced at Su Yunfeng with a look of disbelief on his face. He knew a little about Qiu Hongyue, the sect leader's personal disciple. He was cold as ice and treated everyone the same. Let alone becoming friends, ordinary disciples couldn't even talk to her. The ordinary friends Su Yunfeng mentioned were obviously a bit exaggerated. "Okay, we're just good friends," Su Yunfeng said softly. "Good boy, work harder, your godfather is counting on you." Then, he threw a storage bag to Su Yunfeng and said, "These are all the pills made from your materials. Here they are." "Thank you, foster father." Su Yunfeng happily took the storage bag, which was full of high-quality pills. He was making a fortune. "By the way, foster father, please give me a copy of your experience in alchemy. I want to study hard and strive to reach the 4th level as soon as possible." Su Yunfeng didn't feel embarrassed at all and stretched out his hands directly in front of Li Yifeng. "You, kid, your cultivation aptitude is not very good, but your talent in alchemy is amazing." Li Yifeng was not stingy and directly gave him a jade slip, saying, "Here are some of my insights and experiences in alchemy. Take it and practice well first. Come back to me when you have fully comprehended it." "Thank you, foster father." Su Yunfeng took it quickly. With this understanding and experience, Xiu Hongyue's alchemy skills should improve faster. Not long after, news came back that Hu Xia was imprisoned in the dungeon for violating the sect rules and was waiting for the sect leader to come out and decide his fate. Su Yunfeng secretly thought it was a pity. If he had directly expelled the other party from the sect, he would have sent the other party to the afterlife without hesitation. Now that he's locked up in the dungeon, it's really hard to take action, so I can only leave him alone for the time being. Su Yunfeng. Just then, an elder from the outer sect came to him. Su Yunfeng turned around and looked over, then clasped his fists and said, "Elder Su, what do you want to talk to me about?" The person who came was Sun Yan, one of the outer sect elders. I heard that your house was smashed by some scoundrels. After discussion, we elders decided to arrange a new place for you to live. Sun Yan's chubby face had an amiable smile and a slightly flattering expression. Su Yinfeng understood that this was because they saw Li Yifeng standing up for them and had some ideas in their minds. Okay, please lead the way, Elder Su. Why refuse? On the one hand, it can improve the accommodation conditions, and on the other hand, it can also build a good relationship with the outer sect elders. Why not do it? Chapter 55 Lie down and wait for takeoff. Sun Yan happily brought Su Yunfeng to a more secluded courtyard outside the gate. You will live here from now on. The yard here is large and quiet. No one will disturb your practice. Sun Yan personally opened the gate of the yard for Su Yunfeng and spoke as he walked. Su Yunfeng was still very satisfied with this courtyard. This is the benefit of having someone behind you. If it were any other outer disciple, would he receive such treatment? Thank you, Elder Su. Su Yunfeng clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude. Sun Yan quickly waved his hands and said, It's just a small matter, a small matter. These are what we should do. At this point, he took out a sound transmission jade slip from his storage ring and said, This is my sound transmission jade slip. You can send me sound transmission whenever you encounter anything in the future. Su Yunfeng happily accepted it. After a few more words, Sun Yan left. At this time, Su Yunfeng took out Qiu Hongyue's jade slip and sent a message. Not long after, Qiu Hongyue and Lin Xian arrived here at the same time. Sister Lin, you don't seem to be in a good mood. What's wrong? Seeing Lin Xian's listless look, Su Yunfeng smiled secretly in his heart, remembered the system's prompt in the morning, and asked deliberately. No, I didn't sleep well. Lin Xian rolled her eyes at Su Yunfeng. In my heart, I complained, it's all because of you that I haven't been able to sleep all night. However, she didn't dare say these words out loud, not to mention that Qiu Hongyue was right beside her, making it even more difficult for her to speak. I understand. I understand. Su Yunfeng laughed. Lin Xian's little heart suddenly beat a few times. Does he know everything? You're such a good fellow, Su Yunfeng, I will punish you. Lin Xian gritted her teeth secretly. In her opinion, Su Yunfeng knew everything that happened last night. What was disgusting was that he had been pretending to be asleep. Su Yunfeng didn't know that his words had directly caused a huge misunderstanding. At this time, he took out all the pills refined by Li Yifeng and placed them on the table. The two women's eyes widened immediately. The quality of these pills is extremely high, the lowest is grade 5, and the vast majority of the others are grade 6. Junior brother, where did you get so many high-level pills? Both of them are the sect master's direct disciples and have seen many elixirs, but it is rare to see so many high-level elixirs. Stinky junior brother, have you sold yourself? Lin Xian's beautiful eyes were wide open, and she looked stunned and shocked. Go away, I'm not selling myself. Su Yunfeng then told them about how he had chosen Li Yifeng as his godfather. Both women were stunned. They naturally knew who Li Yifeng was. He was the head of the Dan Hall and the only 6th grade alchemist in the sect. However, Su Yunfeng is just a small outer disciple, and a guy without any talent at all. How can he be worthy of becoming Li Yifeng's adopted son? The two of them racked their brains but couldn't figure out the reason. Stinky junior brother, what on earth did Elder Li see in you that he actually adopted you as his adopted son? Lin Xian blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Yes, junior brother, Elder Li hasn't accepted many disciples over the years, so why did he suddenly accept you as his adopted son? Qiu Hongyue was also puzzled. The two of them just stared at Su Yunfeng, asking him to give a reasonable explanation. I have a high talent for alchemy. Su Yunfeng held his head high, straightened his back, and spoke proudly, not feeling embarrassed at all. The two women looked at each other, disbelief in their eyes. Hey, you two, what are you looking at? Don't you believe me? Seeing the expressions of the two women, Su Yunfeng naturally knew that they did not believe him. Forget it, I don't blame you. I'll let you see how powerful I am some other day. Su Yunfeng no longer explained to the two women. After all, what he said were all facts and there was no need to explain. As the saying goes, words are not enough. Let them try their skills and they will know how powerful he is. Take all these pills. He divided the pills into 2 parts and gave one to Qiu Hongyue and one to Lin Xian. Don't look at me like that. I'll give you more later. Seeing the two women looking at him, Su Yunfeng glanced at them and said, I am now Elder Li's adopted son. I still have a lot of these pills. Don't worry. Besides, I still need to rely on my two senior sisters to protect me. By the way, senior sister Chiu, I have a copy of Elder Li's alchemy experience and insights here. If you use this with the previous copy and verify each other, it can greatly improve your alchemy practice speed. As he spoke, he placed a jade slip in front of Chiu Hongyue. Junior brother, you are so good to me. I. Chiu Hongyue's eyes were slightly red, and she choked a little when she spoke. Su Yunfeng's kindness surpassed that of his master, and he was deeply moved. On the other side, Lin Xian also bit her crystal-clear red lips, and the light in her beautiful eyes became more complicated. Senior sister, please don't be like this. I am also thinking about myself. You are my strong backing. The stronger you are, the safer I will be. Giving you these pills is actually protecting myself. If it were someone else, they would definitely say something to please the two girls at this time in order to increase their favorability. However, Su Yunfeng didn't do that. He will do the opposite. After a few days of contact, he has roughly figured out the personality traits of the two women. At this time, speaking the truth without hesitation will be much more effective than using sweet words. They would think that he was a sincere person, open-hearted towards them, and treated them as his own. Junior brother, don't worry, I will practice hard and protect you. Chiu Hongyue wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, clenched her fists and said firmly. Brother, don't worry. With us here, no one will dare to touch you in the sect. If we can't solve the problem, we will ask Master to intervene. Lin Xian also spoke seriously. Su Yunfeng's ears twitched, and he immediately followed the sound and said, Senior sister Lin, I have been in the sect for a while, but I have never met the sect master. Is the sect master not in the sect? Master is in seclusion. Lin Xian said. Upon hearing this, Su Yunfeng nodded and said oh, looking as if he understood. The voice in the jade slip sounded familiar to him the last time, and he wanted to take the opportunity to ask the two of them to lead the way to meet the sect leader to confirm it, but it turned out that the sect leader was in seclusion. It seems that the only way is to wait for her to come out and see for herself if she is that woman. Su Yunfeng thought secretly in his heart. The three of them chatted for a long time until it got dark, and then Chiu Hongyue and Lin Xian got up and left. Only after the two women left did Su Yunfeng have time to check the things returned by the system. A tenfold return is more than enough. For 7th grade realm breaking pills, 2 7th grade beauty preserving pills, and various other auxiliary healing pills. Now he can be said to be rich. Even these 4 7th grade mirror breaking pills would make people jealous. All he had to do now was lie down on the bed and wait for takeoff. Chapter 56 Senior sister, a gentleman should use words instead of fists. You are breaking the rules. Ding. Chiu Hongyue uses the breakthrough pill, breaking through to the first level of the Martial King realm. The reward is tenfold, raising the host's cultivation to the peak of the 6th level of the Martial King realm. Ding. Chiu Hongyue uses the breakthrough pill, breaking through to the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. The reward is tenfold, raising the host's cultivation to the 7th level of the Martial King realm. Ding. Lin Xian uses the breakthrough pill, breaking through to the 6th level of the Martial King realm. The reward is tenfold, raising the host's cultivation to the 8th level of the Martial King realm. Ding. Lin Xian uses the realm breakthrough pill, breaking through to the 7th level of the Martial King realm. The reward is tenfold, raising the host's cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm. When Su Yunfeng heard the prompt sound from the system, his soul floated up. The feeling of upgrading just by lying in bed is so great. Feeling the powerful force in his body, Su Yunfeng felt as if he was invincible. Of course, this is an illusion created by the upgrade. Although he is now at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm, he should be among the best compared to the younger generation. However, compared with those of the older generation, it is still not good enough. He was not proud and complacent because he knew that there are always people better than you and that pride will lead to failure. He was not in a hurry to take the realm-breaking pill in his hand. Because the ancient secret realm we are going to tomorrow has restrictions on age and cultivation. He is under 20 years old and his cultivation level is below the Martial Emperor level. If he took the realm-breaking pill now, his cultivation would definitely soar to the Martial Emperor realm. If I can't get in by then, how can I take revenge on those guys? Ding. Lin Xian watched the Dao certification method and gained a lot of experience and insights. The reward was 50 times the original. The host has reached the founder level of the Dao certification method. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Su Yunfeng held his forehead. Does Lin Xian like reading comics so much? I read it in the morning, in the evening, and even in the middle of the night. Su Yunfeng was speechless. It made him itch to look at the color comics. However, in the end, no action was taken. Lin Xian watched it because she was practicing seriously and had some experience and insights. He could only understand the colorful pictures inside. Looking at that stuff too much would harm your health. A sweet dream. Early the next morning, Su Yunfeng was woken up by force. After a simple wash, he hurried to the square. Today they are setting off for the ancient ruins. Of course, the outer disciples are actually just there to make up the numbers and gain knowledge, and the main fighting force still lies with the inner disciples. This time, Lingxiao sect sent a total of 100 disciples to the ancient ruins, including 30 outer disciples and 70 inner disciples. Stinky junior brother, why are you here just now? As soon as Su Yunfeng's feet touched the ground, Lin Xian's voice rang in his ears, and he even faintly felt a heat wave hitting his ears. Su Yunfeng was startled and immediately turned around to look, asking in surprise, "Senior sister, why are you here?" Lin Xian raised her pretty eyebrows slightly, smiled faintly, and said, "Of course, we're going to the ancient ruins." Ah! Su Yunfeng was stunned. He really didn't expect that Lin Xian also wanted to go to the ancient ruins. You are the sect master's direct disciple, a core disciple, why are you joining in the fun? Su Yunfeng scratched his head and said in confusion. Humph, it's all because of you. Lin Xian's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and Su Yunfeng felt his heart numb. This expression was too seductive and too cute. He swallowed secretly. Which old cadre could withstand such temptation? I promised you that I would protect you, so naturally I will go wherever you go. Su Yunfeng's eyebrows jumped, and he scratched his ears, pretending that he didn't hear clearly, and asked, "Senior sister, I didn't hear the second half of your sentence." Wherever you go I will. Lin Xian repeated it again, but halfway through she suddenly realized that she had been fooled. Looking at Su Yunfeng's smug look, he immediately gritted his teeth in anger. Stinky junior brother, be careful or I'll bite you. Su Yunfeng laughed heartily, patted his butt, and said provocatively, "Senior sister, I have a lot of meat here, bite here." Lin Xian kicked him right where his finger was. Su Yunfeng was not on guard at all and was kicked to the ground. Senior sister, a gentleman should use words, not fists. You are breaking the rules. Su Yunfeng quickly got up, dusted off his body, and protested. Lin Xian covered her mouth and giggled, "I'm not a gentleman, I'm a woman." At this time, the elder leading the team waved his sleeves, and a huge flying boat flew into the sky. Set off! Following his command, 100 disciples of Lingxiao sect flew onto the huge flying boat. At this moment, Su Yunfeng saw a familiar figure among the inner disciples, it was Wang Tang. Wang Tang also looked back, his eyes filled with coldness. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a somewhat sarcastic smile. If it were in the past, he would not be Wang Tang's opponent and would naturally stay away from him. But now, his cultivation has long been superior to Wang Tang's, and the identities of hunter and prey have been reversed. Wang Tang wanted to hunt him, but he didn't know that Wang Tang himself had become the prey to be hunted. The flying boat was very fast, much faster than when Xiao Hongyue took them back to the sect. Half a day later, the huge flying boat flew into an endless mountain range, and the flying boats of other sects could be seen from afar. There are a total of 5 sects that will enter the ancient ruins this time, namely Lingxiao sect, Jianyuan Valley, Yunqing Pavilion, Xixing sect and Guangdao sect, all of which are powerful forces. Su Yunfeng looked up and scanned everyone present, but did not find the person with golden destiny. You stinky junior brother, what are you looking at? Your neck is stretched so long that it looks like a turtle's head. Lin Xian asked curiously. Look at the beautiful woman. Su Yunfeng made up a reason casually. The next second, I felt a pain in my waist. At the same time, a wave of heat hit his ears. Lin Xian gritted her teeth and snorted, "Why, senior sister, I'm not pretty enough, and you still want to look at someone else? It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Senior sister, I was wrong. Let go first, or I'll scream." Su Yunfeng grimaced in pain, of course, most of it was just an act. After all, his physical strength was there, and Lin Xian didn't use much force, it was just like a tickle. Are you still going to look at other people? Lin Xian did not let go, but asked instead. No, I will only look at senior sister from now on, only look at senior sister. Su Yunfeng immediately begged for mercy. I'll let you go this time. After hearing Su Yunfeng's words, Lin Xian warned him and then let go of his hand. But, senior sister, you won't let me see it. Su Yunfeng rubbed the place where he was pinched and muttered softly. At such a close distance, his words naturally could not escape Lin Xian's ears, and her eyebrows immediately stood up. Why, am I standing here and stopping you from watching? That's not the case. Su Yunfeng smiled and said mischievously, actually, I don't just want to see senior sister's appearance, I also want to see her inner self. Chapter 57, Stinky Junior Brother, I knew you had bad intentions. Hey, senior sister, why did you kick me again? Before he could finish his words, he was kicked by Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face flushed crimson, and she waved her fist in a threat. Brother, if you dare to hit on me, be careful or I'll break your legs. In fact, she was still very happy at this time. After all, Su Yunfeng at least had feelings for her. However, as luck would have it, there was a junior sister standing between them, so Lin Xian could only bury that emotion deep in her heart. She didn't want to let her junior sister down. But the throbbing in her heart became more and more obvious and intense. Sometimes, she even thought about confessing everything to Su Yunfeng. But what happens after confessing? Let Su Yunfeng leave his junior sister and be with her? If she really did that, her junior sister would definitely hate her. Thinking of the relationship between the three of them, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. How could such a thing happen to her? Senior sister, you are so unreasonable. I mean, I want to see what you like in your heart. Where are you thinking? Su Yunfeng said with an indignant look. Oh? Really? Lin Xian naturally didn't believe his nonsense. She rolled her eyes at him and snorted. Well, of course, if senior sister is willing, I wouldn't mind looking into other aspects. Su Yunfeng swallowed secretly and said embarrassedly. Is he a good person? He is not. Is he a gentleman? There is a bit of gentlemanly demeanor, but not much. Humph, I knew you had bad intentions. Lin Xian crossed her arms over her chest, snorted, and turned her face to the other side, leaving Su Yunfeng with an extremely delicate profile. That means senior sister is pretty. Look, I don't even bother to look at those ugly ones. Su Yunfeng laughed and said. The two were at the back of the crowd, so their little movements were naturally not noticed by others. Everyone, pay attention. At this moment, the elder leading the team spoke loudly. After we enter the ancient ruins, fellow disciples must look out for each other and be careful of people from other sections. Avoid conflicts. Yes, elder. All the disciples of Lingxiao sect responded in unison. About half an hour later, the time was up. The leading elders of the 5 major sects came out one after another, and then each threw out a token. These things were pieced together in the air to form a round sphere the size of a fist. Then the 5 people cast their magic power, and the round sphere suddenly lit up with a dazzling bright light and shot into the air. Buzz! The void vibrated, and wherever the light shone, ripples appeared in the space like water. Immediately afterwards, a space crack appeared, then rapidly expanded, eventually forming a portal that was 10 feet wide and 3 feet high. Everyone, the ancient ruins will reopen in 10 days. Please seize the opportunity. As the gate of the ruins opened, disciples from the 5 major sects flew in one after another. Senior sister, you won't tell me if I kill 2 people in there? Su Yunfeng came over and asked jokingly. That depends on whether the benefits you give me are enough to shut me up. Lin Shi rolled his eyes at him and said. In fact, she had already guessed Su Yunfeng's plan. During this period of time, many people in the sect wanted to kill him. Now that he is out of the sect, naturally someone will attack him. Su Yunfeng just took advantage of the situation and took advantage of the opening of the ancient secret realm to kill the opponent and eliminate future troubles. Ha, don't worry, senior sister, I will definitely benefit you greatly and will definitely shut you up. Su Yunfeng laughed loudly, then spread his body and flew towards the entrance. Okay. Lin Xian's face flushed slightly, then she smiled sweetly, licked her moist red lips and said softly. When everyone entered the ruins, the entrance suddenly closed, as if there had never been such an entrance. The ruins are vast, with mountains stretching as far as the eye can see. Everyone began to disperse, each looking for opportunities and luck. Senior sister, let's split up first. After entering the ruins, Su Yunfeng said to Lin Xian. Why? Lin Xian looked confused, with puzzlement in her eyes. With you here, senior sister, those guys who want to deal with me will probably not show up. Su Yunfeng explained. The opportunities and fortunes in the ruins most likely have nothing to do with him. This time he came mainly to clean up some debris. If Lin Xian was with him, it would be difficult for the other party to take action. After all, she is the sect master's personal disciple and has an unusual identity. So far, Wang Tang is the one in the open, but who knows if there are other people secretly who want to harm him. At least, Yi Chen will definitely not give up easily. As for whether he has arranged people in secret, he needs to be used as bait. After listening to Su Yunfeng's explanation, Lin Xian frowned slightly, then threw him a sound transmission jade slip and said, I will follow you secretly. If anything happens, I will show up at the first moment. If we get separated, you can use the jade slip to send a sound transmission, and I will come back to find you. At this point, her eyes revealed a hint of worry, and she warned, Stinky junior brother, you have to be careful. Yes, senior sister, I know. Su Yunfeng nodded in response, then moved and flew into the ruins. This went on for about an hour. Suddenly, Su Yunfeng felt a pair of murderous eyes locked on him. At the same time, a dazzling sword light suddenly shot up from below. Wherever the sword light passed, the void shook, and its power was terrifying. Su Yunfeng had been prepared for this, so the sudden attack from the sword had no effect on him. Come out, Wang Tang. After dodging the attack, Su Yunfeng stood in the air, looking down at the jungle below, and shouted coldly. Oh, little bastard, I didn't expect you to be so cautious. You managed to dodge this. A disdainful snort was heard, and at the same time, Wang Tang's figure walked out from the darkness. Wang Tang stared at Su Yunfeng with a sinister look and said jokingly, let's see where you can run today. Su Yunfeng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a sarcastic sneer, you are the one who should run. Before he finished speaking, his figure was like an arrow shot from a bow, leaving a trail of afterimage on the spot, and he swooped down towards Wang Tang in an instant. Humph, you overestimate your own abilities. Wang Tang snorted disdainfully. Although the strength that Su Yunfeng showed in the battle for the outer sect's heavenly ranking was remarkable. However, he didn't think that Su Yunfeng was his opponent. After all, it can be seen from the last escape. With a boom, powerful energy burst out from his body, and the surrounding trees were cut in half in an instant. Today is the day you die. Wang Tang shouted angrily, moved quickly, kicked the ground with his legs, and instantly soared into the sky like a cannonball and killed forward. The two figures were as fast as lightning and collided with each other in an instant. Chapter 58 Senior Sister, are you so fierce? Bang! Like hitting a ball, a dull sound suddenly exploded and echoed among the mountains and forests. Immediately afterwards, Wang Tang's figure fell to the ground at an extremely fast speed, like a kite with a broken string. Finally, with a loud bang, it hit the ground heavily, and the ground shook and smoke and dust billowed. Su Yunfeng waved his sleeves, and a strong wind swept away the smoke and dust in an instant. At this time, a big hole had appeared on the ground, and Wang Tang was lying in it like a dead dog. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Tang weakly coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, his face as pale as paper. He never dreamed that he would be defeated, and moreover, defeated so completely that he couldn't even take a single move from the opponent. How so? He couldn't understand why the other party's strength had surpassed his by far in just a few days. Now, besides shock, he was more terrified. You can't kill me. Wang Tang's weak voice came. Su Yunfeng laughed. Are these guys also stupid? At this point, is begging for mercy still useful? Have a safe journey on the road to the underworld. Su Yunfeng didn't give him any chance to delay. He swung the Qingxuang sword and slashed it down. The dazzling sword light came down in an instant. Puff! Blood splattered, and the intersect genius Wang Tang came to an end. Until his death, he never understood why Su Yunfeng's cultivation improved so quickly. At the same time, a fiery red figure quickly rushed over. When Lin Xian saw the sword light rising into the sky, she rushed over at full speed. However, when she arrived at the scene, the battle was already over. Wang Tang? Lin Xian glanced at the person in the deep pit and frowned slightly. She knew about the grudge between Wang Tang and Su Yunfeng. Yes, that's right, it's him. Su Yunfeng nodded in response. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Xian raise her hand and slap it over, and a flash of fire instantly engulfed the deep pit. When the flames died down, Wang Tang's body was nowhere to be found in the deep pit. Senior sister, is it so fierce? Su Yunfeng never thought that Lin Xian would destroy the body. What do you know? Even though I came late, I still participated. Lin Xian patted her fair hands and spoke proudly with her delicate chin raised. Su Yunfeng was so stunned that he was speechless. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with what he said. Boom! Suddenly, the entire ruins shook, and from the depths there was a burst of light that penetrated the sky and earth, like a huge pillar of light, and the brilliant light illuminated the entire ruins. A great treasure has been born. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and the bright light was reflected in her pupils. Let's try our luck too, Su Yunfeng suggested. Lin Xian nodded, and then the two of them quickly flew towards the glowing place. There were many other people like them. It must be a rare treasure that can cause such a big commotion. For a moment, everyone in the ruins headed in that direction. It didn't take long before they arrived nearby, where many people had already come. Below, there is a bottomless cave, and the pillar of light that shoots up into the sky comes from the cave. What are you waiting for? Go! Someone couldn't wait to shout loudly, and then rushed directly into the cave. Seeing someone taking the lead, the others followed suit and jumped down one by one, fearing that if they were a step late, the treasure would be taken away by others. Su Yunfeng and the other man did not act rashly. With such a valuable treasure, who knows if there are any mechanisms or formations? Let others take the lead and see what happens. At this time, the pillar of light that shot up into the sky began to dim and finally disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Seeing the light column disappear, some people who were still watching could no longer sit still and jumped down. Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian looked at each other, and then they jumped down behind the crowd. The cave was pitch black, but it did not have much impact on the practitioners. After arriving at the cave, Su Yunfeng frowned. He felt a wave of palpitations, as if he was being stared at by something terrifying. Senior sister, be careful, this place doesn't seem to be simple. Su Yunfeng reminded. Lin Xian nodded, she also felt a vague sense of uneasiness. The two followed the crowd and soon arrived at a spacious space. In the center, there is a 9-step stone platform 3 meters high. Above the platform, a cold and chilling sword is inserted straight there. Upon seeing this, everyone rushed towards the platform like a tide, all wanting to get the sword first. Suddenly, a melee broke out. Soon, the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Su Yunfeng's eyes moved slightly. It was obvious that this sword was not a simple thing. If he took it away and gave it to Lin Xian, the system would return a more powerful sword. Senior sister, I'll go grab it for you. After Su Yunfeng finished speaking, he quickly rushed to the platform. He is now at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm, and can be said to be the strongest among this group of people. So, no one could stop him. Stinky junior brother, who asked you to help me rob it? Lin Xian said this, but her beautiful eyes showed joy. Soon after, she joined the battlefield. She was already very strong, and when she joined forces with Su Yunfeng, she was unstoppable. However, no one noticed. The blood on the ground was rapidly seeping into the ground, as if it was being sucked away by something. At the same time, the sword inserted on the platform began to tremble slightly, as if it had suffered terrible erosion. At this time, Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian had reached the top of the platform. Senior sister, draw your sword. Su Yunfeng shouted. People with a golden destiny will definitely have good luck. Others may not be able to draw the sword, but Lin Xian has good luck, so she may be able to do it. This is also why Su Yunfeng did not pull it out himself, but asked Lin Xian to do it. Lin Xian grabbed the hilt of the sword, then shouted softly and exerted force with her arm. Buzz buzz buzz. The sword trembled and made a sharp buzzing sound. Clang! The sword was unsheathed, and suddenly a cold light flashed everywhere. A cold murderous intent instantly filled the entire space, and the temperature around it dropped sharply. At this moment, everyone felt a chill down their spine, as if they were being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast. Roar roar roar. At this moment, huge roars were heard, the whole cave shook, and rubble kept rolling down. Run, there's a monster. I don't know who shouted, but everyone reacted instantly, turned around and ran, quickly flying towards the exit. At this time, no sword is important, life is the most important. Senior sister, let's go. Su Yunfeng also felt the terrifying aura, grabbed Lin Xian's wrist and left. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Chapter 59. That night at the inn, it was me. The sword in Lin Xian's hand suddenly trembled violently, and then a sword beam uncontrollably slashed towards the void. Suddenly, a crack in the void appeared in front of the two of them. Before they could escape, the two were instantly swept into the crack by the sword. When they went in, the void cracks healed quickly, as if they had never appeared. "Senior sister, how are you?" Su Yunfeng quickly pulled Lin Xian towards him and asked worriedly. Lin Xian shook her head slightly. "I'm fine, how about you?" "I'm fine too," Su Yunfeng replied, and then began to observe the surrounding environment. This place is different from the outside world. It is dark and gloomy, like a dilapidated space that has been abandoned for countless years. In front of them, there was a big river, about 30 or 40 feet wide, with the water flowing slowly. He he he. Suddenly, a sinister laugh reached their ears. The two of them suddenly became nervous, standing back to back, alert and vigilant. "Who is playing tricks on me? Get out of here!" Su Yunfeng's eyes were as fast as lightning, and he scanned the surroundings quickly, trying to find the person in the dark. However, there was no sound around, and no one was visible. At this moment, the sword in Lin Xian's hand vibrated more and more violently, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at the river. He he he. At the same time, that eerie and terrifying voice came again, as if it came from the underworld, causing a terrifying chill to arise from the bottom of people's hearts. Immediately following. Suddenly, the originally calm river water became turbulent, as if a bomb had exploded in the water, sending up huge waves into the sky. Bang! The river water boiled like boiling water, and then exploded in an instant. Roar roar roar. A huge roar suddenly rang out, and an extremely huge figure broke through the water and rushed out, accompanied by an extremely terrifying and powerful aura that instantly swept in all directions. In an instant, sand and rocks flew everywhere, and the sky and the earth changed color. The terrifying aura directly pushed Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian back 3 feet. This was the first time in Su Yunfeng's life that he had seen such a huge creature. The part of its body that just emerged from the water was 10 feet long. The huge bloody mouth opened wide and could swallow an adult elephant directly. At this moment, his heart was beating wildly. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. "Red-trained monster dragon!" Lin Xian exclaimed. Her face turned pale at this moment, and there was a hint of fear in her expression. Su Yunfeng was shocked when he heard this. This huge creature turned out to be a dragon? How can we fight against it? However, the terrifying aura emitted by the demonic dragon was almost unbearable for the two of them. It was completely not on the same order of magnitude. He he he. After 100,000 years, I can finally escape. The evil dragon spoke in human language and roared incessantly. Circles of terrifying energy emanated from him, and the surrounding void seemed to become distorted. Buzz buzz buzz. The sword in Lin Xian's hand vibrated violently, emitting a soft light that protected the two of them. The pressure from the demon dragon instantly disappeared without a trace. Wuji sword. The demon dragon's huge eyes, like lanterns, instantly locked onto the sword in Lin Xian's hand, and a trace of fear and hatred flashed in its eyes. "Put down the Wuji sword, and I will give you a quick death." The demon dragon's eyes swept over the two of them, but did not sense any danger from them. The only thing that put pressure on him was the Wuji sword in Lin Xian's hand. Back then, he was seriously injured by this sword and was eventually sealed here. Buzz. The Wuji sword suddenly shook violently, as if it had its own consciousness. It instantly broke free from Lin Xian's grasp, and then turned into a dazzling cold light and rushed towards the demon dragon. The demon dragon did not dare to be careless and quickly dodged. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yunfeng grabbed Lin Xian's wrist and quickly retreated away from the battlefield. Only after the battlefield disappeared from view did the two men breathe a sigh of relief. Roar! Boom! On the battlefield, Wuji sword and the demon dragon fought fiercely. The demon dragon's roar and the sound of energy explosion could be heard from far away. Before the two of them could catch their breath, they saw a cold light flying towards them. It was the Wuji sword. At this time, the sword was stained with a layer of bright red blood. Obviously, the demon dragon was injured. However, the light on the Wuji sword also dimmed, as if all its energy had been consumed. Roar! The huge roar shook the entire space, like a boundless thunder falling. Damn humans, you can't run away. The huge figure of the demon dragon rose into the air and quickly flew towards the two of them. Junior brother, you go first. Lin Xian pushed Su Yunfeng away and rushed forward with the Wuji sword in her hand, trying to buy more time for Su Yunfeng to escape. Senior sister! Su Yunfeng shouted, his eyes bloodshot. He knew very well that Lin Xian was no match for the demon dragon, and she was sacrificing herself to give him a chance to escape. Stinky junior brother, you must remember me. Lin Xian turned around and smiled brightly at the heartbroken Su Yunfeng, as gorgeous as the most beautiful rose in the setting sun. Senior sister! Su Yunfeng madly activated his cultivation, stopped instantly, and flew towards Lin Xian regardless of everything. Brother, hurry up, I can't buy you much time. Lin Xian shouted with tears in her eyes. No, we go together, and we die together. Su Yunfeng moved very quickly. He turned around and caught up with Lin Xian. He grabbed her wrist and said firmly with a burning look in his eyes. Stinky junior brother. Lin Xian's tears fell like they were free. Although she was crying, she was also smiling at the same time. Junior brother, there is something I want to tell you. If you don't tell me now, I'm afraid I won't have the chance anymore. Lin Xian looked steadily at Su Yunfeng's resolute face and spoke. At this time, there was no junior sister, only her and Su Yunfeng. If she doesn't tell it, she will regret it for the rest of her life. That night at the inn, it was me. Lin Xian finally said what had been buried in her heart for a long time. Su Yunfeng was also stunned. He never expected that the person who knocked him unconscious and picked him up that day was actually Lin Xian. Senior sister. Su Yunfeng held her in his arms and said softly, you should have told me the truth earlier. No, I don't want to ruin your relationship with my junior sister. I don't want to see my junior sister sad. Lin Xian said crying. Senior sister, you are so stupid. Su Yunfeng stroked the other person's soft long hair and spoke softly. Now he finally understood why Lin Xian had always been helping him. It turned out that there had been an inseparable relationship between the two of them. Roar! Humanity, die! At this moment, the demon dragon roared angrily, moved rapidly, opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the two of them. Su Yunfeng stretched out his body, pushed Lin Xian away, then quickly took out the blasting pills and various poison pills and threw them over. Bang, bang, bang! The huge explosion temporarily stopped the advancing body of the demon dragon. At this moment, the system's return arrived. Ding! Lin Xian obtains the Wuji sword, 50 times the reward, and the host obtains the Zhanlong sword. Su Yunfeng's eyes suddenly lit up and he took out the dragon-slaying sword in an instant. Roar! In an instant, a dragon roar resounded throughout the sky and the earth. Chapter 60 A world belonging to two people. Roar! In an instant, a dragon roar resounded throughout the sky and the earth. Su Yunfeng held the dragon-slaying sword tightly in his right hand and slashed at the demon dragon with all his strength. Suddenly, an extremely bright sword light illuminated the entire space, and it struck directly at the demon dragon like lightning. The demon dragon was suddenly horrified. He quickly spread his body to avoid this terrifying attack. On the other side, Su Yunfeng quickly swallowed the realm-breaking pill, and with a flash of his figure, he rushed towards the bite dragon with the dragon-slaying sword in hand. The demon dragon had been injured in the battle with Wuji sword, and its combat power had decreased. Su Yunfeng had no choice but to fight with his life. Only by fighting to the death can there be a chance of survival. If you keep hiding, you will be swallowed up sooner or later. This is a battle of life and death. Junior brother, I'm here to help you. Lin Xian transformed into a fiery red figure, holding the Wuji sword in her hand and followed to kill. She no longer had any regrets, and she was not afraid even if she faced life or death here today. Human, you're looking for death. The huge body of the demon dragon moved, and its huge tail came over in an instant. Lin Xian swung the Wuji sword in her hand suddenly. Puff! A flash of blood suddenly appeared, and a long bloody hole was directly cut open on the tail of the demon dragon. However, Lin Xian was also blown away by the huge force and fell heavily on the rock wall. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Su Yunfeng's eyes, and he rushed to the top of the demon dragon's head in an instant like a ghost, and then slashed it with the dragon-slaying sword. Boom! The dazzling sword light arrived in an instant and hit the demon dragon's left eye squarely. Suddenly, blood exploded, and the demon dragon's left eye exploded like a ball. Roar, roar, roar! The demon dragon felt pain, and its huge body rolled continuously in the air, making extremely shrill roars. Su Yunfeng did not give him a chance to breathe. His main strategy was to kill him while he was sick. Holding the dragon-slaying sword, he attacked again like a ghost. Despicable human, die. Just as Su Yunfeng rushed forward and was about to make the finishing blow, the demon dragon suddenly roared and ejected a huge stream of energy from its bloody mouth towards Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng's expression suddenly changed. Unexpectedly, the seriously injured demon dragon had a backup plan, waiting for him to take the bait. The distance is too close, I can't dodge. A look of determination appeared on Su Yunfeng's face, and he used the sky collapse sword technique to its fullest extent, becoming one with the sword. Without dodging at all, he rushed towards the energy beam spewed out by the demon dragon. In a flash, he was overwhelmed by the huge energy. Junior brother! Lin Xian screamed, heartbroken, tears streaming down her face. She stood up from the ground with difficulty and rushed forward with her last breath. Even if we die, we must die together. This was the last thought in her mind. However, when she just rushed into the air, the body of the demon dragon trembled. Immediately afterwards, brilliant sword beams shot out from his huge body. Roar, roar, roar. The miserable roar spread in all directions. The huge body of the demon dragon fell from the sky with a bang and hit the ground heavily, causing smoke and dust to billow. The demon dragon kept roaring in pain, and its body kept rolling and tumbling on the ground. Sword beams continued to shine out from his huge body, and the demon dragon had turned into a sieve that leaked light everywhere. Bang! Finally, with a loud bang, the huge body of the demon dragon exploded instantly. After everything calmed down, a figure stood in the middle of the field. It was Su Yunfeng. At this time, he was covered in blood, even his hair was dyed blood red, and his clothes had been completely corroded by the powerful stomach acid of the demon dragon. An unknown fire was burning wildly in his body. Su Yunfeng flew towards the river. He felt as if his whole body was in a furnace. If it didn't cool down, it would explode. Junior brother! Lin Xian shouted and quickly followed. Plop! Su Yunfeng dived into the river, and the originally calm river surface suddenly began to boil as if a hot iron ball was thrown into it. After a long time, Su Yunfeng reappeared, but his eyes were no longer black, but red, full of aggression. His eyes instantly locked onto Lin Xian on the shore, and then his body moved violently and flew over in the blink of an eye. The next moment, Lin Xian felt a wave of heat coming towards her. Senior sister, I can't control myself anymore. Su Yunfeng used up the last bit of his clarity and spoke, his voice extremely hoarse. Lin Xian naturally knew why he became like this. She reached out and gently stroked the other person's cheek, saying softly, I am yours. Roar! 3 days passed in a flash. Su Yunfeng finally opened his eyes slowly. He felt as if his whole body was falling apart, and he was in great pain, as if he had been hollowed out. He covered his heavy head and sat up with difficulty. Junior brother, you're awake. At this moment, an extremely happy voice came from the side. Immediately afterwards, a fragrant breeze blew towards him, and Lin Xian ran over quickly and hugged him directly. Woo woo. Senior sister, please let go first. I'm suffocating. Lin Xian quickly loosened her hands upon hearing this, and asked with concern, Junior brother, how do you feel? It's okay, I just feel sore all over. I feel like I'm about to fall apart. Su Yunfeng moved his shoulders slightly, and immediately felt a tingling pain. Lin Xian's cheeks turned red when she heard this. She naturally knew the reason, but was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Junior brother, take some healing pills first. Finally, Lin Xian took out some healing pills and handed them over. Although Su Yunfeng had better quality and higher grade healing pills in his storage ring, he did not take them out at this time. He stared at Lin Xian with a smile and said, Senior sister, feed me. Lin Xian gave him a charming look and then put the pill into his mouth. After half a day of rest and recuperation, Su Yunfeng fully recovered and became full of energy again. The two began looking for a way out, and finally found an altar with a sword groove on it. Lin Xian inserted the Wuji sword into the sword slot, and it fit perfectly. Boom! A brilliant light emanated from the Wuji sword and instantly rushed into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a deep space channel slowly formed in the sky. Through the space channel, the scene of the ancient secret realm could be vaguely seen. The space channel is getting bigger and bigger, and is about to be fully formed. However, at this moment, Lin Xian quickly pulled the Wuji sword out of the sword slot without any warning. The light that shot up into the sky disappeared in an instant, and the space channel that was about to take shape shook a few times and then completely collapsed. Su Yunfeng turned around and saw Lin Xian looking at him with tears in her eyes and a hopeful face. Brother, I want to stay here for a few more days, is that okay? Lin Xian's voice trembled slightly, as if she had used up all her courage. Okay, senior sister, you can leave whenever you want. Su Yunfeng reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Lin Xian's eyes, and said softly. Here, there is no sect, no junior sister, no worries, it is a world belonging to the two of them. Chapter 61, Dare to attack my junior brother, death is not a pity. Ding! Lin Xian's cultivation level has been raised to the 8th level of Martial King, with a 50-fold return. The host's cultivation level has reached the 4th level of Martial Emperor. 7 days later, the two finally decided to go out. After all, today was the day when the exit of the ruins would open. Stinky junior brother, please don't tell junior sister about our affairs, okay? Lin Xian said with a slightly pleading tone. Why? Su Yunfeng asked in confusion. He still wanted to study and practice the Dharma to attain enlightenment openly. Anyway, you can't say it. If you dare to say a word, I will never talk to you again, and you won't be able to find me again. Lin Xian said in a threatening tone. So cruel? Su Yunfeng was speechless and could only nod and agree. Okay, I promise you, but I can't keep it a secret from her forever. I don't want to be sneaky with you all the time. Who wants to sneak around with you? Lin Xian blushed and choked. Thinking about her experiences in the past few days, she felt embarrassed. It was okay that there were only the two of them here, they could do whatever crazy they wanted since there was no one else around. But if I go back to the sect, wouldn't that be sneaky? Thinking of this, her little heart suddenly started beating faster and faster. It seems that being sneaky is not a bad idea. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout sounded in front of them, and at the same time, a group of people blocked their way, led by a handsome man in gorgeous clothes. The two men frowned slightly. The other party was from Jianyuan Valley, but there seemed to be no conflict between them. I heard you got a sword. If you know what's good for you, hand it over. The man in fancy clothes spoke indifferently, his words full of arrogance and disdain, as if he was determined to win. Roll! Su Yunfeng's eyes fixed and he shouted coldly. The man in the gorgeous clothes raised his eyebrows instantly, his whole face fell, his expression became terribly gloomy, and two sinister and fierce rays shot out of his eyes. Good, very good. No one has ever dared to speak to me like this. You are courting death. The man in fancy clothes stared at Su Yunfeng fiercely and said, Today, I will make you live a life worse than death. He just waved his hand, and the dozen or so people behind him immediately took action and quickly killed towards Su Yunfeng. I want to see whether your mouth is harder or my fist is harder. The man in fancy clothes snorted coldly, looking confident of victory. Lin Xian's face was cold, and she stood in front of Su Yunfeng holding the Wuji sword. Su Yunfeng grabbed her hand, then pulled her back and said, Senior sister, you don't need to deal with these rotten fish and shrimps, leave them to me. The next moment, his figure appeared like a ghost and rushed into the crowd. In an instant, screams were heard everywhere, and those disciples of Jianyuan Valley who came to kill were smashed to the ground like meteors. Court death. Seeing this, the man in gorgeous clothes shouted angrily, summoned a long sword and killed him. His aura was extremely powerful, far surpassing Wang Tang's, and he had reached the 7th level of Martial King. He was definitely one of the strongest among the younger generation. However, he didn't check the almanac before going out today and hit a wall. A long rainbow pierces the sun. The man in gorgeous clothes let out a long roar and slashed down with the sword in his hand swiftly. In an instant, a dazzling swordlight, as if it could pierce through the sun and the moon, slashed down towards Su Yunfeng with tremendous power. Faced with such a powerful attack, Su Yunfeng was not at all panicked. He is now at the 4th level of Martial Emperor, while the other party is only at the 7th level of Martial King. Their strengths are not at the same level at all. In the face of absolute strength, all fancy moves are in vain. Just as he was about to strike out with a powerful punch, Lin Xian behind him had already started moving. She was seen holding the Wuji sword, walking in the void, her fiery red skirt fluttering, her long hair dancing, and her beautiful face covered with a layer of cold frost. Sword falls, Fanghua. She just let out a delicate cry and quickly performed a sword move. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out instantly, and the entire space was shaking. It seemed that this world could not withstand such violent power. The wind was howling, and a dazzling sword light slashed across the sky. The man in gorgeous clothes' powerful attack, which was the most impressive of all, was completely overwhelmed by this move and was silently drowned out in the blink of an eye. The extremely sharp sword light swept across with undiminished power. The man in fancy clothes trembled suddenly, then looked down at his chest in disbelief. There was a neat wound there, penetrating his entire chest and back. You. He was extremely frightened, and as soon as he opened his mouth, blood kept gushing out. The man in the gorgeous clothes didn't say a word in the end. His body lost all vitality and fell straight to the ground. Humph, you dared to attack my junior brother, you deserve to die. Lin Xian's cold voice echoed between heaven and earth, like 10,000 years of ice, making people shiver. Su Yunfeng quickly flew over and said cheerfully, "Senior sister, since you are so powerful, can I lie down and do something?" Lin Xian rolled her eyes at him, pursed her lips and said, "It's not impossible." However, she suddenly changed the subject and said with a giggle, "Aren't you afraid that when you're old and your body is no longer useful, I'll find another man? Ha, then I'll just work hard on my training. I'll have to trouble senior sister." Su Yunfeng burst out laughing when he heard it. He was not interested in the green grassland-colored hat, and did not want to wear it. Stinky junior brother. Lin Xian's beautiful cheeks turned slightly red, and she was extremely embarrassed. She naturally understood what Su Yunfeng meant. His aptitude was poor, so ordinary cultivation was naturally not enough for him. He could only rely on some other more special techniques. For example, the most powerful method of proving the truth in the outer sect. It just so happens that she knows this kind of skill. Soon, the exit of the ruins opened and everyone flew out. Where's Wang Tang? Has anyone seen him? Zhao Wanzhong, the elder of Lingxiao sect, glanced at the disciples who had returned. There were 100 people when they went in, but only 90 when they came out, a decrease of 10 people. It is normal to lose a few disciples while exploring the ruins, but Wang Tang happened to be one of the 10 missing people. Zhao Wanzhong was quite familiar with Wang Tang's strength, and he was considered one of the best among his peers. Logically speaking, there should be no danger to life. However, Wang Tang did not come out until the space channel of the ruins was completely closed. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Zhao Wanzhong sighed slightly. Wang Tang was most likely killed in it. The sect had lost a young and powerful man. Everyone board the ship and prepare to return to the sect. Zhao Wanzhong waved his sleeves, and a flying boat quickly flew into the sky and then expanded rapidly. Just as everyone from Lingxiao sect was preparing to return to the sect, the elder of Jianyuan Valley flew over angrily and blocked their way. His sharp eyes instantly locked onto Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian. He angrily demanded, "You killed my disciples of Jianyuan Valley and you want to leave like this?" Chapter 62 Sect Leader Shinaoshui. Li Qingfeng, the battles between disciples in the ruins are all based on their own abilities. The fact that your Jianyuan Valley disciples were killed can only be attributed to their own weakness. As an elder, do you really want to interfere in the fights between the younger generation? Elder Zhao Wanzhong of Lingxiao sect raised his brows and said seriously. Zhao Wanzhong, you're talking without any hesitation, but do you know who they killed? Li Qingfeng from Jianyuan Valley gritted his teeth, his face terribly gloomy, and spoke fiercely with gnashing teeth and a look of burning anger. No matter who you are, you should have known before entering the ruins that once you're inside, it's up to you to accept your fate. Why are you coming to settle the score now? Zhao Wanzhong refused to give in and said with a slightly gloomy expression. It is inherently life-threatening for major sects to enter ruins or secret realms, and their lives and deaths are unpredictable. It is normal for disciples to fight with each other, and casualties are also common. How can it make sense for the elders to settle accounts with the younger generations after they are released? Isn't it that after beating the younger one, the older one comes, and after beating the older one comes? If that were the case, the entire cultivation world would have been in chaos long ago. There would be no stage for young people. They could just let the strongest old antique take action. I don't care, Zhao Wanzhong, we're old acquaintances. I won't make things difficult for you, but these two people must come with me. Li Qingfeng pointed at Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian in the crowd and said gloomily. Impossible. Zhao Wanzhong refused without even thinking. Not to mention that Lin Xian was the sect master's personal disciple, even if she was an ordinary outer disciple, he would not agree. Do you really think that the Lingxiao sect is easy to bully? Humph, Zhao Wanzhong, do you know who they killed? Li Qingfeng said angrily, they killed our valley master's most beloved youngest son. If you hand them over to me to take back, it will be fine. If you don't, my valley master will definitely come to your house in person to demand their return. Can you bear it then? Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian looked at each other. They never thought that the guy's identity was so special. He was the young master of Jianyuan Valley. Zhao Wanzhong frowned deeply. If it was an ordinary disciple, it would be fine. However, no one expected that the person who was killed was the most beloved youngest son of the master of Jianyuan Valley. This matter was beyond his scope of handling. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to hand over Lin Xian. If he let them take Lin Xian away, how would he explain to the sect leader when he returned? The sect leader would probably slap him to death. Thinking of this, Zhao Wanzhong's tone softened slightly, but he still said firmly, "I will report this matter to the sect master personally and ask the sect master to make the decision. As for asking me to hand over the person now, it is absolutely impossible." "Zhao Wanzhong, are you really going to be so stubborn?" Li Qingfeng was immediately furious. He had said all the nice things he could, but the other party was still stubborn and insisted on having his own way. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. In an instant, a powerful aura emanated from him, as if he was ready to start a war unless the person was handed over. "Zhao Wanzhong, let me ask you one last time, are you going to hand it over or not?" Li Qingfeng's face was ferocious, and he made up his mind to bring Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian back today. He was the person in charge of Jianyuan Valley this time. The young master died there, and he had an unshirkable responsibility. If he doesn't catch the murderer, how will he explain to the valley master? Snort! Zhao Wanzhong snorted coldly, and at the same time, a powerful aura burst out instantly. Without flinching, he shouted, "Li Qingfeng, you want to fight? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" At this time, Li Qingfeng was already blinded by anger. He took action directly and slapped Zhao Wanzhong. Zhao Wanzhong was not willing to be outdone and also slapped back. Bang! When their palms touched each other, a strong wind suddenly blew and the sky and earth changed color. The huge energy aftermath spread out in all directions at a rapid speed with the two of them as the center. The people below were blown to and fro by the powerful energy aftermath, like a small tree in a strong wind, which would be uprooted at any time. After one palm strike, the two men retreated 3 feet away. Obviously, the two men's strength is comparable, and neither can do anything to the other. "Zhao Wanzhong, you are so cruel. Just prepare to bear the valley master's wrath." Li Qingfeng's face was terribly gloomy, and he spoke angrily with hatred. He had already seen through it clearly. No matter what, Zhao Wanzhong would not hand over the person, and there was no point in fighting any further. Finally, he looked at Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian fiercely, his eyes filled with endless anger, then turned around unwillingly and left with the disciples of Jianyuan Valley. "You are a troublemaker, boy. When we return to the sect, come with me to see the sect master and wait for your punishment." Zhao Wanzhong glared at Su Yunfeng and said unhappily. This trip to the ancient ruins not only resulted in the loss of Wang Tang, but also provoked Jianyuan Valley. It was a double whammy. "Elder Zhao, actually I was the one who killed that man." Lin Xian stepped forward and said. Zhao Wanzhong sighed helplessly, "I received news that the sect leader has come out of seclusion. As for how to deal with this matter, it depends on her opinion." Afterwards, the group boarded the flying boat and flew towards Lingxiao sect. On the flying boat, Lin Xian said confidently, "Don't worry, junior brother, master loves me very much and will definitely not hand us over." Su Yunfeng naturally believed it, and he was thinking about something else now. Lin Xian's master is also Qiu Hanyue's master, so could she be that woman? If it was really that woman, wouldn't he have taken off on the spot? With the support of the leader of Lingxiao sect, he would have to work for hundreds of years less. Half a day later, everyone returned to Lingxiao sect. The main hall of Lingxiao sect. On the high throne of the patriarch, a woman in palace dress wearing a purple long skirt was leaning lazily. This is a woman of extreme beauty. Her beauty is so stunning that it can shame the moon and the flowers, and it is not enough to describe her beauty. Although she was sitting on the throne, it was difficult to conceal her graceful and proud perfect figure. She has thick black hair, which ends in an exquisite bun. Her long hair falls like a waterfall on her back and shoulders, and is extremely soft. The bright eyes, delicate nose, and rosy cherry lips are the most beautiful works of art in the world. There is not a trace of redundancy and it is so perfect that it is breathtaking. Just one look and you'll be hooked. Reporting to the sect master, we lost 10 disciples in this ancient ruins, including Wang Tang. Zhao Wanzhong lowered his head and bowed at the bottom of the hall. Explore secret realms, life and death are determined by fate. Shinaoshua's voice came slowly, elegant and pleasant, like the sound of an immortal, as if it carried a kind of magic that made people intoxicated. Wang Tang was injured, but the sect leader did not blame him. Zhao Wanqing felt a little relieved, and then he spoke again. Master, there's another important matter. Our disciples killed the most beloved youngest son of the master of Jianyuan Valley in the ruins. They want us to hand over the murderer. What do you think? He didn't say anything else, and the next decision was in the hands of sect leader Shen Aoshui. Sitting on the sect leader's throne, Shen Aoshui's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly. Jianyuan Valley is very powerful and is not inferior to Lingxiao sect. Now, the disciples of Lingxiao sect killed the son of the master of Jianyuan Valley. This matter can be a big deal or a small one. If it is not handled properly, it will lead to a war between the two sects. Shen Aoshui's expression turned serious, and she asked in a deep voice, who killed him? Chapter 63 Sect Leader, men and women should not intimate each other. Zhao Wanzhong didn't dare to look up, and answered cautiously, it's Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian. When she heard Su Yunfeng's name, Shen Aoshui couldn't help but frown, and a look of deep surprise flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. The last time she returned to the sect from Pingwu Mountain, she gave instructions on some things and went into seclusion to recuperate, not knowing that Su Yunfeng had already entered the sect. At this time, Zhao Wanzhong called Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian in. The two walked side by side. Since Su Yunfeng entered the hall, his eyes were fixed on Shen Aoshui on the high platform, because those eyes were too familiar. After all, they had been in close contact for 3 hours, he would not make a mistake. Shen Aoshui is the woman who lifted her skirt and refused to admit it. More importantly, this woman is actually a person with golden destiny. Su Yunfeng almost couldn't control his emotions and cheered on the spot. System, bind her. Without any hesitation, he directly ordered the system in his mind to bind Shen Aoshui. A few seconds later, the prompt sound of successful system binding rang in his mind. Ding! Binding successful. Name, Shen Aoshui. Cultivation, Martial Emperor 9th level peak. Constitution, Ice Divine Body unawakened. After the binding was successful, Su Yunfeng felt very happy. Suddenly I feel that the golden destiny person is not particularly difficult to find. Look, all the people with golden destiny are gathered here. The moment Su Yunfeng entered the hall, Shen Aoshui's eyes were instantly locked on him. A complex emotion flashed in the depths of her eyes. She never expected that Su Yunfeng would actually enter the sect. The moment their eyes met, Shen Aoshui's gaze narrowed slightly, and her sharp eyes made Su Yunfeng unable to help but lower his head. Greetings, Sect Master. Su Yunfeng bowed his head and called out respectfully. Shen Aoshui nodded slightly, then looked at them and asked with her red lips slightly parted, did you kill Li Jianyuan's youngest son? Master, I was the one who killed that man. It has nothing to do with me. If you want to punish someone, punish me alone. Lin Xian stood up directly and protected Su Yunfeng behind her, as if she was afraid that her master would hand him over. Shen Aoshui's eyes flickered slightly and glanced at Lin Xian. She had never expected that the always arrogant third disciple would actually care so much about an outer disciple and stand up to take the punishment for him. One is her direct disciple, the other is her. Even if Li Jianyuan came to her house in person to ask for the person, she would not hand him over. She simply said, Li Jianyuan's son is not as skilled as others, so just kill him. Lin Xian chuckled when she heard this, Master is the best to me. Master, Jianyuan Valley will definitely not give up. What do you think? Should we make some preparations? Zhao Wanzhong said worriedly. Jianyuan Valley is not a small sect. If they really send troops to punish the culprit, there might be a major friction between the two sections. The best way to be safe is to make preparations as early as possible. No need. Isn't it just killing his son? It's not a big deal. Does Li Jianyuan still want to start a sect war? Shen Aoshui waved her hand lightly, not looking worried at all. Yes. Zhao Wanzhong clasped his fists in response and said, the sect leader is not in a hurry, so why should he, an elder, be in a hurry? All right, all of you leave. Su Yunfeng stays. Shen Aoshui spoke lazily. Junior brother, don't be nervous. Master is very easy to get along with. I'm leaving first. Lin Xian approached Su Yunfeng and whispered. Su Yunfeng nodded slightly, thank you for the reminder, senior sister. After everyone else in the hall left, the place fell into silence for a while. On the throne, Shen Aoshui moved her graceful figure slightly, and her slender legs crossed and exchanged positions. Su Yunfeng swallowed secretly, his heart was in turmoil. He didn't know what Shen Aoshui wanted to do by keeping him here. If he is forced to do so again, will you resist? Forget it, she is so powerful, there is no point in resisting, I might as well just bear it. Why, you have nothing to say when you see me? At this time, Xiaoxue spoke lightly, looking down at Su Yunfeng calmly. Ahem. Su Yunfeng cleared his throat, then looked up and stared at the flawless Xiaoxue. He secretly took a deep breath, mustered up the courage and said, "You can do it again." Before he could finish his words, he was instantly suppressed by a huge force. Xiaoxue's beautiful eyes became extremely cold, like two sharp swords pointing at Su Yunfeng's eyebrows. You asked me to tell you, but you didn't want to hear it after I told you. Su Yunfeng was not worried that Xiaoxue would kill him. After all, she didn't do anything to him when she was angry, let alone at this time. If you dare to mention that again, I will kill you right now. Xiaoxue spoke coldly and aggressively. Okay, I won't tell you. Faced with Xiaoxue, who was much stronger than him, Su Yunfeng had no choice but to surrender. Then, he felt the powerful pressure on his body recede quickly like a tide. Come here. After letting go of Su Yunfeng, Xiaoxue shouted softly. How could Su Yunfeng dare to disobey? He walked over quickly and happily. When he was 2 meters away from Xiaoxue, Su Yunfeng stopped. Looking at Xiaoxue's face up close, the only word to describe it is shocking. At this moment, Su Yunfeng couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He wanted to announce it loudly to the whole world. Did you see it? I am Xiaoxue's man. Xiaoxue frowned slightly and said with some dissatisfaction, Why are you standing so far away? I won't eat you. Come closer. Su Yunfeng took another step forward. At this time, the distance between the two was less than 1 meter. He could even clearly smell the faint fragrance that belonged only to Xiaoxue in the air. Closer. Xiaoxue's voice reached his ears again, causing him to widen his eyes immediately. He looked at the beautiful Xiaoxue so close to him in disbelief. Why, haven't you seen enough? Do you want me to dig out your eyeballs and hang them on me so you can see enough? Xiaoxue raised her eyebrows slightly and spoke slowly. That's not necessary. Just record 2 photostones for me. Su Yunfeng blurted out without even thinking. As soon as he said this, he knew it was over. Sure enough, Xiaoxue quickly stretched out a crystal-clear jade palm, grabbed his chin, and pulled him forward. The distance between them was so close that he could even feel the heat of her breath hitting his face. Gurgle gurgle. Su Yunfeng's throat rolled and he swallowed hard, not knowing whether it was because he was scared or for some other reason. He's quite handsome. Suddenly, Xiaoxue moved her red lips and said these words. Su Yunfeng was completely dumbfounded. He had no idea what Xiaoxue was thinking. Now he is like a lamb being targeted by a hungry wolf. He has no way to resist and feels like a helpless prey. This is not Xiaoxue's fault. When she was poisoned, she didn't look carefully in a hurry. Later, because she was depressed and angry, she didn't look at it carefully either. Now that I have the chance, I naturally have to take a closer look. After a moment, she let go of Su Yunfeng's chin, sat on the throne and stretched. Su Yunfeng's eyes widened at the incomparable beauty. I'm a little tired, can you massage my shoulders? Xiaoxue leaned against the spacious throne for the clan leader, her long legs crossed, one hand supporting her crystal-clear, round chin, and spoke in a lazy yet slightly enchanting tone. Click. Su Yunfeng's heart beat violently. It was as if his heartstrings were being plucked by a pair of gentle and delicate hands. Master, no, that's not right. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Su Yunfeng spoke cautiously. Use this to test the willpower of the old cadres to suppress AK? Chapter 64 Disciple-S skills are first-rate. Really? I was thinking, there must be plenty of people willing to give me a shoulder massage. Xiaoxue closed her eyes slightly and spoke slowly. Her words were filled with a comfortable laziness and charm, and coupled with her current posture, she looked like a complete queen. Master, I have received professional training and my massage skills are top-notch. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Damn, this woman was actually threatening him. Damn it, he just fell for it. Is there any way? Let us get started. Su Yunfeng swallowed his saliva, walked behind Xiaoxue, and took 2 deep breaths. I secretly encouraged myself in my heart. I have seen many storms before. It's just a shoulder massage. Why should I be so nervous about such a small thing? He nervously raised his trembling hands, hesitated for a long time, and finally placed them gently on the smooth and delicate shoulders. Hiss. At this moment, Su Yunfeng's heart was beating so hard that it seemed like it was about to jump out of his throat. This feeling. It's cold, but my heart is flying. As smooth as silk, softer than water. Feeling Su Yunfeng's slightly trembling palm, Shen Aoshua's mouth corners slightly raised a faint arc. After his emotions calmed down a little, Su Yunfeng moved his 10 fingers slightly and began to knead gently. He used very little force, for fear of hurting Shen Aoshua's fair and delicate skin. Haven't you eaten yet? Try harder. At this time, Shen Aoshue closed her eyes and spoke lightly. Upon hearing this, Su Yunfeng increased his strength slightly. Every time he pinched it, a faint white mark would be left on the tender skin. When he released his fingers, the white mark would disappear silently. The whole process is an extreme enjoyment and torture. After 2 full hours, Shen Aoshue nodded in satisfaction and said, "Nice technique. Where did you learn it?" Nanxian Technical School. Su Yunfeng made up a place at random. What kind of place is this? The name sounds strange. Shen Aoshue said with a slight frown. She was also a powerful person and knowledgeable, but she had never heard of such a sect. Sect master, something terrible has happened. At this moment, an anxious voice came from outside the hall. Su Yunfeng felt dizzy and fell to the ground in the next second. When he looked again, he had been thrown into the hall by Shen Aoshue. Fuck, this woman turns her back on me. Su Yunfeng quickly got up from the ground and brushed off the dust on his body. Sitting on the throne of the sect leader, Shen Aoshue had regained his usual superior and majestic appearance, without any trace of the demeanor he had just had. At the same time, Elder Zhao Wanzhong rushed in, his face filled with anxiety, and said, "Sect master, something terrible has happened." Shen Aoshue frowned, glanced at Zhao Wanzhong with her beautiful eyes, and said coldly, "How can you be so flustered? I heard your voice from so far away." Zhao Wanzhong immediately lowered his head and thought to himself, "I didn't offend you." However, as a seasoned veteran, he knew what he had to do and immediately pleaded guilty. "Master, please calm down. Master, please calm down. Tell me, what's the matter?" Shen Aoshue said. Zhao Wanzhong's face showed anxiety, and he said, "Master, Jianyuan Valley Master Li Jianyuan has come to visit us personally." "Humph, it's no big deal. I want to see what Li Jianyuan can do." As she spoke, she stood up from the clan leader's throne, her purple skirt moving slightly, revealing her perfect figure. "Su Yunfeng, you go with me." Shen Aoshue looked at Su Yunfeng and spoke coldly, without any trace of her previous expression. "Yes, sect master." Su Yunfeng responded respectfully. Lingxiao sect, outside the mountain gate. Li Jianyuan's face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot, and his eyes were filled with boundless anger. His most beloved youngest son was actually killed by people from Lingxiao sect in the ancient ruins. When he learned the news, he exploded on the spot and immediately called on all the elders and disciples to attack Lingxiao sect. Today, he will not give up unless Lingxiao sect gives an explanation. Not long after, Shen Aoshue arrived at the sect gate, followed by a group of Lingxiao sect elders. When he saw Shen Aoshue, a hint of heat flashed in the depths of Li Jianyuan's eyes, but he quickly hid it. "Sect Master Shen, are you aware that a disciple of your Lingxiao sect killed my son?" Li Jianyuan was furious and started to question loudly, his words full of gunpowder. "I know how to do it, and I don't know how to do it. Your son was killed because he was not as skilled as others. What are you trying to do by coming to my Lingxiao sect with such fanfare today?" Shen Aoshue's voice was icy cold, yet it revealed an unquestionable majesty and dominance. Li Jianyuan choked. He didn't expect Shen Aoshue's attitude to be so sharp. "Hand over the murderer of my son. I, Li Jianyuan, will forgive this matter. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Li Jianyuan's eyes were cold and he spoke viciously. He was now filled with anger but had nowhere to vent it. "Ha, Li Jianyuan, I'm afraid you haven't understood the situation. This is Lingxiao sect, my territory. You think this is your Jianyuan Valley? How dare you be so arrogant? Aren't you afraid of getting your tongue bitten? I advise you to get out of here before I lose my temper." Shen Aoshue shouted coldly, her words were cold and majestic, without mercy, and she did not give him any face just because he was the master of Jianyuan Valley. Li Jianyuan felt like he was slapped hard in the face. "You are the leader of Lingxiao sect, and I am the leader of Jianyuan Valley. Our strengths are similar. How dare you not give me face?" His face was filled with anger and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. "Shen Aoshue, do you really want to make enemies with Jian Yuangu for the sake of 2 ordinary disciples? Xiaoxue laughed secretly. Are they ordinary disciples? Even if they were ordinary disciples, from her point of view, it would be impossible for them to hand them over, not to mention that Su Yunfeng and Lin Xiyan were not ordinary disciples at all. Asking her to hand over someone is simply a daydream. No way. If you want to fight, then fight. Do you think my Lingxiao sect is afraid of you? Although Xiaoxue's voice sounded pleasant, it was extremely cold at this moment, like an iceberg that had been frozen for thousands of years. At the same time, a biting chill emanated from her body, causing the elders standing behind her to stiffen. The elders who knew her knew that Xiaoxue was serious and would not give in at all. However, this is the responsibility of being the sect leader. If a sect leader cannot even protect his disciples, he is unfit to be a sect leader. Good. Li Jianyuan's face was fierce, and he shouted sinisterly, I've long wanted to see Sect Master Shen's skills. As he spoke, he had already taken action. Clang! A loud sword sound shook the whole area. A crimson long sword appeared above his head. As his hand gestures changed, the crimson long sword moved instantly with a hum sound, then rapidly enlarged, reaching a length of 40 feet in the blink of an eye. One sword opens the gate of heaven. Li Jianyuan shouted loudly, raised his hands above his head, slammed his palms together, and then chopped down fiercely. The 40-foot-long red sword in the void slashed down toward Xiaoxue as easily as using one's arm. Chapter 65, Sect Leader, It's getting dark, time to go to bed. The crimson sword light that shot up into the sky illuminated the entire sky, more dazzling than the sun. Endless and magnificent sword energy spread out, and wherever the sword passed, the void trembled violently, as if it was about to be split in half. This attack is absolutely powerful. Facing this powerful attack, there was no trace of panic on Xiaoxue's beautiful face. She took a step forward, and the next moment, as if teleporting, her graceful figure appeared in the sky. Her face was cold, her purple clothes were fluttering, her hair was flying, and an unparalleled aura emanated from her and reached the sky. At this moment, Xiaoxue was like a peerless female war goddess. Confident and domineering. Clang! The sword is unsheathed. A transparent long sword was quietly suspended beside Xiaoxue. Su Yunfeng's eyes focused, it turned out to be an ice sword. At this moment, with the appearance of this ice sword, the temperature of the surrounding space dropped sharply, as if one had suddenly arrived in the snowy mountains. The elders had been prepared and had raised the protective barrier early to isolate themselves from the biting cold. Only Su Yunfeng was shivering from the cold and couldn't help shaking. In the sky, Xiaoxue slowly stretched out her fair jade hand and grasped the hilt of the ice sword. Boom! The moment it touched the hilt of the sword, a huge energy wave spread out with Xiaoxue as the center. Her entire aura suddenly became extremely sharp and powerful. She just raised the ice sword in her hand slightly and slashed towards the falling red sword light. In an instant, a huge icy sword energy broke through the sky and rushed forward to meet it. Bang! The two sword energies, one red and one white, collided, making a deafening sound. This time Su Yunfeng learned his lesson and blocked his hearing early, so his ears were not hurt by the loud noise. After one move, Xiaoxue and Li Jianyuan moved at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. The two men's fighting movements were so fast that their shadows could not be seen at all. All you could hear were the bang-bang sounds and brilliant rays of light. Su Yunfeng was fascinated by what he saw and secretly yearned for it in his heart. This was a true strong man. Bang! The two men exchanged fierce palm strikes in the air. Li Jianyun was forcibly pushed back 10 feet, while Xiaoxue stood proudly in the air without moving. Puff! Li Jianyuan's face flushed, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of bright red blood. After all, Xiaoxue is stronger than the other two. Li Jianyuan was secretly surprised. Rumor has it that Xiaoxue's cultivation has stagnated for many years and even shows signs of regression. This is also the reason why he dared to mobilize a large army to punish the culprit. In the early years, the two of them had similar levels of cultivation, and after years of hard work, he had taken a small step forward. Xiaoxue's cultivation level has regressed instead of improved. Logically speaking, he should be able to suppress the other party easily. However, after the two of them fought, he realized that he was totally wrong. Xiaoxue's cultivation level had not regressed at all. It had clearly improved much more than his. He was no match for her at all. Li Jianyuan was filled with rage and had come to find the other party to ask for an explanation, but ended up getting slapped in the face. It's really unpleasant to feel like asking to be beaten. Still fighting? I'll fight you till the end. Xiaoxue lightly slashed the ice sword in her hand and looked at Li Jianyuan coldly and domineeringly. Li Jianyuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said sternly with a gloomy face, "Xiaoxue, don't be complacent. I admit defeat today. When the 9-sex battle comes, I will definitely avenge this. I'm not afraid of you." Xiaoxue said this coldly, as if she was ready to fight again if she didn't agree. Li Jianyuan glanced at Su Yunfeng viciously, with 2 rays of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Xiaoxue flashed back in front of Su Yunfeng, blocking Li Jianyuan's sight just right. "I'll give you 3 breaths to get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." The ice sword in Xiaoxue's hand was pointed at Li Jianyuan from a distance, and her face was covered with a thick layer of ice. "You're so cruel. Let's go." Li Jianyuan did not stay any longer and left in disgrace with his large army. They came with a large army and left in disgrace, which perfectly illustrates what it means to bully the weak and fear the strong. If Xiaoxue was weaker than him today, I'm afraid even the ox would look up at the sky. "Everyone is gone, Su Yunfeng, follow me." Xiaoxue waved her sleeves and flew towards the back mountain with Su Yunfeng in her arms. Lingxiao sacked, back mountain. There is a very large courtyard here, which is where Xiaoxue usually lives and meditates. Xiaoxue kicked the door open casually and lay down on the soft couch, relaxing her whole body and breathing a sigh of relief. Su Yunfeng stood at the door, not knowing whether to go in or leave, and was in a dilemma. "What are you standing there for? Come in quickly." Xiaoxue was lying face down on the couch with her back up, her slender waist and perfect back fully exposed, which made Su Yunfeng's blood boil. Su Yunfeng secretly despised himself. "We have all been through this, so why is our resistance still so low?" He secretly took a deep breath, tried his best not to look at things that he shouldn't look at, and tried his best to keep his mind calm. Gradually, the boiling blood slowly returned to normal. "I'm tired of beating you, give me a pinch." Just when Su Yunfeng had finally overcome the distracting thoughts in his mind, Xiaoxue's soft and charming voice once again pulled him into the abyss. "Master, how about you turn over?" Xiaoxue looked at Su Yunfeng from the side with cold eyes, and let out a long hum sound from her throat. Su Yunfeng suddenly shuddered and immediately woke up. He wanted to slap himself twice. Why couldn't he control his mouth when he saw Xiaoxue? "Damn it, I'll die from this mouth sooner or later." "Pinch, pinch, disciple will pinch right away." Su Yunfeng sat on the edge of the couch, then put his hands on Xiaoxue's shoulders, and moved his 10 fingers together, gently massaging, slowly moving downwards. Of course, he still followed the rules and only massaged his shoulders and back. He didn't dare to go beyond the line. He was also afraid of being slapped to death. Perhaps she was really tired, and before she knew it, Xiaoxue fell asleep. Su Yunfeng found a thin blanket and gently covered her with it. There was no sound in the room, and it fell into silence. Only Xiaoxue's slow and long breathing could be heard. Su Yunfeng sat quietly beside him, admiring this face that captivated everyone, and unconsciously revealed a smug smile. It would be worth dying to have a woman like this. 3 hours later, the sun had set and Xiaoxue finally woke up. As soon as I opened my eyes, I met a pair of burning eyes. "Does it look good?" Xiaoxue asked. "It looks good." Su Yunfeng answered without hesitation. "Have you seen enough?" Xiaoxue asked again. Su Yunfeng couldn't bear to blink, and shook his head firmly. "No, I wouldn't be able to see enough even if I watched it for a lifetime, even 10 lifetimes. "Smooth talk." Xiaoxue snorted, and a faint blush flashed across her cheeks. She sat up from the couch and stretched her body, giving Su Yunfeng another feast for the eyes. I almost stood up and saluted on the spot. "Master, it's getting dark, it's time to go to bed." Su Yunfeng stared at Xiaoxue with burning eyes and said. Chapter 66. As long as you are brave, the leader will be given maternity leave. "Master, it's getting dark, it's time to go to bed." Su Yunfeng stared at Xiaoxue with burning eyes and said. Xiaoxue raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly, and a questioning look flashed across her eyes as she glanced sideways at Su Yunfeng. "Damn it! Totally spicy." Accidentally revealing the true inner thoughts. Su Yunfeng was startled, his heart pounding. He immediately explained, "Master, don't misunderstand me. Actually, this is a short form of I should go back to sleep, commonly known as concentrated essence." Xiaoxue narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Su Yunfeng, which made him feel uneasy. Su Yunfeng coughed twice, embarrassed, and said shyly, "Of course, if the sect master needs a bed warmer, I would also be happy to." Ah! Bang! Before he could finish his words, he was thrown out of the room and covered in dust. Xiaoxue crossed her smooth, white arms over her chest, her graceful body leaning against the doorframe as she chuckled twice. "You're quite brave." Su Yunfeng got up from the ground, patted the dirt off his body, and said with a smile, "We have a famous saying there, Master, do you want to listen to it?" Xiaoxue smiled and asked curiously, "What famous saying?" "The famous saying is, as long as you are brave enough, the sect leader will give you maternity leave," Su Yunfeng said loudly. Xiaoxue's beautiful face flushed again, she snorted twice and said disdainfully, "Can you do it? Isn't it clear to the sect master whether I can do it or not?" Su Yunfeng smiled meaningfully. However, the next moment, he was blown away by a palm force. "Master, why did you hit me again?" Su Yunfeng felt unwell. This woman always commits domestic violence. When he becomes more powerful, he will definitely teach her a lesson. "Because your laughter sounds strange." Xiaoxue giggled. Su Yunfeng was speechless. "Well, your cultivation is stronger than mine, so whatever you say is what it is, and my direct rebuttal is useless." Then Xiaoxue carried him back to the outer disciples area and warned him again that he would be castrated if he dared to reveal a single word. Su Yunfeng immediately patted his chest and promised that he would keep his mouth shut and not reveal a single word. Who is crazy enough to say even half a word? When I returned to my yard, it was already completely dark. As soon as I opened the door, a figure rushed over, bringing with it a familiar fragrance. "Senior sister." Su Yunfeng was startled and immediately caught Lin Xian's light and delicate body. "Junior brother, I will supervise your training. How can you tolerate this?" The next day, Su Yunfeng opened the door refreshed and stretched himself. "It feels really good to practice lying down." At this moment, a graceful figure in white floated down into the yard. It was Chiu Hongyue, who had not been seen for a few days. "Junior brother, are you okay?" Chiu Hongyue learned yesterday that Jian Yuangu was causing trouble, and she has been worried ever since. It was not until the people from Jianyuan Valley withdrew that he felt relieved after seeing that Su Yunfeng was fine. "I had originally planned to go talk to Su Yunfeng, but he was taken away by my master." This time, her heart, which had been at ease, was lifted up again. Because she was afraid that it was her master who would punish Su Yunfeng. She waited here for a long time yesterday afternoon, but did not see Su Yunfeng come back. She left only after dark. She came again this morning and happened to see Su Yunfeng opening the door. "I'm fine." "I'm sorry to have worried you, senior sister." Su Yunfeng replied with a smile, a warm feeling flowing through his heart. After getting his answer, Chiu Hongyue finally felt relieved. Lin Xian's heart was pounding in the room. She hid herself tightly in the quilt, not daring to make any sound. "It's all because of my junior brother's sudden surge in combat power. It used to take 3 hours, but yesterday it took him 4 hours." She was now afraid that Chiu Hongyue would come in and discover the relationship between her and Su Yunfeng. At the door, Su Yunfeng smiled and said, "Senior sister, let's talk while we walk." Chiu Honyue's eyes curved up, and she was obviously very happy. She hadn't spoken to Su Yunfeng for several days and was getting impatient. Then, the two of them walked side by side, walking aimlessly. It's not called aimless, right? This evil villain Su Yunfeng specifically hides in some deserted woods. Only after sensing that the two had left did Lin Xian breathe a sigh of relief. She quickly dressed and fled, fearing that she would be ambushed. At the same time, the approved disciple area is a cave for retreat. Chen Gang and Wang Lingshan stood respectfully outside the door, waiting for the important person inside to come out. Not long after, the door of the cave opened automatically, and a majestic breath instantly gushed out from it. Chen Gang and Wang Lingshan's bodies swayed constantly under this force, like saplings in the wind. After a moment, the aura retreated silently, and the two men regained their balance and breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, a tall and straight figure slowly walked out of the cave. This man has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and is extraordinarily handsome. At first glance, he is the image of a tall, rich and handsome man in a cool novel. Congratulations, Senior Brother Shen, for breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm. Wang Lingshan hurriedly walked up to him, her face full of joy. The higher Shenixing's cultivation level, the easier it would be for her to take revenge. Chen Gang next to him also immediately complimented him. Congratulations, Senior Brother, your cultivation has reached a new level. At this time, Chen Gang's face was full of flattering smiles, just like a dog, doing his best to please his master. Ha! Why aren't Wang Tong and Wang Ba here? Shenixing's face darkened slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. It was such a big deal that he was released from prison, but none of his subordinates showed up. They should be punished. Wang Ba and my brother were both killed. Wang Lingshan lowered her head and spoke with tears in her eyes, her heart filled with sadness. Who did this? They even dared to kill my people. Do they want to die? A sharp cold light flashed in Shenixing's eyes, and a cold murderous intent rose from his body. Everyone in the entire sect knew who Shenixing was, yet there were still people who dared to touch his people. They were simply courting death. It was done by outer disciple Su Yunfeng. Wang Lingshan said bitterly, her eyes filled with resentment. Outer sect disciple Su Yunfeng? Shenixing frowned slightly. He had never heard of Su Yunfeng's name. The key point was that he was only an outer disciple. It goes without saying that Wang Ba's cultivation is low, but Wang Tang's cultivation is at the 5th level of Wuzong, and he is considered a pretty strong man among the younger generation of the sect. How could he be killed by an outer disciple? What exactly happened? Shenixing was not in a hurry to seek revenge, but wanted to find out the specific situation of Su Yunfeng. Don't fight an unprepared battle. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. He, Shenixing, is not the kind of fool who has no brains and acts rashly. Su Yunfeng is a new outer disciple. Chen Gang was better informed. He began to tell the story about Su Yunfeng, telling everything he knew, and even exaggerated some things he didn't know. Shenixing's sword-like brows immediately stood up, and he said domineeringly, he is so lawless just because of the support of a mere inner-sect elder. Today, I will teach him a lesson. Where does he live? Take me there. I want to see what makes him so arrogant. Brother, please follow me. Chen Gang had already figured out Su Yunfeng's address, and was waiting for Shenixing to come out and kill him. Chapter 67 The embarrassed Qiu Hongyue. Chen Gang led the way in front. Shenixing and Wang Lingshan followed closely behind him. Not long. The three of them arrived at Su Yunfeng's residence. Su Yunfeng, come out and die. Chen Gang returned to his usual arrogant and domineering self. His backstage is here. Are you still afraid of a mere Su Yunfeng? Today, Su Yunfeng can't escape even if he has wings. If you can't kill him, beat him to death. Until beaten to death. Chen Gang has been patient for a long time. I have long wanted revenge. He stood in the air with his hands folded across his chest, looking down with a sneer. However, shouted for a long time. There was no response from the yard. Chen Gang suddenly became furious and kicked the door with murderous intent. With a bang. The door made a loud bang due to the strong force. At the same time, Chen Gang's arrogant roar was heard. Su Yunfeng, get out here and die. But there was no other voice in the room except Chen Gang's own. Look forward. There is no trace of Su Yunfeng. The little bastard isn't here. Chen Gang gritted his teeth and snorted viciously. I was filled with indignation. Originally, he wanted to suppress Su Yunfeng with force. It turned out that guy was not there. All in vain. Hateful. Chen Gang turned around and walked towards Shenixing with his back bent. His attitude was extremely respectful and completely different from just now. Brother, that boy is not here. Wang Lingshan's expression darkened. He came here with full of hatred to seek revenge, but his enemy was not there. There is a powerless feeling like punching cotton. There is indescribable resentment in my heart. Brother Shen, that little bastard will definitely be back soon. We'll just wait here and wait for him to fall into our trap. Wang Lingshan suddenly had an idea and suggested. Shenixing nodded. Then it landed in the yard. Sitting on a stone bench. He wanted to see what kind of person Su Yunfeng was. At this time, Su Yunfeng didn't know that someone had come to cause trouble. He was arguing with Qiu Hongyue in the grove. Don't get me wrong. It's not a tug or a pull. Senior sister, this is the lifeline, this is the career line, this is the love line. Su Yunfeng was using the limited palm print knowledge he had in his previous life to fool Qiu Hongyue. He lifted Qiu Hongyue's hand with his left hand. His right hand gently stroked the lines on her palm. Hiss. Senior sister's hands are really soft and tender. It's really hard to put it down. Su Yunfeng's heart was moved. He can play with Qiu Hongyue's little hands for the rest of his life. The tips of Qiu Hongyue's ears are red. It seems like blood is about to drip out. Extremely shy. A pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with water and a thin mist. My little heart was beating fast. Junior brother is so bad. But a sweet feeling rose in my heart again. Although extremely embarrassed. But he didn't take his hand back. Instead, he let Su Yunfeng watch and play with it. Senior sister, look, your emotional line is very long and deep. Based on my many years of experience, you will soon meet your destined Prince Charming. Su Yunfeng savored the silky feel. While talking nonsense. Yeah? Qiu Honyue spoke softly. Her eyes flickered slightly, and her voice was filled with shyness and joy. Her peach blossom eyes curved slightly into beautiful crescents. It can be seen that she was happy from the bottom of her heart at this moment. Of course. When has my junior brother ever lied to you? Let's not talk about the distant past, but I can still guess a little about the recent events. According to my speculation, senior sister will soon face a romantic disaster. He simply translated the old beggar's words and turned them into his own speculation. It's all made up anyway. Anyway, it's all to make Qiu Honyue happy. Just grab and touch it by the way, of course, whatever comes to mind. As long as senior sister is happy, let him hold her hand more often. Oh? Junior brother, can you tell where that person is? Su Yunfeng was stunned when he heard this. He looked up at Qiu Honyue in surprise. In his impression, Qiu Honyue doesn't seem like the type of person who would ask such a question. Why did you change your personality today? Bold? Meeting Su Yunfeng's gaze. Qiu Honyue quickly lowered her head shyly. I didn't dare to look him in the eye. Senior sister, that person is in the sect, do you believe it? Su Yunfeng stared at the extremely embarrassed Qiu Honyue and said softly. This moment. He had a strong urge to unveil her. Qiu Honyue nodded. He whispered, I believe it. Senior sister, I said that person is right here. Here. Senior sister, come here quickly. Just when Su Yunfeng was about to express his feelings. From the nearby woods came the excited voice of a male disciple. Immediately following, the voice of a female disciple was heard again. The woman said coquettishly, Junior brother, you were so mean to bring me to a place like this. Ah, don't worry, senior sister, it's very safe here. Normally, no one comes here. The male disciple laughed. Oh, junior brother, you are so bad. The sound that followed was unbearable, absolutely unbearable. Qiu Hongyue's head was almost buried in her chest. Su Yunfeng secretly cursed his bad luck. Oh shit. There are actually people farming in such a remote place. Hateful. You disturbed me and my senior sister from playing house. Senior sister, let's go. I can't stay here any longer. He took Qiu Hongyue's hand and left. After taking a few steps, he stopped again. He shouted towards the woods over there, the sect master is here. The power of this voice is extraordinary. The two people over there were completely confused. Suddenly there was a rustling sound in the woods. Two figures ran away in panic. Su Yunfeng laughed out loud. He took Qiu Hongyue's hand and flew away. Ha, I'll let you disturb me and my senior sister while I'm playing. I can't scare you to death, little brother. Su Yunfeng's mood suddenly became better. The two ran for some distance before stopping. Junior brother, you are so bad. Under the thin veil, there was a shy smile on Qiu Hongyue's lips. Only. The moment I said this, I knew something was wrong. Just now. In that woods. The woman said the same thing. Don't worry, it's very safe here. Normally, no one comes here. Su Yunfeng lowered his head slightly and leaned close to Qiu Hongyue's ear with a wicked smile. Just add the next sentence to her. Swish. The tips of Qiu Hongyue's ears suddenly turned red. This moment. Her heart felt like it was about to jump out. Qiu Hongyue's eyes were full of panic. He stammered, Master, junior brother, I still have things to do. I'll go back first. After saying this, he didn't even dare to look at Su Yunfeng and flew away in panic. Looking at Xiao Hongyue's receding figure, Su Yunfeng raised the corner of his mouth. He chuckled and said, "Senior sister is still too thin-skinned." When he had nothing to do, he went to the Dan Hall. "I haven't seen Li Yifeng for a few days, so I have to come and show my presence." "Junior brother, you are here." It's still that beautiful senior sister from the Dan Hall. He saw Su Yunfeng from afar and came out to greet him. Su Yunfeng laughed heartily and said, "I haven't seen you for a few days. Senior sister has become even more beautiful and charming." Junior brother is really good at talking." Senior sister Dan Tang giggled. "Junior brother, Elder Li specifically instructed me to do this. From now on, coming to Dan Tang will be like coming home. There will be no restrictions." Senior sister Dan Tang said. Ever since Elder Li told her this, she just knew it. This outer disciple is not simple. So, the attitude is more respectful than before. Su Yunfeng nodded upon hearing this. It's really nice to have a cheap godfather. Not only did he have someone to support him, but other aspects of his life also became much smoother. This is the benefit of having someone behind you. Those outer disciples without any background are still struggling. And he has already embarked on a smooth road. "Okay, senior sister, you go ahead and do your thing. I'll go in and look for Elder Li. I almost let the cat out of the bag, luckily I braked in time." He shouldn't have revealed his relationship with Li Yifeng. It would be more appropriate for Li Yifeng to say it. If he spread the news everywhere, it would inevitably leave a bad impression on Li Yifeng. They think he is too frivolous and ostentatious. Sometimes, that's just how you deal with people. It's obviously the fact. But, it just can't come out of your mouth. "Brother, please do as you please." Senior sister Dan Tang said with a smile. Only after Su Yunfeng left did the senior sister from the Dan Hall cover her chest with her hands. My heart was beating thump, thump non-stop. Although Su Yunfeng changed his words in time just now. But you can figure it out with a little thought. So the elder and the junior fellow have that kind of relationship, no wonder. Senior sister Dan Tang thought secretly in her heart. We must be more respectful to Su Yunfeng in the future. Maybe I can get some support from this person. Come on. Effort. Chapter 68. Throughout the entire sect, Su Yunfeng can walk sideways. Meetings, Godfather. In the inner courtyard of Dan Hall, Su Yunfeng met Li Yifeng and bowed deeply to him. "Are you willing to come and see me?" Li Yifeng had a kind smile on his face, but he spoke in a cold tone. Su Yunfeng cried out that he was wronged. "It's unfair, Godfather. I just came out of the ancient ruins yesterday. You should know everything that happened afterwards. The sect master didn't give you any trouble, did he?" Li Yifeng was of course joking with him, but he was still a little worried because he was taken away by the sect leader yesterday. "No, the sect master is very kind to me. He also told me to work hard and strive to be promoted to an inner disciple as soon as possible." Of course, Su Yunfeng couldn't say that he helped the sect leader with a massage, so he just made it up. "Well, I'm glad I didn't embarrass you." Li Yifeng nodded, then asked, "What did you gain from this trip to the ancient ruins?" Hearing Li Yifeng ask this, Su Yunfeng slapped his forehead fiercely. "It's really a big gain." Then, he quickly took out the body of the demon dragon. As for the demon pill, he had already given it to Lin Xian. He also received a hundredfold return from the system and obtained a true dragon demon pill. He didn't intend to let anyone know about the true dragon demon pill. After all, the origin of this thing is unclear. The demon dragon swallowed him at the beginning. Fortunately, his body was very tough after being baptized by the blood essence of the real dragon. Otherwise, it would have been corroded by the powerful stomach acid of the demon dragon in just a few breaths. During the days he and Lin Xian were in that space, they collected the corpses of the demon dragons. Red-trained monster dragon. Li Yifeng immediately jumped up from his chair, his face full of shock and disbelief. Jiao is the most powerful creature after dragon. Its flesh and blood are excellent raw materials for refining elixirs. It was already a great achievement to get a piece of flesh and blood, but I didn't expect Su Yunfeng to get a whole one, which was 100 feet long. Li Yifeng swallowed hard, and his eyes were shining with a burning light. "Good boy, you brought me something good." Li Yifeng rubbed his hands excitedly, his face almost breaking with laughter. "I must report this to the sect master and have her credit you with great merit." With so much demon dragon flesh and blood, we can refine many elixirs that can improve our cultivation. Our Lingxiao sect's strength will surely increase significantly. When Su Yunfeng heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. It's not because he wants Shinaoshuai to record his great merit, but because he wants the elixir that can improve his cultivation. He really needs this kind of thing. Godfather, when the elixir is refined, I will need more. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. After all, he was the one who provided the demon dragon, and Li Yifeng was his godfather, so it was reasonable for him to take a little more. You little brat, you're already thinking about it before you even start practicing. Li Yifeng rolled his eyes at him unhappily, then smiled and said, Don't worry, you are my adopted son. If I don't care about you, who else will I care about? Thank you, godfather. Su Yunfeng chuckled. Having a godfather who is capable and has status saves trouble. He asked Li Yifeng for a lot of pills and left the alchemy hall in satisfaction until the evening. I smiled proudly, and smiled proudly again. It's good to have a foster father. I smiled proudly, and smiled proudly again. I am the sect leader's good baby. Su Yunfeng was in a good mood. The elder of Dan Hall was his adoptive father, and the sect leader was his old lover. His backing was now extremely strong, and with this background, he could do whatever he wanted in the entire sect. At the same time, Shenixing's mood was completely opposite to his. He is now furious. He waited from morning to noon, and from noon to afternoon, and now the sun has set. Not to mention Su Yunfeng, not even a ghost showed up. He originally came here to demand an explanation, but ended up suffering here for a whole day. The mentality has exploded. Shenixing's originally clear mind was burned out by the anger and resentment. Now he just wanted to teach Su Yunfeng a lesson. Bang! Shenixing crushed the teacup in his hand to pieces. His anger had reached a critical point and was about to erupt uncontrollably. Both Chen Gang and Wang Lingshan stood trembling behind Shenixing, neither daring to say a word. Just then, a figure slowly approached from a distance, and the three of them looked over at the same time. It was like three wild wolves that had been lying in ambush for a long time, and they discovered a lone lamb, their eyes full of hunger. Su Yunfeng naturally also saw the three people in the yard. He narrowed his eyes slightly and his gaze suddenly became cold. He didn't know Shenixing, but he was very familiar with Chen Gang and Wang Lingshan. With these two people around, there was no doubt that they were here to cause trouble for him. I don't want to deal with you guys while I'm in a good mood today, so get out of here. After Su Yunfeng entered the yard, he glanced at the three of them indifferently and said coldly, Killing fellow disciples is not allowed in the sect. At most, it is just a way to satisfy the desire, which is not very meaningful. If there were no such regulation, the grass on Chen Gang and Wang Lingshan's graves would be 10 feet high. Chen Gang and Wang Lingshan didn't say anything, but just stared at Su Yunfeng fiercely, with resentment and ridicule in their eyes. Now that Shenixing is here, they are full of confidence, as if they have already seen the satisfying scene of Su Yunfeng being pressed to the ground and rubbed. Are you Su Yunfeng? At this time, Shenixing spoke coldly, his eyes filled with impatient anger, and shouted domineeringly, Kneel down and kowtow 100 times. Oh? Su Yunfeng was stunned, and only then did he take a closer look at Shenixing. He's a handsome guy, but he has no brains. He has a strong backing now, so why would he be afraid of a little scum like you? I only heard him sneer in disdain. Are you a pig? Please use your pig brain before you speak. Presumptuous. Shenixing was already full of anger, and now when he heard Su Yunfeng's mocking words, he instantly became furious, and the anger in his heart burst out directly from the top of his head. Without any extra words, he just sat there, stretched out a big hand and suppressed Su Yunfeng. How could a mere outer sect disciple escape from his clutches? A powerful aura burst out, forming strong gusts of wind around him, making his clothes rustle. Although Shenixing was angry, he did not underestimate the enemy. When you attack, use all your strength. His cultivation level of the first level of Martial Emperor was fully displayed. He wanted to suppress the ignorant outer sect boy in front of him with his strongest posture. He wanted to let Su Yunfeng know how serious the consequences of offending him were. The people who were most happy about Shenixing's move were Chen Gang and Wang Lingshan. Both of them had cruel sneers on their faces, and they felt extremely comfortable in their hearts. Su Yunfeng, aren't you very strong? We are not your opponents, but we have backers, so it will be easy for us to control you. Brother, did you see that? Your sister has avenged you. Wang Lingshan felt refreshed. 2 tears of joy at revenge flowed from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 69 Rebellion against Tiangang, nephew dares to hit uncle? Her brother Wang Tang died in the ancient ruins. Others didn't know, but she was 100% sure that Su Yunfeng killed him. At the beginning, Wang Tang had already planned to kill Su Yunfeng in the ancient ruins. Wang Lingshan knew all this. Originally, she wanted to go to the law enforcement hall to file a complaint. However, with the experience from last time, she finally did not go, but waited quietly for Shinixing to come out. Now it seems that her decision was indeed correct. Shinixing's cultivation level skyrocketed, and he broke through to the martial emperor realm in one fell swoop. In the entire sect, who among the younger generation can be his opponent except the Holy Sun? If the Holy Sun does not come out, he will be the strongest among all the disciples. More importantly, Shinixing not only has powerful cultivation, but his background is also invincible. Who can stand the clan leader's nephew? So what if Su Yunfeng has the support of the elders? Is the elders' influence more important than that of the sect leader's nephew? Ha, Su Yunfeng, you are dead today. When he came to his senses, the powerful pressure from the martial emperor arrived in front of Su Yunfeng in the blink of an eye, enveloping him in an instant. Humph, a mere outer disciple actually dared to kill my people and even spoke arrogantly and rudely in front of me. Damn it! Shinixing's voice was filled with anger, and he pressed his big hand down fiercely towards Su Yunfeng, intending to kill him on the spot. Fuck you! Even a clayman can get angry, let alone someone like Su Yunfeng who never suffers any loss. He just cursed angrily, and the next moment, his figure moved and appeared in front of Shinixing in an instant. He raised his hand high and slapped the other person's handsome face hard. The change happened too quickly, and no one had expected that Su Yunfeng was not suppressed but instead became the master. Bang! With a deafening crisp sound, Shinixing was blown away, his mouth tilted, his eyes twisted, his body twisted, and he hit the stone table hard. Boom! The stone table was smashed into pieces, which shows how powerful the slap was. Shinixing was also stunned by the beating. By the time he reacted, it was too late and he felt waves of severe pain all over his body. Especially the left side of my face, it hurts a lot. With a puff, a large mouthful of blood spurted out. Looking closely, there were actually more than a dozen broken teeth in the blood. Shinixing let out a series of shrill screams, and the pain made his face turn pale. He is the clan leader's nephew and very powerful. He has never been beaten like this before. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Shinixing's eyes were filled with resentment and anger. He turned around and yelled hysterically at Su Yunfeng. Fuck you! How dare you yell in front of me? Su Yunfeng picked up a piece of gravel on the ground, rushed over quickly, sat on Shinixing, and used the gravel as a brick to weld directly onto Shinixing's face. You'll be arrogant, you'll be insolent, you'll be disrespectful. The gravel in Su Yunfeng's hand fell again and again, and every time it fell, Shinixing's miserable howl was heard. Shinixing's face was beaten to pieces. The bridge of the nose is broken, and the originally tall nose has become flat and flat. All the teeth in his mouth had fallen out and were swallowed into his stomach. Stop, Su Yunfeng, stop. Chen Gang and Wang Lingshan finally reacted. The situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Su Yunfeng, who should have been easily killed, was actually pressing Shinixing and attacking him crazily. Chen Gang shouted, but was stopped by Wang Lingshan the next moment. Wang Lingshan just shook her head slightly at him, with a different light flashing in her eyes. Chen Gang understood what she meant instantly. What a good trick to kill with a borrowed knife. Chen Gang felt a chill in his heart, thinking that Wang Lingshan was really a terrible woman. He actually wanted to use Shinixing to take revenge on Su Yunfeng. Her mindset has changed now. Since Shinixing is unable to kill Su Yunfeng, then let the sect leader do it himself. She now wished that Shinixing would be beaten to death by Su Yunfeng. If that happened, the sect leader would definitely be furious and kill Su Yunfeng. But Chen Gang was hesitant. Shinixing was his backer, and he was able to act so arrogantly in the outer sect because of Shinixing's protection. If Shinixing falls, his good days will be over. As long as you help me, from now on, I will be your woman. Wang Lingshan gritted her teeth and said that she would do anything to get revenge, including selling her body. She is an inner disciple and has a sweet appearance. She is the white moonlight in the hearts of many male disciples. Chen Gang is one of them. Now is a great opportunity. He can get by Yuan without doing anything. It is really a pie in the sky. Chen Gang's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief and excitement. Gurgle. His throat rolled and Chen Gang swallowed hard. Then, with a paw slap, Wang Lingshan was thrown away. Damn it, idiot, how dare that bitch frame me. Although Chen Gang is bad, he is not stupid. It is not worth it at all to lose the powerful backstage protection for a woman. With his status in the outer sect, he could pick any female disciple he wanted. Give up the whole forest for a tree? Only a fool would do that. Wang Lingshan was slapped so hard that she felt dizzy and saw stars. She couldn't understand why Chen Gang suddenly beat her up, even though she had clearly compromised and lowered herself. At this moment, Wang Lingshan's heart was filled with endless frustration and resentment. Stop, Su Yunfeng, senior brother Shen is the sect master's nephew. If anything happens to him, the sect master will not let you go. Chen Gang didn't dare to get close, so he shouted at the top of his voice. Upon hearing this, Su Yunfeng did not continue to beat Shen Yixing. The clan leader's nephew? His expression became extremely strange. The clan leader's biological nephew, isn't that his nephew? The nephew actually attacked his uncle. Is there still law? Is there still justice in the world? If he doesn't beat you to a pulp today, Su Yunfeng will write the word Wang upside down. Just when they thought Su Yunfeng was afraid to attack again, who knew that his attack speed would become even faster. The gravel in his hand fell on Shen Yixing like raindrops. Shen Yixing could no longer make any sound and just screamed like a wounded dog. Chen Gang was stunned. Su Yunfeng is fucking crazy. He clearly knew Shen Yixing's identity, but he didn't stop and instead smashed things even harder. Damn it, it seems like he knows he is going to die and wants to drag Shen Yixing to be buried with him. Thinking of this, he instantly panicked. I can't beat them, and I can't shout, but they don't listen. There's nothing I can do. On the other side, Wang Lingshan was also confused. However, she soon started laughing, a hearty laugh. Judging from the situation, Su Yunfeng is furious and wants to drag Shen Yixing down with him. As long as Shen Yixing dies, Su Yunfeng will definitely die as well. In the end, my brother's revenge was finally achieved. Brother, rest in peace. That little bastard Su Yunfeng will die soon. 2 lines of happy tears flowed from the corners of Wang Lingshan's eyes. Finally, the law of nature is so strict that nothing can escape it, and Su Yunfeng could not escape the fate of death. Senior sister, does what you said just now still count? Chen Gang was at his wit's end. He immediately came to Wang Lingshan and spoke cautiously. Chapter 70 Humph, it's all my fault that my stinky junior brother led me astray. Senior sister, does what you said just now still count? Chen Gang was at his wit's end. He immediately came to Wang Lingshan and spoke cautiously. Wang Lingshan snorted, her eyes instantly turned cold, and she suddenly kicked Chen Gang in the vitals. There was another scream in the field. Compared with Shen Yixing's screams, Chen Gang's screams were more miserable and even scary, as if his own brother had been murdered. Bitch! Wang Lingshan snorted coldly and kicked him a few more times. Chen Gang rolled his eyes in pain. It's useless. It's completely useless. Not to mention the forest, even the dog's tail is gone. Of course, Su Yunfeng, who was standing next to him, was more gentle after he knew that Shen Yixing was Shen Aoshua's nephew. It looks like a fierce beating, but in fact, it only causes some superficial injuries. It can be healed by taking some healing pills and resting for a period of time. Junior brother? At this moment, a surprised cry was heard, and then Lin Xian, dressed in red, landed in the yard. She is now full of confusion. There were 2 groups of people in the yard. My brother was hitting someone with a brick-like stone, and on the other side, Wang Lingshan was stepping on someone. 2 screams of completely different styles could be heard from afar. One looks like a dog and the other looks like a pig. Senior sister, you are here. Su Yunfeng jumped up from Shen Yixing's body and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Beating someone is really a physically demanding job. It hasn't been long and I'm already sweating profusely. Junior brother, who is he? Lin Xian glanced at Shen Yixing, whose face had been completely changed and could no longer be seen as he originally looked, and asked curiously. Oh, I don't know him, but I heard from them that he seems to be the nephew of the clan leader. Su Yunfeng spoke calmly, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. Master's nephew? Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. I never expected that my junior fellow apprentice would beat my master's own nephew into a pig's head. What should I do? The master has always protected his junior fellow apprentice, and now he is in trouble. Junior brother, while master still doesn't know, you should hurry down the mountain and hide for a while. Come back after master has calmed down. Lin Xian's face was full of worry as she pushed Su Yunfeng out of the yard. If the master gets angry, the consequences will be serious. He might kill his junior fellow apprentice with a slap, and then it will be all over. I finally got to be with my junior brother, even though it seemed a bit sneaky. How could I just watch him get beaten by my master? Senior sister, are you worried about me? Su Yunfeng looked at her, raised his eyebrows a few times and laughed. Lin Xian glared at him angrily and said anxiously, it's already this late, and you're still in the mood to joke around. Sister, don't be nervous. He's just the sect master's nephew. What's the big deal? The sect has its own rules. If a prince breaks the law, he will be punished just like a commoner. I don't believe that the sect master would punish me indiscriminately just for her nephew. Hearing Su Yunfeng's words, Lin Xian was so angry that her teeth were itching. Can it be the same? This is the world of cultivation, the Lingxiao sect. The master's protective personality doesn't care about right or wrong. Anyone who bullies her relatives will suffer the consequences. I know master's temper very well. Hurry down the mountain and hide. As Lin Xian spoke, she pushed Su Yunfeng out with all her strength, but Su Yunfeng did not move at all. Sister, do you want to make a bet? Seeing Su Yunfeng so confident, Lin Xian was helpless. She secretly thought that at worst, she could just make public the relationship between her and her junior brother. The master would not punish her junior brother severely because of his affection for her as a disciple. I just feel a little sorry for my junior sister. She knew what she was betting on, so she asked, what's the bet? Just bet on whether the sect master will punish me? Su Yunfeng leaned close to her ear and whispered, if I win, I'll drive the smart car. Lin Xian blushed when she heard that and gave Su Yunfeng a charming look. Having followed Su Yunfeng for so long, she naturally knew some professional terms very well as they were little secrets between them. What if you lose? Lin Xian's face turned slightly red, and she pursed her moist red lips and said. After saying that, he immediately covered his red face, feeling so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Humph, it's all my fault that my stinky junior brother led me astray. She secretly found a reasonable reason for herself. Anyway, it's not my problem, it's my junior brother's problem. Oh, senior sister, is it possible that I could lose? Su Yunfeng said confidently. So what if he is the clan leader's nephew? Who is he? Su Yunfeng is the sect leader's man. Doesn't he have any idea who is closer to him? Su Yunfeng, you're fucking dead. Just as the two were discussing the bet, Shanixing's angry and hateful voice came from the side. How could he swallow the humiliation of being beaten into a pig's head by an outer sect disciple, the nephew of the sect leader? He wanted his aunt to kill Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng is dead. It was Shanixing who said that. Even if God comes, he can't save us. Oh, you still have the energy to speak. It seems I was a little too gentle. Su Yunfeng exclaimed, rolled up his sleeves, picked up the brick-shaped stone, walked over, wrote on it and hit it hard again. Shanixing's screams rang out again, bang, bang with a full sense of rhythm. You have a pig brain. You are in such a terrible state and still say such cruel words. I am just being kind and not killing you. Go outside and try it. I guarantee that I will kill you in a minute. A blacksmith must be strong himself. If you don't have the diamond, don't take on porcelain work. You can only be arrogant in the sect. If you go out, you will be the one who suffers. Remember this, be more restrained and don't be so arrogant. Su Yunfeng patted Shanixing's swollen face and spoke in the tone of an elder lecturing a younger one. First, get some idea of what it's like to be an uncle. Shanixing was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Am I arrogant? You're more arrogant than me, okay? You even dare to hit the clan leader's own nephew. Is there anyone more arrogant than you? He bit his bare teeth hard and dared not say a word. He could see that Su Yunfeng was the type who would go along with you, otherwise you would get beaten. A hero never suffers a loss in front of him. What if a gentleman waits 2 hours to take revenge? As long as Su Yunfeng lets him go, he will immediately go to the aunt who is the sect leader to help him get revenge. The sect leader's aunt is extremely protective of her children and will definitely beat this outer sect disciple into ashes on the spot. He had already gone through the subsequent events in his mind. Be patient for a while and you will get your revenge. If you take a step back, your enemies will become scum. Tolerate. Seeing that Shanishing didn't say anything else, Su Yunfeng finally nodded in satisfaction and said, "The boy is teachable." Then he said bluntly, "I know you'll definitely go find the sect master to help you get revenge. It's too troublesome to go back and forth. Why don't I go with you? It'll save you a lot of trouble." Walking into a trap? Shanishing blinked, a little confused, and 3 big question marks slowly popped up in his mind. What's going on? Are you in such a hurry to die? Damn it, you asked for this, don't blame me. Shanishing gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Okay, if you have guts, let me see how you die next." Chapter 71 Ant, what is wrong with you? The back mountain of the sect. Shanao Xue was preparing to take a bath. Suddenly, her beautiful eyebrows raised slightly, and a sound transmission jade slip in the storage ring lit up. With a slight movement of her jade hand, the sound transmission jade slip appeared in her palm. Yixing has come out of confinement? This sound transmission jade slip belongs to her nephew Shanishing. Shanao Xue showed a pleased smile on her face. Yixing has been smart and talented since he was young. He should have broken through to the martial emperor realm when he came out of retreat this time. What gift should I prepare for him? Her spiritual consciousness lightly swept across the sound transmission jade slip, and the contents of the jade slip instantly appeared in her sea of consciousness. Auntie, I was beaten, you have to take care of me. Shanishing's miserable cry for help rang out in his consciousness. What? Shanao Xue's face suddenly turned cold, and a powerful pressure emanated from her graceful body, which was extremely cold. The temperature of the surrounding space dropped sharply at this moment, and the water droplets outside the window instantly condensed into ice crystals. You dare to hit my nephew Shanao Xue? This is outrageous. Shanao Xue's face was frosty, and murderous intent rose in her heart. In this world, her 2 nephews are her closest relatives. Anyone who hurts her relatives must pay a heavy price. What's more, this is Lingxiao sect, her territory. A dignified sect leader can't even protect his own relatives? Impossible. No matter who you are, I will tear your tendons and skin you alive. A fierce murderous intent flashed in Shanao Xue's cold eyes. When she heard Shanishing's miserable voice, a picture of Shanishing being seriously injured automatically appeared in her mind. Immediately afterwards, she stretched out her delicate body and disappeared from the room in an instant. When she reappeared, she had already arrived at the sect's main hall. As she arrived, a stumbling figure ran in from the door. If it's not Shanishing, who else could it be? However, he no longer resembled his original appearance at all. His entire face was swollen beyond recognition, and his originally big eyes were now swollen to the point where only a tiny gap remained. Ant! Shanishing cried out in grievance. With just 2 words, one can hear the endless sense of grievance and humiliation from his tone. Yixing? Shanao Xue was slightly stunned and could not recognize that this was her nephew Shanishing. The main reason is that he had been beaten beyond recognition and no longer looked like a human being. There is actually someone in the entire sect who dares to beat her, Shanao Xue's nephew, like this. He must want to die. Aunt, you have to avenge me. Shanishing rolled to the ground with a thump, crying out in grievance with tears and snot. Shanao Xue had never seen her nephew in such a miserable state. She quickly flew to Shanicheng, reached out and grabbed his arm to pull him up from the ground. Yixing, don't cry. Your aunt is here. I will definitely help you get revenge. Shanao Xue looked at Shanishing's miserable appearance from a close distance. She felt distressed and filled with endless anger. Whoever it was, he was dead. Aunt, you must help me kill him. Shanishing gritted his teeth and said viciously. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. If anyone dares to hit my nephew Shanao Xue in Lingxiao sect, he will not survive. Shanao Xue's face was terrifyingly gloomy, and her voice was cold yet full of majesty and dominance. Yeah, thank you, Auntie. Shanishing nodded vigorously, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and a hint of cruelty flashed in the depths of his eyes. Su Yunfeng, I wonder what tricks you have up your sleeve. You're just an outer sect disciple, and you dared to hit me? If I can't kill you today, I'll take your surname. He thought viciously in his heart, and his bad mood couldn't help but improve. I eagerly want to see Su Yunfeng being crushed into pieces. At this moment, 2 more figures walked in from outside. It was Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian. Master. Lin Xian bowed respectfully and called out. Afterwards, Su Yunfeng also clasped his fists and bowed, saying respectfully, "Disciple greets the sect master." Xianao Shui glanced at Lin Xian, then her gaze fell on Su Yunfeng. She frowned slightly and asked, "What are you doing here?" Lin Xian was about to speak up to defend Su Yunfeng, but she saw Shanixing pointing at Su Yunfeng angrily and shouting in grievance, "Aunt, it was him, it was Su Yunfeng who beat me like this, Aunt, you have to avenge me." Xianao Shui's head suddenly started buzzing when she heard that. Su Yunfeng beat Shanixing? She looked at Su Yunfeng with a look of confusion and inquiry in her eyes. Su Yunfeng observed her expression and naturally understood the meaning in her eyes. So, without hiding anything, he said, "Master, what senior brother Shen said is true. It was indeed me who beat him up." Xianao Shui took a deep breath and asked calmly, "Why did you hit him? Shen Yixing? Lin Xian?" The two frowned, and a big question mark slowly emerged in their minds. There seems to be something wrong with Anti-Master's attitude? Shouldn't you just take action without saying anything? Why are you asking again? The key is that he doesn't look angry at all. Weird. Shanixing immediately became anxious and shouted, "Auntie, he's the one who beat me up. Why didn't you just slap him to death?" Yixing, is Auntie such an indiscriminate person? Once Auntie has figured out the matter, she will definitely give you justice. Xianao Shui said, her tone had softened, and even her expression was no longer cold, like an older sister next door. "No, Auntie." Shanixing still wanted to fight for it and let Xianao Shui kill Su Yunfeng directly. However, Xianao Shui's eyes fixed, she glanced at him and said coldly, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Shanixing was confused. Why does my aunt seem like a different person? He still remembered that in the past, when he was bullied by people from other sects, she picked up her sword without saying a word and rushed towards that sect with great momentum. Moreover, the injuries he suffered back then were far less serious than this time. But why did my aunt react like this? He couldn't understand or accept it. Xianao Shui turned her gaze back to Su Yunfeng, glared at him imperceptibly, and her sharp eyes became much gentler. "I'm asking you a question. Did he bully you, or what?" Xianao Shui's words shocked his nephew Shanixing so much that he was completely shocked. "Auntie, this is crazy. I am the victim, I am the one who was beaten, I am your nephew. Aunt, what's wrong with you?" Shanixing roared inwardly. Su Yunfeng glanced at Shanixing and smiled slightly, then clasped his fists and said, "Sect master is wise. It was senior brother Shen who bullied me, and I was defending myself. As a result, senior brother Shen slipped and fell, and I took advantage of the situation to beat him up like this." Then, he rewrote the story a little bit and described it again with great emotion. "Anyway, the main point is that it's not my fault, it's all Shanixing's problem." Shanixing gritted his teeth when he heard this, wishing he could tear Su Yunfeng apart on the spot. After he finished speaking, Xianao Shui's face darkened again and her eyes turned cold. When Shanixing saw his aunt's reaction, he felt happy all of a sudden. His aunt was his aunt, and she was determined to help him vent his anger. No matter how you argue, it can never compare to family love. "You are just an outer disciple, what can you use to fight me? Su Yunfeng, prepare to die." Chapter 72, Sect Master, I actually have a technique that can quickly improve my cultivation. Su Yunfeng, prepare to die. However, what he didn't expect was that Xianao Shui slapped him directly in the face. Just screw him over. No. Shouldn't we deal with Su Yunfeng? Why are you hitting me? I am the victim. Auntie, why did you hit me? Shanixing covered his swollen face, blinked his innocent little eyes, and asked in confusion. He was completely confused by his aunt's behavior. It feels like my aunt has become a different person. Humph, there's no aunt of yours here, call me the sect master. Xianao Shui snorted coldly, looked at Shanixing with a stern face, and said with an expression of disappointment. Look at you. You don't practice well. Instead, you rely on being my nephew to stir up trouble everywhere, act recklessly, and bully your fellow disciples. I have tolerated you for a long time. From today on, for a month, you are not allowed to step out of your own yard. Reflect on your actions. Xianao Shui's words directly caused tens of thousands of points of critical damage to Shanixing's little heart. Shanixing was almost crying. He came to seek revenge on his aunt. Result. Not only was he slapped in the face, but he was also grounded to the house. Aunt's love has deteriorated. Seeing that Shanixing didn't respond, Xianao Shui raised her voice again and snorted coldly, Did you hear that? Listen, I heard it, Auntie. Shanishing replied woodenly, his mood at the moment could not be described in words. In a word. It's so fucking awful, so broken. That's good to know. Go back and reflect on your actions. If I find out you're causing trouble again, I'll skin you alive. Xianao Shui glanced at Shanishing and gave a stern warning. I understand. Shanishing left in a daze. Until he returned to his yard, he still couldn't figure out why his aunt had changed. As soon as I returned to the yard, Wang Lingshan, who had been waiting there early, came to greet me immediately. Senior brother Shen, is that bastard Su Yunfeng dead? In her opinion, no one could save Su Yunfeng in this wave, and he would definitely die. Shanishing was furious when he thought about what had just happened. A slap was thrown in the face. Wang Lingshan was blown so hard that she didn't know which way was which. Get out! Get out of here! Shanishing roared, as if he wanted to vent all the grievances he had just suffered. Wang Lingshan covered her swollen face and bit her lower lip tightly, her vicious eyes filled with endless resentment. Seeing Shanishing's reaction, she had roughly guessed the result. Su Yunfeng is still alive. Without stopping, she got up from the ground, turned around and left silently without any hesitation. In her opinion, since Shanishing couldn't deal with Su Yunfeng, he was of no use to her and staying here was just a waste of time. She wanted to find stronger helpers and kill Su Yunfeng no matter what the cost. The main hall of Lingxiao sect. Su Yunfeng bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude to Xianao Shui with sincerity and respect. Thank you, sect master, for upholding justice for this disciple. Although you were acting in self-defense, you still beat up your fellow disciple like that. You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment for living. Xianao Shui snorted lightly, and her eyes became sharper than before. Seeing this, Lin Xiyan immediately defended Su Yunfeng, saying, Master, junior brother Su was acting in self-defense and there was nothing wrong with that. Don't punish him. Xianao Shui's gaze instantly fell on Lin Xiyan, and she said lightly. There's nothing for you to do here, go back first. Lin Xiyan's face turned anxious when she heard this and she wanted to speak, but Xianao Shui glared at her and said sternly, Are you not going to listen to master's words? Disciple dare not. Lin Xiyan had no choice but to look at Su Yunfeng worriedly and then leave the hall. When they were the only two left here, Xianao Shui's expression returned to normal. Then she rolled up her sleeves and took Su Yunfeng directly to the back mountain. Come over. The spacious room was filled with a faint fragrance that was mellow but not greasy. Xianao Shui took off her purple coat, leaving only a light gauze. She lay on the long soft couch and called out lazily. Su Yunfeng immediately moved over quickly and started pinching it with ease. I have to say, Xianao Shui's skin is really smooth. Su Yunfeng gently massaged her shoulders and asked softly, Master, are you satisfied with the strength? Xianao Shui closed her eyes and hummed lightly with a look of enjoyment. 2 hours later. Xianao Shui threw a storage ring to him and said, Here are pills and spirit stones that can help you practice. Su Yunfeng was a little confused. Shouldn't he be the one giving her something? Why is it the other way around? Your aptitude is too poor. Only an 8th grade or even 9th grade marrow cleansing pill can improve your aptitude. However, there are only a few alchemists of that level in the entire continent. With the status of our Lingxiao sect, we are not yet able to invite those important figures. Use these pills and spirit stones. If your aptitude is not good enough, you can use pills and spirit stones to make up for it. It will always have some effect. Also, there's a token inside that contains one of my attacks. When you're out and about, be sure to protect yourself. It can save your life if you're in danger. Xianao Shui lay on the couch on her side, supporting her head lazily with one hand, and said lightly to Su Yunfeng. You have to give your man some special treatment. Su Yunfeng was listening, but his mind didn't remember anything. At this point, his eyes were no longer under his control. Swallowing his saliva secretly, he looked at Xianao Shui and said seriously, Sect Master, I actually have a method that can quickly improve my cultivation. Xianao Shui couldn't help but raise her eyebrows when she heard this. With some curiosity, he asked, What method? That's it. Su Yunfeng said, as if hinting at something. Which one? Xianao Shui looked confused and had no idea what Su Yunfeng meant. That's it. Su Yunfeng said it again with a stronger tone. Which one? Xianao Shui still didn't understand and looked puzzled. Su Yunfeng thought about it and changed his statement. He just said, yes, like that in the cave. I saw it in the sutra library. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, he was kicked out by Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue finally understood and secretly laughed. Humph, you're too weak. Don't even think about it now. Xiaoxue snorted and said. When Su Yunfeng heard this, he thought there was a chance. I can't think about it now, which means I can think about it later, or even. He immediately got up from the ground, quickly shook off the dirt on his body, and ran back to the room. I couldn't wait to ask, Master, what realm do you think I need to reach before I can do this? Chapter 73 I caught you, are you surprised? Xiaoxue gave Su Yunfeng a fierce look and said, vulgar. He pondered for a moment, then hummed, if you want to gain my approval, at least wait until you reach the Martial Emperor realm. Martial Emperor realm? Su Yunfeng laughed in his heart. Isn't this simple? As long as Qiu Hongyue and Lin Xian's cultivation is improved, his cultivation will also improve. He decided to ask his adoptive father for more pills to improve their cultivation and give them to the two of them as candy. I'll fight to the death just to have a bite of the leader's flesh. Su Yunfeng thought fiercely in his heart. With a clear mind, he immediately agreed, okay, sect master, you wait, whoever regrets it will be a puppy. Xiaoxue giggled and said nonchalantly, I'll wait. In her heart, Su Yunfeng would never be able to reach the realm of Martial Emperor. She said this just to take the opportunity to stimulate Su Yunfeng to practice. As for other things, it depends on future developments. If the emotions are right, things will flow naturally, and it is not necessary to reach the Martial Emperor realm. When I came out from the back mountain and returned to my yard, I opened the door and found someone lying on the bed. No need to think, it must be Lin Xian. Senior sister came to help him practice again. Where can he find such a good senior sister? I must repay my senior sister's kindness with my life. He chuckled, closed the door gently, and walked over quietly to give the other person a big hug. He slowly came to the bedside, opened his arms and hugged her. Haha, I caught you. Are you surprised or not? Su Yunfeng laughed heartily and proudly grabbed a handful with both hands. This grab made him stunned for a moment. Something is wrong. Fuck, they arrested the wrong person. Su Yunfeng's heart instantly exploded. He thought it was Lin Xian, but it turned out not to be Lin Xian at all, but someone else. Damn, it's so dark I can't see which one it is. If it wasn't Lin Xian, then the most likely person would be Qiu Hongyue. Only the two of them came here often. Thinking of this possibility, he quickly thought about how to proceed. Should he make the best of a bad situation and teach Qiu Hongyue how to prove the truth, or should he continue to maintain the image he had in her heart? Damn, am I a beast or worse than a beast? In a flash, the woman in his arms reacted and screamed in panic. Su Yunfeng made up his mind. Damn it, I did this beast today. He exerted force with his hands, and just as he was about to take the next step, he heard Qiu Hongyue's crying voice in his ears. Master, junior brother, it's me, you, please let go, you're pinching me, it hurts. Oh, damn, let's be impotent for once. Hearing Qiu Hongyue's hesitant crying voice, Su Yunfeng's heart softened all of a sudden. In the end, he ended up like Lu Xiaohui, worse than an animal. He loosened his hand awkwardly and exclaimed in surprise, Senior sister, why is it you? I thought it was some thief. As he said this, he immediately ran to light the lamp on the table, and the room suddenly became bright. Qiu Hongyue, dressed in white, held her hands tightly against her chest, lowered her head, and did not dare to look at Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng coughed twice, breaking the silence in the room. Sister, why are you here so late? Qiu Hongyue still had her head down, so she couldn't see her eyes or know her expression. But judging from her red ears, she was extremely shy. I heard from my senior sister that you beat up Shinixing, so my master asked me to keep you here. I came to see if you were okay, but I fell asleep while waiting. Qiu Hongyue's voice was very soft and quiet, and one could hear the concern and worry in her tone. Su Yunfeng cursed himself inwardly as a beast. The senior sister was worried about whether she was being punished, but he just wanted to take advantage of her. What a beast! Thinking of this, he felt a little guilty. She walked over gently, stood in front of Qiu Hongyue, and said softly, Thank you, senior sister. Thank you for worrying about me. I am really happy. It is worth dying for me, Su Yunfeng, to receive your care. Qiu Hongyue slowly raised her head, her eyes sparkling with a watery light, as tender as autumn water. Under the gauze, her moist red lips opened slightly and she softly called out, Junior brother. Su Yunfeng looked at her, his eyes also flashing with tenderness and love. Senior sister. Su Yunfeng stretched out his arms and gently embraced the beauty in front of him, wanting to hold her in his arms. Xiao Hongyue's heart was pounding wildly, as if she couldn't control it and was about to jump out of her chest. She felt extremely shy, but did not refuse and closed her eyes slightly. Junior brother, are you back? Just as Su Yunfeng's hand was about to touch the other person, a crisp voice came from the yard. Su Yunfeng said to himself, shit. Xiao Hongyue, like a frightened rabbit, instantly jumped back, widening the distance between the two of them. At this moment, a fiery red figure rushed in from the door. It was Lin Xian. Su Yunfeng twitched the corner of his mouth and said, Senior sister, you came at the right time. I will definitely make up for your problem of timely help later. Hey, junior sister, why are you here so late? After Lin Xian entered the room, the first person she saw was not Su Yunfeng but Xiao Hongyue, who was bowing her head and nodding. Xiao Hongyue seemed to have been caught red-handed doing something wrong, and was so nervous that her speech became stammered. I came to see my junior brother, is he alright? I'll leave right away. After saying that, she ran away like the wind without even saying hello to Su Yunfeng. It's weird. Lin Xian said as she looked at Xiao Hongyue, who disappeared into the night. Before she turned around, she suddenly felt a heat on her waist and a pair of large hands were already around her. At the same time, Su Yunfeng's voice came to my ears. Senior sister, accept the punishment. The next day, the sky was bright. Lin Xian then ran away secretly. Her junior brother was getting stronger and stronger, and she could no longer withstand him. Su Yunfeng hummed in his heart, feeling scared? Now the problem of timely rain has been cured. This is the punishment for impulsiveness. On the other side, Shen Yixing's residence. A figure walked over with brisk steps, and then pushed open the door with ease. Brother, I heard you've been released from confinement, so I came to see you. The person who came was Shen Yixing's younger brother Shen Yichen. Squeak. Pushing open the door, Shen Yichen walked in with a smile on his face. I went down the mountain yesterday and bought 2 jars of good wine, just in time for a drink with my brother today. Elder brother. Shen Yichen looked around and didn't see his brother, so he walked into the inner room. As soon as I stepped over the threshold of the inner room, I ran into a man with his face wrapped in gauze bandages, with only his 2 eyes exposed. Bang! Ah! Without saying a word, Shen Yichen punched the man on the forehead. Chapter 74, No Martial Ethics, throw your ultimate move when you meet. Bang! Ah! Without saying a word, Shen Yichen punched the man on the forehead. The figure was unable to dodge, or simply did not expect the other party to suddenly punch, and his body tilted and fell directly to the ground. Shen Yichen jumped up instantly, then landed heavily, sitting directly on the man, raising his fist and starting to punch him. You damned dog assassin, you still want to kill my brother? I'm going to beat you to death, Shen Yichen threw out both fists, left and right, and his fists fell as fast as raindrops, without holding back at all. This guy is so bold that he even dared to break into his brother's residence and covered his entire face. It is obvious that he has ulterior motives. The screams were so painful that it made anyone who heard them feel heartbroken. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from the body of the man on the ground, directly knocking Shen Yichen away. Shen Yichen frowned, this guy's strength was obviously much higher than his. He is no match. Without any hesitation, he summoned a token. In an instant, a powerful aura swept through the entire room. You thief, if you dare to resist again, I will kill you immediately. Shen Yichen shouted. This token was given to him by his aunt for self-defense when he went out last time. It contains the powerful attack power of the Martial Emperor realm. Although the opponent was stronger than him, he could not block this attack. Stop! The man opposite was so angry that his tone became extremely sharp and he shouted loudly, I am your brother. As he spoke, he quickly tore off the gauze on his head, revealing a face that was swollen beyond recognition. New wounds added to old wounds, eyes filled with tears. When Shen Yichen saw it, his eyes immediately lit up. He cursed, damn it, you are my brother, and I am still your father. You look like a bastard, and you still want to pretend to be my brother, die. Oh my god. Shen Yixing cursed loudly. Then he immediately took out his identity token and some other identity proof items. When Shen Yichen saw some familiar things, he was stunned and stopped moving his hands. You are really my brother? Shen Yichen's face was full of confusion and puzzlement. How could his handsome brother become a pig head? He doesn't believe it. Shinishing gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You wet the bed when you were 7, and you peeked at the elders taking a bath when you were 8. Stop, stop. I believe you. I believe you. You are my brother. You are my real brother. It's certain. This pig-headed guy is his biological brother, Shinishing. Only his brother knew about these embarrassing things, no one else knew about them. My dear brother, who beat you like this?" He was very angry at his brother's pig-headed behavior, and secretly thought that he must help his brother get revenge. "Su Yunfeng," Shinishing said fiercely, with a sharp and fierce cold light flashing in his eyes. "Thinking about what happened yesterday, I get so angry." For the whole night, he couldn't figure out why his aunt didn't beat Su Yunfeng to death on the spot, and even wanted to punish him. Su Yunfeng? Shinichen frowned and quickly searched his mind for memories of the name Su Yunfeng. Soon, he found it. He asked, "Brother, is that Su Yunfeng from the outer sect?" "Yes. It's him," Shinishing said fiercely. He still had some impression of Su Yunfeng. When he went to Qianyang City to recruit disciples, it was Su Yunfeng who treated him to delicious food, drinks, and fun for 3 days. Then, I heard that he successfully passed the test and became an outer disciple. He didn't pay any more attention after that. After all, with his status, how could he possibly pay special attention to an outer disciple? She's not a beauty. He never expected that Su Yunfeng would beat his brother into a pig's head. Su Yunfeng, you're dead. Shinichen thought fiercely in his heart that he must make Su Yunfeng look bad and help his brother get revenge. However, he suddenly thought that his brother was stronger than him, but he was still beaten by the other party. If he went to seek revenge, wouldn't he be asking for a beating? His eyes fell on the token in his hand. With this thing, no matter what means you use, you have to surrender. He didn't ask his aunt if she knew about this. According to his understanding of his brother has always been a person with a strong sense of self-esteem. It was a very shameful thing for a core inner sect disciple to be beaten by an outer sect disciple. So, there was no way he could tell anyone. He secretly swore that he would seek revenge on Su Yunfeng and then come back to tell his brother and give him a big surprise. Since my brother is like this, he naturally has no mood to drink and chat. After a few more pleasantries, he left, anxious to seek revenge on Su Yunfeng. After leaving Shinishing, Shinichen quickly came to the outer gate area, stopped an outer gate disciple, and asked about Su Yunfeng's residence. "Humph, Su Yunfeng, you dare to hit my brother? I must kill you today, and no one can save you." Shinichen walked towards Su Yunfeng's residence with a fierce look in his eyes. "Ah!" Su Yunfeng, who had just woken up, sneezed 3 times in a row. "Are you thinking about me, senior sister?" Su Yunfeng rubbed his nose and thought secretly in his heart. What a pity last night. The atmosphere was already set right, and it was about to go smoothly and become a natural process of mutual support. As a result, it was destroyed by Lin Xian. But fortunately, I received some interest from Lin Xian and experienced the fully intelligent driving cockpit by the way. The Tao Enlightenment method allowed Lin Xian's cultivation to increase a little, and he also received 50 times the feedback, and his cultivation level was raised by 1 level. Now he has reached the 5th level of Martial Emperor. Who would believe that an outer disciple of the 5th level of Martial Emperor could be so powerful? He didn't want to reveal his true level of cultivation, otherwise it would be difficult to explain if Shanao Xue and the others asked him about it. Therefore, he asked the system to hide his true cultivation level, revealing only the 1st level of Wuzong cultivation. As soon as he opened the door, a figure descended from the sky into his yard. Su Yunfeng frowned slightly. He knew the person who came. It was Shinichen. When I was in Qianyang, I treated him well for 3 days and got to know him quite well. He is a playboy who likes to play tricks. At that time, I catered to his wishes and made him stay in the room for 3 whole days. However, at this moment he secretly frowned, because this guy's name was Shinichen, and the guy from yesterday was called Shinishing. Looking at Shinichen's cold expression, he had a guess in his mind. These 2 guys are probably brothers. Moreover, judging from their posture, it is obvious that they have no good intentions. Su Yunfeng. Sure enough, the next second, Shinichen shouted viciously and then directly used the token. In an instant, a powerful aura swept over, covering the sky and the earth. This kind of power is simply not something Su Yunfeng can resist at the moment. Die! Shinichen shouted fiercely and launched an attack directly. For a moment, the powerful energy of the Martial Emperor realm pounced towards Su Yunfeng like a beast descending from the mountain. If you hurt my brother, no matter who you are, you must die. Shinichen shouted coldly. He seemed to have seen Su Yunfeng being crushed into ashes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. I have avenged my brother, he must be very happy. He had never even considered whether he would be punished for killing someone in the sect. He is the clan leader's nephew, who dares to punish him? He is fearless and confident. That's just how he is. Oh my god. He has no moral principles and uses his ultimate move as soon as he meets someone. Su Yunfeng cursed loudly, his heart pounding. Chapter 75 Auntie's love has deteriorated. Although he is now a master of the Martial Emperor realm, he is still too weak compared to the Martial Emperor realm. Facing Shinichen's attack, he was like a small boat in the ocean, unable to resist at all. At the critical moment, he remembered the life-saving talisman given to him by Shinaoxue. In a hurry, it was quickly mobilized and then activated instantly. Bang! An attack as powerful as Shinichen's was launched instantly. Two extremely powerful energies collided with each other in an instant. Boom! A devastating explosion occurred here, with dust, sand and rocks flying everywhere, as if it were a world disaster. The entire yard exploded, and the house collapsed in an instant, turning into a pile of ruins. Although both of them held up their defenses, they were also knocked back dozens of feet by the powerful energy aftermath, and coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Shock flashed across Shinichen's eyes. He never expected that Su Yunfeng actually had such powerful means to fight against him. No matter how much I planned, I never expected that Su Yunfeng would have such a trump card. On the other side, Su Yunfeng didn't hesitate at all. He didn't even bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a fierce light flashing in his eyes, he kicked his legs hard and rushed towards Shinichen like an arrow. To kill you while you are sick is to take advantage of the time difference. Just as Shinichen stood firm, he suddenly felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then a fist as big as a sandbag rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Bang! A heavy muffled sound. Su Yunfeng's fist hit him directly in the face, and his nose collapsed on the spot. At the same time, after suffering a huge impact, Shinichen's body fell backwards uncontrollably. Immediately afterwards, before he could react, Su Yunfeng had already sat on him, beating him from both sides. Pa pa pa. Ah ah ah. Crisp and loud collision sounds were heard. At the same time, it was accompanied by Shinichen's miserable howls. Shinichen never dreamed that he came here for revenge, but the result would be like this. While screaming, he shouted loudly, "I am the nephew of the clan leader. You can't hit me, ah." However, facing his threat, Su Yunfeng was like a possessed man and had no intention of stopping. He still used both hands and beat Shinichen into a bruised and swollen pig head in a moment. I'm going to hit you. You guys just love to take advantage of your status to bully the weak. Today I have to teach you a lesson. Of course, Su Yunfeng couldn't kill him. He didn't use his cultivation, only the strength of his body. However, even so, it was enough to make Shinichen suffer. Although the flesh wounds are not fatal, they are painful. The back mountain of Lingxiao sect. Shinaoshua's beautiful eyes opened instantly, and then with a wave of her jade hand, the purple dress was instantly put on her. The next moment, her figure disappeared from the room. Just now, he felt his own energy aura. In the entire sect, there are only a few people who can obtain her energy token. Following the direction of the energy fluctuations, he appeared above Su Yunfeng's yard in just a few breaths. Looking at the ruins below, Shinaoxue couldn't help but frown deeply. Ah ah ah. I heard a scream and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw two people not far away, one was riding on the other and beating the other violently. Stop! With a whoosh, her figure landed beside the two of them. Su Yunfeng's hand froze in mid-air. He looked up and said awkwardly, "I said I was acting in self-defense." "Do you believe me, sect master?" Shinaoxue gave him a fierce look and said nothing. Su Yunfeng naturally did not hit Shinichen again. After all, beating his nephew in front of his aunt was somewhat disrespectful to his aunt. "Aunt, you have to make the decision for me." Shinichen immediately started crying, tears and snot running down his face, and cried out in grievance. Shinaoxue was very angry when she saw Shinichen who had been beaten into a pig's head. But when he thought that it was Su Yunfeng who hit him, he immediately became discouraged. "Auntie, he beat me up like this, you have to help me kill him, auntie." Shinichen cried out with a tearful face, full of grievance and anger. His aunt loved him and his brother the most and would never let them suffer any injustice. Now Su Yunfeng was beating him up, and he was caught by his aunt. "Let's see how you die." However, his aunt's reaction afterwards was completely different from what he expected, and she didn't even show much anger. Shinichen rubbed his swollen eyes hard. He wondered if he was dizzy from being beaten and couldn't see clearly. What's going on? Xianao Shui ignored him and looked at Su Yunfeng instead, without any anger in her tone. Su Yunfeng shrugged his shoulders and said innocently, "What else can I do? He's probably here for revenge, using his ultimate right away. Luckily, luckily, I have a corresponding move, otherwise I'd be dead." In fact, Xianao Shui had already guessed it without him saying anything. Shinixing was beaten yesterday, and today Shinichen came to cause trouble, obviously seeking revenge. However, she never expected that Shinichen's move would be the life-saving method she gave him. "Fortunately, I gave Su Yunfeng a token containing his attack yesterday, otherwise, the consequence would be as Su Yunfeng said, he would be killed on the spot." Xianao Shui got angry when she thought that her nephew almost killed her little man. Her unfilial nephew almost made her a widow. "You deserve a beating." He grabbed Shinichen's ear and lifted him up. With a tone of disapproval, he lectured, "You stir up trouble everywhere every day, and even harm your fellow disciples. If you weren't my nephew, I would have slapped you to death. From today on, you will face the wall and reflect on your mistakes for a month." "No, Auntie, I was beaten." Shinichen blinked in confusion and spoke in a daze. He couldn't understand why his aunt didn't help him get revenge but instead taught him a lesson when he was the one who was beaten. It completely overturned previous cognition. Bang! Xianao Shui got angry when she heard this and slapped him to wake him up. "I'm warning you. If you dare to act recklessly again, I'll break your limbs." "Did you hear that?" Xianao Shui snorted coldly with a sullen face. Shinichen was frightened and nodded repeatedly, I heard it." He couldn't understand why his aunt didn't help him. It turns out that whenever he was bullied, his aunt would always stand on his side. From childhood to adulthood, his aunt had never treated him so coldly. Aunt's love has deteriorated. Get lost. Xianao Shui kicked Shinichen on the butt and kicked him out. Shinichen got up, hesitated, and limped away. His mind was a mess, like a pig's brain, unable to think straight and unable to figure it out. Before he knew it, he had arrived at his brother Shinixing's residence. He opened the door and staggered in. "Brother, I'm back." Shinixing in the room raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. "How long has it been? He's back so soon?" He wrapped the white gauze around his head and walked out of the inner room. When he saw Shinichen's pig-headed look, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Finally, he was not the only one with a pig head. The lost and empty mood suddenly became much more balanced. Although this was his own brother, he just couldn't help but want to laugh. "Brother, do you still have any sympathy? I did this to avenge you, and you can still laugh." Shinichen walked over angrily, snatched the gauze from his brother's hand and wrapped it around his head. "Brother, thank you for helping me. You are a good brother to me." "Ha ha." Shinichen covered his swollen mouth and couldn't help laughing. Shinichen's face darkened as he tore off all the gauze on his brother's face, revealing his pig-like face. Shinichen was not willing to be outdone, and he tore off the gauze on his brother's head at lightning speed. The two pig-headed faces looked at each other. "Poochie ha ha ha. Poochie ha ha ha. Brother, your face really looks like a pig's head." "Yours is like that. No, you are the pig head." At the two ends of the table, the elder brother and the younger brother sat opposite each other, both with white gauze wrapped around their heads, covering their pig-like heads. "Brother, Auntie has changed. She wasn't like this before." Shinichen pursed his lips and muttered. He just couldn't figure it out. It was as if his brain was rusted and a mess, unable to think properly. He racked his brains to figure out why his aunt treated him like this. "Brother, Auntie has indeed changed. We should be more restrained." Shinixing said this after pondering for a while. He is not a brainless person. In the sect, Xianao Shui is the greatest support of the two brothers. Now that their backers' attitude towards them has changed, they should also make appropriate changes, otherwise their aunt might slap them in the face one day and make them start a new life. Damn it, it's all that Su Yunfeng's fault. When Shinichen thought of Su Yunfeng, he felt so angry that his teeth itched. When I was in Xianyang City, I thought he was a good person. As a result, now he knows. How does Su Yunfeng look like a good guy? Which good guy only hits people in the face? Shinixing thought more deeply than his brother. When he recalled the whole process, he found something strange. When his aunt saw him being beaten into a pig's head, he could clearly feel her anger. However, when he learned that the attacker was Su Yunfeng, his anger disappeared immediately and he became angry at him instead. The attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. Thinking of this, a guess suddenly popped up in his mind. However, this guess even scared him. No, no. He patted his chest as if he was extremely frightened. He quickly shook his head to get rid of that ridiculous speculation from his mind. The other side. After Shinichen left, Su Yunfeng blinked innocently and looked at Shinaoxue. Master, I have no place to sleep tonight, I think. Chapter 76 Sect Master, should I think about it or not? The other side. After Shinichen left, Su Yunfeng blinked and looked at Shinaoxue. Master, I have no place to sleep tonight, I think. Shinaoxue's eyes narrowed, and she glared at Su Yunfeng fiercely and snorted, You wanna fight? Su Yunfeng was speechless. He looked at Shinaoxue eagerly and was about to speak when Shinaoxue snorted, What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. No, I want to. Before Su Yunfeng could finish his words, he was interrupted by Shinaoxue. You can't even think about it. It's a sin to think about it. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You want me to take you to my place so you can do something bad? Well, I'm telling you it's impossible. Forget it. Without my approval, there's no way I'll let you get close to me. Su Yunfeng felt unwell. Why does this sound so familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before? No, Sect Master, I just want to ask if there are any other empty rooms in the outer gate area so I can move in. Hearing this, Shinaoxue was slightly stunned, and then a hint of embarrassed blush flashed across her cheeks. I thought to myself that I seemed to have misunderstood. Her subtle changes naturally did not escape Su Yunfeng's eyes. Only then did Su Yunfeng realize that Shinaoxue had thought of other aspects. He suddenly came over, raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a sly smile, Oh, Master, there is something wrong with your thinking. Shinaoxue's thoughts were exposed on the spot, and her cheeks instantly turned hot. Then she rolled up her sleeves and flew towards the back mountain with Su Yunfeng. Damn, happiness comes too suddenly. Su Yunfeng's heart was already taking off. Just now he said he wouldn't let him get close to him, but now his true nature is exposed. The sect leader couldn't help but attack him. Then let the storm come even harder. Ah! Su Yunfeng was dumbfounded. The clan leader did attack him, but not that kind of attack, but the real attack. At this time, his cultivation was sealed, his hands and feet were tied, and he was hung on the beam like a salted fish. No, Master, what do you mean? Su Yunfeng moved his body like a worm, trying to break free from the ropes. However, no matter how he struggled, it was of no use. At this time, Shinaoxue walked out from the inner room. She had just finished a shower and her body was still steaming, with her long, wet hair casually draped over her shoulders and back. A purple tulle nightgown was gently draped over her body, and her every move revealed her endless charm. Gurgle gurgle. Su Yunfeng swallowed his saliva helplessly, his eyes almost popping out. Perhaps Su Yunfeng is the only one in the world who has the blessing to appreciate such a beautiful scenery. Does it look good? Shinaoxue walked up to Su Yunfeng with 2 shaky steps, gently lifted his chin and asked softly. It looks good, it looks good, it looks really good. Su Yunfeng nodded repeatedly. This is not beautiful anymore, and nothing in the world is beautiful anymore. Do you still want to see? Shinaoxue chuckled and gently slid her shoulder strap down a little, revealing a line of crystal white skin. I want to see it. Su Yunfeng nodded his head rapidly, like pounding garlic. Shinaoxue stretched out a crystal-clear index finger, poked Su Yunfeng's forehead, and giggled coquettishly, So, do you still want to see it? As she spoke, a long whip appeared in her hand. With a snap, he swung a whip in the air. The whip made a loud cracking sound in the air. The crisp sound instantly sobered Su Yunfeng up and he quickly shook his head. I don't want to. Ha? I'm so beautiful, and you don't even want to look at me? You're asking for a fight. Shinaoxue swung the long whip in her hand and hit Su Yunfeng directly. Ah! Su Yunfeng immediately let out a howl. This is not an ordinary whip. Even his body was hit by the whip and it hurt so much that he flew off. If it were an ordinary person, it would be even worse. Do you want to see more? Shinaoxue asked with a giggle. I want to see it, I want to see it. Su Yunfeng immediately changed his words, fearing that Shen Aoshue would whip him again. It really hurts. However, the next moment, Shen Aoshue's whip fell on him. He cried out in pain. Humph, you're so bold. You even want to see my body. You're asking for a fight. Shen Aoshue snorted. Oh my god. Su Yunfeng was completely numb. I don't want to watch the beating, but I still get beaten. Why am I so miserable? Master, can you give me a hint? Should I want to watch it or not? Su Yunfeng asked with a wail. Unexpectedly, Shen Aoshue's eyes immediately lit up, and she snorted angrily, Dare to call me old, you're asking for a beating. Pa pa pa. The whip in his hand hit Su Yunfeng again and again. Su Yunfeng was only qualified to let out a howl, and he could do nothing else. I can only stare blankly. You hit me with a whip, and I hit you with my eyes. You're going to get beaten anyway, so don't worry about the huge losses. Shen Aoshue, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will make you pay back 100-fold. By then, begging for mercy will be useless. Su Yunfeng thought fiercely in his heart. The next day, early in the morning, Su Yunfeng was thrown out mercilessly. At this moment, he was like an object, to be thrown away after use. That female devil Shen Aoshue actually played tricks on him for most of the night. Fortunately, she was so tired that she fell asleep in the end, otherwise it would have been even worse. However, it was indeed a feast for the eyes. The interest has been collected in full. Early in the morning, Shen Aoshue fed him some healing pills to heal the whip wounds on his body. Damn, crazy woman. Su Yunfeng cursed inwardly. There were 2 sound transmission jade slips in the storage ring that had been lit up all night. They were messages sent by Qiu Hongyue and Lin Xian. After taking it out and listening to it, I couldn't help but feel much better. It's still the senior sisters who care about me. He murmured a laugh. The 2 senior sisters knew that his yard had been bombed into ruins, but they still couldn't find him, so they were very worried. He replied to the messages one by one, saying that he was safe and missed them very much. Then he took out Sun Yan's voice transmission jade slip and sent a message. Elder Su, I am Su Yunfeng. My courtyard was destroyed and I need a new one. His current background is very strong, and any one of them can surpass the outer sect elders. The sound transmission jade slip soon lit up, and Sun Yan replied that there was still a yard and gave him a location. According to the location in the jade slip, Su Yunfeng arrived at his destination. The outer sect elder Sun Yan had already been waiting here. Disciple Su Yunfeng pays his respects to Elder Su. Su Yunfeng bowed and shouted. Sun Yan immediately waved his hand and said with a smile, You're welcome, you're welcome. These are all my responsibilities. If you need anything, just let me know. As he spoke, he led Su Yunfeng into the yard. This yard is about the same size as the previous one and the layout is almost the same. Su Yunfeng is quite satisfied with it. Thank you, Elder Su. Su Yunfeng expressed his gratitude again. It's okay, it's okay. If you have any questions in the future, just let me know. After a few more polite words, Sun Yan left. Su Yunfeng made the bed and cleaned every room inside and outside the yard. After he finished his work, he sent a message to his 2 senior sisters. In a short while, 2 beautiful figures arrived together. Junior brother, are you okay? After the 2 women landed, Qiu Hongyue immediately came to his side and started checking them. Chapter 77 The floor tiles were dug out and the corpse was whipped for 3 days. Behind him, Lin Xian also cast a concerned look. If Qiu Hongyue was not present, she might have stripped Su Yunfeng naked for examination. I'm fine, thank you 2 senior sisters for your concern. Su Yunfeng said with a smile, a warm feeling rising in his heart. Junior brother, where did you go last night? We looked for you for a long time but couldn't find you. We sent you a message but you didn't reply. Lin Xian frowned slightly and asked worriedly. Yesterday, she and Qiu Hongyue searched almost every corner of the sect but couldn't find any trace of Su Yunfeng. The message they sent did not receive a reply for a long time, which really made them worry all night. Su Yunfeng didn't dare to say that he was severely punished by the sect leader last night. He only said in a coy voice, The sect leader has banned my cultivation and punished me to face the wall and reflect on my mistakes for an entire night. Humph, why would master punish you? When Lin Xian heard this, her lips pouted in anger, somewhat dissatisfied with her master's behavior. Su Yunfeng scratched his head, and then recounted what happened yesterday when Xinxingchen came to seek revenge. After hearing this, the two women finally understood the whole story. At this moment, a sound transmission jade slip in the storage ring lit up. It was a message sent by Xianao Xue. Su Yunfeng frowned. He had just come out from Xianao Xue's place, and now she was sending him a message again. What did that mean? After taking out the sound transmission jade slip and reading the information inside, Su Yunfeng's eyes changed slightly. What's wrong, junior brother? Xiao Honyue saw Su Yunfeng frowning and asked with concern. Senior sister, please wait here for me. The sect master wants me to come over. Su Yunfeng told the truth, but he didn't give the specific reason. What happened? Let's go too, maybe we can help. Lin Xiyan immediately followed him. If the master asked him to come over, it must be no small matter. Yes, senior sister is right. We will go with you. If it is master who is making things difficult for you, we can even help you intercede. Xiao Honyue didn't listen to Su Yunfeng this time and wanted to go with him. The main concern is that the master might punish me. If that were the case, then the two of them could come forward and plead for mercy. Okay, let's go together. Su Yunfeng smiled slightly. He could clearly sense from the expressions of the two senior sisters that they were really worried about his safety. How could I bear to refuse such a good senior sister? After a while, the three of them arrived at the sect's main hall. When Xianao Xue saw the three people walking side by side, her eyebrows couldn't help but frown slightly. When did these two disciples become so close to Su Yunfeng? She snorted slightly in her heart and glared at Su Yunfeng inconspicuously. Su Yunfeng naturally saw her look, which was a secret code that only he knew. Seeing Xianao Xue glaring at him, his heart beat violently. It was not because he was fascinated by Xianao Xue's charm, but because he remembered the powerlessness he felt when he was dominated last night. This is why I didn't want the two senior sisters to come with me just now. He knew that Xianao Xue would definitely be angry, and if she was angry, he would be in trouble. Su Yunfeng cried out in his heart, my life is so miserable. There were two people standing in the hall. Su Yunfeng knew both of them. One was Yi Chen and the other was his master Xiaoyan. The moment he walked into the hall, he noticed Yi Chen's gaze. This guy was actually secretly looking at Xianao Xue. What a courage! How dare you, a crooked-mouthed little dragon king, peek at my woman? Su Yunfeng snorted coldly in his heart. When they came in, Yi Chen's eyes first swept over Qiu Hongyue, and then were quickly attracted to Lin Xiyan. It was the first time he saw Lin Xiyan, and he was instantly attracted by her beauty. He only dared to glance at Xianao Xue secretly, but Lin Xiyan was different. She was not the sect leader, so Yi Chen dared to admire her openly. Seeing his stupid look, Su Yunfeng took a step forward and stood beside Lin Xiyan, blocking Yi Chen's sight. Lin Xiyan also felt a chill, and her whole body felt numb under Yi Chen's gaze. Yi Chen's good fortune was destroyed, and a surge of anger instantly rose in his heart. He gritted his teeth secretly, wishing he could tear Su Yunfeng apart with his own hands. Greetings, sect master. Su Yunfeng clasped his fists and shouted. Greetings, master. The two women also paid their respects to Xianao Xue. Xianao Xue nodded. She saw Su Yunfeng's little movements clearly just now. She couldn't help but glance at him slightly, and in her heart she gave Su Yunfeng a few more whips. Su Yunfeng, Yi Chen said that you beat him severely for no reason. Is that true? At this time, Xianao Xue's voice sounded, without any emotional fluctuations in her voice, as if she was just asking an ordinary disciple. Upon hearing this, Su Yunfeng couldn't help but glance at Yi Chen sideways, then clasped his fists and explained, Master, I did injure Yi Chen, but it wasn't without reason. He was the one who attacked me first and wanted to kill me. Suddenly, Yi Chen shuddered unconsciously. At this moment, he seemed to be stared at by several ferocious beasts, and a cold fear suddenly rose in his heart. Xianao Xue uttered a puzzled a cold glint flashed in her eyes, and she asked in a deep voice, What's going on? Now she was no longer as emotionless as before, but now she was filled with anger. Then, Gong Xing recounted everything that had happened some time ago. Xiu Hongyue and Lin Xiyan knew something about this matter, but they didn't know the specific process. Only now did he learn the specific details of the whole incident from Su Yunfeng. His eyes couldn't help but change, and the glance he gave Yi Chen became ice cold. Xianao Xue, who was sitting on the sect leader's throne, also frowned slightly, a chill rose in her heart, and she glanced at Yi Chen coldly. You're talking nonsense. Yi Chen stood up and loudly retorted, the furnace explosion was unintentional, but you insisted that I deliberately detonated it and injured me. Su Yunfeng chuckled upon hearing this, his eyes shifted downward slightly, and he said sarcastically, "But I remember I just kicked you. As for that part, you broke it yourself. Are you blaming me? If you're really angry, I suggest you dig out that floor tile and whip its corpse for 3 days." Yi Chen's face suddenly turned red, especially since there were 3 extremely beautiful women present. Su Yunfeng's words undoubtedly made him feel ashamed. He stared at Su Yunfeng fiercely, his eyes flashing with ferocity as he gritted his teeth and said, "If you hadn't kicked me indiscriminately, would I have done that? You are the culprit." Su Yunfeng's face turned cold and he snorted, "The facts are already clear, are you still trying to make excuses?" At this time, the Grand Elder Xiaoyan slowly spoke, "Young man, although young, he is quite arrogant." Su Yunfeng's eyes instantly fell on Xiaoyan, and he didn't give him any face at all because he was the Supreme Elder. He just sneered, "Don't you know the character of your own disciples? You have to embarrass yourself in public. Do you think your face is strong enough to withstand a beating? You idiot, how dare you laugh at me?" Xiaoyan's thick eyebrows suddenly stood up, and a powerful momentum suddenly burst out, crushing towards Su Yunfeng in an instant. Chapter 78 I destroyed him completely. Chapter 76 was missed. Friends who haven't read it can go back and take a look. It is a welfare interaction with the sect master. Seeing his master getting angry and suppressing Su Yunfeng, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel happy. Just now, Su Yunfeng made him lose face in front of all the beauties. Now, he must also be humiliated. Junior brother. Junior brother. Both women turned pale at the same time. The Supreme Elder's cultivation was unfathomable, and the two of them were of no help at all. They could only watch Su Yunfeng being crushed. At this moment, both of them secretly hated themselves for being too weak and unable to protect their junior brother. However, Su Yunfeng, the person involved, was not panicked at all. As long as Shanao Xue was there, even the Supreme Elder couldn't hurt him. On the throne of the clan leader, Shanao Xue's eyes instantly turned cold. He snorted coldly, raised his hand and slapped him. An extremely powerful energy arrived in an instant, directly dispersing Xiaoyan's pressure and pushing him back 3 feet. Shanao Xue's voice was filled with a bone-chilling chill as she shouted, "How dare you? This is the sect's main hall. How can you bully the weak? Do you think I don't exist?" Her words caused the temperature in the hall to drop by dozens of degrees, and everyone instantly felt as if they were in a world of ice and snow. The sudden chill brought Grand Elder Xiaoyan back to his senses and made him realize that he had been impulsive. "Master, please calm down. It was I who was reckless." Xiaoyan had to admit his mistake. Although he is very strong, he is still far behind Shanao Xue. "Humph. This won't happen again." Shanao Xue snorted coldly, and at the same time the icy chill receded like a tide. Xiaoyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that the sect leader seemed to be stronger than before. The aura he revealed just now made his heart palpitate. Su Yunfeng sneered in his heart. What a wicked old man. He wanted to use his power to bully the weak and suppress him. "That's right, I can't beat you, but can I still beat your disciple?" His eyes swept over Yi Chen fiercely. Then he turned around and clasped his fists toward Shanao Xue, angrily saying, "Master, the Supreme Elder is bullying the weak, and I will not submit. What do you want?" Shanao Xue put away her cold expression and asked slowly, without any trace of the cold look from before. "I want to challenge his disciple Yi Chen." "Yi Chen, do you dare to fight someone of the same level?" "Just what I want." Yi Chen agreed immediately without thinking. Last time, in Dan Hall, he was too careless and gave Su Yunfeng an opportunity to take advantage of him. After this period of training, his cultivation has been further improved, and with preparation, he will definitely defeat Su Yunfeng and avenge his previous defeat. What's more, since it is a battle between people of the same level, he is even more not at a disadvantage. You know, he is a genius who can fight against opponents of higher levels. Who is Su Yunfeng? He is just an outer disciple. In a battle of the same level, he was easily defeated. Shanao Xue frowned slightly. She was a little worried that Su Yunfeng was being blinded by anger and was acting stubbornly. She knew Su Yunfeng's qualifications best, and they could be described as terrible. On the other hand, Yi Chen's qualifications are that of a rare genius that only appears once in a century. The two of them are like heaven and earth, and are not on the same level at all. Even when fighting against opponents of the same level, Yi Chen's combat power is quite terrifying and cannot be compared with ordinary people. She was worried that Su Yunfeng was in danger. However, when she saw Su Yunfeng winking at her secretly, she understood and couldn't help but smile secretly in her heart. Su Yunfeng must have had some bad intentions. Okay, I agree, Shanaoshua said lightly. Yi Chen's eyes were shining, his chin was raised, and he was almost looking at people through his nostrils. Su Yunfeng, you asked for this. I'm going to beat the shit out of you today. The group arrived at the martial arts arena and immediately attracted attention. Hey, what happened? The sect master came in person? The people at the martial arts training ground started to speculate after seeing the few people, and then quickly informed their friends through the sound transmission jade slips. In just a moment, the number of people in the martial arts arena increased several times. At this time, Yi Chen shook his head. He wanted to lift his flowing bangs to look cool, but he realized that Su Yunfeng had shaved his head bald last time and his hair had not grown back yet. So, I could only react impulsively and scratch my head. My beautiful senior sister, my name is Yi Chen. May I ask your name? Yi Chen raised the corners of his mouth, drawing a long arc, revealing his signature Dragon King smile. In his opinion, no woman could escape this smile. This senior sister will definitely be charmed by his smile. Roll. However, Lin Xian just shouted coldly, her face as cold as a 1,000-year-old snow mountain, and the cold wind was biting. Yi Chen's Dragon King smile froze slightly. He couldn't believe his ears. There was actually a woman who could resist his most charming smile. Totally unscientific. Puff. A laugh came from the side. Yi Chen glanced sideways and saw the incredibly beautiful sect leader Shanaoshue. Just this momentary smile made him fall in love with her. Seeing Yi Chen looking at her, Shanaoshue instantly suppressed all her smiles and her face became indifferent. Yi Chen's eyes made her very uncomfortable, and a feeling of disgust rose from the bottom of her heart. Or the way Su Yunfeng looked at her was comforting. I only heard her hum lightly, "Get on the stage." Yi Chen only felt his body was cold, as if he was thrown to the top of a snowy mountain, and he woke up instantly. Yes, disciple obeys. He immediately clasped his fists respectfully, and then stepped onto the stage. Yi Chen secretly clenched his fists, determined to find a way to take down the sect leader. It was so beautiful. In all his years in the love world, he had never seen such a beautiful smile. Shanaoshua hooked her finger at Su Yunfeng, and Su Yunfeng walked over quickly. Destroy him for me, completely. Shanaoshua opened her red lips slightly and spoke the words she hated the most in a gentle tone. Okay, master, you are wise. Actually, I have always thought so. Su Yunfeng grinned, revealing a cruel smile. If you don't do it thoroughly, beware of my whip. Shanaoshua stared at him and said meaningfully. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Su Yunfeng promised, then he moved and instantly arrived on the ring. Sect Master Shanaoshua said calmly, today, outer disciple Su Yunfeng challenges Yi Chen, the direct disciple of the Grand Elder. The challenge must be stopped within a certain point, and his life must not be harmed. Although his words were soft, they fell clearly into the ears of everyone present. At this time, everyone knew what had happened. Everyone couldn't believe their ears. An outer disciple challenges the direct disciple of the Supreme Elder. Who gives him the courage? Not many disciples knew about the Dan Hall, and the vast majority knew nothing about it. In their opinion, how could the strength of outer disciples be compared with that of direct disciples? It's not on the same order of magnitude, right? As for Su Yunfeng, most people know him. Everyone knows that his strength is indeed outstanding, but it is only limited to the outer sect. Not to mention his direct disciples, even the ordinary disciples of the inner sect are not something he can deal with. In this duel, almost everyone was not optimistic about Su Yunfeng. Kneel down now and kowtow 3 times, then admit defeat, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Chen stared at Su Yunfeng coldly and growled viciously in a low voice. Su Yunfeng sneered, are you sure you can win? Chapter 79 Senior Sister, you are taking pictures of me secretly. Humph, that's beyond words. Last time, I was just careless and let you take advantage of the opportunity. This time, you are dead. I want to show my senior sisters that I, Yi Chen, am the most outstanding man in the entire sect, and only I am worthy of standing by their side. Yi Chen said this with an arrogant look on his face, full of strong confidence, and did not take Su Yunfeng seriously at all. Haha, really? Don't cry later. Su Yunfeng smiled coldly. Yi Chen must have been too successful in his life. Even after losing once, he still didn't face the reality and was still finding objective excuses for himself. Never look for reasons within yourself. The showdown begins. At this moment, Shen Aoshua's faint voice sounded, and the duel between the two officially began. Yi Chen said again fiercely, "I'll give you one last time." "Shut up, you idiot." Su Yunfeng didn't give Yi Chen any chance to talk back. The moment the word "start" came out, he took action. He was very fast and appeared in front of Yi Chen in the blink of an eye like a ghost. Immediately afterwards, an uppercut came from bottom to top and hit Yi Chen's jaw directly. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard. This punch smashed Yi Chen's jaw into pieces, and he lost the ability to speak. This is not the end yet. Su Yunfeng suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Yi Chen's ankle, and then swung him up. Bang bang bang! The spectators below the stage almost popped their eyes out and their jaws dropped. What is going on? He was just saying that Su Yunfeng had no chance of winning, but the next moment, he was slapped in the face. Yi Chen, who was favored by all of them, now became like a rotten mop in Su Yunfeng's hand, constantly smashing it to the ground. This scene is so unreal. The outer disciples beat up the direct disciples with just one move, and the direct disciples had no chance to fight back. Are the outer disciples so powerful now? Oh. Yi Chen was confused throughout the whole process. At this moment, his mind was a mess, like a pig's brain, and he lost the ability to think. Only when Su Yunfeng swung him from left to right and then from right to left, he would instinctively scream ah. Everyone in the audience was shocked, with only 3 exceptions. Qiu Hanyue clenched her pink fists tightly, her hands trembling slightly with excitement. As long as Su Yunfeng can win, she will be happy. Her thoughts are so pure and simple. She doesn't care about anything else, she only cares about the person she wants to care about. Lin Shiyan opened her mouth slightly, and a barely perceptible blush flashed across her pretty cheeks. She thought that helping her junior brother practice was useful and that he had made some progress. In the future, I must work harder to help my junior fellow apprentice practice. Shen Aoshua raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a slightly satisfied smile. Su Yunfeng's performance far exceeded her expectations. He, you are indeed my little man, quite energetic. What kind of reward should I give him? Shen Aoshua thought secretly in her heart. The Supreme Elder Xiao Yan had a completely different mood from the other 3. At this moment, his face was terribly gloomy, as ugly as if he had eaten 10,000 dead flies. His proud personal disciple was actually beaten by a new outer disciple. Where could he put his face? Yi Chen is the genius he has ever seen, whose talent is second only to the Son of God. How could he be so vulnerable? Stop! He couldn't bear it any longer and finally shouted stop. When Su Yunfeng on the ring heard this, he smiled coldly, and directly knocked the half-dead Yi Chen to the ground, then raised his foot and stepped on him. You asked me to stop, you are the Supreme Elder and I will give you face. But, you didn't let me stop, did you? Yi Chen only felt that this time he was not broken, but exploded, and exploded completely. Every step Su Yunfeng took was accompanied by a shrill howl. Shen Aoshua raised her beautiful eyebrows and nodded secretly. Su Yunfeng had indeed ruined Yi Chen, and very thoroughly. My mood improved immediately. Suddenly I feel that Su Yunfeng is becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Should I reward him with something special? Stop! Stop! The Grand Elder's eyes were bloodshot and filled with rage. He didn't care about anything else and flew directly onto the ring to personally stop Su Yunfeng from stepping on the object. Stop, didn't you hear me say stop? Xiao Yan shouted angrily, and a powerful force instantly emanated from his body, knocking Su Yunfeng away. Shen Aoshua's face turned cold in the audience, and she snorted immediately. Her figure flashed and she appeared on the stage in an instant. Elder Xiao, what do you mean? As a Supreme Elder, don't you feel ashamed to interfere in a competition between disciples? Shen Aoshua shouted coldly. Xiao Yan also realized his own loss of composure, but he did not think he was wrong. He only heard him argue, Master, you also saw it. If I didn't stop him, Yi Chen would be beaten to death. Humph, with me here, how could I just sit there and watch him get beaten to death? Besides, Su Yunfeng had no intention of taking his life at all. Can't you see that? Shen Aoshua spoke with a straight face and indifference, his words filled with the supreme majesty of a sect leader. Her words made Xiao Yan speechless for a long time. Su Yunfeng secretly gave Shen Aoshua a thumbs up. The sect master still cares about him. I'm so touched. Next time I get whipped, I'll scream louder. He thought secretly in his heart. There was a moment of silence on the stage. On one side is the resentful Supreme Elder, and on the other side is the powerful sect leader. In the end, it was the Supreme Elder Shaoyan who gave in and bowed his head. I admit my mistake, sect master, and I promise there won't be a next time. The Grand Elder said this with a feeling of frustration in his heart. He is a Supreme Elder of noble status, but now he has to admit his mistakes in front of so many disciples. It is really embarrassing. After saying this, he did not linger any longer and flew towards the alchemy hall carrying the unconscious Yi Chen. He was going to ask Li Yifeng for elixirs to save Yi Chen. Su Yunfeng's eyes flashed, he narrowed his eyes slightly, silently took out a sound transmission jade slip, and sent a message to his adoptive father. After returning to his residence, Su Yunfeng was pestered by his two senior sisters. Junior brother, your uppercut is so cool, please teach me. Lin Xiyan held Su Yunfeng tightly and refused to let go, insisting that he teach her the uppercut. Even Xiao Hongyue, who was usually shy, showed an interested look and said softly, Junior brother, I want to learn too. Seeing that both girls were so enthusiastic and eager to learn, Su Yunfeng no longer hid his shortcomings. He stood in front of the two women, then took 2 steps back and said, watch this. First, get into position, make a fist, then use your arm to exert force. Like this, bend your arm and wrist at the same time, and hook it upwards. It's that simple. Do you understand? Su Yunfeng simply demonstrated it to the air, then looked at the two senior sisters and asked. The two shook their heads, indicating that they didn't understand. Junior brother, please demonstrate it a few more times. I didn't see the details clearly just now. The slower you move, the better. Lin Xiyan said, and Xiao Hongyue nodded slightly. Su Yunfeng scratched his head, he was a little puzzled, wasn't this just an ordinary uppercut, without any technical content? The two senior sisters' talents are incredibly high. It's impossible that they can't even understand such a simple thing, right? Although he was a little confused, he did not spoil the interest of the two senior sisters. He demonstrated it back and forth many times, and his movements became much slower in accordance with the standards of the senior sisters. Senior sister, I think you're kidding me. I've practiced this 100 times. Su Yunfeng looked at his two senior sisters and complained. A hint of panic flashed in the eyes of Lin Xiyan and Xiao Hongyue at the same time. Xiao Hongyue said, Junior brother, I have learned it. I will leave first. Then he flew away as if escaping, not daring to look Su Yunfeng in the eye. Strange. Su Yunfeng frowned and murmured as he watched Xiao Hongyue's quickly disappearing figure. Fortunately, the main personnel have not left yet. He quickly came to Lin Xiyan and asked doubtfully, Senior sister, are you hiding something from me? Lin Xiyan's cheeks turned red. She was different from Xiao Hongyue. She has a very close relationship with Su Yunfeng, so there is nothing to be embarrassed about. She stretched out her hand in front of Su Yunfeng, then opened her palm, and a photostone lay quietly in her white and tender palm. Ah? Are you secretly filming me? Su Yunfeng was completely dumbfounded. Can it still be done this way? It turns out that Xiao Hongyue has also slowly turned bad. He said with a stern face and an unhappy look, Senior sister, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but if you want to watch it, if you want to record it, just tell me directly. I'm very willing to cooperate. As he said that, he took Lin Xiyan's soft little hand and walked into the house. Come on, come inside, I'll show you the unobstructed version. Lin Xiyan's cheeks turned red. She knew what Su Yunfeng meant. She lowered her head and followed her junior brother into the room with a red face. Chapter 80. In the middle of the night, the sect master is on his way to kill. Senior sister, are you recording? Do you think my posture is handsome? In the room, Su Yunfeng asked while changing his posture. Lin Xiyan was stunned. Why is it different from what I thought? She thought she was going to help her junior brother practice martial arts, but her junior brother actually posed for her to record the video? The key point is that her whole body is blurred, and it is the kind of VVVIP service that only she can enjoy. She was secretly annoyed, pouted her lips and snorted softly, it's being recorded. Humph, I have already thought of the posture. You stinky junior brother doesn't understand girls' minds at all, you are just a piece of wood. Ha, just record it. Su Yunfeng laughed happily. He didn't know yet that he had been blamed by his senior sister. I am also immersed in posing various difficult poses. Sister, let me show you another national fitness exercise from our hometown. Su Yunfeng posed more and more vigorously, and suddenly an electric current seemed to pass through his mind, making him recall things from his past life. What a green time! What a nostalgic era! All he wants now is to do aerobics. When Lin Xiyan heard that Su Yunfeng was going to introduce the national sports in his hometown, she immediately became interested. Then show me how to do it. I want to record it. Lin Xiyan adjusted the angle of the photostone and couldn't wait to watch her junior brother perform exercises. She had never heard of any calisthenics and thought it must be very special and that her junior brother would look very good when he danced. Su Yunfeng smiled and nodded. Okay, senior sister, just watch carefully. Then, he stood up straight, got into position, took a deep breath, and looked like he was about to make a big move. Lin Xiyan adjusted the angle of the photostone again to ensure that Su Yunfeng was in the center of the image in all directions. She wants to keep this video as a treasure. This was a dance performed by her junior brother just for her. It was a happiness that belonged to her alone. So happy, so blessed. The next moment. Su Yunfeng looked solemn and dignified, with his legs standing straight, his hips lifted, waist tightened, chest straightened, and his head raised, looking straight ahead. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Xiyan's beautiful eyes, and her little heart was beating bang 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 as if it was hit by something. She pursed her lips and thought to herself, junior brother looks so handsome when he's serious. I like him so much. The 8th set of radio gymnastics begins now. March and step. Su Yunfeng suddenly spoke. He kept shouting 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. His feet kept stepping on the spot, and his hands began to swing left and right. Then performed standard mechanical movements. Lin Xiyan blinked her innocent big eyes and was stunned. What kind of sport is this? It feels weird. I have never seen such a strange way of exercising. It seems completely different from what I thought. Was it my eyes that were blurry, or did my junior brother make a wrong move? She rubbed her eyes hard, hoping that she was seeing things. However, when she opened her eyes again, the scene remained the same. Lin Xiyan just opened her mouth slightly and watched from beginning to end. After doing a set of gymnastics, Su Yunfeng seemed to have found the long-lost feeling of intimacy. This taste is authentic. It's like returning to that innocent era. Sister, we're done with the warm-up exercises. Next. Su Yunfeng looked at Lin Xiyan, blinked, and smiled mischievously. It's your turn to dance. Lin Xiyan was stunned. She thought she was going to help her junior brother with his training, but it turned out that he wanted her to dance. Lin Xiyan pouted her lips and reluctantly showed off her graceful dance moves. However, under Su Yunfeng's chaotic command, the dance became cooler and cooler. Sure enough, the stinky junior brother is still the same stinky junior brother. The ultimate goal is to let her assist in cultivation. At the same time, the back mountain of the sect. After Shinaoxue finished her bath, her snow-white skin turned slightly red and emitted a hint of heat. She gently hooked her fingers, and a light purple tulle dress automatically fell on her body. After coming out of the bathtub, Shinaoxue lazily lay on the comfortable couch, then lightly hooked her little finger, and a sound transmission jade slip flew over and landed in her palm. She sent a message into the sound transmission jade slip. What are you doing, little man? Shinaoxue's voice was weak and boneless, which made people full of imagination when they heard it. It was completely different from her cold and ruthless appearance during the day. During the day it was majestic and domineering, and freezing cold. Now she is lazy, charming, and passionate. On the other side, Su Yunfeng frowned slightly. He sensed that Shinaoxue's voice transmission jade stone lit up, and it was a message from the sect leader. However, he didn't have time to reply her now because he was busy. As he had very poor aptitude, he had to work hard and practice diligently. After waiting for a long time without receiving a reply, Shinaoxue's face showed a trace of anger. She snorted softly, "You are so bold. You didn't even reply to my message." So, he directly picked up the sound transmission jade slip and frantically transmitted information of no practical value into it. I'm going to call you to death so that you won't reply to my message. Shinaoxue held her delicate chin high, looking quite proud and arrogant. The corners of her moist mouth rose slightly, as if she thought of the helpless scene when Su Yunfeng saw the sound transmitting jade stone. However, another hour passed and there was still no reply from Su Yunfeng. She was a little angry. Humph, don't fall into my hands, or you'll be in trouble. Shinaoxue gritted her teeth and muttered to herself in dissatisfaction. Then, there was another barrage of messages. She just couldn't believe that Su Yunfeng would dare not reply to her message. Another hour passed, and there was still no reply. Shanao Xue was really angry. That little man Su Yunfeng actually ignored her. Was he so bold as to say that? She decided to teach the boy a lesson right now, to let him know why the flowers were so red and how serious the consequences of not replying to messages were. Do what you say. Shanao Xue quickly changed into an exquisite purple long dress, and with a flash of her figure, she flew towards Su Yunfeng's residence. At the same time, Su Yunfeng suddenly felt a chill down his spine. It seemed as if some ferocious beast was approaching, and an extremely uneasy feeling arose in my heart. Junior brother, what's wrong? Seeing Su Yunfeng's strange expression, Lin Xian asked worriedly. Sister, do you feel a chill down your spine, as if something dangerous is about to happen? Hearing this, Lin Xinyan frowned slightly, restrained all her emotions, and sensed secretly for a while. Suddenly, she couldn't help but shiver. It really is a strange feeling. I felt a little nervous, as if the secret in my heart was about to be exposed, and I was nervous and uneasy. Junior brother, what's going on? Lin Xian was a little flustered and asked quickly. Su Yunfeng shook his head slightly. He didn't know why he suddenly had this feeling. Chapter 81, Sect Master, please listen to my excuses. No, please listen to my explanation. Shanao Xue came to Su Yunfeng's residence angrily. She looked down from the air. The yard was very quiet, without a sound, and only one room had the light on. That was the room where Su Yunfeng rested. Seeing the lights come on, Shanao Xue became even angrier. This guy was clearly still awake, and he hadn't replied to her message for several hours. Hateful. Humph, today I will definitely teach you a lesson. Shanao Xue descended, drew a graceful arc in the darkness, and then landed silently in the yard. Her hand had just lightly pressed on the door, and she was about to sneak in to see what Su Yunfeng was doing. Are you doing something shameful and secretive? On second thought. That's not right. As the leader of a sect, you should behave like one. Why should you be so secretive? What's more, Su Yunfeng is her man. She should feel justified in watching what her man is doing in the middle of the night. Why does it seem like catching an adulterer? The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. Then, she withdrew her jade hand. Then, he kicked the door directly. Bang! The wooden door could not withstand her kick. It exploded with a loud bang and shattered into pieces. Shanao Xue frowned slightly, as if she had used too much force. Exploded. Su Yunfeng on the bed was startled and quickly looked back. A gorgeous purple figure was staring at him with murderous intent. The look in his eyes seemed to want to eat him, and it gave Su Yunfeng a chill. Master, listen to my excuses. No, listen to my explanation. Do you believe me when I say I'm practicing martial arts? Su Yunfeng immediately explained cautiously and awkwardly. Shanao Xue's eyes were cold and her face was icy. She stepped over the threshold with her long legs and walked in step by step. Gurgle gurgle. Su Yunfeng was shocked by her powerful aura and couldn't help swallowing. Oh, what a good exercise. Shanao Xue glanced down at him and said coldly, do you think I'm blind? Su Yunfeng forced out an awkward yet polite smile and explained, Sect Master, this is actually called push-ups, and it's used to exercise the muscles. Oh. Shanao Xue folded her hands across her chest, looking down at Su Yunfeng, and said calmly, I don't care about push-ups or not, what's the matter with you being naked? A gleam of light flashed in Su Yunfeng's eyes. From Shanao Xue's tone, he could tell that she didn't seem as angry as before. He quickly turned over and jumped out of the bed. Standing in front of Shanao Xue, he puffed out his chest, straightened his back, and bent his arms, striking the standard posture of a muscular man. Master, can you try to see if my muscles are hard? Su Yunfeng is the kind of man who looks thin when he is dressed and muscular when he is undressed. The biceps on both arms bulge high, the chest is very strong, and there are 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. Just standing there is full of visual impact. Coupled with his looks that surpass Panin, he is simply the most perfect Prince Charming in women's hearts. Shanao Xue is no exception. A blush flashed across her cheeks, and her eyes wandered over Su Yunfeng's body, and she had the urge to poke him with her finger. Su Yunfeng smiled secretly in his heart. He was observing the expression in Shanao Xue's eyes. Naturally, he knew her method, so he told her to give it a try. Master, you're welcome. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. Just treat it as your own body and poke at it as you like. The tension in Su Yunfeng's heart completely disappeared. Xiaoshua's expression had calmed down, and it looked like she wouldn't be angry with him anymore. In the end, Xiaoshua couldn't help her curiosity, stretched out her right hand, and gently poked Su Yunfeng's muscles with her index finger. Poke the biceps, poke the chest, poke the chest, poke the abdominals, poke the abdominals. Xiaoshua became more and more excited as she poked. At first, she used only one finger, but later she used all 10 fingers at once, which greatly satisfied her curiosity. The anger that was in my heart just now disappeared without a trace. After Xiaoshua had satisfied her desire, she finally remembered the reason why she came to see Su Yunfeng. He immediately poked Su Yunfeng's chest and asked, "Why don't you reply to my message?" Su Yunfeng immediately explained, "I was practicing, wasn't I paying attention?" Xiaoshua let out a long hum and hummed lightly, "Don't use those messed up excuses to fool me. I want to hear the truth." Su Yunfeng's mind turned. "You want to hear the truth, right? I'll tell you right away." Immediately. He gritted his teeth and said as if he had made a great decision, "Okay, sect master, you know, I'm an honest person and don't talk much. If you want to listen, I'll go all out." The next moment, his eyes were fixed on Xiaoshua's eyes. Their eyes met. His eyes were extremely determined, and he spoke word for word, "Because I want to play hard to get. I want to be close yet distant. This way, the sect master will pay more attention to me and care about me more. Because I like the sect master." After Su Yunfeng finished speaking, he stared straight into Xiaoshua's eyes without even blinking, with great determination and without the slightest hint of evasion. When Xiaoshua heard this, her cheeks turned slightly red. Is this Su Yunfeng's confession? However, as the leader of a sect, he must maintain his dignity and not be fooled by a few words from this guy. She just giggled and said, "Little man, do you think I am one of those ignorant girls who are just beginning to fall in love and will be fooled by your words? As I said, if you want to truly become my man, wait until you become stronger." Having said that, she looked away slightly and found that the window next to her was open. "Don't you close the window at night?" Su Yunfeng did not dwell on the previous topic. He had never thought that Xiaoshua would admit their relationship because of his words. This matter needs to be taken slowly. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Especially for a strong woman like Xiaoshua, one must not act too hastily. Hearing her words, Su Yunfeng said calmly, "I'm used to practicing with the windows open for ventilation." Oh my god. Suddenly, he saw a corner of red silk on the bed. My heart suddenly started beating wildly, like a machine gun firing madly, and I couldn't stop at all. Although only a corner and a thin ribbon were exposed, he was very clear that this was Lin Xian's underwear. If Xiaoshua found out about this, there would be no way to explain it even if I jumped into the Yellow River. If Xiaoshua discovered his relationship with Lin Xian, the consequences could be imagined. Xiaoshua is such a strong woman who can tolerate her little man and other women. The key point is that the woman is her direct disciple, which is even more unacceptable. In addition, Xiao Hongyue will definitely know it, and by then, she will definitely be heartbroken, and may even leave him in order to fulfill his and her senior sister's wishes. By the way, the relationship between Xiao Hongyue and Lin Xian will also reach a deadlock. Damn it! How can this be tolerated? Seeing that Xiaoshua's gaze was moving downwards, Su Yunfeng got hot-headed and immediately lay on his back on the bed, pressing his body tightly against the red clothes. What are you doing? Xiaoshua frowned and glanced at Su Yunfeng, feeling that his behavior was a little strange. Su Yunfeng is feeling nervous right now, and his thinking ability has been reduced by half. He raised his eyebrows at Xiaoshua and said, "Sect Master, do you want to sit down and rest for a while?" Chapter 82 Junior brother, whoever did this, I will beat him up. Xiaoshua's eyes suddenly focused. The scene in the cave that day instantly came to my mind. Her cheeks suddenly turned red, she snorted in shame and anger, and walked away. Before leaving, she angrily threatened Su Yunfeng, "Be careful or I'll cut it off." "Master, are you willing to do this?" Su Yunfeng asked provocatively with a wicked smile. Roll. Xiaoshua flew out of Su Yunfeng's yard without looking back and disappeared into the night. At the same time, he was secretly angry. This kid Su Yunfeng was too bold. He had to teach him a lesson. In the room, after Xiaoshua had been gone for a while and Su Yunfeng was sure that she would not come back, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he get up from the bed and quickly put Lin Xian's underwear into the storage ring. It is impossible to practice tonight. The best I can do is to lie down and level up. The second day. Lin Xian ran over early. When she saw the door that had been kicked in, she immediately became worried. Junior brother, junior brother. Lin Xian called out twice before Su Yunfeng came out of the next room, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Senior sister, I'm here. Lin Xian walked over quickly and asked with concern, Junior brother, are you okay? Su Yunfeng shook his head, I'm fine. Hearing him say that everything was fine, Lin Xian felt relieved, but when she saw the broken pieces of wood scattered on the ground, she became furious. Junior brother, whoever did this, I'll go beat him up. Su Yunfeng was delighted when he heard this. He blinked his eyes, looked at Lin Xian and asked, Senior sister, are you really going to beat her up? If anyone dares to bully you, I will definitely beat him up and help you get revenge. Lin Xian nodded firmly and affirmatively, her fists clenched so tightly that they made crackling sounds, as if she would not stop until she had beaten the man into a pig's head. Anyone who dares to bully Lin Xian's stinky junior brother is dead. Yes, sect master. Su Yunfeng said with a smile. Master? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, my junior brother was alert last night and let her escape through the window in advance. Otherwise, she would have been caught in the act by the master and would have been too embarrassed to face anyone. At the same time, countless question marks popped up in her mind. How could it be master? Why did master come to see junior brother in the middle of the night? Is there a secret that cannot be told? Junior brother, don't lie to me, are you really the master? Lin Xian still didn't quite believe it, so she asked again to confirm. Senior sister, why would I lie to you? If she is really the sect leader, she was the one who kicked the door in. Su Yunfeng shrugged and said affirmatively. Senior sister, are you still going to beat her up to help me vent my anger? Su Yunfeng had a smirk on his face and leaned over and asked with a grin. Lin Xian pushed him away, pouting angrily, how can I beat my master? I can't beat her. At this time, Su Yunfeng held her soft little hand and said softly, Senior sister, I am satisfied with your concern. Who cares about you? Lin Xian snorted proudly, then turned her head away, leaving Su Yunfeng with a beautiful profile, but she did not pull her hand away. Su Yunfeng smiled secretly in his heart. He knew Lin Xian's character well. She was tough on the outside but soft on the inside, and a little bit arrogant. The way she looked and the tone she used meant that what she said had to be understood in reverse. Looking at his senior sister's perfect face, he couldn't help but move closer. At this moment, the sect leader's voice stone lit up again. Su Yunfeng touched it quickly like a dragonfly touching the water, and then took out the sect leader's voice transmitting jade stone. The main hall. Xianaoshua's faint voice came from the sound transmission jade stone, only 2 words. Su Yunfeng knew that Xianaoshua must still be angry with him and was unwilling to say a few more words to him. However, he didn't care much. For a strong and powerful woman like Xianaoshua, making her angry may be more effective than making her happy, and it will leave a deeper impression on her. Senior sister, the sect master asked me to go to the main hall. Will you come with me? Su Yunfeng quickly replied, I'll be there right away, then looked at Lin Xian and asked. I won't go. I just came to see if you're okay. I'll be relieved if you're okay. I'll go back to practice. Lin Xian left. I was almost caught by master last night, and now I'm going to see master, but I always feel weird. It's better to go back and practice hard. Once your cultivation level improves, you can protect your junior brothers. So as to avoid being bullied by the Supreme Elder like yesterday. Immediately afterwards, Su Yunfeng simply washed up and rushed to the main hall. In the main hall, Xianaoshua leaned against the sect master's throne, one hand slightly supporting her delicate face, her eyes wandering, not knowing what she was thinking. Several Supreme Elders were whispering to each other, as if they were marveling at something. Disciple greets the sect master and all the elders. After Su Yunfeng arrived at the main hall, he first greeted the senior leaders according to the rules. At the same time, he sought his adoptive father Li Yifeng, who winked at him. Su Yunfeng felt a little strange. There was something wrong with his adoptive father's eyes, as if he was sending a signal. It seems to be saying, don't worry, your godfather will take care of everything. What is going on? Is someone trying to harm him again? Hearing Su Yunfeng's voice, Xianaoshua came back to her senses, her eyebrows and eyes quickly regained focus, and at the same time, her gaze moved slightly and fell on Su Yunfeng. She simply said, outer disciple Su Yunfeng, elderly from the alchemy hall reported that you brought back the body of a scarlet snake demonic dragon. Is that true? Su Yunfeng clasped his fists and said, Master, this is indeed the case. I have already sent the corpse of the Jiao Jiao to elderly. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yifeng stood up. Then he waved his sleeves, and a huge demon dragon head appeared in front of everyone. Master, this is the corpse of the demon dragon that Su Yunfeng brought back. I have already used part of it to refine pills. The eyes of the elders all fell on the huge head of the demon dragon, and even Shinaoxue narrowed her eyes slightly. The flesh and blood of the demon dragon, combined with some medicinal herbs, can be refined into a variety of elixirs that can improve cultivation. For the sect, there are undoubtedly huge benefits. It can greatly enhance the strength of the entire sect. Master, outer disciple Su Yunfeng has made great contributions in bringing the demon dragon flesh and blood. Please make an exception and promote him to a core disciple. Li Yifeng spoke again. As soon as these words came out, Su Yunfeng knew. This is what his adoptive father was talking about when he winked at him just now. He wanted him to skip the selection process and be promoted directly from an outer disciple to a core disciple. This is a bit of a big step. Su Yunfeng secretly sighed in his heart. It's good to have an adoptive father with a good background. Now, we are paving the way for him. Shinaoxue raised her eyebrows slightly. Su Yunfeng's contribution was indeed great, but skipping the inner disciple and directly becoming a core disciple was a big leap. But, he is her little man, so of course she stands on his side. However, if one wants to become a core disciple, one must also worship the sect leader or a supreme elder as a teacher. Her eyes swept over several of the grand elders and she said calmly, Grand elders, is there anyone willing to accept Su Yunfeng as a personal disciple? Chapter 83 Become a disciple of Shinaoxue. The eyes of several supreme elders fell on Su Yunfeng at the same time, and after a moment, they all looked disappointed. These old guys had very sharp eyes and naturally saw Su Yunfeng's qualifications. Very bad, even worse than the average outer disciple. At this time, a supreme elder asked, Su Yunfeng, how did you kill this demon dragon? Su Yunfeng's aptitude is poor, and his cultivation level is only at the first level of Wuzong. On the surface his true cultivation level is hidden by the system. They are very curious, how did he do it? In fact, after returning from the ruins, Su Yunfeng had already thought of an excuse, so he was not panicked at all. He simply said, to be honest, elder, when I saw this demon dragon, it was already on the verge of death. I used some blasting pills and poison pills to kill it. That's right. Li Yifeng nodded and said, I did find traces of the blasting pill explosion and some toxins in the demon dragon's flesh and blood. With Li Yifeng's confirmation, the others no longer had any doubts. After all, Li Yifeng is the only 6th grade alchemist in the sect, so what he said cannot be wrong. For a moment, the hall fell into silence, and all the supreme elders were silent. Su Yunfeng knew that his qualifications were too poor and these supreme elders simply looked down on him. He didn't feel embarrassed. After all, he didn't rely on qualifications to upgrade. Shinaoxue's face was filled with a hint of dignity and coldness, and she asked again, who among you is willing to accept Su Yunfeng as a disciple? Just when everyone was silent, Li Yifeng stood up again, clasped his fists and suggested, Master, since the supreme elders are unable to make a decision, I suggest that you accept Su Yunfeng as your personal disciple. After these words were spoken, several supreme elders nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's only right for the sect master to accept him as his personal disciple. Shinaoxue frowned. He wanted her to accept her little man as his apprentice? What to do in the future? If their relationship were to become public, wouldn't that disrupt social order? She pondered for a moment, and a slight throbbing rose in her heart. She secretly licked her moist and smooth red lips. It is not impossible to accept him as a personal disciple. A special sense of excitement came all of a sudden. Su Yunfeng was completely stunned. Only then did he understand Li Yifeng's real intention, which was to ask the sect leader to accept him as his personal disciple. It turned out that he was on the 1st floor and Li Yifeng was already on the 3rd floor. It is true that people become more cunning as they grow older, and ginger becomes spicier as it grows older. By becoming Shinaoxue's personal disciple, I can have more frequent contact with her, and maybe I won't have to wait until I reach the martial emperor realm to do what I like. Godfather, please accept my greeting. Su Yunfeng silently thanked his adoptive father Li Yifeng in his heart. Okay, I will accept Su Yunfeng as my personal disciple today. Shinaoxue also made a prompt decision and announced, Su Yunfeng, from today on, you are my 5th disciple. Su Yunfeng immediately clasped his fists and bowed, respectfully shouting, Disciple greets master. Congratulations, sect master, you have a beloved disciple. Several supreme elders in the hall offered their congratulations one after another. Accepting a loser like Su Yunfeng would only ruin their reputation, so how could they possibly accept him? Now, this good-for-nothing has been accepted by the sect master. If anything, it will be the sect master's reputation that is ruined, and it has nothing to do with them. After the supreme elders left, Shanaoshue stood up from the throne and said calmly, Su Yunfeng, follow me. I will take you to confirm the living quarters for my disciples. Yes, master. At this time, Li Yifeng came over quietly. Yunfeng, was my assist good this time? You have to work harder and try to take down Xiu Hongyue as soon as possible. Oh, by the way, Lin Xiyan is not bad either. If you can take down both of them, I'll give you 2 big red envelopes. Don't worry about whether your body can handle it. I have some tonic here. As he said this, he quietly stuffed a bottle of medicine into Su Yunfeng's hand. Su Yunfeng was stunned. He originally thought that Li Yifeng's purpose was to help him become the sect master's personal disciple. As a result, they wanted him to capture the sect leader's disciple. Just now he was thinking that he was on the first floor and Li Yifeng was on the 3rd floor, but it turned out that Li Yifeng was already in the atmosphere. Come on, Godfather has faith in you. Li Yifeng gave Su Yunfeng a cheering gesture to encourage him. Su Yunfeng has actually been to the core disciple area several times. However, he only stayed in Xiu Hongyue and Lin Xiyan's yard and did not set foot in other places. Following Shanaoshue, they arrived at the living area for core disciples. You will live in this yard from now on. Shanaoshue brought him to a courtyard, which was not far from Xiu Hongyue and Lin Xiyan's courtyards and could be seen by looking up. This courtyard is much larger than the one he lived in when he was in the outer gate. Furniture and daily necessities are all available. There's even a large bath. Yes, master. I will take you to meet your 3rd and 4th senior sisters. Shanaoshue turned and walked towards Lin Xiyan and Xiu Hongyue's yard. Although she knew that Su Yunfeng knew them, their identities were different now, so it was still necessary to meet him. Hongyue, Xiyan. Shanaoshue shouted. A moment later, 2 figures flew out from their respective yards. Greetings, master. What can master do for us? 3rd senior sister Lin Xiyan asked. His eyes briefly glanced at Su Yunfeng and then quickly looked away, fearing that his master would notice any flaw. It feels like a guilty thief. Xiu Hongyue nodded after seeing Su Yunfeng, with the corners of her eyes slightly raised, and she was obviously very happy. If the master wasn't here, she might have already run over to talk to her junior brother. Shanaoshue looked at the 2 disciples and said, You have known Su Yunfeng for a long time, so I won't say much. I have officially accepted him as my personal disciple. From now on, he is your junior apprentice. Ah! The 2 female colleagues were stunned. They never expected that Su Yunfeng would become their junior apprentice. He kept calling me junior brother, and as time went by, he really became my dear junior brother. Both of them were surprised and very happy. Becoming the master's direct disciple means that Su Yunfeng's status in the sect has made a qualitative leap, which is beneficial to him in every way. More importantly, there will be more opportunities to interact with each other in the future. Su Yunfeng shouted with a smile, 3rd senior sister, 4th senior sister. These 2 are his senior sisters, dear senior sisters. From now on, you must love each other, support each other, and help each other. Junior brother's aptitude is relatively weak, so you 2 should spend more time teaching him. Shanaoshue's voice was as clear and melodious as a wind chime. At this time, she no longer had the majesty of a clan leader, nor the coldness of a snow-capped mountain. She was more like a gentle older sister next door teaching her younger siblings. Lin Xiyan and Xiu Hongyue nodded repeatedly in response. Even without the master's words, they would do their best to help Su Yunfeng practice. Especially the 3rd senior sister, who has already dedicated herself to preaching. Chapter 84 Chapter 80 for the annoying master. Master, the 3rd and 4th senior sisters have met each other. As for the 1st and 2nd senior sisters, as a junior disciple, I should pay them a visit. Su Yunfeng said seriously. I have been in the sect for such a long time, but have never seen the eldest and 2nd sisters. I couldn't help but feel curious, so I asked. At the beginning, he learned from a foreign disciple that the sect leader had 4 direct disciples, each of whom was as beautiful as a flower. Now that he is also the sect leader's disciple, it is natural for him to get to know these 2 senior sisters. Your eldest and 2nd elder sisters are not in the sect. You will know after they return. Let's have a meal together today to celebrate. Shanaoshue smiled gently, and that smile was like a blooming peach blossom, delicate and beautiful, and like a summer breeze blowing across the heart. Su Yinfeng only felt that at this moment, his mind could no longer hold anything else except this charming and attractive smiling face. Unlike Lin Xian's immaturity, Xiaoshui is like a ripe peach, exuding attractive color and fragrance. It makes people want to get close and take a bite. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll smash your eyes out. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in his mind. Su Yinfeng suddenly woke up after hearing the sound. Xiao Hongyue and Lin Xian were happily preparing the ingredients, only to see Xiaoshui staring at him. I have to watch it even if it explodes. Su Yinfeng did not transmit his voice, but stared at Xiaoshui's face and spoke directly. You want to die, don't you? Xiaoshui was suddenly startled and glared at Su Yinfeng fiercely. Fortunately, Xiao Hongyue and Lin Xian had already left, otherwise it would be difficult to explain. Master, you are so beautiful, one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen. Su Yinfeng said seriously, then quickly ran into Lin Xian's yard. One of the most beautiful women? Xiaoshui was stunned for a moment, then reacted and asked, who else? But at this time, Su Yinfeng had already run away. In the yard. 3 women and 1 man, the 4 of them sat around the table. Xiaoshui naturally sat at the top, with Lin Xian and Xiao Hongyue on her left and right, and Su Yinfeng sitting opposite her. Junior brother, how do you eat this? Lin Xian stared at the copper pot with 2 layers on the table and asked curiously. Not to mention her, even someone as knowledgeable as Xiaoshui had never eaten like this. Of course, after reaching a certain level of cultivation, it doesn't really matter whether you eat or not. The main thing is to absorb spiritual energy. However, you still have to have a snack occasionally. Senior sister, this is called Mandarin duck hot pot. Su Yinfeng explained to them, the inner and outer layers can be used to make clear soup and red soup respectively. To put it simply, the clear soup doesn't have chili peppers, and the red soup does? After his easy-to-understand explanation, the 3 women finally understood everything. I want to eat red soup. As she spoke, Xiaoshui picked up a thin piece of beef with chopsticks and threw it into the red soup. Master, don't throw it in. It will be hard to find and will overcook. Just pick up a piece and blanch it in there for 3 breaths. The beef will be very refreshing. As he spoke, he quickly prepared a piece and handed it over. Master, try it. Xiaoshui took it, rolled it in the seasoning bowl, and then put it in her mouth. Her eyes immediately lit up. It's really delicious. Then, she started to rinse it according to the method taught by Su Yinfeng. Xiao Hongyue and Lin Xian followed suit and gradually became familiar with each other. Suddenly, a jade foot touched him silently. At first, he didn't care much about it, because the table was not big and it was normal for it to touch something when moving it. But then, he felt something was wrong. After touching a few times, one of her jade feet was placed directly on his leg, followed by the other. Su Yinfeng was dumbfounded. Whose foot is this? Judging from the direction, the sole of the foot is facing you, so there is only one possibility. This pair of jade feet belongs to Master Xiaoshui. Damn it! Su Yinfeng's eyelids twitched violently, then he looked up at Xiaoshui, who was chatting and laughing with her 2 senior sisters without any strange expression. Master is playing with fire. Su Yinfeng shouted secretly in his heart. Xiaoshui actually liked to do this kind of thing secretly in crowded places, which was completely beyond his expectations. Master, your image in my heart has completely collapsed, hasn't it? When Su Yinfeng was looking at Xiaoshui's gaze also swept over him, and she even raised her eyebrows slightly at him, with a triumphant smile flashing across the corner of her mouth. Hiss! Su Yinfeng's heart trembled. It was like getting an electric shock, and a tingling sensation ran through my body. What is going on with Xiaoshui? She actually teased him in front of 2 senior sisters? Can you bear it? What a vexing master. In return, Su Yinfeng was naturally not idle. Hey, master, why is your face red? Lin Xian noticed something strange about her master and suddenly asked. She was very confused. It was just a hot pot, so why was master's face even redder than the soup? Xiaoshui was startled and quickly explained, maybe it's because the peppers are too spicy. Oh, so that's it. I thought master was feeling unwell. Lin Xian said after hearing this. No, I'm fine, it's just too spicy. Xiaoshui smiled awkwardly. Did they? At this moment, Xiao Hongyue's chopsticks accidentally fell to the ground. She quickly bent down and was about to pick it up. Xianao Shui was shocked. As long as Qiu Hongyue lay down, she would definitely see her feet in Su Yunfeng's hands. How can this be tolerated? She immediately took back her pair of jade feet. Su Yunfeng, however, held on to her and refused to let go. He had a faint smirk on his face and looked at Xianao Shui's anxious expression, feeling secretly proud. Humph, I scared you half to death, let us see if you dare to be naughty again. Xianao Shui was extremely anxious because Qiu Hongyue had already bent over. She was ready to flip the table. The main reason was that Su Yunfeng didn't let go at the last moment, so she was about to overturn the table to escape. Looking at Xianao Shui's anxious look, which made her sweat, Su Yunfeng laughed in his heart. At the critical moment, he chose to let go. The moment Xianao Shui retracted her foot, Qiu Hongyue looked down. Senior sister, let me help you wash it. Su Yunfeng was in a good mood. He took the chopsticks from Qiu Hongyue's hand and walked quickly to the kitchen. Ahem, master, I'll go see if there are any other dishes. Xianao Shui stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Chapter 85 Master, please don't do this. I'm scared. I'm going to scream. Su Yunfeng was startled as soon as he turned around after washing the chopsticks. Because Xianao Shui had been standing behind him without him knowing when. He. Xianao Shui laughed coldly with an expressionless face and moved directly towards Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng was forced to retreat again and again. The next moment, Xianao Shui forcefully pushed him against the wall. The two of them were very close, their noses almost touching, and they could see their own eyes through each other's pupils. Su Yunfeng could clearly feel waves of fresh breath coming towards him, hitting his face, accompanied by a faint fragrance, which made his throat roll involuntarily. Master. Su Yunfeng's voice trembled a little. Xianao Shui blew a breath towards Su Yunfeng and chuckled, what are you nervous about? No, disciple is not nervous. Su Yunfeng retorted instinctively, but his voice didn't sound confident at all. Xianao Shui lifted Su Yunfeng's chin and laughed, you were very arrogant just now, why are you so weak now? Master, don't do this. I'm scared. I'm going to scream. Su Yunfeng said timidly. He, do you think I will believe your nonsense? Xianao Shui pinched his chin, her eyes deep, as if she could see through Su Yunfeng's thoughts. She smiled sweetly and said, you think I don't know that you are so happy now that you can't bear to shout for me to come closer? Damn it! Su Yunfeng's face immediately turned red. Has this been discovered? Is it that obvious? That's right, he now really feels nervous and excited and stimulated. The kitchen door was open, and the two senior sisters were outside the door. He and Xianao Shui were right next to the door. It was like being separated from the two senior sisters by only a wall, and I could even clearly hear the two women talking outside. How should I describe this feeling of sneaking around with my master? It's a heart-pounding experience. Master, don't blame me either. Aren't you the same? Su Yunfeng said this through gritted teeth, also exposing Xianao Shui's thoughts. Just now, when we were eating at the same table, she dared to stretch her legs over to me blatantly, which was enough to prove this point. Humph, nonsense, how could I possibly have that? A blush flashed across Xianao Shui's cheeks, and she denied it in a low voice with a cold face. Su Yunfeng raised the corner of his mouth slightly to reveal a wicked smile, and said without hesitation, Master, please stop pretending. We are actually the same kind of people. As soon as he finished speaking, he put his arms around Xianao Shui's slender waist without any warning. With a sudden force, he pulled her towards him. This time, the distance between the two people was closer. Even with only 2 layers of clothes between us, we could still feel each other's warmth. Master, do you like this? Su Yunfeng blew a breath towards the tip of Xianao Shui's ear in a naughty manner. Xianao Shui exclaimed. She never expected Su Yunfeng to be so bold. At the same time as I was frightened, I also felt an unprecedented trembling in my heart. How to say it? It was like the tip of my heart was being harshly pricked. Shocked and itchy. It felt like it was going to jump out of my chest at any moment. This special feeling was something she had never experienced before, and for a moment, it made her unable to stop. Master, what's wrong? Just then, footsteps were heard at the door. The two women heard her exclamation and walked over quickly. Xianao Shui's expression changed. She and Su Yunfeng didn't dare let the two disciples see their current posture. So, without saying a word, he chopped Su Yunfeng's neck with a palm knife. Fuck, why is it always me who gets hurt? Su Yunfeng's eyes went dark and he fainted. His body collapsed to the wall like a deflated balloon. Just then, Xiao Hongyue and Lin Xian walked in quickly from the door. When they saw Su Yunfeng collapsed on the ground, they were both shocked and ran over quickly. Junior brother, junior brother. The two men squatted on both sides, one on each side, and gently shook Su Yunfeng's body, their faces full of anxiety and worry. Master, what happened to junior brother? Xiao Hongyue looked up at Shanaoxue and asked worriedly. He was fine just now, why did he suddenly faint? Oh, something must have gone wrong with his training. He lost his mind and fainted. Shanaoxue panicked, afraid that someone would find out, so she quickly made up an excuse. The two women believed her words without a doubt. After all, he was their master, so there was no reason to doubt him. Master, what should we do? When will junior brother wake up? Xiao Hongyue asked, her face full of worry. It's all my fault. If I had just come to the kitchen, my junior brother wouldn't have fainted. Xiao Hongyue felt guilty. That's easy. Shanaoxue said, then took a bucket of water from the water tank next to her. Move aside. The two women immediately stepped back, and then there was a crash sound. Shanaoxue poured the cold water in the ladle directly onto Su Yunfeng's face. It's raining. It's raining. After drinking a bucket of cold water, Su Yunfeng suddenly shuddered and was woken up. He quickly wiped the water off his face, and then saw the ladle in Shanaoxue's hand. He understood it all at once. Good job, Shanaoxue. He knocked me unconscious and then splashed cold water on me to wake me up. You are such a good master. I should really thank you. Just wait, sooner or later, I'm going to pour it all over your face. Su Yunfeng thought angrily in his heart. Junior brother, are you okay? Xiao Hongyue immediately went over and helped Su Yunfeng up, while Lin Xian silently retracted her foot that was halfway across. She felt a little sad. In the end, she and her junior brother could only do things secretly. It's okay, thank you for your concern, senior sister. Su Yunfeng shook his head and said. Then he glanced at Lin Xian and winked at her imperceptibly. Just now, he saw Lin Xian's actions clearly, so he could naturally guess what she was thinking. After receiving Su Yunfeng's response, Lin Xian's bitterness in her heart disappeared and a faint smile appeared on her face. It turns out that my junior brother has been paying attention to her all along. That's enough. Ahem. At this time, Shanaoxue coughed softly twice, then threw a jade slip to Su Yunfeng and said, Here is a secret method for training the soul. Your soul power is too weak. Take it and practice well. Then you won't faint suddenly like this in the future. Su Yunfeng took the jade slip and said in a pretentious voice, Thank you, master. He was extremely angry. What do you mean my spiritual power is too weak? It was obviously you who knocked me out, okay? Could you please find a better excuse next time? If you don't want the senior sisters to find out, there's no need to knock me out. Just separate us. Do you know that this hurts? It's really a caress oil leak. Su Yunfeng rolled his eyes in his heart. This master's brain was not working properly due to the excessive stimulation. You have to be careful next time, otherwise it would be fun if you capsize in the ditch. The meal ended like this. Shanaoxue returned to the back mountain, and Su Yunfeng returned to his own yard. Lying in bed, he imprinted the technique into his mind. This is a technique called spirit refining technique, which can greatly enhance the power of the soul after practicing. After practicing to the extreme, one can even use divine consciousness to kill people invisibly. This technique is powerful. It's always effective when used for sneak attacks. Su Yunfeng murmured. However, with his own qualifications, he will probably never be able to reach that level. I don't know if the senior sisters have practiced the art of refining the spirit. If they have, then I can only find another home. If they haven't, then I will just take off. Midnight. 3 o'clock. A dark shadow sneaked into Su Yunfeng's yard silently. Chapter 86 Senior Sister, I want my junior brother to see my face. Midnight. 3 o'clock. A dark shadow sneaked into Su Yunfeng's yard silently. In the room, Su Yunfeng's eyes suddenly opened, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a sly smile. His senior sister came to help him practice. There is only one good senior sister in the world. Sure enough, a moment later, the figure entered his room silently, and then got into bed as if he was familiar with the place. Senior sister, why are you here? Su Yunfeng held the beauty in his arms and asked knowingly. You stinky junior brother, asking questions even though you already know the answer. How despicable. Lin Xian hummed, squeezed into his arms again, and rested her face on his solid chest. Senior sister, Master gave me a book on spiritual cultivation techniques today. Have you practiced it? When doing business does not affect the simultaneous progress. Lin Xian shook her head slightly and said, no. Su Yunfeng was immediately delighted when he heard this. You haven't practiced well yet. If you haven't practiced yet, start practicing now. Senior sister, I can't fully comprehend the art of refining the spirit. You can practice it first. When you have mastered it, you can teach me. Su Yunfeng said. Yeah, I'll teach you. Ha, isn't that done? Isn't it just a small art of refining the spirit? Easy to grasp. The second day. Lin Xian left quietly as soon as the sky was getting light. Now the yards of the three of them are very close to each other, and it is very convenient to come and go. As long as they move quickly, they will not be easily discovered. Senior sister, you're back? As soon as she opened the door of her room, Xiao Hongyue's voice rang in her ears, scaring her so much that she almost staggered. He was just saying that he wouldn't be discovered easily, but in the blink of an eye, he was caught red-handed. Lin Xian tried hard to calm herself down and asked in a normal tone, Junior sister, why are you here with me? I couldn't sleep so I came to look for you, but you weren't here, so I just practiced here while waiting for you to come back. Xiao Hongyue said truthfully. Lin Xian felt relieved. She thought she was exposed and was caught red-handed. Fortunately, it wasn't because of the matter between her and her junior brother. What's wrong, junior sister? Why can't you sleep? At this time, Lin Xian's mood had completely calmed down and she was no longer as nervous as before. She walked over, took Xiao Hongyue's hand, and asked worriedly. The relationship between the four sisters has always been very good. Now, the eldest sister and the second sister are not in the sect, and there are only the two of them. Seeing Xiao Hongyue in this state, it is natural for her, the senior sister, to care about her. Xiao Hongyue lowered her head, staring at the ground and hesitating for a long time. Finally, as if she had made a great decision, she said softly, Senior sister, I want to let junior brother see my face. Lin Xian was shocked when she heard this. She was well aware of the value of this sentence. According to Xiao Hongyue's previous oath, when she took the initiative to lift the veil for a man, it meant that she had already decided on that man. It will never change in my whole life. This should be a happy thing for my junior sister. After all, she has found her partner. However, at this moment, Lin Xian could not feel happy at all, but instead felt extremely bitter. She knows. Su Yunfeng will definitely accept his junior sister. Because she had asked Su Yunfeng a long time ago and got his affirmative answer at that time. But what should I do if the two of them are together? It will be difficult to sneak around in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart felt as if it was being squeezed tightly by a big hand, and it hurt so much that she could hardly breathe. She really wanted to tell Xiao Hongyue that she and her junior brother had been together for a long time. But, that's it. The three of them will be injured. Junior sister, have you really thought it through? Lin Xian took a deep breath and forced all her emotions down. I just want to discuss this matter with my senior sister. Senior sister, can you help me? Xiao Hongyue raised her head and said this, her eyes full of hope. Seeing her like this, Lin Xian sighed inwardly. She wanted to refuse, but she couldn't say it. I'll help you. Lin Xian sighed and said firmly. Ding. Lin Xian practices the soul refining technique, and her soul power increases. The 50-fold return is returned, and the host's soul power increases significantly. Ding. Lin Xian practices the soul refining technique, and her soul power increases. The 50-fold return is returned, and the host's soul power increases significantly. Ding. Xiao Hongyue practices alchemy and gains a lot of experience and knowledge. The reward is 50 times the original reward. The host gains a lot of experience and knowledge. In the next few days, the two women were practicing intensively, and Su Yunfeng had no time to disturb them. Life is also relatively leisurely. Lie down and upgrade during the day, and lie down and upgrade at night. This fully automatic feeling is so cool. On this day, Li Yifeng's voice transmission jade slip lit up. After hearing the information, Su Yunfeng jumped up from the bed like a spring. The elixir made from the dragon's flesh and blood has been produced. After a quick wash, he rushed out of the yard and headed towards the alchemy hall. Junior brother, you are here. As soon as I arrived at the gate of the Dan Hall, the beautiful senior sister from the Dan Hall came to greet me. After so many interactions, Su Yunfeng also knew the name of the senior sister, Fu Luluo. Senior sister Luluo, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look even more radiant than ever before. Su Yunfeng was very sweet-mouthed and said with a smile. Fu Luluo covered her mouth and giggled when she heard this. She just liked talking to Su Yunfeng. Junior brother's words are getting sweeter and sweeter. I wonder which girl will be able to win his favor in the future. Fu Luluo's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, blinking as if intentionally or unintentionally, as if there were some amorous feelings in her eyes. While speaking, she also deliberately revealed a shyness that she had never shown before. Ha, senior sister Luluo, you're joking. A beauty like you will definitely find her ideal husband in the future. Su Yunfeng laughed. He naturally noticed Fu Luluo's abnormality and roughly guessed what she was thinking. However, he really had no other evil intentions towards this senior sister from the Dan Hall. It's just ordinary brotherhood. When I first heard his words, I didn't think there was anything special about them. However, after thinking about it carefully, Fu Luluo understood. Junior brother is rejecting her in a tactful way. She felt a little disappointed in her heart, but she soon figured it out. A junior brother of his status naturally looked down upon her, a gatekeeper at the Dan Hall. Originally, she just wanted to give it a try and test whether Su Yunfeng was interested in her. But she was rejected without hesitation, shattering her fantasy. She had no complaints in her heart. If they couldn't be partners, they could still be friends. At least, it seems that she and Su Yunfeng can be considered friends now. If you manage it well in the future, it can be considered an investment. Chapter 87, It was a close call, Master almost heard it. After the two talked for a few more words, Su Yunfeng came to the back hall. Godfather, I'm here. Su Yunfeng shouted loudly and strode into the house from outside. Ha, you're pretty quick, I just sent you a message and you're here in the blink of an eye. Li Yifeng scolded with a smile. Father, don't misunderstand me. I didn't come here for the elixir. I just missed you because I haven't seen you for a few days. Su Yunfeng lied with his eyes open without blushing or beating his heart. You little bastard, you're so shameless even when you tell lies. Li Yifeng laughed. He was not angry because Su Yunfeng told lies, but instead felt that he was very real. Godfather, you really misunderstood me. I'm an honest person and don't talk much, but every word I say is the truth from the heart. Come on, you are an honest man. If you are an honest man, then there will be no dishonest people in the entire sect. Li Yifeng cursed angrily. Then he took out a storage ring and threw it to Su Yunfeng. Although the flesh and blood of the demon dragon is a rare precious medicine, it is not easy to refine it into a pill. These are what I have refined in the past few days. I give them all to you. You can eat them as candy first. It will definitely be beneficial to your cultivation. Hearing this, Su Yunfeng was still somewhat moved. At the beginning, he had impure intentions when he chose Li Yifeng as his adoptive father. However, after these few interactions, he truly felt that Li Yifeng cared about him. The last time he used a trick to get the sect leader to accept him as his personal disciple, and this time he gave all the refined pills to him. It can be seen that Li Yifeng has feelings for him. Many people will definitely say that Su Yunfeng is just looking for trouble by becoming his godfather, that he is mentally ill and has some bad habits. However, at that time, he had no background, no resources, and no qualifications. The only thing he had was the alchemy skills he had learned for free. What should he do? Do you want to become sworn brothers with Li Yifeng? I'm afraid he would be killed on the spot with just one slap. As for being a disciple, he was unwilling to do so. How could a disciple be as close as an adopted son? Just like these pills, his direct disciples are not even qualified to take a look at them. This is the real benefit. It has been emphasized again and again that in the world of cultivation, strength is important, but personal connections are also important. Everyone says, more friends, more paths. With so many godfathers, he has many more options. Can't Li Yifeng use the network of relationships behind him at will? Thank you, godfather. Su Yunfeng spoke from the bottom of his heart and with sincerity. Li Yifeng nodded, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, it doesn't matter if your aptitude is poor. Your adoptive father will help you refine pills and take drugs. Although the effect on you is a little worse, it will still be of some use. If one pill doesn't work, your adoptive father will refine 10 or 100 pills for you. Besides, there are other reasons why I asked you to pursue Chiu Hongyue and Lin Xian. When Su Yunfeng heard this, a look of confusion flashed in his eyes. Li Yifeng stroked his short beard and said, "There are many reasons. For example, they are the direct disciples of the sect master, and for example, they both have special physiques." When Su Yunfeng heard the words special physique, his heart skipped a beat. He never expected that Li Yifeng actually knew that there was something wrong with their physical condition. So he pretended to know nothing and asked curiously, "Godfather, what are their physiques? Do they have any special effects?" "Ha, brat, wait until you catch them first. My godfather has already told me that if you catch them, he will prepare a big gift for you. You will know when the time comes." Li Yifeng smiled mysteriously, like an old charlatan who stopped talking halfway, which was really frustrating. "Godfather, it's okay to reveal a little bit, right?" Su Yunfeng asked. He has his own considerations in mind. If it would be beneficial to him, he might as well secretly tell Li Yifeng about his relationship with Lin Xian. If there is not much benefit, then keep it secret and talk about it later. "Well, it's okay to tell you a little bit." Li Yifeng pondered for a moment and said, "It can activate their physical fitness and also improve your physical fitness." Damn it! How can this be tolerated? This is a huge benefit. My own physical condition is nothing to worry about. Lin Xian and Chiu Hongyue are different. They all have special traits. If activated, their cultivation will surely increase rapidly, which is a godsend for him. He held Li Yunfeng's arm and said in a deep voice, "Godfather, now that things have come to this, I will no longer hide it from you. In fact, Lin Xian and I. What's going on between you and Xian?" At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from the door. Immediately afterwards, Shanaoxue, dressed in a purple palace dress, walked in. Su Yunfeng was shocked and thought to himself that it was a close call. Shanaoxue almost heard it. Fortunately, he didn't say it out loud, otherwise Shanaoxue might have beaten him to death right here. "Master." Su Yunfeng clasped his fists slightly. "I still have to pretend in front of my adoptive father. What did you say about you and Xian?" Shanaoxue came into the room and looked at Su Yunfeng indifferently, her eyes full of interrogation. "Master, I wanted to say that my relationship with my senior sister is very good. She often guides me in my cultivation, which has benefited me greatly." Su Yunfeng said neither humbly nor arrogantly. "That's true. Doesn't he have a bad relationship with Lin Xian?" "Impossible, it's so good that they can sleep in the same bed and cover themselves with the same quilt. His senior sister would often guide him in his cultivation in the middle of the night, although it was the yin-yang enlightenment method. Needless to say, he benefited a lot from it. He had already figured out his senior sister's abilities a long time ago. To sum up, there is nothing wrong with what he said." Shanaoxue nodded slightly when she heard this, but she did not doubt it. After all, Lin Xian and Su Yunfeng had a good relationship before, and now they are senior sister and junior brother. It is normal for the senior sister to guide the junior brother in cultivation. "Master, what are you doing here?" Su Yunfeng was afraid that Shanaoxue would continue to dwell on this issue, so he immediately changed the subject and asked, "I'm here to see how the elixir made from the demon dragon's flesh and blood is doing." Shanaoxue said this, then looked at Li Yifeng. He asked calmly, "Elderly, how many pills have you refined?" Li Yifeng's expression changed slightly. He did refine some, but gave them all to Su Yunfeng. Now that the sect leader has asked, it's really hard to start. Su Yunfeng naturally saw Li Yifeng's dilemma, so he stopped pretending. He directly took out the storage ring and said, "Master, to be honest, all the pills refined by my adoptive father were given to me." "Godfather?" Shanaoxue frowned, feeling surprised. Li Yifeng nodded and said, "Master, I have already adopted Su Yunfeng as my adopted son. These pills..." At this point, Su Yunfeng took over the conversation and said, "These pills were all given to me by my adoptive father at my request. It has nothing to do with him. If Master wants to punish me, please punish me alone. I accept the punishment." Su Yunfeng took all the responsibility on himself. On the one hand, it was to help Li Yifeng resolve the embarrassing situation. On the other hand, because of his special relationship with Shanaoxue, he didn't believe that Shanaoxue would punish him. It's just some pills, no big deal. At worst, I can return you thousands of times more ammunition later. After hearing Su Yunfeng's words, Shinaoshua's expression did not change, she just frowned slightly. He said calmly, "Am I such an unreasonable person? Just take these pills. It's no big deal." "Thank you, master." Su Yunfeng immediately thanked Shinaoshua respectfully. "Alright, go to the outer gate and wait for me. I still have some things to discuss with elderly." Shinaoshua said lightly, and when her eyes swept over Su Yunfeng, she glared at him slightly. Su Yunfeng knew that it must be what happened in the kitchen that day, and he would be punished later. Chapter 88, Feeding Master Tea Personally. Su Yunfeng knew that it must have happened in the kitchen one day, and he would be punished later. But what does it have to do with him? It was obviously you who wanted to chase me in, and it was obviously you who pushed me against the wall. Now you're blaming me? What the hell is this? Su Yunfeng cried out inwardly, hoping that Shinaoshua would be gentler and not harm him. Yes, master. After responding, Su Yunfeng did not stop and retreated obediently. After he left, Shinaoshua slowly told him the reason for her visit. Elderly, Grand Elder Xiaoyan reported to me that his disciple Yi Chen's injuries did not fully heal after taking your elixir. What's going on? The last time Yi Chen was beaten by Su Yunfeng into a pig's head and all his limbs were broken. Xiaoyan came to Dantang to seek treatment as soon as possible. You can't say that the pills I brought back are ineffective. The broken limbs have healed, but the rest have never been cured and are even getting worse. In the past, Li Yifeng might have pretended, but now that Su Yunfeng is the sect master's direct disciple, he is too lazy to pretend. He just said straight to the point, "Sect master, you know now that Su Yunfeng is my adopted son. Yi Chen used despicable means to try to kill Yunfeng. Sorry, as his adoptive father, I can't just sit there and ignore it. I didn't kill Yi Chen on the spot because of Xiaoyan's face. If he keeps on whining, I wouldn't mind playing dirty and killing him." Li Yifeng was quite domineering when he said this. As an elder, it is indeed unacceptable to deal with a disciple and use such means. However, Li Yifeng didn't feel anything was wrong. In a word, if Yi Chen wants Su Yunfeng to die, he won't have an easy time either. Alright, I understand. You should hurry up and make the elixir from the demon dragon's flesh and blood. After saying that, Shinaoshua did not stay any longer and turned to leave. After Shinaoshua left, Li Yifeng smiled sinisterly and said, "Do you think Yi Chen's injuries haven't healed yet?" Ha, no one can detect the identity of this old man's chronic poison. The toxicity will slowly destroy Yi Chen's body and affect his soul. Boy, if you dare to touch my adopted son, you are doomed to die. This was what Su Yunfeng and he had discussed at the time. If Yi Chen left the sect, Su Yunfeng would follow him and kill him immediately. It doesn't matter if Yi Chen doesn't leave the sect, the chronic poison can also take his life. Li Yifeng is a 6th grade alchemist. No one in the sect would be able to tell that the chronic poison he made is real. So, no matter what, Yi Chen is destined to become a dead man. Master. Outside the alchemy hall, Su Yunfeng called out to Shinaoshua. Follow me. Shinaoshua left a word and flew away first. The direction she was flying was obviously the back mountain. Su Yunfeng sighed inwardly, he couldn't avoid this beating. Sect. Back mountain. The residence of sect leader Shinaoshua. Outside the yard, there is an open space as big as a football field, and in front of the open space there is a slowly flowing river. The environment here is very suitable for moving a lounge chair to fish and bask in the sun. Shinaoshua lay lazily on the recliner, closing her eyes and enjoying the warmth of the sun. Master, your tea. Su Yunfeng handed over a cup of hot tea in both hands. I don't want to move now, just feed me. Shinaoshua's lazy and slightly charming voice made Su Yunfeng's hands tremble, and he almost spilled tea on her. Master, this isn't good, is it? Su Yunfeng said embarrassedly. What's wrong with that? Shinaoshua didn't even raise her eyelids. She only moved her red lips slightly and said lightly, I am your master, and you are my disciple. What's wrong with my disciple taking care of my master while he drinks tea? Just feed me when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Do you want to be beaten again? Shinaoshua's words made Su Yunfeng's heart skip a beat. Just now, he was severely beaten. Shinaoshua used the excuse that she wanted to test whether his cultivation had improved during this period. As a result, where is the test? It was clearly a one-sided beating. Because of what happened in the kitchen a few days ago, Su Yunfeng knew everything. Except for his face, his entire body was covered in bruises, a horrific sight. Disciple doesn't dare. I will serve tea to master right away. Faced with his master's dominance and tyranny, he could not resist and could not resist. As he said this, he tilted his head back and poured all the tea in the cup into his mouth. Then he slowly approached and gently pressed it. Woo woo. Shinaoshua suddenly opened her eyes full of surprise and shock. How dare he? I haven't given him permission, so how dare he get close to me? Little man, you are quite brave. Without any hesitation, he raised his palm and slapped Su Yunfeng away. With a plop, it crashed heavily into the water. Su Yunfeng fell into the river and grinned. Although he was beaten, it was definitely not a loss. He pursed his lips, and the scent of rouge filled his heart. Crash! Su Yunfeng popped his head out of the water and said 4 words with a laugh. Fragrant. Soft. Tender. Smooth. Come here. Shinaoshua stood on the shore with her hands on her hips, shouting angrily. She had never suffered such a big loss before. Her first kiss was gone just like that. How hateful. The first kiss came later than the first time? Master, don't be angry, I'll be right over. Su Yunfeng looked like he had made a mistake and swam obediently towards the shore, but a sly smile flashed in his eyes. Crash! Just as they were approaching the shore, something unexpected happened. He had been ready to go, and suddenly he exploded. In an instant, the originally calm river water in front of Shinaoshua suddenly exploded, and the water splashed 10 feet high, instantly drowning her. Ah! Shinaoshua screamed. She didn't expect that Su Yunfeng would be so bold as to attack her by surprise. Even though she retreated quickly, she was still soaked all over. My hair and clothes were all wet. Su Yunfeng's eyes popped out. Due to the absorbent nature of water, the gauze on Shinaoshua's body adhered tightly to her skin. This has allowed some people's conspiracy to succeed, and they have feasted their eyes on it. Shinaoshua naturally also discovered this situation. He quickly circulated his spiritual power, and in the blink of an eye, all the moisture on his body evaporated. It looks good, doesn't it? She came to the shore again and smiled charmingly at Su Yunfeng, whose head was the only one sticking out of the water. It looks good. Su Yunfeng nodded repeatedly. It's beautiful, I'll let you see enough. Shinaoshua's tone suddenly changed, and then she grabbed Su Yunfeng through the air. Su Yunfeng was directly imprisoned and then taken out of the water alive. The next moment, Shinaoshua took out a rope, tied his hands and feet, and dragged him into the house. Su Yunfeng was hung on the beam again. But this time it's a little different. This time it was upside down. Master, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Su Yunfeng begged for mercy repeatedly. Shinaoshua held a long whip in her hand and chuckled, You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're going to get beaten. The next moment, Shinaoshua's giggles and Su Yunfeng's screams were heard in the room. Chapter 89 Chapter 89 Women only affect the speed of my sword drawing. In the evening, Su Yunfeng came out from the back mountain with his hands on his old waist, hunched over, and limped towards his residence. Now he looks like his whole body has been hollowed out. Damn it, Shinaoshua is a lunatic. She is so cruel and she is not afraid of being a widow. Su Yunfeng grimaced in pain every time he took a step. Fortunately, he tried his best to protect his vital parts, so the guy who was living off his wife was able to survive. Otherwise, he would most likely have to go to the palace to be a concubine. Su Yunfeng, stop! Just when he was feeling extremely angry, a sharp shout suddenly came from the side. Glancing sideways, Su Yunfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. This man looked somewhat familiar, but not much. The man had a pale face and no beard, and looked very feminine, without any of the masculinity that a man should have. He walked with a cat-like gait, twisting and turning, which was extremely awkward. After a moment of thought, this person finally overlapped with the figure in his mind. This person is none other than Cao Sheng, who was once completely defeated. How did it become like this? Su Yunfeng felt nauseous. The androgynous look is really disgusting. Get away from me. I want to vomit just looking at you. Su Yunfeng shouted coldly without any hesitation. Cao Sheng's expression changed, his eyes became extremely feminine, and then he slowly drew out the long sword from behind him. You really think I'm easy to bully? Last time I popped your balls, this time I'll pop your head. Shinaoshua was very angry just now and had no place to vent. This guy actually came to me on his own initiative. Isn't he tired of living? Su Yunfeng stopped clutching his waist and stood up straight, shouting at Kaosheng arrogantly, "Don't even bother drawing your sword. Come and fight me if you're brave enough." This loud shout immediately attracted the people passing by. Everyone stopped at once, ready to eat the melon. Hey, isn't this Elder Chen's new disciple Kaosheng? Is there a grudge between him and Su Yunfeng? Someone at the scene recognized Kaosheng's identity and was surprised. Just a few days ago, the inner sect Elder Chen accidentally discovered Kaosheng's amazing talent and immediately accepted him as his disciple. You don't know this, right? Let me tell you, this is what happened. The people around pricked up their ears, and when they learned that Kaosheng would never be able to rise again, they all took a deep breath. The hatred for killing my brother is irreconcilable. I wonder who will win. Everyone was speculating. Tisk, of course it's Su Yunfeng. Someone said in a firm tone. How do you know? Some people didn't know about Su Yunfeng's situation yet, so they asked curiously. Let me put it this way, you all know Yi Chen, right? He's the direct disciple of the Grand Elder. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Yi Chen is Xiao Yan's direct disciple. Moreover, he is a high-profile person. In a short period of time, almost everyone in the inner sect knows him. The disciple continued, Yi Chen is very powerful, very talented, and a direct disciple of the Grand Elder. However, he was still beaten into a pig's head by Su Yunfeng. Who do you think will win? Could it be that Kaosheng is more powerful than Yi Chen? Hearing this, everyone nodded. There is absolutely no comparison. I silently gave Kaosheng a thumbs up in my heart. Although you are no longer strong enough, I still applaud your courage. In addition, the disciple then spoke in an enigmatic voice, I heard from my master that the sect leader has accepted Su Yunfeng as his personal disciple. So, everyone should be careful and not provoke those you can't afford to offend. This senior brother is right. We are grateful for the reminder. The disciples around nodded. I'm afraid that few people in the entire sect dare to provoke Su Yunfeng. At this moment, the situation on the field had changed dramatically. Kaosheng was seen holding his sword in one hand and rushing towards Su Yunfeng quickly. Su Yunfeng sneered. Kaosheng, such a weakling, dared to attack him. He was simply courting death. Just wait for him to rush over, and then send him back home with a punch. In the blink of an eye, Kaosheng rushed in front of Su Yunfeng, and then the sword in his hand quickly changed direction. Clang! A clear and loud sword sound was heard. Then there was another plop sound. Everyone was stunned, even Su Yunfeng was dumbfounded. Kaosheng, who was full of vigor, actually thrust his sword into the ground and then knelt in front of him without hesitation. Kaosheng kneels to thank the Lord. Kaosheng shouted, but his voice sounded quite sharp. Ha! Su Yunfeng blinked, still not understanding the situation in Kaosheng. He was already prepared to punch the other party in the head, but the other party just gave in? It doesn't look like it. What's going on? Everyone pricked up their ears, trying to figure out what was going on. There was something wrong with Kaosheng. I didn't expect it to be so wrong. Could it be that after losing these two burdens, I have been able to let myself go? Kaosheng knelt on the ground and looked up at Su Yunfeng with sincerity in his eyes. My benefactor, you made me fully understand that women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. 3 big question marks slowly emerged in Su Yunfeng's mind. Did this guy lose his brother and become crazy? My benefactor, after you completely eradicated me last time, I hated you to the core and thought about revenge every day. Kaosheng said this. Su Yunfeng nodded secretly. This is how a normal person thinks. At this time, Kaosheng's voice sounded again. I went to the sutra library to select a powerful technique. Finally, when I was about to collapse, I found a copy of the evil defeating sword technique. Speaking of this, Kaosheng began to get excited. This sword manual is perfect for someone like me who lost his chicken roll. So, I practiced hard day and night. In less than a month, my swordsmanship reached a superb level. Moreover, my cultivation level also broke through from the martial spirit realm to the martial sect realm. Elder Chen saw my potential and accepted me as an inner disciple. All of this is brought to me by you, my benefactor. Without you, there would be no Kaosheng today. From today on, you are my big brother in Kaosheng. Kaosheng said in an extremely firm tone. After hearing this, Su Yunfeng finally understood. It turned out that this guy got a copy of a martial arts book specially designed for eunuchs to practice by chance. His strength improved by leaps and bounds, and he was even accepted into the inner sect and became a disciple of the elder. I thought he was here to kill him. As a result, he was sent to the gate of life to be a younger brother. But this little brother has no little brothers. You get up first. Su Yunfeng shouted. With his current status in the sect, he has no need for younger brothers. If there is any problem, senior sister will do it. If senior sister is not able to do it, master will do it. However, since this thing is delivered to my door, I might as well take it, in case I need it in the future. It's an investment that doesn't cost any money anyway. Yes, big brother. Kaosheng immediately stood up from the ground obediently, drew his sword, and looked around. He raised his voice and shouted, "From today on, if you guys dare to touch my big brother, I, Kaosheng, will make him experience the sadness of an egg." Damn it! Su Yunfeng was dumbfounded. This guy really has a problem with his brain. Is there anyone like you who wants to be his younger brother? With just this one sentence, you turned me into a gangster villain. Oh my god. Alright. This is my sound transmission jade slip. Go back and practice well first. I'll call you if there's anything. If not, don't look for me. As he said that, Su Yunfeng threw one of his sound transmission jade slips to Kaosheng and told him to leave quickly. Okay, big brother, I will definitely work hard to improve my cultivation and help you become bigger and stronger. Thank you. I am not a gangster, nor a loan shark. I want to make my business bigger and stronger. Get away now. Su Yunfeng kicked Kaosheng away. If he continues talking, his decent image will be tarnished. Kaosheng is practicing the evil defeating sword technique, right? Let's go take a look. Yes. If he can do it, why can't we do it? Many people began to walk towards the sutra library in groups, all wanting to see what magical power the sword art to exorcise evils had. Su Yunfeng's mind was full of black lines. He always felt that the style of the next painting might be a little wrong. When he returned to his residence, he saw Qiu Hongyue walking towards him. Senior sister, are you looking for me? Su Yunfeng asked. I haven't seen my junior brother all day. I was a little worried, so I came to check on him. Qiu Hongyue was still shy. When she said this, the volume of the second half of the sentence was obviously several degrees lower, and a slight blush appeared on the tips of her ears. Sister, I'm fine. Sorry to have made you worry. Su Yunfeng couldn't help but feel tender in his heart and said softly. Come inside and talk. I just need a favor from you, senior sister. Su Yunfeng pushed open the door of the yard and invited Qiu Hongyue in. However, the two did not notice that there was a pair of eyes watching their every move in secret. Chapter 90 Senior sister, please stay. After entering the room, Su Yunfeng took off his coat directly. Junior brother, what are you doing? Under the veil, Qiuhong's beautiful cheeks were suddenly painted with a layer of red clouds, and she quickly looked away. She thought to herself, how could her junior brother do this? She was not ready yet. Senior sister, actually, I want you to help me apply the medicine. Su Yunfeng sighed slightly and said, if senior sister feels embarrassed, then I won't bother you. Su Yunfeng's tactic of getting close first and then distant really touched Qiu Hongyue's heart. Only then did Qiu Hongyue look back. When she saw this, her expression changed immediately and tears welled up in her eyes. Junior brother, who beat you like this? Her voice was choked and trembling as she spoke, as if she was about to burst into tears at any moment. Her fingers touched the wound gently, as if the wound had fallen on her body. This was made when Master was guiding me in my practice. Master beat me? Qiu Hongyue couldn't believe that her master was so cruel that he beat her to a pulp. Senior sister, don't be sad, and don't blame Master. Master is doing this for my own good. Su Yunfeng said with a guilty conscience, Master knows that my aptitude is poor, so he asked me to cultivate my body well. This can also be considered a kind of tempering. He didn't want Qiu Hongyue to hate Shanaoxue. After all, Shanaoxue is her master. More importantly, Shanaoxue is his woman, and Qiu Hongyue is also destined to be his woman. He doesn't want a fire in his backyard. Sometimes, a white lie can easily prevent such a thing from happening. Senior sister, you have medicine, right? Please apply some to me. Su Yunfeng said. Well, I'll help you apply the medicine. Xiao Hongyue took out the best medicine for treating external injuries from her storage ring. He poured the medicine from the bottle into the palm of his hand, put down the bottle, and then used the index and middle fingers of his other hand to dip some medicine powder and gently applied it on Su Yunfeng's wound. Her movements were very light and gentle, for fear of hurting Su Yunfeng. "Does it hurt?" Xiao Hongyue asked softly. "It doesn't hurt. Senior sister's hands are very gentle." Su Yunfeng shook his head and replied. The room fell into silence. Neither of them spoke, and everything was said without words. "Junior brother, the back is painted." Xiao Hongyue signaled Su Yunfeng to turn around. Su Yunfeng did not act pretentiously and moved his body to face Xiao Hongyue. At this time, the two were facing each other. Xiao Hongyue moved her fingers slightly as she gently applied the powder, her expression focused and serious. Her long eyelashes flickered like two small fans, and every flicker gently struck Su Yunfeng's heart. Su Yunfeng even fantasized about how nice it would be if time could stand still. Time always passes quickly when you appreciate beautiful things. Soon, the wound in front was also smeared with medicine powder. "Junior brother, pants." Under the veil, Xiao Hongyue bit her teeth lightly and spoke softly. Su Yunfeng stopped him immediately. This was not allowed. "Sister, I can handle the rest by myself." "Thank you, sister." Xiao Hongyue nodded slightly and handed over the medicine bottle in her hand. "This is the medicine for external injuries that master gave me. It's very effective in healing wounds and won't leave scars after they heal." After taking the medicine bottle, Su Yunfeng said thank you. "Junior brother, have a good rest. I'm going back now and will come to see you tomorrow." The following scene was not suitable for Xiao Hongyue to be here, so she took the initiative to leave to avoid embarrassment. "Senior sister, I'll take you there." Su Yunfeng was about to jump off the bed, but was stopped by Xiao Hongyue. "Junior brother, you are injured and cannot move. I can go by myself." As he said that, he waved to Su Yunfeng, then left the room and closed the door considerately. After Xiao Hongyue left, Su Yunfeng sighed slightly. Just now he really wanted to go all out and uncover Xiao Hongyue's face. But in the end, reason prevailed and he did not do anything rash. In his opinion, if Xiao Hongyue really wanted him to see, she would take off her veil on her own initiative instead of forcing herself. Women like Xiao Hongyue may seem weak, but in fact, they are very strong inside and have their own bottom line. Once her bottom line is touched, it may cause an unexpected backlash. To be on the safe side, be patient. He is not a creature who thinks with his lower body. Some things can only be done step by step and cannot be forced. For example, Shanao Xue, can he force her? I'm afraid I'll be slapped so hard that I won't know which way is which. He stood up and took off his trousers. Squeak! At this moment, the door was gently pushed open from the outside. Su Yunfeng was so frightened that he quickly covered his vital parts, fearing that he would be exposed and give an opportunity to evildoers. "Junior brother, it's me." Looking up, it was none other than Lin Xian. From the moment he came back until he entered the house with Xiao Hongyue, she had been observing secretly, and even just now she was secretly observing the situation of the two people in the house from outside the window. She didn't show up until Xiao Hongyue left. Seeing that it was Lin Xian, Su Yunfeng felt relieved and let go of his hand. They are an old married couple and know each other well. There is nothing shameful about it. "Master, you're being too harsh," Lin Xian said angrily. Seeing Su Yunfeng's body covered with scars, she couldn't help but feel a little resentful. "Senior sister, don't blame Master. She is doing this for my own good." "No," Lin Xian responded, then closed the door and locked it just in case. "Senior sister, I'll trouble you to help me apply the medicine." Su Yunfeng gave a wicked smile. "Huh, why didn't you let your junior sister help you just now?" Lin Xian hummed softly, but her actions did not slack off at all. He took the medicine bottle from Su Yunfeng's hand, poured out the powder, and carefully applied it on Su Yunfeng's wound. "Does it hurt?" Lin Xian asked with concern. Xiao Hongyue had asked the same question just now, so Su Yunfeng naturally would not answer with the same answer. He just said gently, "It was very painful at first, but it doesn't hurt anymore after I saw third senior sister." Here he did not directly use senior sister but deliberately used third senior sister just to shut Lin Xian up. If she comes and asks which senior sister you are talking about, it will really be difficult for him, Su. Therefore, I will just mention the name directly here to avoid Lin Xian asking too many questions. Stinky junior brother, could you please stop applying medicine in front of me? Lin Xian said with a red face. Ahem. Su Yunfeng said awkwardly, senior sister, this is not something I can control. Who told you to be so charming? Don't give me that. You're already injured like this, and you still want to mess around. Lin Xian slapped him in annoyance. Su Yunfeng bared his teeth and hissed, saying, senior sister, please calm down. Xiao Fengzi will never dare to do that again. Lin Xian didn't care anymore and applied medicine powder to all the wounds. Alright, junior brother, have a good rest tonight. I'm going back first. Lin Xian put the medicine bottle on the table next to her and turned to leave. Seeing this, Su Yunfeng immediately pulled her back. Senior sister, please stay. Chapter 91. There is a person hiding in the closet. You're already in this state, and you're still thinking about doing bad things. Are you going to die? Lin Xian poked his forehead unhappily and scolded him. Su Yunfeng immediately shook his head to deny it. Senior sister, you misunderstood. Actually, I have been afraid of the dark since I was a child. I am afraid to sleep alone. Just stay here. I promise not to do anything. Lin Xian looked at Su Yunfeng and found that his eyes were clear and sincere, and he didn't seem to be lying. Stinky junior brother, I'll trust you for once. Lin Xian finally softened her heart. Sister, just trust me. When have I ever lied to you, junior brother? Su Yunfeng patted his chest and said confidently. Midnight. A cry came from the dark room. Stinky junior brother, you lied to me. The second day. Su Yunfeng sat on the bed with a grin on his face. Lin Xian angrily scolded him for not keeping his word last night while helping him apply medicine. Almost all the wounds on Su Yunfeng's body reopened, and some places even oozed blood. Humph, you stinky junior brother, let's see if you dare to be violent again. Now you know how painful it is. Senior sister, aren't you cooperating? Su Yunfeng said with a wicked smile. You're going to die. If you dare to say another word, I'll smash your teeth. Lin Xian waved her pink fist at Su Yunfeng fiercely. This stinky junior brother is so mean. Just then, there was a knock on the door, knock, knock, knock. At the same time, Xiao Hongyue's weak voice was heard. Junior brother, are you awake? The two people in the room were stunned at the same time. The two looked at each other. They never expected Xiao Hongyue to come so early. Lin Xian's eyes widened, and she lowered her voice and asked in panic, what should I do? Su Yunfeng pointed to the wardrobe next to him. In the entire room, the only place where someone can hide is under the bed and this big wardrobe. Lin Xian didn't say anything and quickly opened the closet door and went in. Senior sister, there is also this. Su Yunfeng shouted in a low voice and quickly threw the red underwear on the bed into the closet. After Lin Xian hid herself, Su Yunfeng pretended to have just woken up and yawned as he replied, Senior sister, I'm awake. Then he stood up, walked over and opened the door. Junior brother, let me help you apply the medicine. Xiao Hongyue entered the house and explained her purpose. She woke up early because she was worried that Su Yunfeng couldn't apply the medicine himself. So, I came here early in the morning. Thank you, senior sister. Su Yunfeng thanked him gently. It's okay, you are my junior brother, I will naturally help you. Sudden. Under the veil, her beautiful nose moved slightly, and she asked in confusion, Junior brother, what's that smell? It's so strange. Oh my god. Su Yunfeng was suddenly shocked. It was too early and the battlefield had not been cleaned up yet. As a result, Xiao Hongyue smelled a smell that she shouldn't have smelled. In the closet, Lin Xian was also shocked when she heard this, and her heart was in a panic. My heart was beating fast, afraid that Xiao Hongyue would notice something. Xiao Hongyue looked towards the bed, but Su Yunfeng immediately blocked her view and explained, Senior sister, there's no smell. You must have smelled it wrongly. Yeah? Xiao Hongyue frowned slightly and spoke softly with some doubt. Su Yunfeng didn't dare to dwell on this topic, so he immediately handed the medicine bottle to Xiao Hongyue. Senior sister, please help me apply the medicine. Seeing the injuries on Su Yunfeng's body, Xiao Hongyue stopped asking questions. He took the medicine bottle, gently poured the powder into the palm of his hand, then stuck it on his fingers and gently applied it to Su Yunfeng's wound. Hey, junior brother. Xiao Hongyue's hand stopped in midair and she cried out in surprise. What's wrong, senior sister? Su Yunfeng didn't understand and asked doubtfully with his head tilted. Xiao Hongyue's fingers gently stroked the wound on his back, frowning and saying, Junior brother, why did you apply medicine on the wound on your back? Oh shit. Finished? Su Yunfeng's face froze. Damn it, how could he forget about this? Lin Xian had just helped apply the medicine on his back. How can this be explained? It's impossible that he wiped it himself, right? Lin Xian in the closet also stopped breathing suddenly. She covered her mouth tightly and dared not make a sound. At this moment, she could even hear her own heartbeat very clearly. Su Yunfeng outside was also secretly anxious. What should I do? What should I do? How can I successfully fool them? Junior brother? Xiao Hongyue's voice sounded in his ears, scaring Su Yunfeng so much that his body trembled slightly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Then he said, Senior sister, now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you anymore. Someone did apply medicine on my back just now. Lin Xian, who was hiding in the closet, exclaimed in surprise when she heard this. Junior brother, is he going to clarify the relationship between the two of them? But, in this case, how should I face my junior sister? In such a short breath, Lin Xian thought of a lot. Finally, she gritted her teeth secretly. It's no big deal. You'll have to face it sooner or later. At worst, you can just be nicer to your junior sister in the future. She moved her body slightly. Since Su Yunfeng was about to confess, there was no point in her hiding here. She might as well go out and explain things to her junior sister. Bang! Suddenly there was a soft sound from the closet. Xiao Hanyue turned around and looked over, her eyes slightly fixed. Su Yunfeng thought to himself that this was bad. He took the lead and rushed over, blocking the wardrobe door. He reminded loudly, Senior sister, be careful, there might be a rat. He pressed his hands firmly against the wardrobe door and snorted, Little mouse, I'm going to open the door and see where you can run. As he spoke, he knocked twice on the door on the right, intentionally or unintentionally. Open it for me. He slowly cracked the right door open, quickly glanced inside, and after finding nothing unusual, he exerted force and suddenly opened the right door of the wardrobe. It was completely empty, with nothing but a few clothes hanging dangling inside. He quickly leaned his upper body in, apparently to check the left side of the wardrobe. At this time, on the left side of the wardrobe, Lin Xian was covering her mouth, her back pressed tightly against the side of the wardrobe, not daring to move at all. Su Yunfeng grinned at him wickedly and even pinched her face, which was extremely nervous. Lin Xian's beautiful eyes widened. His junior sister is right outside, very close to him, how dare he do that? Bang! He closed the wardrobe door again and said angrily, Damn it! There's a hole in the wardrobe and that mouse escaped. Xiao Honyue's brows relaxed slightly, it turned out to be a mouse. She thought there was someone hiding inside. By the way, junior brother, who did you say helped you apply the medicine? Xiao Honyue never forgot this incident, so she asked again. Chapter 92 Senior sister, are you coming tonight? By the way, junior brother, who did you say helped you apply the medicine? Xiao Honyue never forgot this incident, so she asked again. It's Cao Sheng. Su Yunfeng said firmly without any hesitation. Who is Cao Sheng? Why don't I know him? Xiao Honyue pondered for a moment, but could not find any information about Cao Sheng in her memory. She even heard the name for the first time. Su Yunfeng smiled slightly and pulled Xiao Honyue back to the bed. Senior sister, please apply the medicine while I tell you. Here's what happened. So he told him about the conflict between him and Cao Sheng and how Cao Sheng had forced him to be his elder brother. Of course, he didn't mention a single word about the information about Zhang Dao Dafa. After listening to Su Yunfeng's detailed account, Xiao Honyue also believed it completely. She would never doubt Su Yunfeng's words. Soon, all the wounds on his body were covered with medicine powder. After Su Yunfeng was dressed, he took out a storage bag and handed it to Xiao Honyue. Senior sister, this is the elixir I brought back from the alchemy hall. It can quickly improve your cultivation. Take it back and eat it like candy. I'll go to the alchemy hall to get more. Xiao Honyue didn't refuse, or maybe she was used to it. Moreover, she also wanted to improve her cultivation as quickly as possible so that she could better protect her junior fellow apprentice. Yes, junior brother, thank you. I will practice hard and will not let anyone bully you again. Xiao Honyue nodded firmly. After seeing off Qiu Hongyue, Su Yunfeng quickly closed the door and locked it to prevent Qiu Hongyue from making a surprise attack. "Senior sister, you can come out now," Su Yunfeng called out in a low voice. Crack! The door of the wardrobe was opened and Lin Xian came out. "Humph, you're smart enough not to tell junior sister about us." Lin Xian rolled her eyes at Su Yunfeng and said, "I'll be leaving first." "Senior sister, take this." Su Yunfeng stuffed a storage bag into Lin Xian's hand. "This storage bag is exactly the same as the one given to Qiu Hongyue. Su Yunfeng will not show favoritism." He divided the pills and spirit stones given to him by Li Yifeng and the sect leader into 2 parts. The 2 senior sisters each received one, leaving no one behind. "Humph, you stinky junior brother, I knew you wouldn't be partial." Lin Xian naturally would not refuse. She also wanted to improve her cultivation as soon as possible and wanted to protect Su Yunfeng. He didn't want the last time Su Yunfeng was threatened by the Grand Elder to happen again. "Senior sister, it's still early, how about you help me with my training?" Su Yunfeng came over and said with a wicked smile. "You wishful thinking, junior brother. Wait until your injury is healed." Lin Xian blushed and pushed Su Yunfeng away shyly, saying unhappily, "You have a good rest. I'm going back to practice." After saying that, she opened the door, crouched down, stuck her head out and looked around. After finding that there was no one else around, he quickly got out of the room. "Senior sister, are you coming tonight?" Su Yunfeng shouted in a low voice. Lin Xian, who had just flown out, staggered and almost fell headfirst. She turned around and glared at him fiercely, then turned and flew away. At the same time, her voice transmission sounded in Su Yunfeng's mind. Just one word made Su Yunfeng very happy. Looking at Lin Xian's receding figure, he grinned and chuckled, "Third senior sister, you say one thing and mean another." Then, he took out the sound transmission jade and sent a message to Kaosheng. "If someone asks where you were this morning, just say you were here helping him apply medicine. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things, just be prepared for the worst." If Qiu Hongyue happens to meet Kaosheng and asks about this matter, she will be able to justify herself without any loopholes. After checking the system space, I found that the pills and spirit stones I had just sent out were all returned 100-fold. Su Yunfeng casually grabbed a handful of 9-ingredient Rehmannia pills that could improve his cultivation and stuffed them into his mouth, then began to chew them with a crunch sound. "This is the elixir returned by the system. If you give it to your senior sisters, nothing will be returned, including the improved cultivation level. Therefore, he had to eat these pills as candy." He made the messy bed, changed into a soft, new quilt, and then simply washed up before going out. Yesterday he was about to tell Li Yifeng about his relationship with Lin Xian. However, he was interrupted by the sudden appearance of his master. Today he was going to complete what he had not completed yesterday. If Lin Xian's physique can be activated, her cultivation will definitely grow rapidly, and the more cultivation will be fed back. After closing the door, Su Yunfeng flew directly towards the alchemy hall. When passing the martial arts field, he frowned. On the martial arts arena, Kaosheng is competing with others. Kaosheng's movements were feminine, but fierce, and each move carried huge energy. At this moment, he swept the sword in his hand. Swish! A brilliant sword light was instantly swung out, slashing towards his opponent. Bang! His opponent was unable to block the sword at all and was directly injured. He fell to the ground and took a long time to get up. "Thank you, senior brother." Kaosheng twisted his wrist, and the long sword in his hand made a beautiful sword flower in the air, and his left hand made an enchanting orchid finger. Su Yunfeng glanced at him. Is this guy Kaosheng so powerful? His opponent was clearly at a higher level than him, yet he defeated him easily. I still don't believe it. At this time, a senior brother jumped onto the stage. Zhou Lixing came to learn a few moves. Zhou Lixing's cultivation has reached the 4th level of Wuzone, which is 3 levels higher than Kaosheng. It feels a bit like bullying. The disciples watching the fight around frowned, but no one appeared to stop it. They also want to see where Kaosheng's limits are. Kaosheng smiled slightly, and lightly stroked the long sword with his orchid finger. He said in a shrill voice, "Brother, please make a move." Zhou Lixing immediately became rude. With a clang, the sword was unsheathed and rushed towards Kaosheng, launching a fierce attack. Kaosheng showed a seductive smile on his face, then raised his sword and rushed forward. Bang bang bang! The 2 men quickly engaged in combat, their figures flashing and their swords darting, making a sound of metal clashing. The people watching the game below exclaimed in surprise. Is the technique that Kaosheng practices really so strange? How can it be so powerful? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that Kaosheng was fighting a close battle with someone who was 3 levels higher than him. The facts are before my eyes. This set of skills is truly amazing. I've decided I want to learn it. I want to learn this heaven-defying technique too. Many people in the audience have expressed their desire to learn the martial arts practiced by Kaosheng. Su Yunfeng's hair stood on end when he heard this. What the hell are these guys talking about? They actually want to learn the sword art to exorcise evils? Oh my god. Dandan's sadness. Chapter 93 Godfather, where is my gift? A scene emerged in his mind of a group of sissy men with their fingers pinched in orchid shape shuttling in and out of the sect. That scene is simply too eye-catching. Bang! On the ring. Kaosheng and Zhou Lixing exchanged fierce palm strikes, and both sides retreated 3 feet away. Evenly matched. Wrong. Some sharp-eyed onlookers have noticed that the sleeve of Zhou Lixing's right arm has been cut, but Kaosheng is unharmed. So, Kaosheng wins this round. Wow! The crowd in the audience was instantly excited. Kaosheng is so powerful that he has surpassed 3 small realms and still has the upper hand. This result exceeded everyone's expectations. Junior brother's swordsmanship is indeed superb. I admit defeat. Zhou Lixing is also a straightforward person. He doesn't act unreasonable. If he loses, he loses. Thank you, senior brother. I saw Kaosheng's right hand, and the tip of his left middle finger gently rested on the back of his right hand, and he bowed to Zhou Lixing. Junior brother, is the evil repelling sword technique you're practicing really that powerful? Can I practice it? Zhou Lixing clasped his fists and asked sincerely. If he could practice this set of skills and fight against opponents 3 levels higher, he would practice it no matter what the cost. Kaosheng nodded and said in a shrill voice, yes, I am practicing the evil defeating sword technique. It is because of practicing this set of skills that I have become stronger. This sentence instantly ignited the scene. Who among the people watching the fight below the stage doesn't want to become stronger? With such a good technique, they naturally want to practice it. I've decided. I want to practice the evil repelling sword technique. One disciple clenched his fist and said firmly. But, I heard that the prerequisite for practicing the evil defeating sword technique is to castrate oneself. Some people want to practice but are hesitant. Because the sacrifice is too great. If you practice this technique, you will never be able to find senior or junior sisters as your partners again. Humph, it's just a matter of an inch or 2. Just cut it off. In this world, only the strong deserve the right to choose their mates. The weak deserve only to be dominated. But, after the cut, I became stronger and had the right to choose my mate, but it's useless, right? Humph, I still have hands. At once, a large number of disciples headed towards the sutra library. Some disciples who were originally hesitant followed their good friends after seeing them go. As expected, good friends should share the same fate. Kaosheng, come here. After most of the people around him had left, Su Yunfeng sent a message to Kaosheng. When Kaosheng heard that it was his elder brother Su Yunfeng calling him, he immediately jumped off the ring and quickly came to the designated location. Big brother! Kaosheng shouted excitedly. Su Yunfeng frowned and almost couldn't help but kick him in the face. This sound, this movement, why are they so awkward? Su Yunfeng straightened his expression and asked seriously, are you sure you want to be my little brother? Sure, I, Kaosheng, will be Big Brother's little brother all my life. Kaosheng said firmly without any hesitation. Su Yunfeng was also observing the changes in his expression and found that his eyes were firm and there was no other expression in them. He was also almost certain that this guy was not lying. Then, if I plant my mark in your sea of consciousness, would you be willing? Su Yunfeng stared into Kaosheng's eyes and asked. Once the mark is planted on you, you must obey him. If you betray him, he can kill you in a moment. Brother, my life is yours from now on. Please plant your mark in my sea of consciousness. Kaosheng thought for only 2 seconds before he knelt on one knee in front of Su Yunfeng and spoke earnestly. Su Yunfeng knew what was going on. If this guy agreed without hesitation, he might still have some concerns. However, after seeing Kaosheng hesitate for 2 seconds, this concern basically disappeared. Afterwards, he planted his mark in Kaohsiung's sea of consciousness, and from then on, Kaohsiung was his most loyal brother. Take these pills. Since he has already taken control of you, it's necessary to give him some benefits. After all, he is not an evil capitalist. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. My younger brother is also a human being. Sometimes, if you give him some appropriate benefits, he will work harder. Thank you, brother. Kaohsiung opened the bottle cap and saw that there were at least 109 flavor Rehmannia pills inside. This is a good thing for improving cultivation. Su Yunfeng thought about it and decided to give him a test. So he said to Kaohsiung, "You also know the grudge between me and Chen Gang. I want you to find a way to get rid of him. Can you do it? Don't worry, brother. Hold on to me. Actually, I've been unhappy with Chen Gang for a long time." Kaohsiung patted his chest and promised. "Okay, then go ahead and do it." "Yes, big brother." Kaohsiung responded and ran away with the pill in his pocket. Next, Su Yunfeng came to the alchemy hall and dragged Li Yifeng, who was refining the elixir, out of the alchemy room. "You little brat, can't you see I'm busy? Tell me what you want to say quickly, and don't delay me from refining the elixir." Li Yifeng said dissatisfiedly with his beard pouting. "Godfather, yesterday you said you would give me a big gift as long as I captured Xiao Hongyue and Lin Xian, right?" Su Yunfeng asked. Li Yifeng said unhappily, "Of course." "Okay, then I'll tell you now, I've already taken Lin Xian down." "Where's the gift?" "What?" When Li Yifeng heard this, he exerted force with his hands and pulled off his beard. He widened his eyes, looking at Su Yunfeng in disbelief, and asked again, "You said you captured Lin Xian?" Li Yifeng only knew that Su Yunfeng and Xiao Hongyue had a close relationship. However, no one expected that he had already taken Xiao Hongyue's senior sister Lin Xian. How could he not be surprised? What time, what place, what circumstances, and who? Li Yifeng asked with blinking eyes, like an old man who loved to listen to gossip. Su Yunfeng frowned and looked at Li Yifeng with strange eyes. "Godfather, why are you so gossipy? Can you act a little more like an elder? You little brat, your godfather is already old and not curious at all. I'm just concerned about you and want to ask you what's wrong," Li Yifeng said unhappily. In fact, he was really curious. It had not been long since Su Yunfeng entered the sect, but he had unknowingly captured the sect leader's third disciple. Who wouldn't he be confused and curious after hearing this? When did they hook up together? Does Xiao Hongyue know? Does the sect master know? The more he thought about it, the more curious he became, and he completely forgot about the alchemy he was doing. Yes, if you're not curious, I'd almost have the word curious carved on your face. Su Yunfeng exposed all of Li Yifeng's past on the spot. "Stinky boy, do you still want a gift?" Li Yifeng's face turned red, and then he frowned and threatened directly. Su Yunfeng curled his lips and said, "Of course, this is what happened." He briefly recounted the story of the two of them encountering the demon dragon in the ruins. Of course, he definitely wouldn't say anything else. For example, the incident where Lin Xian was knocked unconscious in the inn. It would be so embarrassing if this were made known to others. "Ha, good boy, I didn't notice it. You usually hide it very well." Li Yifeng stroked his beard and laughed. Curiosity was greatly satisfied. "By the way, foster father, you have to keep the matter between Lin Xian and me a secret. She doesn't want anyone to know about it for now, including the sect master and Xiao Hongyue." Li Yifeng's eyelids twitched, and then he started laughing. Su Yunfeng's mind was full of black lines. He felt that Li Yifeng's laughter was saying, I understand everything. Where's my gift?" Chapter 94 Master, I have cut it. Where's my gift? Su Yunfeng didn't bother to care what Li Yifeng thought. Anyway, all he wants now is something that can activate Lin Xian's physique. Hearing this, Li Yifeng took out a bottle and poured out 2 pills from it. This is called Yin Yang Wuji Creation Pill. He then took out a jade slip and handed it to Su Yunfeng, saying, "This is a special set of exercises. When used with the Yin Yang Wuji Creation Pill, it can activate a special physique. As for how to do it specifically, you will understand it after reading it yourself." Su Yunfeng took the pill and jade slip and put them into his storage ring. He was a little excited. When Lin Xian activated the Tianqin sword body, it was time for him to lie down and take off. "Godfather, how about you give me a few more pills so I can keep them for later use?" Li Yifeng heard this and thought about it. It was impossible that when he captured Xiao Hongyue, she would come to him again to get the elixir. Alright, I'll give it all to you. I have no use for it as an old man anyway. As he said that, he handed over the whole bottle. However, he reminded, don't let anyone else know about the Yin Yang Wuji creation pill, otherwise it will lead to a disaster of killing. So serious? Su Yunfeng frowned immediately and asked cautiously, could it be that you stole this elixir from some powerful force? Go away, stop asking questions. Just listen to me. It's for your own good that I don't let you know some things. Got it. I'm leaving now. Goodbye, Godfather. Su Yunfeng's goal has been achieved and the thing is in his hands. He couldn't wait to pull Lin Xiyan over to study and activate her Tianqin sword body. You little bastard. Li Yifeng looked at Su Yunfeng's back and cursed with a smile. Then he stroked his beard and muttered, I wonder if this kid has the ability to take down the sect master. The sect master possesses a divine body of ice that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. Coming out from the backyard of Dan Hall, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. These guys are all ruthless people. There was a long queue at the front desk of Dan Hall, with at least 100 or 200 people. These people have two common characteristics. First, they are all male disciples. Second, they walked in the same posture, as if they were doing horse stance. Some of the disciples were even dripping with blood. Su Yunfeng's scalp tingled as he watched, and he felt gusts of cool wind seeping in through his trouser legs. These guys really gave up an inch or two of their lives for their practice. Ruthless person. The people in the Dan Hall were extremely busy. Junior brother, your roots haven't been completely eradicated yet. You can still be saved. I'll treat you right away. A senior brother from the Dan Hall said happily after seeing the injury of a disciple, and then took out the needle and thread to sew it up. However, the injured disciple looked down. He said lightly, brother, no need to trouble. After saying that, he took out a foot-long dagger and swung it downwards. Puff! Blood splattered and something fell to the ground with a thump. Brother, please help me stop the bleeding. The senior brother from Dan Hall was completely confused. Is it so cruel? His eyes flickered between the disciple's wound and the fallen objects on the ground. A chill rose in my heart and I felt a faint sadness. Su Yunfeng felt uncomfortable watching this and walked out of the alchemy hall quickly. I thought to myself, these guys are crazy. Outer door area. An independent yard. Ha ha ha. There is always a way out. I, Chen Gang, will also take off. Wang Lingshan, you bitch. When I become a successful cultivator, I will kill you. Chen Gang's crazy and sinister voice came from the room. Just now, a younger brother reported about Cao Sheng and some of his disciples who castrated themselves to practice the sword art of exorcism. Isn't that perfect? He is now a eunuch, which is a good opportunity for him to practice the sword art of exorcism. He hated Wang Lingshan so much in his heart and wanted to take revenge, but his cultivation was not enough. He had originally lost hope, but now his fighting spirit has been rekindled. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, there was a knock on the outer door. Chen Gang was delighted. His men brought him the evil defeating sword technique and he casually called out, come in. With a creak, the door opened. His younger brother ran in happily. Boss, I got what you wanted. The younger brother handed over a jade slip. Chen Gang was overjoyed. He quickly picked up the jade slip and imprinted the skills inside into his sea of consciousness. Go down first, I'll call you if anything happens. Chen Gang drove the people away and prepared to start practicing. Yes, boss. The young man smiled and left the room, closing the door behind him. I didn't expect to be so lucky. As soon as I went out, I met someone who had copied the skills but didn't want to practice them. This saved me a lot of trouble. After muttering something, he left Chen Gang's yard humming a little tune proudly. In the room, Chen Gang started practicing according to the techniques in the jade slip. Everything was fine at first, but suddenly, the blood in my chest began to boil. Puff! A large mouthful of blood spurted out. His right hand tightly grasped his heart, and his face instantly turned pale, becoming as bloodless as a piece of white paper. The technique has a problem. After he said the last sentence, he lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Dead. Behind a big tree not far away, Cao Sheng sneered. He could no longer sense Chen Gang's breath, which meant that Chen Gang was dead. That's right, this jade slip was specially given to his younger brother Chen Gang. He had tampered with the martial arts in it, and it was not the sword art to exorcise evils at all, but a suicidal martial arts method. Moreover, once imprinted in the mind, the suicide technique in the jade slip will disappear. That is, disposable items. Kaosheng took out the jade slip and sent a message to Su Yunfeng. Report to the boss, Chen Gang has been executed. Soon, Su Yunfeng's reply came through the jade slip. No trace left? Don't worry, boss. I'm very reliable. Kaosheng said confidently. The other side. Su Yunfeng, who had just returned to his residence, learned that Chen Gang had received a box lunch, and his mood improved. He took out Lin Xian's voice stone and prepared to call her over to practice. However, at this moment, Shen Aoshua's voice stone lit up. After thinking about it, he took out Shen Aoshua's voice stone. He scanned it with his divine sense, and the information inside appeared in his sea of consciousness. Shen Aoshua said nervously, "You didn't practice the exorcism sword technique?" Su Yunfeng pondered for a moment, then raised the corners of his mouth slightly to reveal a wicked smile. I immediately sent a message back to Shen Aoshua, the back mountain of the sect. When he learned that a large number of male disciples had castrated themselves in order to practice the sword art of exorcism, he was completely stunned. Then she thought of Su Yunfeng. So he immediately sent a message to Su Yunfeng. She was worried that Su Yunfeng would follow the same path in order to achieve quick success. At this moment, the sound transmission jade slip lit up and Su Yunfeng replied. As her mind swept over it, she was stunned. Su Yunfeng's weak voice rang in his mind. Master, I've already cut it. What? Chapter 95 I'm about to be caught in the act. What? Shen Aoshua's mind went blank in an instant, and her silver teeth made a clattering sound. Su Yunfeng, you're such a jerk. That thing doesn't belong to you alone. It also belongs to me in half. If you dare to cut it without my permission, you're dead. Her face was frosty as she flashed and disappeared in the room. She wants to kill this kid Su Yunfeng. The other side. In Su Yunfeng's room. He quickly faked a bloody scene, waiting for Shen Aoshua to come and kill him. Sure enough, not long after, Shen Aoshua kicked the door open violently. Su Yunfeng, do you want to die? Shen Aoshua's cold voice directly caused the temperature around them to drop by dozens of degrees. Su Yunfeng, lying in bed, couldn't help but shiver from the cold. I thought to myself, Master is furious, so fierce. Walk into the room. I saw a basin full of water and a piece of blood-stained gauze on the floor, and the water in the basin had also turned blood red. Master, you are here. Su Yunfeng shrank his head, his face was a little pale, his voice sounded weak, and he looked extremely frail. Shen Aoshua strode to the bedside, staring at Su Yunfeng with cold eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said coldly, Su Yunfeng, you dare to castrate yourself without telling me. You are quite bold. Believe it or not, I will send you to death with just one slap. Su Yunfeng looked half dead, and said aggrievedly, Master, I know that I will never be able to reach the martial emperor realm in my lifetime, but they said that practicing the evil defeating sword technique might make it possible, so you castrated yourself? Shen Aoshua crossed her arms over her chest and shouted coldly. Master, I really want to become stronger and gain your approval, but other than this method, I can't think of any other way. Su Yunfeng continued to pretend to be helpless and aggrieved, and his words and actions showed that he wanted to get Shen Aoshua's approval as soon as possible. Shen Aoshua's expression eased slightly when she heard this. She somewhat regretted setting such high standards for Su Yunfeng. I originally wanted to inspire him to practice diligently, but the result turned out like this. To overdo things. She became a widow just like that, and it was all her own fault. What is this? Her expression changed for a long time, then she sighed and told the truth. Actually, I just want you to practice diligently. You don't necessarily have to reach the martial emperor realm. When Su Yunfeng heard this, he was slightly stunned. Yo-ho! Originally, I just wanted to play a trick to tease Shen Aoshua, but ended up getting some shocking good news. From what she said, it seemed that even if he had not reached the martial emperor realm, he could still gain her approval. Damn it! Happiness comes too suddenly. After understanding what Shen Aoshua was thinking, Su Yunfeng continued his performance. He said with a hint of excitement, Master, are you serious? Even if I haven't reached the martial emperor realm, will you still recognize me? Shen Aoshua sighed softly when she heard this. What's the point of saying this now? Even if I acknowledge you now, what can I do? It's already been cut off. When Su Yunfeng heard this, his heart instantly filled with joy. There is a show, a good show. Then he immediately said, Master, I only cut half of it, so it can still be salvaged. Real? When Xiaoshui heard this, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Master, how about you close the door first and help me heal it? Maybe it can still be used. Okay, I'll treat you. Hearing that the patient could still be rescued, Xiaoshui's mood suddenly improved a lot. Without wasting any time, he quickly turned around and closed the door. Looking at Xiaoshui's graceful body under her purple dress, Su Yunfeng showed a subtle wicked smile. I thought to myself, Master, oh Master, you are still too naive and too easily deceived. Xiaoshui closed the door with both hands. A hint of cunning and excitement flashed in her beautiful eyes, and the corners of her mouth turned upward. Although Su Yunfeng's disguise was very realistic, she knew her level of cultivation. She only needed to sense it a little to know that Su Yunfeng had vigorous energy and blood, and did not look like an injured person at all. Plus, she had just observed the joy that flashed deep in his eyes. Combining the two, we can quickly deduce the answer. This guy is pretending. She simply took advantage of the situation and saw what tricks Su Yunfeng could come up with. It's very exciting and fun. Xiaoshui felt a faint sense of anticipation in her heart. This heartbeat feeling really made her unable to stop. Of course, this was directed at Su Yunfeng alone. If it were anyone else, he would have been slapped into ashes by her long ago. In the room, the two people combined had 1,060 thoughts in their minds. They're all acting. When Xiaoshui closed the door and walked back to the bed, her expression was exactly the same as it was at the beginning, without any sign of abnormality. Su Yunfeng secretly gave himself a thumbs up for his good acting skills. Today, he is going to revisit the old place. Master, please lift the quilt and help me heal. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Yunfeng still looked weak and spoke in a sickly tone. Good. Xiaoshui nodded and responded neatly. Then he reached out and grabbed a corner of the quilt, then slowly lifted it up. His eyes moved downwards, his brows furrowed slightly. Clean and tidy. There was no trace of blood on Su Yunfeng's wound. Xiaoshui snorted in her heart. It was just as she thought. This guy was lying to her. However, at this moment, she just felt someone pulling her hard, and she, who had no defense against Su Yunfeng, immediately fell to the side. In the blink of an eye, he bumped into a broad and strong chest. Su Yunfeng pulled the quilt down with his big hand. Oh woo-woo. Before Xiaoshui could react, her mouth was blocked. No matter how she struggled, Su Yunfeng refused to let go. A moment later, a strange light flashed in the depths of Xiaoshui's eyes. Her struggles became weaker and weaker, and finally she slowly subsided. Su Yunfeng's hands were not idle, and he gently pulled off the ribbon around Xiaoshui's waist. Xiaoshui glared at Su Yunfeng with her beautiful eyes, which made his heart tremble violently. Feeling that the other party did not refuse, Su Yunfeng became bolder. Junior brother, are you back? However, just when he was about to go further, Lin Xian's voice came from the door. A hint of triumphant smile appeared on the corner of Xiaoshui's mouth. Her spiritual sense was so powerful that she noticed Lin Xian walking towards her just now. It was precisely because of this that she allowed Su Yunfeng to continue doing evil. Su Yunfeng's hands suddenly froze. If Lin Xian saw this, who knows what would happen? Just as he was about to push Xiaoshui away, her voice came to his mind. Ignore her and continue. Su Yunfeng was completely stunned. His eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. He knew that Xiaoshui liked to have exciting things, but he didn't expect her to be so crazy. The people from the outer sect are her disciples. As long as Lin Xian opens the door, she can see them. What is even more terrible is that if there is even the slightest noise, Lin Xian will definitely notice it. What to do? About to be caught. Chapter 96, Junior brother, why do I feel a chill, as if someone is staring at me? What to do? About to be caught. At the door, Lin Xian knocked again and said, Junior brother, are you there? I have some experience in refining the spirit art. I will teach you how to practice. Not getting a response, Lin Xian slightly frowned her beautiful eyebrows. Do you want to go in and wait for your junior brother to come back? She was talking to herself, speaking very quietly. However, the two people in the room heard it clearly. All the nerves in Su Yunfeng's body were tense. I prayed madly in my heart, don't don't come in, don't come in. The damn Xiaoxue refused to give in, and there was a smug smile in her eyes. He was so anxious. This woman is so crazy. She actually walks on a tightrope on the edge of the limit. She is really not afraid of death. All he could do now was to hold his breath, remain motionless, and not make any noise. Forget it, I'll come back when my junior brother comes back. Lin Xian murmured again. Hearing this, Su Yunfeng, whose heart was about to beat out of his chest, finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I secretly said in my heart, "Dear senior sister, I love you, please leave quickly, and it's best to come back in the middle of the night." But it seems like waiting here is the same as waiting back home. It's a waste of time going back and forth. The heart that had just been put at ease suddenly rose to my throat again when I heard Lin Xian's words. Senior sister, you can't play like this. You usually launch sneak attacks in the middle of the night, why are you doing something unusual today? Please go away, really, please. Hide it first, and you can give your junior brother a big surprise, hee hee. Lin Xian seemed to have thought of something interesting, a blush flashed across her delicate face, and she was quite expectant. Just do it. She placed her hands on the doorframe, and with just a little effort the door would be pushed open. Damn it! There's no hope. Su Yunfeng closed his eyes tightly. He felt uneasy and didn't dare to face Lin Xian. Close your eyes and judge. Tired. Give up struggling. Xiaoxue chuckled when she saw him like this, blew a breath in his ear, and whispered in a charming voice, "Why, keep going, aren't you very capable?" Su Yunfeng heard it. Evil comes from the courage. Since it cannot be avoided anyway, let the storm come even harder. Go for it. Who is afraid of whom? The master is not afraid, so why should he, a disciple, be afraid? Don't care about life and death, just do it. He suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of determination and madness flashed in his eyes, and then his hand suddenly rose up and hugged Xiaoxue's waist. Squeak! Just then, the door opened. Su Yunfeng instinctively turned his head to look at the door. Under the dazzling light, Lin Xian, dressed in a crimson long dress, stood gracefully at the door. At this moment, her eyes were wide open, her mouth opened into an O shape, and she looked at this side in shock. Finished. It's all over. No matter how thick-skinned Su Yunfeng was, at this moment, he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. I'm too embarrassed to see anyone. Bang! Lin Xian quickly entered the room, closed the door, and locked it casually. Junior brother, what are you doing? Lin Xian's eyes were full of shock and confusion. What do you do? Of course, you are a teacher. Su Yunfeng felt amused. Isn't this obvious? Senior sister, you are asking this question even though you already know the answer. How should I answer you? Hey, something's wrong. He turned his head quickly, his pupils shrinking suddenly. There was still Xiaoxue's voice there, without even a trace of her breath left. It was as if she had never appeared. Damn it! Su Yunfeng cursed in his heart. This woman, Xiaoxue, simply wanted to make trouble for him and embarrass him. Hateful. But, just go if you want to, at least cover me with the quilt. Xiao Fengzi catches cold easily. Sister, I said I was practicing, do you believe me? Su Yunfeng turned around and said embarrassedly. At the same time, her eyes quickly scanned the room. The windows were intact, the roof was intact. It was impossible for Xiaoxue to slip away from the door because Lin Xian was blocking the door just now. Then, there is only one possibility. He glanced at the large wardrobe in the room without leaving any trace. If Xiaoxue hadn't left, the only place to hide would be there. Su Yunfeng was completely numb. Why are you hiding here? Is it fun to voyeur? Besides, I'm a grown man, what's there for me to peek at? Etc. What is senior sister doing? Why is she unbuttoning her belt? Damn it! No, senior sister. Master is still here. Master, senior sister, what are you doing in broad daylight? Su Yunfeng swallowed and said with difficulty. He didn't dare to say directly that Xiaoxue was here, but he couldn't let Lin Xian continue. At this moment, he was really overwhelmed. My brain is about to explode. Stinky junior brother, don't think I don't know what you are doing. She glared at Su Yunfeng fiercely. Lin Xian moved quickly and was very familiar with the process. It was too late for Su Yunfeng to stop it. It's already like this, what else is there to say? Su Yunfeng has accepted his fate. Junior brother, why do I feel a chill, as if someone is staring at me? Lin Xian frowned slightly and said. Su Yunfeng was very clear that they were indeed being watched. Moreover, he knew who this person was and where he was. But he couldn't say it. Sister, maybe it's because it's daytime. Don't worry, there's no one around. Su Yunfeng said this against his conscience. Yeah, I guess so. Lin Xian nodded slightly when she heard this, without thinking much about it. After the first koan period. With a slight creak sound, the wardrobe door was slowly pushed open. Xiaoxue came out with her clothes a little disheveled, a blush still lingering on her beautiful cheeks. She glanced at Lin Xian, who was sleeping soundly, and then glared at Su Yunfeng fiercely. Su Yunfeng felt as if he was wrapped in an iceberg. The biting cold seemed to freeze him into an ice sculpture. Su Yunfeng sighed helplessly and said, Master, I will explain it to you in detail later. I'd like to see if you have anything to explain. Xiaoxue snorted coldly, turned around and left the room. Her figure disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Su Yunfeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. I wanted to slap myself twice. What the hell is this? If she didn't want to deceive Xiaoxue, she wouldn't have come here, and what happened later wouldn't have happened. But now that everything has happened, there is no way to reverse it. At this point, he had no choice but to tell everything. He hoped Xiaoxue wouldn't slap him to death. The other side. After returning to her residence in the back mountain, Xiaoxue rushed directly into the bathtub as soon as she entered the door. With a splash, he plunged into the water. The image in her mind kept lingering, making her very annoyed. What she never expected was that the third disciple Lin Xian had been with Su Yunfeng for a long time. She was puzzled when Lin Xian spoke up for Su Yunfeng. Looking back now, everything makes sense. You are such a good fellow, Su Yunfeng. I will definitely make you pay. Xiaoxue gnashed her teeth and angrily slapped the water. With a splash, the water splashed up a foot high. Chapter 97 Takeoff, Tianqin Sword Body activated. Midnight. Su Yunfeng called Lin Xian. Although Xiaoxue knew about it and watched it on the spot for several hours. However, the real work still needs to be done. What's wrong, junior brother? Lin Xian rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked softly. Senior sister, do you know that you have a special physique? Su Yunfeng pinched Lin Xian's smooth face and said softly. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then shook her head blankly and said, I don't know. What special physique? Tianqin sword body. Su Yunfeng said. Heavenly heart sword body? Lin Xian repeated it, then her eyes widened and she exclaimed in disbelief, You said I have the heavenly heart sword body? Her mind was filled with shock. She had seen the Tianqin sword body in ancient books. Legend has it that this is a rare physique that is rarely seen in 3,000 years. It is naturally friendly to swords. People with this physique are undoubtedly powerful swordsmen. It is recorded that the peerless quasi-emperor Tianjin old man whose fame spread throughout the entire continent 10,000 years ago was the Tianqin sword body. This is enough to illustrate the strength of this physique. Su Yunfeng nodded and answered affirmatively, You are the Tianqin sword body. Lin Xian sat up quickly and the quilt slipped off. Junior brother, can I become very powerful? Lin Xian's face was full of excitement, and she nervously grabbed Su Yunfeng's arm and asked. Senior sister, will you leave me when you become stronger in the future? In the dark. Su Yunfeng stared at Lin Xian with burning eyes and asked seriously. In fact, he already had the answer in his heart. However, I still want to hear Lin Xian say it herself. Junior brother. Lin Xian held Su Yunfeng's face and looked straight into his eyes. Their eyes met. There were no distractions in the eyes of the two at this moment, they were extremely clear, with only each other's faces. From that day on, I am yours, forever yours. I will never leave you. Even if you don't want me anymore in the future, I will still protect you silently in the dark. Lin Xian's voice was very soft, but every word she spoke was extremely firm. Senior sister, my qualifications are very poor. Before Su Yunfeng could finish his words, a slightly cool finger pressed against his lips, stopping him from continuing. Lin Xian gently stroked Su Yunfeng's cheek and said softly, Junior brother, no matter what your qualifications are or how high your cultivation level is, you are the only man for me, Lin Xian. I will protect you for the rest of my life. I want to become strong quickly, so strong that no one can hurt you. Perhaps you will think that I have no ambition, but this is my greatest ideal in life. I just want to protect you, the one I love. Senior sister. Su Yunfeng hugged Lin Xian in his arms, and countless warm currents flowed through his heart. His nose felt slightly sour and the corners of his eyes were a little moist. In his 2 lifetimes, no one has ever cared for him so much and loved him so much. With a wife like this, what else could a husband ask for? I won't let anyone hurt me, I swear. Su Yunfeng hugged Lin Xian tightly and said with great determination. Lin Xian smiled sweetly, "Junior brother, I am satisfied with your words." She also hugged Su Yunfeng tightly, as if she wanted to merge him into her body, not wanting to see him get hurt even a little bit. After a while of tenderness, Su Yunfeng said, "Senior sister, I have a way to activate your physique." Really? Lin Xian came out of his arms and looked at him in surprise. If the Tianqin sword body is activated, her cultivation speed will definitely increase significantly. I can better protect my junior fellow apprentice. Su Yunfeng nodded affirmatively. Then he took out 2 pills and a jade slip. This is the Yin Yang Wuji creation pill. The jade slip contains a set of exercises specifically designed to activate special physiques. Combining the two can activate your Tianqin sword body. Yin Yang Wuji creation pill? Lin Xian covered her mouth and looked at the 2 pills in Su Yunfeng's hand in disbelief. She had seen this kind of elixir in ancient books. It is a top-grade elixir that surpasses the 9th grade. It is no exaggeration to say that it is rare in the world. Junior brother, how do you have this kind of medicine? She asked in shock. Not to mention Su Yunfeng, even sect leader Shanaoxuai couldn't get this kind of elixir. Senior sister, I can't tell you the specific origin of the elixir yet. Do you believe me? Lin Xian nodded. I believe you, there must be a special reason why junior brother didn't tell me. Senior sister, let's get started. Su Yunfeng said. Lin Xian nodded, then took the jade slip and placed it on her forehead, and a mysterious technique entered her sea of consciousness. Her cheeks flushed slightly and she gave Su Yunfeng a charming look. This technique is somewhat similar to the Yin Yang Enlightenment technique, except that its function is only to activate the special physique in advance in conjunction with the elixir. Afterwards, each of them swallowed a Yin Yang Wuji creation pill. The system's voice sounded in Su Yunfeng's mind. Because Lin Xian ate a Yin Yang Wuji creation pill, the system directly returned him 100 pills. Su Yunfeng frowned slightly. In the past, the quality of the returned pills was improved but the quantity remained the same. This time, the quality remains the same but the quantity is 100. It seems that the quality of this Yin Yang Wuji creation pill has reached the top level. I don't know where that old man Li Feng got it from. But I don't have the energy to think about those things now. The most important thing is to activate my physical condition. The two looked at each other, and Lin Xian glared at him shyly. How can you tolerate this? Starting activation. An hour later. There was a gleam in Lin Xian's beautiful eyes. Immediately afterwards, her body began to emit a bright white halo, which became stronger and stronger, quickly illuminating the entire room. Junior brother, I feel it. Lin Xian's face showed surprise. With a wave of her hand, the crimson dress was put on her. Su Yunfeng was not idle either, and quickly dressed himself. Who knows how big a commotion it will cause when the special physique is activated. Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the void, her skills running at a very fast speed, and the halo on her body became stronger and stronger, almost making it impossible for people to open their eyes. Just then, she suddenly opened her eyes. 2 sword beams as solid as substance shot out instantly, and wherever the sword beams passed, they seemed to cut through the void. Open! Lin Xian gave a delicate cry. Boom! In an instant, a dazzling white beam of light erupted from her body, breaking through the roof and shooting straight into the sky. This moment, the entire Lingxiao sect was illuminated. From a distance, the beam of light looked like a giant lightsaber piercing through the sky and earth, emitting a chilling aura. At the same time, the swords of all the people in the Lingxiao sect began to vibrate with a buzzing sound, as if in submission. The sudden incident woke up everyone in Lingxiao sect. Of course, sect leader Shanaoxuai was the first person to arrive. One reason is that this aura is too special. Another reason, of course, is that this place happens to be Su Yunfeng's residence. Although she was angry, she couldn't put Su Yunfeng in danger. Next came the elders from all parties. Li Feng was also among them. He stood in the void, stroking his beard with a smile, and the corners of his mouth were so upturned that he could hardly suppress it. Chapter 98 Hundredfold Return, Obtain Chaos Sword Body. What's going on? Xianao Shui came to Su Yunfeng and asked worriedly. Senior sister has activated the Tianqin sword body. Su Yunfeng did not hide anything. After all, Xianao Shui was not an outsider, so there was no need to lie. Upon hearing this, Xianao Shui's pupils suddenly contracted. Her gaze fell on Lin Xian, who was undergoing transformation. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and it was unknown what she was thinking. She knew that Lin Xian had the Tianqin sword body. I accepted her as my disciple because of her talent and physique. I originally thought I would have to wait 100 or 80 years for my physique to be activated. Unexpectedly, it happened so many years ahead of schedule, which far exceeded her expectations. She frowned, secretly wondering when her ice body could be activated. Boom! Sudden. The void shook, and thousands of swords rang out in unison. Countless swords seemed to be cheering and celebrating the birth of the Tianqin sword body. The knowledgeable elders finally realized at this moment that this was the Tianqin sword body recorded in ancient books, and they were all extremely excited. After all, there are very few people with this physique. There may not be one such person among billions of people. Once awakened, as long as he doesn't die in the middle of the journey, he will become a giant. In the near future, Lingxiao sect's strength and status will reach a new level. Buzz buzz. There was a roar in the void, like the sound of the avenue, and the beam of light that shot up into the sky suddenly became bright, as if to illuminate the entire world. At the same time, Lin Xian stood up, and strong gusts of wind blew around her. I saw her red skirt fluttering, her long hair dancing, and her graceful body shrouded in the bright white glow, adding a different kind of beauty to her. Clang! The sound of a sword. The Wuji sword trembled violently in front of her, as if it was excited. Lin Xian's eyes moved, and she grasped the Wuji sword. In an instant, her demeanor changed. Like a heroic female warrior bathed in endless rays of light. Swish! When the Wuji sword was swung, sword energy suddenly overflowed, and the sword energy surrounded her like a long dragon. Bo! A crisp sound came from the void, like the sound of bubbles bursting. At this moment, Lin Xian's Tianqin sword body was completely activated. Powerful energy waves spread out in all directions with her as the center. Lin Xian's cultivation level directly jumped across 2 realms, from the 8th level of Martial King to the 1st level of Martial Emperor. Ding! Lin Xian activates the Tianqin sword body, returns a hundredfold, and the host obtains the Chaos sword body. Su Yunfeng's heart moved. The strange phenomena of heaven and earth produced by Lin Xian's Tianqin sword body were so grand and majestic, so wouldn't the strange phenomena of heaven and earth produced by his Chaos sword body be even more exaggerated? The key point is that he couldn't explain why there was a Chaos sword body. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again in his mind. Host, don't worry. The system has shielded you from the strange phenomena of heaven and earth, and has hidden the Chaos sword body. Outsiders cannot see it at all. Hearing this, Su Yunfeng felt relieved. This moment. He felt as if he had been enlightened, his whole body felt relaxed, and his affinity for kendo reached an unprecedented level. Ding! Lin Xian's cultivation level has increased, and the reward is 50 times higher. The host's cultivation level has increased to the 1st level of Wu Zun and has been automatically hidden. Comfortable. At this moment, Su Yunfeng was extremely happy. Not only did he obtain the most powerful sword fighting physique, the Chaos sword body, but his cultivation also soared directly from the 5th level of Martial Emperor to the 1st level of Martial Honor. However, this upgrade is not easy. However, it feels great to upgrade while standing. It feels like soaring into the sky. Xianao Shui, who was standing nearby, frowned slightly. Just now, for a moment, she seemed to feel the energy in Su Yunfeng's body fluctuate sharply. However, when she sensed carefully, she found nothing. She shook her head secretly, thinking that perhaps it was Lin Xian's energy fluctuations that gave her an illusion. Therefore, I didn't pay too much attention to it. After everything calmed down, Lin Xian moved her delicate body and instantly came in front of Xianao Shui. Master! Lin Xian called out sweetly, unable to hide the joy and excitement in her heart. At the same time, she secretly winked at Su Yunfeng mischievously. If it were in the past, Xianao Shui would not have noticed the little movements between them if she didn't know about the 2 of them. Now I know that Lin Xian's small and quiet movements were instantly magnified infinitely in her eyes, and even every detail was extremely clear. Shen Aoshue snorted secretly in her heart. It's all Su Yunfeng's fault. He led his 3 disciples astray. She wanted to settle this account with Su Yunfeng. Although he was angry at Su Yunfeng, not Lin Xian. She nodded slightly, a pleased smile on her face. Xian, congratulations. Senior sister, congratulations. Xiao Hongyue was also happy for her senior sister. However, she felt a little lost in her heart. She felt so useless. She had originally agreed with her senior sister to protect her junior brother, but it turned out that her senior sister's cultivation level had far surpassed hers. It's not even her turn to protect her junior brother. She secretly swore in her heart that from today on, she must practice harder and not hold her senior sister back. Su Yunfeng observed Xiao Hongyue's expressions and naturally noticed the fleeting disappointment on her face. However, since his master was here, he didn't dare to make any small moves. If she knew that he and Xiao Hongyue were not clear about it, he was really afraid that she would kill him in a fit of rage. I can only keep it in mind silently and wait for the time to comfort 4th senior sister alone. Master, I was able to awaken my physique thanks to my junior brother. Lin Xian hugged Shen Aoshue's arm and said in a soft voice. Upon hearing this, Shen Aoshue's eyes fell on Su Yunfeng, and 2 cold rays flashed across her eyes in an instant, scaring Su Yunfeng so much that he couldn't help but shrink his neck. Ahem, that's just a piece of cake, just a piece of cake. Su Yunfeng smiled awkwardly. He was really afraid of Shen Aoshue's sharp gaze, which made him feel creepy. At this moment, Shen Aoshue's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. She only laughed coldly and said, "You can activate your special physique in advance. You are really capable. Come to the back mountain to find me tomorrow. I want to see what methods you have." Upon hearing this, Su Yunfeng secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was actually happy to help Shen Aoshue activate her physique, but he was afraid that she would disagree and beat him up instead. Alas, why is my life so miserable? Su Yunfeng cried out inwardly. Day 2. Early in the morning. Su Yunfeng washed himself clean and then walked towards Shen Aoshue's residence in the back mountain. I have been here many times and am already familiar with the place. Not long after, he arrived outside Shen Aoshue's house and knocked on the door. Master, I'm here. Chapter 99 Angry, making the cute master with a bad temper. Master, I'm here. A moment later, Shen Aoshue's lazy and delicate voice was heard in the room. Come in. Su Yunfeng took a deep breath, then gently pushed open the door and walked in. The room was warm and filled with a pleasant fragrance. This is Shen Aoshue's unique fragrance, mellow but not greasy. Su Yunfeng looked up and his eyes almost popped out. Master, this is too unceremonious. I saw Shen Aoshue lying lazily on her side on the wide bed. That's not the point. The key point is that she was only wearing a transparent purple gauze, showing off her perfect curves, and the scenery was infinitely beautiful. If it weren't for what happened yesterday, Su Yunfeng wouldn't even blink. However, when Shen Aoshue discovered what was going on between him and Lin Xian, he always felt guilty, as if he had done something wrong, and he didn't dare to look Shen Aoshue in the eye. So, he endured the pain and lowered his head silently. Why, my figure can't compare to Xian's? Shen Aoshue's voice was lazy but with a hint of coldness, as well as a hint of anger and sarcasm. No, it's not. Master is perfect. Su Yunfeng immediately shook his head and said. Then why are you bowing your head? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Where is your ability from yesterday? As Shen Aoshue spoke, she sat up, grabbed the soft pillow next to her and threw it at Su Yunfeng. She was really angry. He is obviously his man, why does he want to provoke Lin Xian? But Lin Xian is her direct disciple. This guy is really very brave and courageous. Su Yunfeng did not dodge, but let the soft pillow hit him. Shen Aoshue seemed very angry, but this time she didn't use any of her skills at all. She was just venting her anger and being petty. The soft pillow didn't hurt at all when it hit my body, but instead had a rich fragrance. At the same time, Su Yunfeng's heart was completely relieved. He knew that Shen Aoshue was just angry and would not do anything to him. Master, I was wrong, but there are reasons for everything. Please listen to my explanation. Su Yunfeng walked quickly to Shen Aoshue with a soft pillow in his arms, lowered his head and spoke sincerely and earnestly. Don't tell me that it was Xian who took the initiative. I know Xian's personality best. She would never take the initiative to pursue any man. Shen Aoshue sneered. She knows her disciples best, and each of them has different personalities. However, one thing is clear and certain. They will not take the initiative to get close to any man. Master, you are really so predictable. It was really Senior Sister who took the initiative. However, I really like Senior Sister too. Su Yunfeng laughed dryly and said awkwardly. I secretly thought that my master was really amazing, he could even guess this. Oh, okay. I'd like to hear how Shi Yan took the initiative. Xianao Shuai gritted her teeth and said fiercely. She wouldn't believe that it was Lin Shiyan who took the initiative to provoke Su Yunfeng. What abilities does Su Yunfeng have? He has no qualifications and no background. Besides being handsome, what other advantages do you have? Based on her understanding of Lin Shiyan, she wouldn't even look at this guy. Su Yunfeng thought about it and then told the whole story from beginning to end. Of course, as for the incident that Lin Shiyan picked him up that night, he had already learned the reason from Lin Shiyan. A Huan sect. After hearing this, Xianao Shuai gritted her teeth. She was drugged while hunting down a supreme elder of the Huan sect. By some accident, he became involved with Su Yunfeng. Unexpectedly, his third disciple Lin Shiyan was also together with Su Yunfeng because of the Huan sect. Hateful. The evil ways of the Huan sect have caused great harm to people. She now wishes to destroy the Huan sect. Those guys are so despicable. Both the master and the disciple were deceived. One day sooner or later, I will destroy the Huan sect. Xianao Shuai clenched her fists so hard that they made a creaking sound, and shouted angrily in a low voice. This is what happened. Master, if you want to punish me, I will accept it. Please don't let me know. I promised you that I wouldn't tell anyone. After Su Yunfeng finished speaking, he stood in front of Xianao Shuai with his chest straight and closed his eyes, looking like he was ready to be slaughtered. Alright, stop pretending to be so righteous. You think I don't know? You act like this because you believe I won't punish you severely. I'm embarrassed to expose your little thoughts. Xianao Shuai glanced at Su Yunfeng and said unhappily, exposing Su Yunfeng's thoughts on the spot. Hearing Xianao Shuai's words, Su Yunfeng smiled awkwardly, and his heart suddenly settled down. Phew, it's okay. Although Xianao Shuai still sounded a little angry, it didn't matter. It would be fine after a few days when she calmed down. Master, you know me best. Su Yunfeng said with a smile. Don't be so complacent. You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of living punishment. Xianao Shuai gave him a fierce look and snorted coldly. Although there are reasons for things, we cannot help ourselves. But, after all, her little man was hanging out with the disciples, and it was impossible for her not to be angry. Yes, I will give Master a massage right away to soothe his qi. Su Yunfeng was happy to get started. He would like this kind of punishment to happen every day. You wish. Xianao Shuai said unhappily and slapped away his outstretched hand. I thought to myself that this guy is really shameless. It's good enough that he didn't receive a severe punishment, but he still wanted to take the opportunity to get close to her. His face is as thick as a city wall. I'm asking you, what's going on with Shi Yan's physical awakening? Don't tell me that you guys just did that and then she awakened. Master, you are truly a living god. We really did that, and then Senior Sister awakened. Xianao Shuai's eyes narrowed, and she stared at Su Yunfeng with a sharp gaze and said coldly, if you dare to lie to me, you're dead. Why don't you confess the truth? How ridiculous. Doing that thing can awaken one's physical condition. She has done it, so why didn't she awaken? Is it because the number of times is not enough? She wouldn't believe it no matter what you said. Xianao Shuai turned hostile without any hesitation, which made Su Yunfeng very helpless. He had no choice but to tell her what happened in great detail, down to every movement and every detail. At the same time, he was also observing the changes in Xianao Shuai's expression. As he described the story vividly, Xianao Shuai's cheeks turned from cold to pink. Su Yunfeng secretly laughed in his heart. I'll let you be mean to me, and I'll teach you a lesson. Gradually, Xianao Shuai's face became redder and redder, like a red apple, making people want to take a bite. Following Su Yunfeng's description, her mind had already constructed a series of vivid and colorful pictures. Su Yunfeng noticed that she was a little restless, like a wild cat scratching its heart, and a triumphant smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then Senior Sister awakened, and this is what happened. Master, are you listening? If you don't understand, I can personally demonstrate it to Master. Su Yunfeng stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Xiaoxue a few times. Xiaoxue finally came back to her senses and glared at him fiercely, but her eyes were almost thread-like, filled with an irresistible and unique beauty. She covered her pounding heart and said, "Wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon." After saying that, he didn't care about Su Yunfeng's reaction and went straight into the inner room. Su Yunfeng from the outer sect was bewildered. What's going on? Master was scared away? It wasn't until he heard a plop that he reacted. Master, this is going to cool down. He stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Should I be a beast or worse than a beast? After thinking for 3 seconds, Su Yunfeng quietly walked into the inner room. Chapter 100 Master, I'm here. After thinking for 3 seconds, Su Yunfeng quietly walked into the inner room. He didn't mean anything else, he was just worried that his master couldn't swim and would drown. He was just watching over it for safety reasons. Yes, it is that simple. He observed at the door for a while, and when Xiaoxue dived underwater, he floated into the house silently, and then sank into the water quietly. Look, Master is drowning. Fortunately, he was watching, otherwise it would have been dangerous. Master, I'm here to save you, la 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 la. Suddenly, Xiaoxue screamed and suddenly popped her head out of the water. Master, be careful, the water is deep and dangerous. You! Master, spare my life. I don't know how long it took, but almost all the water in the pool was blown dry. At this time, Su Yunfeng's cultivation had been sealed and he was hanging upside down on the beam, begging for mercy. Aren't you very capable? Aren't you a tough guy? Why are you begging for mercy now? Xiaoxue whipped him. Suddenly a blood mark appeared on Su Yunfeng's body. Su Yunfeng was beaten so hard that his teeth were grimacing, and he thought to himself that his master was so fierce. His body is indeed strong, but Xiaoxue's whip is not ordinary either. I was severely punished 2 days ago, but I didn't expect to be assigned to it again so soon. However, Su Yunfeng felt that he made a lot of money this time. Master, don't misunderstand me. I just thought you were drowning and was anxious to save you. How dare you say that? Xiaoxue got angry when she heard this. How deep is the water in this pool? Will she drown? Besides, even if they rescued people, is there any way to do that? Afterwards she finally reacted. From the very beginning, Su Yunfeng had bad intentions towards her, which is why he told her everything in detail. I also blame myself for being possessed by the devil at that time and being so engrossed in listening. In the end, this guy really succeeded. Hateful. Obviously I haven't allowed it yet. Ahem, Master, I know you also have a special physique. How about we try again and I'll help you activate it? Anyway, he is not worried that Xiaoxue will do anything to him. At most, he will be whipped a few more times. So, he just went for it and said this directly. How did you know that? Xiaoxue's eyes narrowed instantly, and she was slightly startled. Only a very few senior members of the sect knew that she had a special physique. Why did the stinky guy know it? Su Yunfeng naturally would not say that it was detected by the system. He changed the subject and said, Master, don't worry about how I know this. I'm just asking if you want to awaken. There was a gleam in Xiaoxue's eyes, and she pondered for a moment. It doesn't matter even if Su Yunfeng knows that she has a special physique. After all, their relationship is like this, they will know sooner or later. However, he still doubted whether Su Yunfeng could activate her physique. He has already explained how to activate Lin Xian's physique. I don't feel like there's anything special about it. They did what they were supposed to do, and I wasn't activated either? Is there something else that is crucial? She seriously suspected that Su Yunfeng had set a trap for her again. Having suffered a loss once, she won't be fooled again. However, when she thought of the fact that Lin Xian's physique was activated, she began to waver again. Her cultivation has been at the peak of the 9th level of Emperor Kawu for many years, and she has not made any further progress. The other sects around were all staring at Lingxiao's sect with eager eyes. If the Ice Divine Body is activated, her cultivation will soar to the sky and will no longer be restricted. She will no longer be afraid of other sects. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, she opened and closed her red lips slightly, and asked in a skeptical tone, Can you really awaken my constitution? Su Yunfeng immediately assured with a solemn oath, It's absolutely true. How could I lie to you? You know I'm an honest man. What's more, what's our relationship? Ouch. Before he could finish his words, he was whipped again by Shinaoshue. "Ha, haven't you lied to me enough?" Shinaoshue pouted her lips and snorted angrily. "Let us not talk about the distant past, let us just talk about yesterday." He even lied to her and said that he had castrated himself, which made her worry for a long time. Few words that come out of this guy's mouth can be trusted. If you believe his words easily, you might end up losing all your money. I swear, I didn't lie to you this time. You saw third senior sister awaken the heavenly heartsword body. Actions speak louder than words. If his hands and feet hadn't been tied, Su Yunfeng would have sworn to the sky. What's going on? Is there no trust between people at all? I am your dear disciple. How could a direct disciple deceive you? Su Yunfeng was already thinking in his mind how to fool his beautiful yet cruel master. Humph, go back first and let me think about it. As he spoke, he drew a line in the air with his finger, and the rope on the beam snapped. Ouch! Su Yunfeng hit his head on the ground and cried out in pain. He lay on the ground, like a caterpillar, and crawled to Shinaoshue's feet in an arched manner. Master, don't hesitate. It's better to do it today than today. It's better to do it today than today. Are you teaching me how to do things? Shinaoshue squatted down, twisted Su Yunfeng's ear and said lightly. Su Yunfeng said cunningly, Master, it's better to postpone it than to wait for a day. When you have made up your mind, just wave your hand and I will be there as soon as possible. Stop playing tricks on me. Shinaoshue snorted lightly, and then removed the restrictions on Su Yunfeng. Go away, I'm tired. Su Yunfeng, who had recovered his cultivation, immediately broke free from the rope and climbed up from the ground. He came over and said eagerly, Master, let me help you. Shinaoshue glanced at Su Yunfeng and warned, If you dare to mess around, I will make you pay. Master, how can you say that? Don't you think I'm trustworthy at all? I am your direct disciple. Don't you even trust me? Upon hearing this, Su Yunfeng immediately said with a look of grievance. He looked like he was being wronged. Don't you have any idea? Shinaoshue snorted, then walked to the bed, then lay down on it, glared at Su Yunfeng, and shouted angrily, What are you standing there for? Come here quickly. She was indeed a little tired. My whole body aches, as if it's falling apart, and I'm filled with fatigue. It would be nice to let this guy help me massage and relieve fatigue. Oh, here it comes, here it comes. Su Yunfeng ran over happily, as if he was afraid that she would go back on her word. Before she knew it, Shinaoshue fell asleep, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she was smiling. I don't know what sweet dreams I'm having. Su Yunfeng didn't stop, he also knew that Shinaoshue was exhausted. He is a good disciple who respects his teacher. So, I have been massaging Master's soft shoulders, smooth back, and slender waist. Half an hour later, a blush appeared on Shinaoshue's cheeks while she was sleeping. Su Yunfeng grinned and thought to himself that Master was so beautiful even when he was sleeping. He leaned over and whispered to Shinaoshue, Master, I'm here. Shinaoshue murmured in a daze. Suddenly, Shinaoshue opened her eyes in her sleep. This stinky guy. How dare you? Chapter 101 Chapter 101 Master, it's not good in broad daylight. Limping back to his residence, Su Yunfeng let out a long sigh. Xiaohubot is a file protection tool for anti-piracy. When looking for a book robot, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you 1T step into traps. Master has a very bad temper. He took the lead and worked hard to help her massage, but he still got beaten. I have never seen such an unreasonable master. I lay down on the bed, holding my empty waist, and fell asleep quickly. Ding! Xiao Hongyue's cultivation level has been raised to the 4th level of Martial King, with a 50-fold return. The host's cultivation level has been raised to the 2nd level of Martial Honor. Ding! Xiao Hongyue studies the Tao of Alchemy and gains a great deal of experience and knowledge. Return 50 times. The host gains a great deal of experience and knowledge in the Tao of Alchemy. Su Yunfeng thought vaguely that 4th senior sister was too hard-working. She was still practicing in the middle of the night. She must have worked so hard. I have to find some time to make it up to my senior sister. In a daze, Su Yunfeng fell asleep again. I don't know how long it took. Suddenly, he opened his eyes abruptly, with a strange look on his face. No way. Just now, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding! Shinaoshue watched the yin-yang he Dao Ju and gained a lot of insights and experience. The reward is tenfold. The host also gained a lot of insights and experience. At this moment, there were many strange things in his mind. A dual cultivation method that is more profound than the yin-yang enlightenment method. He was completely dumbfounded. Shen Haoshui. Have you started reading this kind of book? It really shocked and astonished him. He secretly rubbed his waist and felt a pain. My physical fitness is not good enough. I need to strengthen my physical training. Su Yunfeng thought secretly in his heart. It is said that women are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40. Master is like both a wolf and a tiger. Although he kept saying no, Su Yunfeng was actually just a sparring partner throughout the whole process and was only qualified to play a supporting role. He slowly pulled the quilt upwards to cover up 2 tears of grievance. Master is so cruel. Woo woo woo. At the same time, where Yi Chen lives. At this moment, his eyes were filled with shocking hatred. Su Yunfeng not only broke his limbs, but also made him a eunuch. Yi Chen has sworn to heaven that he will avenge this grudge. He also wanted to let Su Yunfeng taste what it was like to be a eunuch. Fortunately, he is not alone now. Just today, a strange thing happened in the sect. Hundreds of people chose to castrate themselves in order to practice the sword art of exorcism and became eunuchs like him. The mentality that was on the verge of exploding was instantly relieved and seemed to be much more balanced. He has already thought it through in his mind. We must organize all these people, develop our own force, make it bigger and stronger, and create brilliance. He has already thought of a name. It's called Tong Tang. He is the boss of Tong Tang. With his qualifications and strength, only he can be the boss of this organization. It is said that this incident was caused by a man named Cao Sheng. Moreover, Cao Sheng was also kicked out by Su Yunfeng. The two have a grudge, so let's recruit him first. At this time, he had no idea that Cao Sheng had already become Su Yunfeng's loyal brother. After finalizing everything, he took out the sword art to exorcise evils and began to practice. This set of sword techniques is perfect for someone like him to practice. It's practically tailor-made for him. Not only is the technique powerful, but the key is that a disabled person can improve their cultivation very quickly when practicing it. He. Su Yunfeng, just wait to die. The second day. As soon as Su Yunfeng woke up, the sound transmission stone lit up. He took out the sound transmission stone and scanned it with his spiritual power, and the specific information was transmitted into his mind. Brother, Yi Chen wants to set up an organization called Tong Tang to gather all the people in the sect who practice the exorcism sword technique. He wants me to be the deputy hall master. After listening to the detailed report, Su Yunfeng finally understood. Yi Chen wants to build his own power. He has great ambitions. He pondered for a while and realized that Yi Chen had been poisoned by a chronic poison and would die sooner or later. He is now forming a team, and when he is out of power, Cao Sheng can smoothly take over and become Su Yunfeng's power. Agree with him. Also, we can't reveal our relationship. In his eyes, we are still enemies. Su Yunfeng quickly sent a message. Just wait for Yi Chen to work for free, and then let him know what it feels like to be a bridesmaid. Understood, boss. Cao Sheng responded immediately after receiving the message. After getting up, I simply washed up. As soon as he opened the door, Shen Haoshui flew into his yard as if on time. He was stunned for a moment, then went to meet him. Master, it's not good in broad daylight. Although he said it was not good, he looked happy as he invited Shen Haoshui into the room. Even if he dies under the peony flowers, he will still be a romantic ghost. His master has come to him on his own initiative, so how can he go against his master's wishes? You are so beautiful. Shen Haoshui glared at him angrily and snorted softly. She obviously wasn't here for those things. Su Yunfeng scratched his head and asked in confusion, then why did master come to my place so early? I'm here to inform you that I've decided to activate my physique. Shen Haoshui crossed her arms over her chest and spoke with her chin slightly raised. Even if she needed help from others, she was unwilling to bow down to Su Yunfeng and insisted on taking absolute control. Then what are you waiting for, master? Please come inside quickly. I just got up and the quilt is still warm. When Su Yunfeng heard her words, he immediately laughed. Immediately dragged Shen Haoshui into the house. He knew how strong his master was and he liked him very much. Who doesn't love a smart driving cockpit? Don't give me that. Shen Haoshui slapped Su Yunfeng's restless claws away, glared at him angrily and said, You come down the mountain with me. I understand. I understand everything. Before Xiaoxue finished speaking, Su Yunfeng hurriedly took over the conversation. He said with an air of understanding, I know that Master is concerned about the noise caused by the activation of his physique. To avoid suspicion, he chose to do it outside the sect. I understand. Humph, that's only one reason. A cold light flashed in Xiaoxue's eyes, and she said coldly, I've received news that many disciples have gone missing in Panlu City. I'm going to check it out. Anyone who dares to cause trouble on Lingxiao sect's territory will be killed by me. Feeling the chill emanating from Xiaoxue, Su Yunfeng stopped joking and nodded seriously, okay. By the way, Master, do you want to tell my senior sisters? Su Yunfeng said. After all, I don't know how long this trip will take, so it's better to say hello to my two senior sisters. I told them to practice well, yes, practice well. Xiaoxue rolled her eyes at him and snorted, if you want to talk, go ahead and do it. Don't dilly-dally. Hurry up. I'll be waiting for you here. Okay. Su Yunfeng responded, then quickly walked out of the yard and headed towards Zhou Hongyue and Lin Xian's yard. Half an hour later, Su Yunfeng didn't come back. An hour later, Su Yunfeng still didn't come back. Does it take so long to say a word? Xiaoxue stamped her feet angrily, snorted, and walked out of the yard. When she appeared again, she had already arrived at Lin Xian's yard. As soon as she entered the yard, her ears moved, as if she heard some subtle sounds. With a quick sweep of his powerful divine sense, he discovered two people in the room. A blush flashed across her beautiful cheeks. She pursed her moist red lips and murmured, just one look. So, she concealed all her breath, quietly touched the window, and silently opened a gap. Chapter 102 Continue to fool the beautiful master. 2 hours later. Su Yunfeng returned with a rosy face and a satisfied look on his face. Pushing open the gate, he saw Xiaoxue sitting on a stone bench in the yard. He laughed and shouted, Master, we can set off now. Xiaoxue snorted heavily in her heart. This bad guy, after saying goodbye, he bullies my senior sister again. It's so bad. Although she was angry in her heart, she did not show it on her face. If Su Yunfeng knew that she was peeping, he would probably laugh at her. I can't afford to lose that person. So, she suppressed her anger and kept her expression normal. After a faint response, he stood up from the stone bench. But just as she took a step, her legs went weak and she almost fell. Fortunately, Su Yunfeng was quick to step forward and support her. Master, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Su Yunfeng asked with a worried look on his face. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Xiaoxue was very angry. She said, squat outside the window for 2 hours and see if your legs feel numb or uncomfortable. But Su Yunfeng didn't know this. He helped Xiaoxue sit back on the stone bench, then squatted down and gently kneaded her legs. Xiaoxue lowered her eyes and looked at Su Yunfeng, who was carefully massaging her legs to relieve the numbness. The anger in her heart almost dissipated, and even a hint of sweetness rose in her heart. Humph, you dead things still have some conscience, I'll spare you this time. About half a quarter of an hour later. Su Yunfeng raised his head and looked at Xiaoxue. Master, are you feeling better? Okay, I'm ready now. Xiaoxue quickly looked away and said as if nothing had happened. Then he stood up from the stone bench, and the numbness in his legs had completely disappeared. Let's go now. As she spoke, she waved her delicate hand slightly, and a palm-sized treasure ship appeared in her palm. Then she threw it into the air, and the palm-sized treasure ship quickly expanded and eventually turned into a 3-meter-sized flying boat. Walk! Xiaoxue shouted and flew up first. Su Yunfeng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smirk, and flew onto the flying boat immediately after him. The flying boat rushed out and soon disappeared in the sky. Master, I really didn't lie to you. I calculated that it really would take 9,981 days. In the flying boat, Su Yunfeng patted his chest and spoke with confidence. Just now, Xiaoxue asked him when and how long it would take to activate her physique. This is how Su Yunfeng answered. In fact, he was secretly thinking that if he didn't steal all of his master's underwear, he would write the word Su upside down, with Ban on the top and Chao on the bottom. Xiaoxue frowned, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. This guy hasn't been in the sect for that long, and he hasn't known Lin Xian for less than 81 days. Why does it take so long to get to her? There must be something fishy going on. So she raised her doubts forcefully. Hearing Xiaoshua's doubts, Su Yunfeng explained, 81 days is calculated as once a day. The higher the frequency, the shorter the time required. Of course, it cannot exceed 3 times a day. Xiaoshua glanced at him sideways, with a puzzled look in her eyes. She opened her red lips and asked casually, why 3 times and not 4 or 5 times? Master, please spare my life. I am your direct disciple, not an animal. Even a donkey in the production team needs to rest. Su Yunfeng then continued to explain while counting on his fingers. Look, 1 session is at least 3 hours, 12 hours a day, 3 sessions is at least 9 hours, and the 2 or 3 hours are used to conserve energy. Ouch! Master, why did you kick me? As soon as Su Yunfeng finished speaking, he was kicked. Fortunately, he reacted in time, otherwise he would have fallen flat on his face. Master's expression changes so quickly, he can turn against me without giving others any time to react. He pouted and got up from the ground, saying angrily, Master, next time you kick me, remember to tell me in advance so I can protect my handsome face. I make a living with my face. Xiaoshui glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, a faint smile on her lips, and called out gently, come here. When Su Yunfeng heard this, his whole body trembled and he instantly became energetic. What I just said worked. Master can't wait to increase the frequency. He is now really grateful to Li Yifeng for giving him a bottle of good medicine. It is indeed a precautionary measure. Su Yunfeng came to Xiaoshua's side in the blink of an eye. He smelled the faint fragrance on her body and said awkwardly, Master, why don't we go back to the room? Ouch! Before he could finish his words, he felt a pain in his waist. Xiaoshua had already pinched the thin flesh around her waist and chuckled softly, do you think I'm so easy to fool? If you don't tell the truth, I'll let you know how dangerous the world is. Speak, I say, Master, let me go, I was wrong. Su Yunfeng was secretly happy, as he had already thought that Xiaoshua was not so easy to fool. So, it started with 81 days. Then wait for her to lose her temper, and then pretend to admit your mistake to save some time, and she will probably stop being suspicious. Tell me, how long will it take? Xiaoshua asked coquettishly. 49, 77 49 times. Su Yunfeng pretended to be scared and immediately changed his words. You didn't lie to me? Xiaoshua frowned slightly, snorted, and there was a hint of severity in her words. Su Yunfeng immediately raised his hand and swore, I'm not lying to you. It really has to be 49 times. If you don't believe me, ask third senior sister. She has the final say. Ask Lin Xian? Do you dare? Su Yunfeng was secretly happy and used Lin Xian to directly block the suspicion in Xiaoshua's heart. Really? After hearing this, Xiaoshua frowned slightly, and she already believed it in her heart. Judging from the time Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian have been in contact, this number is not a big problem. I'll trust you for once. If I find out you're lying to me, you'll be dead. Xiaoshua pinched the thin flesh on Su Yunfeng's waist and warned him fiercely. According to the normal frequency, it only takes half a month for the ice divine body to awaken. At this time, Su Yunfeng came over and said awkwardly, Master, the road ahead is long, let's not waste time. Don't even think about it. Xiaoshua pushed him away and snorted, you smell like someone else, don't even think about touching me. Su Yunfeng was stunned when he heard this, and raised his sleeve to smell it. Well, there is a slight hint of third senior sister's unique rouge scent. Master, stop the boat. Su Yunfeng suddenly shouted. Xiaoshua didn't understand what was going on and thought he had discovered something unusual, so she immediately controlled the flying boat to stop in mid-air. What's wrong? Xiaoshua asked with a frown. Su Yunfeng pointed out the window and said, there is a river over there. I want to go take a bath. Chapter 103, Master, someone is trying to force me, help. Xiaoshua was completely stunned. He thought there was something special going on, but it turned out that this guy just wanted to do something bad. She glared at Su Yunfeng fiercely, opened her red lips and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Yunfeng. Master, there's no need to say more. For your physique to awaken as soon as possible, I am willing to devote my life to you and die for you. I will go through fire and water without blinking an eye. A mere bath in a wild river is nothing. I'm going too. After saying that, he flashed out of the window and flew towards the river below. Xiaoshua blinked, pursed her rosy lips, chuckled and said, I was going to say, there's a bathing pool in the flying boat, idiot. Unfortunately, Su Yunfeng could no longer hear. If he heard it, he would immediately shift into reverse gear and fly back impatiently. They were now in the vast mountains, with lush forests everywhere, stretching as far as the eye could see. Su Yunfeng swooped down to the river in a hurry, threw his clothes on the ground, and plunged into the water with a splash. Wash, wash, take a bath, I am master's good boy. At the same time, in the woods not far from the shore, a beautiful middle-aged woman, about 30 or 40 years old, with a pale complexion, spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood with a pu sound. Gutong man, just wait for me. I won't be a human being if I don't avenge this. She is an outer sect elder of the Hahuan sect, named Lai Pei. She came down the mountain this time to recruit new disciples. As a result, what a coincidence. On the way, he met Gutong man from Lingxiao sect. This woman is not tall, but her cultivation is very high. One person killed all of them, leaving no one alive, and she was the only one who took the opportunity to escape. Not only did he fail to recruit new disciples, but he also lost a lot of old disciples. The mission started off badly. Although Lai Pei escaped by luck, her injuries were very serious and she needed timely treatment. For the female disciples of the Hahuan sect, the best way to heal their wounds is to seize the male's young energy and blood through dual cultivation. But where can I find a man in this remote place? At this moment, there was a sound of someone falling into the water suddenly coming from the river ahead, and at the same time there was the sound of a man humming happily. Lai Pei's eyes suddenly lit up. Man! Ha ha, there is always a way out, God is helping me. Lai Pei giggled and walked quickly towards the direction of the sound. She couldn't wait to suck the singing man dry. The song is nice to sing, but I don't know if it will sound just as nice when it is shouted later. I came to the river quietly and saw several men's clothes scattered on the ground. There was also a man taking a bath in the river. What a handsome man! Lai Pei's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Although she had seen countless men, this was the first time she had seen such a handsome man. That handsome face, those strong pectoral muscles, and those abdominal muscles like ridges. Ah! Every place makes Lai Pei's heart beat fast. She didn't plan to suck it dry and kill it, but to keep it as a furnace and enjoy it slowly. Who? Su Yunfeng sensed a strange breath and suddenly looked up at the shore. Chuckle. Lai Pei giggled, and her charming look made Su Yunfeng frown. Although it is pleasing to the eye, it is loose and baggy. Compared with the master, the difference is not even a little bit. Lai Pei gently lifted up the hem of her skirt, revealing a section of her crystal white calf. With charming movements and a sweet, tender voice, she said, "Little brother, am I beautiful? Do you want to practice dual cultivation with me?" Question mark. A big question mark slowly emerged in Su Yunfeng's mind. Is there something wrong with this woman? In broad daylight, in the wilderness, you have to practice dual cultivation with everyone you meet? If the master said so, he would pounce on him without hesitation. But he had no interest in this woman at all. Seeing that Su Yunfeng did not reply, Lai Pei frowned and felt a little annoyed. In the sect, there are so many male disciples who want to practice dual cultivation with him that the line stretches from her boudoir to the sect gate. However, the handsome little man in front of him was unmoved. She hummed softly in her heart and hooked her finger at Su Yunfeng seductively. She said in a delicate voice, "Don't you want Big Sister to love you? Big Sister, please stop being horny. I'm really not interested in you." Su Yunfeng frowned and said lightly. His mind was now filled with thoughts of his beautiful master, and he had no interest in this old woman with a face full of rouge and loose makeup. Lai Pei's expression froze when he heard this. This was the first time a man had rejected her in all these years. Her expression suddenly turned cold, and she stared at Su Yunfeng and snorted coldly, "If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the penalty." Since the other party is unwilling to cooperate, she doesn't mind using force. In her eyes, Su Yunfeng was just a small cultivator of the first level of Wuzong, who could be suppressed with ease. "Little brother, you will know how good your sister is later." Although Lai Pei was injured, her cultivation had reached the level of martial emperor, so it was easy for her to suppress a small cultivator of the martial sect level. She just raised her hand and grabbed Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng frowned. He had the ability to kill this woman in one move. However, he did not do so. He quickly sent a divine thought into Shen Aoshua's sound transmission jade slip. "Master, a woman is trying to rape me, help." As soon as he sent the message, Lai Pei's powerful aura fell on him. Then he waved his arm, and with a splash, Su Yunfeng was lifted out of the water. Lai Pei's eyes suddenly widened. This figure is perfect, with strong chest muscles and angular abdominal muscles, all of which are filled with extreme beauty of lines. It is the type that every woman likes. Hee hee, little brother, you really surprised your sister. I didn't expect you to be so talented. Lai Pei grabbed Su Yunfeng and poked his abdominal muscles with her fingers. She looked completely like a crazy fan, with tears in her eyes. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will keep you. From now on, you are my exclusive furnace tripod. Lai Pei said this as she couldn't wait to get started and practice dual cultivation with Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng shrugged secretly and said to her in his heart, "Rest in peace." At the same time, the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly. It feels like winter has arrived in an instant. Lai Pei couldn't help but shiver. What's going on? It feels like some kind of monster is coming. How dare you touch my people? After Xiaoxue received the news from Su Yunfeng, she immediately rushed over. She is so bold that she even dares to force herself on her man. In a flash, he rushed over from the flying boat at high speed. Just when Lai Pei hadn't figured out the situation, a bone-chilling voice suddenly came from the air, as if an iceberg instantly pressed down on Lai Pei. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Lai Pei's already pale face instantly turned pale, without a trace of blood. The original charm suddenly turned into shock. There was an expression of extreme horror in his eyes. The aura emitted by the other party almost killed her on the spot. How powerful is this person? She looked up. A beautiful woman in a purple dress slowly descended from the sky. There was a coldness on the beautiful face. This moment, Lai Pei felt a sharp twitch deep in his heart. Lingxiao Sect Master. Chapter 104, Master was fooled again. Lingxiao Sect Master. Lai Pei's heart seemed to be jumping out. I never expected that I would meet the leader of Lingxiao sect here. Xiaoxue had a cold face, and then she slapped out in the air with her palm, her voice cold and domineering. People from the Hahuan sect, die. In an instant, the shadow of death enveloped Lai Pei. Before she could beg for mercy, she was hit by a powerful force and shot out like a cannonball. Bang bang bang. There was a loud noise. Lai Pei's body directly knocked down a group of trees, and then with a bang, a huge explosion occurred in that area. Lai Pei didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy and died just like that. Not even a slag was left. She didn't die at the hands of Gutong Man, but died at the hands of her master. Lai Pei died with his eyes open. Su Yunfeng's eyes moved, and he immediately took the opportunity to hug Xiaoxue tightly, looking frightened. Master, she wanted to capture me to be a furnace, and I almost became unclean. For a woman like Xiaoxue who is aloof, cold and powerful, acting coquettishly appropriately will give her a sense of freshness. This brings the two closer together. Xiaoxue slapped his hand away in annoyance, rolled her eyes and said, "Put your clothes on first. It's inappropriate for you to hug me like this." Su Yunfeng smiled mischievously. He knew that Xiaoxue had a different nature in her heart. So he leaned close to Xiaoxue's ear and whispered teasingly, "Master, don't you think the wilderness is the best place to activate your divine body?" Xiaoxue's heart was deeply touched, and her heart was touched. A colorful and strange light flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. However, this emotion was fleeting and was quickly suppressed by her. How could the dignified leader of Lingxiao sect be so absurd? Absolutely impossible. It's impossible to beat him to death. Su Yunfeng noticed the change in her expression and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Looking at her expression, you can tell that Master actually has some thoughts in her mind. Su Yunfeng held Xiaoxue's soft little hand and said seriously, "Master, don't misunderstand me. I just want to help you awaken your physique as quickly as possible. I promise, I have absolutely no other intentions." Yeah? Xiaoxue gave him a fierce look. If Xiaoxue believed his lies, her life would have been in vain. This guy's tricks are one after another, and if you're not careful you'll be cheated out of all your money. She has been fooled several times. Naturally I won't believe it anymore. Su Yunfeng saw that Xiaoxue was unmoved. So I had to use my trump card. He believed that this move would be 100% effective against Xiaoxue, and it would be a critical hit. So he tempted her, "Master, you can set up a magic circle to hide us. People outside the gate won't be able to see us, but our vision won't be affected." Su Yunfeng slowly narrated every detail, his voice was like the whisper of a devil, full of temptation. The emotions that had been suppressed suddenly came out again. Moreover, as Su Yunfeng patiently guided her, the throbbing in her heart became more and more obvious. the little heart was beating as fast as a motor. As if he was so excited that he couldn't wait to jump out and see it with his own eyes. In the end, Shinaoshua fell under Su Yunfeng's magic voice. The number of times you can check in for physical awakening is reduced by 1. 46 check-ins remaining. 1 day later, they arrived at their destination. The two got off the flying boat and walked. Shinaoshua also put on a layer of gauze to hide her peerless beauty. This is a very large city, at least several times larger than Su Yunfeng's hometown, Shenyang City. The pedestrians coming and going, the carriages passing by, and the merchants along the street can all show the prosperity of Panlu City. Master, where are we going now? Su Yunfeng got what he wanted and was in a very good mood. He couldn't suppress the upturned corners of his mouth, which were almost split to his ears. Shinaoshua's cheeks flushed, and she secretly pinched the thin flesh on his waist. This guy is really good at misleading people. I was fooled by him again, which is really hateful. Seeing his smug look, I was so angry. Shinaoshua secretly swore that she would never be fooled by him next time. No matter what, he was also a powerful figure from the Lingxiao sect's faction. It would be so embarrassing if he told others that he had lost everything because of a few words. But having said that, it's quite addictive. Shinaoshua secretly pursed her moist red lips, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a hint of aftertaste. Hearing Su Yunfeng's words, she said lightly, "We have our base in the east of the city, let's go there." Walking all the way to the east of the city, they soon arrived at the Lingxiao sect's stronghold in Panlu City. The so-called stronghold is actually a 3-story attic. The second and third floors are accommodation areas. The first floor is where pills and weapons are sold. After all, a large sect has high expenses, and almost every town within its sphere of influence has such a stronghold. Use elixirs and weapons to exchange for spirit stones and money to maintain the normal operation of the sect. A plaque with gold characters on a red background hangs directly above the gate of the stronghold. On the plaque were written 3 golden characters Lingxiao sect in a flamboyant style. In the sphere of influence of Lingxiao sect, the 3 words Lingxiao sect are a golden signboard and a synonym for credibility. The elixirs and weapons you get out of here are worth the money. At this time, a group of Yamen runners in uniform were gathered at the gate. Of course, they weren't here to cause trouble. Shinaoshua and Su Yunfeng walked in one after another, avoiding the Yamen runners. As soon as he walked into the lobby, the person in charge of the base's eyes lit up instantly and he suddenly became energetic. He was clearly in his 50s just now, with a worried look on his face. At this moment, he looked 20 years younger, and the sadness on his face disappeared without a trace, replaced by respect and excitement. As the person in charge of the Panlu City stronghold, he naturally recognized the leader of the Lingxiao sect. Although Shinaoshua was wearing a veil, he still recognized her at first sight. Pushing away the Yamen runner in front of him with great force, the person in charge quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Disciple Zheng Taizhu pays homage to the sect master. Zheng Taizhu never expected this. Ask for help and ask the sect leader directly. I felt both excited and thrilled. The Yamen runner who had just been exposed was still puzzled and angry. We were talking fine, why did you suddenly push me? That's too disrespectful. After all, I am the leader of the Yamen runners. Don't I have any face? However, when he heard Zheng Taizhu calling him master, the resentment in his heart was instantly dispelled. I never expected that the leader of Lingxiao sect would come in person. Look around. But it was a graceful woman wearing a long purple dress, a phoenix hairpin on her head and a purple gauze on her face. This is the leader of Lingxiao sect, Shinaoshua. Have you ever seen a pig run even though you haven't eaten pork? Chapter 105 Chapter 105 Pulling her man to do a project in front of the clan leader? Although I have never seen the leader of Lingxiao sect, I have heard of her name. The head of the Yamen runners immediately put away all the negative emotions in his heart, walked over quickly, and saluted respectfully in a proper manner. I am Li Darin, the chief servant of Panlu City, and I pay my respects to the leader of Lingxiao sect. Shinaoshua nodded slightly. Then he said calmly, I'm here to discuss the disappearance of a disciple from our sect. Please tell me the details of the situation. Zheng Taizhu was shocked when he heard this, and immediately recounted everything that had happened in Panlu City during this period. It turned out to be 3 months ago. There was a case of missing people in Panlu City. At the beginning, only 1 or 2 people would disappear occasionally, but later on, more and more people disappeared. All the Yamen runners in the city were dispatched, but they found no clues. It's obvious. This is no longer an ordinary case of missing people. It is most likely that evil practitioners are involved. So, the disciples of Lingxiao sect set out. There are usually 10 to 20 outer disciples living in Lingxiao sect's stronghold, and they usually sell elixirs and weapons. They generally do not interfere in cases involving mortals. However, when it comes to practitioners, they will do their best to protect the safety of local people. At the beginning, only 3 people were dispatched. As a result, the 3 disciples never returned. Later, 10 people were dispatched at once. As a result, the 10 disciples never returned, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. No one is seen alive, and no body is seen after death. Only then did Zhang Taizhu realize the seriousness of the matter. So he immediately reported the situation here to the sect and asked the sect to send strong people to support. However, no one expected that the person who came to support was the clan leader himself. Zhang Taizhu suddenly felt more confident. If the sect leader takes action personally, is there anything that cannot be handled? No. There is no doubt that the sect leader is powerful. At this time, Zhang Taizhu said again, "Master, you came at the right time. The city lord just asked us to go to the city lord's mansion to discuss this matter. He was just worrying. There is no support from the sect, and going to the city lord's mansion to discuss the matter is of no use. It's okay now. With the arrival of the clan leader, everything is no longer a problem." Li Daren, who was standing beside him, nodded quickly and said, "To be honest, the people in the city are in a state of panic, and the city lord is also very worried. Please, master, please accompany me to the city lord's mansion." Xiaoxue nodded when she heard this and said calmly, "Lead the way." Li Daren immediately led the way, and Zhang Taizhu also followed Xiaoxue to the city lord's mansion. "Junior brother, what's your name?" Zhang Taizhu walked behind and side by side with Su Yunfeng. He smiled at Su Yunfeng with a slightly flattering smile on his face. Anyone who can stay by the side of the clan leader must be extraordinary. It is necessary to curry favor. Su Yunfeng knew what he was thinking without blinking. However, as the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, he thinks this friendly and flattering attitude is normal. So he smiled faintly and said, "My name is Su Yunfeng." Zhang Taizhu repeated Su Yunfeng's name twice in his mind and memorized it firmly. Then he leaned closer and whispered, "Junior brother, what are your hobbies? Playing musical instruments, listening to music in brothels, or arranging flowers and playing with jade?" Su Yunfeng frowned slightly. This guy looks like a seasoned veteran. To protect your Xiaowu documents from piracy, choose Xiaowu, a stable and reliable robot that won't let you fall into traps. He is very familiar with all kinds of projects and must have spent a lot of money. But, senior brother, can we find a place where there is no one to discuss this in private? Don't you feel a chill in the air? Aren't you cold? You old man really don't want to live. Isn't it a bit too bold to drag her man to work on the project in front of the sect leader? Hiss. Zhang Taizhu suddenly shuddered all over and shivered violently. He felt a chill down his spine, as if he was in an ice cellar. He asked doubtfully, "Junior brother, do you feel that it has suddenly become cold?" Su Yunfeng muttered to himself, "Becoming cold is only the lightest thing. If you dare to seduce me again, I will definitely ask you to catch the evil cultivator right away. Junior brother, I'm familiar with Panlu City. I know which places have the best music and which places have the most charming people." Zhang Taizhu continued to act recklessly, talking non-stop. Su Yunfeng immediately interrupted him. "Brother Zhang, thank you for your kindness. I am an honest man who keeps himself clean and I never go to those corners." "Ah, I understand. Junior brother, don't worry. If you don't like this small workshop, there are better and brighter places." Zhang Taizhu thought Su Yunfeng looked down on those small places, so he laughed and said as if he understood. In the past, there were also senior and junior brothers who came here to inspect like Su Yunfeng, but in the end, he dealt with them all. He has a lot of experience. May the best be for you. Su Yunfeng sighed secretly in his heart and was too lazy to say anything. This iron pillar is getting further and further away from the brink of death. Zhang Taizhu. Just then, Xiaoxue shouted. There was nothing wrong with the tone. However, Su Yunfeng knew clearly that Xiaoxue was angry. Hearing the sect master calling him, Zhang Taizhu was delighted and thought it was a good thing. He immediately hurried over and said respectfully, "Sect master. A stern look flickered in Shinaoshua's beautiful eyes as she said calmly, "You've been working in Panlu City for many years, and your performance has always been very good. I'm very pleased. So, I've decided to arrange for you to go to the Tushar City stronghold after things here are settled." Earth and Stone City? A deserted Gobi Desert city? Is this the reward for good employees? Zhang Taizhu was a little stunned. Shouldn't we move to a better and bigger city for development? Why is it the Tushar city that everyone dislikes? Why, are you dissatisfied? Shinaoshua's voice was slightly cold as she snorted. Zhang Taizhu woke up immediately. Although he felt sad, his face was still respectful. Disciple dare not, disciple obeys. When Su Yunfeng saw Zhang Taizhu's expression, he knew that Tushar city must not be a good place. After all, he was someone who wanted to take him out to play, so Su Yunfeng had a good impression of him. So he patted Zhang Taizhu on the shoulder and said soothingly, "You should be happy. The sect master sent you because she valued your outstanding abilities. You should work hard and achieve good results to let the sect master know that she was right." When Zhang Taizhu heard Su Yunfeng say this, a light suddenly lit up in his eyes. He clenched his fists and said with a firm face, "Yes, junior brother is right. This is the sect master's tempering and test for me. I absolutely cannot let her down." Su Yunfeng was speechless. Fortunately, there are fewer scammers in this era, but if it were in his previous life. Zhang Taizhu is the kind of person who has to count money for others even after being sold. What a fool, so easy to fool. Chapter 106. Before going down the mountain, Master, why did you spy on me and my senior sister? Not long after, the group arrived at the city lord's mansion. The lord of Panlu City is a middle-aged man named Li Junzheng. When he learned that the leader of Lingxiao sect was coming in person, he went out to greet him in person. He could finally let go of his worries. After all, there is nothing that cannot be solved when the sect leader takes action. Li Junzheng personally welcomed Shinaoshua into the hall. "Who is this?" His eyes fell on Su Yunfeng and he asked softly. "His name is Su Yunfeng, he is my direct disciple, and he came here mainly to gain more knowledge." Shinaoshua spoke lightly. When he heard that he was the sect leader's direct disciple, Li Junjing dared not neglect him and immediately arranged a seat for him personally. Only at this time did Zhang Taizhu know. It turned out that this junior fellow was the sect master's direct disciple, and he was shocked. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have said those words just now. You should just bring a beautiful girl to my house and let me choose one slowly." Oops, that was a mistake. Zhang Taizhu secretly regretted it in his heart. With the sect master personally taking action, I can finally put my mind at ease. After sitting down, Li Junjing sighed sincerely. "City Lord Li asked us to come here to discuss this matter. Has there been any news about the evil cultivator?" Shinaoshua asked. It would be fine if there was any news, but if there was no useful information, she would turn around and leave, too lazy to waste time. To be honest, I do have some clues about the evil cultivator. At this point, Li Junzheng said with a sad look, "Just yesterday, my daughter disappeared." Everyone frowned. Even the city lord's daughter is missing. This evil cultivator might be seeking revenge. Li Junzheng continued, "My daughter has an inherited jade pendant. Within a certain range, it can sense the jade pendant in my hand." He handed over the jade pendant and knelt on the ground. "I begged, Master, please save my daughter. She is my only daughter." Shinaoshua picked up the jade pendant and sensed it slightly. There is a small formation in the jade pendant, and there should be such a formation in the jade pendant on his daughter. The two will sense each other's positions when they are within a certain range. After putting away the jade pendant, Shinaoshua stood up and prepared to eliminate the evil cultivator. "Just do what you need to do, Su Yunfeng, and I will go find him." After Shinaoshua finished speaking, she took a step forward and flew high into the sky, with Su Yunfeng following closely behind. The two of them turned into two long rainbows and flew out of the city. "Master, if we leave the city like this, what if there are evil cultivators in the city?" Su Yunfeng said with a frown. It's not that he was shooting in the dark. He learned a little from watching those police and detective films in his previous life. Often the most dangerous places are also the safest places. Evil cultivators are generally insidious and cunning people, so who knows, he might be hiding in the city. Shinaoshua shook her head slightly and explained, "I haven't sensed any other cultivators' presence in the city." Seeing that Su Yunfeng was still frowning, Shinaoshua simply grabbed his hand and said, "Hold your breath and concentrate." Buzz. This moment. Su Yunfeng's mind suddenly shook. He only felt that his soul had become countless times stronger and could sense everything in the city. Damn, is there really someone who uproots weeping willows in broad daylight? Countless images flashed through his mind. Although only a black and white outline can be seen, it is already impressive enough. Wherever his divine sense reached, he could sense the breath of everyone without any obstruction. Master, what kind of magic is this that is so powerful? Can I learn it? After coming back to his senses, Su Yunfeng asked happily. Having this skill is like having a radar, which can predict the coming of danger early. Shanaoshua rolled her eyes at him and said, Aren't you already practicing? Spiritual alchemy? Su Yunfeng was shocked. Among the techniques he practiced, among the techniques he asked his senior sisters to practice, only the spirit refining technique could achieve such an effect. Shanaoshua nodded slightly and said, Yes, it is the art of refining the spirit. It can strengthen the spirit. When the spirit is strong enough, it can be like me. I'm only at the beginning now, and can only perceive the general outline. If you practice it to perfection, you will be able to clearly see everyone's subtle movements, and even kill people without them even noticing with a thought. Su Yunfeng nodded secretly. When he first read this martial arts book, it mentioned that after mastering it, one could kill people without being seen. At that time, he was still thinking that it could be used to launch a sneak attack and catch the enemy off guard. But, as I mentioned before, it can also be used as an all-round radar or even an all-round clairvoyant. This technique must be learned, studied hard, studied seriously. In order to always monitor the health of master and fellow practitioners? Pooh. You are wrong. It is to increase strength and launch a surprise attack. He thought happily in his heart that he would let Lin Xian practice the art of refining the soul after returning. Wrong. Su Yunfeng stared at Shanaoshua and asked, Master, you won't use this trick to spy on me, right? Although Shanaoshua has not yet mastered the technique, only a black and white outline can be seen. But it can also be used for peeking. Although it is censored, it is still watchable. Ouch. Master, I was wrong. Let go. My waist is about to break. What he got in return for these words was a beating from Shanaoshua. Shanaoshua twisted the thin flesh on his waist with 2 fingers and refused to let go. Wishful thinking. I don't have a voyeuristic habit. Shanaoshua snorted twice in disdain before letting go of Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng rubbed his twisted waist and said with a pout, Then why did Master spy on me and senior sister before we went down the mountain? When Shanaoshua heard this, her pretty face turned rosy red. This guy actually knew. I had clearly restrained all my breath, but he still discovered me? A feeling of shame instantly spread from the bottom of my heart. She quickly stretched out her glittering jade hand, grabbed Su Yunfeng's ear, and threatened, How did you find me? Let go first and I'll tell you. Su Yunfeng bargained, as if to say, I won't tell you unless you let go. Shanaoshua hummed softly and then let go of his ear. She really wanted to know how Su Yunfeng discovered it. With her cultivation level, after hiding her aura, few people in the sect would be able to discover her whereabouts. However, Su Yunfeng, who had a low level of cultivation, was able to discover it. This made her feel strange and curious. Tell me, how did you find me? Shanaoshua crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking as if she was waiting for Su Yunfeng to explain. Su Yunfeng rubbed his ears, which were twisted red, then leaned over and whispered in her ear. Shanaoshua's originally cold face became redder and redder. In the end, it looked like a red apple, and even the ears turned blood red. Shanaoshua was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to die. This damn guy actually deduced that she was peeking based on the numbness in her legs and the smell. She gritted her teeth secretly. Chapter 107 Master, too cruel. At that time, I was so fascinated by what I saw that I didn't retreat in time. So there was no extra time to deal with the stolen goods. As a result, it was sniffed by Su Yunfeng's dog nose. This moment. Shanaoshua felt that she had lost all face and was too embarrassed to face anyone. I can't wait to find a place to hide. It's really abominable that this dead guy knew such an embarrassing thing. I'm warning you, don't mention this matter again, or I'll make you pay. Shanaoshua threatened with a chuckle, gritting her teeth. Master, who do you think I am? Only a fool would tell others about this kind of funny story between husband and wife. He took Shanaoshua's soft little hand and said with a smile, This is a little secret between me and my master, and I'm only telling you. After saying this, he silently added another half sentence in his heart, and said it to the third and fourth senior sisters. However, fourth senior sister Chiu Hongyue has not yet been promoted to a regular employee, so she cannot experience such interesting things for the time being. Humph, I wouldn't believe you. Xiaoxiue hummed in disbelief, but a look of proud joy appeared on her face. But when I think back on it, I still feel a surge of excitement in my heart. Unconsciously, Xiaoxiue's heart seemed to be deeply touched, and a special emotion quietly spread in her heart. Su Yunfeng smiled secretly in his heart. What a hypocritical guy. He didn't expose Xiaoxiue's thoughts. He just liked his master's hypocritical attitude. Nice. Su Yunfeng knew her hidden attributes. Then he leaned closer, chuckled softly, and said, "Master, you are welcome to come and watch often. You're going to die." Xiaoxiue's pretty face was instantly dyed with a layer of sunset blush. She raised her pink fist and hit Su Yunfeng on the shoulder, looking coquettish. However, I silently wrote this sentence down in my heart. How? No way? Is it illegal to look at your man in the middle of the night? The two flew all the way and soon entered the Qingyan Mountains outside the city. If an evil cultivator wants to hide, the Qingyan Mountains are the best hiding place nearby. The mountains stretch as far as the eye can see, one peak upon another, and some places are even filled with miasma all year round, so it is rare for people to go deep into them. You can often hear the howling of wild beasts, which is a bit creepy. Xiaoxiue's spiritual sense swept across a mountain forest, and the scenery within a certain range suddenly appeared in her spiritual sense, but she did not find anything. At the same time, she held the jade pendant given by the city lord in her hand, and was able to resonate with another jade pendant within a certain range. About half an hour later, the jade pendant in her hand suddenly trembled slightly, emitting faint glow. There was a look of surprise in the eyes of the two men. The jade pendant reacted, indicating that the city lord's daughter was nearby. Then the evil cultivator should also be nearby. Xiaoxiue once again used his divine sense to sweep across the vast forest below. Soon, she found where the city lord's daughter was. Without any hesitation, he flew over quickly. Boom! Just as they flew overhead, a powerful attack came towards them. Xiaoxiue's eyes were cold, she snorted coldly, raised her jade hand and grabbed it. The attack coming towards them was directly destroyed by her domineering grasp. Get out! Xiaoxiue's voice was icy cold, yet also carried a hint of majesty. Her powerful aura instantly covered the entire area. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees. Winter comes in an instant. He. A sinister sneer came from the woods below. Immediately afterwards, a figure covered in black air rushed up into the sky and arrived in mid-air in the blink of an eye. He, you're just in time. I'm just short of 2 people to make my medicine. The evil cultivator laughed sinisterly. Noisy. Xiaoxiue's face was cold and she slapped him. The powerful energy instantly hit the evil cultivator. Puff! The evil cultivator who was originally laughing triumphantly disintegrated into a bloody mist in an instant. How dare this little martial honor realm trash act like that in front of me? Humph, you don't know how to live or die. Xiaoxiue snorted disdainfully. Su Yunfeng was completely numb. Master! So cruel. The evil cultivator was knocked down as soon as he showed up, without even being able to finish a sentence. It's really miserable. The 2 men descended from the air. This is a dark cave. The city lord's daughter and 3 disciples of Lingxiao sect were imprisoned here. As for the others, they had already been killed by the evil cultivators. Su Yunfeng removed their restrictions one by one, allowing them to return to normal. Thank you, sir, for saving me. The city lord's daughter is named Li Fian. She has a pretty face and delicate features, and is a rare beauty. I just heard her speaking in a delicate voice. At the same time, her body leaned softly on Su Yunfeng's shoulder as if it had no bones. Sir, I have no strength left in my body. Can you help me up? Su Yunfeng suddenly felt a chill on his back, his heart trembled, and he quickly turned around to look at Xiaoxiue. She crossed her arms over her chest, snorted softly and turned her face away. She heard what was said here. This expression clearly shows that she doesn't want Su Yunfeng to have contact with other women. Su Yunfeng's eyes moved slightly. He found that his master was becoming more and more jealous. But this is a good thing for him. This shows that master really has him in his heart. However, at this moment, no one noticed that a flash of scarlet flashed in the depths of Li Fian's eyes. Young master. Li Fian called out again in a tender voice. Su Yunfeng wanted to provoke Shen Aoxue, so he responded and helped Li Fian up. Beside her, Shen Aoxue gritted her teeth in anger. This damn guy was actually hugging another woman in front of her. In her opinion, the contact between Su Yunfeng and Li Fian was equivalent to hugging. Suddenly, she was startled. When did I become so jealous? I'm still jealous of this dead guy. No, if things continue like this, the dominant position might change in the future. We can't let that damn guy Su Yunfeng get on top of us. Be restrained, be restrained. Shen Aoxue secretly reminded herself in her heart and tried hard to calm down her irritable emotions. But, seeing Li Fian leaning on Su Yunfeng's shoulder, she became inexplicably angry and wanted to press Su Yunfeng to the ground and rub him hard. Shen Aoxue stomped her feet secretly, then was the first to slip out of the cave. Out of sight, out of mind. I'll deal with that damn guy Su Yunfeng after I get back. He must not have the mind, no, not the energy to contact other women. Shen Aoxue thought secretly angrily in her heart. She even found a reasonable excuse for herself. That is to speed up her physical awakening. You must clock in 5 times a day. Chapter 108, Revenge from the Jealous Master. When the news of the evil cultivator's eradication was announced, the whole city was in an uproar. Finally, I don't have to live in fear anymore. Everyone was so grateful to Shen Aoxue and Lingxiao sect that they wanted to burn incense to offer sacrifices to them. City Lord's Mansion. Hold a big banquet. One is to celebrate the eradication of the evil cultivators, and the other is to welcome the leader of Lingxiao sect, Shen Aoxue. Shen Aoxue has never liked this kind of social interaction. If it were in the past, she would have just said a few words and left early. However, she didn't leave today. At this time, she was sitting in the highest and best position, ignoring the compliments from the people next to her. The corner of his eye was always paying attention to what was happening over there with Su Yunfeng. The chopsticks in her hand were bent and deformed from being pinched. Just because. Over there, Su Yunfeng was chatting and laughing with Li Fian, looking like they were enjoying the conversation and felt like they had met too late and fell in love at first sight. Seeing this scene, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. This guy is so bold. He was so close to another woman in front of her. Crack. Finally. The chopsticks in her hand couldn't withstand her anger and broke with a crack. On the other side, Su Yunfeng was laughing. However, he came here not because of the conversation with Li Fian, but because he noticed that Shen Aoxue had been observing his angry expression and found it funny. As I said, make a woman angry and jealous of you. It means that this woman is really in love with you. He wanted to severely provoke his arrogant master and slowly take the initiative. He doesn't want to play support every time. He wants to play the output position and play the ADC with 200% attack speed. Brother Yun, let me pour you some wine. Li Fian smiled and poured Su Yunfeng a full glass of wine. Then he picked up his own wineglass and said softly, Brother Yun, I toast to you. Thank you for saving my life. Su Yunfeng clinked glasses with him with a smile, then raised his head and drank the wine in the glass. Good wine. Su Yunfeng sighed and asked, What's the name of this wine, Miss Li? Li Fian filled Su Yunfeng's cup again and replied with a smile, This is called Shuang Fian, brewed by me. If Big Brother Yun likes it, I will go get a few more jars for him later. Li Junzheng, who was sitting at the high table, saw that his daughter and Su Yunfeng were chatting so happily, and he started to make some plans in his mind. Su Yunfeng is Shen Aoxue's direct disciple and has a noble status. If his daughter marries him, it would be natural for the Li family to climb up the big tree of Lingxiao sect. My daughter can also enter Lingxiao sect naturally. And the status will not be low. Their Li family can transform from a family of officials into a family of cultivation. I am working harder, marrying more concubines, and trying to have more children. In the future, the Li family might be able to develop into a superfamily. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He wished he could arrange the marriage for them right then and there and have them enter the bridal chamber right then and there. Straightening his clothes, Li Junzheng said with a cheerful smile, My daughter and Mr. Su get along very well. Sect Master Shen, I wonder if Mr. Su is married. Shen Aoxue's heart twisted slightly, and in an instant she understood what Li Junzheng meant. I immediately felt angry. If you want to take advantage of her man, dream on. I don't agree. My disciple is already married. Shen Aoxue said lightly. Isn't it? There's more than one. Besides her, there is also Lin Xian. Although it has no name, it is real. Li Juanjing's face darkened slightly when he heard this, but his eyes soon lit up. He just laughed and said, as a young man, it's normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. As long as both parties are willing, nothing else matters. He thought to himself that he would ask his daughter what she thought later. If you are really interested in Su Yunfeng, just pursue her vigorously, even if she is a concubine. Being able to climb up to the Lingxiao sect, being a concubine is not considered wronged. At the same time, Li Fian and Su Yunfeng got along better and better as they talked, and the distance between them grew closer and closer. Li Fian's head was almost resting on Su Yunfeng's shoulder. Su Yunfeng could even clearly smell the faint fragrance of rouge on her body. Brother Yun, you can also read palms, so please help me see when I can find my ideal husband. Li Fian excitedly placed both palms in front of Su Yunfeng, her eyes full of joy and anticipation. Just as Su Yunfeng was about to take action, he felt a sudden chill on his back. At the same time, a cold voice sounded behind him. Su Yunfeng, come here with me. Shinaoxue had come behind him at some point, and the sudden voice made Su Yunfeng tremble. Then he smiled apologetically at Li Fian, stood up and followed Shinaoxue. A moment later, the two came to a pavilion in a garden. Shinaoxue waved her hand and set up a magic circle around her. They had used this magic circle by the river before, and it worked great. Just when Su Yunfeng was confused, a fragrant breeze blew towards him. Shinaoxue came over directly. The two of them were so close that their noses were almost touching each other. The heat wave from the slight breath hit his face, making Su Yunfeng stunned. Master, you. Don't talk, just kiss me. Su Yunfeng's entire body exploded instantly. Master, why did you suddenly become ill? But he is a good and obedient disciple, and always obeys his master's words. A quarter of an hour later, Su Yunfeng covered his mouth, hunched over, and looked resentful. He finally understood Shinaoxue's intention. I screamed in anger in my heart, Master is a complete demon. Only allowed to taste, not eat. He, what do you think? Do you still want to hook up with other women? Shinaoxue covered her mouth and giggled. The lush jade finger pointed at Su Yunfeng's forehead, with a look of gloating. She wanted to put Su Yunfeng in a dilemma, to deal with him, and to see him in pain. Humph, you actually dare to get close to another woman in front of me. I'll show you how to deal with you. This is just a small punishment. The big punishment has not come yet. Master, you are so cruel. Su Yunfeng's face flushed red, and he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. He never expected that Shinaoxue would play this trick on him. Just now he thought that his master was ill and was indulging himself in someone else's home. What's the result? I was so stupid that I fell into her trap in a fit of anger. But he couldn't defeat him, otherwise he would have rebelled against the Tiangang rider and insulted his ancestors. Su Yunfeng remembered this grudge. Sooner or later, master will have to experience this feeling. Am I cruel? Shinaoxue's soft and delicate body swayed slightly, and she turned seductively in front of Su Yunfeng. The purple gauze skirt rolled up a breeze and hit his face. Then, he lazily leaned against the beauty beside the pavilion. The long legs formed a charming arc in the air, and then overlapped each other. If I were cruel, I would have sent you to the palace to be a eunuch long ago. Shinaoxue's little foot swung back and forth leisurely in the air, and her snow-white calves appeared and disappeared from time to time, creating a unique scene. She looked at Su Yunfeng and asked coldly, Tell me, do you like Li Fian? Chapter 109. If I lie to you again, I'll be a dog, woof woof. Su Yunfeng cried out that it was unfair. Master, which eye of yours saw that I liked her? Humph, stop quibbling. If you don't like her, why are you so close to each other? You even want to read her poem? You haven't even read it for me, so why should you read it for her? Shinaoxue pouted and questioned angrily, with a hint of jealousy in her words. Although Su Yunfeng looked like he was holding back pain, he was actually extremely happy in his heart. Master's feminine temperament is becoming more and more charming. The originally high and mighty clan leader, an icy beauty, turned into a resentful and jealous young wife. The contrast is so wonderful. Even the angry master is so charming even when he pouts. Love it. What do I think? Master, please don't be angry. Listen to my explanation. Su Yunfeng bent his body and walked over quickly in small steps. He took Shinaoxue's little hand and said with a smile. Humph, I'll listen to your excuses. Xianao Xue snorted and angrily shook off Su Yunfeng's caressing hand. This damn guy definitely wants to trick her again, and she must not give him any chance. Want to hold hands? After explaining the matter to me, it depends on my mood. Xianao Xue thought proudly in her heart. The other side. Su Yunfeng's eyes rolled and a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he took advantage of the momentum and fell backwards. His footsteps clattered on the floor tiles, and he took several steps back. Then his calf hit his head and his center of gravity was unstable, and he sat down on the bench. Bang, bang. Two crisp sounds were heard one after another. Although it was slight, both of them heard it clearly. Xianao Xue looked over curiously, with a look of suspicion on her face. Su Yunfeng's expression changed drastically, his face twisted and twitched, and he instantly put on a mask of pain. Next second. Su Yunfeng lay down on the bench, covering his crotch with his hands and howling in pain. Master, my egg is broken. Su Yunfeng's face was pale and his voice was hoarse and trembling. Xianao Xue's expression changed suddenly when she heard this. I clearly didn't use much effort just now, how could this happen? She quickly came in front of Su Yunfeng and said anxiously, Quick, let go of your hand, I will help you. Su Yunfeng endured the severe pain and said in a trembling voice, Master, there is no need to look. There is no hope. I am already useless. Disciple only regrets not helping Master activate his divine body. Disciple is guilty. Don't talk, let go, I'll help you, I have the best healing medicine here, I'm sure it will heal you. Xianao Xue's face was full of anxiety, so she tried to pry Su Yunfeng's hands open to give him treatment. From her expression, it can be seen that she is really anxious. If it is really useless, it will be too late to regret. How could it be that you ruined your own man? Xianao Xue felt a little regretful. He shouldn't be treated so roughly and shouldn't be put in a tense situation. If it wasn't for himself, under normal circumstances, Su Yunfeng wouldn't explode as soon as he sat down. It's all my fault. I'm too jealous, too stingy, and too arrogant. If she could do it again, she'd promise to control her emotions and not be unreasonable like she was just now. Master, come closer. I have something to tell you. Su Yunfeng's voice became very weak, as if he might faint at any time. Xianao Xue was almost crying with anxiety. If there's anything more important than healing, wait until I heal you. At this time, he had already pried open Su Yunfeng's big hand and was preparing to examine and treat him. However, at this time, Su Yunfeng's faint call sounded in his ears again. Master, if I don't tell you, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Perhaps this is the last time I will speak to you like this. Xianao Xue's hand paused slightly and stopped in mid-air. Her heart trembled violently. What does Su Yunfeng mean by this? Doesn't he want her anymore? Is he going to leave her? Thinking of this possibility, Xianao Xue felt a pang of pain in her heart and regretted her previous behavior even more. She leaned over gently and listened to what Su Yunfeng said close to him. You talk, I listen. Xianao Xue's voice was trembling, as if she was about to cry at any moment. Closer. Su Yunfeng said weakly. Upon hearing this, Xianao Xue moved closer, her face almost touching the tip of his nose. Actually, I want to say. Xianao Xue listened attentively, not noticing the triumphant smile in Su Yunfeng's eyes. What do you want to say? Actually, what I wanted to say is. I lied to you. He. At this moment, Su Yunfeng used both his hands and feet to directly entangle Xianao Xue. Xianao Xue was not on guard in the first place, so Su Yunfeng succeeded directly. Then she fell into his arms and was held tightly by him. Haha, my good master, I finally caught you. Now let's see where you can run. Su Yunfeng laughed triumphantly. As long as the routine is sophisticated, there is no need to worry that you will be fooled. Xianao Xue's head was buzzing, and it took her a moment to react. The damn thing lied to her again. I was worried and blamed myself just now, and it turns out it was all this damn thing's tricks. Su Yunfeng, you were so brave. You lied to me again. Xianao Xue gritted her teeth, wishing she could punch Su Yunfeng twice. I was almost tricked into tears by this damn thing just now. Master, who told you to lie to me first? I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine. Su Yunfeng used all his strength in his limbs to hold Xianao Xue tightly and refused to let go. Xianao Xue struggled for a while and found it was useless, so she stopped struggling. Su Yunfeng was puzzled when he felt that his master was not moving. Become good? Just give in? Xiaoshue's eyes were red, with a few crystal tears in the corners of her eyes, and she looked aggrieved and pitiful. Su Yunfeng's heart seemed to be violently moved. It was the first time he saw his master like this, and he was stunned for a moment. You just know how to lie to me. What have I done wrong to you? Why do you always lie to me? Xiaoshue's tears dripped down, landing on his chest and wetting his clothes. No, master, what are you doing? Don't cry. If you have something to say, just talk it over nicely. Don't cry. After hearing Xiaoshue's aggrieved words, Su Yunfeng's intention to do something bad suddenly disappeared. Now he just wants his master to be well and not cry. He released his arms and legs from hugging Xiaoshue, and then gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She said softly and apologetically, Master, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have lied to you. I swear, I will never lie to you again. Don't cry. What if you're lying to me? Xiaoshue raised her face, looked at Su Yunfeng with tears in her eyes and asked while sniffing. If I'm lying to you, you can do whatever you want to me. Beat me, scold me, kill me, or chop me up. It's all up to you. Su Yunfeng said seriously. You said that, I didn't force you. Xiaoshue wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, pouted and said angrily. I said it myself. I will never lie to master again. If I lie to you again, I will be a dog. Su Yunfeng patted his chest and promised. It's just a dog. I'll bark for you now. Woof woof. Chapter 110 Master, spare my life. It's just a dog. I'll bark for you now. Woof woof. He thought so in his heart. However, at this moment the situation suddenly changed. Xiaoshue suddenly took action and directly restricted his cultivation. Hee, little man, don't think you're the only one who can cheat. I can do it, too. Su Yunfeng looked up in surprise and was immediately stunned. At this moment, Master no longer looked pitiful at all. His eyes were no longer red and the traces of tears had disappeared. The aggrieved and crying face was now filled with a smug smile. It turns out that the scene just now was all pretended by her. Damn it! Was I cheated? Su Yunfeng felt unwell. He spent the whole day hunting geese, but got his eyes pecked by a goose. Damn, I capsized in the gutter. A lifetime of reputation was ruined in an instant. From today on, you will live in my shadow, Xiaoshue giggled. It looked like a little devil. Su Yunfeng couldn't help but shudder and felt scared. Master, please don't mess around, Before Su Yunfeng could finish his words, he was picked up by Xiaoshue. The next moment, all I could hear was the sound of wind whistling in my ears, and the scene in my eyes kept changing. I have something important to attend to, so I'll leave now. Xiaoshue's voice echoed in the city lord's mansion. Then, everyone saw a long purple rainbow flying out of the city. Li Junzheng sighed secretly. I originally wanted my daughter and Su Yunfeng to develop a good relationship, but in the end, the person left. Everything was in vain. Looking at the direction where Xiaoshue left, Li Fian showed a strange and sinister smile at the corner of her mouth. The other side. Xiaoshue carried Su Yunfeng and ran for hundreds of miles. We came to a beautiful mountain forest. There is a flat grassland here, with a waterfall in front of the grassland and a huge pool below the waterfall. The environment is quite pleasant. Xiaoshue threw Su Yunfeng to the ground and chuckled, Disciple, what do you say? The sky is your blanket and the ground is your bed. How about that? Master, please stop messing around. I'm going to scream. Su Yunfeng supported himself on the ground with his hands and kept backing away, trying to get away from Xiaoshue. He had a bad feeling. Because at this moment, the master gave him a very scary feeling. It seemed to be a blood-sucking goblin, trying to suck him dry. Hey, go ahead and yell, even if you scream your throat out, it's no use. Just clock in for work, 12 hours a day, no rest for a moment. Broken throat, broken throat, broken throat. Su Yunfeng actually called out a few times. This made Xiaoshue giggle and her graceful figure trembled uncontrollably. However, at this moment, Su Yunfeng didn't dare to take another look. He just felt a dull pain in his waist. Then, Xiaoshue waved her hand and quickly set up a magic circle around her. It's still that first-rate magic circle. Su Yunfeng's face turned pale. The capitalists would cry when they saw the master, and they were not allowed to rest for 12 hours a day. Even a donkey would be exhausted to death. He, my good disciple, don't you want it? No, help me. 7 days later. Su Yunfeng finally got a chance to catch his breath. Master. So brutal. If you say you are not allowed to rest, then you are not allowed to rest. In the past 7 days, Su Yunfeng really hasn't had a moment of rest. At this time, his eye sockets were black, his pupils were bulging, his waist was sunken, and his face was haggard. I have lost a lot of weight. It looked as if it had been sucked dry. However, Shinaoshua's situation was exactly the opposite of his. Today, Shinaoshua has a rosy complexion and looks particularly good. Her skin is more delicate, elastic, smooth and lustrous than before, as if she were newly born. At this time, Shinaoshua had just returned from washing up in the pond. She was only wearing a thin purple gauze, and her wet hair was casually draped over her shoulders and back. A pair of bright jade feet gently stepped on Su Yunfeng's chest. He chuckled twice. Do you still want to come? Su Yunfeng's head shook like a rattle. No, I'm not coming. His voice became dry and hoarse. When he heard Shinaoshua's words, he was suddenly startled and showed a look of fear. Now he really envies those Lan Outyin who have pure yang bodies. It would often take 10 days or half a month, and he would have sex with 3,000 women without a break. Not like him. After working non-stop for 7 days, I couldn't take it anymore. The gap is not a little bit big. The worst thing is that my spiritual power is sealed and I can't even open my storage ring. I can't even take some medicine to replenish my energy. Just bear it. The baby is feeling miserable, who can understand? Humph, you can't say it with your mouth, but your body is very honest. Shinaoshua glanced at him indifferently and said angrily with a red face. Su Yunfeng was almost crying. He quickly distanced himself from his good brother. Master, don't misunderstand me, he is not under my control. Ah, really? 3 days later. Su Yunfeng crawled out of the magic circle crying. At this point, he barely looked human anymore. The once strong muscles have all shriveled up, as if they have been drained of air. I never thought that one day I would be so miserable. Behind him, a jade hand grabbed his ankle and pulled him back. Mom, help! Master, spare my life. 10 deep scratches were left in the grass. This is the most powerful proof of his desperate struggle. Fortunately, Shinaoshua still had some humanity and did not commit violence against him. She poked Su Yunfeng's forehead and asked, Do you still dare to get close to other women? No, I don't dare anymore, I won't dare again, even if I'm beaten to death. Su Yunfeng said weakly with a look of fear on his face. Joke. Still dare? Are you trying to live? Do you dare to lie to me again? Shinaoshua asked again. I dare not, I swear if I lie to you again, I will be a dog. Su Yunfeng immediately gave repeated assurances. Now is not the time to be stubborn. No matter how stubborn you are, you can't outsmart Master. You must speak according to Master's wishes. As the saying goes, those who follow the will prosper and those who go against it perish. He who knows the times is a hero. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. If 10 years is not enough, then wait another 10 years. Master is now a female devil who eats bones without spitting out people. We can't provoke her anymore. Otherwise the consequences will be serious. Ah, you're so good. Come on, bark like a dog. Shinaoshua giggled, her body trembling, and Su Yunfeng immediately looked away. I dare not look at it, I absolutely dare not look at it. There is no way, some things are really not under the control of the brain, and I have my own independent thoughts. Woof woof. Su Yunfeng called out twice, making Shinaoshua laugh. Su Yunfeng felt very sad. Why the hell am I so humble? But after thinking about it, I decided to forget it. It is not shameful to bow to your woman. When his cultivation level improves and he becomes a rebel against Tiangang, he will make his master bow down to him and have a taste of bitterness. Chapter 111 Master, please stop shaking. If you continue shaking, I will be the one who will suffer. Seeing Master trembling with fear, he secretly shouted in his heart, Master, please stop shaking. If you continue shaking, I will be the one who will suffer. At this moment, Shinaoshua suddenly remembered something. She simply asked, "You said I was one of the most beautiful women you've ever seen. Who else is there?" Su Yunfeng's heart skipped a beat. Master has such a good memory. I was just joking with her at the time, but she took it seriously and has been brooding over it ever since. There is no one else like him. In order to avoid further suffering, Su Yunfeng could only answer obediently, "It's third senior sister." Then he immediately added, "In fact, Master will always be the most beautiful in my heart." I added silently in my heart that third senior sister and Master are on the same level. As for the fourth senior sister, I haven't seen what she looks like yet, so let us not talk about her for now. Humph, you're smart. I'll let you go this time. If you do it again, I'll give you a month or more. Xiaoxue was not angry about this issue. After all, Su Yunfeng and Lin Xian are already a fact, and no matter how angry you are, you can't change it. Besides, Lin Xian is her disciple. Could it be that the master is jealous of his disciple? If that were the case, she would seem too petty. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Su Yunfeng felt relieved and could finally rest. However, when he heard the second half of the sentence, he felt a pain in his waist, as if it was about to leave his body. If you can't hold on for 10 days, you'll die. There's still a month left. Su Yunfeng's little heart trembled, and he thought to himself, what a terrible master, what a cruel master, a master who would eat bones without spitting out people. I'll give you a day off today, Xiaoxue said, then put on her clothes and removed the magic circle around her. After several days of sleepless and overtime work, physical awakening has been checked in 46 times. 3 check-in attempts remaining. Xiaoxue removed the seal on Su Yunfeng. This moment, the feeling of having strength returned is simply wonderful. He quickly opened the storage ring and grabbed a handful of tonic and swallowed it. Then he took out a body-strengthening pill given to him by Li Yifeng and swallowed it to save his precarious kidney. After a while, the physical condition was significantly restored. Except for the dark circles under his eyes and his body being a little thinner, other body functions have basically returned to normal. I plunged into the pool with a plop and immediately felt relaxed all over. Alas! Comfortable. Xiaoxue found it funny to see him like this. At the same time, I also came to the pond and prepared to wash up. Seeing this, Su Yunfeng's kidneys trembled violently and he was immediately frightened. Coming again? But fortunately, nothing else happened. It was just a false alarm. After washing up and getting dressed, Su Yunfeng looked at Xiaoxue and said, "Master, how about we go back to Panlu City for a walk? I've been staying in the mountains for so long, and I always feel like I'm missing some of the worldly touch." Xiaoxue nodded, okay. She also wanted to go shopping. It had been a long time since she and Su Yunfeng had gone shopping alone. It must be wonderful. The two flew towards Panlu City at a leisurely pace. From a distance, you can see the tall city walls. Hey, that's strange. Why are they closing the city gates in broad daylight? Su Yunfeng narrowed his eyes, with a strange look on his face. Who cares? Just go in and take a look. Xiaoxue didn't care much. Whether the city gate is open or closed has little to do with her. Anyway, they didn't go through the city gate, but flew directly into the city. Suddenly, Xiaoxue stretched out her hand to block Su Yunfeng, preventing him from moving forward. What is it, master? Su Yunfeng didn't understand. But looking at Xiaoxue's gloomy face, he knew it must not be a good thing. Something happened in the city. Xiaoxue frowned deeply, with a hint of solemnity on her face. Stand behind me and be careful, she reminded. She practiced the art of spiritual cultivation, and her spiritual power was naturally quite powerful. However, they did not sense any living beings until they were close to the city wall. This moment, she immediately expanded her spiritual consciousness and rushed towards the city. When she saw the scene in the city, even though she was the leader of a sect and had seen many grand scenes, she was still shocked by what she saw. There was no one alive in the whole city. It is none. All of them died, including humans and livestock. Her face was slightly pale, there were corpses everywhere, and blood everywhere. The entire Panlu city was massacred. This was the first time in thousands of years that a city was massacred within the Lingxiao sect's sphere of influence. Xiaoxue's face was extremely cold. Boom! A powerful aura instantly expanded, and the temperature of the surrounding space dropped sharply. She stretched out her figure, crossed the tall city wall, and flew directly into the city. Su Yunfeng followed closely behind. He also noticed something was wrong. The city, which used to be bustling, was now completely silent. Obviously something went terribly wrong. Only after he flew into the city and saw the bloody scene did he understand. It turns out that all the people in the city were dead, so how could there be any noisy sounds? Chuckle. Just then, a creepy and sinister laugh was heard. Immediately afterwards, a figure wrapped in black mist slowly flew out from the city lord's mansion. The black air on his face dissipated, revealing his true appearance. Su Yunfeng and Xiaoxue's eyes fixed at the same time. This person turned out to be the city lord's daughter, Li Fian. Although at this time Li Fian's face seemed to be covered with a thick layer of smoky makeup. But they still recognized her at a glance. Why did she become like this? At this moment, both of them were shocked at the same time. I thought of a possibility. Li Fian was actually the real evil cultivator, and the evil cultivator who was easily wiped out that day was just a scapegoat. Xiaoxue's face was as cold as ice, and her eyes were filled with astonishing murderous intent. He snorted coldly and said, "You are the real evil cultivator." Ha ha ha, you only realized it now? It's a pity it's too late. Li Fian's giggling laughter was so eerie, as if it came from the underworld and hell, making people shudder. I also have to thank you for killing the scapegoat, making everyone believe that the evil cultivator is dead and letting their guard down. Only then can I arrange the sacrificial formation with peace of mind. Otherwise, how can I break through? Boom! As soon as Li Fian finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura instantly burst out from her. The sacrifice of 500,000 people allowed me to break through to the martial god realm in one fell swoop. Powerful force is truly wonderful, and it makes one intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Since you are here, then please stay, hee hee. As he spoke, Li Fian casually slapped out a palm. The huge amount of energy condensed in the air into a 3-meter-wide black palm print, which slammed towards the two of them. Xiaoxue's heart suddenly sank. He grabbed Su Yunfeng's arm, quickly dodged, and moved sideways 100 feet at a rapid speed to avoid the attack. The other party is at the first level of Martial God Realm, while she is at the 9th level of Martial Emperor Realm. Although it is only a small realm, this small realm is like a sky in abyss. There is a huge gap in strength. Since ancient times, countless talented people have been trapped in this realm. Xiaoxue protected Su Yunfeng behind her and said, "When you get the next chance, retreat." "Master, what about you?" Su Yunfeng asked worriedly. His current strength is still very weak and he can't be of any help at all. The only way was to escape, but he couldn't bring himself to leave Xiaoxue behind and escape alone. "Just go if I tell you to. Don't worry about it. I have my own way to escape." Xiaoxue transmitted the message, her words carrying an undeniable majesty and arrogance, as well as a hint of anxiety. "No, we have to go together." Su Yunfeng didn't listen and grabbed Xiaoxue's arm. Chapter 112 Xiaoxue is seriously injured and dying. Xiaoxue took a deep breath secretly. He advised, "You staying here will only affect my performance. Go to the pond and wait for me. I will come to find you." "Do you really have a way to escape?" Su Yunfeng thought about it and felt that what Xiaoxue said made some sense. My presence here would only restrict her and become a burden to her, which would affect her performance. "When has your master ever lied to you?" Xiaoxue glanced at Su Yunfeng and spoke in a voice transmission with a hint of severity in her tone. "Okay, I'll wait for you at the pond. You must come back to me safely. If you lie to me, I'll beat your butt." Su Yunfeng did not hesitate any longer. He gently squeezed Xiaoxue's palm and nodded secretly. He, all of you go die and become the nourishment for my growth." Li Fian immediately spread out her body and launched an attack. He rushed towards the two of them with the black fog all over the sky, like a peerless devil. The speed is as fast as lightning. Xiaoxue pushed Su Yunfeng away and went straight to meet him. The ice sword instantly appeared in her hand, and she slashed heavily at Li Fian. In an instant, it seemed as if the heaven and earth were frozen. The huge icy sword energy turned into a long white light and slashed forward. Li Fian snorted coldly, and a black sword appeared in her hand, instantly slashing out a huge black sword light. Two sword beams, one white and one black, collided with each other in an instant. Boom! A huge and shocking explosion occurred here, and the powerful aftermath swept in all directions. Wherever it passed, it destroyed everything in its path. No building could withstand it, and even a section of the tall city wall collapsed. This is just the aftermath, and it is already so powerful. One can imagine how terrifying the energy at the center of the explosion is. Su Yunfeng did not stay. He took a deep look at Xiaoxue, who was fighting, then turned around and flew out of the city. Xiaoxue is a person with golden destiny, so it won't be easy for him to get into trouble. Su Yunfeng thought secretly in his heart. Xiaoxue glanced at Su Yunfeng flying out of the city and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least, even if he died, Su Yunfeng would still be alive. She thought so in her heart. Although there is only a small realm difference, the combat power is extremely different. She wasn't sure she could get away. All those words just now were lies to Su Yunfeng. Don't worry, he can't get away. I'll catch him and use him as my cauldron. Ha 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 ha. Li Fian was not worried that Su Yunfeng would escape. In her opinion, it would not be too late to chase Su Yunfeng after a long time of dealing with Xiaoxue. When Shen Ao heard that they were going to capture Su Yunfeng as a cauldron, his face suddenly turned terribly cold. How dare you dream of being my man? He slashed at Li Fian with dozens of swords in succession. The icy sword energy in the sky crisscrossed and almost tore the void apart. Ha, it's useless. In the face of absolute strength, all techniques are useless. Li Fian sneered sarcastically. Then, he slammed his palm directly towards Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue was shocked. The power of this palm was too great, she could neither resist nor dodge it. Puff! A stream of scarlet blood shot out from Xiaoxue's mouth. His body hit the ground heavily at an extremely fast speed like a meteor. Bang! A heavy muffled sound was heard. The ground shook, raising a large amount of dust. In the dust, Xiaoxue quickly took out a pill and swallowed it. This is an extremely special elixir. It can temporarily improve your cultivation. But the price is burning blood in essence. Once you take this pill, it means you are determined to die. Because once the essence and blood start burning, it will not stop until all the essence and blood in the body is burned out. It can make people famous for a short time. Unleash combat power beyond your current capabilities. Die! Li Fian shouted cruelly and slapped the place where Xiaoxue landed again. However, this moment. Xiaoxue suddenly burst out with an aura much stronger than before, and she rushed out from the dust in an instant. The figure was extremely fast and avoided the attack in an instant. At the same time, he took the initiative to attack and kill Li Fian. Time is limited, so she must take the initiative and give it her all. The other side. An hour had passed since Su Yunfeng returned to the pond. He paced back and forth anxiously, rubbing his hands, feeling extremely uneasy. Logically speaking, if Xiaoxue had a way to escape, she should have escaped within an hour. However, after such a long time, he still hasn't come back. Su Yunfeng has sent many messages to Xiaoxue. However, the other party has not responded. He didn't think that Xiaoxue was being childish and didn't reply to the message. Then there are only two possibilities. Either defeated or seriously injured. Neither of these two outcomes is a good one. Damn it, just die. Su Yunfeng didn't want to wait any longer, so he decided to return to Panlu City. Flying at full speed, it didn't take long before they arrived outside Panlu City. From a distance, you can see two figures fighting in the air. The huge energy aftermath has reduced the entire Panlu City to ruins. There are all kinds of deep pits and holes everywhere. These traces show how fierce the battle was. Suddenly, in the sky, Li Fian slapped Xiaoxue hard with her palm. Xiaoxue's body fell down at a rapid speed like a cannonball. Su Yunfeng's eyes suddenly turned red and his eyes were bloodshot. He used his body skills to increase his speed to the extreme and rushed towards the falling Xiaoxue. This way. Xiaoxue's face was pale, without a trace of blood left. All the blood and energy in her body was almost burned out, and she no longer had the strength to fight. She has done her best. Li Fian's condition was not very good either. She was also seriously injured, and her left arm was cut off at the shoulder. Go to hell! Li Fian screamed angrily. He originally thought that he could easily kill Xiaoxue, but he didn't expect that in the end both of them would be injured and he even lost an arm. Her heart was filled with endless rage, and she just wanted to tear Xiaoxue into pieces. He slapped Xiaoxue, who was falling down, with his palm. She believed that this blow would shatter Xiaoxue into pieces. Because Xiaoxue no longer had the ability to resist. At this moment, she was like a lamb to be slaughtered, and could be crushed to death with just one blow. Xiaoshui gave a miserable smile. Was she going to die after all? I wonder if that damn Su Yunfeng will remember me. Will he feel sad for me? She slowly closed her eyes and waited quietly for the moment of death. Xiao Nima. Sudden. An angry yet familiar voice came to her ears. He suddenly opened his eyes. I saw a familiar figure coming towards me at a very fast speed. His eyes were red and his face was filled with anger and worry. Chapter 113. Today, you and I must either live in heaven or die together. This moment. Xiaoshui's heart ached, and 2 lines of tears silently rolled down her cheeks. He actually came back. He actually came back without caring about his life. This moment. Xiaoshui felt that death was nothing to be afraid of. To meet a man who would risk his life for her. That's enough, be content. This life has not been lived in vain. She smiled. The smile was extremely brilliant and sad. There is no fear of death, only full of happiness. It turns out that death can also be happy. Xiaoshui took a deep breath and opened her arms to welcome the man. In an instant, she fell into a warm and strong embrace. She rested her cheek gently on his chest and slowly closed her eyes. It seems that only in this way can she feel safe and at ease. The sound of wind whirring was heard in my ears. At the same time, there were bang-bang explosion sounds. She was slightly startled and opened her eyes. Su Yunfeng held her with one hand and threw handfuls of blasting pills and poison pills at Li Fian with the other hand. In the blink of an eye, a golden 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. Master, hold on tight. I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. Xiaoshui obediently hugged his neck and hung on him like a sloth bear. Then, Su Yunfeng was seen holding the sword in both hands. Mobilize all the spiritual power in your body and pour it into the dragon-slaying sword. Then he shouted loudly. A flying dragon in the sky. At the same time, he slashed at Li Fian with a sword. Ah! The golden sword energy instantly transformed into a giant dragon hundreds of feet long. The giant dragon let out a deafening roar and pounced towards Li Fian in the blink of an eye. This is the inherent attribute of the dragon-slaying sword. However, this attribute can only be used by Su Yunfeng, who is bound to the war dragon sword. Even if others get the dragon-slaying sword, it is just a top-level sword. It cannot produce such an effect. Li Fian never dreamed of this. Su Yunfeng, whose cultivation level is so low, actually dared to come back to kill him. Facing the giant golden dragon that was rushing towards him, Li Fian's expression became extremely gloomy. He slapped the dragon with his palm. Su Yunfeng can't take care of so many things. This sword almost drained all the spiritual power from his body. While Li Fian was dealing with the dragon, he hugged Xiaoshui and flew out of the city like lightning. Master, quickly set up the magic circle. Su Yunfeng shouted while flying at high speed. Xiaoshui is not stupid either. He used the little remaining strength to continuously set up one first-class magic circle after another. This kind of magic circle is so that people outside cannot see or hear what is inside, but people inside can see the outside. It is also extremely easy to set up, unlike other large formations that require various preparations. Su Yunfeng wanted to use this magic circle to hide their whereabouts and buy time to escape. In the magic circle, they can change direction at will, so as to find an opportunity to get rid of Li Fian. Boom! There was a huge explosion in the rear. After all, Su Yunfeng's cultivation was too low, and the golden dragon could not withstand Li Fian's attack at all. Even though she was seriously injured and her fighting power was greatly reduced, the dragon was still no match for her. Humph! You can't get away. Li Fian was extremely angry. She stretched out her body and chased after him, wrapped in thick black fog. Su Yunfeng's hair stood on end and his back felt cold. But he didn't dare to look back, let alone stop. He gritted his teeth and flew at full speed. In the back, one formation after another was blown up by Li Fian's powerful aura. Master, are you willing to die with me? Suddenly, Su Yunfeng asked this, looking extremely serious. Xiaoshui pecked him on the cheek and said softly, "This is my answer." Ha, fine, today you and I will either live in heaven or die together. Su Yunfeng laughed out loud. At this moment, he made a bold decision. Look back. Run back. He wanted to use the special features of the formation to avoid Li Fian's pursuit. There is only one chance. If they were discovered, both of them would die. If successful, there is a chance to escape. He quickly turned around and flew towards Panlu City. Given Li Fian's current furious state, she would never have thought that Su Yunfeng and the others would dare to take the risk of launching a counterattack. The formation was still falling. Su Yunfeng gritted his teeth and sprinted towards Panlu City at full speed. At some point, they passed by Li Fian. Because the formation blocked her view, and Li Fian was extremely furious, her mind was full of thoughts about hunting down the two people. She didn't even notice that Su Yunfeng and Xiaoxue had slipped away right under her nose. As they staggered behind each other, the distance between them quickly widened. A moment later, Su Yunfeng carried Xiaoxue and flew directly over Panlong City, then flew out in another direction. From then on, the two of them managed to escape danger without any harm. However, they did not take it lightly. Li Fian might find out at any time that they had turned around and returned, and then chase them down. After changing direction several times, Ben traveled thousands of miles and finally reached complete safety. Su Yunfeng's body softened and the two of them fell straight to the ground. Xiaoxue immediately held her breath, hugged Su Yunfeng, who had exhausted his spiritual power, and slowly landed on the ground. Looking at the guy in front of her who was risking his life for her, Xiaoxue showed a happy smile on her face. "Master, you look so beautiful when you smile. You must smile for me more often in the future." Even though he was so tired that he had no strength left in his body, Su Yunfeng still kept talking and was still as smooth talking as ever. "Okay." Xiaoxue was rarely arrogant, which made Su Yunfeng a little uncomfortable. "I secretly wondered if my master had changed his personality. Would he be a docile little kitten in the future? What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll blow your eyes out." Seeing Su Yunfeng staring at her in a daze, Xiaoxue blushed and raised her pink fist at him with a fierce look. When Su Yunfeng heard this, he felt relieved. "Master is still the same arrogant master, he hasn't changed at all. I was used to my master's arrogance and domineering nature, so I was a little overwhelmed when he suddenly became gentle. Now that's right. Master, let's find a place to recover as quickly as possible." Su Yunfeng was worried that the crazy Li Fian would come looking for him, so it would be better for him to recover his spiritual power as soon as possible. Xiaoxue nodded. "At the same time, I sighed secretly in my heart. I wonder if this dead guy would be sad if he knew that his energy and blood were exhausted and he wouldn't live long." The two of them opened up a simple cave in the mountains. Put on several layers of concealment magic circle. Su Yunfeng grabbed a handful of pills and stuffed them into his mouth. "Master, please eat more. You are seriously injured and have consumed a lot of energy. You need to replenish yourself." Su Yunfeng sent over a lot of pills. These were high-quality pills returned by the system and were very effective. Xiaoxue didn't ask. After all, Dantang Liafeng was his adoptive father, so it was normal for him to have these high-level elixirs on him. After taking some pills, Xiaoxue began to meditate. Try to absorb the medicinal power of the elixir as much as possible to maintain the rapidly fading vitality. Puff! However, the next moment, a large amount of blood spurted out of her mouth. Xiaoxue's entire aura quickly weakened. Su Yunfeng was horrified and quickly hugged Xiaoxue in his arms, and asked anxiously, "Master, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 114 Divine Body activated, hundredfold return. He took out a handful of qi replenishing and healing pills and stuffed them into Xiaoxue's mouth. However, as soon as he swallowed it, he would spit out a mouthful of blood. Su Yunfeng didn't dare to feed it anymore, he was scared. "Master, what's going on? How could this happen?" Su Yunfeng hugged Xiaoxue, holding her hand with a face full of worry and anxiety. At this time, Xiaoxue's face was as pale as a piece of white paper, without a trace of blood. She reached out her hand with difficulty and stroked Su Yunfeng's cheek. There was no sadness on her face. With a faint smile on her face, she said softly, "Don't be sad. This is my reputation. After I die, bring my body back to Lingxiao sect for burial. From now on, you and Xiyan will live a good life together, okay?" "No, I don't want you to die." Su Yunfeng grabbed Xiaoxue's cold little hand and shook his head firmly. "I won't let you die. You're my master, and you haven't taught me cultivation yet. I won't let you die. You are my wife. You haven't given birth to any children for me yet, so you can't die. I won't let you die." Did you hear that, Xiaoxue? Did you hear that? You are not allowed to die without my permission. Su Yunfeng shouted loudly, each shout getting louder and louder until he almost shouted it out loud. His voice echoed throughout the cave. The corners of his eyes became moist, and 2 tiger tears fell, hitting Xiaoshua's face. I also want to teach you how to practice, and I also want to have children with you, but there is no chance, Xiaoshua said bitterly. The tears in the corners of her eyes slid silently down her cheeks and dripped onto the ground. No, there must be a way to save you, there must be. Su Yunfeng's mind was working rapidly. Sudden. It was like a flash of lightning flashed through his mind. I slapped my forehead suddenly, wondering how I could have forgotten about this. Activating Xiaoshua's body should be able to bring her back to life, and her burning essence and blood will also be recast. Thinking of this, he quickly took out the Yin Yang Wuji creation pill, swallowed one himself, and held the other in his mouth. Master, I'm sorry. Su Yunfeng began to operate. Xiaoshua's cheeks turned pale with shame and anger. Even after all this damn guy is still thinking about doing bad things. Oh, never mind. For the last time, it's up to him. Immediately afterwards, a pill was put into her mouth. At the same time, Su Yunfeng's voice sounded in his mind. Master, try your best to practice the technique I gave you. I will help you activate your divine body. Xiaoshua was slightly stunned. Aren't there still 3 more times before the body is activated? However, she discovered next. All along, it was that damn guy Su Yunfeng who was lying to her and fooling her. The whole thing about 49 times is a lie. If you use the right method, it only needs to be done once. Ka! An hour later. A crisp sound came from Xiaoshua's body. Immediately afterwards, her body began to emit a white light, and at the same time, the temperature around her began to drop sharply. Su Yunfeng immediately dodged. With the experience of Lin Xian last time, he knew what would happen next. The light on Xiaoshua became more and more dazzling, as if it had condensed into a white cocoon of light. The light cocoon left the ground and slowly rose into the air. Then continued to spin. The surrounding temperature also began to drop at a faster rate. The air around was condensed into frost. Ice formed rapidly around the light cocoon, and finally the light converged and condensed into a huge ice cocoon. In this way, another hour passed. The ice cocoon suddenly made a crisp crack sound, and dense cracks appeared on its surface. Bang! Immediately following. With a blast, the ice cocoon exploded, and a perfect white figure slowly floated in the air. The next moment, Xiaoshua's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, emitting 2 icy cold rays of light, like real ice swords. At the same time, a bright white light burst out from her body. It directly penetrated the mountain and shot straight into the sky like a pillar of light. A powerful aura emanated from her body, accompanied by an extremely vigorous blood energy. Her burning blood was recast and became several times stronger than before. Xiaoshua's aura continued to grow stronger. Finally, at some point, she broke through the shackles that had troubled her for years and reached the realm of martial god in one fell swoop. Boom! The surrounding temperature dropped sharply again. Just a moment. Everything around was frozen. Su Yunfeng was no exception and was directly sealed in the ice. He felt extremely miserable. I cried out in my heart, why is it always him who suffers? At the same time, on a mountaintop hundreds of miles away, Li Fian suddenly opened her eyes and shot out 2 cold rays of light. She felt Xiaoshua's breath. His eyes instantly locked onto the direction of Xiaoshua. He. I've found you. Let's see where you can escape. The next moment, her body rushed towards the distance, heading towards the cave where Xiaoshua and the others were. Just recently, she chased Xiaoshua and Su Yunfeng for 5 days without success and realized that she had been tricked. So she turned back immediately, and sure enough she discovered the magic circle along the way. She was so angry that she chased after him. However, Su Yunfeng and the others did not run in a straight line but changed direction several times, so Li Fian was unable to find their location for a while. However, at this moment, she sensed Xiaoshua's breath. Without any hesitation, he killed him directly. She wanted to tear them into pieces to avenge her broken arm. In the cave, the pillar of light that shot up into the sky has dissipated, and Xiaoshua's body has been fully activated. She slowly descended, her crystal white jade feet lightly touching the ground. As she raised her hand, an exquisite purple dress was put on her, covering up the infinitely beautiful scenery. At this time, not only did she activate her body, her cultivation also reached the first level of martial god, her essence and blood were completely reborn, and she was even stronger than before. With a light tap of her toes, her purple skirt fluttered, and her graceful body, with a refreshing sweet fragrance, slowly came in front of the frozen Su Yunfeng. At this time, the system prompt sound was ringing in Su Yunfeng's mind. Ding! Shinaoxue activates the Ice Divine Body, returning a hundredfold, and the host obtains the Pure Young Supreme Body. It has shielded the host from strange phenomena and concealed their aura. Ding! Shinaoxue's cultivation level has been raised to the first level of the martial god realm, with a 50-fold return. The host's cultivation level has been raised from the first level of the martial honor realm to the 9th level of the martial saint realm. The host's cultivation level has been hidden, and the current revealed level is the first level of the martial sect realm. Su Yunfeng felt like he was floating in the air. His cultivation almost spanned 2 major realms, soaring directly from the first level of martial honor to the 9th level of martial saint. It's simply against the will of heaven. Chapter 115. Chapter 115. This time, you won't be able to rest for a month. And this revealed cultivation. It's only the first level of Wuzong. It can no longer be described as pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Anyone who is so foolish as to meet him will be carried away before he even knows what is going on. And this returned pure young supreme body is even more amazing. Not only does it passively make the body extremely powerful, it can also assist others in their cultivation and share in the principles of human ethics, increasing their cultivation speed exponentially. It can be called a turbocharger. This physique was tailor-made for him. If he practices with his senior sisters, their cultivation level will improve, and his own cultivation level will also increase rapidly. What? You already have the Chaos Sword body and the Pure Young Supreme body. Can't you practice on your own? What a joke. When you ride a bicycle after riding a rocket, you will feel that the bicycle is slower than a turtle. 1 day of self-cultivation is 1 day of self-cultivation. 1 day of auxiliary practice by his senior sister is equivalent to 10 days, or even 50 days, or 100 days of practice for him. If you were in my shoes, would you rather practice on your own or happily assist your senior sisters in their practice? Su Yunfeng had a clear mind. The sisters in the senior school practice dozens or even hundreds of times faster than me, so why should I waste time practicing on my own? Wouldn't it be great to have this time to have fun with the senior sisters? He was only responsible for eating the pills as candy, and practicing was the responsibility of his senior sisters and master. It doesn't matter that the senior sister's cultivation is lower than his now. After he returns to the sect, he will assist his senior sisters in their practice every day and help them improve their cultivation. Moreover, a large amount of cultivation will be returned during this process. In any case, it will be much faster than my own foolish and hard practice. Besides, isn't there a beautiful master? She is now a powerful warrior in the realm of martial god. As long as she improves a small level, she will be able to take off. No matter how you look at it, it's more profitable than if he practiced on his own. Besides, who said that having a good physique means having a good understanding? His physical condition was returned by the system, but his super high comprehension was not returned. Therefore, even if one practices hard, his comprehension of the skills will be far behind those with better qualifications. How to describe it? It's a bit like having a simple mind but strong limbs. While he was thinking about these things, the graceful figure of Master Shinaoxue had already landed in front of him. She had a smile on her face, stroking the ice outside and giggling, "You lied to me again. How do you think I should punish you?" She lightly tapped her fingers, and the thick ice wrapped around Su Yunfeng suddenly cracked into countless pieces and then broke apart. After Su Yunfeng regained his freedom, he immediately defended himself. "Master, please listen to my explanation. I just want to communicate more with Master and cultivate our relationship. I really have no other intentions. I swear." Su Yunfeng immediately raised his hand and looked like he was swearing to the sky. "Humph, I don't believe your nonsense." Shinaoxue, who had fully recovered, turned back into the cold, arrogant, and charming master. She poked Su Yunfeng's forehead with her index finger and said, "Don't even think about taking a break for a month this time." "Ah? No, master, someone could die." Su Yunfeng said no, but he was actually very proud in his heart. Master, I now have a pure Yang Supreme body, so it's a piece of cake for me to chop crickets for a month. By then, I'm afraid it won't be me who will be begging for mercy, but you, hee hee." Shinaoxue had no idea what he was thinking. She giggled and waved her fingers left and right in front of his eyes. That doesn't matter. I've already said that if you lie to me again, you'll have to obey me for at least a month, huh? Disciple, look, this cave is icy and cool, isn't it quite? Before she could finish her words, the entire cave suddenly began to tremble. The expressions of both of them changed. Feeling Li Fian's tyrannical aura, Xianao Xue's face immediately turned cold. This time, she had no worries at all. Now she is also at the first level of martial god, and also has the ice divine body, and is in her prime. What is there to be afraid of when an injured Li Fian is injured? The two of them flashed and rushed out of the cave. Li Fian was stunned at first. She didn't expect that the seriously injured Xianao Xue would recover so quickly, which was far beyond her expectations. Moreover, she felt that Xianao Xue seemed a little different, with a hint of coldness in her. But so what? She is a powerful warrior in the realm of martial god and has enough confidence in her own strength. The little Lingxiao sect leader Xianao Xue is under control. Today, I must avenge my broken arm no matter what. Go to hell. Li Fian launched the attack without saying a word. With a slap of his palm, the surging black energy instantly condensed into a huge palm and slapped towards the two of them fiercely. Snort! Long Aoxue didn't dodge or evade. I only heard her snort coldly, and then she slapped out with her palm. The powerful energy came straight forward with a biting chill. Bang! The two collided with each other, producing a huge energy aftermath. Xianao Xue's eyes flashed, and a defensive light curtain formed directly in front of the two of them, blocking the powerful aftermath of the impact. And the other side. Li Fian retreated 3 feet in embarrassment. After she stood firmly, she looked up at Xianao Xue with horror on her face. You broke through the martial god realm? A storm was brewing in her heart. It was clear that just a few hours ago, Xianao Xue was still at the 9th level of the martial emperor realm, and was even dying. Why did he break through the martial god realm so quickly? Hard to understand. Unbelievable. Xianao Xue waved her hand domineeringly, and the defensive light curtain in front of her immediately dissipated. He snorted coldly, surprised? Unexpected? Li Fian's breathing stagnated, and she almost vomited blood in anger because of these words. It's not a surprise at all, it's more like a shock. Xianao Xue is now at the same level as her, and the other party is in prime condition, while she is a wounded soldier, a comparison between the two. Withdraw. Li Fian is naturally not a reckless man since he has been able to hide his identity as an evil cultivator. After the first blow, Xianao Xue gave her a strong sense of oppression. If she continued to fight, she would be the only one to die. Without any hesitation, he slapped Xianao Xue and the other person again, then turned around and quickly fled into the distance. It's not that easy to escape. Xianao Xue snorted coldly, raised her hand and grabbed, crushing Li Fian's attack directly. Then his figure flashed and turned into a stream of light and chased after him. There was no way she would let Li Fian escape. If we let the tiger go back into the mountains, the next city will be massacred and sacrificed. By then, not only will the city be destroyed, but Li Fian's cultivation will also be greatly improved, and the offense and defense will change again. We must get rid of Li Fian now. Su Yunfeng's speed was naturally not as fast as the other two, so he could only follow from a distance. Li Fian was extremely annoyed. It was obvious that a few hours ago, he was the hunter, chasing and hacking at the two men. As a result, it didn't take long for the roles to be reversed. Instead, he was chased and had to flee in panic. Retribution in this life. Xianao Xue, do you really want to kill them all? Li Fian gritted her teeth and shouted angrily. If she escaped this disaster, she swore that she would make Xianao Xue and the entire Lingxiao sect pay a heavy price in the future. Humph, those who practice evil and perverse ways must be punished by all. Xianao Xue snorted coldly, raised his hand and launched a powerful attack. Wherever the energy passed, the space seemed to be frozen into ice. This is the power of the ice divine body. Able to freeze everything. Li Fian felt as if every hair on her body was standing on end. Without any time to think, he quickly slapped his palms behind him. Just now, for a moment, she felt the throbbing of death. Today, you can't escape. Xianao Xue became furious. Chapter 116 Say one more word and I'll crush you to death. Xianao Xue gave a delicate cry. The speed suddenly soared, and the distance between the two became closer and closer. Li Fian felt a chill down her spine. He had to burn his potential and blood to increase his escape speed. As the speed of the two increased, Su Yunfeng, who was already unable to keep up, fell even further behind. He could no longer see the two of them. I'm just too lazy to chase after her. Anyway, Shanao Shui is unilaterally crushing Li Fian now, so there is nothing to worry about. All I have to do is wait for Shanao Shui to return victorious. Thinking of that month's punishment, Su Yunfeng secretly laughed in his heart. He was tortured by his master for 10 days. Let's see how he takes revenge. The other side. Li Fian also became furious. The rapid and practical combat techniques mobilized all the potential of the body. In an instant, the entire world was covered by thick black air, and countless wrong souls were crying, screaming, and roaring. Shanao Shui looked solemn. She knew that this was Li Fian's last counterattack before her death. The power must not be underestimated. In a flash, a layer of ice shield appeared 3 feet away from her body, wrapping her tightly. He. A cold wind blew, and black air swirled. It seemed as if countless hungry and evil spirits were hidden in the thick black air. The eerie and terrifying sounds made one's scalp tingle. However, these are of little use to Shanao Shui. The divine consciousness quickly expanded, directly passing through the thick black air and locking onto Li Fian's figure. I found you. Shanao Shui rushed towards Li Fian in an instant. Li Fian was extremely frightened. She never expected that the other party's spiritual power was so powerful that it could penetrate her black energy. Without any hesitation, he quickly controlled the wrong souls in the black air and rushed towards Shanao Shui. Shanao Shui frowned slightly. She just raised her hand and slapped the overwhelming number of wrong souls. Thousands of miles of ice. As her voice fell, the void seemed to stop for a moment. The next moment, the figures of the countless wrong souls suddenly froze. Then the ice layer spread rapidly with a crackling sound. In the blink of an eye, the countless wrong souls in front were all frozen. Then, she lightly tapped her finger. Crack! The ice layer cracked, and those wrong souls that originally had no substance turned directly into ice chips and fell down. This is the magical power of the ice god body. It can freeze thousands of miles of ice and everything, including invisible wrong souls. Li Fian looked back and her face turned pale with fright. What a magical power this is, it is simply invincible. While Shanao Shui was dealing with the evil spirit, she quickly changed direction and flew back in the direction she had just come from. Failed. She also wants to make a comeback. Shanao Shui was determined to kill her. Now there is only one way that may help you survive. That is to unexpectedly go back and capture Su Yunfeng, and use him as a threat. The relationship between the two is definitely not as simple as it seems. This can be inferred from Shanao Shui's reaction at the last banquet. So, Su Yunfeng is now her life-saving straw. As long as Su Yunfeng is captured, there is still a glimmer of hope. After dealing with the wrong soul, Shanao Shui's expression suddenly changed. Because her spiritual sense had already detected Li Fian's movements. I instantly understood her motive. In an instant, the murderous intent increased sharply, and his whole body exuded an extremely cold murderous intent that seemed to be tangible. Court death. Shanao Shui shouted angrily and instantly rushed towards Li Fian. At this moment, her speed exploded to an unprecedented level, even faster than her full speed just now. Feel the murderous intent approaching. While Li Fian was shocked, she also knew that she had made the right bet. Shanao Shui cares about Su Yunfeng a lot. Then, as long as Su Yunfeng is captured, the chance of survival will be greater. At this time, Su Yunfeng was slowly flying towards the direction where the two people disappeared, with a smug smile on his face. I was thinking about how to give my master hundreds of millions of dollars a little more difficulty. He had no idea that danger was approaching at a rapid speed. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed into a slit as he looked at the figure coming towards him at a high speed in the distant sky. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Damn it! He cursed in his heart, turned around and ran without any hesitation. What the hell? Why is this female devil Li Fian coming towards him? However, how could he be faster than Li Fian? In just a moment, Li Fian, wrapped in a monstrous black energy, caught up with him. Brother Yun, don't run away. I want to borrow you for a while. The next moment, Li Fian's cold voice sounded in his ears. At the same time, I could feel a biting chill hitting the tips of my ears. Su Yunfeng didn't even turn his head and threw explosive bombs wildly to the side. However, this time, Li Fian was well prepared. He flashed behind him, then stretched out his claws, grabbed the back of his neck and lifted him up. Let him go. At the same time, Xiaoxue, full of murderous intent, has arrived. Seeing Su Yunfeng fall into Li Fian's hands, he stopped abruptly and scolded coldly. Her eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. At this moment, she didn't dare to act rashly. He, Xiaoxue, are you surprised? Are you surprised? The same words were returned to Xiaoxue without any error. Li Fian laughed coldly and said, if you let me go just like that, wouldn't that make me look very embarrassed? Xiaoxue took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, let him go, and I'll spare your life. Comparing Li Fian's life with Su Yunfeng's life, she would choose to save Su Yunfeng without hesitation. Who says Su Yunfeng is her man? She is a very protective person. What's wrong with protecting her man and letting the evil cultivator go? There will be a chance to kill the evil cultivator in the future. Now that my husband is gone, who the hell will compensate me? Ha ha ha, your relationship is indeed extraordinary. It seems that my bet was right. Li Fian's nervous heart finally relaxed a little, and she no longer had to worry. However, it was impossible to ask her to release Su Yunfeng with just one sentence. She's not that stupid yet. As soon as she made a move, Xiaoxue might kill her. Xiaoxue frowned and said coldly, I said I will spare your life, you let him go. Li Fian chuckled and said, Xiaoxue, do you think I'm stupid? Why should I let him go? But don't worry, I will let him go in 20 years. By then, our children will have grown up. Don't you agree, Brother Yun? When Su Yunfeng heard this, his hair stood on end. Whenever he thought of those scenes, Su Yunfeng felt a chill down his spine. Ms. Li, I think it's better to forget it. I'm not interested in you. Su Yunfeng said embarrassedly. Shut up. Li Fian shouted angrily. At the same time, the strength in his hands also increased a bit. You have no right to speak here. If you say another word, I'll crush you to death. Chapter 117 You stinky bitch, kill me if you dare. Of course, it was impossible for her to really crush Su Yunfeng to death. After all, Su Yunfeng was her lifeline, how could she possibly kill him? If we have to kill him, we will wait until he escapes. When Xiaoxue heard that Li Fian was not going to let Su Yunfeng go and wanted to force him to have a child, she became furious and murderous. He suppressed the anger and murderous intent in his heart and said coldly, what do you want in exchange for letting him go? Simple, if you destroy your own cultivation, I will let him go immediately without saying anything. Li Fian directly took the initiative and turned the passive situation into the active one. Xiaoxue suddenly felt worried and was in a dilemma. It is absolutely true that she wanted to save Su Yunfeng. But, asking her to give up her own cultivation, isn't that tantamount to suicide? There is no need to think about it, by then, both she and Su Yunfeng will be killed by Li Fian. Seeing Xiaoxue in trouble, Li Fian laughed sarcastically and said, why, don't you want to save him? Are you unwilling to do such a small thing as destroying your own cultivation? Su Yunfeng cursed in his heart. Is this a small matter? Almost a fool. To destroy your own cultivation is tantamount to suicide, and then you can easily get a double kill. Master, leave me alone and kill this woman. I'm going to die anyway, so why should I let this devil Li Fian get away with it? At this moment, Su Yunfeng's mind was very clear. If one of them dies, they can be exchanged for one, and Xiaoxue can help him get revenge. If Xiaoxue really gave up her own cultivation, then they would truly be a pair of mandarin ducks with the same fate. Not to mention revenge, I guess other people don't even know how they died. So, after all the calculations, it's better to let him die. At least if he died, Li Fian would not survive, so it was not a loss to exchange one for one. He stretched his neck and shouted, Master, don't hesitate, kill her and avenge me. Shut up. Li Fian shouted angrily and squeezed Su Yunfeng's neck so hard that it almost broke. Shut up, you bitch. Kill me if you dare. Since he had made up his mind anyway, Su Yunfeng no longer tolerated the evil woman Li Fian and started swearing at her. Nowadays, if someone wants to chop off your head or kill you, do you still want to put up with the cold shoulder and be humble and compromise? That's not Su Yunfeng's character. He is a person who never suffers any loss. Even if I can't beat you, I will still scold you. At least I will feel better in my heart, and even if I die, I will die in a more pleasant way. Li Fian was furious, she really wanted to slap Su Yunfeng to death. He actually dared to call her a stinky bitch. No one has ever called her that in her life. But she really didn't dare to do it now. Su Yunfeng is the trump card to restrain Xiaoshui. If he really killed him, he would probably be retaliated by Xiaoshui crazily and would be killed in seconds without leaving any trace. Master, take action. Su Yunfeng shouted. Anyway, he looked like he was going to die anyway. Xiaoshui was extremely conflicted. She wanted to save Su Yunfeng and didn't want him to die. However, it would be too unnecessary for the two of them to die by destroying their own cultivation. Thinking of this, her eyes gradually became firm. Then, without any delay, they launched an attack suddenly. The speed and suddenness were beyond Li Fian's expectation. She didn't expect Xiaoshui to be so decisive that she didn't even care about Su Yunfeng's life. The murderous intent in Xiaoshui's eyes suddenly increased, and her figure was like a ghost, and she was close in an instant. Li Fian was extremely shocked. Without saying a word, he picked up Su Yunfeng and stood in front of him. Su Yunfeng had used this trick before, when dealing with Wang Teng. At that time, he used Wang Lingshan as a human shield to block Wang Teng's attack. I didn't expect that I would be used as a human shield now. It really is karma. A gleam of light flashed in Xiaoshui's eyes. She didn't pause at all. It seemed that even if Su Yunfeng was used as a human shield, it didn't affect her attacking figure at all. Su Yunfeng's eyes flickered. He noticed the deep gleam in Xiaoshui's eyes and had some guesses in his mind. Xiaoshui is making her last effort. Master, I like you more and more. Su Yunfeng smiled at Xiaoshui, revealing a gentle smile. However, in Xiaoshui's opinion, this was Su Yunfeng's final farewell to her. My heart couldn't help but ache. At this time, her figure had already come closer. At the same time, she cried out. Thousands of miles of ice. When Li Fian heard these 4 words, her scalp suddenly exploded. She had just witnessed the power of this move. At such a close distance, if I get hit, I will definitely be killed. Without any thought, and without caring about Su Yunfeng, he just withdrew and retreated. Xiaoshui no longer cared about Su Yunfeng's life or death, so there was no point in holding him. However, next, she was completely dumbfounded. Where is the promised ice covering thousands of miles? Where is the ice? Only then did she realize that she had been fooled. Although Xiaoshui called out the name of the magical power, she did not release it at all. I was cheated. Xiaoshui had already caught Su Yunfeng with a smile on her face, and she didn't look like she was going to kill her at all costs. It was clearly a bluff, meant to scare her off. Hateful. Li Fian gritted her teeth, her face full of unwillingness. Master, you are so mean. You scared me so much that my face turned green. Su Yunfeng looked at the furious Li Fian and laughed. Was mine scared green? You are so angry that you are green with anger. Li Fian cursed wildly in her heart. I didn't expect that the dignified leader of Lingxiao sect would resort to such despicable means. Li Fian, let's see what tricks you have left. Prepare to die. Xiaoshui shouted coldly, and moved instantly, rushing directly towards Li Fian. This time, I will never give her any chance. Li Feiyan's face looked extremely ugly. She knew that she would most likely fail today. Her eyes instantly turned red, and an extremely violent aura instantly emanated from her body. At this moment, she burned all the energy and blood in her body and brought her condition to the best. Even if I die, I will drag Xiaoshui down with me. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle, and with every collision the void would vibrate violently, as if it would be pierced through if not careful. Su Yunfeng was frightened by what he saw and quickly retreated away from the battlefield. Puff! After the two men exchanged blows, Li Fian suddenly vomited mouthfuls of blood. Even if she burned all her blood and energy, she was no match for Xiaoshui. After a brief fight, he was seriously injured. Li Fian gritted her teeth and looked fierce. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he said coldly, even if I die, I will never let you off easily. In the blink of an eye, her body underwent tremendous changes. An immense amount of energy condensed, and her body began to twist and deform. Self-destruct. Li Fian actually wanted to self-destruct. Xiaoshui's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 118 Old Beggar, you have a romantic tribulation. The self-detonation of a powerful warrior in the martial god realm is extremely powerful. Even the void can be blown apart. Without any hesitation, he directly used the unique magical power of the ice god body, freezing thousands of miles. However, her attack missed. Li Fian's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already beside Su Yunfeng. He. Don't you care about him very much? Although I can't kill you, it's more than enough to kill him, he. You dare. Xiaoshua's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, her face turned pale, and she rushed towards Su Yunfeng. Su Yunfeng's face also changed drastically. He wanted to run, but was pulled back by a powerful suction force and couldn't run away at all. Haha, brother Yun, come with me. I'm very lonely alone, haha. Li Fian's voice was like the devil's whisper, and Su Yunfeng's hair stood on end in an instant. He cursed madly in his heart, wondering why he was always the one who got hurt. Xiaoshua slapped Li Fian's body hard in the air, directly knocking her back 100 feet. However, in the next moment, bang! The energy in Li Fian's body reached a critical value and exploded in the air like a balloon. Huge energy spread out instantly. A huge black hole in space was directly blown out in the void. The huge suction force of the black hole instantly sucked Su Yunfeng, who was closest to him, and pulled him over. Ah, master, save me. Su Yunfeng only shouted this sentence before he was sucked into the black hole. Immediately afterwards, the void quickly repaired itself. In the blink of an eye, the black hole in space disappeared, leaving only a wave of powerful energy spreading out. Su Yunfeng. Xiaoshua watched Su Yunfeng being sucked into the black hole in space, his face pale, and he shouted anxiously. But nothing can be changed. Xiaoshua flew over with the powerful energy aftermath, and the ice sword in his hand kept slashing in the void, trying to open the void. However, everything was in vain. Although the void was shaking under her sword energy, it still could not be broken. Su Yunfeng, come back, come back, come back. Xiaoshua screamed heartbreakingly, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes and down her cheeks. Once you are sucked into a black hole in space, there is basically no possibility of survival. The spatial turbulence inside can easily crush a person into pieces. In the void channel, Su Yunfeng's face was pale, without a trace of blood left. If it weren't for the pure young supreme body, which had made a qualitative leap in physical strength, he would have died in the explosion of Li Fian's self-destruction. At this time, he was not only seriously injured, but also sucked into the black hole of the void. There's simply no way to give him a chance to survive. This place is full of dangers. Even if he is seriously injured but not dead, he will be strangled to death by the turbulence of space in no time. It is even more impossible to break through the space and escape. He simply doesn't have that ability. This is a fucking dead end. Su Yunfeng sighed secretly and decided to make the best of it. Anyway, he had already prepared to trade 1-for-1 with Li Fian, it was just a different way of death. Thinking of this, his heart calmed down. Don't care about life and death, just lie down and wait for death. Just then, a figure slowly walked out of the void. He was leaning against a crooked branch, wearing tattered clothes, with unkempt hair and a dirty face. It was obvious at first glance that he was a beggar. There were constant spatial turbulences slashing towards him, but they all changed direction when they were 3 feet away from him. Ha! The old beggar uttered a light exclamation. She slightly lifted the dirty long hair in front of her eyes and looked towards Su Yunfeng with squinted eyes. It's him. The old beggar saw Su Yunfeng's appearance clearly and was quite shocked. You have to know that you can't just come in here casually. You can die here if you are not careful. He took a step forward, and his figure flashed. The next moment, he appeared beside Su Yunfeng. The old beggar was startled by Su Yunfeng's sudden appearance. When he saw the old beggar in front of him clearly, he opened his mouth wide with an expression of disbelief. I never expected that I would see the old beggar again here. He had always thought that the old beggar was extraordinary, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. He was walking safely in the turbulence of space. Hee, young master, we meet again. The old beggar showed his big yellow teeth and said with a kind smile on his face. Old beggar, no, old man, why are you here? Su Yunfeng widened his eyes and asked in shock. The old beggar laughed and said, I, an old beggar, calculated with my fingers that it would be a good day to go out today, so I came here. This answer made Su Yunfeng so confused that he didn't know what to say. What you mean is, if you have nothing to do, just go out for a walk. Why is the young master here? The old beggar asked curiously. With Su Yunfeng's current strength, it is impossible for him to just walk in the turbulence of space. Moreover, judging from his complexion, he was obviously injured. The beggar couldn't help but feel curious. As for me, I was bombed in. Afterwards, Su Yunfeng briefly recounted the story of Li Fian's self-exposure. The old beggar nodded secretly after hearing this. This is possible. After all, the self-detonation of a martial god realm expert is quite powerful, so it is understandable that it would create a black hole in space. Old man, can you take me out? Since he met an acquaintance who was also a mysterious and powerful person, Su Yunfeng naturally asked for help. He is not the kind of person who is stubborn. No means no, there is no shame in asking others for help. It's just a small thing, a piece of cake. The old beggar said with a smile. When Su Yunfeng heard this, he was like, oh my god, that's great, I don't have to die. Dear master, look, I have a big surprise for you. I guarantee you will cry your eyes out when you see me. Young master, I just counted on my fingers and found that you are in trouble recently. The old beggar narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully. Su Yunfeng was shocked when he heard this and asked quickly, old man, what disaster do I have and how can I resolve it? The old beggar laughed and said, peach blossom tribulation. Su Yunfeng was stunned. He still remembered the last time he met the old beggar, when he said that he was in trouble with love. As a result, he was ambushed by Lin Xian that night. This time it's another peach blossom disaster. Will I be ambushed again? Can it make people feel a little involved? But on second thought, a peach blossom disaster is much better than a bloody disaster. Maybe I can even meet a second, third senior sister. Think about why I suddenly feel excited. Ahem, calm down, I'm not that kind of person. Just as he was daydreaming, the old beggar's voice came again. It's just that this peach blossom calamity, accompanied by a bloody disaster, will be fine once you get through it. What if I can't make it? Su Yunfeng blinked and asked. Chapter 119 The Angry Girl Who Cuts People as Soon as They Meet. What if I can't make it? Su Yunfeng blinked and asked. If you can't make it, then you'll die. The old beggar still had a kind smile on his face, but he spoke cruel words. Old man, is there any way to resolve this? Su Yunfeng asked hurriedly. The old beggar shook his head and said, there's nothing I can do. Karma is predestined by heaven. The one who tied the bell must untie it. You have to find a way to resolve it yourself. Hearing this, Su Yunfeng sighed inwardly. It seems that there is no way to escape this disaster. Forget it, just carry it, it's no big deal. Don't care about life or death, just fight if you don't agree. Big deal. 18 years later, he is a hero again. The most urgent thing is to get out of here first. Young master, come with me, I'll take you out. The old beggar said with a smile, and at the same time a layer of halo wrapped around Su Yunfeng, preventing the spatial turbulence from getting close to him. Su Yunfeng was shocked. If he could get hold of this support, his background would be extremely strong. So he said sincerely, old man, I have known you for such a long time, but I still don't know your name. I, Su Yunfeng, will repay you for saving my life. Although it seems like a simple sentence, Su Yunfeng has actually revealed a lot of information. For example, if they have known each other for a long time, then they are old acquaintances, and their relationship will become closer all of a sudden. He also told the old beggar his name so that he would remember him and show his willingness to repay the favor. Also, why do you always call the old beggar old man instead of senior? Naturally, it is also a small detail that brings the two people closer together. Senior is a familiar name, but anyone can call him that. But it's different for the elderly. This shows that Su Yunfeng never treated the old beggar as an outsider. Instead, he was treated as a kind and amiable elder. The old beggar laughed and said, you will know later. Now, just get out of here. As he spoke, he poked Su Yunfeng's feet with his crutch, and suddenly a big hole appeared in the space. Before Su Yunfeng could react, he fell out of the big hole. Ah! Su Yunfeng yelled. He is now seriously injured and cannot mobilize all the spiritual power in his body. I could only watch myself falling from the sky. The huge sound of wind whistled in his ears. The old beggar laughed and murmured, no matter what difficulties you encounter, you must face them with a smile. At the same time. Ground. One looked 13 or 14 years old. She is 1.3 meters tall and wears a light blue long skirt. A heroic little girl with a high ponytail was chasing a group of people and hacking them. Don't run. You're here to catch me. I'm right here. Why are you running? Come back and catch me. Her voice is clear and loud, with a youthful charm. The long sword in her hand was not much shorter than her height, and she started slashing wildly with it. Wherever it passed, the big trees were cut in half. And the people he was chasing and attacking now were none other than the disciples of the Hahuan sect. The disciples of the Hahuan sect had already made plans and took the opportunity to drug Gutongman. As a result, the sleeping pills, muscle softening powder and love powder were of no use to her. This is outrageous. I have been a disciple of the Hahuan sect for so many years, but I have never met anyone who was immune to the Hahuan powder. Today they met. The next time we meet will probably be in the next life. Because, although they are numerous, they are no match for Gutongman when they are combined. He was chased and hacked by a little girl who was only 1.3 meters tall. It's not shameful, it's life-threatening. Swish! Gutongman directly slashed out a sword energy, instantly hitting one person. The man was turned into ashes in seconds without even a sound. The other Hahuan sect disciples looked at this and were immediately horrified. Gutongman is not tall, so why is her cultivation so high? God, we don't want to die yet. Please spare us, we will definitely turn over a new leaf and never do evil again. The disciples of the Hahuan sect prayed in their hearts for a miracle to happen. Everyone who is dying will have such fantasies. They fantasize about a hero suddenly falling from the sky to save them. However, at this moment, a shout suddenly came from the sky. The people of Hahuan sect were suddenly shocked. Is it so effective? Did a miracle really happen? Did a hero really come down from the sky to save them? Mom, I will never hurt anyone again. I want to be a good person. All the disciples of the Hahuan sect were moved to tears by gratitude to God and secretly vowed to be good people in the future. He looked back and then continued to run. 2 rays of light shot out from Gutongman's clear eyes. You dare to sneak attack me? Take my kick. She just spun, jumped, took off, and then kicked forward. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The figure that fell from the sky suddenly changed from free fall to lateral displacement. My waist! Su Yunfeng shouted secretly in his heart. The kick hit the old man's waist right on target, and his kidney was almost kicked off. Then he slammed hard into the trunk of a big tree. The big tree was broken directly, and he fell limply to the ground. The next moment, Gutongman's 1.3 meter tall body stretched out and rushed over in an instant. The main point is to take advantage of your illness to kill you. Without any hesitation, he swung the sword in his hand and slashed it down. Damn it! Su Yunfeng's pupils shrank suddenly, and at the critical moment, he used up all the strength in his body. He shrank his head and dodged the fatal sword. Lady, please spare me, I'm a good person, a very good person. Su Yunfeng shouted for mercy. I was secretly cursing my bad luck in my heart. It's really unheard of that I just came out of the space channel and met such a violent little girl who would attack anyone she saw. Why is my life so miserable? However, at this moment, his eyes suddenly changed, and then he was ecstatic. He turned out to be a person with golden destiny. No hesitation, tie it up first as a tribute. System, bind her. Su Yunfeng issued instructions directly to the system in his mind. Ding! Binding successful. Name, Gutongman. Cultivation, Martial Honor Level 1. Constitution, Luoli Holy Body Unawakened. After binding Gutongman, Su Yunfeng added with a smile on his face. Little girl, I'm not in the same group with them. I don't even know them. You have to believe me. I'm a really good person. People with golden destiny naturally cannot make enemies. This is his benefactor, he must build a good relationship with him and make it solid. Gutongman raised her young eyebrows, swung her sword, and it fell down in an instant, directly hitting Su Yunfeng's throat. Her silver teeth chattered as she angrily shouted, Who is the little girl? Tell me clearly. Su Yunfeng was startled. Is this little girl so bad-tempered? She is not happy even when being called a little girl. However, for the sake of long-term benefits in the future, let's change our tune. So, Su Yunfeng looked at Gutongman, blinked, and called out uncertainly. Big girl? Chapter 120 Senior Sister, can you take me flying? Big girl? You're not that big. Su Yunfeng glanced at Gutongman. She was just a girl of 13 or 14 years old. It hasn't started to develop yet. Her appearance is quite remarkable. With willow eyebrows, almond eyes, a delicate nose, cherry lips, and an exquisite oval face, she is a real beauty. In a few years, when she blossoms, she will definitely be no less capable than Lin Xian. However, when Gu Tongman heard this, a layer of frost suddenly covered her face. Su Yunfeng's heart moved. I thought to myself, could this little girl be an old woman? He secretly swallowed his saliva, smiled awkwardly and called out, "Old woman?" Bang! As soon as he said this, he felt a pain in his chest. Gu Tongman stepped directly on his heart, hunched over and looked down at him condescendingly. How dare you call me an old woman? You blind bastard, I'm going to pop your eyes out today. As he said that, Gu Tongman raised his foot and stepped on Su Yunfeng's face. Damn it! He has such a bad temper. He starts fighting when he disagrees with something. Can he still talk to someone nicely? He immediately shouted urgently, "Girl, give me a hint." Gu Tongman's foot paused in mid-air, then she retracted it and stepped on Su Yunfeng's chest again. Call me miss. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong. My brain reacted immediately. He snorted lightly, "No, that's not the point. The point is, you said you're not one of them, what evidence do you have?" Su Yunfeng frowned slightly. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he finally said his real name. After all, he is the golden destiny person who is bound to him, and we will have to deal with him for a long time in the future. So he said seriously, I am Su Yunfeng, a disciple of Lingxiao sect. A disciple of Lingxiao sect? Gu Tongman frowned, looked Su Yunfeng up and down, and said calmly, what evidence do you have? Yes, I have an identity token in my storage ring that can prove my identity. Su Yunfeng said quickly, then raised the storage ring and said. He immediately took out his identity token from the storage ring. This identity token is the same one I first used when I became an outer disciple. After becoming Shen Aoshua's personal disciple, there was no time to change. Gu Tongman snatched the identity token domineeringly and glanced at the information inside. It was indeed the identity token of Lingxiao sect. This man is an outer disciple of Lingxiao sect, named Su Yunfeng. Outer sect disciple Su Yunfeng? Gu Tongman said lightly, her expression softened a lot, no longer as irritable as before. Yes, I am the outer disciple Su Yunfeng. May I ask your name, young lady? Su Yunfeng nodded repeatedly in agreement and asked Gu Tongman's name. Although the system has given her name, it is still necessary to ask. The process still needs to be followed. After all, it would be difficult to explain if I told the other person's name without asking. Gu Tongman said calmly, my name is Gu Manman, you can call me Senior Sister Gu. Gu Manman? Su Yunfeng frowned slightly. Gu Tongman didn't even tell her real name. What a cunning guy. Still Senior Sister? You're so small, yet you're trying to act like an adult? Su Yunfeng thought so in his heart, but his face still had a gentle smile as always. Is Senior Sister Gu also a disciple of Lingxiao sect? He asked. Judging from the changes in Gu Tongman's expression, even if she is not a disciple of Lingxiao sect, she is a disciple of the sect who has a relatively good relationship with Lingxiao sect. Otherwise, his emotions wouldn't have changed so much after he confirmed that he was a disciple of Lingxiao sect. Gu Tongman pondered for a moment and said, I am a disciple of the Immortal Sword sect. The Immortal Sword sect and the Lingxiao sect have always had a good relationship. As she spoke, she moved her feet away from Su Yunfeng's chest. At the same time, he asked curiously, Junior brother Su, why are you here? Lingxiao sect is thousands of miles away from here. Moreover, you fell from the sky. Did something happen? When it comes to explaining the origin, Su Yunfeng's explanation is half true and half false. There was no mention of the old beggar in the space channel or his relationship with Shen Aoshue. After all, the two of them are not familiar with each other yet, and some things cannot be revealed as soon as they meet. When we followed the sect leader to eliminate the evil cultivator exploded, creating a hole in space, and that's when I ended up here. Su Yunfeng just mentioned it in one sentence without explaining the process. Ahem, is the Lingxiao sect leader alright? Gu Tongman asked with a frown, a hint of worry flashing quickly in the depths of her eyes. Su Yunfeng saw clearly the worry that flashed across her eyes, and he was a little confused. You are a disciple of the Xianjian sect, yet you are concerned about my master. Aren't you meddling too much? But still said the result. The sect master has extraordinary powers and is not injured. When he said this, his eyes were fixed carefully on Gu Tongman's. Sure enough, after hearing that Shen Aoshue was fine, her eyes suddenly looked much more relaxed. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll explode your eyeballs. Gu Tongman snorted lightly. Su Yunfeng was secretly shocked. Why did these words sound a bit like his master's? He shook his head secretly, got up from the ground, then took out a few healing pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Crunching sound. He even tasted the healing pills as candy. Senior sister, who were those just now? Why did you chop them? Su Yunfeng asked as he silently digested the medicinal power of the pill. They are all from the Hahuan sect. I was chasing them, but you messed with them and they ran away. Gu Tongman said somewhat domineeringly, you let the person escape, you are responsible for finding him for me. Why? Su Yunfeng almost choked on the pill. Isn't this little brat a little too domineering? Want me to find someone for you? Just wait, once I recover my power I can suppress you with one hand. Su Yunfeng thought angrily in his heart. But, think about it. If I could take this opportunity to get closer to Gu Tongman, it would be nice to give her something as a gift. Everything he has on him now was returned by the system. If it were given away directly, it would be meaningless. I might as well find a place to exchange the spirit stones for pills, magic weapons, or something like that, and then give them to her. Thinking of this, Su Yunfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately patted his chest and promised, don't worry, senior sister, I'm here and nothing unexpected will happen. I will definitely help you find the person back. Having said that, he suddenly changed the subject. He said pitifully, sister, I'm seriously injured now. Can you find a town for me to recuperate first? He is telling the truth. His injuries are indeed quite serious now. Even if he has a lot of healing pills, it will take at least 3 to 5 days to recover. Gu Tongman pondered for a moment after hearing this, then nodded and said, okay, I'll take you to the nearest Qingfeng city. Thank you, senior sister. Su Yunfeng immediately expressed his gratitude. By the way, senior sister, can you take me flying? I can't fly now. Chapter 121 Chapter 121 How would I know if you don't tell me? If you tell me, I'll know. The spiritual power in his body is now in chaos and cannot be mobilized at all. So, there is no way to fly. Gu Tongman did not refuse his request. Then he grabbed Su Yunfeng's clothes on the back and flew into the sky. Su Yunfeng secretly curled his lips. This world is a little poor. There is not even a flying boat. I might as well find an opportunity to give one to her, and at the same time get myself a luxury flying boat to play with. When I have free time, I can stay at home and take my master and sisters to play in the water. No, it's to travel and enjoy the scenery. About half a minute later, a huge city appeared in their sight. The wind whistled in my ears. In the blink of an eye, Gu Tongman landed outside the city gate carrying Su Yunfeng. Passing through the heavy city gate, the two entered Qingfeng City. This place is more prosperous than Panlu City. There is a lot of traffic and people coming and going, and you can often see officials in yamen uniforms patrolling. Come on, buy some sweet and fragrant candied haws. If they're not sweet, you don't have to pay. On both sides of the street, vendors selling goods were shouting loudly. Gongxing quietly took out the voice stone and sent a message to Shinaoshui. But what he didn't know was, the sound transmission stone also has a distance limit. If the distance exceeds a certain point, the other party cannot receive it at all. He is now thousands of miles away from Shinaoshui, and has long been beyond the reception range of the sound stone. After putting away the voice stone again, Su Yunfeng was about to ask Gu Tongman where the inn was. As a result, when he looked up, he saw Gu Tongman's big, innocent eyes, staring intently at the brightly colored ice gourd opposite him. His throat rolled secretly and he swallowed. Su Yunfeng frowned. Doesn't this little brat have any money? So his eyes rolled and an idea suddenly came to his mind. He swaggered up to the owner of the candied haws and asked, "Boss, how much is a string of candied haws?" When the boss saw a customer coming, he immediately greeted him with a smile. He said with a smile, "Sir, my candied haws are the most fragrant and sweetest in the city. They are only 3 cents a bunch. How many would you like?" Seeing this, Gu Tongman's eyes flashed with a strange look. She thought Su Yunfeng was going to buy some candied haws, and she could have one too. There is no way, she is really poor now. It has been almost a year since I came down the mountain, and the money I had is long gone. She had been planning to return to the sect, but on the way she met people from the Hahuan sect who wanted to drug her. In a rage, she chased after the people from the Hahuan sect and hacked them wildly. On this side, when Su Yunfeng heard that a string cost 3 cents, his face suddenly darkened. Boss, I'm not saying this to you, but your price is too cheap. Can't you go a little higher? Both the old boss and Gutong Man were stunned. I have seen people bargaining, but I have never seen anyone actually bargaining higher and higher. Gutong Man looked at Su Yunfeng in surprise, thinking to herself, is there something wrong with this junior brother's brain? The boss was stunned for a moment, then he immediately realized that what was written in the almanac that it was a good day to go out today was indeed correct. Look, a big fool just came to our door. Anyone who doesn't respond to this kind of voice that comes right to his door is a fool. The boss immediately stretched out his palm, spread out 5 fingers, and said with a wry smile, 5 cents, 5 cents, I called out the wrong number just now. Su Yunfeng's expression remained calm, and he still looked dissatisfied. The boss' heart skipped a beat and he laughed uncontrollably. This guy is such a fool. So he immediately changed his words and shouted, 5 coins for half a string, 10 coins for a string, yes, 10 coins for a string. I have been selling candied haws for most of my life, and today I sold them at a sky-high price. I made a lot of money. The boss laughed in his heart. It would be great if I could meet such a fool every day. Okay, 10 cents a bunch. Su Yunfeng finally agreed to the price and said, 200 strings, 2,000 coins, give me the money. As he spoke, he directly took out 200 strings of candied haws from the system space and placed them in front of the boss. This was when he was in Shenyang City and gave 2 strings of candied haws to Chiu Hongyue, and the system returned 200 strings. The boss was stunned. What's the meaning? Do you want to sell me candied haws? Or 10 cents? Am I crazy or are you crazy? I'm selling, not buying. Gutong Man was also confused by Su Yunfeng's actions. I originally thought he was mentally ill, but now it seems that he is indeed mentally ill. You sell candied haws to a vendor selling candied haws at a price several times higher than the market price. Do you think others are fools? There are so many candied haws. Wouldn't it be delicious if you gave them to me to eat? Snort. Gutong Man was secretly annoyed. How could the sect accept such a mentally ill person? She decided that after she returned, she would report the matter to her superiors and resolutely expel this boy from the clan. Lingxiao sect cannot afford to lose this person. That is right, in fact, she is also a member of Lingxiao sect, and her status is not low. It was the second disciple of sect leader Shanaoshua, named Gu Mantong, not the Gu Man she mentioned. Although Su Yunfeng was facing the boss, he was always observing Gu Tongman's reaction out of the corner of his eye. Seeing the changes in her eyes and facial expressions, Su Yunfeng smiled secretly in his heart. Doesn't this deepen the impression I have on Gu Mantong? From then on, whenever she saw candied haws, the first thing she would think of was the scene just now. He is just a little brat who doesn't understand the dangers of the world, and it's a good time to fool him. A development plan would be nice too. Hey, hey. The boss finally reacted and shouted angrily, are you sick? If you are sick, go see a doctor and don't delay my business. Oh shit. I shouted myself hoarse and no business is coming to my store. You are still making fun of me. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Su Yunfeng smiled awkwardly and said, boss, how about this? I'll sell them to you for a penny a bunch? Roll. The boss was furious. Not to mention a penny, he wouldn't even want it even if you gave it to him at this time. Boss, if you don't want to, then don't. Don't be so angry. It will hurt your liver and kidneys. Su Yunfeng put away the 200 strings of candied haws with a smile and gave advice with a kind look on his face. The boss was so angry and sad that he turned around and left with the candied haws. He thought this man was so hateful that he bullied honest people. Senior sister, is there an inn nearby? Let's find an inn to stay in first. Su Yunfeng turned and looked at Gutong Man and said. There was no intention at all to give Gutong Man a string of candied haws. Ha, little brat, I won't give it to you unless you ask for it first. Gutong Man gritted her teeth. This kid knew that she wanted to eat it, but he refused to give her a single string when there were so many. It was really hateful. Humph, you stingy guy. They were reluctant to take a string to honor me. Senior sister, I'm not saying this, but this is really sweet. On the way to the inn, Su Yunfeng took out a string of candied haws and started licking them. He also constantly challenges Gu Tongman's bottom line. He looked so mean that Gu Tongman couldn't help but want to hit him. Sister, do you want to eat? If you do, just tell me. How would I know if you don't tell me? If you tell me, I'll know. I'm not the worm in your stomach, how would I know if you want to eat or not? Chapter 122 Robbery, hand it over, hand it all over. Ouch. Senior sister, why did you kick me? Su Yunfeng was still talking non-stop. Suddenly a small foot kicked him and knocked him to the ground. The people around were so scared that they all hid away. Before Su Yunfeng could react, Gu Tongman flashed to his side and stepped on his chest. She looked down at him from above, her eyes flashing with ferocity, gnashing her fangs as she fiercely shouted, "Robbery! Hand it over, hand it all over." Su Yunfeng was confused. Gu Tongman learned how to rob at such a young age. The morals of the world are going downhill. The morals of the world are going downhill. In the end, he handed over all the candied haws, and Gu Tongman forgave him. Looking at Gu Tongman holding a string of noodles in each hand, taking a bite on the left and then on the right, Su Yunfeng secretly laughed. He is still a little brat after all. Suddenly, he smiled wickedly, ready to play a trick on Gu Tongman. I just lowered my body and whispered, "Sister, I think I mixed the string I licked in there just now." Gu Tongman froze when she heard that. Without saying a word, he kicked Su Yunfeng out. With a plop, it crashed into the stinky ditch next to it. Su Yunfeng was so fuming that he vomited continuously. He secretly swore in his heart that he would beat the little brats but to pieces when he recovered his strength. Too violent. At such a young age, they do not learn good habits and instead follow others to engage in violence. They must be punished and such bad habits must be corrected in a timely manner. Ugh 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 ugh. After Su Yunfeng climbed out of the stinking ditch, he vomited violently and his stomach was churning. However, Gu Tongman still has some conscience. Seeing that Su Yunfeng was in such a mess, he helped steam the slop off his body. At least it won't be too smelly and won't bother her. Su Yunfeng was speechless. You helped me steam the slop off my body, not because you felt guilty, but because you were afraid of being choked by the smell? He now wanted to beat this brat but more and more. So infuriating, so unsympathetic. While she is still young, we must educate her well, and educate her severely. Afterwards, the two came to an inn called Peng Lai. You two, are you staying overnight or staying at the hotel? The shopkeeper at the front desk asked with a professional smile. Stay in the hotel, Gu Tongman said. The shopkeeper said with a smile, you two are brother and sister, right? We just happen to have one room left. How about you two make do with it? When Gu Tongman heard this, she slapped the front desk, which was not much shorter than her. She protested dissatisfiedly, which eye of yours saw that we are brother and sister? The shopkeeper looked bewildered. I thought to myself that I saw it with both eyes. You are just a little kid and he is a big guy. Isn't that obvious? Su Yunfeng immediately smiled and explained, we are really not brother and sister. Boss, are there any other rooms? We want to. He now needs a quiet environment to recuperate from his injuries, and doesn't want to stay in the same room with Gu Tongman, such a hot-tempered person. This little brat will only affect his repair speed and mood. Day after day, he is obviously very young and short, but he acts like an adult all day long. It's really amazing. The shopkeeper said apologetically, Sir, I'm so sorry. There have been a lot of people from other places coming to Qingfeng City these days, so there's really only one room left. Gongxing frowned slightly, then said to Gu Tongman, how about we change to another inn? Gu Tongman naturally agreed with both hands. She didn't want to stay in the same room with the smelly Su Yunfeng. Besides, there are differences between men and women. She is actually much older than she looks. The two men turned around and walked out. The shopkeeper saw that he couldn't let the business that was right at his fingertips slip away like that. He immediately called out to the two of them. Two guests, there is still one room. In the end, the two did not leave and continued to live here. Why are you staring at me? Give me money. When it came to paying, the two of them stared at each other, waiting for the other to pay. Su Yunfeng knew that Gu Tongman had no money, so in order to avenge being kicked into the stinky ditch just now, he deliberately wanted her to give him money. However, he still greatly underestimated Gu Tongman's shamelessness and rudeness. The two of them stared at each other for a long time. Finally, a foot stepped heavily on the instep of Su Yunfeng, followed by the previous sentence. Su Yunfeng finally understood. This little brat is so shameless. How could there be such a shameless and violent girl? Su Yunfeng paid the rent obediently and kept it in mind. If I put this money on Gutong Man, I'll have to give her a few more slaps when the time comes. The shopkeeper led the two of them to a room upstairs, then opened the door and said with a smile, "This is your room." Su Yunfeng frowned. "These are two rooms? It's clearly one." Gutong Man immediately became angry. She put her hands on her waist, looked up at the shopkeeper, and snorted angrily, "This is clearly a room. How dare you lie to me?" Her explosive temper immediately erupted, and she snorted loudly in dissatisfaction, "Refund the money, double it." As a cultivator, one will not rely on his cultivation to bully mortals. However, it is only natural to ask the shopkeeper to return the money and compensate. The shopkeeper was not angry and still maintained a professional smile on his face. He said with a smile, "Please follow me in, both of you." As he said that, he walked in first. Su Yunfeng and Gutong Man looked at each other, then followed him, stepped over the threshold and walked into the house. The room is very spacious, more spacious than the average inn room. Moreover, there are indeed two rooms in here, an outer room and an inner room. The shopkeeper quickly explained, "This room is usually used to entertain distinguished guests, but today the old man made an exception and only charged you the price of an ordinary room. The furnishings in the room are indeed luxurious, much better than ordinary guest rooms. Moreover, the inner room is divided into two parts, and there is a dedicated bathing area. Although it is not big, it can easily accommodate 3 or 4 people bathing at the same time." After seeing the furnishings in the inner room, Gutong Man's eyes suddenly lit up and her attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. "I want to live here." "All right." Su Yunfeng now seems to have no strength to object and can only accept it passively. After the shopkeeper left, Gutong Man rushed into the inner room impatiently. With a bang, the door was slammed shut. No need to think, he must have gone to take a bath. Su Yunfeng blinked and thought to himself, "Am I the one who needs a bath the most?" However, he was not in a hurry. Gutong Man hid inside to take a bath alone, while he sat in the outer room, taking healing pills and regulating his breathing to recover from his injuries. An hour later, Gutong Man did not come out. 2 hours later, Gutong Man still hadn't come out. Su Yunfeng frowned secretly. Does it really take so long for a tiny kid to take a bath? After 2 hours, a layer of skin could be rubbed off. "I give up." He came to the door and knocked dong dong dong. Shouted, "Senior sister, how long will you take?" Chapter 123 Beating Gutong Man. Inner room. There was no response, only silence. Su Yunfeng's brows furrowed even deeper. So he knocked on the door and shouted again, a little louder than before. But still no response. Su Yunfeng wanted to push the door open and take a look, but he finally held back. If you push the door open and see something you shouldn't see, you'll probably be beaten up on the spot. So, he could only sigh secretly and return to the outer room to continue regulating his breathing and healing his injuries. After another hour, he could no longer sit still. The main reason is that the smell on my body is really unpleasant, and it is really uncomfortable if I don't wash it. He came to the door again, knocked hard a few times and shouted. However, the inner room was still dead silent, without any sound. Su Yunfeng said to himself, "Oh no. Will something happen?" Without caring about anything else, he pushed the door open forcefully and rushed into the house. He first glanced at the bed, but did not see Gutong Man. Then he quickly walked around the screen and came to the bathtub. The pupils suddenly shrank. I saw Gutong Man lying on the edge of the bathtub with her clothes on. Su Yunfeng immediately rushed over and picked up the unconscious Gutong Man. But I felt that the clothes she was wearing seemed to be one size too big and obviously didn't fit her. Looking at Tong Man's face carefully again, she seemed to be a little smaller than 3 hours ago. What's going on? Su Yunfeng was secretly surprised. Is it possible that I am getting smaller as I grow older? But now is the time to explore those things. Without thinking twice, he immediately pried open Gutong Man's cherry mouth and stuffed a handful of healing, chi replenishing, and blood-nourishing pills into her. Fortunately, these pills melt in the mouth, otherwise, it would be difficult for him, Su. After checking his physical condition, he found that his breathing was steady and there was nothing abnormal, as if he was asleep. Su Yunfeng was extremely puzzled for a moment. Carry Gutong Man to the bed and cover her with a quilt. If everyone is alright, then there's nothing to worry about. Wait until she wakes up and ask her what happened. After taking a look at Gutong Man, Su Yunfeng came to the bathtub again. This time it was his turn to take a bath. The stinky smell really makes people feel uncomfortable. A quarter of an hour later, Su Yunfeng, who had washed up, checked Gu Tongman's condition again. Not finding anything unusual, he quietly left the room and closed the door. He secretly wondered in his heart whether Gu Tongman had practiced some evil skills that led to this situation. Thinking about the way she always acted like an adult, Su Yunfeng had some guesses in his mind. Gu Tongman should have been a normal person before. I don't know why, but I'm getting smaller and younger. Could it be an old witch? Su Yunfeng couldn't help but shudder when he thought of this. It is impossible to connect Gu Tongman's current pretty appearance with her old face full of wrinkles. I can't figure it out, so forget it. After a tiring day and injured, Su Yunfeng soon fell asleep. In the second half of the night, I was in a daze. It seemed like there was something curled up in his quilt. Warm. He just thought it was a quilt. Subconsciously, I clamped the quilt with my legs. Su Yunfeng, I want you to give me a reasonable explanation. The next day. Early in the morning. Gu Tongman's angry and furious voice was heard from the room. At this moment, she was standing with her hands clasped in front of her chest, one foot on Su Yunfeng's chest, gritting her teeth. What? Su Yunfeng was stunned on the spot. Miss, please listen to yourself, is this what you said, human language? Do you want me to explain it to you? Shouldn't it be the other way around, and you should give me an explanation? I was sleeping in my bed without moving, and when I woke up early in the morning, you were in my quilt. Shouldn't you explain it to me? Su Yunfeng blinked his innocent eyes and argued dissatisfiedly, Senior sister, this is my bed. Your bed is in the inner room. The inner room is your room. Humph, I don't care. Anyway, you have to give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise you will die today. Gu Tongman didn't listen to any of this at all. She thought all the responsibility was on Su Yunfeng. She can't be wrong. She forced Su Yunfeng to admit that it was his fault and that he was the one who ran to pick her up in the middle of the night. Su Yunfeng was speechless. He had never seen such an unreasonable person. She clearly crawled in the middle of the night by herself, is she blaming me? You can also meet him. Even the best-tempered person can get angry sometimes. Su Yunfeng suddenly made a move, grabbed Gu Tongman's fair ankle, and pulled it hard. Gu Tongman never expected that Su Yunfeng would suddenly attack, and she was not prepared at all. His body tilted instantly and was about to fall to the floor. However, she has extensive combat experience. He reacted instantly, then quickly stretched out his hand, pushed hard on the ground, and made another beautiful spin, breaking free from Su Yunfeng's big hand. Humph, I knew you were guilty. Gu Tongman snorted angrily. He turned around and attacked Su Yunfeng directly, wanting to suppress Su Yunfeng on the spot. However, after taking a large amount of healing pills and resting for a night, Su Yunfeng's cultivation had almost recovered, and he could easily control Gu Tongman. Facing Gu Tongman's powerful attack, Su Yunfeng simply stretched out his hand nonchalantly. Boom! A powerful aura instantly enveloped Gu Tongman. The next moment, her body and cultivation were directly imprisoned. Gu Tongman was horrified. He never expected that he failed to suppress Su Yunfeng and was suppressed by the other party instead. She couldn't figure it out. Su Yunfeng is obviously just an outer disciple, so why does he have such high cultivation level? But now is not the time to think about these things. Because she saw the murderous light in Su Yunfeng's eyes. You, what do you want to do? I'm warning you, don't mess around. There was a hint of panic in Gu Tongman's eyes. He quickly warned Su Yunfeng not to act rashly. Su Yunfeng did not reply, but answered her with practical actions. He just picked up Gu Tongman horizontally, put her on his lap, and then slapped her hard. You make me unreasonable, you make me wrongly accuse good people, you make me arrogant and domineering, you make me have a bad temper. Suddenly, miserable and shameful accusations were heard in the room. Su Yunfeng, I'm going to kill you. Su Yunfeng, you are not a human. Ouch ouch. Woo 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 woo. Soon after, Gu Tongman's accusations disappeared from the room, and all that was left was her crying out of grievance and shame. However, Su Yunfeng was determined to teach her a lesson. No matter how much she cried, he would not stop until his beating her but was broken. This little girl has such a bad temper and is so unreasonable. If I don't teach her a lesson, she really won't know her own worth. Chapter 124 Gu Tongman, a 1,000-year-old old lady? Another half-hour passed before Su Yunfeng stopped. He asked sternly, do you still dare to be unreasonable? No, I don't dare. Gutongman answered crying, tears falling down and hitting the floor. Do you still dare to lose your temper with me? I dare not, I dare not. Gutongman quickly shook her head. She was really a little scared. She patted Su Yunfeng and continued beating him. If you keep hitting me, my butt will really be beaten to a pulp. Humph, I'm glad to know. Call me brother and let me hear it. Can you not scream? Gutongman asked cautiously, gritting her teeth. Let her call Su Yunfeng brother? A feeling of shame suddenly surged from the bottom of my heart. It instantly spread all over my body, and goosebumps appeared all over my body. Do you have the capital to bargain with me? As he said this, he hit him hard again. Gutongman screamed in pain. The shame in my heart was instantly covered by the pain. I was even spanked. Is there anything more shameful than this? Shout, shout, I shout, I shout. Gutongman surrendered instantly. It was just shouting a few times, which was easier than being beaten a few more times. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out 2 words with difficulty. Elder brother. What? I didn't hear you. Speak louder and more coherently, or you'll be severely punished. Su Yunfeng said fiercely. I was so happy in my heart. Aren't you, little girl, very arrogant and unreasonable? I want to learn from you. Brother, 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 brother. Gutongman is also a ruthless person. I've already called you once, it doesn't matter how many times I call you. He closed his eyes and shouted more than 10 times in one breath. Now you are satisfied, right? You can't find any reason to hit me anymore, right? She thought so in her heart. However, just as she had this thought, Su Yunfeng slapped her again. Su Yunfeng said in a dissatisfied tone, no emotion at all. Scream again. Gutongman was dumbfounded. She felt that Su Yunfeng was unreasonable. I had clearly shouted as he asked. Obviously, I have already compromised. Still not satisfied. It's really abominable. Just wait, I will find a chance to avenge today's revenge in the future. This time she thought for a moment before she called out, brother. Su Yunfeng trembled all over, as if an electric current was flowing through his body. Without saying a word, he slapped him. Gutongman was in so much pain that tears kept rolling in her eyes. You're so young, yet you're trying to act coquettishly. You're getting worse day by day. Another round of cleaning. Gutongman was beaten so hard that she lost her temper and started crying loudly. Finally, after 981 corrections, Su Yunfeng was finally satisfied. Remember, call me like this from now on, otherwise, hee. Su Yunfeng threatened viciously. Gutongman was so scared that she shrank her neck and nodded repeatedly. I thought to myself that this guy was so scary, so infuriating, and had no bottom line. He is so unreasonable, overbearing, and violent, and he hits people at every turn. At this time, Su Yunfeng said earnestly, how about it? You will know how speechless it is after you experience the arrogance and unreasonableness yourself, right? You just treated me like this, I'm just giving you something in return. You've been so bad-tempered since you were little, how will you ever get married? What do you care? Gutongman snorted and turned her face away so as not to look at Su Yunfeng. Ha? Why are you talking to your brother like that? You're so disrespectful. Do you want to get spanked again? Su Yunfeng's eyes narrowed, and his tone was threatening. Gutongman was so frightened that she immediately said obediently, I will change it right away. She hummed in her heart, I can't change it. The worst that can happen is I'll just pretend. When you and I go our separate ways, I'll still be the same me, a different kind of fireworks. What's it to you to control me? Well, there's something wrong with your eyes. Su Yunfeng noticed Gutongman's cunning eyes, then snorted coldly, dragged him over and beat him up again. Gutongman felt unwell. How can this person be so shameless? Are you addicted to it? Oh, heaven, oh, earth, please take this damn Su Yunfeng away. What's wrong with your body? It seems like you've shrunk a lot? After dealing with Gutongman, Su Yunfeng finally remembered to ask about the real business. So he told her how he found her fainted last night and that she was a size smaller. Gutongman said dejectedly, there's something wrong with the technique I'm practicing, so this is what happened. I'm getting smaller and smaller. She was practicing the 8 desolations in 6 combinations secret. This technique was extremely powerful, and it also allowed her cultivation to soar. However, it is an incomplete version and will cause the body to experience symptoms of rejuvenation. Su Yunfeng was secretly shocked. Is there really such a martial art in this world? If those dying old men practice this, will they be able to regain their youth? However, this idea was quickly wiped out by Gu Tongman's next words. She just sighed slightly. He continued, this technique is incomplete. It's missing a part. I will become smaller and smaller, and eventually return to the state of a baby, and eventually die. Fuck, is it that serious? Su Yunfeng was startled. Fortunately, the system did not return this negative debuff to him, otherwise he would have become a 10-year-old kid. Can't you stop practicing? Then you won't have to keep shrinking. Su Yunfeng asked his own questions. Gu Tongman shook her head. He said helplessly, once this technique is activated, it cannot be stopped. It will automatically run all the time unless the remaining part is found. Su Yunfeng frowned. Things like this where half of the skills are missing are the hardest to find. That's how it was written in the TV dramas he watched before. You may not find it by the end. He asked, is there any other way? Gu Tongman nodded and said, ancient books record that there is another way to cure my condition, but, alas, forget it, that method is more difficult. Su Yunfeng was completely speechless. Damn it. I'm fucking bound to a dying golden destiny person? I don't know if there will be a vacancy in the system after Gu Tongman passes away. It's okay if it's empty, at worst you can just tie another one. But, if it is not vacated, it will be disastrous. He immediately asked the system in his mind. The result drove him crazy. The system prompts that if the bound person dies, the system position occupied by this person will also disappear. Su Yunfeng was filled with indignation. This system is so unfair. This is clearly a bug. The person is dead, but they still want to take the card slot away. This is purely a scam. I object, I protest. Now that things have come to this, we can only take it one step at a time. I hope Gu Mantong can find the other half of the technique and solve his physical problems. By the way, how old are you? You're not a 1,000-year-old old woman, are you? Su Yunfeng has always been curious about Gu Tongman's real age. Chapter 125 Chapter 125 Can you help me apply some medicine? It hurts. By the way, how old are you? You're not a 1,000-year-old woman, are you? Su Yunfeng has always been curious about Gu Tongman's real age. You are the old woman, your whole family are old women. Gu Tongman immediately got furious and revealed her true colors. Su Yunfeng's eyes fixed, and he said fiercely, do you want to be beaten again? Gu Tongman was so frightened that her face changed immediately. She smiled awkwardly and said, no, sorry, I'm not used to the good girl template yet. It will take some time to adapt. Since you're so positive about admitting your mistakes, I'll forgive you this time, but there won't be a next time. Su Yunfeng raised his hand towards Gu Tongman, his meaning was very clear. If it happens again, I will definitely get beaten to a pulp. Promise it won't happen again. Gu Tongman shrank her neck and immediately made a solemn promise. In my heart, I cried out in sorrow, oh my god, I want to be alive for long, why did I have to meet this bad guy, why did he torture me, my life is so miserable, sob. Answer my question just now. How old are you? Are you an old woman? Su Yunfeng was really curious. If he doesn't figure this out, he'll feel like a cat scratching his heart. This time, Gu Tongman didn't get angry again. She didn't want to be beaten again. He gave Su Yunfeng a cold look and said, I'm 22 this year. Humph, don't you know that there are 2 secrets that girls cannot tell? What a straight bad guy. Oh my god. Su Yunfeng secretly complained in his heart. She is 3 years older than him, but he forced her to look like his younger sister. But is he wrong? No. After all, Gu Tongman looks like a little kid now. If she doesn't tell me, who would know her real age? Okay, get up and go buy some clothes that fit you. Su Yunfeng patted Gu Tongman on the back and motioned her to stand up. Her clothes are now obviously one size too big and don't fit her well. This kind of clothing feels baggy and out of place, so I still need to buy a few sets of clothes that fit me. Otherwise, others would definitely think that he was abusing the child. Gu Tongman's face turned red and she gritted her teeth in extreme shame. The voice was as thin as a mosquito's, can you help me apply some medicine? It hurts. Su Yunfeng was stunned. This is inappropriate, isn't it? After all, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Su Yunfeng said embarrassedly. If Gu Tongman is really a little brat, applying some medicine wouldn't be a big deal. However, although she is small, she is not young. He has been an adult for several years, and it always feels weird to ask him to help apply medicine. Gu Tongman curled her lips and said, now you know it's inappropriate? Now you know that men and women shouldn't touch each other? What were you doing just now? 3 consecutive hits choked Su Yunfeng so much that he was speechless for a while. What you said seems to make sense. Gu Tongman's idea is actually very simple. Anyway, I won T-Live for many more years, so why should I care about all these red tape? The most important thing is to live a relaxed and comfortable life. Besides, she is just a little kid now, so what's wrong with applying some medicine? Humph, I'm not even shy, and you, a grown man, are you still ashamed? Besides, this is your fault, so you should be responsible for applying the medicine. There was a hint of sarcasm in Gu Tongman's words. He is still a grown man. He is not afraid of a woman like her. What is he afraid of? She doesn't want him to be responsible. Hearing this slightly sarcastic remark, Su Yunfeng's heart hardened. It's just some medicine, what's the big deal? I am her brother, it is only natural for me to apply medicine to my sister. Without saying a word, he hooked his finger and made a fake pull in the air. Gu Tongman suddenly felt a chill. Although she was very stubborn and said that she was not shy or afraid. However, when it really happened, she still felt embarrassed. The whole little face was suddenly covered with a layer of gorgeous sunset. She closed her eyes tightly, bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, and suppressed the strong feeling of shame in her heart. Su Yunfeng moved quickly, and in a few moments he had applied the powder for treating external injuries on her. Only then did Gu Tongman stand up tremblingly. A burst of pain made her frown playfully. She said with a slightly dissatisfied tone, can't you be gentler? Is it necessary to be so quick and rough when applying medicine? Damn it! Su Yunfeng gave her a strange look. Should I apply it faster, or is it my fault? Do you really want me to savor the feeling of hitting the bullet carefully? Is there something wrong with this woman? After knowing Gu Tongman's real age, in his heart, she was no longer a little kid but a woman. That's why he deliberately speeded up his movements just now to avoid embarrassing her. What's the result? She actually thought he was too fast and too rough? I am also speechless. How about starting over? This time I'll apply it slowly and carefully, every inch. Get out! Before Su Yunfeng could finish his words, Gu Tongman yelled at him with a red face. Heh, did you just ignore what I said? How dare you be mean to me again? Su Yunfeng raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression instantly darkened, and he looked ferocious. Gu Tongman suddenly shuddered. She didn't want to be beaten again just after applying the medicine. His attitude changed immediately and a sweet smile quickly appeared on his face. Oh, I'm not used to it yet. I'll get used to it slowly. Can you please not be angry with me? Eh? When Su Yunfeng heard this coquettish voice, the hairs on his body suddenly stood on end and he couldn't help but get goosebumps. Suddenly I had an urge to beat her up. Oh shit. Why learn something else but learn other people's clip sounds? Gu Tongman noticed the change in Su Yunfeng's expression and laughed in her heart. Didn't you tell me not to be violent? No problem. I will use the sound of the clamp to clamp you to death and see if you can bear it. Little brother, you are still a little naive to fight with me. The two of them left the room one after the other. It's just that Gu Tongman's walking posture is a little awkward. There's nothing I can do. My butt is bruised and it hurts. It's normal to walk a little abnormally. When he arrived at the lobby, Su Yunfeng called the shopkeeper. Boss, please fry some side dishes to go with the rice. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, we'll be there soon. The shopkeeper immediately ran to the kitchen and gave instructions. Gu Tongman rolled her eyes and said in a coquettish voice. Oh, brother, I'm not hungry. I don't want rice, vegetables, or soup. I only want sweet, cold candies. As soon as these words came out. Not to mention Su Yunfeng, who was so close, everyone in the entire lobby felt a tingling sensation in their spine, as if an electric current was flowing through it. Everyone's eyes turned to look over. Some are curious, some are pouting, and some even want to kill someone. What the hell is this monster? Chapter 126. Chapter 126 is quite spicy, I like it. Although this sonic power is not mixed with any spiritual power, its lethality is not weak. Some people can't stand this kind of clipping sound. I wish I could cut open her throat right there and help her straighten it out. Crack. The chopsticks in Su Yunfeng's hand were broken into two pieces by him. He stared at Gu Tongman fiercely, gritting his teeth and threatening, "I'm warning you, if you dare to speak in that tone again, I'll whip you." Gu Tongman laughed in her heart. She didn't believe that Su Yunfeng dared to deal with her in public. "If you dare to hit me, I will shout that you are bullying a child." So, he became even more aggressive and looked timid and weak. Blinking her big eyes, she said in a voice full of grievance, "Brother is so fierce, man is so scared, sob." After saying this, he pretended to wipe away 2 tears. Su Yunfeng's eyelids twitched. If it hadn't been in public, Gu Tongman would have been sucked into his hand and severely punished. "You are a girl in your 20s, don't you feel ashamed to speak like this? If you're not ashamed, I'm ashamed for you." Just then, the waiter came over with some delicious side dishes. "My 2 guests, please enjoy your meal." The waiter placed several plates of exquisite and delicious side dishes neatly on the table with a smile, then turned around to busy himself with other things. At this time, Gu Tongman called out to the waiters back in a sweet voice, "Thank you, handsome young man, you are so handsome." Bang! The waiter's legs went limp. The man and the plate fell directly to the ground. "Oh my, little brother, where's the little heart?" Gu Tongman said another sentence, and the waiter lying on the ground immediately started bleeding from his nose, with a happy and satisfied smile on his face. Su Yunfeng couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He glared at Gu Tongman fiercely and said viciously, "If you dare to say another word, I will smash your teeth." Gu Tongman shrank her neck, looking frightened. She said aggrievedly, "Brother, fierce, man, scared. Eat the chicken leg." Su Yunfeng's scalp tingled when he heard this. He directly broke off a chicken leg and stuffed it into Gu Tongman's hand. Finally, her vicious mouth was shut. "Speak normally from now on. If you dare to speak like that again, I will, hang you up and beat you." "Yes, hang you up and beat you." Su Yunfeng had to give in. "This is just a bitch, it's so torturous." Listening to her coquettish voice is worse than listening to her previous arrogant and impetuous voice. Bang! Upon hearing this, Gu Tongman slammed her hand on the table and snorted, "You said that? I didn't force you." Yes, that's what I said, Mississippi. Come and eat your meal." Su Yunfeng sighed inwardly. This taste. It tastes more authentic than the previous one. Gu Tongman showed a proud look, and secretly laughed in her heart, "Boy, fight with me, do you know how powerful I am?" She was holding a big chicken drumstick in her hand and she was feeling very proud. For a moment, he even forgot that he was still injured and sat down on the stool carelessly. Ouch! The moment she sat down, she hit rock bottom and felt so painful that her eyes filled with tears. Ha ha ha! Su Yunfeng laughed out loud. "Aren't you very arrogant? Aren't you very awesome? This is enough to hurt you terribly." When Gu Tongman saw Su Yunfeng laughing at her, she immediately became furious. Without thinking twice, he raised the big chicken leg in his hand and stuffed it in his hand. It immediately stopped the sound of Su Yunfeng's laughter. Su Yunfeng has a toothache. Gu Tongman is such a rude woman. It almost knocked his front teeth out. Ahem. What are you doing? You almost choked me to death. Su Yunfeng scolded dissatisfiedly. Gu Tongman crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking arrogant. Who told you to laugh at me? Damn it, what's wrong with laughing? Is laughing against the law? Su Yunfeng said this harshly. Not feeling satisfied, he took a piece of chicken and put it in his mouth, chewing it hard. It seemed that what he was eating now was not chicken, but Gu Tongman. This woman is too irritable. It was just a reflexive laugh. Is it necessary to be so rude? My front teeth were knocked out by me. Will you be responsible if there is air leakage when I kiss my master and senior sisters in the future? Humph, laughing isn't against the law, but you making fun of me makes me very unhappy. Gu Tongman raised his chin and spoke arrogantly. Sudden. She moved her fingers, as if she felt something was wrong. I only realized it when I saw Su Yunfeng gnawing on a chicken leg with a huff. She had clearly just gnawed on that chicken leg. Su Yunfeng. Gu Tongman glared with her eyes wide open and shouted angrily. What? Su Yunfeng looked up at her, his face bewildered and confused. I don't even pay attention to her, but this woman keeps pestering me? Don't go too far. There are too many people to deal with you during the day, but when we get back to the room, we will beat you up from the front to the back. The more arrogant you are now, the more miserable you will be later. Don't cry and beg for mercy. Humph. Gu Tongman kept saying you for a long time, but in the end she didn't have the courage to say it out loud. This guy actually ate something he had already chewed, which was equivalent to indirectly. Thinking of this, her smiling face suddenly turned red. This bad guy is so hateful. But she forgot that she was the one who forced it to go over there. Who can be blamed? Su Yunfeng was also angered by Gu Tongman's unreasonable behavior and did not react. Problem. Seeing that Gu Tongman couldn't utter a word for a long time, Su Yunfeng curled his lips, then tore off a large piece of chicken leg and chewed it hard. Gu Tongman was so angry that she stamped her feet secretly. This bad guy must have done it on purpose. Hey, little sister, who bullied you? Big brother will help you get revenge. At this moment, a young man in gorgeous clothes came over in a swagger, surrounded by a crowd of people. When he saw Gu Tongman, a deep surprise flashed in his eyes. Seeing that Gu Tongman was arguing with Su Yunfeng and that she was still standing there, he began to guess what was going on. This boy must have abused the girl. Look, the little girl's clothes are obviously too big. She has become thinner because of hunger. Mr. Zhang, you are here. When the innkeeper saw the man in brocade clothes, he immediately went to greet him with a smile. He looked like he was nodding, bowing, and trying to please. Zhang Jinsong had no time to pay attention to the shopkeeper, his eyes were fixed on Gu Tongman. He came in front of her in 3 or 2 steps. He laughed and said, "Little sister, my name is Zhang Jinsong. It's fate that we met. If anyone bullies you, I will help you get revenge. I despise those who bully the weak the most in my life." Gu Tongman glanced at Zhang Jinsong and raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly. He said fiercely, "Go away and don't bother me." Zhang Jinsong's face froze slightly, and then a hint of excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes. Very aggressive. I like. Chapter 127 Chapter 127 Whoever dares to say that I am a mistress, I will smash his head. He continued with a smile, "Don't be afraid, little sister. Brother Zhang is a very good man. Are you going to leave or not? If not, I will not be polite." Gu Tongman frowned, her eyes flashing coldly as she snorted heavily. Zhang Jinsong's expression froze again. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. He clasped his fists and said, "Haha, little sister, you have quite a personality. I'll take my leave now and look forward to meeting you again. Get out of here now. Don't get in my way. It's annoying to look at you." Gu Tongman didn't give Zhang Jinsong any face at all. The word "get out" runs through it from beginning to end. Su Yunfeng laughed secretly in his heart when he saw this. Zhang Jinsong really got a cold shoulder. However, he also noticed the subtle changes in Zhang Jinsong's eyes and began to secretly calculate in his mind. Gu Tongman finished this meal while standing. There's no way, it hurts. After finishing their meal and paying the bill, Su Yunfeng asked the boss to keep the room for them and they continued to stay there and then left the inn. Prepared to buy some clothes suitable for Gu Tongman. Looking at Gu Tongman's leaving back, a gleam of light flashed in Zhang Jinsong's eyes. There was a hint of anticipation and excitement on his face. Go keep an eye on her. This is the first time I've met such a hot girl. I must get her. A servant beside him responded and then followed quietly. On the other side, on the street, Su Yunfeng whispered, "Oh, I didn't realize that someone likes you with such a bad temper." They immediately discovered the person following them. Gu Tongman suddenly stepped on Su Yunfeng's instep. She said fiercely, "How dare you say that I have a bad temper?" Su Yunfeng gritted his teeth secretly, "You said you don't have a bad temper, but how can you be so aggressive as to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? I'm warning you, my cultivation is higher than yours now, and I can make you slap your ass at any time." "Humph, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Gu Tongman said stubbornly, not frightened by Su Yunfeng's words at all. "Okay, just wait. If I don't discipline you, I'll write Suzy upside down." Su Yunfeng gritted his teeth and transmitted the message. "Oh shit. My cultivation is higher than hers, so why should I be afraid of her? Joke. Let her know how powerful I am in every minute." Soon after, the two came to a tailor shop. "Hey, gentlemen, are you buying clothes or fabrics? Our shop also offers custom-made services." When Su Yunfeng and Gu Tongman came in, the waiter in the store immediately came up to greet them with a smile. These people had sharp eyes and could tell at a glance that Gu Tongman's clothes did not fit her. So he quickly said with a smile, "Little girl, are you buying new clothes? We have a special children's section with all kinds of styles and sizes." The waiter was introducing the food non-stop. Gu Tongman's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Who is the little girl now and who should wear children's clothes? However, although I was very angry, the fact was indeed so. Her body has shrunk significantly now, and she is just a little girl less than 1.3 meters tall. Maybe after a while, the swords on her body will be longer than her. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth secretly. It's all that damn old man's fault. He made people practice martial arts, but what kind of martial arts were they practicing? It has caused her graceful body to become like this. It's so hateful. Su Yunfeng felt amused when he saw Gu Montong's angry look. He coughed twice and said, "Take us to the children's area." "Okay, sir, please come this way." The waiter immediately bent down and extended his hand to show the way for the two people. Who is a child now? Who wants to go to the children's area? If you want to go, go by yourself. I'm not going. Gu Tongman clasped her hands together, hugged them to her chest, turned her face away, and looked as if she was so angry that she would never leave. If you don't want to go, then don't go. It doesn't matter. Su Yunfeng said with a smile, and then called out, "Waiter. Waiter, please help her measure her size and buy according to her size." When Gu Tongman heard that she needed to measure the size, she immediately clasped her hands together tightly. Who is she? How could she allow anyone to get so close to her, especially to measure her size? Absolutely not allowed. Let's go. Rather than measuring the size, she would rather choose it herself. Su Yunfeng showed a triumphant smile on his face and thought to himself. Little girl, can't I handle you? When you come to the children's clothing area, the dazzling array of styles will make your eyes shine. Su Yunfeng sighed secretly, the clothes in this world are really good. Gu Tongman said she didn't want children's clothes, but as soon as she came in, she couldn't take her eyes off them. His eyes were wide and sparkling with excitement. Really? Women all like shopping and like to buy. I picked up a few nice clothes and quickly went into the fitting room to try them on. When she came out again, Su Yunfeng's eyes lit up. She was wearing a light blue long dress, and with her youthful and cute face, she looked like a child star. No, she is prettier and cuter than child stars. I want to pick it up and take a few bites of it. She turned around in front of Su Yunfeng, her tulle skirt swaying in a beautiful wave, like an innocent little princess. Is it good looking? Gu Tongman put her hands on her waist and asked fiercely while listening to the little chest. It looks good and suits you very well. Su Yunfeng nodded sincerely. I added in my mind that I have a bad temper, so I lost points. Humph, you're honest. Gu Tongman raised her delicate little chin and hummed with a smug look on her face. Then she tried on many beautiful clothes in all kinds of colors. This one, and these, pack them all up for me. I want them all. At this moment, Gu Tongman was like a rich woman, with one hand on her waist and the other pointing at something she liked. Then he said proudly, I want them all. When the waiter heard this, he immediately said ouch and responded. It has been a long time since I met such a generous customer. How could I dare to neglect him in the slightest? He immediately asked his companions to pack up all the selected clothes. When it was time to pay the bill, Gu Tongman tilted her head back and blinked as she stared at Su Yunfeng. It seems to be saying, what are you waiting for, go and pay me. Su Yunfeng thought about it and handed the money to her. She seduced him, you were so arrogant just now. Now you're asking me to pay. People who don't know would think I'm supporting a mistress. Go pay for it yourself and slam the money in their faces. That way you'll look like a rich woman, a big shot, so majestic and domineering. When she heard the first half of the sentence, Gu Tongman's teeth chattered. I said angrily in my heart, if anyone dares to think that I am your mistress, I will smash his head. But after hearing the second half of the sentence, I felt it made a lot of sense. He snatched the purse and walked up to the counter with an arrogant and ruthless attitude. Bang! She slammed the purse down on the counter. With her face held high, she said arrogantly, Boss, check out. Su Yunfeng secretly laughed behind him. The reason why I gave the money to Gu Tongman was because I wanted to dampen her enthusiasm. The purse looks bulging, but it's actually just small change, not much money in total. It's not enough to pay for clothes. After passing it on, the system gave him 100-fold return, and the money he had increased 100-fold. Moreover, you can also watch the joke of this irritable woman, Tong Man. Kill two birds with one stone. The more arrogant and presumptuous you are now, the more embarrassed you will be later. Chapter 128 Embarrassed Gu Tongman. He couldn't help laughing just thinking about Gu Tongman's embarrassing appearance next. The corners of his mouth were raised, almost reaching behind his ears. When the shopkeeper saw the bulging money bag, his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately said respectfully, "Miss, the total is 260 gold coins." Gu Tongman raised her pretty eyebrows and threw the purse over with great generosity. With the arrogant look of a wealthy woman, she said generously, "No need to look for it." "Ah, Su Yunfeng, you bad guy, I'll spend all your money. Dare to hit me? This girl will make you regret it." Gu Tongman laughed in her heart, the corners of her thin mouth turned up, and she couldn't suppress it anymore. Su Yunfeng's furious look already appeared in my mind. Thinking of his appearance, Gu Tongman felt happy. When the shopkeeper heard him say "no need to give me the change," his face almost broke with laughter. This sentence means that apart from the original cost of the clothes, the rest is his personal extra income. What a windfall! It would be great if I could meet such a rich woman every day. Crash! The shopkeeper turned the purse upside down, and the money inside poured out onto the counter. Seeing the glittering silver coins, the boss's face, which was originally smiling, suddenly froze. All the silver here can only be exchanged for 10 gold at most. There is still 250 gold left to reach 260 gold. Not to mention no need to look for it. He looked up at Gu Tongman, who was holding her little face high and smiling, and said awkwardly, "Miss, you don't have enough money." "I said there's no need to look for it, there are too many." "What?" Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Not enough money? Only then did she look at the counter. A small pile of change is not enough for 260 gold. Swish! Her little face turned red instantly. I remembered how arrogant I was just now. She felt so embarrassed that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. So embarrassing. Seeing her embarrassed look, Su Yunfeng covered his mouth and hunched over, trying hard not to laugh. Su Yun Feng. Gu Tongman gritted her teeth and shouted word by word. Those bright and clear big eyes stared at him fiercely, and he gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to cut Su Yunfeng into pieces on the spot. This bad guy must have deliberately framed her. You can tell by looking at the way he can't help laughing now. Gu Tongman walked over quickly in frustration. Bang! A heavy kick landed on Su Yunfeng's instep. I'm still not satisfied after stepping on it once, and I want to step on it again. Fortunately, Su Yunfeng reacted quickly and moved quickly to prevent her from stepping on him. Gu Tongman, who couldn't get out of the way, raised her pink fists and punched Su Yunfeng pa. I'll let you bully me, I'll let you laugh at me, I'll beat you to death, you bad thing, I'll beat you to death, I'll beat you to death. Although he said he would beat you to death, he was really angry in his heart. However, in the end, he did not take it seriously and did not use any spiritual power. It was just the beating of an ordinary girl. For Su Yunfeng, such a strong blow was like a tickle and did not hurt at all. Even a little comfortable. Ha ha ha. Okay, stop fighting, stop fighting. Su Yunfeng immediately escaped from her evil fist. But when I saw her blushing face, I couldn't help but laugh. You're still laughing. Gu Tongman stomped her feet angrily. This bad guy was so irritating. It's also because my cultivation level is not as high as his. If my cultivation level is higher than his, I would at least give him a whipping. Ha, no more laughing, no more laughing. Su Yunfeng quickly waved his hands and tried his best to hold back his laughter. Ahem, gentlemen, do you still want these packed clothes? But the shopkeeper couldn't laugh. Now he just wanted these two people to either give him money or get out. Yes, it's only 260 gold, no big deal. Su Yunfeng directly threw a purse over. The shopkeeper secretly pursed his lips. The little girl just now was just as arrogant, but in the end she had no money. Now you come again? I want to see whether you are rich or poor today. Turn the purse upside down. Crash! Suddenly, gold coins shining with golden light appeared in front of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's face immediately lit up with a smile. Exactly 260 gold, no more, no less. He looked at the pile of change beside him and was about to put it in his pocket. But someone was faster than him. I saw two snow-white and crystal-clear little hands quickly collect the small pile of silver coins. Hey, these are mine. Gu Tongman snorted and put the money directly into the storage ring. After all, she was really poor, otherwise how could she not even afford a string of candied haws? Since I have enough money to buy clothes, why should the extra money be given to others at a lower price? I'm not a rich man. Anyway, I have already lost someone once, so I am not afraid of losing someone again. Besides, is it shameful to take back your own money? Although this was not originally her own money. However, this money can be regarded as mental compensation given to her by that bad guy Su Yunfeng. That's her money. The shopkeeper smiled awkwardly, then asked the waiter to bring all the packed clothes over. Gu Tongman accepted them all and put them all into her storage ring. After leaving the tailor shop, Gu Tongman still had her lips pouted and looked angry. Su Yunfeng chuckled and said, "How about going for a walk?" Snort! Gu Tongman folded her hands, raised her chin, snorted, and walked forward on her own, leaving Su Yunfeng with a petite back. They didn't walk far before they arrived at the food street. The streets here are lined with all kinds of delicious snacks. Seeing this, Gu Tongman couldn't move at all. I want to eat that, go buy it for me. Gu Tongman pointed at the crispy osmanthus cake next to her and said, I'm not going. If you want to eat, go buy it yourself. Su Yunfeng would not indulge her and refused her decisively on the spot. Are you going? No. Okay, you don't want to go, right? If you don't go, I'll cry in front of you, and let everyone see how you bully children. Gu Tongman threatened, gritting her teeth. After hearing these words, Su Yunfeng was dumbfounded. He widened his eyes and looked at her in surprise. Do you still have any shame? Don't you know how old you are? You're still a child. Are you a child? I don't care. I'm just a child now. You're responsible for buying things for me. If you don't buy things for me, it's child abuse. Gu Tongman is determined to go all out. He was determined to avenge what happened in the tailor shop. As for whether she would be beaten after returning, that was a matter for the future and was not within her current consideration. Now she just wants to vent her anger. Su Yunfeng's breathing stagnated. He poked her hard on the forehead. I've never seen anyone as arrogant and unreasonable as you. Who's being arrogant? Who's being unreasonable? Believe it or not, I'll bite you to death. Gu Tongman opened her little mouth, revealing two small canine teeth, looking fierce and aggressive. Go ahead and bite me, I bet you wouldn't dare. Fuck, you're really biting, let go, let go. Chapter 129 Intercepting Slander. Before Su Yunfeng could finish his words, Gu Tongman suddenly attacked. She instantly picked up his hand and put it in her mouth. I really took a bite. Bye. Isn't it okay for me to buy it? Just relax first, relax. Although it wasn't very painful, it was a bit indecent to have a woman bite your hand like this in public. If it was somewhere where no one was around, he wouldn't mind. In the end, Gu Tongman gave in. Su Yunfeng shook his hands and said dissatisfiedly, besides making a mess of my saliva, what else can you do? Ouch. As soon as he finished speaking, his instep was stepped on hard. Gu Tongman's cheeks flushed slightly, and her face was full of shame and anger. This guy is so bad. How shameful of you to say such words. Su Yunfeng glared at her unhappily. Wait, when I get back, you'll know how cruel I am. I'm not afraid of you. Gu Tongman said with her little face tilted up and her neck stiffened. I was humming in my heart, thinking, if you still want to hit me, I'll go back and find a cushion to lie on, and you can hit me however you want. Okay, wait and see whether your words are tougher than my slap. Su Yunfeng left a harsh remark and turned to walk towards the stall selling crispy osmanthus cakes. Puff. Looking at Su Yunfeng's back, Gu Tongman suddenly burst out laughing. The smile is so bright, like a blooming peach blossom. Unfortunately, Su Yunfeng didn't have this good fortune. At this moment, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Although I have been bickering with Gu Tongman, this is also a way to bring the two closer together. He felt that although Gu Tongman's personality was a little irritable, arrogant, and unreasonable, she was fine otherwise. After getting to know her, I felt that she was actually a straightforward person. Once you become friends with this kind of person, it is basically a lifelong friend. Now, he was worried about Gu Tongman's health. If I can't find the other half of the technique, I'm afraid I won't live for many more years. It's really painful. In fact, he quite liked this fiery girl and was bound to her. To be honest, he didn't want to see Gutongman die like this. Oh, I hope I can find the other half of the technique. He sighed secretly in his heart. Not long after, he came back with a box of fragrant and crispy osmanthus cake. Miss, here's what you want. At this time, he returned to his previous ferocious appearance. Hold it, I don't feel like eating anymore. Gutongman shook her head, and her long ponytail drew a graceful arc in the air, swaying back and forth, looking very playful. Looking at Gutongman's back, Su Yunfeng felt helpless. On the other side, the city lord's mansion. In the pavilion on the artificial lake. Zhang Jinsong was lying leisurely on the chair. In his arms was a petite woman in cool clothes. The big hands kneaded and explored unscrupulously. Master, I have already found out everything. At this time, a guard came over hurriedly. He said respectfully, they entered the city yesterday. The man is at the first level of Wuzong cultivation. The woman's cultivation level cannot be seen, so I guess it is not high. Zhang Jinsong narrowed his eyes slightly and pinched it hard with his big hands. The corners of his mouth lifted up in a teasing sneer. A mere martial sect first-level kid is nothing to be afraid of. I haven't taken action in a long time, and since my hands are itching, I'm going to take him down. He didn't care at all about the fact that Gutongman's cultivation level couldn't be seen. How capable can a little girl be? Could it be that he is still at the martial emperor level? Doesn't that mean that we have started practicing in the womb? Therefore, there is no need to consider her strength at all. As long as we capture the guy who is at the first level of Wuzong, won't the beautiful little girl be in our pocket? Thinking of Gutongman's beautiful face and bold personality, Zhang Jinsong was full of anticipation. Su Yunfeng and Gutongman have finished visiting the food street. Gutongman's stomach was already bulging, and it looked like she had eaten a lot. Just then, several Yamen runners came hurriedly and blocked their way. Then, Zhang Jinsong, dressed in gorgeous clothes, walked over with a leisurely pace. His eyes were fixed on Gutongman, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Gutongman frowned fiercely and snorted inwardly. The look in this guy's eyes made her very uncomfortable. Su Yunfeng also frowned. He said calmly with a blank expression, "Why are you blocking our way?" At this time, Zhang Jinsong's gaze moved away from Gutongman and swept over lightly. I suspect you are involved in several missing children cases and am here to arrest you. Now follow me. Zhang Jinsong said with a half smile, his tone full of disdain and sarcasm, and he didn't take Su Yunfeng seriously at all. As soon as he said this, he immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. Over the years, many children in Qingfeng City have indeed disappeared for no apparent reason. The city lord sent a large number of people to investigate, but in the end nothing was found and there was no follow-up. Hearing what Zhang Jinsong said, it naturally aroused everyone's nerves. Su Yunfeng's expression turned cold when he heard this. This guy was obviously well prepared, and they wanted to arrest him for some unfounded reason. I don't know what you're talking about. Please get out of the way. We're leaving. Su Yunfeng spoke coldly with a sullen face. There is no need to show any respect to those who want to mess with him. If you dare to attack him, he will definitely pay you back 100-fold. Oh, you still dare to deny it. Zhang Jinsong smiled coldly and then waved his hand. Come here, capture him for me. There was a playful sneer on the corner of his mouth and his eyes were full of disdain. Whose territory is Qingfeng City? How dare you, a small outsider, fight with me? Act recklessly. Seeing this, Gutongman's temper immediately flared up, and she was about to rush out and knock this disgusting guy down. But he was stopped by Su Yunfeng. I'm your brother now, let me do it. As he spoke, he pulled Gutongman behind him and walked forward. The mocking look on Zhang Jinsong's face became even more intense. A mere Wuzong dared to resist him? Court death. He was just waiting for Su Yunfeng to resist before taking action. And you have to use heavy force, the kind that kills with one blow. As long as Su Yunfeng dies, this beautiful little girl will be his. At this time, several Yamen runners quickly surrounded them. They held chains and shackles in their hands and wanted to tie Su Yunfeng up. Su Yunfeng didn't tolerate this kind of people either. Boom! A powerful aura burst out instantly, and then he attacked quickly. However, his target was not the Yamen runners who surrounded him. But it was Zhang Jinsong, the righteous leader behind them. Chapter 130 Who of you dares to move? Zhang Jinsong's pupils shrank slightly. Unexpectedly, Su Yunfeng was so decisive and attacked him directly. But, so what? Just a small scum of the first level of Wuzong. His cultivation had reached the 6th level of Wuzong, enough to easily crush Su Yunfeng. Facing Su Yunfeng's attack, he just raised his hand nonchalantly, with contempt clearly visible on his face. Then he bent his 5 fingers, turning his palm into a claw, trying to grab the opponent's fist and then twist Su Yunfeng's entire arm. This is simply too easy for him. There was a sarcastic sneer on his face. It seemed as if he had already seen the scene of Su Yunfeng wailing in pain while holding his broken arm. Crack! After a muffled sound, there was a sound of bones breaking. This moment. The sarcastic sneer on Zhang Jinsong's face froze instantly and gradually turned into a mask of pain. What he expected actually happened. But the person with the broken arm was actually himself. The moment Su Yunfeng's fist touched his palm, there was no obstruction at all, and he moved forward with unstoppable force. It penetrated Zhang Jinsong's entire right arm. Zhang Jinsong's right arm was like tofu dregs under this blow, breaking into pieces at the slightest touch. Ah! Zhang Jinsong let out a shrill scream. His entire right arm had been completely crushed into pieces. There was even a horrible bloody hole left on his shoulder. The powerful force made him fly backwards like a kite with a broken string. This result was something he never dreamed of. The other party is obviously only at the 1st level of Wuzong. Why is he so strong? He couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard he tried. But that's not all. Su Yunfeng had no intention of letting him go just like that. After all, they have become enemies, and letting him go is like letting a tiger return to the mountain. Su Yunfeng's figure was as fast as a ghost, following closely. He instantly moved forward, grabbed Zhang Jinsong's neck and lifted him up. The changes happened so quickly that no one else could react. By the time the guards around Zhang Jinsong reacted, it was too late to rescue him. If anyone dares to move, I'll break his neck. Su Yunfeng's words were cold and domineering. With a whoosh, he glanced sharply at a group of Yamen runners. The bailiff was suddenly struck by lightning and stopped his actions abruptly. One is that Zhang Jinsong is in his hands. Second, Su Yunfeng's eyes were too scary. You can't kill me. I am the son of the city lord, you can't kill me. Zhang Jinsong's face was pale, beads of cold sweat kept rolling down his forehead, and his eyes were full of pain and fear. He was full of sarcasm and arrogance just a second ago, but in the blink of an eye he became a laughingstock. He felt a cold murderous intent and was filled with extreme fear. He quickly moved out from the backstage, hoping to intimidate Su Yunfeng. Bang! Su Yunfeng just slapped him without feeling threatened at all. The slap was so powerful that Zhang Jinsong's entire face swelled up visibly. With a puff sound, Zhang Jinsong spat out a mouthful of blood foam, mixed with a dozen broken teeth. His back teeth were broken and half of his teeth were knocked out. Stop! At this time, a captain of the guards in armor came running over hurriedly with a group of people. Seeing Zhang Jinsong in such a miserable state, his face suddenly became gloomy and he quickly scolded Su Yunfeng. Zhang Jinsong is the son of the city lord. If anything happens to him, they will also be punished. Who do you think you are? You're just going to stop when I tell you to? Su Yunfeng's eyes fixed as he looked towards the captain of the guards. And the next moment, his hand raised again. Another slap hit Zhang Jinsong's face. Boy, you're looking for death. The captain of the guard's expression changed again. He looked at Su Yunfeng with uncontrollable anger, his teeth chattering and his eyes almost spitting fire. If Zhang Jinsong had not been in his hands, he would have already raised his knife and killed Su Yunfeng, cutting him into pieces on the spot. Hearing the captain of the guard's angry rebuke, Su Yunfeng smiled faintly. His expression turned even colder. He did not speak, but responded to the captain of the guard's angry shout with practical actions. He squeezed his palm hard, and Zhang Jinsong's face suddenly changed, and his legs kept struggling and kicking. His originally pale face was now covered with a layer of light purple, and he could no longer breathe. Stop! Stop! The captain of the guard's pupils suddenly contracted violently upon seeing this, and he shouted hurriedly. His tone was filled with anxiety, no longer as vicious as before. Kneel down! Su Yunfeng snorted and spoke heavily, his voice as loud as thunder. Boy, don't go too far. The captain of the guards was scowling with anger and gritting his teeth. Su Yunfeng said nothing and just lifted Zhang Jinsong up high. Zhang Jinsong's complexion became increasingly ugly, changing from light purple to dark purple. He was obviously suffocating. If he couldn't breathe anymore, he would suffocate to death. Stop, kneel, let's kneel. Although the captain of the guards really wanted to cut Su Yunfeng into pieces. However, he had a hostage in his hands, so he couldn't use his skills. He put down his knife and knelt on the ground with a thud. The guards behind him also knelt down. Su Yunfeng's grip loosened slightly, allowing Zhang Jinsong to breathe. Tell me, why are you targeting us? Su Yunfeng spoke coldly. The cold voice hit Zhang Jinsong's heart like a heavy hammer. I received a report. Zhang Jinsong spoke tremblingly. You still don't tell the truth now, right? Then go to hell. Su Yunfeng snorted coldly and exerted force with his palm, ready to send Zhang Jinsong to death. No, I said, don't kill me. Zhang Jinsong was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He had already experienced the feeling of suffocation once before and didn't want to experience it again. Not to mention, he could already clearly feel Su Yunfeng's murderous intent. If I don't tell the truth, I might be in trouble in the next second. Because I have a crush on that woman. Zhang Jinsong's words stunned everyone present. What a beast! Even little girls were not spared. Etc. It seems that all the missing people in Qingfeng City are little girls. Really? Some people at the scene had already started to speculate, and their eyes towards Zhang Jinsong changed. Are you behind all those girls that disappeared in the city? Su Yunfeng's voice was icy cold, like a sharp sword hanging over Zhang Jinsong's head. Can you not tell me? Zhang Jinsong's face was pale and he asked cautiously. What do you think? As he spoke, Su Yunfeng's palm exerted a little force. The feeling of suffocation came over me instantly. Zhang Jinsong was horrified and quickly said, I'll tell you. All those girls who disappeared in the city were my doing. They were all my doing. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Turn out to be. All the girls who disappeared in recent years were caused by Zhang Jinsong. No wonder so many people were sent to investigate clues but still couldn't find any results. It turns out that it wasn't that the investigation couldn't yield any results, but that they were actually in the same group. Su Yunfeng thought to himself, this guy is indeed a beast. This morning at the inn, there was something wrong with the way this guy looked at Tongman. I didn't expect it to be so perverted. Keeping such beasts around will only bring disaster to more people. After hearing this, Gu Tongman became even more furious. As a girl, she hates scum like Zhang Jinsong even more. A layer of extremely cold frost covered her angry little face, and invisible murderous intent was spreading around her. Swish! A long sword appeared in her hand, flashing with cold light, captivating the heart. She wants to kill this scumbag. Seeing this, Zhang Jinsong's face turned pale instantly and he was enveloped by endless fear. A pungent stench suddenly filled the air. Everyone looked and discovered. Zhang Jinsong was so frightened that he became incontinent. Drops of water dripped from his trouser legs and hit the ground. No, don't kill me. I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I really know I was wrong. Zhang Jinsong looked horrified. His whole body couldn't stop shaking and he kept begging for mercy. Humph, you don't know you're wrong, you just know you're going to die. Gu Tongman's voice was as cold as a knife, carrying endless chill. The words fell. He quickly raised the long sword in his hand and was about to stab towards Zhang Jinsong. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire space, and Gu Tongman's movements came to a sudden halt. The person who came was very strong, and her actions were directly suppressed. Immediately afterwards, a shocking roar was heard from afar. Who dares to kill my son?